The college entrance exam results came out. I did well in the academic subjects but poorly in martial arts, so I couldn't get into a top-tier warrior university. As an orphan, despite all my hard work, the lack of resources made it difficult for me to become a powerful warrior. Frustrated, I exercised before bed and ended up dreaming of a land filled with graves. Spotting the tomb of Long Ju, Xiang U.S. top general, I learned he was a level 15 warrior. Behind his tomb stood even grander ones, and I decided to explore further. I answered my neural communicator, and my friend's excited voice came through. The exam results are out. I chuckled and asked, "How do you do? You sound thrilled." My friend couldn't hide his joy. 441 in academics, 573 in martial arts. I genuinely congratulated him. "That's great. Looks like your dream warrior university is within reach." He continued, "I checked your scores too, don't be too disappointed." I forced a casual tone, "It's fine, go ahead. I'm not that fragile." He spoke slowly, 632 in academics, 343 in martial arts. "Don't lose heart, at least your academic scores are strong. Becoming a teacher is still a solid path." Truthfully, I expected this outcome. After a brief silence, I smiled and said, "It's fine. At least it's honest. Go tell your parents the good news." Hanging up, I clenched my teeth, filled with resentment. I've been in this world for nearly 18 years, and memories of my past life have faded. I only recall a world without warriors or monstrous beasts, where martial arts weren't part of college exams. But here, terrifying beasts roam everywhere, posing a grave threat to humanity. Though technology is advanced neural communicators, hover cars, those are toys for the rich, irrelevant to commoners. Against the strongest beasts, even advanced weapons are useless. Throughout history, martial arts have been paramount. For ordinary people to rise, change their fate, and reach the top of society, becoming a powerful warrior is the only way. Naturally, I refuse to live a mediocre life, but I lack extraordinary talent. Orphan young, I was left with only a house and meager savings, relying on the Dragon Nation's welfare policies to attend school. Here, schools teach both academics and martial arts, with the latter weighted more heavily. I've studied diligently since preschool, but the poor excel in literature, the rich in martial arts. Without family support, I couldn't access martial arts resources. The nation's aid policies are strict about talent, and my martial arts aptitude is too weak to qualify. Even with 10 or 100 times the effort, my results remain lackluster. Now, with the exams over, my scores won't get me into a good warrior university. My options are either an academic college or a low-tier warrior school. But I tell myself, at least I'm not completely unqualified. Even a third-rate warrior university is something. If tenfold effort isn't enough, I'll give 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I refuse to believe I can't become a true warrior. So, I head to the dorm's training room. First, I practice the basic body tempering technique, taught in martial arts class. Its movements bizarre and exaggerated. After nearly an hour, I move to weighted training until exhaustion forces me to stop. Showered and in bed, I think, as long as I persist and work hard, there is always hope. Exhausted, I quickly fall asleep. In my dream, I stand on barren, yellowish-brown earth beneath a pale sky, a silent wasteland stretching endlessly. In the distance, the desolate land is densely packed with graves. They're arranged in layers, seemingly divided into sections, growing larger toward the back. At the horizon, a few tombs loom like mountain ranges, spaced far apart. Approaching the first row, a tomb radiates a fierce, battlefield-like aura, halting me mid-step. Though I don't recognize the traditional characters on the gravestone, I somehow understand their meaning. The inscription reads, "Tomb of Long Ju." Long Ju was born in 341 and died in 399. He was a 15th-level martial artist who slew 3 beast emperors, 18 beast kings, and decapitated hundreds of thousands of beasts in his lifetime. In his final battle, he fell under the siege of 4 beast emperors, his body left incomplete. Thus, his weapon, the soaring dragon chanting spear, was enshrined in this cenotaph. Long Ju? The top general under Xian Yu? My pupils involuntarily contracted. But what shocked me even more was 15th-level martial artist. To think that 13th-level martial artists were already considered near divine beings in the world's recognized power hierarchy. Levels 1-3 were warriors, 3-6 were martial generals, 7-9 were martial kings, and 10-12 were martial saints. The 8 strongest 13th-level experts in Dragon Country were revered as the 8 martial gods. And now, a 15th-level martial artist had appeared. This was an incredible opportunity. My heart pounded violently. Gazing at the tomb of the 15th-level martial artist at the forefront, my eyes burned with fervor. Curiosity nodded me. What about the larger, more majestic tombs behind it? After a moment's hesitation, I bypassed Tomb of Long Ju and walked further back. Once past it, I was stunned to discover that the tombs here were clearly divided into 9 zones. The first zone was aligned with Long Ju's tomb, while the farthest, grandest, and most mysterious tomb looming like a colossal mountain marked the 9th zone. Between them lay 7 more zones. The tombs stood in a straight line, growing taller the further back they were, making them easy to distinguish. The outermost and second zones were separated by hundreds of meters. Yet, after walking just 100 meters, my steps suddenly froze as if an immense weight had been pressed upon me, rendering me completely immobile. The tombs in the second zone emitted a terrifying pressure, repelling me. The next moment, I was flung backward, landing beside Long Ju's tomb, coughing uncontrollably. Confusion filled my mind. Earlier, when approaching Long Ju's tomb, I had felt a similar pressure, though not as intense. It seemed I couldn't enter the second zone yet. But this didn't discourage me. If the epitaphs were true, these tombs contained 15th level divine weapons, priceless treasures that could solve my long-standing resource woes. Clenching my fists, I resolved to act. If this was a dream, bold actions wouldn't matter. If not, I couldn't afford to miss this chance. Long Ju's tomb was built from melon-sized gray-white stones fitted tightly together. As a quasi-first level martial artist with over 300 pounds of strength, I soon realized the stones seemed fused into a single entity. No matter how hard I pushed, they didn't budge. Gritting my teeth, I applied the force techniques taught at school, veins bulging on my forehead, yet the stones remained unmoved. Exhausted, I had no choice but to give up. After resting briefly, my unwillingness drove me to Tomb of Luo Chang, beside Long Ju's. Reading Luo Chang's deeds on the epitaph, I couldn't help but sigh, another renowned general, another 15th level martial artist. Failing to open the tomb, I moved on to Tomb of Fan Kuai. The words Slayer of Gods on the epitaph left me utterly stunned. Did gods truly exist in this world? And Fan Kuai had slain one. Was this the power of a 15th level martial artist? What an awe-inspiring realm. I approached the side of Fan Kuai's tomb, a complete earthen mound with a visible crack. Centering my breath, I bent my knees slightly and punched the fissure. With a thunderous crash, the tomb collapsed, its yellow earth turning to quicksand. I was astonished. Had my punch really been that powerful? As the dust settled, a half-weathered skeleton and a blade were revealed inside. I reached out eagerly, but the moment I touched the blade, it crumbled to dust. Disbelief washed over me. Where was the promised 15th level divine weapon? Soon, I calmed myself and sighed softly. Not only do heroes succumb to time, but so do divine weapons. Next, I arrived at Tomb of Shui Rengui. Noticing discrepancies between his birth and death dates and historical records, I guessed it might be due to historical gaps but didn't dwell on it. Drawing from experience, I clasped my fists in respect before moving to the tomb side. Spotting a small crack, I punched it, but the tomb remained unmoved. Instead of being frightened, I was delighted. I found a stone, climbed onto the tomb, and began smashing the crack with repeated blows. Half an hour later, the top of the tomb split open, and rocks tumbled down. After clearing away the soil, a bronze coffin appeared, its lid half missing, revealing a purple wooden box nestled inside. I grabbed the box, and inside was a warm yellow jade pendant. As I instinctively touched it, a flood of memories surged into my mind. It was actually a cultivation manual. In the final moments before my memory blurred, I spotted a gleaming silver arrowhead in the hidden compartment. Without thinking, I grabbed it and then lost consciousness. My eyes snapped open, and the familiar ceiling of my bedroom came into view. Was it just a dream? I couldn't help but laugh at myself. But suddenly, a heavy sensation in my right hand snapped me back to reality. Clutched in my palm was a silver arrowhead. It was about 5 centimeters long, tarnished with rust, yet merely holding it made it feel like it weighed over 100 pounds. This was the arrowhead of Shui Rengui's divine arrow. Just as I was about to examine it closely, a surge of memories about devouring heaven and earth abruptly surfaced. Shui Rengui's cultivation technique that led straight to the 15th level. After a long moment, a glint flashed in my eyes. It's actually real. Uncontrollable joy flickered in my gaze. But I quickly calmed myself. Years of independent living, coupled with relentless setbacks in life and academics, had forged an unshakable resilience in me. I picked up the arrowhead for a closer look. At its tip, a cold light lingered, sharp enough to seemingly pierce through anything in this world. After just a few seconds, my eyes stunned unbearably, forcing me to look away. As expected of Shui Rengui's divine weapon, the arrowhead of the silver sky piercer bow. What a pity it's just the arrowhead. If only I could obtain the silver sky piercer bow itself, a true 15th level divine weapon. But the material of this arrowhead, so small yet impossibly heavy, I'd never heard of, let alone seen such a material. I didn't dare show it to anyone else either. After admiring it for a while, I carefully wrapped it in layers and hid it under my bed. Maybe someday I can melt it down and forge my own weapon. More important than the arrowhead, however, was devouring heaven and earth. The technique was divided into 9 tiers, leading directly to the 15th level. Devouring heaven and earth relied on consumption, transforming food into essence, refining the body with that essence. The first tier only allowed the digestion of food, seemingly mundane, but its conversion efficiency was a staggering 100%, wasting not a single ounce of energy. At higher levels, even earth, stone, metal, and jade could be consumed, converted into vital energy to nourish and temper the body. No wonder this was Shui Rengui's cultivation technique. No wonder in past films and dramas, Shui Rengui was always depicted with an enormous appetite. The real Shui Rengui's appetite must have been thousands of times greater. After reviewing the technique's memories, I couldn't wait to try it out. I immediately headed to the kitchen, cooking a full pot of rice and throwing in cured meat I usually couldn't bear to eat. A plate of rice and a plate of meat sat on the table. Though I cooked an entire slab of cured meat, I still couldn't bring myself to slice it all. Time to eat. No time to cultivate. I shoveled a large mouthful of plain rice into my mouth while simultaneously activating devouring heaven and earth. The technique was deeply imprinted in my memory, flowing naturally without the slightest resistance. The rice entered my mouth, chewed briefly, then slid down my throat, instantly transforming into a warm current that flowed through my esophagus, stomach, and then spread throughout my body. I continued eating and digesting. Soon, half the rice and half the meat were gone, yet I felt no fullness, only the exhilarating rush of cultivation. The warm energy from the food nourished my body, enhancing my vitality and strengthening my physique. Before long, the table was cleared. I can't stop now. I sensed I was on the verge of breaking through to the first level warrior. So, most of the uncut cured meat went down my throat, still not enough. Any edible food in the house: bread, instant noodles, my skin began to peel. Almost there. Vegetables from the fridge, raw eggs, rice, frozen raw meat, anything edible that went into my mouth could be digested. Nearly 100 pounds of food had vanished into my stomach, yet my abdomen showed no change. The house was nearly emptied of supplies, but the energy accumulation was finally sufficient. Ha! I exhaled deeply as a warm current surged through my body, heating and swelling my skin, which began to itch as a tougher new layer started to form. I'm about to break through. Excitement flashed in my eyes. Pop! Something inside me seemed to burst, and the warm flow merged into my skin, making it even more resilient. First level martial artist. For a moment, emotions overwhelmed me. The struggle that had plagued me for over a decade had finally been resolved just like that. If I'd reached this level before the college entrance exams, I could have scored at least 500 or 600 in the martial arts course and gotten into Chu University. With such a tremendous opportunity already in my hands, what more could I ask for? I quickly laughed it off. Let's test just how tough my skin is now. The school said that at the first level, skin becomes as tough as cowhide. With that thought, I went to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife, first pressing it lightly against my arm. Ha! No feeling? I raised an eyebrow and increased the pressure. The blade sank into my skin, but even after sawing back and forth, not a single white mark appeared. This definitely isn't the defensive capability of a newly advanced first-level martial artist. I often cooked to save money, so the knife was sharp, and my strength had also improved significantly. Let's try again. This time, I used full force, pressing the blade deep into my flesh, yet my arm remained completely unharmed. Is it because of Devour Heaven and Earth? The power of this technique must have given me defense far beyond that of an ordinary first-level martial artist. My strength has also increased by several hundred pounds, close to 1,000 now, which also isn't normal for someone who just reached the first level. I set the knife down, knowing it couldn't breach my defenses. The path of a martial artist was inherently one of transcending the ordinary. It was said that one of the 8 martial gods of Dragon Country, the immovable Vajra, had once withstood a nuclear explosion with his bare body, emerging unscathed. One day, I'll reach that level too. A blazing fighting spirit ignited in my eyes. Chapter 3 Level 15 Technique, Swallowing Heaven and Devouring Earth. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was the familiar bedroom ceiling. Was it really a dream? He couldn't help but smile to himself. Suddenly, a heavy feeling in his right hand made him react. In his own right hand, there was actually a silver arrowhead. The arrowhead was about 5 centimeters long, silver with rust. Just holding it in his hand to feel it, there was at least more than 100 pounds of weight. This is Shwarengue's sacred arrowheads. Li Mu was just about to take a serious look. A memory that surfaced suddenly. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Shwarengue's cultivation technique. Straight to the 15th level. After half a second, a glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. It's actually true. Li Mu couldn't help but have a ray of delight emerge in his eyes. Soon he calmed down. Years of independent living. All kinds of blows in life and grades. It had long ago created a tough mind for Li Mu. He picked up the arrow and carefully examined it. At the tip of the arrowhead there was a flash of cold light condensed. It was a ray of sharp light that seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world. Just by looking at it for a few seconds, Li Mu felt his eyes sting a little and couldn't help but hastily avert his gaze. Worthy of being Shwarengue's divine weapon, the arrowhead of the silver daytime traveling bow. It's a pity that it's just an arrowhead. If only I could get the silver white heavenly traveling bow. That's a true rank 15 divine weapon. But the material of this arrowhead. Such a weight for such a small size. Such a material was completely unheard of by Li Mu. More so, he has never seen it. But this kind of thing Li Mu didn't dare to take it to anyone for identification. After playing with it lovingly for a while, he wrapped the arrowhead in layers and hid it under the bed. Perhaps I can melt this arrowhead later to create my own weapon. Aside from this arrowhead, for Li Mu, what was more important was the devouring heaven and devouring earth. This gong method is divided into 9 levels. It refers directly to the 15th level. Devourer of heaven. To feed on food, turn food into essence, and refine the body with essence. The first level of this gong method can only digest food. It may seem commonplace. After all, the human body itself has a digestive function. But the digestive conversion of this gong method is 100%. It does not cause the slightest waste of energy, and even the parts of food that cannot be digested and absorbed by the body can be completely digested. And by the time this gong method reaches a more profound point, mountain, stone, earth and wood, gold, iron, jade and copper, all can be fruitful, all can be transformed into essence to nourish the body, quenching the body. It's worthy of being the technique cultivated by 15th level martial artist Shwarengue. No wonder Shwarengue's meals in the movies and dramas of his previous life were so big. If the real Shwarengue's meals were afraid to be 1,000 times bigger still. After checking some memories of this gong method, Li Mu was a bit impatient to try it. He immediately headed to the kitchen. Cooking rice, a pot full of rice. The bacon, which I can't afford to eat on weekdays, was also cooked directly in the pot. A plate of rice and a plate of meat were placed on the table. Although he had cooked a whole strip of bacon, Li Mu didn't bother to cut it all up after all. Eat. No, start practicing. Li Mu directly shaved a large mouthful of white rice into his mouth. At the same time, he revolved the devouring heaven and devouring earth. Because the gongfus had all been deeply imprinted in Li Mu's memory, it was extremely natural to run it without the slightest bit of obscurity. Rice entered his mouth, chewed slightly, and entered his throat. In the next moment, the rice seemed to be directly transformed into a stream of warmth that flowed from Li Mu's throat to his esophagus, stomach, and then spread to his body. Continuing to eat, continuing to digest. After a while, half a basin of rice and half a plate of meat had entered Li Mu's belly, but he did not feel the slightest bit of satiety. He was already somewhat immersed in the thrill of cultivation. The warmth that the food had turned into was constantly nourishing his body, enhancing his chi and blood, and strengthening his body. Soon, the food on the table was cleared away. We can't just stop. Li Mu felt that he had entered a tipping point. The tipping point where he was about to break through to first-level martial artist. Thus, most of the uncut bacon also went all the way into Li Mu's belly. It wasn't enough. All kinds of food you can eat straight from home, bread, instant noodles. The skin on Li Mu began to molt off. There's still some more to go. Some of the veggies in the fridge were swallowed straight down. A couple of raw eggs straight down the drain. Rice and noodles chewed straight up dry. And finally even frozen raw meat. Thanks to the power of swallowing heaven and devouring earth, Li Mu's digestive power reached a terrifying level when running the gong method. As long as it was food, as long as it entered the mouth, then it's all digestible. Nearly 100 pounds of food, including dozens of pounds of rice. After eating so much, Li Mu's abdomen did not change in the slightest. The house had been pretty much eaten. Any more food and you really should be chewing on the bedpan. But that's enough. The buildup of energy was enough. Li Mu exhaled a long breath. The warmth of his body thoroughly integrated into his body. His body began to heat up and swell, and the surface of his body began to itch. Tougher brand new skin began to grow out. It's going to break through. A ray of excitement flashed through Li Mu's eyes. Spray. It was as if the body exploded with as many things as it could, and a stream of warmth directly merged into Li Mu's skin, causing it to become even tougher. A level 1 martial artist now. For a moment, he couldn't help but have some mixed feelings. Something that had plagued him for more than a decade had actually been reached so suddenly. How much earlier would it have been to reach level 1 before the college entrance exams? That way one should at least be able to score 500 or 600 points in the martial arts classes as well. One should know that less than 1/5 of the previous candidates were able to reach the first level of martial arts by the time of the college entrance exam. If it was earlier, he or she would have been able to attend Shu University. One has already gotten such a great chance, what is there not to be satisfied with? Soon after, Li Mu released a smile. It wasn't a good habit for people to swallow elephants. Might as well try to see just how tough my skin is now. I remember in school they said that once you get to level 1 your skin can become almost as tough as cowhide. Thinking about it, Li Mu directly went to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. First, he placed it on his arm and slowly cut it. No feeling? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and increased his force a bit. The blade of the kitchen knife had completely sunk into the skin on Li Mu's arm. The kitchen knife cut back and forth, but not even a white mark appeared on the skin. This is definitely not the kind of defense a just level 1 martial artist should have. Because he often cooked for himself to save money, Li Mu often sharpened his kitchen knives at home, and his strength had definitely improved tremendously at this time. Try again. This time Li Mu directly used his full strength. The blade pressed deeply into the flesh. But the arm remained unharmed. Is it because of the heaven swallowing and earth devouring? It's the power of the Gongfu that brings me a defense that far exceeds that of an ordinary first-level martial artist. The strength has also increased by a few hundred pounds, it's around 1,000 pounds now, again not at the level of a normal martial artist who has just entered the first level. Li Mu put down the chopper. He knew that the chopper alone couldn't break his defense. This was normal, the path of a martial artist was originally the path of transcendence and transcendence. It is said that one of the 8 martial arts gods of the Dragon Kingdom, King of Fudo, once resisted the explosion of a nuclear bomb with his physical body, and in the end, he was unharmed. One day I will be able to achieve this level. Li Mu's eyes lit up with a burning fighting spirit. Chapter 4 Eat Eat Eat. The realm rose wildly. Li Mu opened his thinking brain. The wrist-worn think brain was like a watch that projected a translucent light screen. But there was nothing special about this civilian basic model of his light brain other than that. It didn't even have assistive intelligence. To put it bluntly, it's similar to an old-time cell phone, except it looks premium. 2 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of lamb. Li Mu began to place his order. He had noticed it earlier when he was eating. Meat provided the most energy. The main reason to buy more than one is to test which meat is more cost-effective. Actually, except for these common meats, Fey meat is definitely richer in energy content. Fey beast meat was originally the most common food eaten by martial artists. Even if an ordinary person ate it regularly, it could strengthen the body and soothe the muscles and blood. But the price of exotic beast meat is not cheap. The meat of a farmed grade 1 edible exotic beast would cost several $100s a pound. This price was a real deterrent to Li Mu. The same price for pork can buy dozens of pounds. Li Mu also didn't think that a single pound of exotic beast meat could contain more energy than the sum of dozens of pounds of pork. In addition to the Fey beast meat, there were also nutrient solutions that were specially formulated for martial artists, which also had a high energy content. But that price was even more prohibitive to Li Mu. Besides meat, Li Mu also bought some cheaper vegetables and a few kinds of rice. After placing the order, it was only about 10 minutes before the things Li Mu bought were delivered. Start the meal. No, start practicing. On the dining table, there was a lot of food. Several pots of rice, proper pots. A few bowls of meat, beef, lamb, and pig. Half raw, half cooked. Swallow and transform the essence. With open eating. The warm current that the essence had turned into continuously moisturized Li Mu's body and quenched the physique. But for 10 or 20 minutes, the table was cleaned of food. Phew! Li Mu swung a fist out of thin air, and a distinct air-breaking sound rang out. The power is a bit greater again, it's worthy of being the technique Shui Rengue practiced, it's truly divine and extraordinary. The skin also became tougher. Level 1 skin training is not just a change at breakthrough. It's an ongoing process. Review the ratio of energy digested out of various foods when you just ate. Raw meat has a little more energy than cooked meat. Raw beef, in turn, has the most energy. But beef 30-something, pork 10 or so, and the energy of beef is not 3 times as much as that of pork, so it seems better to buy a pork cost-effective. As for those kinds of rice, new rice has more energy than stale rice. Better quality rice has more energy. But it's like the beef issue in general. The more the price goes up, the greater the percentage of energy. All those other vegetables are not as cost-effective as pork and regular new rice when converted to energy. Then the next main thing for myself is to buy pork and ordinary new rice. But the way one eats, even pork and rice is a considerable expense. Let's take a look at it first, and when it's a bit stronger, it'll be easier even to find some martial artists to work part-time. Having made up his mind, packed up the dining room table and kitchen, Li Mu then immediately went to the exercise room to start working out. First the basic bodybuilding technique, then strength training, both in conjunction with each other. Once he refined for a few hours, Li Mu was already sweating profusely. Sitting paralyzed on the training mat, Li Mu revealed a smile. It was tiring, but happy. One is improving at a rate visible to the naked eye. The original self wouldn't have lasted this long with intense training. I also don't know if I can enter that space for a second time. If the first level of the tomb can be so good, what should be behind it? 3 days later. Phew. Li Mu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Stopped cultivating. 3 days of rapid progress. Li Mu felt afraid that his strength was already 1,500 pounds. The training equipment at home could no longer produce much of a training effect on himself. This was entirely thanks to swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. The wonders of this gong method far exceeded Li Mu's initial imagination. As long as it could be eaten, then it could keep running. But with these few days of cultivation and exercise, it also made a huge problem more and more obvious. There wasn't much money left. There's over 25,000 left. Parents' inheritance, poverty grant. Plus the fact that Li Mu had saved up all this only after saving up over the years. If we calculate at $2,000 a day, it will only last for about 10 days. We have to find a way to make money. Li Mu sighed lightly. Suddenly, the brain prompted an incoming call. The caller is Chen Nan. It's this guy again. It was this guy who couldn't wait to come and report to himself when the results of the high school entrance exams came out. Li Mu casually picked up the phone. Hey, Li Mu, have you chosen a college yet? Li Mu reacted at once. His entire attention had been on cultivation in the past few days, and he had completely forgotten about this university business. Li Mu, it's not possible that you haven't chosen one yet, right? There was silence for a few seconds, and taking advantage of this time Li Mu used his brain to search for the martial arts universities he could attend with this score. Picked it, White River Martial Arts University. He read one of the names off the top of his head. White River Martial Arts University? What kind of pheasant martial arts university? I've never even heard of it. Li Mu, seriously, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you. With your grades you can obviously study in a very good liberal arts college. Why do you have to go to this kind of trashy martial arts university? You can't do much with this kind of wild chicken martial arts university. Do you think you can become a martial artist just by attending it? Li Mu was silent. He didn't mind, he just didn't know how to answer for a moment. Chen Nan was one of his few friends. Sometimes only people who care about you will say something bad, otherwise, who cares what you do? Li Mu. You won't be angry. No, it's just that becoming a martial artist is my ideal, and you know my situation, so it's simply not possible for me to repeat my studies. Brother, if you have already decided, I won't say anything more. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Thank you, you also have good martial arts luck. Li Mu smiled and hung up. Then immediately used the brain to submit his volunteer, White River Martial Arts University. It's only the end of June, and universities start in September, so it's still early. After fixing such a file, Li Mu chose to go out. Hongyang Martial Arts Center. 3 floors high, with magnificent decoration. It is said that Yang Fei Hong, the owner of the Hongyang Martial Arts School, is as high as a rank 5 martial arts general. Li Mu couldn't help but let a ray of longing flash through his eyes. This was one of the best martial arts schools in the 13th district. Not only does it teach practical combat skills, it's proficient in all kinds of weapons. There are also special ways of exercising, ways of assisting in cultivation. It is said that shut-in disciples can even be taught gong methods. Of course, whatever it is, it's definitely not cheap. However, one of the supplementary cultivation methods, although not cheap, was definitely worth the price for the current Li Mu. Li Mu took a step into it. Welcome. The front desk lady immediately revealed a cordial smile. Hello, I would like to specifically inquire about the specific price of this aspect of your martial arts center's nutrient solution to aid in cultivation. Of course, no problem. The front desk young lady immediately revealed an even more cordial smile. The so-called nutrient solution assisted cultivation is mainly the safe and efficient absorption of nutrient solution in our martial arts center's special nutrient warehouse. Li Mu calmly interrupted, of course I know about these, what I want to ask is the specific price, the amount of nutrient solution portions equipped. Chapter 5 Gathering the Martial House Wool. 2nd grade martial artist. Guest, our side's nutrient liquid assisted cultivation service. As long as it's for martial artists of the first 3 levels of words, it's 8,000. This side of the advice is to break through when you come back, there is a miraculous effect. Oh. As for the quantity, don't worry. Our nutrient silos are stocked with backup storage. The packs are enough. The front desk lady revealed a sweet smile. Elementary nutrient liquid, suitable for level 1 to 3 martial artists. The market price of 250G is at 1018. 8,000 here would be unlimited. Plus grounds, labor. Seems like a downright losing deal to grandma's house. But how can it really be that simple? A martial arts school is not a charity hall. There is a time limit for the nutrient liquid assisted cultivation service of the martial arts center, which is usually 1 hour. With the absorption speed of a normal level 1 martial artist, it would be difficult to absorb even 1 kati in an hour. Second and third level martial artists may be a little faster, but because of the problem of drug resistance, in fact, it's about the same. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to the martial arts center to use the nutrient warehouse. It's too expensive. Only martial artists who were about to break through would come to the martial arts center to use this kind of service. Although it was more expensive, it was safer and more reliable. To be clear, unlimited is a gimmick. How long is the time limit? Limu asked the question that the receptionist had been avoiding. 1 hour, it's definitely enough for a breakthrough. Absorb as much nutrient fluid as you want within that hour, but you can't take it away. The front desk young lady was worthy of being a professional. Although she was a bit vain, she still maintained an especially natural smile. Limu also smiled. Isn't this kind of good thing tailor-made for himself? Auxiliary practice room number 3. A nutrient nacelle stood silently in front of Limu. He didn't rush and first went to the equipped washroom to take a shower. Then activated the cabin wearing a pair of special shorts. The hatch slowly opened. At the same time a 1 hour countdown began to pulsate on one side. Limu walked into it. The hatch closed, and the special material on the back of the nutritional silo began to move to stick to Limu's body. If the space inside the silo was not allowed to be smaller, it would take dozens of pounds of nutrient solution just to fill such a large space. You have to know that the nutrient solution thing can actually be drunk directly. The special nutrient silos at the martial arts center can be absorbed directly into the skin. It allows for better digestion and integration of the nutrient solution. With the hatch closed, the special material fits the body. A light green liquid traveled down the transport tube of the nutrient compartment into the glass compartment. Soon, Limu's entire body was directly immersed in the nutrient liquid. Yes, soaking this stuff required holding one's breath. The swallowing heaven and devouring earth immediately went into operation. The nutrient liquid merged into Limu's body along his pores. The body gradually began to warm up. The whole person became warm. It's a little slow. Limu opened his mouth directly. A mouthful of nutrient liquid went down his throat. In an instant, it transformed into a warm current with a distinct temperature that merged into Limu's limbs and bones. Efficiency was instantly much faster. Go on. Limu kept opening his mouth wide and gulping down. Nutrient fluid is drinkable, yes, but in a nutrient warehouse, people in general really don't use drinking. But in order to become stronger, Limu didn't mind. His body began to gradually heat up. The skin became a little flushed. Strands of heat emanated from his body. Gradually, the changes in his body became more and more obvious. A burst of tingling sensation came out from the depths of the body. This is going to break through. Limu instantly brightened up slightly. This feeling originated from his own bones. First level to train skin, second level to train bones. This is the sign of a breakthrough. Not enough, the energy is still a bit insufficient. Limu opened his mouth wide as the nutrient fluid flowed straight into his belly. If anyone else was here and saw Limu drinking this way, they would inevitably be shocked out of their wits. You have to know that nutrient liquid wasn't just poured into the stomach and that was the end of it. The hard part is digestion and absorption. It's not unheard of for people to die from a direct burst of nutrient solution. However, Limu had devouring heaven and devouring earth. He wasn't like ordinary people. It's coming. Limu's cheeks trembled slightly. A tingling pain began to sweep through his body. It was as if all the bones in his body had cracked. It must be endured. This is the quenching of the bones and the key to being a second-level martial artist. Limu clenched his teeth. The pain became more and more intense. At the same time, the whole body heated up as if on fire. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered and then remodeled. It was a severe pain that truly penetrated into the marrow of the bones. I don't know how long it took for the pain to finally subside. A powerful texture began to spread across Limu's body. He unconsciously clenched his fists. The veins rippled. After a while, phew! Limu exhaled a long breath and stopped cultivating. There was no more liquid in the nutrient warehouse. Didn't we say it would be replenished? Could it be that the storage ran out? Zip! The hatch opens. Half an hour left in the countdown. It seems like I've sucked up at least tens of thousands of dollars of nutrient solution myself. Limu raised his arms, couldn't help but reveal a smile. This is a good deal. If killing a cow with one punch at level 1 was an illusion, it should be a fact now. He swung his right fist. A burst of breaking sound whistled. The speed of the punches had been so fast that it was hard to recognize with the naked eye. There's still time, I remember there's a specialized strength tester here. Li Mu came to a tall machine. On the outside of the machine was a horizontal bar. Li Mu grabbed the crossbar with both hands and pushed it slowly upwards. A test similar to weightlifting. But such machines are safe and accurate. After Li Mu's hands trembled to a certain extent, the numbers on the screen were fixed. 3083. Li Mu couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. His own actually had 3,000 pounds of strength already? He himself had only just broken through. Level 1 martial artist, 600 to 1,500 pounds. Level 2 martial artist, 1,600 to 4,000. For level 3 martial artists, it's 10,000 or less. The first 3 levels of martial artist are just the level to build a foundation. Don't look at the limit of the second level as 4,000 pounds. But in reality, most people don't reach the limit in their entire lives. Many people over 2,000 pounds will choose to break through to level 3. Don't think that breaking through without reaching your limit is a good thing to save time. On the contrary, if you break through without reaching the limit, it will affect the martial path afterwards. Can really reach the limit. There may not even be 1 in 100 martial artists. And as long as you can reach the limit, they can be called extreme martial artists. It is said to be one of the key requirements to reach the martial god. Li Mu had 3,000 kilograms just after breaking through. It could almost be said that he would definitely be able to reach the limit later on. These days are really. Li Mu slowly exhaled. The elevation was too big. How long has it been? It's only been 3 or 4 days since the college entrance exam results came out. Right now, Li Mu still clearly remembered his strength test from the college entrance exam. 421 pounds. That's a 7 or 8 times lift. And this was only a change in 3 days. This progress was afraid to scare people to death when spoken about. It's all because of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. Li Mu lamented in his heart. The nutrient solution was playing a not insignificant role, but the key was still Xuerengui's divine work. Ordinary people, for the nutrient liquid energy conversion even 10% difficult to reach, absorb more, even conversion rate will become lower and lower. But Li Mu does not have these troubles at all. Chapter 6 Hongyang Martial Arts Center once again began to absorb. Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Manager's office. Manager He Xian brewed tea, beautifully picked up and took a sip. As a manager, he was actually very idle. The mode of operation of the martial arts school had long been stabilized, and any problems would be dealt with. As for causing trouble? No kidding. Their pavilion master is a level 5 martial artist. Manager, the nutrient solution in nutrient warehouse number 3 has run out. Staff member Zhang Bo came to report. Added when you run out, why ask me about such a trivial matter? He Xian took his feet off the table. But this time it ran out after only 11. The nutrient silo can store 12 kilograms of nutrient solution. Normally 20 people will still have some left over when they finish using it. He Xian frowned slightly. 11 people? Maybe whoever didn't fill up the nutrient solution in the first place, go ahead and add it. There's no need to ask me about such a small matter. No, manager, I remember filling it up. Yesterday I saw that there were still 10 pounds. It's gone since a man came by today. Could it all have been absorbed by him? He Xian directly laughed. That's 10 pounds. How could it be absorbed by one person in an hour? Who do you think he is? Even our city's top student in the college entrance exam, Zhang Xiaohao, the fastest absorption record in the first 3 levels was only 5 pounds and 3 taels of nutrient solution in an hour. Well, maybe the first few were used a bit too much, or the ones that were added in the first place weren't that full. It's not a big deal. Lemuel, who had just finished his workout, collapsed on the couch. Casually turned on the TV. In the northern borderland region, the level 12 Beast King, Unicorn Treading Inferno Tiger, is leading a wave of beasts against human cities. Our Dragon Kingdom martial god, the god of arrow strikes. A star-chasing arrow is like a shooting star crossing the sky. Beast King, Unicorn Treading Inferno Tiger. Killed by a single arrow. On the television, it was broadcasting the alien beast riot in the northern border region a few days ago. In addition to the host's vocal commentary, a close-up view of a shooting star breaking through the sky at great speed was shown on the TV screen. That's not a shooting star, it's the arrow god's star-chasing arrow. Finally, there was a picture of a tiger corpse that looked like a small mountain, as well as many interviews with the public. None of these people were frantically expressing their gratitude and reverence for the god of arrows in front of the camera. What a desirable strength. Li Mu's eyes were the color of confidence. He would definitely possess such strength himself. Or even, surpass. 1043. Li Mu's naked upper body continued to rise and fall. Push-up after push-up. Sweat slid down his muscles and dripped onto the gym mat. Most of the gym equipment in the house had been rendered useless. Even the basic fitness techniques taught in schools are not very effective anymore. Li Mu could only use this more primitive way of exercising. Drop, someone is visiting. A prompt came from the thinking brain. 1100. Do this last one. Only then did Li Mu go to open the door. The door opened. A round-faced boy carrying a thermos squeezed right in nonchalantly. What's taking so long? Working out. Rimal wiped beads of sweat from his body with a towel. I came to check on you, kid. Now it seems that you still haven't given up on yourself. Not bad, not bad. Chen Nan nodded and patted Li Mu's biceps. I told you, I'm fine, just because of this? Li Mu calmly wiped the beads of sweat from his upper body. Chen Nan was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that the current Li Mu seemed a bit different. A feeling that was hard to describe clearly. It's like aura. Now the former brother in front of his own eyes. Seems a little strange. It's like a sword with a hidden blade. It seems to be plain and ordinary, but the sharpness that occasionally reveals itself is not surprising. However, remembering his progress, Chen Nan instantly smiled. Kid, it seems like you've made quite a bit of progress lately. But I'm already a rank 1 martial artist. Kid, you need to hurry up and catch up too. Don't get left too far behind by me. Will do. Seeing Chen Nan's excited look. After all, Li Mu didn't have the heart to tell him the fact that he was already in the second level. My mom made braised pork, the taste of home, knowing that your kid doesn't have anyone to cook for you on weekdays. Chen Nan patted the thermos bucket, then went straight to the kitchen to get the dishes. For this place, he was familiar with it. Several pounds of red meat were placed in a large pot. There was also a whole pot of rice. The two sat opposite each other. Li Mu took a big bite of red raked pork under rice. I have to say, Chen Nan's mom's craftsmanship is really a masterpiece. Chen Nan just looked at it, he had eaten it. This time I came, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. There is one more thing besides that. There's a class reunion in a while, break-up dinner. Don't you kid refuse. We've been classmates for years. In the future, I don't know how long it will be before many people see each other. It's time to get together. Li Mu's action of digging into his rice slowed, and he casually said, what's there to get together for? Someone's treating you, and you don't need to pay for it. No problem. Li Mu immediately agreed. Sent Chen Nan away and cleaned the house. Li Mu started working out again. Push-ups, sit-ups. It's old-fashioned, but it works. If there are enough of them and they carry enough weight, even the strongest physique can be a workout. 781. Bones become stronger. It's like refining the skin. Bone refining is also an ongoing process. It is said that martial artists have a high rank. Bones will be harder than gold and iron. Just like the body material of a foreign beast. That was why there were so many martial artist weapons that needed to be forged with the addition of foreign beast materials. Several days passed. Li Mu once again stood outside the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. There had been one experience. After paying the money, Li Mu went alone to the front third auxiliary cultivation room. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the martial arts center and brushed past Li Mu. Li Mu subconsciously looked over. It seemed somewhat familiar. For a moment memories from school were awakened. Yang Qianxian, the genius girl who was 1 year above her. A genius in martial arts. Also the school beauty of the 7th grade. At that time, I do not know how many schoolmates were mesmerized by her valiant temperament. But how did she show up here? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that she had gotten into the #1 martial arts university in the Chunan region, Chu University, last year. It should all be almost her sophomore year now as well. Don't look, little brother, it's long gone. She's the precious princess of our pavilion master's family. It's not that simple to chase her. Ms. Yang let slip long ago that you have to defeat her to be qualified to pursue her. The front desk young lady's tone was flirting with some envy. Aha! Li Mu didn't explain. Alone, he came to the third auxiliary cultivation room. Lightly washing himself and entering the nutrient bin. The green liquid soaked its body completely. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Operation. A large amount of energy was absorbed and transformed. In just an instant, Li Mu's body reacted. The skin began to redden and his body temperature rose. Chapter 7 Extreme Legend. Invincible at the same level. It's so refreshing. To cultivate like this. The path of a martial artist is the path of inspiring the body for thousands of miles and becoming stronger step by step. From martial artist to martial general, martial king, martial saint and martial god. It's all the same. Li Mu could sense that his skin, bones, and muscles were all evolving. This feeling of clearly perceiving himself getting stronger little by little. Which is a double pleasure both physically and mentally. Far more than some meaningless recreational activities. Inside the silo, the level of the nutrient solution had been maintained at a fixed height. There was a constant flow of nutrient solution being absorbed by Li Mu. There was also constant replenishment of nutrient fluid. Gradually, Li Mu heard the beating of his heart. Thud, thud. Strong and powerful. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of a great river rushing by. Nope. That's not the big river. It was the blood rushing through his veins. Roaring. Dang. 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 The heart's beating, stronger and stronger. The speed also became faster. It's going to break through. Third level blood change. The 13 realms of the martial Tao was a theory put forward by the first martial god of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Yibin, 300 years ago. To change blood actually means to increase the activity of the blood. With energy, it stimulates the potential of the cells. New powerful blood that will replace the old. It is called a change of blood. And this, in turn, is the beginning of a martial artist's path to power. As the realm rises, the blood will also rise. It is said that the blood of a martial king is like an oven. A drop of the blood of a martial saint weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. As for the martial god, Li Mu was not sure, but thought that it must be extraordinary. And right now, he was changing blood. Large mouthfuls of nutrient fluid were swallowed. It's coming. The rush of blood grew more and more violent. It was as if it would burst through the veins at any moment. A shocking burning sensation began to appear in the body. The blood began to become hot. At this moment, Li Mu's entire body was like a boiled shrimp. A piece of red. Ah! He clenched his teeth. The temperature was too high, bringing him sharp pains like pins and needles. But it had to be endured. At the time of the blood exchange, the hotter the blood was, the more power it would receive. This temperature is too high. Li Mu felt like his brain was going to be burned out of his mind. Hot blood rushed straight to his head. Not a metaphor, a description. Wow! Amidst the rushing of boiling blood, Li Mu opened his eyes. The slightly reddened eyes were calm. It's done! Third-grade martial artist. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a little excited, and immediately a large mouthful of nutrient liquid was poured into his mouth. After the breakthrough, the level of the nutrient bin hasn't even been lowered yet. More nutrient solution this time than last time? He hadn't realized that this was because the nutrient bin had been refilled with nutrient fluid after he had absorbed it last time. Whatever the reason though, Li Mu naturally wouldn't waste it. Swallowing in big gulps. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth runs fast. These energies would persistently make Li Mu's body stronger. Skin, bones, blood. Every moment was being tempered by these energies. Nourish! Half an hour later, the hatch was opened. The nutrient solution in the compartment had been completely absorbed. Li Mu walked out slowly. The naked upper half of his body was a mass of muscles that rose and fell here and there. The muscles were not exaggerated, but instead were like cheetahs, full of streamlined beauty. Phew! As soon as Li Mu swung his fist, there was an ear-piercing air-breaking sound whistling. Try your current power again. After changing his clothes, Li Mu stood in front of that strength testing instrument once more. The crossbar of the machine was slowly pushed until Li Mu's arm began to tremble as the numbers were fixed. 7,281. This. 7,000 pounds. Only 2,000 pounds away from the limit of 10,000 pounds. He himself had only just broken through. It's still a bit far from level 4. Everyone knows about limits. At each level, it is best to get as close to the limit as possible before breaking through. This way, one could go farther in the future on the path of martial arts. If one could reach the limit, one would inevitably be a heavenly pride among heavenly prides. Number 1, Ultimate Martial Artist. And only extreme martial artists can be invincible at the same level. By myself, I can definitely reach the limit. Manager. Something's wrong. Zhang Bo knocked on the manager's office door in a panic. I'm still alive and well. He Xian breathlessly opened the door. No, it's not you who's in trouble, it's the third cultivation room. The nutrient warehouse's nutrient solution is gone again. What? It's gone again? Didn't I remember that it was added just a few days ago? Has the martial arts center been doing so well lately? How come I didn't know? He Xian was also stunned. No, how could the business of the martial arts center be so good? No, that's not what I mean. The main thing is what business is good, and it's not possible to say that it's the nutritional warehouse's business that's so good. Zhang Bo said in a hurry. He was originally a staff member in charge of the nutrition warehouse, so he naturally knew this business well. It wasn't always possible for someone to use it for a few days during the weekdays. And as far as he could remember, only one person had come in this time. Then how could it have disappeared for no reason at all? 24 pounds of nutrient solution, worth more than $80,000. This number was not big for He Xian. But after all, it was the martial arts center's money, so it wasn't possible to just ignore it. Come with me to take a look and get Master Guo on board. Yes. It's really all gone. The nutrient bin storage tanks in front of him were empty. It wasn't taken. There was no sign of the nutrient silo having been violently dismantled. Only one person came through? He Xian looked at Zhang Bo. That's right, I remember it was called Li Mu. Or a student who just graduated from senior high school. Holy, there's no way it could really have been sucked clean by this guy, that's not possible either. He Xianqin was not sure anymore. Maybe. It really is. A low and gravely voice came. Only a middle-aged strong man was seen standing in front of a piece of machinery in the room. He Xian asked politely, Master Gua, what do you mean by this? Master Gua, a level 3 martial artist. One of the instructors at Hongyang Martial Arts School. For martial artists, powerful martial artists. He Xian must also give respect. Over 7,000 pounds. Master Gua pointed at the machine in front of him, his complexion was grave. This number. I don't even have this power. If it's really a recent high school graduate. At this age. That must be a true heavenly pride. What? He Xian was also instantly shocked. This power value was too frightening. A teenager who had just graduated from high school could actually hit with this kind of power. Whoever it is bound to be a genius. A true heavenly pride. Heaven's pride. It's not as if you can't be treated with common sense. Master Guo clapped his hands. The entire 24 pounds of nutrient solution was actually absorbed in 1 hour. Wouldn't this be stronger than Zhang Xiaohao? He Xian was horrified. Summer Martial Artist Training Program, led by a level 5 martial artist. Summer Martial Artist Special Training Course. The most scientific means. The most brutal training. Maximum progress. On the streets, advertisements for various cram schools were everywhere. Li Mu turned a blind eye. How could he need any tutoring when he had heaven swallowing and earth devouring? After returning home, Li Mu first cooked a pot of rice. Then he entered the exercise room and started working out. Let's start with 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups to warm up. Then it's back to a variety of workout moves. Tired for sure. But Li Mu loved it. As long as there was progress, then the tiredness was worth it. Chapter 8 I'll give you money. You switch martial arts schools to wool gathering. It's early July. Li Mu stood outside the Hongyang Martial Arts Center for the third time. After a brief survey, he took a step inside. Welcome to the light. The receptionist's greeting stuck straight in her neck. What? Uncomfortable? Li Mu walked up. That. Guest, please take a seat for a little while. The receptionist lady looked a little strange. Well, don't take too long. Raimu was a little surprised. But he wasn't a difficult personality to get along with. Other people seemed to be having a hard time with something, so just wait a while. Li Mu sat down on the waiting couch behind the door of the martial arts center. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly blonde figure walked in front of Li Mu. Hello, little brother, my humble self is the manager of this martial arts center, He Xian. He Xian's face was full of smiles, looking quite eager. Hello, what can I do for you? Raimu didn't frown slightly, raising some wariness. His experience had taught him that he who offers something for nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Little brother, it's something like this. He Xian didn't care about Li Mu's wariness, and still seemed especially polite, and even personally went up to Li Mu to pour him tea. What in the world? Li Mu's frown followed. It looks like little brother is a fastidious person, so I won't talk too much about old he. He Xian directly took out a bank card and placed it in front of Li Mu. There's 100,000 in here, little brother, you're switching to a different martial arts school for wool gathering. I know it's opening a store to make a living, there's no reason to refuse a guest. But little brother, you continue to do so, martial arts center must close down. He Xian was also helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. It was clear to him that this person must be a heavenly pride. So of course he didn't dare to offend. But the problem is that the martial arts school side has been losing money. He also has no way to explain to the owner. That's a 5th level martial arts general. A terrifying character that could tear him in half with the move of a finger. Caught in the middle, He Xian could only come up with a compromise. This. Li Mu didn't expect it to be because of this. But it was true once he thought about it. Though the martial arts school said it was unlimited. But people are also doing business after all. Okay, but forget about the money. Li Mu was not an unreasonable person. No, little brother, you have to keep this money. He Xian hurriedly pulled Li Mu and just shoved the card into his coat pocket. With He Xian's eyesight, he could tell that Li Mu's family conditions were average from his clothes. Being able to use some money to create a connection with a humble heavenly pride. It's a good deal. More crucially, He Xian didn't want to leave Li Mu with a grudge. Hey, okay, just think of it as me borrowing it and returning it to you later. Push back a few times, really can't push back. Li Mu also accepted. After all, he is really short of money now. What's the point of talking about returning it or not? I'm a bit older, so I'm shamelessly calling myself an old brother. I've known you since we first met. What's a little money to you? Mainly old brother, I am also under the hands of others to make a living, so. Understood, thanks a lot old brother he. Li Mu nodded. Old he. The voice was heard first. The voice is thick and low, like a tiger roaring low. See its people. Only to see a middle-aged man with an upright and sturdy figure was walking slowly. Between one step and another, an intimidating aura filled the air. It was like a fierce tiger patrolling its territory. Pavilion Master. At the sight of this person, Hsien was like a soldier who saw his chief, unconsciously standing upright. He didn't even take a breath. Pavilion Master? Li Mu also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. This was the owner of that Hongyang martial arts school. The father of the genius girl Yang Qianxian. 5th grade military general. Yang Feihong. Li Mu couldn't help but be shocked by its tiger-like aura. But only for an instant. Li Mu broke free and regained his composure. In the middle of the cemetery, Li Mu had seen too many powerful and terrifying pressures. He had long since developed a resistance to might. Seeing Li Mu actually return to his usual self so quickly, a color of approval passed between Yang Feihong's tiger eyes. Old he, there's no reason to push guests out when you open your door for business? He spoke seemingly carelessly. Yes. My question. Hsien didn't dare to have the slightest retort, much less explain anything. Little brother, I've heard that you're very capable of absorbing nutrient solutions? Yang Feihong's eyes carried a wisp of laughter. It is absorbing a bit too much. Li Mu was not condescending, but only carried a faint sense of embarrassment. Yang Feihong slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Li Mu's body only trembled a few times before he stabilized himself. Not bad, born with a straight face, and this physique is not bad either. A good seedling for practicing martial arts. Thank you, Master Yang, for your compliments. Li Mu clasped his fists and saluted. And there's no need to be embarrassed, just suck it up if you can. Do what you need to do. It's just a little bit of nutrient fluid, can't it really suck me poor? Yang Feihong smiled faintly, then left in large strides. This? Li Mu was a bit puzzled. Since the Pavilion Master has given the word, then it's natural to do what the Pavilion Master says. From now on, little brother, you can come as you please. Suck as much as you want. Hsien immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. In that case, I definitely can't accept this money. Li Mu was very firm this time and returned the bank card to Hsien. Curator's office. Pavilion Master, I'm afraid that our martial arts school will have to lose a lot of money if that person comes often. Hsien worded it carefully. Yang Feihong smiled faintly. A strength of more than 7,000 pounds can absorb 24 pounds of energy liquid. Do you know what that means? It means that kid might even surpass me in the future. How is this possible? Hsien's first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. Their Pavilion Master was a rank 5 martial general. Level 5 generals are a rare existence in S-City. Every one of them is a big and famous person. That boy. Although Hsien also gave Li Mu quite high hopes, he didn't think that he could easily reach the height of a Pavilion Master. What's more, at this point, the Pavilion Master was talking about surpassing above a 5th level martial general that's a 6th level top martial general. There aren't many big shots in the whole city. If you stomp your foot, the city will tremble. Old he, you're not a martial artist after all. Go down. In response, Yang Feihong just smiled faintly. It's just possible. The future, who knows? Entered the assisted practice room for the 3rd time. Li Mu had long been familiar with it. Last time, no money. Upon entering the nutrient bin, the green nutrient solution gradually flooded Li Mu's body. The devouring heaven and devouring earth immediately went into operation. A large amount of energy was absorbed from the pores of the skin, from the mouth. The pure energy quenched and warmed Li Mu's body. The skin, bones, and blood were all becoming stronger. This time, Li Mu absorbed it even faster. It was the same 24 pounds of fully formulated nutrient solution. It was absorbed cleanly by Li Mu in just half an hour. It was still level 3. But the progress is not small. Time to test the power again. Li Mu came to the room's strength tester. Chapter 9 The Benefits of Martial Artists. In front of the Martial Arts Center's strength tester, Li Mu stepped forward, gripped the crossbar of the machine, and slowly pushed it upwards. The numbers on the screen gradually jumped. The weight on the crossbar grew heavier. Until Li Mu's arm trembled slightly. The numbers were fixed. 9,786. 9,786 pounds. Li Mu gently exhaled. A ray of excitement flashed in his eyes. This strength value was just short of the last 200 pounds or so to reach the level 3 limit. Looking at the entire S-City, I'm afraid that no one would be able to have this power at the 3rd level. No, there are only a handful that exceed 6,000 pounds. And he is only 200 pounds short of being a 3rd level extreme martial artist. What role an extreme martial artist had, Li Mu didn't know. But 10,000 feet high. How can you walk longer and farther if you are not an extreme martial artist? If in the past, Li Mu's wish was to become a martial artist, then after possessing the inheritance of a 15th level martial god, his goal, too, was a martial god. If he couldn't even go to the limit of the 3rd level, what kind of martial god would he become? Go home and cultivate.
The faster you reach the limit, the better. Home, workout indoor. 2001, 2002.
Lee Moo, who was carrying a few dumbbells on his back, was doing one-handed push-ups.
Sweat slid down the curves of his muscles. You have an email from White River Martial Arts University admissions office.
The smart brain's beep came. Lee Moo carefully lowered the dumbbell behind his back. With his current strength, he had to be careful at home. He didn't want to accidentally demolish the house his parents had left him.
Honorable Student Lee Moo.
After our audit, you have met our admission criteria. The start date of our school is September 1st.
Acceptance letter from White River WU. This did not come as a surprise to Lee Moo.
As far as this crappy university was concerned, any individual who applied could pass.
With what you have now. Lee Moo smiled helplessly.
There was no way around it. The college entrance exam was over and it was already set in stone. White River Martial Arts University is just White River Martial Arts University. Anyway, no matter what place it is, one can become stronger.
There's still a problem. One is now broke. Lee Moo had a bit of a headache.
The saying that poor literature is rich in martial arts is no joke. The current him possessed, swallowing heaven and devouring earth, and his progress was rapid and incomparable. What was needed, however, was a huge amount of resources.
As an orphan, he had to face one problem: poverty.
Even if the martial arts school treated him favorably, he still had to come up with basic expenses.
How do you get the money? How about mortgaging the house? Or maybe.
Lee Moo suddenly slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that this world itself treated martial artists favorably.
Martial Artists Association.
An association directly under the administration of the state with the Dragon Kingdom. In the previous world, it was a state enterprise. And it is a state enterprise that specializes in serving martial artists.
The role on weekdays is to grade martial artists. Martial artist rank, not realm. Because martial artists face a different world than ordinary people. Many martial artists, whose level had arrived, did not have the combat power that corresponded to it.
In the eyes of the state, there is a mismatch. The Martial Artists Association then provides rating levels for martial artists. The same 1 through 13 levels. In the eyes of the community, if you are at level 1 of the realm, it doesn't mean you are a level 1 martial artist. It only counts if you get a national rating.
Lee Moo's eyes lit up as he stood outside the Martial Artists Association building. Martial artists, there were benefits. According to Dragon State policy,
martial artists of different levels receive welfare payments every month.
The higher the rank, the better the benefits. And the span is also extremely exaggerated. If it is a 13 level, nothing to do, lying more than $1 billion. Level 1, 1,000 dragon coins. Level 2, 3,000 dragon coins. Level 3, 20,000 dragon coins. Level 4, 60,000 dragon coins. Clerk's window. Lee Moo, hello, I'd like to certify my martial artist rank. Hello, how many levels of martial artist do you want to certify? 3rd level.
The staff froze slightly, then took out a sheet and handed it over. Levels 1 through 3 are all uniformly tested.
Only 3 areas need to be tested. Progress in the physical aspect of martial arts, overall strength value, and attack power. Since it's the first 3 levels, a machine test will do just fine, it's fast. Raimu took the watch.
It was actually very simple, just the name and age as well as the martial arts rank.
After filling it out and handing over his last few $100,
then followed the directions to the room where the test was to take place.
Give me the sheet, go inside and wait, soon the test will begin. Okay.
Lee Moo casually gave his watch to the staff at the door and went into the room.
A parlor-like room with several rows of sofas.
There were already about 10 people sitting on the sofas waiting now.
The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy and tense.
There was no way around it. The certification thing was something that had a high chance of failing.
A lot of people are just breaking through and coming to certification. Playing well is naturally no problem.
But play a little close.
Will fail.
Lee Moo casually found an unoccupied seat and sat down.
Took a few glances at the others.
A few of them slightly caught some of Lee Moo's attention. A noble girl, an arrogant teenager, and a middle-aged man who looked a bit mute.
None of them had much tension in them.
Everyone else, including the other 2 middle-aged men who looked to be in their 30s, were more or less nervous. While Lee Moo was sizing up the others. The others were sizing him up as well. His calm demeanor likewise attracted some attention. But the crowd was quiet, and no one initiated conversation with anyone. Soon, a curtain tent was pulled back, revealing several large pieces of machinery inside the room. Come over here and test those whose names are read.
Li Ming.
A young man in his 20s stepped forward. His body was trembling slightly, looking visibly nervous. Guided by the staff, he first stepped up onto a mechanical disc. Under the staff's operation, the upper and lower rings of the machine simultaneously emitted a red light that enveloped Li Ming's entire body.
Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist.
Has not refined the bones. A mechanically synthesized voice came out, and soon the light dimmed.
Li Ming was a few moments more confident with the naked eye. But scanning is only the first level. Second level, test of strength.
Li Ming began to push the horizontal bar. Soon, the numbers appeared.
872.
It had reached the standard of a first-level martial artist. Not bad, there's still the last level, come on. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Ming came to another machine. This machine tested the combat power. The so-called combat power, to put it more directly, is to test how much power you can actually use yourself. It has a lot to do with true punching power. Generally speaking, as long as a level 1 martial artist reached 8/10 of their own strength, then they would be considered qualified.
Boom!
The numbers on the battle strength tester jumped.
690.
This. Upon seeing this number, Li Ming immediately revealed an incredulous expression.
With his power, the qualifying value for his attack power was 697.6.
It's only a few points short.
You have 2 more chances, don't be too nervous. The staff warmly reassured. Chapter 10 Unbelievable Ranks.
Li Ming exhaled a long breath, brewed for a moment, and threw out a fierce punch.
652.
I don't know if he was too nervous or what, but this time, his attack was even lower.
669.
For the third time, the passing standard was still not reached. Don't be too discouraged, you're still young, there's still a chance, just settle down for a while and come back. The staff comforted. Li Ming nodded and returned to his seat with his head hanging down. He still wanted to see the results of the others before leaving. The staff started naming again, Zhang Meng. It was the same young man in his 20s. One test after another began to take place. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has not refined the bones. Strength test 760, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Attack test 622, reaching the standard. The staff stamps his form. Congratulations! Successfully certified as a level 1 martial artist. You can collect your martial artist badge later with the form. After that you can use the badge to receive your monthly martial artist allowance, as well as enjoy martial artist benefits.
Thank you. Zhang Meng also acted quite excited.
He was likewise in no hurry to leave after getting the form,
choosing to stay and watch the others' tests.
Such opportunities don't come along every day. That's why people generally stay whether they succeed or fail, waiting for the same group of people to finish testing before leaving together. The testing continues in an organized manner. Those who succeeded rejoiced and those who failed were sad. Soon another name was called.
Zhang Xiaojie. The arrogant teenager stood up.
He strides with his head held high. It was as if he was going to receive an award. Has refined the skin, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Has not refined the bones. The sound of the machine's voice rang out. Guided by the staff, he strides over to the second machine. As he pushed up the bar, the numbers on the screen began to jump.
1072. The numbers are fixed.
More than £1,000, which was already considered very good among first-level martial artists.
Boom! 854.
For the first punch, the numbers did not pass. With his power value, the qualified attack should have been 857.6.
Really?
The third level is always the hardest.
Many people couldn't help but sigh lightly.
The first and second levels were solid numbers.
Only the third pass. Need to test skills and play on the spot.
That said, I haven't tested the attack.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly.
Don't be too nervous.
The staff reassured as per usual.
Damn! Zhang Xiaojie shouted angrily and fiercely blasted out with another punch.
Boom! 898.
The staff immediately said, Congratulations! You have been successfully certified as a level 1 martial artist.
Ha ha!
Zhang Xiaojie instantly let out a laugh of triumph and arrogance. Li Mu just swept a glance at him and withdrew his eyes.
Wang Ping Park. Another name was read. This time the one who came forward was the middle-aged man who looked a bit mute.
Has refined the skin, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Has changed blood, reaching the standard of a third-grade martial artist.
Jing. A moment of silence.
Then there was a clamor.
A third-level martial artist? We've actually encountered a level 3 martial artist? It's the first time I've seen a living level 3 martial artist. Li Mu also couldn't help but look at him a few more times.
A first-level martial artist wasn't difficult, most people could reach it. A level 2 martial artist would be difficult, one might come out of dozens of level 1 martial artists. For level 3 martial artists, it would take dozens of level 2 martial artists to produce one. In S-City, a level 3 martial artist was already considered a denizen.
The highest rank that an ordinary person could access was just the third level.
Moreover, in a small place like S-City, it is not possible to see one every day, so it may take a long time to see a live one. The chances of getting into a conversation are even more rare. A third-level martial artist, even if he does nothing every month, he receives 20,000 yuan in subsidies from the Martial Artists Association alone. What's more, for a level 3 martial artist, finding a job that pays tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a month is simply not too easy. And this kind of job was the kind that wouldn't take any chances. If you're willing to take risks, that income will at least double again, so to speak. As long as one reaches the third level of martial artist, one will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of one's life. The second round of the strength test exam, 4,982, has reached the standard of a third-level martial artist. It's the final round. Many people couldn't help but get nervous. Boom! 4,883. Test passed. And the value is extremely close to its own power. This represented either a master teacher's guidance or a wealth of experience in actual combat. The test has been passed. Dear Mr. Martial Artist, you have 2 more chances to test your attack power, and we will select the highest record. The staff's attitude instantly became much more respectful. It's not necessary. Wang Ping Park shook his head, took the stamped form and tried to leave. He didn't like being harassed by others. However, he glanced at Li Mu and that noble girl, but chose to stay. Sir, do you accept disciples? Martial Lord, do you have time later? Let's have a casual dinner together. No sooner had Wang Ping Park sat down than someone came over, wanting to make friends with this third-level martial artist. Even if they just struck up a couple of conversations and got acquainted, they would have more things to talk about in the future. Li Mu just looked at them for a few moments and then withdrew his eyes. It couldn't be said that they were much of a climber. It is human nature to admire the strong. Respect the strong and venerate the strong. This was originally an unwritten rule among martial artists. Leave me alone. Wang Ping Park calmly spat out a sentence. He had long passed the age of enjoying other people's asses. As long as one has experienced life and death, one will understand that flattery and all these are just floating clouds. As soon as the third-level martial artist spoke, how could the others dare not to listen, and one by one, they hurriedly retreated. Another level 1 martial artist came forward to test, ending in failure. Li Mu. Another name was read. Li Mu stood up and calmly walked forward. First, he stood between the upper and lower discs of that machine, and a red glow enveloped his entire body. Soon the tester sounded. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a first-level martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a second-grade martial artist. Has replaced the blood, reaching the third-level martial standard. The light slowly dissipated. The room was silent. Deadly silence. For a while, I don't know who said shakily. A third. Level 3 martial artist? Such I. Young third-level martial artist. How is this? This possible? The crowd was in a state of stagnation and disbelief. Each and every one of them stared at the number on the screen as if they were dumbfounded. Previously, there had been a level 3 martial artist. But it wasn't all the same between a third-level martial artist and a third-level martial artist. Can it be the same between a teenage boy level 3 martial artist in his teens and a middle-aged level 3 martial artist in his 30s or 40s? Definitely not. Even a world of difference. Many people had never even heard that there would actually be such a young third-level martial artist. It was simply unbelievable. They couldn't even help but wonder if there was something wrong with the machine. Chapter 11 9,826 pounds. That. The staff member in charge of the test also froze as a whole. After he regained his senses, he hurriedly checked the machine. Then he said to Li Mu with a smile on his face. Classmate, can you wait a little bit? Aha! Raimo nodded, albeit somewhat uncertainly. Only to see the staff member standing directly on top of the testing machine. Although he had already checked that the machine did not show any faults. And as a staff member of the Martial Arts Association, he should be clear that the machines here would never go wrong easily. But the problem now was. It's unbelievable. How is it possible to be such a young level 3 martial artist? So he preferred to believe that something was wrong with the machine. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has not refined the bones. The machine's voice soon sounded. The staff member stepped off the machine with a surprised look on his face. He was indeed a level 1 martial artist and hadn't been measured wrongly. Classmate, can you take another measurement? The staff asked carefully. It was reasonable to say that there was no need to test again for non-special circumstances. But now it does count as a special case. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist, how can you look at it how unbelievable it can be? Li Mu nodded calmly and stepped onto that machine again. Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Has changed blood, reaching the standard of a third-grade martial artist. Jing. Dead quiet. One by one, their eyes seemed to stare off. Now, there was no way that there could be anything wrong with the machine anymore.
Then, in that case, this teenager in front of him who looked 17 or 18 years old was actually really a level 3 martial artist? Is that true? I think it's younger looking. I don't know who said it subconsciously. It was not a disbelief. It's just that people, when confronted with the unthinkable, will always subconsciously find reasonable excuses for themselves that they can live with. Or maybe it's taking some kind of aging delaying, beauty enhancing drug. Zhang Xiaojie added in his mind. Uncle Fu seems to have said that there are some special gong methods that can slow down aging. That noble girl was also secretly thinking in her heart. With their eyes and status, it wasn't that they felt that a teenage third level was completely impossible. But that kind of true meaning of the absolute pride of heaven in the entire dragon country is the existence of the phoenix feather in general. How could appear in South City, this small place? No, Mr. Li Mu has just turned 18 now. The staff was equally shocked at this time. It was even countless times more shocked than the others. Because on the form, it was clearly written Li Mu's age. Really 18? 18 years old at the third level? Is this damn me crazy or is this world crazy? Shocked, an incomparable shock. Even Zhang Xiaojie could hardly remain calm, his face full of shock. He had thought that he was already very powerful. He had always been very proud of himself and thought that he had the capital to be proud. But now, in comparison, for the first time he felt an emotion called despair in his peers. Even his older brother, that S-City's top student of the college entrance exam, Zhang Xiaoao, had never brought him such a huge pressure. Level 3 martial artist. Wang Ping Park was similarly incredulous beyond belief. He had worked hard for most of his life and was actually caught up by a brat just like that? Is this the gap between people? Level 3, this age. That self-bearing noble aura at a glance to know that the birth of an extraordinary young girl also could not help but stare at the beauty of the eyes. It should be that the time has been spent on cultivation, right? The strength test and attack power after that will be impossible to say. Someone said this, which immediately caused the crowd to agree in their hearts. Yes. If one didn't spend all their time in cultivation, how could they be so young at the third level? Being at the third level is not the same as being certified at the third level. But even if you can't pass certification, that's still amazing. That staff member also reacted and said cautiously, "Student, can we start the second round of testing?" Aha! Li Mu nodded calmly. Came to in front of the second piece of machinery. Li Mu grabbed the crossbar in front of the machine and slowly pushed it upwards. The numbers on the screen slowly jumped. 3,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds. When that beginning number becomes 6, the crowd's eyes widened. This 18-year-old teenager third-level martial artist power was actually stronger than the Wang Ping Park power just now. And Wang Ping Park grew more and more shocked and incredulous. His own efforts of half a lifetime had actually been surpassed by a child in his teens. When the number at the beginning became 8, everyone in the room had their jaws dropped. Zhang Xiaojie and that noble girl were similarly astonished. Wang Ping Park, on the other hand, was not as uncomfortable. A little difference, he would feel hopeful of catching up. But if there is too much difference, then he can only look up. And it's still just an 18-year-old kid. Wang Ping Park knew clearly that he were no longer in the same world. There was no need to compare. By myself, I can only look up. Regardless of the outcome of the final third round of testing. Just at Li Mu's age, he can have this power. That's definitely genius. Demonic genius. The numbers on the screen did not stop there. It was still pulsing at an even pace. Until the number at the beginning became 9. Only then did the numbers start to slow down. Slowly, yet firmly, it continued to beat. 9,826. The numbers are so fixed. It's really getting harder to advance the further back you go. Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath. It had been several days since the last test as well, and he had actually only improved his strength by a few dozen pounds. 9,826 pounds. What kind of demon is this? Zhang Xiaojie couldn't help but cry out in shock. He was very proud, but in front of this data, he really couldn't be proud. This is a demon. 9,826 pounds. As long as it's a martial artist. One can understand what it means to have such power at the third level. The entire city of S. I'm afraid that there hasn't been a martial artist with more than 9,800 pounds of strength at the third level for decades. If it was said that a level 3 martial artist was 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. Then this level 3 martial artist plus some prefixes. 18. 9,800 pounds of strength. Once you add those two prefixes, the entire Dragon Kingdom wouldn't necessarily be able to identify a few. 1 in a billion. Or even far more. Such power was no longer something that could be made up by taking a tonic. I'm afraid that the martial god's heir is nothing more than that. Many people let out groans of shock, sighs of incomparable relief in their hearts. Regardless of the results of the final round of tests. Based on the rank and this power alone, he was a well-deserved heaven's pride. It's the last level. Li Mu came to the last machine. Student Lee, don't ever be nervous. Relax, you have 3 chances, there's no rush.
The staff member comforted in a gentle voice.
Li Mu nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 12 Martial Arts Association President.
First, he steadied his breathing.
Everything around them, though shocked to exaggerated displays from the crowd. A breath that was ragged as if it was more agitated than their own. Completely ignored by him.
At the moment, Li Mu was immersed in his own world. The only thing in his eyes was the tester in front of him.
Who? A breath was leisurely exhaled.
His muscles tightened in his waist and hips sank. The right fist was pulled back.
Handed out violently. Boom!
Amidst a muffled sound, the numbers on the screen jumped wildly.
9,219. Just a few hundred short of power. After a few seconds of silence, the staff snapped to a sound of unbridled excitement.
Congratulations! Respected Martial Lord, you have become a level 3 martial artist recognized by the Martial Association.
Do you want to try again? We're in no hurry. No need.
This number, Li Mu was not very satisfied. But he was also clear that he could hit this number already as one of the god strikes that had entered his state. It was the norm for attacks to be weaker than power. It was also difficult for a martial artist to actually fully utilize their power, let alone have all of it incorporated into a single strike. 8/10 of the value of one's own strength is the qualifying value for attack power. This requirement was already high in the eyes of many martial artists. Li Mu's attack power value was already more than 9/10 of his own strength. However, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Taking back the stamped form, Li Mu returned to his seat. The scene was still somewhat silent. A few seconds later. I have witnessed the awakening of a genius. A 3rd-level martial artist. A truly certified level 3 martial artist. An 18-year-old 3rd-grade martial artist with 9,826 pounds of strength. The scene blew right up. One by one, their eyes were red and their necks were thick. Their eyes burned incomparably as they stared at Li Mu in death. 18 years old being certified at the 3rd level. I'm afraid there hasn't been one in S City for decades. Not to mention the strength of over 9,800 pounds. Such a talent was already hard to describe in words. No wonder they were excited, but they had to be. Perhaps. Soon we will have another Martial King in S City. Wang Ping Park said in a deep voice. What? Martial King? The crowd was shocked. It was important to realize that there were only a total of 4 Martial Kings in the history of S City. 3 of them were rank 7 Martial Kings. Only one, that savior of S City, Su Fengxiao, was a rank 8 Martial King. But that was hundreds of years ago. And now, there was no Martial King at all in S City, at least on the surface. Now, in the future, the 5th Martial King of S City would likely be right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Li Mu just took the stamped form. That noble young girl was the first to come to Li Mu's side, revealing a smile. Hello, my name is Zilwan, can we get acquainted? Hello. Raimu reached out for a handshake and nodded calmly. Judging by your age, you should be almost a high school student as well, right? Just graduated senior year. So what school did you enroll in? Maybe we'll be alumni in the future, I just graduated too. White River Martial Arts University, there's no way we're alumni. White River Martial Arts University? Zilwan froze for a moment, she had never really heard of this name. After thinking carefully, there was still nothing to remember. At that moment, Li Mu noticed the others. A crowd of people with red eyes and necks, staring at them like hungry wolves. Li Mu felt bad and immediately took the form and left. He didn't want to be surrounded as a monkey here. Big brother. My name is Zhang Xiaojie. Zhang Xiaohao is my brother. Little brother, get acquainted. Zhang Xiaojie and Wang Pingpu hurriedly spoke out. Li Mu's movements, however, were even faster as he quickly stepped out of the martial rank certification room. Why are you running so fast? Zhang Xiaojie slapped his leg in chagrin. Wang Ping Park sighed rather helplessly. Everyone else also looked rather chagrined. This was a rare genius in the world. He actually missed the opportunity to befriend him just like that. Oh. Only Zilwan was in a good mood. He himself was the only one who had struck up a conversation with a heaven-defying level demon. Zilwan asked, right, do you guys know about White River Martial University? That genius said he enrolled in White River Martial University. The crowd was stunned. Come to the counter where you receive your martial arts medal. Li Mu handed the form in. The staff member behind the counter saw the form and suddenly a whole person froze. An 18-year-old 3rd-level martial artist. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. It's not good. Sorry, Lord Martial Artist. This is your medal, please also keep it. A well-made wooden box was respectfully placed in front of Li Mu by the staff with both hands. Inside the box was a purple hexagonal medal that was only the size of a thumb. It was well made and had the Wushu Association's anti-counterfeiting number on the back. The first to third level martial arts medals are all of copper quality: first level brass, second level bronze, third level purple copper. With this medal, you can receive 20,000 dragon coins per month. You can receive cash from the Martial Artist Association, or you can remit money from the association according to the account you provide. Okay, thanks a lot. It was only a few minutes after leaving his account. Li Mu then saw his account arrive at $20,000. This efficiency, really high. Li Mu was satisfied. Seeing the martial arts subsidy arrive, Li Mu then prepared to leave. When he had just walked to the hall, a neutral voice suddenly came. "Student Li Mu, please stay." "Ha?" Li Mu frowned slightly and looked back. He saw a middle-aged or old man wearing a practice suit looking 40 or 50 years old with hair that was already gray walking in stride. He was of medium build, with 2 slightly longer arms, and his temperament was like a tranquil lake. The wind and waves were not rising, yet it was unfathomable. Instantly, Li Mu remembered this person. A regular on TV. President of the S-City Martial Artists Association, Gao Changhuai. A top-level 6 martial artist. One of the small group of people who truly stood at the very top of S-City. One of the strongest men in the city. If a level 3 martial artist was to ascend to the top, clothed and fed, then a rank 6 martial general like Gao Changhuai. That's the power of life and death on one side, over 10,000 men. In front of a level 3 martial artist, in front of a level 6 top martial artist, it was like the difference between a mole cricket and an elephant. And at this moment, Gao Changhuai's face was filled with an amiable smile. Behind him were a few middle-aged men dressed in the uniforms of the management of the Martial Artist Association. "I've met President Gao, what can I do for you?" Li Mu nodded in greeting. "Classmate, handsome young man, handsome young man. A good appearance, extraordinary temperament, so young and already a level 3 martial artist. My S-City has really produced a dragon." Gao Changhuai gratifyingly patted Li Mu's shoulder. The management of those martial artists associations behind him were all sizing up Li Mu in astonishment. It was hard for them to believe that such a young lad was already a third-level martial artist. "Youngster, are you free for a chat?" "Yeah." Facing this one, Li Mu was not willing to easily refuse. It was also true that he hadn't expected it somewhat. He had expected that his age and rank Zhao Chang might fluctuate quite a bit. But he didn't see anything wrong with causing fluctuations. Hiding a blade for too long was dulling. It's just that he didn't expect that he had directly alarmed this president. Chapter 13 Gao Changhuai's extremely high evaluation. In a parlor room on the first floor, Li Mu sat boarded up on the sofa. Gao Changhuai was next to Li Mu. He was personally brewing tea. "Mr. Li Mu, I see that the age on your registration form is only 18? "Yes." Drink tea, drink tea." Gao Changhuai personally poured tea for Li Mu. "Many thanks." Li Mu gently sipped his tea, taking it in stride. "Classmately, according to the policy of the S-City Martial Arts Association, on your side, in addition to the 20,000 level 3 subsidy per month, you will be given an additional 10,000 genius subsidy per month." "Thank you, President Gao." Li Mu immediately brightened up and directly clasped his fists. "This is nothing. On top of that, there are 5 blood strengthening pills every month." Gao Changhuai smiled and took out a porcelain bottle. "Strong blood pill?" Li Mu was instantly slightly stunned. He had heard of this kind of elixir. It was extremely beneficial to martial artists, strengthening the body and enhancing qi and blood. Officially priced at 20,000 apiece. And is still priced to sell. It's almost impossible to get it at the original price without some connections. "Li Mu, this is a bit too expensive." "Oh, it's okay, it's all policy." Gao Changhuai directly shoved the porcelain bottle into Li Mu's hands. "Then thank you, Chairman." Li Mu didn't make any more polite remarks and respectfully clasped his fists again. "Young man, there's no need to be so formal, just think of it as accompanying my old man for a chat." "Okay." Gao Changhuai was so affable. It was somewhat out of Li Mu's expectations. But it wasn't like it was a bad thing. President Gao clearly meant no harm. "Li, at your age you should have almost graduated from high school." "Yes, just graduated senior year." "Graduate?" Gao Changhuai was slightly stunned. He had long since seen the list of this class of high school graduates. Among those whose grades were considered excellent, there was no such name as Li Mu. "Li, what school did you enroll in? With your strength, I'm afraid that quite a few universities would want to beg you to go." "White River Martial Arts University." "There's no such thing as begging or not begging." "White River Martial Arts University?" Gao Changhuai raised his eyebrows slightly, but he just nodded without moving. Then he changed the topic again. "I heard that Li's family is not very good. If there are any difficulties in the future, you can always look for our martial arts association. This old man of mine will definitely help if I can." "Thank you." Another bit of small talk. Most of it was parental talk. Gao Changhuai seemed to have transformed into a kind elder. Concernedly, he asked Li Mu about his daily life and whether he had any difficulties. After chatting for a while, Li Mu took his leave.
Li Mu also understood what Gao Chenghuai meant. He was trying to make himself feel a sense of belonging to S City. Let himself not forget his roots. In this regard, Li Mu did not have any special opinion. He himself was originally from S City. After Li Mu left, Chen Yun, the lobby manager of the Martial Association and a rank 4 martial artist, couldn't help but ask, "President, I don't think I've heard of any genius subsidy, is this some kind of new policy?" The corner of Gao Chenghuai's mouth slightly hooked. "That $10,000, in the future, it will be directly transferred from my account every month. As for the blood strengthening pill, I will arrange for someone to send it over at that time." What? Several of the management and assistants of the Martial Arts Association froze. This meant that there was some kind of genius subsidy there. It's more like a private subsidy. Chen Yun, President, this isn't too good. You're giving too much. Not good? Gao Chenghuai smiled disdainfully. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring him, if it wasn't for the fear of him messing up his mind, what's this little bit of stuff? An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. Can you guys understand what this means? We haven't been out of our S city for 50 years. The number one in our Chunan region, the Martial Saint Tian Mai, is the third level that was reached at the age of 18. He was certified. And as far as I know, even Tian Mai didn't have 9,800 pounds of strength at the age of 18. 9,826 pounds. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the history of my city of S who can have this kind of strength at the third level. If we take 18 years old as a prerequisite, I believe that not many people in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom can reach it. Do you guys still think it's much? This. Chen Yun froze, along with Li Fenghe, the internal affairs manager, and Zhao Jiaojiao, the president's assistant. One by one, they froze completely. Sky Makino. The president actually said the name. The first person in the Chunan region. A living legend. Hailed as one of the next most likely martial saints to step into the rank of martial god. And Tian Mai's power when he was young was actually inferior to that kid just now? This kind of thing, they really didn't know. But by Gao Chenghuai saying so, they also vaguely understood some of Li Mu's importance. It took a while before Chen Yun shook his head sluggishly. Not much, not much. It's good to be able to understand, sometimes one needs to look a little longer term. By the way, Xiao Chun, where is White River Martial Arts University? How come I don't have much of an impression of it? White River Martial University? Chen Yun froze before saying, it seems to be our S city's local university, a Pheasant University. What? Pheasant University? An 18-year-old third-level martial artist would go to this kind of university? Gao Chenghuai also couldn't help but show a somewhat stunned expression. Thousand Blades Martial Arts University. Office of the Director of Admissions. He Changjiang was sighing helplessly. That old fox from Tianwu, what method did he use to abduct those geniuses? This year's enrollment target is not up to standard again. If we keep on like this, we won't be able to sit in this position for long. Thousand Blades Martial Artist University, one of the best local martial artist universities in S City. However, in recent years, it had been pushed down by another martial artist university, Tianwu University. The smart brain alert went off. Contact, Old Chen of the Martial Arts Association. He Changjiang connected and said in a gentle manner. Hey, it's Old Chen, what's up? What? You're telling the truth? Good. 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 Old Chen, thanks a lot. Someone else just gave me a box of red wine. Knowing your taste, I'll have someone send it over to you later. Soon after, He Changjiang hung up his thinking brain, an incomparable excitement showing in his eyes. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. Over 9,800 pounds. Old fox. I'll see how you can snatch it from me this time. Tianwu University. Office of the Director of Admissions. The old fox that He Changjiang talked about. Su Wenhai, the director of Tianwu University's enrollment office. He was respectfully making tea for a well-mannered middle-aged man with glasses. Director Zhang, come and try this by Mao Jian, it's a top quality that was only sent over this year. Director Su is polite. Zhang Qianxuan picked up his teacup and nodded slightly, his temperament bland. Director Zhang, what aspect of this university of ours do you feel is most in need of some improvement? Su Wenhai asked politely to the point of being somewhat humble. Speaking of which, he, Su Wenhai, was also considered a party figure in S City. Every year, I don't know how many people come to the door to send gifts and ask for work. But in front of this person, he really does not count for anything. Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the Ancient Martial Arts Department at the Chunan Martial Arts University. Don't look at the name Chunan Martial Artist University as being sparse. This was the number 1 ranked martial artist university in the Chunan region. A superb martial artist university that could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 14 News Leaks, Re-Exploring the Dream Realm. Not to mention Su Wenhai, he a director of the admissions office of a martial arts university ranked a few hundred back. Even if the mayor of S City came, he would have to treat this person with respect. The university, in fact, still has to be student-oriented.
As the director of the enrollment office, Director Su should know this very well. Zhang Qianxuan sipped his tea, his tone bland. Hey, clear is clear, only. Su Wenhai sighed helplessly and looked at Zhang Qianxuan.
In the end, the truly good seedlings hadn't all been snatched up by Chu Day.
But this was something he definitely didn't dare to say. S-City was originally a small place.
Occasionally some geniuses appear. Also will never stay in S-City University.
They will choose a better college.
For example, this year's S-City College entrance exam winner. Zhang Xiaohao is the one who chose Chunan Martial Arts University. Geniuses can't stay. This is the biggest pain point for ordinary martial arts universities.
It can't be helped, there are better universities, you can't restrict them from choosing. Zhang Qianxuan smiled faintly. Of course he knew what Su Wenhai meant.
But this problem was one that many martial arts universities faced. It is also a difficult problem to solve. You can't restrict geniuses from choosing better schools, can you?
At this moment, Su Wenhai's smart brain beep sounded.
Contact, Old Chen of the Martial Arts Association. Sorry, taking a call. Be my guest.
Su Wenhai nodded and got up to one side of the room to connect.
Hey, Old Chen, what's up? What?
Instantly, Su Wenhai's tone changed. He hastily covered the smart brain on his wrist and carefully glanced in Zhang Qianxuan's direction again.
Zhang Qianxuan leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly not noticing anything. Su Wenhai lowered his voice. Is what you said true? Can you be sure?
1000% true.
Zhang Qianxuan's ears twitched slightly.
1000 times true. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist. Strength as high as 9,826 pounds.
Our president has been alarmed.
Received in person. And gave a lot of subsidies out of his own pocket. Our president thinks highly of him.
His name is Li Mu.
Li Mu. Su Wenhai hung up his smart brain, and a fiery and incomparable color was emitted from his eyes.
That? What? Zhang Qianxuan blinked innocently. It's fine, it's fine.
Su Wenhai hurriedly waved his hands. However, he failed to notice a ray of brilliance that flashed through the depths of Zhang Qianxuan's eyes. It looks like Director Su still has some things to do, and it just so happens that I also have some things to do, so let's get together later. Director Zhang, take care, come to our university more often to guide us when you have time. I can't thank you enough, I can't thank you enough.
No need to send off.
Zhang Qianxuan smiled and walked out of the office. Before he could go far, he quietly contacted Chu University's intelligence department. Investigate the intelligence on Li Mu, the graduate of this class from S-City, and if it's true, have someone from the admissions office come over immediately. Well, I'll watch, pay attention, don't let the news leak out. 20,000 a month for the martial artist subsidy and 10,000 for the genius subsidy, adding up to 30,000 a month. At the amount I'm spending, it's still not enough, this can only solve the immediate problem.
But what's really important are the 5 blood strengthening pills.
Li Mu placed the things he had bought on his way back in the kitchen. Looking at the porcelain vase in his hands, his eyes throbbed slightly. This was the first time he had seen this real elixir.
This thing was not something that an ordinary family could afford to consume.
That's why there's a saying that poor people are rich in literature. Rich people's children, from a young age, all kinds of tonic, famous teachers.
As long as they're not stupid, then they can't be too weak.
And the strong blood pill was already considered to be a top grade amongst the third grade pills. His most crucial function was to cause low-level martial artists to strengthen their reserves, break through their limits, and get closer to the limit of their rank. Although the official selling price of the blood strengthening pill was 20,000, it was often directly speculated to 40 or 50,000 in the market. It was enough to see that it was cherished. Let's try it later, this kind of elixir is also quite suitable for my current situation. Anyway, the elixir can't run away in one's hands.
Li Mu first cooked up the rice.
Then he went straight to workout. The journey of a martial artist was like rowing a boat against the current.
Never slack off. Still need to think about ways to make money.
Li Mu did one-finger push-ups while thinking about things. Until the meal was ready.
Steamed pork over rice. Li Mu subconsciously yawned a few times.
Why are you sleepy so early today? I didn't stay up late yesterday either. Ever since firming up his heart as a martial artist, Li Mu's work and rest had been very regular. Maintaining the healthiest form of rest and relaxation.
You have an incoming call. Contact Chen Nan. The smart brain's prompt interrupted Li Mu's yawn. Hello?
Mako, the time for the party is set, tomorrow at 12 noon, Haitian Grand Hotel.
Oh, got it.
How do you feel that you are lethargic? Did not wake up today, remember to go to bed early, tomorrow do not be late, the class flower can also be an O.
Aha! Li Mu hung up his thinking brain. It's true that he was a little out of breath when he got home today.
Li Mu was also too lazy to chat with him. After eating, Li Mu reluctantly worked out for another hour.
He was really sleepy and didn't eat the blood strengthening pill.
He took a shower and went straight to bed. Tawny earth, pale sky. As far as the eye could see, there were graves that stretched out like mountains.
One is actually here again?
Li Mu couldn't help but let a ray of joy flash through his eyes. Ever since determining the efficacy of swallowing heaven and devouring earth, Li Mu knew that he really had a great chance by entering this place. And now he was actually able to come in himself.
There can be no delay, there seems to be a time limit here. Thinking back to the last experience, Li Mu didn't dare to be ambiguous and immediately came to a nearby grave.
It was still the first area, but it wasn't the same location as last time.
Qin Xiong's tomb.
Qin Xiong was born in 450, died in 689, 15th level martial artist. He once destroyed a great mountain with a mace, stopping millions of Yin troops, and destroyed thousands of Yin creatures with a spear. He is buried here with his sacred weapons, the gold-loaded 4-pronged copper mace and the tiger's head Burin gold spear.
2 divine weapons? And that mace seems to be a pair, right? Li Mu couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. There was some excitement. He rushed to the back of the grave. The grave was milky white, I don't know what material was all in one, and it was vaguely crystal clear. Senior, I'm offended. Li Mu looked around and there were no stones. Then he went straight up. Who?
A leisurely breath offered. Li Mu directly blasted his fist on top of the grave.
The grave did not move.
The muscles on Li Mu's face quivered viciously a few times.
It hurt.
Although Li Mu had refined his skin and bones, it didn't mean that Li Mu was adamantine.
Pain was certain. But this level wasn't enough to make Li Mu flinch. Boom!
Another few punches with full force landed on top of the grave. The muddy grave remained motionless.
This intact grave is not that easy to open.
Remembering his last experience, he could only give up on this grave.
Look for one with cracks yourself. And the cracks can't be too big or the contents will probably weather completely. Chapter 15 Between Heaven and Earth, 9 States, and 8 Poles. Soon, Li Mu arrived at the second tomb. Ma Chao's tomb.
Born in 699, died in 820, 15th level martial artist.
I led the Ma clan's army to break through the demon kingdom and killed the demon emperor with a single shot.
He was buried here with his sacred weapon, the moon lance.
Li Mu's eyes lit up. Ma Chao among the 5 tiger generals.
He came to the side of that grave. The whole tomb was crystal clear.
Not the slightest break in sight. This. Li Mu was a bit reluctant. Stepped forward and attempted several punches.
In addition to punching his own fists raw.
Not the slightest effect. Forget it. Just have to find the ones with cracks. Li Mu sighed softly. Walking up to the third tomb, it was actually Xuerengui's tomb.
Then the previous ones over here have seen it all themselves.
Li Mu took a few steps back and looked out to the left and right.
There should be dozens and dozens of graves on the first level, nearly 100.
Not too many, not too few.
And some of the graves seem to have collapsed outright. After taking a general look, Li Mu bowed to Xuerengui's tomb a few more times, then turned around and headed back.
Walked past Ma Chao's tomb and Qin Xiong's tomb. Li Mu saw the third tomb. Li Shuwen's tomb.
Li Shuwen was born in 1390, died in 1589, 15th grade martial artist. He once punched out a 10-winged angel, the guardian of the gods. Because he died without a body, he set up a grave with his sacred weapon, Chongingwa lance, and his life's work, Heaven, Earth, 8 Extremes.
Li Shuwen is the same Shuwen who punched without 2 and whose divine spear was invincible? Baji? Should be. The background era is actually older than Xuerengui? And what's a 10-winged angel again? What's with all the messing around with Western creatures, or was there already one? Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. A moment later he shook his head and slowed down. Then he walked around the tombstone to the back. But there was a sudden flash of light. There was a crack in the muddy grave. This crack was comparatively smaller than the crack in Xuerengui's grave last time. This meant that what was inside was probably good. Senior, I'm offended. After saluting, Li Mu directly made his move. This time he found a rock. It wasn't necessarily a rock, but it was so similar to the material of the grave anyway that Li Mu couldn't tell the difference. Holding up the rock, Li Mu smashed it again and again into the crack. The current Li Mu had a strength of over 9,800 pounds. It was already a world away from the first time he came. After several full-force smashes, the crack began to visibly widen. These graves, it seems that as long as there are no cracks, then they are difficult to destroy. And if there is a break, even if it's a very small one, it becomes much easier. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was some excitement in his eyes. Boom! Boom! In one fierce collision after another. The cracks on the grave became more and more obvious. I don't know how many times it was lifted and dropped. Even with Li Mu's current physique, he felt some arm soreness. Boom! The entire tomb, that unknown special material, completely cracked. Li Mu didn't bother to rejoice and shook off his somewhat sore arm. Rushed forward and began to clean up those things that were completely shattered open, resembling gold and stone. Soon, a black coffin was directly exposed. Li Mu jumped down into the pit. The coffin lid was not nailed shut.
Perhaps it was because there was no corpse.
Li Mu pushed open the tightly sealed coffin lid with relative ease.
The bottom of the coffin was grayish-white padded cloth. On the padded cloth was a large gun almost as long as the 2-meter-long coffin and as thick as a baby's fist.
Next to the gun was an ancient blue and white thread-bound book.
Li Mu hurriedly grabbed towards the large gun. But at the moment of touch,
the big gun dissipated like a bubble.
This. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and grabbed towards the book again. As soon as he touched it, the book simply disappeared.
Fortunately, it was not a direct and complete disappearance. There was an extra book in Li Mu's head.
This time it was different from the last time when the memories about the feats were completely integrated into Li Mu's mind. The book was in Li Mu's head. He could read it, but didn't directly fuse the memories. The cover of the threadbare ancient book was 4 large words.
The 8 pole of heaven and earth.
Li Mu controlled the 8 extremes of heaven and earth in his mind to turn the pages.
The first page was a line of obviously handwritten, large and powerful characters. Between heaven and earth, 9 states, and 8 poles.
With just 8 big words, Li Mu felt an incomparably powerful and rigid fist force coming at him. Vaguely, he seemed to be between those 2 lines.
Saw a little man practicing his boxing skills.
The boxing intent has been incorporated into the words.
Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. After a while, Li Mu, who had regained his senses, flipped the second page. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the east pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. In the southeast, it is said to be the mountain of the wave mother, and it is said to be the gate of Yang. In the south, it is said to be the mountain of the south pole, and it is said to be the summer gate. The southwest is said to be the mountain of the braided pony, and is said to be the white gate. In the west, it is said to be the mountain of the west pole, and it is said to be the gate of heaven. The northwest is said to be the mountain of Buzhou, and is said to be the gate of Yudu. The north is said to be the mountain of the North Pole, and it is said to be the gate of cold. The content of the second page made Li Mu a little uncertain. It didn't seem to be just the same Baji Quan that he remembered. Nor was it an ordinary cultivation method.
The contents of the second page were more like a special technique for tapping the potential of one's body.
The harvest this time is definitely not small.
Li Mu still wanted to go and turn the pages of the book, but there was a sudden wave of dizziness in his head. The next moment, he opened his eyes. What met his eyes was the familiar bedroom ceiling. The sunlight of the break of dawn was already pouring through the window.
It's back. If only we could open a few more graves. Why yesterday? Was last night's sleepiness a precursor?
Li Mu suddenly remembered that today was July 16th.
Last night was July 15th. And the last time I went into a dream by myself. It was the night of June 15th. Does that mean it's the night of the 15th of every month that I can enter that dream? In an instant, Li Mu's eyes concurrently emitted an incomparable color of delight. If he could really enter that dream world once a month, then what one gets is a huge chance of continuity. Then in that case, those giant tombs behind me that are like mountains, I also have the chance to open them? The first level is a 15th level martial artist, so what exactly will the 9th level be? It took a while for Li Mu to stop the excitement in his heart. Still need to wait until the 15th of next month to see if that's what's going on. The book in his mind, The 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth, was still there. It was just that Li Mu couldn't understand how he had gone there and how he had come back. Simply washed and ate something. Casually treated the wound. Li Mu came to the exercise room. In his mind, he flipped through the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. A page was roughly scanned. It was only after a long time that Li Mu came back to his senses slightly. It seemed like an unusual book, but there was a lot of content in it. It was far more complex than swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Among them, the number of basic feats, fist techniques, was incomparably large. There is even a special method for discovering one's potential, as well as quite a few various medicinal prescriptions that complemented cultivation. This is simply a general book. Chapter 16 Trial Level 8, Going to the Party. There's a lot going on in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. But the most important of them, aside from that method of tapping one's greatest potential, over there was the 8 extremes fist. One's mastery of one's own power, its utilization is indeed not considered skillful. This 8 extremes fist came at the right time. The devouring heaven and devouring earth majored in internal cultivation, which was fundamental to one's progress. And the 8 extremes of heaven and earth was more comprehensive. It could largely make up for Li Mu's current deficiencies in all areas. For example, one of them, 8 extreme fist. It would be a great enhancement to Li Mu's practical combat ability. As long as he was skillful, he should be able to strengthen his control over his body and fight with higher combat power. And that special secret technique recorded on the second page. On the other hand, it was able to tap the potential of the body, making Li Mu's body's foundation even deeper. Those numerous medicinal prescriptions were equally important.
There are tonic medicines equipped for cultivation, as well as injury medicines, external medicines for quenching the body. Although I didn't manage to obtain that great spear, the harvest this time is no less than the last time. Li Mu's eyes flashed with fire. He no longer thought much about it. He carefully watched the part of the 8 extremes fist in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth in his mind. 8 extremes fist, divided into the 8 positions of Vajra, 8 extremes fist small frame, 6 big openings, large and small splitting and hanging palms. The 8 forms of Vajra are also known as the entry 8 positions, and the small frame of Bajikwan is the foundation of everything. The 6 openings are the best techniques of Bajikwan, meaning that the door is opened first, and then the moves are made, and all the fights with the enemy are not separated from this technique. The 6 openings are top, hold, single, lift, crossbody, and wrap. Practicing the 6 open to 3x3 together as the main point of the move does not leave the hips. And the chopping and hanging palm is not strictly speaking part of the 8 extremes fist. But Bajikwan is an incredibly stiff and fierce close combat boxing style. But too much rigidity is easy to break. While the chopping hanging palm is a soft fist, specializing in medium and long distance to defeat the enemy, pay attention to the long strike far. Therefore, Li Wenshu incorporated part of the essence of the split hanging palm into the 8 extremes fist. However, this required the 8 extremes fist to be practiced to a high level before practicing the splitting and hanging palm. At that time, both rigid and flexible, the force reaches the 4 directions, there is no longer the slightest defect. No wonder there's a saying that the 8 extremes plus the cloak is feared by ghosts and gods. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. But these were still a bit far away from him. Right now he needed to work on the basics more than anything else. The most basic ones are the counting breath technique and the 2-eye pile. One is a breathing technique that goes beyond just practicing boxing and is integrated into one's daily life. The other is the most basic staking, practicing downward strokes and boxing stances. Let's try the counting breath kung fu first. Li Mu tried it according to the book. Straighten his back and open his chest, eyes slightly closed, eyes watching the nose watching the mouth asking the heart. Tongue against the palate with the breathing intention to guard the dantian, throw away all distractions, a breath for a number, slowly sucking deep breath not chang spit turbid. Perhaps because Li Mu was already a 3rd-level martial artist, he quickly entered the state. His breathing became stretched out, and the muscles on his body seemed to have entered a state of relaxation. The entire person was relaxed in this state. Very comfortable. To remain in this state of long, stretched breaths all the time, and at the critical moment then exhale the overpowering breath with a rigid force. After more than 10 minutes, Li Mu felt that he had almost maintained it. Then he moved, and all of a sudden, the counting breath technique instantly broke. It really isn't that simple. Still need to maintain in this breathing state to practice piling and boxing. Li Mu gently exhaled a breath. Relaxing, he once again entered the state of counting breath gone. After several attempts, Li Mu was finally able to do light activities to keep his breath stretched out. The next step is staking out. The books in Li Mu's mind had no accompanying pictures, only words. But the text with the fist was more useful than the accompanying pictures. It was as if the words were a figure with life. They were making a perfect cover in front of Li Mu. It wasn't too difficult for Li Mu to do so as he was told. First was a posture similar to a horse stance. It is not difficult to make this pose. But the problem is that just after making the move, the breathing method instantly breaks. The biggest difficulty here is that the two work together. But naturally, Li Mu wouldn't give up so easily, and he began to try again and again. In the midst of practicing, Li Mu completely lost track of time until the contact sound of the smart brain sounded. It's almost 11:30, where have you gotten to? The whole party thing was something that Li Mu really almost forgot about. Why don't you forget about it? I have something to do. Right now, Li Mu only wanted to practice boxing, and the party or whatever was of no real significance. It was a complete waste of time. A waste of life. Hurry up! You promised me, no backing out. Chen Nan directly growled. The sound shook Li Mu's ears. Okay, got it. Li Mu hung up his thinking brain without any good humor. After all, it was his only friend, and he had agreed to go, so he went. Li Mu casually cleaned up a bit, and then directly went out. Haitian Hotel. Located in the 4th district. It is one of the 3 highest 4-star hotels in S City. In order to save time, Li Mu took a hover train. Since it was an inter-district train, it cost him more than 100. It was just 12 o'clock when he stood outside the Haitian Hotel. In front of him was a magnificent and lavishly decorated hotel building. 34 stories high. Outside the main door, 2 rows of beautiful-looking welcome guests stood neatly by the red carpet. Choosing this place, it must be that guy Duan Zihan's handiwork. Li Mu hadn't really been here before, and this kind of place wasn't something he could normally afford to spend money on. Mu Zi. Hurry up, don't stand still. Chen Nan waved his arm by the gate. What's the hurry? Li Mu went over. It's already late. It's not like you don't know that guy's personality, acting like he's second to the king of heaven first at all times. Chen Nan took Li Mu and hurriedly walked towards the hotel.
If I hadn't promised you, I really didn't want to come. Recalling that Duan Zihan guy, Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly.
That guy's family had some money, and he looked like he had a high opinion of himself in school.
Hey, it's mainly because the class flower is here, who else would come? Seeing Chen Nan with a giggling look,
Li Mu let out a helpless light sigh in his heart. Arriving at the third floor's large box number 7,
Chen Nan knocked on the door.
Have you received your honored guest? The door was opened and a boy named Zhang Ju showed a grinning expression.
Inside the private room was a large round table that could seat dozens of people. There were already half of them seated.
The main seat was a youth wearing a casual suit with some hangers on.
Duan Zihan. Where are the honored guests? They're all classmates. Chen Nan smiled and pulled Li Mu into the room. Rather on time, feel free to sit down.
Duan Zihan, who was in the main seat, casually looked at the two people and then withdrew his gaze. Li Mu looked expressionless and casually found a seat adjacent to Chen Nan and sat down.
Sorry, this seat is taken, your seats are here.
Zhang Ju smiled and patted the backs of the two men's chairs, pointing to the two seats behind the box door.
Zhang Ju, one of Duan Zihan's little brothers in the saddle.
Li Mu calmly glanced at him and silently went to sit down in the seat behind the door.
Chapter 17 You pretend, I'll eat. This guy. Chen Nan was a bit upset.
The entrance to the box was obviously not a good location. You have to go through it to serve food and soup. The key is that you just said you could sit anywhere, and then you just sat down and were rushed over here.
No one can feel good about this. After all, it's someone else's treat. Li Mu calmly reassured.
If not for Rong Rong who would come to this Thai place. Chen Nan muttered something in a low voice in displeasure.
In response, Li Mu just shook his head helplessly. To put it bluntly, it wasn't even from looking for it.
Not a moment later, the door to the box was knocked on again.
This time, Duan Zihan personally opened the door.
A young girl with a pleated skirt with some innocence in her cute looks walked in.
Rong Rong, you're here. Sorry for being late.
Su Qiaorong smiled gently and waved hello to all the others.
Not too late, it's still early. Duan Zihan hurriedly guided Su Qiaorong towards the main seat. Rong Rong. Chen Nan shouted with some excitement.
Su Qiaorong revealed a polite smile and then followed Duan Zihan to his seat. Chen Nan immediately had a disoriented expression.
Serve the food. Duan Zihan greeted the waiter through the pager. Brother Han, I remember that you enrolled in Wyvern Martial Arts University, right? Should the acceptance letter have come down yet? Zhang Ju asked as he came over to Duan Zihan's side. Down. Duan Zihan nodded, revealing a breezy expression. Huayan Martial Artist University? That's the #1 ranked martial artist university in Huayan City, right? Su Qiaorong was slightly startled. That's right, ranked 357th in the country. Duan Zihan nodded.
Our #1 ranked Tianwu University in S City only has a national ranking of over 600.
Zhang Ju marveled.
And Huayan City isn't the same as our S City, it's the most prosperous city around.
Actually, it's okay, it's not much different, but it's a pity that I didn't get into Chu University. Duan Zihan pretended to sigh bashfully. Chu University?
That's a martial arts university ranked in the top 10 in the country. Our city can produce so many or two every year, which is not so simple. Brother Han, you should be very good. Huayan Martial Arts University, I'm afraid you're the only one in our class who has taken the best school.
Yeah. I didn't even get into our city's Tianwu University, hey.
Not to mention you, the acceptance rate of Tianwu University in our class is less than 10%. Brother Han, in the future, when you've made a name for yourself, don't forget about us brothers. Several people around Duan Zihan flattered him. This made Su Qiaorong's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a few strands of interest.
What's the big deal?
Chen Nan muttered in a somewhat irritated whisper. Li Mu calmly said, it's indeed remarkable, out of the thousands of martial arts universities, being able to rank more than 300 is already impressive.
Which side are you on anyway? My Tianwu University isn't that bad alright. Li Mu said, your side, it really isn't bad either. There's no need to dwell on it. You're still at least ranked in the 600s, and just that Thai school is not even ranked. I didn't even say anything, what do you have to complain about? Chen Nan, I understand this, it's just that I'm not happy to see this guy pretending. And also, Li Mu patted Chen Nan on the shoulder.
Women, it only affects the speed at which you draw your sword.
Brother, as long as you're strong enough, what kind of woman can't you find?
To put it bluntly, the reason why Chen Nan had come was entirely because of Su Qiaorong. Perhaps it was the authorities who were obsessed.
It was clear to the onlooker Li Mu. Su Qiaorong wasn't that innocent. Between Chen Nan and Duan Zihan,
it was also impossible for him not to choose Duan Zihan, who was better in all aspects. The reason why he didn't agree easily was just to wait for the price.
It was this guy Chen Nan who just couldn't see it. Sir, excuse me.
The waiter began to serve the food. It just happened to be served in the spot between Chen Nan and Li Mu's seats. Rong, the dishes over here at the Haitian Grand Hotel are almost all made from edible exotic beast meat, which is not only colorful and flavorful, but more importantly, it is of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation.
Taste it. Okay, thanks. A dish was placed on the table.
Most of them were meat, colorful and flavorful, beautifully plated, and served in generous portions.
Li Mu wasn't polite and directly moved his chopsticks. He couldn't afford to eat this on a normal day.
Picking up a piece of stewed meat and some herbs with medicine, this could already be considered a medicinal meal. Once the meat entered his mouth, it was soft and fragrant. After entering the throat, it immediately transformed into energy and integrated into Li Mu's body. Expensive does have its reasons.
Li Mu heartily lamented. Then the chopsticks continued to move.
What are you sulking about? Hurry up and eat, you're here, it's not for nothing.
Li Mu patted Chen Nan. Getting full of gas.
Duan Zihan and Su Qiaorong were talking to each other, and every now and then, they would let out a giggle. Zhang Ju and the few others were constantly helping out and patting their asses from the side. A so-called class reunion.
Now it's completely turned into Duan Zihan's pick-up and pretend scene. Most of the other students are wingmen. Not all of them are Duan Zihan's minions.
It was just that now that Duan Zihan had gotten into Hawaiian Martial Arts University and had a great future ahead of him, it was always right to make some good connections now. But this had nothing to do with Li Mu either. They bragged and pretended to brag about them.
Li Mu just ate by himself.
Fei meat, it was indeed good.
It's not a bad place to come. Knock knock.
Zhang Qianchuan knocked on the door of the 13th district, the 7th residential area, the 12th building, room 2601.
I've come to pay a visit to Mr. Li Mu, are you there? No one in the room responded. Not at home?
Why don't you have a smart butler? Zhang Qianchuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He touched the right frame of his glasses.
Li Mu is not at home, where did he go? Investigate immediately.
It only took a few minutes for Zhang Qianchuan to receive a response. Director Zhang, according to the passenger information provided by the hover train, Li Mu boarded the train at 11:36 today from Platform 7 in Zone 13 and got off at Platform 2 in Zone 4. According to the intelligence statistics, Li Mu is most likely in the Haitian Hotel right now. And Zhou Bo, the deputy director of the City Education Bureau, Su Wenhai of Tianwu University, and He Changjiang of Thousand Blades University. They're all rushing towards the Haitian Hotel. After all, it's a local force, the intelligence is faster than ours, it took us some time to investigate his file clearly. Zhang Qianchuan's eyes stared slightly at once. Immediately notify the Ministry of Finance to give me a budget.
Can't wait for the enrollment office.
An 18-year-old third-level martial artist can't be abducted by those guys. Zhang Qianchuan quickly walked across the building and jumped directly from the window with a sideways leap. This was the 26th floor.
Zhang Qianchuan's figure fell quickly, yet remained steady and did not spin weightlessly.
A red shadow rose from the ground, and in an instant, it had appeared at Zhang Qianchuan's feet.
A streamlined, coolly modeled hovering sports car. Zhang Qianchuan quickly entered the driver's seat.
And another voice came from the side of the contact he had yet to hang up.
The news seems to have been leaked. Dragon University, Border University, and Hunting University all have people on their way to S City. Chapter 18 White River Wushu University is also good. Duan Zihan lifted his cup and laughed.
Don't just talk about me, you all applied for what school, all spread the good news.
Rong, you should be in Tianwu University, right? I remember that your scoreline is actually similar to Hawaiian Wu University.
Su Qiaorong's complexion visibly darkened by a few points. The martial arts classes are still a dozen points short.
A dozen points, the difference is not big, through some relations, can also enter. Duan Zihan blinked, revealing a suggestive look.
Zhang Ju immediately helped. Sister-in-law, it's good for you and brother Han to have a care in the future.
Yeah, we don't have a chance even if we want to get in. Duan Zihan said smugly. I'm telling you guys, I've asked around. Many of the teachers at Wyoming Wushu University are military generals. There are also anthropomorphic cultivation rooms and even its own exotic beast garden.
Whether it's the faculty or the teaching facilities, that's all first class.
Su Qiaojing revealed a somewhat impressed look. Of course she knew what saying yes meant.
But a better college could mean better prospects and a better future.
Hearing those words, and Su Qiaojing's reaction, Chen Nan immediately had a wave of anger rush straight to his head. Fiercely, he stood up and was about to explode. Old Chen, sit down. Li Mu pressed Chen Nan's shoulder. Them. Chen Nan was furious. What you love and what I want, what do you care? Eat well and don't think too much.
Li Mu gave Chen Nan a piece of roasted meat. Chen Nan had a disheveled face and ate the roasted meat tastelessly.
Brother Nan, it seems like you got into Tianwu University.
A boy named Wang Pa asked in a low voice.
Aha! Chen Nan casually replied. He was already considered at the upper level in his class. The biggest difference between him and Duan Zihan is his family background.
If there was a better family situation, more supplements, and private lessons, Chen Nan's martial arts performance would never be worse than Duan Zihan's. In fact, with Chen Nan's scores, it is not completely impossible to enroll in a slightly better school again.
One of the reasons why he enrolled in Tianwu was because it was local and more convenient. Secondly, that was entirely because Su Qiaorong was also a Tianwu. But now. Li Mu, what school did you get into?
A young girl in a yellow dress seemingly inadvertently switched to the seat on the other side of Li Mu. The young girl had a pretty face, soft eyebrows, and a gentle feeling like a Jiangnan woman.
Jiangwan. Li Mu's movement of stuffing meat into his mouth froze slightly.
Jiangwan, her looks were not inferior to Su Qiaorong, it was just that the two of them were completely different styles. And because Jiangwan is very low profile, do not like to socialize with people, the class flower of the position has become Su Qiaorong.
However, Chen Nan's phrase "the class flower is also here" might not be referring to Su Qiaorong at all, but to Jiangwan. Chen Nan likes Su Qiaorong. Whereas once Jiangwan was quite fond of Li Mu. Many people did not understand why Jiangwan would look at a transparent Li Mu. Bai He Wuda. Li Mu responded calmly.
Then he continued to pick vegetables and bring them to his mouth.
White River Martial Arts University?
Jiangwan froze for a while before reacting, biting her lip lightly. Why don't you change the Faculty of Arts?
It's already chosen, what's there to change?
Li Mu looked at her calmly.
Well, it's also quite good, and White River Martial Arts University is also quite good. Jiangwan squeezed out a smile.
She returned to her seat.
She's actually quite good,
Chen Nan said with some hesitation.
Well, I know she's a good girl, so I can't fail her, Li Mu calmly responded.
At this time, Duan Zihan suddenly smiled.
White River Martial Arts University is good, cheer up, oh. It's also okay, at least it's a martial arts university, and the tuition is cheap. Zhang Ju helped out.
Actually, Duan Zihan didn't only have his eyes on Su Qiaorong, Jiangwan used to be his target as well. It's just that Jiangwan is too difficult to raid compared to him.
He had to target Su Qiaorong.
Although the conversation between Li Mu and Jiangwan just now had been suppressed, it was still heard by the neighboring students and transmitted into Duan Zihan's ears. Chen Nan subconsciously wanted to help Li Mu speak.
However, she was again pressed down by Li Mu. Li Mu nodded calmly. It's good. Schools and stuff don't really matter that much, it's more about the individual. As long as you want to get stronger, it's the same everywhere. Duan Zihan laughed. Indeed, it still depends on the individual, Li Mu. It's really good that you can have this idea. After all, they are all in the same class. Just open your mouth if there's anything in the future. Li Mu just calmly nodded his head.
Right now, he already possessed 2 level 15 feats.
Schools and whatnot were no longer important to him. It's like even at home during this time, he's progressing just as fast. All he needed was some time. The submerged dragon is still in the abyss, just waiting for the wind and clouds to fly. The seat at the top of the martial arts path had long been booked in Li Mu's mind. Sooner or later, he would eventually be at that peak overlooking the earth. Several girls gathered over to comfort Jiangwan. Duan Zihan chatted with a few more juniors. Every now and then, he let out a big laugh. The topic of conversation was always Wuan Wude. Duan Zihan was also quite flattered by the horse's ass. He was a bit upset with these two guys, Li Mu and Chen Nan. Especially Li Mu, why should Jiangwan be able to look at him? But as far as Li Mu was concerned, he had always been very transparent in the class. Duan Zihan was also too lazy to bother with him. There was also no need. It's a disgrace for a minor role. Anyway, he was clear that Jiangwan and Li Mu were impossible. Just like Chen Nan wouldn't be able to eat Su Qiaorong's swan meat. From the beginning to the end, Duan Zihan didn't even think of them as rivals. It wasn't worthy at all. It was once in a while, a burst of laughter would come from the few people on Duan Zihan's side, accompanied by the words, Bai He Wuda. Sorry, I was the one who had to ask you to come. Chen Nan lowered his head with some self-reproach. What's this? Eat? Li Mu gave Chen Nan another piece of meat and said with a flat expression. I really don't understand you guys, saying you're here to eat, but in the end, not many of you send chopsticks, that's really cheap. Chen Nan, why aren't you angry at all? Is it useful to be angry? Li Mu remained calm. Both ears did not hear the horse's ass, or the somewhat conspiratorial voices. Just eating his own food. Anyway, it's not worth not eating if someone else is treating you. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Li Mu directly got up and opened the door. Who made his seat right behind the door? As soon as the door opened, a somewhat balding middle-aged man walked somewhat anxiously into the box. He smiled politely at the crowd. Looking around the crowd in the box, he quickly locked onto Li Mu, who was just about to return to his seat. He rushed forward and excitedly grabbed Li Mu's wrist. Student Li Mu. We finally found you. You are? Li Mu frowned slightly. Li Mu student, I hope we're not disturbing you, why don't you eat first and we'll wait here again. At this time another middle-aged man in a suit and somewhat rich walked in.
He smiled politely to somewhat curtly at Li Mu and glared at the balding middle-aged man again. That bald middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and let go of Li Mu.
Who are they? The people in the box were all a bit confused. Chapter 19 The director comes, who's a waste?
Who are you guys and what do you have to say straight out? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The middle-aged man in a suit smiled politely. My humble self is Joe Bo, the deputy director of the City Education Bureau. He pointed at the balding middle-aged man again. This is Yi Changjiang, the head of the Thousand Blades University Admission Office.
Ha! Li Mu was a bit surprised.
Yi Changjiang said somewhat evenly. This time we have come to invite you, Li, to join our Thousand Blades Martial University.
But I've already been accepted into White River Martial University.
Li Mu had checked the relevant policies, and it was difficult to change schools after being accepted.
Joe Bo immediately said righteously. This is not even a matter. Special treatment for special cases. If I just sit back and let you go to White River Martial Arts University and have your talent buried, then I'll be a great sinner in City. So, as long as you're willing, Mr. Li, you can immediately switch to the Thousand Blades School. All formalities are simple, we'll get it done for you as fast as we can, without any need for you to take any trouble. Then I'll think about it.
It was already clear in Li Mu's mind that it should be that his martial rank had been leaked. Li Mu had also somewhat anticipated this. The information of the grassroots martial artists of the Martial Artist Association was originally semi-public to some education departments and martial artist colleges.
Everyone else in the box was a bit confused. What is all this? A while later Duan Zihan suddenly raised his eyebrows. What the hell, isn't it White River Martial Arts University? How come the enrollment director of Thousand Blade Martial University is here? Su Qiaorong said softly, Thousand Blades Martial University, the 781st ranked martial arts university in the country and the second ranked martial arts university in City.
Duan Zihan frowned slightly. Although Thousand Blades Martial University is not as good as Huayan Martial University, but the director personally came over.
Zhang Ju brightened up and said, unrealistic.
I think Li Mu is the one who was specially invited to pretend to be a bully just for the sake of our party today.
Duan Zihan nodded slightly. It does seem possible. Immediately afterward, Duan Zihan gave Zhang Ju a wink.
As the boss, the matter of charging into battle should naturally be left to his little brother.
Zhang Ju immediately understood and immediately laughed twice. Li Mu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You even hired someone specifically to act for the sake of pretending?
Although the school you got into is a bit crappy, but we're all classmates and no one is mocking you or anything.
And weren't you the one who said school wasn't important? Now the lover comes to act and make such a mess. What is he doing? For our amusement? Thank you very much. Li Mu. He Changjiang?
Zhang Ju laughed a little exaggeratedly. Hey, uncle, how much did that kid pay you to act?
Are you a professional? It still looks so much like it.
Should I say no? Li Mu, your eye for finding people is still good.
Ha! Li Mu didn't even bother to explain.
And Yi Changjiang's face sank. Where did this brat come from who doesn't know the sky and the earth?
Zhang Ju, annoyed at being dismantled.
A residual shadow suddenly swept past.
Snap! A crisp sound rang out.
Only to see that Yi Changjiang had appeared in front of Zhang Ju. The right palm had just fallen. Zhang Ju, on the other hand, stumbled a few steps and covered the left side of his already red and swollen face. A pressure belonging to a martial artist burst out abruptly. Fourth, Level 4 martial artist. The crowd in the box was stunned.
Identities could be faked.
The pressure can't be faked. For a time, the atmosphere within the box seemed to have frozen for several minutes. On the contrary, none of them had their scalps tingling when Yi Changjiang's gaze swept over them.
Such an aura.
What else could it be if it wasn't a rank 4 martial artist?
Duan Zihan's pupils shrunk. A rank 4 martial artist couldn't have been easily invited to put on a show no matter what.
Duan Zihan immediately piled up a face full of smiles and stepped forward to respectfully salute Yi Changjiang. Director He, I am really sorry, this student of mine is a little ignorant. Please don't be too offended.
Yi Changjiang nodded his head slightly as a response. Duan Zihan quickly smiled and nodded again. That.
Director, are you recognizing the wrong person?
This Li Mu in our class is clearly a waste. Is it some other person with the same name? Yi Changjiang's face instantly sank again. Li Mu is a waste? Then what are you?
An 18-year-old third-level martial artist.
You're telling me he's trash? Ha! Duan Zihan was dumbfounded. What a joke.
A high school martial arts exam only scored over 300 points, how could he be a third-level martial artist?
But Yi Changjiang's attitude now was so certain.
It's also obvious that it's no longer possible to recognize the wrong person. The others in the box. One by one, they were staggered beyond measure, their eyes wide and their mouths open.
How the hell is this possible?
Even Chen Nan, who had the best relationship with Li Mu, had a look of disbelief. Li Mu, this was a classmate they had spent several years with.
Although many people didn't pay attention to Li Mu, the fringe character in the class. But they were also clear about his approximate strength. Cultural achievement is good, but martial arts is completely the bottom of the class, right? And quite a few people had checked the results of their classmates after the college entrance exam results came out. Li Mu's martial arts score was clearly just over 300 points. That was just over a month ago. 300 points or so. Apparently a first-level martial artist hasn't even arrived yet. How is it possible to be so level 3 now? How could Li Mu be a third-level martial artist? Third-grade martial artist. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. She believed that Li Mu would never find someone to act. She believed in Li Mu's character. And the identity of a rank 4 martial artist was here. Even if it wasn't the enrollment director of Thousand Blades University. Just the identity of a rank 4 martial artist was already particularly unusual. In the city of S, if one were to say that a level 3 martial artist was a member of the family, their name would spread to one side. Then a level 4 martial artist is a famous one, and has been counted as a ruling layer in the true sense of the word. The 4th level is a martial general. And how could he run here to act? But other than Jiang Wan, the others were still full of skepticism. Even though this rank 4 martial artist was the real deal. But the point is that this Li Mu level 3 thing is simply too incredible. Compared to this, they would rather believe that Li Mu was the illegitimate son of this He Changjiang. Or specially came to give Li Mu a boost for some special reason. After all, from their perspective, these are probably more probable than most of the probabilities of Li Mu's third degree. But even if they were more skeptical, there was a rank 4 martial artist standing right here right now. Especially with the precedent of Zhang Ju taking a big beat out. The others didn't dare to talk nonsense even if they were skeptical. Zhou Bo silently watched this scene. Although He Changjiang's move was somewhat suspected of bullying the small with the big. But respecting the strong is the basic rule of this world. Zhang Ju had offended first and deserved to be slapped. If you offend a strong person and meet someone with a poor temperament, you deserve to be wasted directly. He Changjiang ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd. Re-entering in front of Li Mu, his face instantly put on a gracious and incomparable smile again. Student Li Mu, how are you considering it? Chapter 20 Exaggerated Conditions, 2 directors scramble. Seemingly seeing Li Mu's hesitation, He Changjiang hurriedly added. Mr. Li, our Thousand Blades Martial Arts University is ranked 781st in the country. That's not a low ranking. In S City, we rank 2nd. Although it's a little lower than Tianwu's ranking, our faculty and teaching facilities are actually not too much worse than Tianwu's. It's mainly because Tianwu recruits more outstanding students, which pulls the ranking down. And I can give you a guarantee right now. As long as you agree to join my Thousand Blades Martial Arts University, tuition and fees will be waived. All kinds of special cultivation devices are free to use. Individual instruction in each course by our school's best teachers. All cultivation resources are tilted toward you at 3 times the maximum amount. I will also apply for the highest amount of scholarships for you. At once, the box was silent. One by one, their eyes widened. If this was true, this was a bit of an exaggeration. But as an admissions director, you represent the face of a school. If you don't honor your words, it will affect the reputation of the entire school. Such conditions. Duan Zihan secretly said in his heart. Could it be that Li Mu has really been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Although it's impossible at the 3rd level. But He Changjiang is willing to make such an offer, he's at least level 2. Damn it, what makes him level 2? Li Mu, on the other hand, instantly brightened up. Scholarship? The maximum amount? How much? It would be nice to change colleges if I really could. Although Li Mu didn't care what college he went to. But the scholarship was real. He Changjiang said in a deep voice, the maximum amount is $1 million a year. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he was a bit moved. At least that $1 million scholarship would take care of his immediate needs. The prescription chapter in The 8 Pole of Heaven and Earth. Many of these herbs are not cheap. But as described, the effects are again amazingly good. If he had this amount of money, he would be able to try to cultivate in conjunction with the prescription. Suddenly another silhouette walked quickly into the box. Old Joe, old He, you guys are a bit unorthodox. Ahem. Old Su, you're here too. Zhou Bo dryly coughed twice with some embarrassment. He Changjiang, on the other hand, immediately sank his face. He knew that as long as this guy came, things would definitely not be simple. He had gone to considerable lengths to convince Zhou Bo to come with him and conceal the news from Su Wenhai. But he didn't expect this old fox to press on much later either. Hello Li, my name is Su Wenhai, director of the Tianwu University Admission Office. Su Wenhai flashed a polite smile at Li Mu. Hello. Li Mu nodded calmly. Su Wenhai smiled slightly. I heard all those just now. Let's put it this way, if Mr. Li is willing to come to my Tianwu University, I'll directly double old He's conditions. Moreover, my Tianwu University is ranked 624th in the country.
a whole 157 places higher than Thousand Blade Martial University. In the city of S, our Tianwu University is the best martial arts university. Li Mu didn't rush to make a sound. Su Wenhai. He Changjiang was instantly anxious. How many people have you robbed me of? I can't believe you're still not satisfied. Don't you go too far. Old Su, where are your words coming from? What's with robbing people and not robbing people? That's just hard to hear. Su Wenhai grinned and said without haste. Isn't it right to give outstanding students more choices? And it's also for student Li to choose for himself, it's not like I can force him. Su Wenhai wasn't the least bit flustered. Although the faculty and teaching facilities of the two universities are not very different. But the difference in ranking says a lot. All things being equal, the vast majority of people will choose the better ranked school. It is because this has been the case for so long that the gap between the two universities has been widened. He Changjiang urgently said, Student Li, the conditions I just mentioned are directly quintupled. And I can guarantee that our school will directly raise the entire school's power to fully cultivate you. The people in the box all had their pupils shrunk. The conditions just now were already amazing enough. Now it's actually going to be quintupled? Duan Zihan couldn't help but feel a strong wave of envy and jealousy in his heart. If someone offered him such an offer, what would he go to Huayanwu University for? Even if it was a pheasant university, he would be willing. Although Wyoming University was ranked higher. But going there is just an average student. One of thousands of unassuming students. But it's different now. He Changjiang is raising the entire school to train one person. This. Li Mu also couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This condition was a bit exaggerated. Su Wenhai's eyelids also jumped. He didn't expect He Changjiang's decision to take down Li Mu to be so heavy. After just a moment of hesitation, he then also gritted his teeth and said, I can give the same conditions. After a pause, he added, our school is ranked higher than Thousand Blade Martial Arts University. Duan Zihan's mouth grew. Zhang Ju's eyes widened. Su Qiaorong's face was filled with disbelief. The only ones who were shocked were Zhang Wan and Chen Nan, who were showing colors of joy. They were truly happy for Li Mu. The others, on the other hand, were stunned and didn't know how to feel. They all went to college with a lot of hard work. As a result, they reached Li Mu. It's actually a straight-up college robbery? Or the two best martial arts universities in S City? And offered such generous conditions. Li Mu hesitated. He didn't rush to make a sound. Chen Nan gave Li Mu a frantic wink with an excited face. As if saying again, don't rush to agree, let them fight it out again. Su Wenhai. Don't you go too far. Believe it or not, I'll fight you. He Changjiang's eyes widened in anger, as if he was about to make a move at any moment. Su Wenhai was not the least bit abashed, old he. We're competing fairly, you're going too far if you want to make a move. He Changjiang's wide open eyes were already covered in blood. It took a while for him to catch his breath and said in a deep voice to Li Mu. Classmate Li, the conditions at the very beginning, I can add 2 times more, a total of 7 times. To be honest, this amount has far exceeded the budget the principal gave me. But, as long as you agree to enroll in school, Li, I will absolutely go and apply for you on the terms I promised. If I can't apply, I'll make it up to you myself. If I can't make it up, I'll give you my life. Li Mu hurriedly said, this. Director He, your words are a bit overstated. Su Wenhai also looked at He Changjiang with unrefined surprise plus shock. He didn't expect this guy to actually add conditions. Just now he agreed to 5 times is already biting his tongue in agreement. It looks like the Thousand Blades Martial Arts University has been pressed a little too hard over the years. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But because of this, it was even more important not to give up on Li Mu. 18 years old and 3 levels. The significance of such a talented student to the school has been strategic. Otherwise, when Li Mu grows up, I'm afraid that it will be Thousand Blades University that will in turn pressurize Tianwu University. I can't add more in terms of resources. But I can promise that I can have our principal, a top-level 6 martial general, personally teach you 1 lesson a week. Chapter 21 National Ranking 121. And our university is ranked higher. Su Wenhai's voice was already trembling a bit. Such conditions likewise far exceeded Tianwu University's budget. Su Wenhai. You're bullying people too much. He Changjiang no longer dared to hold back. He directly lunged towards Su Wenhai in one fell swoop. It would have been fine if it was true than the conditions offered. The point is that this guy keeps mentioning rankings. Who could resist that? Ranking is a permanent pain in the hearts of everyone at Thousand Blades Martial Arts University. Old he. You're crazy. Su Wenhai was truly taken aback. He didn't expect He Changjiang to actually make a sudden move. Unawares, he was directly pounced on by He Changjiang. The two of them just twisted and fought together. Of course, both of them still kept some sense and didn't use too much power. Otherwise, if the 2 rank 4 martial artists really fought, this box would definitely be demolished. This. Li Mu couldn't help but be a little stunned. At least they were two university directors with unusual social status, or level 4 martial artists. How could they really fight with the hooligans like this? The onlookers were even more stunned. Unbelievable. As for a Li Mu? Many people let out a roaring question in their hearts. If Su Wenhai and He Changjiang still had the energy to answer, then surely they would have roared an answer. It's worth it. The significance of an 18-year-old third-level martial artist to a school was simply too much. One could even say that it was the future of a school. The rankings between martial arts schools were derived from the leagues organized by each martial arts school every year. Students are ranked in order of strength and weakness. A well-ranked school will not only have more quality students, but a much larger share of state funding, as well as various community donations. The significance of a truly gifted ranked student to an average school is truly strategic. Why don't we let them split the difference, and whoever wins you go with? Zhou Bo was not in the least bit anxious and joked. Li Mu was more or less speechless. Are you sure you don't need to pay some attention to the impact? Seemingly seeing the meaning expressed by Li Mu's expression, Zhou Bo laughed. It's fine, they'll pay attention to their hands. Disproportionate? At least they are two directors, so they are twisting and fighting like gangsters. What kind of proportion is there? A voice resounded steeply. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure stepped into the box. An overwhelming aura spread out. It was like a fierce tiger that came in slow steps. However, there is a ferocious aura that comes over the face, and all beasts submit, not daring to move. One can't help but feel a little shaky. Level 5. Li Mu's pupils shrunk. An aura stronger than He Changjiang's was like that young Fei Hong he had once seen. This was a rank 5 martial artist. Li Mu clenched his teeth and shivered violently, finally breaking free from the pressure of this aura. The terrifying aura of those graves in the dream world had caused Li Mu to already have a certain resistance to aura. The visitor's eyes brightened up slightly when he saw this scene. Li Mu had recovered from the pressure of his own aura one step ahead of the two rank 4 martial artists, He Changhai and Su Wenhai. Hello, Mr. Li. He politely extended his hand towards Li Mu. Below, Biannua Wu De, Field Director, Zhao Gang. Hello. This university, Li Mu seems to have vaguely heard of it, but he can't remember it somewhat. Anyway, it's not a local university in S City. Biannua Wu University? He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were both startled at once, violently breaking free from their auras and hastily straightening their clothes. Zhao Gang collected some of his aura and said forcefully. That's right. Vienna Wudai, the Wudai that is ranked 121st in the country this year. And I, Idano Bude, have been ranked in the top 100 several times in the Bude League in previous years. Mr. Li Mu, your talent shouldn't be buried in a small place like S City. Li Mu didn't expect the university in the field to actually receive the message so quickly as well. On the other hand, He Changjiang and Su Wenhai on the other side were as if they had lost their exams, and their hearts were bitter. Biannua Wu University was a university that had stabilized at around 100th place. How could their two universities ranked a few hundred places back be able to snatch Biannua Bude? Bayano Musashi University. The crowd inside the box was viciously stunned at once. Especially Duan Zihan. Before, he was able to comfort himself that at least his school was ranked higher. That was the 357th ranked Wyoming Martial Arts University. But now, the 121st ranked Biannua Wu University actually came too. On the other side, He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were complaining to each other in low voices. Damn it! Old Su, you actually leaked the news. Old He. I was suspecting that it was you who leaked it. Actually, the news really wasn't leaked by them. Although the BNI Martial Arts University is not a local university in S City, it is still a martial arts university with a notable reputation in the Chunan region. Only because the Chunan region has a Chu University. Most of the geniuses who really want to go to Chu University. The situation of Bianca University is also somewhat worse than a year. So Border University has formed a special field department, specializing in screening geniuses from martial arts associations all over the Chunan region. Then privately contacting these geniuses and pulling them into the Border University. Originally, this time, Zhao Gang came to S City for Timothy Zhang. But Zhang Tingfeng Oil Salt, determined to have to go to Chu University. Zhao Gang was about to give up. However, he was suddenly summoned that there was actually a genius in S City who was even more talented than Zhang Tingfeng. When he received this news, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rushed over. The fact proved that ranking 121 Bienda. The name really helps. He Changjiang and Su Wenhai were directly bluffed by the name. Seeing this, Li Mu had no choice but to speak up himself. Director Zhao, both universities have offered me a lot of conditions before. Li Mu said the conditions He Changjiang said at the very beginning after multiplying them by 7. The key mention was an annual scholarship of $7 million, as well as holding up the entire university to train me. I wonder if Biannua Wu University can do that. Are you kidding? Zhao Gang was instantly shocked.
This is not recruiting students, it's simply inviting ancestors, alright.
So it looks like Director Zhao won't agree to me. In that case, then it looks like I still have to choose between Tianwu and Thousand Blades.
School, for Li Mu, was not important in the first place.
What he valued were the conditions.
Zhao Gang frowned slightly. This is too exaggerated.
Li, you have to understand the importance of a good university. Don't give up a great future for some petty gains.
Li Mu nodded, not even bothering to say anything else.
As soon as he saw that things had turned around, He Changjiang immediately became excited.
Director Zhao, that's just not right of you. I admit that Chibi Budokai is definitely inferior to Bienno Budokai. But
I don't believe that a genius cadet that we raised with the efforts of the entire school would be worse than an ordinary cadet from your school.
Su Wenhai also immediately chimed in. That's right, we're all sincere here. It's unlikely that anyone else would be willing to offer these conditions anywhere else. Chapter 22 Top 100 Martial Arts University, Director Chu Di.
The implication of both men's words was obvious. If you can't afford the conditions, don't follow the example of others who run to rob people. Although the two are some grudges, but after all, RS City. Now that Zhao Gang had appeared, they naturally had to unite their fronts to fight as one.
Classmate Li.
Seeing Li Mu's expression, Zhao Gang's heart sank, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, I can only give you $2 million in scholarships, classmate, and it's not possible to have the whole school's strength to cultivate it.
But I can apply for a perfect quality battle beast for you. It will become your right arm in the future. It will accompany you in your battles. And our school's various cultivation facilities are far superior to your local university. Zhao Gang's resounding words had only just fallen. Then a cold laugh came. Ha! Perfect quality war beasts also have the nerve to bring them out to disgrace others?
A middle-aged man with a long braid and a vicissitude of face slowly walked into the box.
He was plainly dressed, even with some dirt and grime. However, as soon as he stepped into the box, an aura that could be described as terrifying spread out.
If Zhao Gang's aura was that of a fierce tiger, then he was like a flood beast that wanted to choose people to devour.
The regal aura was accompanied by a biting, killing aura, as well as an iron-blooded wariness. For a while, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the people in the box unconsciously. Each and every one of them did not dare to take a breath.
Even Zhao Gang's expression became incomparably grave.
The muscles on his cheeks were even trembling vaguely.
The visitor ignored the others and only nodded to Li Mu.
I'm from the Wild Hunt Martial University, the 6th Hunt Leader, Sang Mu. You are good.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he wasn't completely targeted, he felt a great pressure.
This kind of imposing pressure was nothing about guts. It's the body's instinctive response. It was the absolute suppression of the level of life. A ray of approval flashed in Sang Mu's eyes.
Ordinary level 4 martial artists were under their own pressure, but they were all having a hard time speaking up.
Level 6. Top martial artist.
Zhao Gang trembled as he spat out a sentence.
6th level.
The box was dead silent.
There was only a heavy gasp. Level 6. This rank was already a legendary rank for these students.
In the entire city of S, there were only a handful of top level 6 martial artists. Every one of them is a big shot that would shake the city of S with a stomp of their feet.
An ordinary person might not even be able to run into a martial arts general in his entire life.
And now, they, the fresh graduates, had actually met a living, breathing rank 6 martial artist.
Why would a rank 6 martial artist appear here?
The crowd inside the box was not only horrified and shocked, but also more puzzled.
For a good while, Li Mu exhaled a long breath, finally breaking free from the aura of a top-level 6 martial general.
The color of approval in Sang Mu's eyes grew stronger as he collected some of his aura, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. I, Wild Hunt Martial University, am not the Martial University of the Chunan region. But the important thing is that Wild Hunt Martial University is now ranked 57th in the country.
At its peak, it even made it into the top 20 when it was at its peak of glory.
The hunting chief is a specialty position of the Wild Hunt Martial University. The hunting chief needs the hunting team to clean up the alien beasts in the wild and collect information about them.
I just happened to be patrolling near the S city and got the information from you, Li.
Classmate Li Mu, if you want to become a true warrior, want to become a martial artist who has truly experienced blood and fire,
Wild Hunt Martial Arts University is the best choice for you.
A martial artist's progress is never cultivation behind closed doors. Only killing, fighting, is the best medicine for a martial artist to grow.
And you have to understand.
In Hunting University, as long as you're strong enough, you'll never lack money. And I promise that there will be a martial king to give you lessons.
Li Mu was really a bit moved this time. He could clearly feel the iron-blooded battle intent and murderous aura on Sang Mu's body.
This was an aura that could only be cultivated by truly experiencing life, death, and bloody battles. A martial artist, perhaps, should have been like this.
Hunt the Great. Ranked 57th in the nation. All the people in the box had their pupils quake.
Not to mention those ordinary students of Duanzihan. Even Yi Changjiang, Su Wenhai, Zhao Gang, and even Zhou Bo had some difficulty holding themselves. This was the 57th ranked Wudan University in the country. To think that even Hunting University has come to invite Li Mu? Duanzihan clenched his teeth, his face a swollen red. He clenched his fists tightly. A face full of disbelief. The 56th ranked Hunting University. That's a school that's hard to reach high in a lifetime. Could it be that Li Mu is really a third-level martial artist? He's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger for all these years? The mind was shocked and incredulous. But it seems impossible to have a fake. His face was unsightly. A small character that he had once always looked down on and regarded as dust. In the blink of an eye, it had actually turned into a supreme genius that he couldn't afford to reach. How could this make Duanzihan accept it? But even a rank 6 martial artist had personally come to invite Li Mu. Aside from the fact that he was truly level 3, what else could it be? Su Qiaorong couldn't help but have some color in her eyes. An 18-year-old third-level martial artist, this was much stronger than Duanzihan. I knew it. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she clenched her fists. She knew she hadn't looked at the wrong person. Mako. Shen Nan grinned at the corner of his mouth. He knew his brother wasn't that simple. At the same time, he also made up his mind that he must torture Li Mu when these people left. He even hid it from himself. This is the wild hunt for WU. Upon sensing the aura of a rank 6 martial artist, Li Mu was truly heartbroken. And now with this situation, Zhao Gang, He Changjiang, Su Wenhai, they didn't dare to say anything. Hunt University's conditions aren't favorable, but they're not bad either. Just as Li Mu was about to agree, a somewhat cold voice rang out. Hunting Da's hand has stretched a bit too long. Only to see a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a well-mannered look in his early 30s walk into the box unhurriedly. Director Zhang, you actually came. Zhou Bo immediately went forward to greet him respectfully. Director Zhang. He Changjiang and Su Wenhai also immediately stepped forward. Director Zhang? Zhao Gang was slightly startled, and then he seemed to think of something. Similarly, he immediately went forward to greet Director Zhang. Zhang Qianxuan smiled and nodded in greeting to the few people, then stepped in front of Sangmu and smiled. The hands of Hunting Da are a bit long. You are? Sangmu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became grave. Although he didn't recognize him, he keenly sensed that this person was extraordinary. His aura exploded at once. This time, Sangmu's aura pressure no longer spread, but directly solidified to find this Director Zhang. Like a beast of the flood wild, full of murderous and warlike aura. Even though it had already solidified, it was only the overflowing strands. It made the people in the box not dare to breathe. On the other hand, Zhang Qianxuan's face did not change. The same aura permeated out. It was a wave that was like an abyss and an ocean. A vast and unfathomable aura. In just an instant, it spelled out an even match with Sangmu's raging aura. Sangmu's face was grave. And Zhang Qianxuan's face was as normal. He pushed up his glasses and revealed a wisp of a calm smile towards Li Mu. Shunan Martial University, head of the Ancient Martial Arts Department, Zhang Qianxuan. Chapter 23 My choices? What? Shunan Wude? This instant. The crowd that had long been shocked to the point of numbness couldn't help but react once again. Not to mention the ordinary students, even the several directors were equally shocked. This was the number 1 ranked school in the Chunan region. The top 10 universities in the country. The current number 1 powerhouse in the Chunan region, Tian Mai, was from Chunan University. These were all things that were familiar to the people of the Chunan region. It could be said that as long as one was from the Chunan region, one had definitely heard quite a few legends about Chunan Wude. Even the whole country, I'm afraid that more than 99% of the people have heard of Chude. This is Chude. Zhang Qianxuan smiled and nodded with great poise. Mr. Li Mu, I hereby sincerely invite you to join Chunanwu University. At the same time, Sangmu's pupils shook violently. He staggered back a few steps. He lost in the battle of momentum. His berserk and murderous aura was directly dispersed by that vast abyss-like aura. And Zhang Qianxuan was no longer aggressive and directly collected his aura. In an instant, it was as if he had become a well-mannered ordinary person. But at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest anymore. Being able to completely suppress Sangmu in terms of his aura. This meant that he was either a rank 7 martial king, or an even stronger top-level 6 martial general. Perhaps not far from a martial king. Moreover, from start to finish, Zhang Qianxuan's aura did not affect the others too much. This meant that his control over his own aura was also stronger. And more critically, it was still Zhang Qianxuan's identity. Shu University's department head's personal invitation to enroll. I'm afraid no one in this world can refuse. Everyone's hearts let out a gasp. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but rest on Li Mu's body as well, waiting for him to make a decision. Any strings attached? Li Mu had regained his composure.
So what if judo was better? Li Mu is more important or practical resources? Conditions?
Zhang Qianxuan pushed up his glasses,
turning a slightly puzzled gaze towards Zhou Bo.
Actually, he had already been here for a while. It was only halfway there that he went to stop some more of the manpower sent by the school. 18-year-old third-level martial artist.
This news was like blood in seawater.
And those schools are like sharks that smell blood.
News like this would have been impossible to hide.
As long as a martial arts university was ranked to a certain level, it would have the permission to inquire about the information of the basic martial artists of the Martial Association. And many good martial arts universities will have relevant departments to keep an eye on the total information of martial arts associations around the world. One by one, the martial arts universities caught wind of the situation.
After a short period of fermentation, at least dozens of schools have been manning up towards S-City.
Since the universities in the field dared to come any more than the Tianwu University and Thousand Blades University ranked a few hundred higher. The number of those ranked around 1 or 200 were quite a lot.
Not even the top 100 is an exception.
It was only that most of the people coming from the school, as soon as they saw Zhang Qianxuan, they would have the sense to retreat.
What kind of joke is this, not recognizing Chunan University in the Chunan region and still mixing like this?
It is in order to disperse those sharks that smell the wind. Zhang Qianxuan took a lot of time to arrive.
That is what happened.
He Changjiang took the initiative to say the sentence he started with multiplied 7 times.
Emphatically, he stated, we will use the entire school's efforts to fully cultivate student Li Mu.
Even in the face of Chu University, He Changjiang was still unwilling to give up on Li Mu just like that.
That was their hope for the rise of Thousand Blades Martial University. In fact, the key was that Zhang Qianxuan looked much more communicative than Sangmu.
In addition to what I just said, the Martial King's teaching, the true blood and fire grind, I can also give you an additional $1 million in scholarships.
Sangmu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out.
Zhang Qianxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with a ray of brilliance as he looked towards Sangmu.
Sangmu was unwilling to meet his gaze.
The loss of the previous Qi contest had not made Sangmu resigned. The atmosphere became more and more condensed, and the two men's Qi once again crossed paths.
Just as a great battle could break out at any moment. Li Mu calmly said, is the choice still in my hands now?
Sangmu said in a deep voice, of course, the choice is always in your hands, no one can force you. Zhang Qianxuan nodded slightly, indeed, but I would still recommend that you choose a local university in Chunan.
As for the conditions,
Zhang Qianxuan pushed up his glasses. It's not currency that circulates amongst us at Chu University, but considering that the school year hasn't started yet and you're in need of money, I can start by giving you the highest share of the official 1 million scholarship. Perhaps this is nothing compared to their conditions, but Chu University is a stage that's vast and incomparable. As long as you're good enough, then you can get everything you want.
And a spot to enter the secret realm.
Zhang Qianxuan couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity within his eyes behind the lenses.
Secret realm? Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk.
This one familiar and unfamiliar word. In this highly developed world, a lot of information is shared. But then there is so much of it that 99% of the population will never see in reality for the rest of their lives. And the secret world is one of them. The secret world does not exist in this world, but is connected to this world. Simply put, that is the other space. The secret world is other space, but other space is not all secret world. There are large and small foreign spaces, and those that are as large as the world are called foreign worlds. It is said that the beasts of this world, as well as all kinds of special creatures, come from the other world. And the otherworldly spaces that are generally called secret realms are otherworldly spaces that are controlled by humans. Some secret realms grew a large number of heavenly treasures. Some secret realms have an abundance of heaven and earth vital energy, which is extremely suitable for martial artists to cultivate. There were also some secret realms that were living monsters, specifically used to exercise practical combat abilities. Some also had something extremely special, such as an inheritance, or some sort of special ability born in heaven and earth. In the Dragon Kingdom, most of the secret realms were held by the officials. Apart from the officials, only the superpowers and the top martial arts universities had the qualifications to control them. Obviously, Chu University was in this category. This is another advantage that is hard for an unusual WU to match. The secret realm you mentioned, what secret realm is it? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qianxuan smiled, specifically, it depends on the arrangement, but you can rest assured that I guarantee your harvest won't be small.
So, student Li Mu, what is your choice?
Li Mu raised his head.
The group has left. The opening of Chu University was likewise September 1st. Regarding the issue of school registration, Zhang Qianxuan and Zhou Bo would take care of it and didn't need Li Mu to worry about anything.
As for the $1 million scholarship, according to Zhang Qianxuan, it would require some procedures, but it wouldn't take long. I chose Chu University not only because of Zhang Qianxuan's conditions. Li Mu himself felt that perhaps it was time for him to go out and see the world. Take for example, many of the herbs needed in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth medicinal formula chapter.
It wasn't that easy to collect them all in a small place like S City. Chuda was different, it was the real center of the entire Chu-Nan region. Chapter 24 The Limit of a Thread.
The box remained silent.
Nanzi, let's go. Li Mu patted Chen Nan's shoulder. Chen Nan came back to his senses like a dream this time.
His face was filled with a look of incomparable excitement and a silly smile.
Let's go. Hey, wait for me. Chen Nan hurriedly ran out of the box after Li Mu. Jiang Wan looked at Li Mu's departing back.
With her shell teeth biting her lips tightly, she struggled several times, but in the end, she didn't go after him. She understood that from now on Li Mu and herself were no longer in the same world.
After a long time, the box remained silent. Duan Zihan's complexion was ashen, and his heart was bitter.
It could even be said that he had been struck down to the point of being lifeless.
Su Qiaoron's eyes were colorful with both disbelief and remorse. Why had she not made a good relationship with Li Mu earlier in the first place? Compared to Li Mu, what could Duan Zihan be?
Zhang Ju's face was full of stagnation, and his heart was more than just fearful. He hadn't been looking for trouble from them. Now he could only hope that Li Mu wouldn't bother too much with such a small person like himself. More people, still in a daze. In just a moment today, they had seen many big names that they normally might not be able to see in their entire lives. The kind of heights that they would never reach in their entire lives.
And these people are all here for Li Mu.
For the sake of the Li Mu that they once regarded as trash.
Meiko,
how long has it been since you actually became a level 3 martial artist? It wasn't that long. Chen Nan laughed exaggeratedly, as if it was himself at the 3rd level.
Ha, Mu Zi, you're really powerful now.
It can be said that you're the first genius of S City.
That's Chuda. Did you see Duan Zihan's face? He was so happy.
In the silver-white levitation train compartment full of technological texture.
Li Mu absent-mindedly agreed. He was thinking about everything in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Mac. Chen Nan giggled and wanted to ask something else.
Suddenly, he noticed Li Mu's expressionless, well-defined face, like a knife and axe chisel, with only the side of perseverance remaining.
The sword hidden in the sheath. The cold light is already stopping at first glance.
Even the scabbard could hardly hide its sharpness.
Chen Nan was silent, not knowing what he was thinking.
And Li Mu, who had been thinking about the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, hadn't noticed Chen Nan's strange behavior. Returning to the 13th district, the two of them went home individually.
Back home,
Li Mu took out the porcelain vase that Gao Changhuai had given himself in the exercise room. Although the strong blood pill doesn't belong to the companion pills in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the effects seem to be quite similar to a few of the prescriptions.
You can try it.
A black and red elixir the size of a pinky finger was poured out. It was then sent into the mouth. This time he didn't run the devouring heaven and devouring earth again. He began to try to run the 8 extreme gates in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. The so-called 8 extreme gates was to find the 8 extreme gates on his body. And to open them. Reach the limit. Push the limits. However, this process needed the assistance of pills, or else it would easily cause a deficit in the body. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. Pale Gate. Li Mu's eyelids twitched one after another. The energy of the strong blood pill began to slowly integrate into his body. However, as one attempted to run the 8 extremities sect, a sharp pain began to spread through one's body. It was as if one's flesh was about to be torn apart. The process of reaching the limit was not supposed to be easy. Li Mu clenched his teeth, and the pain didn't affect his Gongfu operation. The energy that the strong blood pill transformed into was also nourishing the location of the pain. But there was something slow about this efficiency. Running the 8 extreme doors was as if you were actively tearing a muscle of your own accord. The energy of the elixir was then used to stitch up the muscle. But now the power of the stitches was completely unable to match the speed of the tearing. If it kept going on like this, there was a real possibility that the flesh would collapse. Is it because the quality of the strong blood pill isn't enough? Li Mu's heart tightened slightly, and then he immediately revolved the devouring earth. Fortunately, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth was an instinct-like technique, and it didn't require too much of his mind to run it. As soon as swallowing heaven and devouring earth moved, the energy of the strong blood pill was immediately digested. A large amount of energy traveled directly to those places of intense pain, repairing the damage to the muscles. It's not enough. Li Mu directly shuddered and poured the porcelain bottle into his mouth. The remaining 4 blood-strengthening pills entered Li Mu's mouth one after another. A large amount of abundant energy appeared. This caused the operation of the 8 extreme sect to become powerful as well. Pain. Ease. Pain. Ease. Pain. It was repeated over and over again until the energy of the subsequent 4 blood-strengthening pills was about to be completely digested as well. Only then did Li Mu stop the operation of the 8 extreme gate.
Whew. He exhaled heavily. This 8 extreme doors is also too painful.
There's still some distance to the first portal, the Song Gate, and the strong blood pill is ultimately no match for that blood-matching elixir.
It took a while for the pain in his body to dissipate a bit.
Li Mu waved his arm, and a gust of breaking sound whistled. Almost at the limit of the 3rd level.
£1,000,000.
This time, Li Mu already had an extremely clear perception. He himself seemed to be only a thin film away from the true limit. So close that it was as if one could break through with a gentle poke.
But also as if it was as insurmountable as a moat.
After slowing down for a while, Li Mu began practicing the counting breath technique again. At the same time, he practiced it in conjunction with the 2 globe pile.
Then the basic boxing stance again.
Baji Quan is a boxing style that is all about close-range explosions.
Characterized by rigidity and explosiveness.
It is concerned with the fact that the power can reach extremely far in all directions. Although Li Mu did not have a famous teacher to instruct him. But the book in his mind, The 8 Extremes of Heaven and Earth. That one with the words about the 8 extremes. While Li Mu was observing them with his full attention. It was as if they would transform into a small person.
Exercising the rigid and incomparable 8 extremes fist. The fist is overpowering. They even fight each other. This is of great benefit to Li Mu. Not only does he get to see the standard moves. More crucial was the fierce and invincible fist intent.
Today, Li Mu was completely immersed in practicing.
It wasn't until late at night that he came back to his senses. Took a shower and went to bed.
Lying on the bed, Li Mu was still recalling whether one of his movements was standard or not, as well as one of the techniques of power generation. Practicing martial arts should not be done behind closed doors. Baji Quan is originally a practical martial art.
I need real combat. Moreover, if I have to buy medicinal herbs to match the prescription in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the cost is not small. Making money in practical combat.
By the way, the original Duan Zihan guy bragging seems to have said. Thinking about it, Li Mu fell into a deep sleep.
S City, 18 districts. As the last district of S City.
He is located in the outermost part of S City.
Ben was one of the last areas to be zoned into S City. This is one of the poorest and most backward areas of the city.
It is also the most chaotic and crime-ridden area. Wearing a pure white mask that only revealed his eyes, Li Mu walked alone on the dilapidated streets of the 18th district.
Chapter 25 Underground Black Fist Arena. Code name Grave. The 18th district of S City. Everywhere you look is an old residential building.
Occasionally, you can also see some homeless people sleeping right on the side of the street. I came here, of course, because I had heard that there was a way to make a quick buck. At first, Duan Zihan had bragged that his father had taken him to the 18th district to see black boxing.
Participating in black boxing, the victor would be paid handsomely.
It is said that this black boxing ring in the 18th district is still very unusual and comes from a great source. And I heard that it is more fair and impartial, at least never black boxers prize money.
However, the environment on this side of the 18th district was still a bit out of Li Mu's expectation.
The streets were full of garbage, rat corpses, and clogged sewers. All kinds of stench merge into an extremely strange and stomach-churning smell.
This made Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. Has he gone to the wrong place?
The underground black boxing ring that Li Mu was going to, since it was all underground.
Of course it couldn't be found on the brain, much less used for navigation. Kid from the outer boroughs.
A cold laugh suddenly came from the side. A bald fat man with a dirty body walked out from behind a corner with an iron rod in his hand. Behind him were 3 or 4 other people who were also holding various types of weapons, and were not good people at first glance. The fat man grinned, revealing a mouth full of large yellow teeth. Kid, do you want to pay directly, or do you want to suffer a meal of flesh and blood before paying?
Roadblock robbery was not uncommon in the 18th district.
Although Li Mu was wearing a mask, in the eyes of the knowledgeable fat man,
the childishness of his body was obvious. You're just in time.
Li Mu was not surprised, but rather happy. He had just been worried that there was no one to lead the way.
Kid, asking you, pay or get beat up. The fat man waved his iron bar and approached in large strides.
Seeing that Li Mu did not respond, one of the fat man's little brothers suddenly became angry. Kid, the fat brother asked you.
Did you hear that?
With that, the iron bar in his hand swung at Li Mu's leg.
Snap.
Li Mu grabbed the iron rod with one hand. A slight force directly pulled the iron rod out of his hand.
Kid. You still dare to resist, looking for death aren't you?
The fat man was instantly furious, but his words had not yet fallen.
The not-so-large eyes were already filled with shock. A look of having seen a ghost. Li Mu took the iron rod and easily folded it in half. Then it was twisted together again like a twist.
Finally, it was directly crushed into a piece of dough with one hand. Nearly 10,000 pounds of force. Don't be too simple to deal with an iron rod. He casually threw the iron ball away and calmly asked.
Now, still want my money? Snap. Slap.
The iron rod in the fat man's hand directly fell to the ground, followed by those of his minions. One by one, the iron rods fell to the ground with a crisp collision sound.
Fatty and their minions were all horrified.
Being able to break iron with their bare hands.
At least a level 2 martial artist.
Take me to the underground black boxing ring.
Li Mu lowered his voice a bit.
It no longer sounded so childish.
Yes, yes, yes. Fatty immediately nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Underground black boxing ring. Located inside a huge abandoned factory building.
It wouldn't have been so easy to find this place if no one had led the way.
The registry. It's bright daylight here, not to mention not the slightest bit broken.
It's completely impossible to tell that this is the interior of an abandoned factory.
A thin man sits behind a table.
Beside him stood a couple of burly, strong men.
Wanna fight black, huh? That's right. A name, or nickname, whatever, but no duplicates of others.
After a moment of silence, Li Mu said, grave.
Yell, that's a good nickname. The man behind the table looked at Li Mu twice more.
A loose black sweatshirt, casual pants, and a clean white mask completely covered his face, revealing only a pair of steely eyes.
Rank. Level 3. Holy, level 3? Is there a problem?
No, go test it just as I'm going to check to see if you've duplicated your name.
Aha! A burly man led Li Mu to the level testing instrument next to him. The brand new instrument was the latest model from the Dragon Kingdom, and it was practically error-free. Li Mu stood on the disc.
Skin has been refined, reaching the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Has refined the bones, reaching the standard of a level 2 martial artist. Has replaced the blood, reaching the standard of a 3rd grade martial artist. All that was needed here was to test the level with the machine.
Strength and attack power don't matter. It's not like it's a formal organization, and the black boxing ring wouldn't want much accurate data. Not bad, it's really level 3, and no one uses that nickname of yours.
The man behind the wooden table nodded, and after operating the light brain on the table, he took out a black medallion. It began to be carved purely by hand with a carving knife.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like a level 1 martial artist.
A registered one was a level 1 martial artist, so Duan Zihan's statement that there might be level 4 and 5 martial artists sitting here was most likely true.
Soon, the crooked word grave appeared. The thin man threw the medal to Li Mu.
Your information has been entered. This is your identity medal. We recognize the medal but not the person.
If you're going to fight today, you'll be able to get a fight in a little over half an hour. If you want to watch the fight, you'll have to buy a ticket, too.
Li Mu said, I'm participating today, so spectating is even better. I'll go wait in the waiting area.
Okay. A burly man led Li Mu to the waiting area. The lights in the passageway were a bit dim.
Li Mu, on the other hand, was recalling the rules of the place.
There weren't really many rules. It's all black boxing. What rules can there be? The only rule is that most cases are matched at the same level. And then the only rule in combat is that there are no rules.
You even have to sign a life and death contract before you go on stage.
No one is responsible for killing someone, or being killed.
Other than that, the only thing Li Mu cared about was the prize money.
Fighting black boxing, that was definitely money to be had.
Who else would have nothing to do but tie his head to the waistband of his pants to fight black boxing? A 3rd-degree martial artist with a base purse of $100,000.
Not a fixed 100,000. Rather, one increases sequentially. 1 win, 100,000.
Win 2 in a row, 200,000. 3 wins in a row, $400,000. 4 wins in a row, $500,000. 5 wins in a row, $600,000. 6 wins in a row, $700,000.
7 in a row, 1 million. The higher the winning streak, the higher the prize.
On the other hand, the facilities of this underground black boxing ring were really a bit out of Li Mu's expectation. All kinds of advanced instruments, almost all of them were the latest models. There is also said to be a body repair chamber.
As long as you're not killed outright, any serious injury can be repaired.
Only that the price is really a bit exaggerated. The more serious the injury, the more expensive the price of repair.
This underground black boxing ring is not only making money, the background is even more monstrous.
There are many things that you can't get without connections, even if you're rich. It is said that this boxing ring has some relationship with the official one, the national chain of Shinwoo Boxing Stadium. The official boxing ring seemed to be also competitions, the specifics of which Li Mu was not clear. Anyway, it was certainly not as lucrative as an underground boxing ring. No matter what, the background of this underground boxing ring is not simple. Chapter 26 First Battle with Night Demon. The first 20 minutes on the field. Li Mu's opponent was determined. It was a level 3 martial artist codenamed Night Demon. He is currently on a 3-game winning streak. The game count, however, is in the mid-20s. It's rumored to have gotten as high as 5 in a row. The reason why this information was determined and even announced ahead of time. Naturally, it's because it's going to be opened. That's the biggest source of revenue for the Black Boxing Stadium.
Grave 1:3. Nightmare 1, 1.3. The odds are not set in stone. These are just initial odds estimated by professionals.
As the number of people betting on both sides and the amount of money wagered changes, both sides of the odds will also be adjusted accordingly in real time. Dear viewers, the next battle, a battle between third-level martial artists. The Night Demon, who has won 3 matches in a row, versus our newcomer Grave. The handicap has been opened. You may place your bets to your heart's content.
After the last battle ended, a hotly dressed beautiful host walked into the venue.
Scratching her head, she seduced the spectators to place their bets. The waiting area where Limu was located was a small room by the center field, under the spectators' seats. It was similar to the place where the beasts were kept in the Colosseum.
It's a bit dim.
There was only one person, Limu, and this was the so-called solitary Ho battle zone. The situation outside could be seen vaguely through the gap in the iron door. It was a ring layout similar to a Colosseum. The circular field in the center was where the battle took place, with a diameter of about 50 meters. Around it were circles and circles of spectator seats. Thousands of seats, and only a small half of them were filled. But there seemed to be some boxes further up. There was also a huge light screen on each side of the venue. It shows the betting ratio between the Nightmare and the Grave. On the ratio progress bar, Night Demon's side was like a crushing position, surpassing Limu by too much.
Although Night Demon's odds were lower.
$10,000 only earns $3,000. But to many people it seems like a sure thing. The odds on that Grave are high, but it's got to be winnable. Seeing this, the corner of Limu's mouth slightly hooked. He directly took the betting machine that the staff had just given him and bet all $30,000 he had on himself. Fighters are of course able to place bets as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Chuda's scholarship hadn't arrived yet, Limu could have bet that $1 million along with it.
Now the odds between the two did not show any change.
Mainly because the total amount wagered is not much. Most spectators will always choose to keep their hand in the face of a newcomer.
That's experience.
More than 10 minutes later, the big screens around the room show the closing of the market. That sexy, beautiful host is holding a microphone and chanting. Time's up, now we have both martial artists appearing on stage. Click. The ear-piercing sound of chains rubbing together rang out. The iron gates on both sides of the field slowly rose.
Night Devil. Night Demon. Night Demon.
On the audience stage, some of the spectators who had placed their bets shouted excitedly. Most of the black boxing spectators who came to watch were after excitement. They like fist fights and bloody fights. And once those high and mighty martial artists.
Fighting to the death in front of them. Fight to the death. This is especially exciting for these viewers.
So even though the tickets here are pricey, there will still be a lot of people clamoring for them. A burly man in an undershirt strides out. His face was covered with a black mask, his body was muscular, and he stood over 1 meter 9. At the same time, his body exuded a ferocious aura.
Upon seeing this person walk into the venue, the audience immediately became even more excited. Night Demon! Night Demon! Night Demon! Phew!
The Night Demon raised his thick right arm high, seemingly enjoying the cheers of the crowd. On the other side, Limu also calmly walked out.
Snap!
The iron doors on both sides fell heavily at the same time. This meant that there was no way back for them.
Is this a ING Grave? I thought it must be an unusual name, but it's a ING dog. Ha, who let you be so stupid as to bet on a newcomer?
Just one look at the size comparison between the two sides and the crowd hardly looked at Limu. That being said, Limu's body is not bad.
It wasn't much shorter than the Night Demon.
The difference between 1 meter 9 and 1 meter 8. Only the muscles on Night Demon's body were too exaggerated, and the whole person looked oppressive. Limu, on the other hand, was a bit thin. This was because the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring as well as the 8 extreme gate refined Limu's body 3 more times. In the field, the two stood more than 20 meters apart,
facing each other in the air. Night Demon. Limu's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a hint of pressure.
The opposite party was clearly only a third-level martial artist as well. Yet it could make itself feel the pressure. There was a time when he had seen level 4 and level 5 martial artists. Even top level 6 martial artists.
Although this Night Demon in front of him was far from Sangmu and Zhang Qianxuan's aura.
But those two top martial arts generals weren't targeted in the first place. And now, this guy's aura was coming directly towards himself. Such pressure was even more intense than it was back then. It was like this just facing a third-level martial artist. What if you were facing a level 4, 5, or 6 general?
Or even a martial king? Is it hard to believe that one would not even have the courage to make a move at that time?
No. There's such a thing as aura, and it's not just by rank. It also depends on raising yourself.
Actual battles can enhance combat power. It can temper the heart and cultivate aura. The narrow road is won by the brave.
When a martial artist fights, death cannot be retreated. A martial artist's fight is not just about strength. It's a breath of air.
Battle feeds the breath. 100 battles will never be lost. Nurture your mind with war. The heart of battle is undying. One needs to fight.
One needs to work on more than just practical combat skills.
There is also one state of mind. One had to reach the point where one would never back down even in the face of a martial god. Li Mu licked the corner of his mouth. He hadn't come to the wrong place. Grave. The nightmare was wearing a mask, but it was only the kind that only covered his eyes and the top half of his face. At this moment, he revealed a cruel smile. Having hung out in a place like the black boxing ring for a long time, it's easy to become more and more brutal. The standoff just lasted less than a minute. Then an announcement was made. War. As soon as the words fell, the night demon's legs curled, and his entire body immediately ran wildly towards Li Mu. This stance was just like a bull in the middle of a stampede. The grave is finished. It's said that the night demon's strength is over 6,000 pounds. There were several fights in front of us where the night demon just slammed his opponent straight into the ground. I love watching night demon knock his opponent off his feet and then spit up blood 3 times. The audience got excited. They came here for excitement, and they craved bloody images. Facing the wildly rushing night demon, Li Mu slowly exhaled a breath. Actually not hiding. Die for me.
Seeing that Li Mu actually didn't move, the night demon instantly revealed an even more brutal smile. Already closing in, his sandbag-sized right fist violently blasted at Li Mu's head.
People who hang out in the black boxing ring don't know anything about mercy.
The fist in front of his eyes is approaching. Li Mu's breathing is also slightly short of breath. He hurriedly quickly backward to avoid this strong wind in the face of a punch.
Chapter 27 One punch to win. The beginning of the martial way. Go to hell.
The night demon laughed maniacally as he pressed forward, his 2 fists as big as sandbags blasting at Li Mu's head together.
Calm down.
Li Mu retreated further, and what he had practiced before instantly flooded into his mind.
The 2E pile was about a landing. Not moving like a mountain. Images of his own phase imprints from practicing emerged in his mind.
Thus, Li Mu's legs were slightly bowed, and he assumed a seniority like a horse stance. Both fists attacked, and the strong wind had already blown Li Mu's face raw. The sardonic smile on the night demon's face was getting closer and closer to him. That wild expression seemed as if it was going to swallow Li Mu alive. Li Mu's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster, but at this moment he instead calmed down completely. The images in his mind from when he used to practice became vivid. He took a violent step to the side. The 2-year stake was not a target. It preaches. When it is not moving and calm, it is like the first appearance of a thunder mane. One step heavily stepped on the ground and violently turned sideways. Li Mu's right fist was taut and violently handed out. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrow sharply. The bracing hammer, one of the 8 basic stances of the 8 extremes fist. It was also the only fist stance that Li Mu had started practicing. At this moment, Li Mu's gaze brightened. With one punch, I honor the martial arts. This punch, as fast as lightning, landed on the night demon's chest. Boom! A muffled sound. There was a momentary stiffening of the night demon's body. His eyes widened and his mouth opened exaggeratedly. In the next moment, the night demon immediately stumbled backwards on his feet. In just a few steps, his staggering steps caused him to directly fall on his back. An extremely obvious fist-shaped depression had been added to the location of his chest. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. The scene was exaggerated and spectacular, just like a blood fountain. His body trembled fiercely for a few times, and his chest rose and fell rapidly for a few times before stopping violently. At the same time, the horrified look in his eyes had faded. Both eyes became lifeless. It didn't continue to spray blood, but blood kept gushing out from the corner of his mouth. There were also some broken pieces of internal organs vaguely in the mouth. The exaggerated depression in his chest was especially striking. A drone flew out and a green light was cast on the nightmare's body. It soon flew back. The radio's voice rang out. The night demon has lost complete incapacitation, grave wins. According to the rules, after the announcement was made, there could no longer be any offense. And in a fight, it either ends with the death of one side, and then either one side loses the power to fight back completely. Here, one is not allowed to concede defeat without sustaining a particularly serious injury. As the voice rang out, the iron gates on both sides rose at the same time. The iron gate on the nightmare's side immediately ran to 2 staff members to get the nightmare onto a stretcher and carry him out. If you hold on tight, you can still save it. Even though it's a black boxing ring, it's not always possible for someone to die. If ordinary people, even if, to the level of the 3rd level martial artist, were so many. So as long as the opponents didn't really kill them, the officials would also try to rescue them. The cost of the rescue is directly borne by the fighter anyway. What? You say you don't have the money? That's fine. The black boxing ring is right here. Go and fight to earn money to pay it back. What the? The night demon actually looks like this after being punched. You've got to be kidding me. This is ing shady. No. Night demon looks like that.
Even if he's not dead, he's almost dead. Just a few seconds of silence. The audience was already in an uproar. One by one, the audience stared in disbelief. Night Demon was also a minor celebrity in this underground black boxing ring. And he lost just like that? And still, he was seriously injured and dying from a direct punch by a newcomer. Don't be so exaggerated. After a moment of silence, a betting dog who had placed a bet on Limu because of the odds suddenly threw up his arms in excitement. Grave! Grave! The others stared slightly, and a few more people who had placed bets on Limu joined the chants. Grave! Then came more people, looking excited and chanting in unison. They wanted excitement, they wanted blood. What's more exciting than a newcomer killing an old man in seconds? As for blood, isn't that blood on the floor bloody enough? Aside from the few gamblers who had pressed a lot on Night Demon, everyone else had joined in the chanting. Grave! Amidst the cacophony of cheers, only Limu stood frozen in place. His eyes looked furtively at the Night Demon who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It finally turned into a blazing flame, as if it was burning. He murmured in a voice only he could hear. Thus begins my martial arts path. Mr. Grave, your next fight is tomorrow night at 7. The staff said respectfully to the point of being somewhat humble. Limu nodded and directly left. The money had arrived, a total of $190,000. In addition to the $100,000 victory bonus, the $90,000 is 3 times the previous own $30,000 dealer payout. Efficiency is quick, after all, it's seller's money. It's $190,000 for just a moment. Even after deducting his $30,000 capital, there's still $160,000 left. That should all be enough to match the most basic one in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, the body-tempering scattering remedy. That's why Limu would ask for a fight to be arranged for himself as soon as possible. That is, he can make money and exercise himself. Of course, the purpose of everything is only one, and that is to become stronger. Now he needed to go home and get some rest. Digest the insights and understanding from today's battle. Although this battle was very short, it brought Limu not a lot of insights. He also didn't rush to spend money on herbs. Money kept was money that made money. Today, Limu only had $30,000 and made $60,000. If he had $1 million, that would be $2 million earned. As for the prescription, there was no hurry. Underground black boxing ring, manager's office. Hanya was leisurely enjoying the feeding service of 2 beautiful secretaries. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. A secretary straightened her clothes and went to open the door. A Hanyu walked in quickly and bowed his head to Hanya. Boss. Night Demon lost. Said I'd let you call me manager. Hong cozied up on the sofa, unperturbed. If you lose, you lose. Old. Manager, Night Demon is losing to a new guy, and that guy directly punched Night Demon in seconds. I think that guy called Grave is definitely a tough opponent. Killing a Night Demon with one punch? Hanya's eyes narrowed slightly, coming to some interest. Bring me the battle footage. Yes. Soon the battle between Limu and the Night Demon was presented on the light screen in front of Hanya. Hanya's expression immediately became grave. This guy is not a wild card. This punch is fierce. The punch is fierce, fast as lightning, and the force doesn't leak out. This guy might have someone high up behind him. It's a good seedling. Keep an eye on it and don't make any small moves. Maybe it's the senior disciple of some big brother who came to practice. Don't make personal contact yet, you can take care of them a little. Chapter 28 Revisiting the Black Boxing Arena. Battle Black Wolf. Back home. Eat, then it's martial arts practice. The counting breaths gong and the 2 globes pile are the foundation of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. It was also the most important cornerstone of the 8 extremes. That's why Limu started the practice of these 2 first. Who? Limu leisurely exhaled a breath, his body sinking, his lower body steady as a mountain. The counting breaths gong had already stabilized its operation. Phew! He swung his fist out of thin air, and it was a harsh air-breaking sound that whistled. Phew! The wind of the fist was harsh, but it caused Limu to raise his eyebrows slightly. It wasn't right. Not the way I felt when I was in the black ring. That feeling of handing out a punch, having your heart in the right place, and your blood boiling. Phew! Phew! Several more punches were thrown, and the harsh sound of breaking air whistled. Occasionally a punch had so much feeling, but nowhere near as much as when they were actually fighting. It seems like a real fight is still needed. However, compared to before, Limu's propping hammer had become more and more skillful. After bracing the hammer is the dragon subduing the tiger. Although it was also a basic move, the name was unusual. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Not moving like a mountain, but moving like a swimming dragon, like a shocking dragon. Hexagram puffing earth gene. Converging the strength of his entire body into a single point, he spat it all out in an instant. Limu got more and more into the state, his stance changed, and his footsteps were thick and powerful. Before long, a rough male voice came from the windowsill downstairs. Brother! Is there a war going on in your house? Can you keep it down?
Li Mu's movements stalled. He frowned slightly.
It really wasn't convenient to practice martial arts upstairs.
In fact, he's been quite restrained. It was fine that the level was low right now, but if it was a little higher, at any moment, it might be possible to collapse the floor by accident. Powerful martial artists, all of them have their own venues for practicing martial arts, without having to be too restrained and without affecting others. It looks like we have to change the place to practice martial arts.
The next day,
Li Mu, who had stayed at home and practiced for most of the day, left the house at 5 o'clock to head to the 18th district.
Of course, still wearing the mask.
Mainly because at his age, he was too young to be recognizable without a mask. Come to the black boxing ring. Immediately there is a person to take Li Mu to the special waiting area.
Again, it was a room at the edge of the venue. But this one today is arguably a world away from that room yesterday. Yesterday's room was dim, with only a stool and a water fountain.
Today's room, on the other hand, was bright, furnished with leather sofas, alcoholic beverages in the refrigerator, and cut-up fruits on the coffee table, beautifully presented snacks.
Mr. Grave, everything here is free for you to enjoy. The staff saluted and then respectfully retreated. Winning one conditional treatment increases it by that much?
Being able to win one game meant that at least it wasn't cannon fodder, so of course the treatment would be better. He didn't need anything, he was wearing a mask after all.
The time came to 6:30.
The information of this game's opponent was sent over by the staff.
Also, the handicap has been opened. Black Wolf. A total of 28 battles. 19 wins, 9 losses.
Record high 6 consecutive wins.
Currently on a 3-game winning streak.
Looking at the information in front of him, Li Mu's eyes were as calm as a lake.
Apart from this basic information, there are also videos of your opponent's previous fights that can be viewed. Li Mu watched a few of them that were highlighted.
Soon, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked.
This Black Wolf was stronger than the Night Demon.
This made Li Mu even more excited. Meanwhile, the odds for both sides came out.
Grave 1:2. Black Wolf 1.8.
Compared to yesterday, today's odds are more even.
It looks like that punch yesterday really left a good impression on them.
Li Mu didn't hesitate to press all the money on himself. He didn't need to back out. The path of a martial artist is one of courage and refinement. The only way to push oneself to the limit and explode beyond the limit was to fight with one's back to the water. On the light screen, the progress bar of the two bets, Black Wolf had some advantage, but Li Mu's side also had people betting. The ratio was around 1/5.
Li Mu has already gotten a lot of recognition from that battle yesterday. The time came to 6:55. Click.
The iron gates on either side of the field rose with the scraping of chains.
Li Mu calmly stepped out.
The one who walked out on the opposite side was a middle-aged man who didn't cover his face. He was of medium stature and appeared to be plain, with the exception of a pair of eyes that occasionally flashed with a bloodthirsty look.
Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Black Wolf! Black Wolf!
Tear him apart! There were more spectators in this one. Many of the spectators chanted excitedly.
It looked like Black Wolf's fame was much higher than Night Demon's. A standoff in the air.
Two pairs of eyes staring at each other. Where the lines of sight crossed, the air seemed to be filled with smoke.
Black Wolf! Grave! Go for it! The cacophony of voices was not only in favor of the Black Wolf. There were equally those who supported Li Mu.
At the head of the group were the same gambling dogs who had pressed Li Mu to win yesterday. Although a few of them shouted as if they were playing for their lives. But there were more people supporting Black Wolf. The voices were soon silenced. The people who came to this place were supposed to vent. Naturally, they don't need to pay any more attention to manners and poise. In those bloodthirsty eyes, Li Mu vaguely felt a few strands of pressure. However, it was a little weaker than the pressure from yesterday's Night Demon. Not because the opponent has gotten weaker. Rather, Li Mu was stronger. He improved by leaps and bounds. Though it was just one battle, just one move. But before that battle, he was just a white boy who had yet to be exposed to combat. And now, he had experience. Li Mu's aura had also begun to brew and grow. It was easy to tell from the Black Wolf's slightly trembling eyes that he similarly felt the same pressure on Li Mu. The confrontation didn't last long. War! The voice had not yet completely fallen. The Black Wolf's entire body quickly rushed out like an arrow off a string, heading straight for Li Mu. In terms of speed alone, he was faster than the Night Demon. In a few leaps, he was already approaching Li Mu. The Black Wolf's 5 fingers were in the form of claws, grabbing straight towards Li Mu's face. And all of this. All of Black Wolf's movements were clearly seen by Li Mu. He quickly retreated a few steps and avoided this claw by tilting his head. The two-eye pile was not only static, but also dynamic. It is likewise a footwork technique. Moving is like a shocking, swimming dragon. Swift and elusive. Roar! As the blow fell short, the Black Wolf let out a roar and approached once again, the wind whistling between its claws. Li Mu avoided again. He was in no hurry to make a move.
He's watching. With just a single glance, Li Mu was already clear about the caliber of this black wolf. He was not a threat to himself at all. But such a fight was not meaningless. As long as it was a real battle, Li Mu would be able to learn from it. It could also slightly make his blood begin to boil. After a few minutes of observing and figuring out the black wolf's moves and offensive habits. During this process, Black Wolf didn't even touch Li Mu's clothesline. There was a huge gap between the physical qualities of the two men. It's about time. A sharp aura flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Blood rushed through his veins. He sidestepped a claw from the black wolf. The ground trembled slightly as he took a heavy step. Twisting his waist and side arm, a side punch was swung out. Chapter 29 The Five Mountains Toward Heaven. A fist descending the dragon. The Five Mountains Toward Heaven Cone. The name is Descending Dragon. Again, it's a basic Baji Quan style. Boom! Compared to Brace the Hammer, the short-range explosive power of Descending Dragon was 3 times weaker, but it was faster and more versatile. In Black Wolf's line of sight, he only saw Li Mu throw a punch, and then he was already hit. His body stiffened uncontrollably, and then he retreated violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and lying on the ground, no longer able to fight. The ring was silent. Black Wolf is seriously injured and incapacitated. Grave wins. After a few moments of silence, the ring was abuzz with excitement. Grave invincible. Another punch. Although this fight was slower, again it was just a punch to end it. Plus yesterday's fight. 2 fights against opponents who are little known in the black box. And this Black Wolf was stronger than Night Demon. But again, it ends with a punch. How did that not make those spectators seethe? At first it was just the spectators who had placed bets on Li Mu who let out excited cheers, followed by more and more people. In the end, the entire audience was a whole lot of cheering. Li Mu gently exhaled. This time, the throbbing it brought him was no longer as good as the first one. But his blood still boiled and churned. Actual combat was indeed the best whetstone for martial artists. The only way to sharpen oneself is to keep sharpening oneself, making oneself sharper and sharper like a sharp blade. Only then can one ascend to the peak of the martial arts path. Li Mu calmly scanned over the black wolf on the ground, then walked towards the iron door that had already risen. Although he had already retracted his punch, the black wolf would still have to lie down for a few months at least. Well, there was nothing to be pitted about when they were all fighting black fighters. Li Mu's hand was already considered light. The second victory, the prize money is $200,000. As well as the $1,900,000 that Li Mu had bet doubled into $380,000. Now Li Mu already had a total of 580,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Fighting black boxing, money comes really fast. Asked when the next fight was going to take place. Learning that it might take a few days, Li Mu directly left the black boxing ring. Returning to the 13th district, he arrived in front of a pharmacy that was decorated in a rather stylish manner. Aoki Pharmacy. This is one of the more famous pharmacies in the 13th district. Without knowing the ropes, going to a better place would at least not get screwed over too much. On the contrary, those small places, see you do not know how to do that is really not treat you as a human being like slaughter. Already have 580,000, Li Mu think, he should also start to try the quenching body loose. There was a line of distance, and it was always a bit hard not to break through. Li Mu stepped in. Behind the counter, there was a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old who was playing a game console, and as soon as she saw the person coming she immediately put down the game and asked somewhat sheepishly, "Hello, what do you need?" "I'll take a look first." Li Mu scanned through one of the glass display cases in the hall. Almost all of them were finished drugs. And not many of them were tonics used by martial artists. How many first and second level elixirs? Even the third level was relatively rare. First grade blood nourishing elixir, 1,201. Grade 2 blood nourishing pill, 8,000 apiece. Grade 3 blood strengthening pill, out of stock. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump, it wasn't really cheap. The young girl behind the counter revealed a polite smile. "Guest, are you looking at martial arts pills?" "Actually, apart from the display cabinets and these, we also have some pills that are not on display to the public, but the price may be a bit higher." "No, I want the raw materials. We have the same herbs here, I wonder what you need, guest." Dragon's blood grass, tiger spotted flower, 7-finger silkworm, chi, and blood ginseng. Li Mu directly reported the names of the 13 herbs as if he were naming a dish and added, "What I want is more demanding, it has to be 10 years old or more, and it can't have too much breakage or energy leakage." These were the main medicines. There were also some dispensing medicines that were very common, and were available in unusual Chinese medicine stores. And these 13 herbs were not just the herbs of the body tempering powder. Li Mu kept a hand in case the prescription was leaked. The young girl behind the counter was confused for a while before saying, "Are you serious? You can call your family's adults to come out." Li Mu frowned slightly. "No need, isn't it just a few old medicines? But when you say these, the price might not be too cheap. Quality is no problem, just be reasonable."
Alright, 10 years of dragon blood grass, 50,002 dragon kingdom coins per plant. 10 years of tiger blossom, 38,000 for one. 28,000 for a 7-fingered silkworm. 42,000 chi and blood ginseng. A total of 13 herbs, 460,000 and 7,000, erasing a zero for you, for a total of 460,000. The young girl opened her mouth and gave the total price directly after reporting the prices of all the herbs. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. From the prices of the herbs he had inquired about, this price was considered more reasonable. This girl didn't look very old, but she was actually so familiar with this area? I need to look at the herbs. No problem. I'll go get it for you, but I'll tell you what, we have surveillance and automatic alarms here, so don't get any bad ideas. The young girl greeted and ran to the back of the pharmacy. Li Mu somewhat strangely looked around for a few moments. Such a big pharmacy, and just a little kid watching? Soon, the young girl walked out holding several wooden boxes. Take a look first, I can't hold them all at once. Leaving behind a sentence, the young girl went back to get other herbs. Li Mu opened one of the wooden boxes, and inside was a somewhat dried up crimson plant. The hole was no more than 20 or 30 centimeters. Its leaves are like serrated teeth and very sharp. The root, on the other hand, is like the roots of an old tree, with complex veins, but extremely well preserved. Dragon's blood grass, it was said that one of the main medicines of the strong blood pill was also it. Li Mu focused on inspecting some of the leaves and roots. The medicine chapter also had a basic identification method. The leaf blades are sharp and the roots go to a quality-shaped bloom. It is also true that the roots are 10 years old, judging by their level of development. No problems there. Li Mu began to check the other herbs. One by one, they were inspected with particular care. In total, it took more than half an hour, and the young girl behind the counter was getting impatient waiting. Only then did Li Mu put down the last herb in his hand and nodded, all of them are fine. The young girl smiled helplessly, I've said it all, this pharmacy of mine is a decades-old signboard, it's impossible to sell fake medicine to you. A total of 460,000, this price is also very affordable. Li Mu nodded. Can it get any cheaper? How about another zero, $400,000? The young girl was stunned, then her eyes widened and she said excitedly, are you kidding me? What is this called erasing zero? This capital is not even enough. That's fine, 460,000. Li Mu directly transferred the money. As soon as she heard the beep of the transfer, the young girl immediately brightened up and hurriedly took out a large bag to help Li Mu put one wooden box after another. 13 wooden boxes, some big and some small, added up as not heavy, is a big pile. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, the young girl added, hey, do you want to make your own medicine? Then you still need to dispense it, right? Just buy it from me, the price is fair. Li Mu was slightly stunned, what's your name? Xing Dai, and you? My name is Li Mu, and you should give me a business card. Chapter 30 Seeing the Gate of Limit. Becoming a limit martial artist. Li Mu ended up buying all the dispensing pills directly at the Greenwood Pharmacy. The dispensed medicines were mostly common Chinese medicines and were not expensive. Li Mu bought all the 2 dispensations of body hardening powder, as well as some of the dispensations from the other prescriptions. It all adds up to 10 pounds, a total to 14,000. Xing Dai extremely boldly wiped 4,000, plus a set of tools for dispensing medicine. Nothing too fancy, but the market price is 3 or 4,000. Xingxia directly gave it away for free. Obviously this is thanks to a big spend from Li Mu. She was trying to pull in Li Mu as a repeat customer. In the end, Li Mu spent a total of $470,000. The herbs needed for the body tempering powder, as well as the dispensing tools, were then complete. This is only the most basic prescription. Just over $400,000. After returning home and looking at the pile of herbs in front of him, Li Mu couldn't help but smile helplessly. He immediately began to categorize, organize and deal with it. In the medicinal formula chapter, the processing of everything was documented in detail. Dragon's blood grass, tiger balm flower, crushed into powder. 7-fingered silkworm, chopped, add 100 grams of distilled water boiled in an earthenware vessel until the water dries up and dissolves into a viscous state. Chi and blood ginseng, its juice is taken with a silver needle and the ginseng must be crushed. Fruit of the deadly poison, silver needle to take the juice, fire-baked fruit body, and then crushed the dried fruit. Close to an hour. Li Mu finally finished processing the 9 main medicines needed for the body tempering powder. Then came the various auxiliary medicines, which were much easier. At least you don't have to be so careful. The basic body hardening scatter didn't have an overly complicated process. There was also no need to use any legendary alchemy furnace to refine the medicine. It was only necessary to take fixed medicinal materials, handle them with appropriate techniques, and then blend them together in a fixed proportion. It wasn't too difficult. It just takes some time. Another hour. Li Mu took out a large clean glass basin. He poured those finished products like processed herb powders into it in order, in proportion to their weight. In the end, a dough-like mass appeared in the basin.
If I'm not mistaken, this stuff is body hardening scatter.
First, all those herbs that had a surplus were categorized and kept and put away. Then put on sterile gloves and start kneading.
Body hardening powder can be used externally as well as internally.
For external use, one would still need to wait for the stuff to naturally air dry and completely metamorphose into a loose form.
And for internal use, you just need to stir it up now and eat it straight away.
After half an hour of mixing, Li Mu then pulled out these dough balls to the size of a dragon's eye,
resembling a Dan Mu. But in reality, it can't be considered a real elixir.
It's just a mixture of different herbs. In the end, Li Mu got out a total of 32 pills that were almost uniform in size.
Taking these pills, he entered the exercise room. One goes into your mouth.
The 8 extremities sect immediately functioned. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. The tearing sensation of the flesh instantly spread all over his body. The pill in his mouth instantly melted and went down his throat. This time, perhaps it was because of the accompanying supporting medication.
Li Mu quickly entered the state. Pain. Ease. Between. The pale gate.
Vaguely, Li Mu saw his own body. The entire body in its infancy, the meridians and bones in it, the blood flowing. Especially clear.
Pale gate.
Portals hidden within their own bodies. The 8 extremities gateway operated rapidly, and the severe pain instantly intensified. The essence of a body tempering pill was quickly and thoroughly digested. Li Mu immediately grabbed a few pills from the side and sent them into his mouth together like an instinctive reaction. The tearing sensation in his body became more and more intense. In the midst of this sharp pain that seemed like it was going to be shattered, Li Mu vaguely saw a portal in the fledgling form of his body. A portal that was formless and intangible, yet tightly closed.
Open it. No.
In this instant, Li Mu, however, had more than a few hesitant feelings.
He was now a level 3 martial artist. Would it be too early to open it now? Perhaps it would be more effective to open it after one's level is higher? There are only 8 doors in total. Every time you open one, you will gain power beyond your limits. Gain a huge increase. But
the path of martial arts.
How can you hesitate? The only thing to do is to be courageous.
The severe pain lingers. Li Mu ruthlessly slammed into that portal.
That was Li Mu's essence.
Knocking on the door with his essence.
Boom! The portal didn't move, but the sharp pain on Li Mu's torso intensified.
The essence of those pills was quickly and completely digested.
Li Mu hadn't even used swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth yet he still digested them so quickly. It's actually so hard to open.
Li Mu exhaled a long breath and forcefully operated the counting breath technique to calm his heart.
Too much intense and a constant pain is going to drive people crazy.
The operation of the 8 extremities sect slowed down, and the counting breath technique gradually took over. The energy of the body tempering pill began to integrate into Li Mu's body and the surrounding 100 bones.
Bang!
Suddenly, Li Mu felt something shatter. Instantly, Li Mu's eyes emitted a fiery and incomparable light.
It was the layer of membrane that shattered.
The membrane that blocked himself from the limit shattered. This feeling that originated from the deepest part of the body could not be wrong.
From this moment on,
Li Mu had become a true extreme martial artist.
Level 3 extreme.
There is no limit martial artist in a million miles.
It's the limit before you even push through that door. After the great elation, Li Mu's heart had an additional realization. A martial artist seeing a door is like a monk seeing a Buddha. He who sees the Buddha gets the Buddha's favor. He who sees the door becomes the limit. That's not just one of the 8 gates. It was also the gate of the limit of the martial arts path. I have reached the limit. But since there is a door, there must be a way. Open the door and break the limit. Li Mu exhaled a long breath. The breathing became steady. The moment he saw the door, he was no longer satisfied with limits. Swallow the pill. The 8-pole sect is once again in operation. Sharp pains came all over his body, and this time, Li Mu's body directly began to tremble violently. It was as if the muscles in his body were already on the verge of collapsing. Even the energy from the body hardening pill was no longer enough to repair it. In less than a minute, the 8 extreme door had forcibly stopped. Li Mu directly dropped to the fitness mat in one fell swoop. Is the body already somewhat at its limit? Li Mu clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he released another smile. It wasn't that he was at his limit, it was just his body. The 8 extreme sect was originally a special cultivation method that forcefully tapped the potential of the body. It placed a tremendous load on the body. Prolonged operation could really lead to a complete collapse of the body. Now, Li Mu was not really at his limit. It was just that he needed to rest now. Everything is too much. Martial artist away, although seeking courage and refinement, but also cannot be too tight. Like a bowstring, even the best bowstring is always taut, but also will be wasted. It has to be loosened. The path of limits, I am bound to walk on it. Some time strike.
Adjusting his state with the counting breath gong, he slowed down for a while. Li Mu then casually made some food, ate it and went to lie down on the bed. This time, his body really couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 31 I'm on a path that's destined to be difficult.
The following day. Honyang Martial Arts Center. Training room number 7.
In front of the strength tester. Li Mu slowly pushed the crossbar.
The numbers are fixed. 10,000. 10,000 pounds of force. Level 3 limit. Not the slightest deviation.
Li Mu had expected this result.
How could the body's senses be wrong?
Coming to the Honyang Martial Arts Center wasn't just about testing strength. Li Mu needed a place to practice martial arts. If he practiced at home, even if the neighbors could tolerate it, Li Mu was really afraid of accidentally demolishing his home. A single training room like a martial arts school is paid for by the hour.
It's not really expensive if you don't need coaching. 180 an hour.
A training room is about 50 or 60 square feet with strength testers, attack testers. And it's soundproofed, has a solid floor, is fully enclosed, and has built-in air circulation. This configuration is already very conscientious at this price. After testing his strength, Li Mu came to the attack power tester.
Chi sank into the dantian. Feet sink like roots.
The arms move back slowly, as naturally as a dragon swimming in the wilderness. Steeply, the momentum of the right arm was instantly overpowering. The waist, leg and stock, the force of the whole body instantly converged into one point. Between one fist, it was as fast as a lightning bolt. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow in a hurry. One of the 8 basic stances of the 8 extremes, brace the hammer. Boom! A loud muffled sound. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Li Mu seemed to see the huge machine shaking twice. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly.
Finally it was fixed. 13,287. 13,000?
Li Mu's pupils shrunk. The power of one punch directly exceeded 3/10 of the power of the body. And before obtaining the 8 extremes, Li Mu's attack power didn't even reach his own power value. More than 3/10 of one's own power. This ratio is really a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that simple for an ordinary martial artist to even reach 8/10 of their own strength value. To be able to reach 9/10 of one's own strength value is excellent. It was also Li Mu's level before he obtained the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. And to be able to be about the same value as one's own strength, that would already be in the ranks of geniuses.
Genius in actual combat. And when battle power exceeds one's own strength,
it's already enough to be called a master of martial arts. Without enough experience and excellent power generation techniques, it was impossible for one's attack to exceed one's strength. And directly over 3/10. There is simply no such existence in S-City. Those top-level 6 martial arts generals.
At least not at all as far as Li Mu knew.
Even Gao Changhui of the Martial Arts Association, President Gao, Master Gao, can only barely exceed 2/10 of his own strength.
This is all because of the 8 extremes fist. This fist is too strong.
The bracing hammer was only the first of the basic 8 styles though. But it is the strongest style of short-range explosion. But the real terror of the 8 extreme fist was not the punches, but the 6 great openings. Top, hold, single, lift, crossbody, and wrap. Even just the basic 8 styles Li Mu had yet to be skilled. Where is this? Arriving at the open space, Li Mu began practicing the essential daily 2-element pile and counting breaths gong. After more than half an hour of basic training. Another close to an hour of boxing frame training. The basic 8 stances. Li Mu then took out the body tempering pill. Swallowing it. The 8 extreme gates was in operation. This was currently the most important point for Li Mu. Pain, severe pain. Li Mu had long since gotten used to it. With the cooperation of the pills, Li Mu quickly entered the state and saw the door again. In a trance, it was as if he was standing in front of a door. A grand, massive, brilliant, as if it were a miraculous door. This time, Li Mu was very close to the door. Reach the limit. It is the actual walk to the door. Facing this presentable door. As if it were a miraculous gate. Li Mu didn't have the slightest fear. There was only determination in his eyes. I'll push you away. He murmured softly. Not a question, a statement. As if it was being said as a matter of course. Not in much of an impassioned tone, it was flat. But with endless determination. Boom! Li Mu launched a charge at it. With his essence, he launched himself against that portal. As for Li Mu's body, at this moment, it was enduring a violent and incomparable tearing pain. Slamming the door again and again, the door that was like a miracle. It didn't move. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could shake it. Time and time again, it crashed with all its might. Even if it doesn't move a muscle. Even if the pain is excruciating. Li Mu still didn't have the slightest hesitation with each impact. There wasn't the slightest bit of retention. Half an hour later. Li Mu stopped. There was another boxing match today, so he couldn't screw himself too hard. The door, it didn't move, not even a crack appeared.
It looked as if it was doing nothing.
But Li Mu wasn't the least bit discouraged. When he chose this path, he already knew that it was not a good path.
The gate of limits, the road of limits.
It is difficult for ordinary people to even see the gateway to the limit in their entire lives,
let alone push the door open. Step out of the way. If an onlooker knew Li Mu's thoughts, his decision, they would inevitably laugh at him for being whimsical and foolhardy. Only Li Mu himself understood.
The path he took was originally to turn the impossible into the possible. Ending the cultivation of the 8 extreme sect, he used the counting breath technique to adjust his state as usual. Until the time was also past 5 o'clock, Li Mu packed up his things and opened the door of the training room.
Hello, you have used a total of 5.4 hours on your side.
After paying for the training room at the front desk, Li Mu was just about to leave. A voice, however, suddenly came.
Are you Li Mu?
Only a tall young girl stepped out from the interior of the martial arts center and sized up Li Mu with interest. She had a pretty face, a pair of beautiful eyebrows that looked valiant, her upper body was a slender long-sleeve shirt, and her lower body was jeans that extremely emphasized her figure, and her legs were long and slender, which was especially eye-catching.
Yes. Li Mu nodded calmly. Meeting this schoolmate again. Yang Xianxian asked curiously, they said that you were personally invited by Director Zhang to join Chu University, is this true or not? Xianxian, don't be rude. Yang Feihong also strides out from behind Yang Xianxian.
The pace is broad and calm, not angry, an aura like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests gradually spread.
Yet again, in an instant, the aura instantly converged. Li Mu's eyelids suddenly jumped slightly. Obviously, Yang Feihong's aura had been restrained. But Li Mu still felt a threat. It was as if Yang Feihong always had a hidden pressure around him. This is the sixth sense?
No, it's just the fledgling form. Li Mu's heart was slightly aghast. Logically speaking, the retraction and release of a martial artist's chi should be completely controlled by himself. And now Yang Feihong has clearly converged his aura. But one can still feel his pressure.
The feeling doesn't really affect himself. It's just in the mind, more warning.
Just for a moment, Li Mu suppressed the thoughts in his mind.
Yang Feihong laughed boldly, young man, I just happened to be going out for dinner with Qianxian, do you want to join me? Dinner?
Li Mu reacted with a slight start. It seemed that Director Zhang of Chu University had come to invite himself to enroll in school, and he was afraid that Yang Feihong already knew about it.
Chapter 32 One Punch to Ambush the Tiger. This is truly invincible. Sorry, I have some business later, I'm afraid I don't have much time.
That wasn't an excuse either. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu was going to start the third boxing match. For this pavilion owner who had once boldly stated that he would casually absorb the nutrient solution, Li Mu was still quite favorable.
Yang Feihong didn't care either, and smiled bashfully so?
Then let's do it next time. After all, in the future, you and Xianxian will be classmates, and I'd like to ask you to take care of this girl more in the future.
Well, then I'll take my leave first.
Good, come to the martial arts school more often to practice when you have time. You can't just bury your head in cultivation, you also need to exercise in real combat. Next time you come I'll give you a few pointers.
I'm afraid I can't afford to pay the pavilion master's instruction fee. Ha, saying that, how much can I ask for?
Isn't there still something to do? Go now.
Aha! After Li Mu left, Yang Xianxian couldn't help but ask in a somewhat strange manner. Dad, the attitude towards that kid is a bit too good, isn't it? Today's Yang Feihong could be said to be really a little too kind.
You have to know that he was hailed by even President Gao as a man like a fierce tiger. 18 years old, third level, Director Zhang's personal invitation. Yang Feihong gently sighed, his future, unlimited at first my evaluation of him is still conservative.
Director Zhang's invitation is actually real? Yang Xianxian couldn't help but be a bit stunned and incredulous.
When I had dinner with Lao Su yesterday, he told me himself, he was there at that time. On the inter-regional hover train, Li Mu suddenly received a message. $1 million arrived.
Apparently it's a scholarship from Trudy University.
This caused Li Mu to raise his eyebrows slightly. He had thought that this scholarship still had to be given only after he went to Chu University. It looks like Chu University is not so bad that it doesn't have this kind of temperament. Li, your school registration has been processed too. Shortly after the money arrived, a message from Zhang Qianxuan was also sent over.
Okay. Raimu responded briefly.
I still need to visit the WUs in S City and a few surrounding cities, it will take some time. You remember to report to Chu University on the 20th, just go directly to Chunan City, someone will pick up the car then. Another message was sent.
Okay. What have you been up to?
The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current.
Do not slack off.
Li Mu sighed helplessly and returned another okay. But today, I don't know if Zhang Qianxuan was idle or what, but he sent several messages one after another. The contents were all for Li Mu to never be complacent or too wasted.
What can Li Mu do?
After all, he had just received money from others, so he could only promise to be good.
Li Mu could understand Zhang Qianxuan's feelings, fearing that a genius would just fall. But Li Mu feels that he should be considered more diligent, right? At least it didn't slack off.
After getting off the train, Li Mu hurriedly sent a message saying that he had something to do, and then directly closed the light brain. Finding a place where no one was around, he put on the mask he had with him.
Come to the black boxing ring. Enter the husbandry area.
The conditions this time are not much different from last time. Having had 2 experiences, Li Mu had some lightheartedness.
Soon, the battle information was released.
Li Mu's opponent this time was a guy codenamed Man-Eating Tiger.
Man-Eating Tiger. A total of 12 battles were fought. 10 wins and 2 losses. Highest winning streak, 5 in a row. Current winning streak, 3.
Li Mu casually clicked on a few battle videos this Man-Eating Tiger had once had. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy's total number of games wasn't much, but it wasn't weak in the slightest.
You can tell by the win-loss totals.
And in the video it looks like this guy is a step ahead of Black Wolf.
Man-Eating Tiger? It's just the right time to try out the Vulcan Tiger.
The corner of Li Mu's mouth arched.
Man-Eating Tiger 1:2. Grave 1:2.
Again, without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu directly bet all his money on himself.
A total of 1,105,000.
This time, the odds on both sides were rare and identical. This meant that, in the opinion of the ring's official specialists, this one could be an evenly matched fight. And the progress bar of the betting ratios of both sides speaks for itself. Cannibal Tiger has slightly more progress bars, but the difference isn't that big. 2 consecutive one-punch wins. This has given Li Mu some loyal fans as well. As time gradually passed, please welcome both sides to the stage. As the beautiful host's excited voice rang out, the iron doors on both sides were slowly pulled open.
Man-Eating Tiger. Go Tigers. Tiger. Eat that guy. Grave. Grave. Shoot that dead tiger.
Give him a punch to teach him how to behave.
As Li Mu and the Man-Eating Tiger made their entrance, the scene instantly became boisterous.
In the eyes of many, this was going to be a battle between dragons and tigers. If Grave can still win with a single punch this time, it will be something.
Tiger is not those 2 weaklings. Night Demon and Black Wolf are not weak. They're weak compared to the Man-Eating Tiger.
All the noise had nothing to do with Li Mu. His eyes under that mask had locked onto his opponent.
The Man-Eating Tiger.
This is a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, and there is also a mouth of shark-like unusual sharp teeth. A fierce, brutal aura lingered around it. It was clearly a few percent stronger than the Black Wolf and the Night Demon. Moreover, this fellow had a particularly obvious killing aura. This guy definitely had a lot of human lives in his hands. Li Mu licked the corner of his mouth as his blood began to gradually heat up. A sense of wariness rose up.
Go to war. With the sound of the radio. Roar.
The Man-Eating Tiger let out a roar that didn't sound like a human voice, and violently then ran wildly towards Li Mu.
Its mouth split open and its sharp teeth were exposed. Who?
Li Mu slowly inhaled a breath.
The counting breath gun was already in operation.
This breathing technique seeks to live long and leisurely.
Go to hell.
How fast was the speed of a 3rd-level martial artist? A few dozen meters was just a breath or 2 before the Man-Eating Tiger had rushed over. His thick and heavy arms directly called out to Li Mu with a double wind slam.
Who? A breath was violently exhaled.
The muscles of his body instantly tensed up, and the blocks of muscles simultaneously exerted force, and then orderly converged back and forth into Li Mu's right fist. With a few heavy yet flexible steps, Li Mu delivered a punch.
Hexagram pouncing ground gene. Fu Shu.
The wind of the fist whistled, like a tiger roaring in the mountains. And like the final wail of that beast king's unwillingness.
Boom.
A few teeth-crushing bone-cracking sounds clearly rang out. Crimson blood waved in the air.
One of the drops landed on Li Mu's white mask.
The blood splattered away. On top of that clean white, it was like a small and demonic flower. The body of the Man-Eating Tiger flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, and apart from the rapidly heaving chest and the blood that was continuously spat out, there was no other movement.
Grave victory. The radio's voice rang out. Grave invincibility. 3 in a row. 3 punches and 3 wins. This is truly invincible.
Those spectators who had placed bets on Li Mu instantly became excited. The scene boiled over.
Chapter 33 Mind Awakening. 9-leaf sword grass. Fu Hu.
Li Mu swept a glance at the Man-Eating Tiger and slowly exhaled.
The counting breath gun was still running leisurely.
The aura lingering around him, Li Mu, had already changed a bit. Gradually there was more sharpness.
More of an unstoppable edge.
The blood was still flowing like a rush.
This is?
Li Mu sensed a change in himself. It was a change that was uncontrollable, yet originated from his own state of mind in martial arts. The path of a martial artist should be courageous and refined, no matter who or how strong the person blocking one's way is.
I will break it. It is
the heart of the martial artist, the heart of the invincible.
Only 3 levels, now say invincible, perhaps a little too whimsical or too much to take for granted.
But this kind of invincibility does not refer to the strength, but the state of mind. This awakening of the state of mind was especially rare. Right now, what Li Mu had gotten was just a prototype, a seed. He needed to nourish this invincible heart with constant victories.
Li Mu had a realization.
He couldn't help but grin slightly at the corners of his mouth. This, an unexpected and reasonable gain.
Phew! Calmly went down to the cheers of the crowd.
The counting breaths kung fu was still running leisurely. Li Mu had gradually grasped the insights of the counting breaths gong, gradually and thoroughly integrating this breathing method into his habits.
This one wins. Not only did Li Mu get the seed of invincible heart, there was also money.
A third victory and a haul of $300,000. Place a bet of $1,105,000 on your own win.
Doubled it straight up and turned it into $2,211,000. That's an ungodly amount of money. Over $2 million, that's enough for an ordinary person to live for the rest of his life.
And this would be turned into Li Mu's capital to warm up his martial arts.
Underground black boxing ring, manager's office. Knock knock.
Boss. Hongya personally opened the door and gritted his teeth. I said, call me manager. Wearing a black suit, with a body like a skinny monkey, Su Feng hurriedly said.
Old. Manager.
Cannibal tiger also lost. And again, he was punched to death by that grave.
The man-eater tiger was also defeated by a single punch? Hongya's pupils immediately shrunk. The projection of Su Feng's intellectual brain played. That's right.
Boss, take a look at this guy's battle video screen. Those evaluators said that this guy might have a strength of 8,000 pounds upwards.
8,000 kilograms upwards.
Hongya's eyelids slightly jumped. A level 3 martial artist has 8,000 pounds of strength.
When did we have such a ruthless character in S-City again? Or a fierce dragon from somewhere?
Upon seeing the video of Li Mu's one-punch victory, Hongyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the color of gravity in her eyes became more and more intense. 3 punches, 3 completely different punches. Yet they are equally profound and unpredictable in power.
I'm going to see for myself in the next one.
Su Feng said, then does the old
manager need to make arrangements?
It's only 3 straight wins, what's there to arrange?
We'll see. After leaving the Black Fist Arena, get on the train.
Li Mu then directly used to send a message to Qing Dai. Prepare me a copy of those herbs from last time, send it directly to my house is at. Pushing through that door of limits wasn't that simple. The body tempering powder that was allocated last time will definitely not be enough. There was even a need to consider a more effective prescription.
That's sorry, I don't have a delivery service. Here for the time being, why don't you come and get it yourself?
Qing Dai's reply arrived soon after, with a stream of pitiful emoticons at the end.
Get me ready.
Getting off the train, Li Mu went straight to the Greenwood Pharmacy. As soon as he entered the store, Li Mu saw a wooden box on the counter, as well as the Qing Dai behind the wooden box. Li Mu took a few steps forward and opened the wooden boxes one by one to inspect them. Although there was no problem last time, it doesn't mean that there is definitely no problem.
This pharmacy isn't small anymore, why doesn't business seem to be good?
During the inspection, Li Mu casually asked. There was no one else in the pharmacy, as was the case last time.
Yeah, not so good. Because. Oh.
Qing Dai just wanted to recount her bitterness, only to realize that Li Mu's attention was completely on the medicinal herbs and wasn't paying attention to herself at all. It seemed like she just really casually asked.
This guy.
Ao Dai was a little speechless. This time, Li Mu's speed of inspection became a bit faster. After all, he had experience.
It's all fine, and those dispensing drugs from last time, a total of 480,000?
Qing Dai nodded. Well, when this stock runs out, the price might not be so cheap.
Then I'll change pharmacies then. Li Mu calmly said. Can you not be so realistic?
Qing Dai looked like she was clenching her teeth and didn't dare to snap.
This world is supposed to be realistic.
Li Mu took out those herbs and was just about to leave when he suddenly asked again.
Do you have any high-quality foreign beast blood here?
There's also the 9-leaf swordgrass. Qing Dai was slightly stunned, so she asked somewhat cautiously.
The blood of foreign beasts
seems to be somewhat dry, but the quality is not high, right? As for the 9-leaf swordgrass, I remember it is not cheap.
Do you have it here? How much?
Qing Dai said with some hesitation, at least about $5 million.
So expensive.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The 9-leaf sword herb was extremely rare. Swordgrass is a genus that has the effect of refining the body and honing the martial way. Unusual swordgrass market price in tens of thousands to more than 100,000 ranging. And 9-leaf swordgrass is the most rare and special kind of unusual swordgrass.
9 is the extreme number.
It is also a small, perfect, full, and flawless, and the effect will be much better. But growing to 9 leaves is a long process. There were too many uncertain factors in between, leading to the rarity of 9-leaf swordgrass on the market.
This price is not too high. I'll pick it up in a few days.
Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu turned around and left with his herbs. Xing Dai was a bit confused, and it took a while for her to react, and she hurriedly shouted, "I didn't say I have them here." And Li Mu had long since walked away. Go home and blend the body hardening powder.
Everything is much easier with experience.
This time, it only took a little over an hour to get out 32 body hardening pills. And the 13 pills that were still left from last time were already a bit dry. This molded body hardening bulk was no longer suitable for oral consumption and was more suitable for external use. Filling the bathtub with water, Li Mu directly threw all of those 13 somewhat air-dried pills into the bathtub. The pills quickly began to melt when they met the water. The pure liquid soon turned dark black as well.
Medicine bath. This is one of the topical uses.
Li Mu also tried it for the first time.
But he wasn't satisfied with just outside service. He wants to use both inside and outside.
A few of the body tempering scatters he had just made were directly swallowed by him. Then he directly undressed and entered the bathtub.
The 8-pole door. Run.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. In an instant, unspeakably horrible and intense pain spread throughout Li Mu's entire body. At the same time, both internal and external energies quickly passed into his body, relieving the severe pain and repairing his body.
The door, once again, appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes.
Chapter 34 Arrow God seriously injured.
9-leaf sword grass. The first gate of limits. It is said to be the Pale Gate. It stands still, as if it were a miracle. And what Li Mu needs to do? It is the challenge of the miracle. One hit at a time. One ripple at a time.
The lack of progress did not discourage Li Mu in the slightest. The fact that it was not a good path was proof of the extraordinary and special nature of this path. If you don't even have a spirit to rise to the challenge, what kind of martial artist are you? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The time has also come to the first half of August. Because it was all about having a fight in the black boxing ring every few days. These days Li Mu only had a total of 4 more fights. Together with the previous 3, his current record was 7 consecutive victories. Has gotten the $1 million bonus for the 7th game. Only now, over at the black boxing arena, one fight is separated by longer than the other. Supposedly it's taking time to find the right opponent. And for the first 7 matches, Li Mu was a one-trick pony. It just so happened that he had practiced the first 7 of the 8 basic 8 positions of the 8 extremes. He had become more and more skillful with the basic 8 stances. And after the 7th game, the prize money for the 8th game will become $2 million. It's said that the underground boxing ring in S-City hasn't gotten an 8th match bonus for hundreds of years. Even the 7th consecutive win, there are only a handful of people who have gotten it. This was because according to the division of strength, the opponent in the 7th match should be close to the level of a half-limit martial artist. While the 8th match was to be close to an extreme martial artist, or even originally an extreme martial artist. It was only because of the rarity of extreme martial artists that the ring could not usually be found. Sometimes a martial artist who had just broken through at a higher level would be used instead. Battling across levels is conceivably difficult. Of course, the prize money is ridiculously high if you're going over the top. It's been several days since Li Mu's 7th match ended, and the black boxing arena side hasn't been able to find a suitable opponent for Li Mu to fight in the 8th match. And after the end of the 7th match, Li Mu also used those winnings as well as the money he won from gambling to finally buy the 9-leaf swordgrass, as well as a series of dispensing medicines. Well, it was bought at the Greenwood Pharmacy. When Li Mu first went there, that little girl still denied that she didn't have it. As a result, she still took it out. The main reason is that when it comes to herbs of this level of several $1 million, they are usually the treasure of the pharmacy. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily sell them. Li Mu, this is still considered a submission. He also silently remembered it in his heart. Li Mu was walking alone on his way to the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. During this period of time, Li Mu had already taken the Hongyang Martial Arts Hall as his regular location for practicing martial arts. And today, he wasn't just going to practice martial arts. Suddenly, a communication alert came from the Light Brain. "Mako, something big has happened. Have you seen it yet?" "What?" Li Mu was slightly stunned. Chen Nan's character wasn't exactly adventurous. There weren't many situations where she was this agitated. "I can't believe you didn't know. I can't believe you didn't know about something this big." In the northern frontier region, Xuehua City was hit by a beast tide. The Arrow God went to the rescue but was severely injured by a terrifying beast king. In the end, Xuehua City was wiped out by the beast tide. Only the Arrow God barely escaped. "What?" Li Mu's pupils immediately shrunk. The matter of a city being destroyed by a beast tide was actually not too rare in this world. But it was different when a martial god was seriously injured. Even the Arrow God sitting in the north was seriously injured? That's one of the 8 martial gods of the Dragon Kingdom.
one of the topmost powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. You actually don't know about such a big event. What are you busy with all day long? Li Mu was silent. What else could he be busy with? Busy practicing, of course. Li Mu spent nearly all of his time on cultivation one day at a time, and really didn't pay much attention to the news. That Beast King was called the self-proclaimed Winter's Wrath, and he also let slip that he wanted to tear all the humans apart. Mako, where exactly do you think the future of our human race lies? Even the martial god is no match for that Beast King. Chen Nan's voice became low. There was a palpable frustration and grayness. Chen Nan is just a projection of the countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. How could such news not depress people? Even the strongest representative of all mankind, the god of Wushu, had been defeated. Then who else could restrain such a Beast King? For a time, it was as if a layer of haze had enveloped all of humanity. It is a bit breathless. Learning this news, Li Mu's heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. Who? The breath-counting technique was still in operation, and in an instant, Li Mu was completely calm. Li Mu therefore said in a more relaxed tone, "Don't just think too badly, even if one martial god isn't his opponent, we still have 7 of them, we can always surround them." This is also true. It is said that the Sword King, Gunzun, and the Fist King immediately rushed to the northern borderland area after they received the news. Several great martial gods have joined forces. That guy will definitely die a miserable death. Well, it will definitely be, and don't think too much. Instead of thinking about all this nonsense, it's better to improve yourself more. You kid has been working so hard even after the 3rd level, I can't be pulled down too much by you. That's it. I'll hang up now, I'm going to train. With that, Chen Nan directly hung up the communication. Putting down his left arm, Li Mu's complexion couldn't help but be a bit downcast as well. Even the martial god actually lost? One has to be quick about it. Hongyang Martial Arts Center. From the front desk to those coaches inside the training hall, the students, all of them were quite sad. It looked like the news of Arrow God's defeat had really spread. And besides the low atmosphere, there are still some people training and working out like crazy. The news deeply stimulated them. The martial god, it seemed, was not able to shelter them for the rest of their lives. Perhaps that's why the officials wanted to release this news. The official hope is that this will stimulate the public and make them realize their shame. Li Mu didn't run into Yan Feihong and He Xian on this visit either. He came alone to the long-booked Training Room 0. This was the best single training room in the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Not only did it have those instruments for testing, but it also had the specialty-assisted absorption chamber. Li Mu himself had brought dispensing tools and materials. Boiling blood scatter. Boiling blood foundation. This was the chapter of medicinal prescriptions, one of the most basic ones that had the best effect in conjunction with the cultivation of the 8 extremities sect. A prescription that required the use of the 9-leaf swordgrass. The effect is much better than the body-tempering dispersion. In order to gather the herbs on this prescription, Li Mu had already spent more than $10 million. Not only was the value required for this prescription not expensive, the handling process is also much more troublesome. But the basic treatment of the herbs Li Mu had already done. The next step was the final step. Li Mu opened the auxiliary absorption chamber. Inside the capsule were dozens of liters of distilled water that had been prepared long ago. Li Mu began to pour the liquid, or powder, from one glass container into the water. 7 spotted flower, 72,000. Chalcedony root, 120,000. Blood prana stone, 880,000. As each material was put down, Li Mu would always think of their prices. The price of a random medicinal herb was enough for an ordinary family for a long time. And in the way of a martial artist, it was just an insignificant auxiliary material. Finally, all auxiliary materials into distilled water. The liquid turned an eerie crimson color. Just like blood. Boiling blood scatter. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Chapter 35 Extreme Looseness. A crisis in the dark. In the end, a 9-leaf swordgrass that had been somewhat air-dried after special treatment was gently placed into the crimson liquid by Li Mu. Instantly, the 9-leaf swordgrass sank into the water. The liquid began to boil. Like blood. Like magma. Li Mu stuffed the remaining body-tempering pills, more than 20 in total, into his mouth. This was already the 4th batch of body-tempering scatter. Immediately, he took off his clothes and immediately entered the cabin carefully. It's hot. For a moment, Li Mu really thought he had fallen into the lava. It seemed as if his skin had been scalded and destroyed, and his flesh and blood were about to melt. Li Mu clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain, allowing himself to be completely immersed in the liquid. The glass lid of the chamber also fell at that moment. The 8 extremities gate was instantly in operation. This moment, the severe pain from outside and inside hit at the same time. In this instant, it was as if the body no longer belonged to him. However, Li Mu still clenched his teeth and maintained the operation of the 8 extremities sect to the death.
The body tempering pill that he had just swallowed began to transform into energy and integrate into Li Mu's body. And unlike the boiling blood scatter, it didn't bring any relief, there was just severe pain that seemed to melt you. Truly like lava. Li Mu's blood, too, was rapidly heating up. It was boiling and rushing through his veins like boiling water. In the midst of the unspeakably intense pain, Li Mu's mind, all of it, was focused on the 8 extreme door. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. The Song clan. My first gate of limit. The magnificent giant door that was like a miracle appeared in Li Mu's line of sight once again. In the midst of Li Mu's consciousness constructing an illusory scene. He walked to the door. Braced his arms against the door. Fired hard. Beyond the 8 vasts. Kangman. The blood boiled madly, no longer metaphorical. Rather, it's a fact. The cabin's boiling blood scatter was also boiling like lava. Li Mu's body endured incomparable pain. But his consciousness, however, was incomparably firm. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. On the path of a martial artist, one should be courageous. Li Mu's heart roared. In his consciousness. His arms, which had been braced on top of the portal, never let up. It was like that giant pillar in the sky. I don't know how long. The flesh was reaching its limit. It was as if the body would completely collapse at any moment. On the other hand, Li Mu's will was still as hard as iron. I don't know if it's an illusion. The door, which was like a miracle, actually trembled a little. It seemed that finally, it was pushed open a crack. A ray of joy instantly flashed through Li Mu's heart, and he immediately exerted force again. Suddenly, a feeling of powerlessness instantly spread throughout Li Mu's entire body and mind. He was retreated from the cultivation state of the 8 extremities sect like he was being dragged hard. He slowly opened his eyes and leisurely exhaled a breath. Only to choke on a mouthful of water. After the counting breath technique was skillful, Li Mu's ability to hold his breath was much stronger. He had been immersed in the liquid without the slightest discomfort, except for suddenly waking up and choking on himself. Li Mu hastily shut up and raised his head. He was still inside the cabin, and the once crimson, blood-like liquid had become transparent. An aching sensation spread around his own body. It was as if every muscle in his body had been ravaged by a hammer hundreds of times. He couldn't lift the slightest bit of strength at all. Screwed up too hard this time. The medicinal power of the boiling blood scatter has also been absorbed cleanly. Li Mu braced himself against the bulkhead and climbed out of the auxiliary absorption chamber with some difficulty. His body was sore beyond measure, and this feeling, it was really sour. However, his expression was radiant. That door to the limit. The pale door that has been propelled by itself. Maybe 1 or 2 more times he or she would be able to push that door open completely. This is unprecedented progress. You could even say it's a milestone advancement. Limits that have been loosened. Phew. After slowing down for a while with the breath counting technique, Li Mu's body only brought up some strength again. He first packed up all those dispensing artifacts he had brought with him. Then he started practicing martial arts in the open space. Baji Quan. The 8 styles of Vajra. Although his body was still sore, it didn't affect Li Mu's persistence. Underground Black Boxing Ring. The general manager of the S-City Underground Boxing Ring, the nominal and actual first person, Hongya. He personally led 2 rows of people waiting at the back door of the boxing ring. Hongya's close confidant, Su Feng, lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, who's here this time? Such a big racket that you actually had to come and pick them up in person." "How much did I say?" Hongya made a gesture to hit, but stopped his movement, looked around, and said with a straight face, "Won by a half-limit martial artist who has just been promoted to the 4th level." "Just promoted?" Su Feng froze. "Boss, level 4 still needs you to personally come and pick it up?" Hongya directly kicked Su Feng in the ass. "What the hell do you know? Know what it means to be a half-limit martial artist. At each level, only those who are incomparably close to the limit, with less than a 5% gap from the limit can be called half-limit martial artists. For example, the 3rd level limit of 10,000 pounds of strength, and to be called a half-limit martial artist, one must have at least 9,500 pounds of strength." "But," Su Feng weakly said, "Boss, you're a level 5 martial artist. A level 4 martial artist you're still able to pinch to death with one hand." "Humph." Hongya made a gesture to hit, but laughed and didn't. This word he has not yet loved to hear. In fact, if it was just an ordinary early level 4 martial artist, it wasn't worth him personally coming out to greet him. More crucially, it was rumored to be the disciple of a certain bigwig at headquarters. With such an identity, Hongya would have to be cautious. The underground Black Boxing Ring was a black industry chain that spread across the country. Don't look at Hongya's Black Boxing Ring in S-City, but in front of the headquarters, it is a small ant. He can be replaced at any time. Even Hongya, the number 1 person in the S-City division, was not aware of just how huge this industry of underground Black Boxing Ring was. He only knew. Bigger is amazing. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, what to say and do later, have some numbers in your heart, or don't die without knowing how when the time comes. Hongya was not only warning Su Feng, but also the other men behind him.
Yes. A neat answer rang out.
More than 10 minutes later, a silver stream of light flashed steeply. Only when the stream of light stopped did he realize that it was a coolly styled silver hovering sports car. The car door opened. A youth wearing a silver suit with brown leather shoes, revealing a section of his ankle and a face full of arrogance, directly leapt down from a height of nearly 10 meters.
Snap. Smooth landing. You're Hongya? That's right, Mr. Ouyang.
Hongya hurriedly stepped forward with a smile on his face.
Duke, I've arranged a banquet to receive you. No need, where is that grave? Your Excellency, you've traveled a long way, why don't you rest for a day first? It's not even urgent.
No, just today, I have to go back after solving that grave. I don't want to stay in this Thai place for much longer. If it wasn't for Master's command to find more powerful opponents to hone themselves and forge the foundation of the martial king, he, Ouyang Hua, would not have come here.
Chapter 36 Who instructs who?
The crane steps pushed the mountain steadily.
Crane step push. Li Mu's pace was light and his arms pushed horizontally.
The crane step push of the basic 8 stances.
This stance is about rigidity and flexibility after all. Light steps and heavy pushes.
This was the only one of the basic 8 stances that Li Mu had yet to utilize in actual combat, so he would usually practice a bit more. 1 push, 2 progress, 3 steps to turn into a sinker, and 4 changes to a heavy punch.
Li Mu quickly rehearsed in the training room.
It wasn't stuck with a particular move. Quick changes between the basic 8 stances. The more natural it becomes.
You have a new contact.
Suddenly, a beep came from the light brain. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that the contact person was Su Qiaorong, Li Mu's brows directly furrowed. Then he directly hung up. Since that class reunion, Su Qiaorong often contacted herself. In the beginning, Li Mu answered for the sake of classmate love. As a result, there was nothing serious, and between words, there were many pleasing friendships, and even some hints.
Then Li Mu hung up.
Ignoring the connection, Li Mu continued the maneuver. Brace the hammer, subdue the dragon, subdue the tiger. For a while, in the training room, the winds of the fists were whistling and there were more than a few air-breaking sounds.
High intensity practicing for over half an hour.
The muscles around Li Mu became more and more sore. Exhaling a long breath, he stopped cultivating. Slowly moving his body, he gave himself a rub of his muscles.
Knock knock.
There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. As a general rule, it would not be disturbed. He headed to open the door.
It didn't bother you, did it? Yang Feihong smiled. No.
Last time I said I had time to instruct you kid a few hands. A while ago there was not much time, just today I was free and you were there.
Yang Feihong stepped into the training room.
I'm sorry to have the pavilion master hanging around. Li Mu was just about to close the door when he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a sneaky figure behind the corridor outside the door. From the half-length leg that was exposed sideways, Li Mu recognized the visitor.
Sister Yang, come in or not? I'm closing the door. Coming, don't close the door. Yang Qianshan didn't hide anymore and rushed over.
This girl. Yang Feihong helplessly shook his head and smiled.
Good day, school brother.
Yang Qianshan smiled sarcastically.
Then she hurriedly sidestepped past Li Mu and squeezed into the room.
A few strands of hair flew about, and a fresh fragrance greeted his face. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and closed the door.
Xiao Mu, you're the one who dispensed the medicine.
You're quite versatile. Yang Feihong saw the instruments that were organized.
Just fiddle with it.
Li Mu could feel the sense of threat in Yang Feihong. However, this sense of threat was not directed at himself. He did not harbor the slightest malice toward himself. Yang Feihong stood in front of the combat strength tester.
Come over here all of you, Qian, you also listen well.
Yes.
Oh.
Li Mu and Yang Qianshan stood behind Yang Feihong more than a meter apart.
Yang Qianshan couldn't stop peeking at Li Mu. He clearly looks like an ordinary teenager.
But his father's evaluation of him is so high.
There was also a personal invitation from director Zhang Qianshu and Zhang.
Even now Yang Qianshan still felt that it was a bit unrealistic. Yang Qianshan had also inquired. Li Mu was still in the same middle school as herself.
However, the name Li Mu was completely absent from the school's popular figures before.
She also had no impression of the name. From a mediocre student to now being called by a small number of people in the know, the true once-in-a-century heavenly pride of S City.
Yang Qianshan couldn't help but be curious about this schoolmate. Qian, what are you looking at?
Yang Feihong suddenly voiced out, his tone a bit unkind.
That.
It was only then that Yang Qianshan noticed her outburst and hurriedly withdrew her sight. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly.
Something on your own face?
Li Mu was also a bit strange in his mind and touched it, but there was nothing.
All listen well.
Yang Feihong didn't have the good sense to say, martial artist.
What is a martial artist? His voice became heavy. Topsy-turvy is martial. Courageous and refined is a martial art. Indomitable is martial. At the end of the day, the most important thing is a martial artist's heart. Don't feel that these are far away from you. Only by awakening the heart of a martial artist as early as possible can you go farther on the path of martial arts. Li Mu recognized in his heart, but he seemed to have awakened the heart of martial arts. Or a heart of invincibility. I can't help you with the awakening of the heart of martial arts. What I'm going to teach you today are some practical combat techniques, as well as power generation techniques. Yang Feihong said in a deep voice, for example, when you throw a punch, you can't just rely on the strength of your arm. Xian, you come up first and throw a punch, using the way I taught you. Yes. Yang Xian gave a petulant assent and took a big step forward. Stand in front of the tester. Her slender legs bowed and her white right fist moved back. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Third-level martial artist. Still knows how to build up momentum. This age is already extraordinary. A few moments later, Yang Xianxian's white right fist fiercely struck out. Boom! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 8,432. 8,432 pounds, barely. Yang Xianxian spread her face and smiled, and also raised her tiny agaric nose. Well, barely. Yang Feihong nodded slightly, seemingly cloudy, but the smile at the corner of his mouth still exposed him. Obviously he was still very satisfied with this genius daughter of his. Xianxian's last test of strength was 8,423 pounds. His battle strength is almost equal to his strength, which is already good at her age. Li Mu nodded slightly. Among the third-level martial artists, her results were already excellent. It was worthy of being last year's top student of the college entrance exam, the former first genius of S-City. Yang Xianxian muttered in a somewhat dissatisfied whisper, obviously more than okay. Kid, see how Qian fights? You try it first, I'll correct your posture later. Li Mu was a bit hesitant. If he really fought, I'm afraid it would be a bit of an exaggeration. But if he didn't fight for real, Yang Feihong kindly instructed himself on what to do with power and whatnot. One didn't need it at all, and it seemed like a bit of a waste of time. Just then, the light brain prompted a message. Li Mu quietly glanced at the message. A ray of joy flashed between his eyes. The news from the Black Fist Arena's side, which was about his opponent in the 8th match, seemed to be discussing something. It seems there's no point in hiding. He had been waiting for the 8th game for a long time. Okay, I'll try it then. Li Mu nodded and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of the strength tester. Li Mu gently inhaled a breath. The nascent breath Gon's nascent breath began to operate. He sunk his feet slightly and set up a boxing stance. Hoo! A breath was violently exhaled. It was accompanied by a lightning-fast punch that landed on the battle strength tester. Boom! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly and finally settled. 11,985. 1,000. Yang Xianxian's voice instantly became stuttering. Yang Feihong's tiger's eyes rounded, his face full of disbelief. That? Also please pavilion master instruction. Li Mu said in a coy manner. Instructing? You instructing me is more like it. Yang Feihong immediately asked with some loss of temper. Kid, what exactly is your strength? How could you possibly hit a number close to 12,000 kilograms? Chapter 37. This is Heaven's Pride. The 4th level invited a battle. Li Mu was really a bit surprised that Yang Feihong reacted so strongly. In reality, Li Mu did not use the most explosive bracing hammer. Instead, he used the crane step, which was relatively the weakest of the 8 styles in terms of punching power alone. Even because the muscles were still aching. This wasn't Li Mu's peak state either. If it was the peak state plus the bracing hammer. Last time, Li Mu could have hit 13,000. This time, he had improved again, and I was afraid that he could reach 14,000, or close to it. Li Mu was just afraid that Yang Feihong would be too surprised and withdraw. As a result, kid, just how much power do you have? You shouldn't already be a rank 4 martial artist, right? Yang Feihong couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. No, in terms of strength. After hesitating for a moment, he said, 9,800, it's hard to go up after this level. The reason why he wanted to hide it was not that he couldn't trust Yang Feihong, it was just that extreme martial artists were too rare. In a small place like S-City, there were almost no places where extreme martial artists had ever come out. At least there were no clear records in history. So it led to extreme martial artists being deified. And Li Mu was already at the limit and even wanted to break through the limit. This is too amazing. The achievement of 9,800 pounds was already amazing enough to attract attention. And to go up further would be somewhat of a wood show. 9,018. Yang Feihong's pupils suddenly shrunk. Yang Xianxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with astonishment as she looked directly at Li Mu. It's no wonder, only a half-limit martial artist. Only then is it worth Director Sang's personal invitation. Yang Feihong had once thought that Zhang Qianxuan had invited Li Mu because he was 18 years old at level 3.
Now it seemed that I was afraid that this was the real reason.
That won some time. Li Mu hurriedly slipped away.
Father, even though he's a half-limit martial artist, he's not that surprised.
Yang Qianxian spoke with a slight frown.
There had never been a college-era half-limit martial artist in S City, so she didn't know what this represented. The two stood at the entrance of the martial arts center, watching Li Mu until his back disappeared.
Daughter, just watch, this is definitely the best investment in my life. He gazed languidly at Li Mu's departing back.
This is heaven's pride. It's hard for ordinary people to look up to them.
Hard to even comprehend.
At the age of 18, a grade of 3 is amazing enough.
Unbelievable.
If 18 years old 3 levels plus 9,800 pounds of strength, then it would already be a true sense of absolute heavenly pride. But Li Mu was more than that. The battle power can also exceed 2/10 of his own power. Yang Feihong himself didn't dare to say that his battle power could steadily exceed 2/10 of his strength. The entire S City, 4, 5, 6 levels of martial arts generals have a count of 1 tied together. There are only a handful of them that can stabilize their battle power over 2/10 of their strength.
Battle power is more about experience and practice.
Those guys are breathlessly not tens of years old.
And Li Mu was only 18.
Yang Feihong believed that these conditions added up. The country, and even the world, could not find so many. He was already somewhat in disbelief of just how far Li Mu could go in the future.
Underground black boxing ring, manager's office.
Mr. Ouyang, this is the Conti I specially prepared for you.
Hongya poured the wine with a smile on the side.
The young man in the suit, on the other hand, sat on Hongya's office chair with a big grin. Where's the pillar of your sub-field?
Lost as well?
Ouyang Hua casually picked up a tall glass and took a sip. The so-called pillars of the Black Fist Arena were the strong men raised by the Black Fist Arena,
specially used to break other people's winning streaks.
Lost, Hongya lowered his head. What kind of stage pillar is it to lose so easily? What caliber is that pillar of yours?
Ouyang Hua asked with a frown. 9,000 pounds of strength.
40 years old and has been level 3 for over 10 years.
Fought hundreds of life and death battles.
But he still lost.
Hongya's expression was heavy.
His third-level stage name, Bearing Dragon, was the very opponent that Li Mu faced in the 7th match.
But he was still defeated by Li Mu with a single move.
9,000 kilograms of strength, more than 10 years of combat experience.
That's not exactly weak. Hongya added.
We think that the grave that came out of nowhere might be a half-limit martial artist.
And it's also the type that is extremely good at actual combat. That's why I invited you, Your Excellency, to come over. Ouyang Hua nodded.
Bring me all of his battle videos for me to look at.
So what if he's a half-limit martial artist? I was half-limit in the beginning.
It's a pity that I couldn't break through the limit after all.
But the problem now is that he only has 3 levels.
Must make him agree himself.
Hongya quickly nodded. He will agree. He has been very eager to play the 8th game.
Respectfully, Mr. Grave, because you are in over your head. We can no longer find a third-level martial artist in our ring that matches your strength. For now, if Mr. Grave wants to continue fighting, we have an early level 4 martial artist who can be your opponent. Given the difference in strength, the prize money for this fight will become $10 million. Of course, everything is up to Mr. Grave's own volition. It's just that I'm afraid it will take quite a while to find the opponent that Mr. Grave needs among the third-level martial artists.
Looking at the message sent by the Black Fist Arena, Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
This meant that if he didn't agree to fight against a 4th-level martial artist in this one, then the 8th match would be dragged on forever.
4th level? Li Mu's eyes half narrowed.
Level 4 was already a watershed level in general. The strength value of a rank 4 martial artist was between 11,000 pounds and 30,000 pounds. And the body of a 4th-level martial artist was already initially muddled. The breakage was close to non-existent.
Resistance to blows and power bursts are enhanced tremendously.
It could be said that a level 4 martial artist had a near-crushing advantage over a level 3-time martial artist.
I reside in 2 rank 15 techniques.
Even more so, I am already a limit martial artist.
Maybe it can cross the level. No. It's definitely able to.
Li Mu remembered the lives of the supreme martial artists he had seen in the cemetery.
Those few numbers go enough to have seen a magnificent life. For them, fighting at a higher level is just a routine.
Slaughtering all kinds of legendary creatures.
The terrifying ones can even slaughter gods.
And what one had to face was merely a rank 4 martial artist.
I agree. Li Mu's eyes brightened. Soon, the news from the black boxing ring came again. Tonight at 7 o'clock, on time. 6:20. Li Mu walks into the black boxing ring with a pure white mask.
Only just entering the abandoned gate, he saw that some spectators on the left and right sides were already waiting here.
Grave. Grave. Invincible Grave. Grave invincible.
Upon seeing Li Mu, these deliberately waiting spectators immediately erupted into excited shouts. It was just like fans seeing their favorite beans.
The current Li Mu was different from the past. 7 wins in a row. This record has been especially rare in this black boxing ring. Chapter 38, Fight 8. The Battle of Crossing Levels. And Li Mu ended the battle with a single move in each match. This caused him to gain a lot of fans. Among them there is also a group of loyal hardcore fans. Every time, they brainlessly press Li Mu to win. Although the profit is small, but at least it is steady. It also leads to an even more ironclad fan. Li Mu didn't look away, calmly walking deeper into the passage. Although those spectators were excited, no one dared to approach. After all, this wasn't some unusual love bean. Rather, it's a black boxer who is ruthless and vicious. While they admired Li Mu, they would also be a bit scared and fearful. Coming to the whole battle area that could be called luxurious, Li Mu leaned against the soft leather sofa. Folding his left leg on top of his right, he waited quietly. Li Mu was the only one in the waiting room. After Li Mu's 5 consecutive victories, the place even started to be equipped with beautiful maids. But they were all driven away by Li Mu. The time came to 6:30. The staff delivered the information on time. Only this time he was dictating it. Mr. Grave, this time your opponent is coming from another branch, so there are currently no battle records on our side. Don't have one even if you don't. Li Mu couldn't help but look forward to it a little. It looked like the Black Fist Arena had high hopes for that guy. Mr. Grave, that one is just level 4 though. But it's because he was already a half-limit martial artist at level 3. Now he already has a strength of 18,000. And there's also a Jedi school on his side. If you are not that confident, it would be best to admit defeat. The staff member became a bit stuttered. If it wasn't for Hong Yi's command, he would never have dared to say this out loud. The black boxer was temperamental. It is not unheard of that staff members have been beaten to death outright. But he similarly did not dare to disobey Hong Yi's command. Li Mu, however, was particularly calm. Well, I know, the handicap is open. You can go. The staff member was like an amnesty and hurriedly retreated. 18,000 power, Jedi. The light in Li Mu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, somewhat excited. The difference in strength was 8,000 kilograms, nearly double the difference. The difference was indeed not small. Occasionally, there were some rumors of battles that went beyond the level, and the ones that were defeated were the kind of weakling level 4s that only just had 10,000 out of strength after their breakthroughs. And now Li Mu's opponent had a power of 18,000 just after breaking through. This was definitely not a weakling. A powerful opponent. I've been looking forward to for a long time. Li Mu murmured to himself, and a fire was already burning faintly in his eyes. He picked up the betting machine to look at the odds between the two sides. Grave 110. Ouyang 1.2. The odds are really something. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu directly pressed all of his remaining $1,200,000 on himself. In this one, the people who bet on Ouyang on the light screen were even more numerous. Even though Ouyang's odds were much lower. Apparently the black boxing arena had put out the word that this was a cross-grade fight. 3 levels, 4 levels, a huge difference. One was still a martial artist, but the other was already a martial general. Even many of the spectators who had been confident in Li Mu were shaken in the present. Ouyang is it? Li Mu gently inhaled and exhaled. The muscles in his body still had a vague soreness. Li Mu was not in peak condition right now. But he didn't have the slightest fear. On the contrary, the more and more he looked forward to it. All along, he had been hoping for a slightly overpowered opponent to exchange a few good moves with him. But those black boxers had always been too disappointing to Li Mu. One by one, they blew how great they were, but in the end, they disappointed Li Mu more and more. I hope you this Ouyang will not disappoint me too much. The time came to 6:55. Ladies and gentlemen, this battle today, it's destined to go down in the history of our ring. Unprecedented. Battle of the Crossing Levels. In the center of the field, the voice of the beautiful host was particularly exuberant and excited. And now, please welcome the star performer of our ring. 7 wins in 7 fights since his debut. 7 consecutive victories for His Excellency the Grave. The iron gate in front of Li Mu slowly rose. Grave. Invincible Grave. I love you. Are you a ing male, pervert? I'm going to give you babies. Grave. The field, in an instant, boiled over. Today, with the black boxing arena warming up in advance, the attendance of the audience reached an almost unprecedented 90%. Battles that crossed over levels were already incredibly rare. Not to mention that the one who came out was the star boxer Grave. Li Mu calmly walked into the venue. As soon as they saw Li Mu's figure, the cheers and applause from the entire venue instantly warmed up several levels again. Z. The radio's voice was cranked up a couple notches to barely muffle the cacophony of the scene. The beautiful host pointed to the other side of the room, excited beyond words. And his opponent. A rank 4 martial artist. He's going to challenge the myth of the undefeated. Tonight. Will our Grave be able to keep his myth of undefeatability alive at the hands of a rank 4 martial artist? Let's wait and see. On the other side in the Iron Gate, out stepped a tall figure. With a silver white suit and oily shoes, it really didn't look like he was here to fight. Oh Yang. Li Mu gazed at his opponent. Aside from his somewhat tawdry attire, he was ordinary looking and calm. And on his body, Li Mu felt a threat. A threat that was several times stronger than those previous opponents. Although it was said to have just broken through the 4th level. But vaguely the threat on him was on the verge of catching up to the 2 veteran level 4s, Su Wonhai and He Changxiang. Amidst the threat, there was also a not-so-shallow killing aura. It's not a fancy fight. If it was the Li Mu from before, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to even face straight between these auras. But now it was different. Facing the pressure of his aura, Li Mu stood still. Only the fire in his eyes had turned into a blazing fire. While Li Mu was observing Ouyang Hua. Ouyang Hua was also watching Li Mu. Li Mu's temperament had always been introverted. Especially after he awakened the heart of invincibility. It was even more as if he had completely transformed into a sword with a hidden blade. Seemingly plain and ordinary, but the sharpness of the blade is restrained. Therefore, Ouyang Hua did not feel too threatened. He faintly said, "Are you the Grave? The so-called undefeated myth of 7 victories in 7 battles? It's really from a small place with little knowledge. A random half-limit martial artist blows so much." Li Mu didn't respond, just looked at him silently. In his heart, he was more or less speechless. When did he tell the Black Fist Arena that he was a semi-extreme martial artist? Isn't this a trap? Of course the one being punked is definitely that Ouyang. Li Mu was looking forward to it while mourning for him in his heart. Expecting this guy not to be too weak. In that case, Li Mu would be disappointed. He had been looking forward to a really good battle. Confrontation. This standoff went on a little longer than usual. It looks like black boxing is trying to build up some tension. Seeing that Li Mu didn't respond, Ouyang Hua didn't open his mouth again. He silently moved his muscles and gazed at Li Mu. Time passed slowly. The voice of the radio sounded. Go to war. Chapter 39, Chapter 39 Level 3 versus Level 4. Dang you level Jedi. Go to war. This time, the voice was especially impassioned, and was accompanied by a burst of blood-curdling war drums. Li Mu gazed at Ouyang. Ouyang Hua looked at Li Mu. The radio's voice rang. But neither man was moved. Li Mu stalled slightly, mainly because he was used to his opponents charging playfully at the sound of the radio. Since you don't come over of your own accord, then I'll take the initiative for once. Crane steps. Li Mu stepped forward with a light pace. Like a dragonfly pointing at the water, it dipped and left. Between a few steps, it was like a stunning swipe. Ouyang Hua's eyes immediately flashed with a strand of surprise. In his anticipation, Li Mu shouldn't have had such a pace. It was something Li Mu had never performed before. Hiding a hand? So what? The corner of Ouyang Hua's mouth hooked, and he stepped out with heavy steps. The steps were like a boulder moving horizontally. Powerful, yet not slow at all. The crane spread its wings. Li Mu pointed his toes, and his figure immediately rose up from the ground. Ouyang Hua also stamped his foot on the ground and violently leapt up. The two figures instantly crossed paths in the air. The two fists exchanged, hard against each other. Both parties were slightly flabbergasted. After the strike, the two figures crossed paths. Ouyang Hua landed smoothly. Li Mu, however, staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. They quickly shifted their stances and stared at each other. The eyes changed. Crazy burning wariness. It appeared in Li Mu's eyes. The opponent this time was really strong. For the first time, Li Mu had met an opponent who could keep up with his speed for the first time. In terms of strength, he was even steadily overpowering himself. That strike was just a test. On both sides. Ouyang Hua's eyes, on the other hand, were already grave and no longer had the slightest bit of contempt. With a single test shot, it had been determined. The opponent was not an easy opponent. It was an opponent who deserved to have himself taken seriously. Vaguely, he had sensed the hidden front momentum in Li Mu's body. Although it was deeply hidden, the occasional rays of cold light were harsh and shocking. The lion wrestles with the hare and applies all its strength. Ouyang Hua was certainly clear about this. He wouldn't allow himself to fall in the gutter. I admit I underestimated you a bit at first. However, that doesn't change the end of your defeat. Ouyang Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp aura. He craned his neck, took a step on the ground, and his figure violently rushed out. For a martial artist, you talk too much. Li Mu immediately greeted him. The bow collapsed and the arrows leaped in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Short burst first. At the same time, it was the style that Li Mu was most familiar with. Only Li Mu's right fist was tensed back, as if an arrow was on a full string. He fiercely sprang out, as if a sharp arrow had left the string. Fast as lightning. The strong wind whistled, piercing one's cheeks. Ouyang Hua's pupils shrunk at once.
However, the movements of his hands did not dare to slow down in the slightest. Iron horse stopping river. He crossed his hands and swam up and down as if he were a wave pouncing on Li Mu's punch. Before both sides came into contact, a continuous and soft force met Li Mu's hammer support. Boom! The fist fell between Ouyang Hua's palms. The bracing hammer that had been weakened by most of its power only caused Ouyang Hua's body to tremble slightly and retreat a few steps backward. Li Mu drew back and approached. Woyu at Chaotian Cone. Descending dragon. Another punch, fluttering like a swimming dragon, puzzling. Open mountain style. At this moment, Ouyang Hua advanced instead of retreating. Approaching sideways, his right palm became a sword, bypassing the dragon's head and cutting straight into the dragon's neck. Li Mu immediately changed his stance. Hexagram pouncing ground gene. Fu Shu. If a dragon punches, it instantly turns into a tiger. When a tiger whistles, the mountains and forests tremble. The tiger turned back and slammed straight into the palm blade. Boom! At the first touch, both sides quickly retreated several steps violently. Li Mu slightly moved his somewhat painful fingers. This guy's hands were hard and not human-like. In the next moment, Ouyang Hua approached with quick steps. The pace was swift and varied. Crack the stone. The palm blade was like an arrow, aiming straight for Li Mu's heart. Splitting mountain axe plus steel. Mountain splitting palm. Li Mu met it with the same palm. Palm to palm blade. A sharp pain instantly spread along Li Mu's palm. However, Li Mu was oblivious as if he didn't care about the pain and grabbed Ouyang Hua's palm. Directly sidestepped Ouyang Hua towards himself. At the same time, his right arm violently closed around him. Circle intercepting tiger embrace urgently. Tiger hug. The basic 8 stances are only 8 stances though only basic. But this was something for a 15th level martial artist after all. As long as it's melted. In the middle of a battle, quickly switching stances was enough to deal with most situations. Stone crushing palm. With his right arm captured, Ouyang Hua's left palm made a horizontal lunge, heading straight for Li Mu's head. Li Mu immediately changed his stance again. No! It's a stacked move. Li Mu took a step and approached in a bow step, also making a move with his left arm, transforming his palm into a direct welcome. Dengshan Tanma Quasi. Tanma palm. Ouyang Hua's eyes flickered with essence, and a wisp of smugness flashed through. The palm met the palm blade. At the same time, his right hand violently broke free from its bindings and struck Li Mu's chest with a loose hand straight at him. Stone pointing hand. Li Mu's pupil shrunk at once, and it was already too late to dodge. He didn't want to dodge either. If I can't dodge, then I won't dodge. Collapsing bow and scurrying arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Only Li Mu's right fist came after. Close range explodes first. If electricity flashed, it had landed on Ouyang Hua's chest. His chest muscles shuddered viciously for a few moments that were visible to the naked eye, and was ruthlessly pressed down by this punch. And at the same time, in nearly the same instant, Ouyang's stone pointing hand had also landed on Li Mu's chest. Thud, thud. His chest was pressed down, and at this moment, Li Mu's heart was beating frantically as if stimulated. He stepped back quickly, his hot blood churning in pain within his heart. On the other side, Ouyang Hua did not take advantage of the victory. Similarly, he stepped back to pull away. That brace of hammers wasn't light. He was just as bad. A sharp pain in his chest. Even several mouthfuls of old blood had gushed into his mouth, but he swallowed it down hard. His pride could not allow himself to be beaten by a guy from a small countryside place and spit out blood. Ahem. Some blood began to spill out from beneath Li Mu's mask. That hand, it was too heavy. Even the heart felt like it was about to explode. This guy's moves have a path. This Ouyang obviously has a complete martial art as well. And its palms may also have practiced special hard skills. A wave of soreness began to spread around Li Mu's body again. The load on his muscles from strongly opening the 8 Extremes gate today was too great. It caused Li Mu's condition to have been a bit bad. After taking a hard hit from Ouyang Hua's move, he even caused the muscles in his body to react in a way that was close to going on strike. His internal organs were also badly injured. The late bloomers. Hongya in the box couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and look grave. In less than a minute's work, the two had already exchanged several rounds. The moves were swift, the changes were natural, and the people were dazzled. Many spectators didn't even see the movements of the two exchanging hands. But Hongya was different. With his 5th level martial artist's eyesight, he could naturally see more. Mr. Ouyang's moves are indeed in the same vein as that one. The moves of the Ouyang Gonzi are at least at the level of the Dengchun. Ascending level? The junior brother beside Hongya was slightly stunned. Hongya faintly said, the so-called Dingji is the division of a martial artist's proficiency in a certain move. From the first glimpse of the doorway, a small success, Dingji, and then out of the gods. Chapter 40 Martial King's Disciple. The 7 styles of cracking the tablet. It's already especially rare to be able to practice a certain stance to the point of ascension. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Ouyang's moves are almost always at an advanced level.
Then boss, what about that grave? Su Feng asked curiously. Hanya gently shook his head. I can't see his path somewhat, those moves of his, unheard of. But they seem to be quite profound. Your strength is very good, but it's a pity you met me. It took a while for the sharp pain in Ouyang Hua's chest to ease a bit, smoothing out his breath. He put down a vicious sentence and struck again. A heavy step was taken, and the ground vaguely trembled slightly. Spinning around, another step was taken. Heavy step after heavy step, but it caused Ouyang Hua's speed to become swift. 8 steps to open the tablet. Cracking tablet hands. In a few steps, he approached like a meteor catching up with the moon. A heavy hand fell straight towards Li Mu. It's the cracking tablet hand. This is the famous skill of Martial King Shi Zhang. A sudden cry of alarm came from the audience. What? Martial King Shi Zhang? Martial King Shi Zhang. With a hand as firm as basalt as the cracking tablet hand in the world. It's said that he used to be a black boxer. He grew to the level of Martial King amidst a grueling fight. His cracking tablet hand, that was truly opening mountains and cracking rocks. There was once a Class 7 alien beast that ravaged a land. Shi Zhang had struck, and just a single cracking tablet hand had caused the tens of meters tall beast to shatter its skull and die. His terrifying aura, which was like substance, caused hundreds of beasts to flee without a fight. There is no martial king in this small place of S City. A big shot like a martial king could usually only be seen on the television network. Every king of martial arts is a big shot who sits on one side. An ordinary person would never have the chance to meet one in their entire life. How did the martial king stance appear here? I've heard that Martial King Shi has several close disciples. All of them have received the inheritance of the cracking tablet hand. Then so. Ouyang is actually a disciple of the Martial King. Martial King disciple. That grave him. Actually, even the Martial King's disciple can be found. It's already hard and impossible for a 3rd level to beat a 4th level. As a result, it's still level 4 or a Martial King disciple. How can this make the grave fight? A ray of light flashed in Hongya's eyes. Martial King's stance, I'd like to see if you can block it. He definitely can't block it. Su Feng even said. Blocking is better. The strong wind whistled, piercing Li Mu's cheeks. At this moment, those voices vaguely reached Li Mu's ears. Martial King's disciple. No wonder. Martial King's disciple, so what? A ray of sharpness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. He sank down, half-crouched, and sidled up to close in on Ouyang. The bear crouched hard against the squeeze. Bear squat. One of the basic 8 stances. The main one is powerful. Li Mu squeezed hard into Ouyang Hua's arms. The cracked tablet hand fell, but it was 3 points weaker for switching trajectories. Li Mu pushed Ouyang Hua away, causing his lower body to become unstable and weakening the force of this cracking monument hand by another 3 points. Finally, under Li Mu's sideways movement, this cracking tablet hand landed on Li Mu's right shoulder. Li Mu's figure trembled, a sharp pain spread, and for a moment, his shoulder went numb. Li Mu forced to endure severe pain, another straight punch toward Ouyang Hua's abdomen. Ouyang Hua immediately changed his stance, and between his hands, he violently blocked this bracing hammer blow. Boom! A muffled sound. Ouyang Hua's palm violently grabbed at Li Mu's wrist. Li Mu, however, immediately withdrew his hand and retreated. A grab fell short, and Ouyang Hua changed his claws into hands again. Cracking tablet hand. Another cracking tablet hand. This time, Ouyang Hua's speed was faster, and a side hand landed on Li Mu's chest again. Instantly, a sharp pain spread along the chest area. Li Mu's face changed slightly, and his pace of backing up was a few minutes faster. Pulling away. Strands of piercing pain spread. A large amount of blood gushed out from its mouth. Then it dripped down the mask. A sharp pain in his chest. It was as if the internal organs in it were about to burst. Still not admitting defeat? Ouyang Hua's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. He crossed his arms in front of him and slowly moved his fingers. Hanya Pro, who was watching the battle, said softly. The cracking tablet hand is not just a stance, but a hard skill. Those who practice the cracking tablet hand, their palms will become more and more rigid, and finally even look like basalt. It's indestructible. What Mr. Ouyang used was just the most basic. It's not surprising that it was blocked. I can't believe it took so long to fight this time. Grave has fallen into the wind. Could it be that the undefeated legend is about to end like this? Is the grave really going to lose? The Black Fist Arena must have the backing to dare to give such high odds. After all, he's facing a rank 4 Martial King disciple. On the audience stage, the small number of gravely determined supporters were starting to become a bit distraught. More than anything, they weren't worried about Li Mu. Rather, they were worried about the money they had bet. Admit defeat? That word is not in my vocabulary. The corner of Li Mu's mouth ticked. Scarlet blood dripped down the white mask. There was not the slightest hint of timidity, of fear, in his dark eyes. What there was that crazy burning flame. It was a flame that could not be quenched. Within that flame was a thick intent to fight. The battle intent of being fearless of everything.
The blood was boiling and rushing. Like a great river, the waves are raging. The heart is beating fast, creating powerful blood. Obsessed, then die. Yang Hua smiled coldly. One heavy step. His body was like a heavily loaded truck, powerful and swift like a wild horse. 7 styles of cracking tablet. First style. Shatter the wood. Coming. A ray of excitement flashed in Hong's eyes. The 7 styles of cracking tablet. The cracking tablet hand is truly a killing move. Back then, Martial King Shi Zhang was famous for killing 3 level 7 alien beasts in a row with the 7 styles of cracking tablet. Even if this is the first stance, it can never be blocked by an ordinary level 3 martial artist. Yang Hua's hand made a claw shape and went straight for Li Mu's throat. Li Mu's eyes stared and he strongly raised his right hand that was in severe pain. The left hand followed closely behind. The 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Descending dragon. Hexagonal pouncing ground Jin. Fu Shu. Subdue the dragon and ambush the tiger. 2 styles in 1. Chant. Roar. The dragon roared and the wind changed. Yang Hua's eyes flashed with a strand of surprise, which turned into a flash of ruthlessness in an instant. 1 style, shattered material. 2nd style, open stone. A palm and a claw, straight at a dragon and a tiger. Boom. Air explosions were frequent, and strong winds whistled. The powerful cyclone even blew directly outside the arena, stabbing the spectators in the recent laps a bit unable to open their eyes. The 2 hands faced each other, and after a moment of stalemate, Li Mu's hands had become somewhat numb. On the other hand, Yang Hua was the first to change his stance. Cracking tablet 7 stances. 3rd style. Become a steel. 4th style. Inscription. Yang Hua changed his stance first, and his right arm formed a claw and went straight for Li Mu's chest. At the same time, his left arm became a finger, pointing towards Li Mu's chest. At this moment, between lightning and fire, Li Mu already only had time to stop one. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. The right arm transformed into a hammer and met the grab that went straight for his chest. Boom. Blocked. It even directly deflected Yang Hua's claw. Li Mu, however, instantly shrunk his pupils. This is a false move. Chapter 41 My Martial Way. A lean to settle the world. On the other hand, the finger of Yang Hua's left arm had already pointed to Li Mu's right chest. Instantly, it was as stiff as an electric shock. Immediately, there was a sharp pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Oh, go to hell. A bloodthirsty color erupted from Yang Hua's eyes. Inscription. Yang Hua's right arm was like an arrow off the string, a straight jab, pointing directly at Li Mu's throat between his fingers. A somewhat muffled syllable came out. Yang Hua's movements, however, did not slow down in the slightest. Seeing this imminent fatal blow coming, within Li Mu's pitch-black eyes, what was there was still a madly burning flame. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrow sharply. Brace the hammer. Instead of blocking the finger that was about to stab into his throat, a straight punch from his right arm went straight for Yang Hua's head. This punch, fast, fierce, powerful wind whistling, vaguely seems to be followed by lightning and thunder. The most basic style. Yet the short-range explosive first. Again, it was the style that Li Mu was most familiar with. Damn it! Yang Hua was instantly shocked. The power of this punch should definitely not be underestimated. Is this guy crazy? Actually wants to die with himself. Seeing that his finger was about to pierce Li Mu's throat, Yang was hard to retract, arms a horizontal chop to weaken the momentum of the punch, body shape storm back. He was the personal disciple of the martial king. How can he trade lives with a black boxer from this country place? After storming back more than 10 meters to stand still, Yang Hua's demeanor changed and he sighed lightly. Admit defeat. You are a worthy opponent. I don't want to kill you. A 3rd-level martial artist who could last this long under himself. To be able to fight himself to this extent. Yang Hua couldn't help but feel a few strands of admiration deep in his heart. Ahem. Ha. Li Mu laughed. Blood, which had colored the lower part of the mask red. Some of the blood foam was still gathered along the lower edge of the mask. His right arm still hung limply, and his figure was somewhat hunched. On the other hand, Yang Hua still stood straight with broad strides. The suit was still decent. One look is all it takes to make the difference. Ha! Li Mu's body trembled slightly. No one could see that the expression under his mask was smiling. Thank you. Li Mu's voice was sincere. It was also what he had just wanted to say. What? Yang Hua was slightly stunned, his heart palpitating inexplicably. That hunched figure seemed to be brewing something. Something extremely terrifying was brewing. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he was facing that senior brother of his. That eldest brother who had been given high hopes by his master, who had broken through to the martial general realm early on, and who was also a genius in actual combat. Vaguely, he seemed to have returned to the scene when he had once faced his eldest senior brother's aura directly for the first time.
At that time, he hadn't even dared to make a move. Blood, hot as lava. Heartbeat like a war drum. Phew. Li Mu slowly exhaled and exhaled. He entered a special state. His own mind. In awakening, the way of martial arts is never about holding the strong over the weak. In actual combat, it is even less about using strength to suppress weakness. Only powerful opponents. A strong enough opponent. Then, is the best proof of one's own martial arts. The aura gradually leaked out. The momentum of the hidden blade could no longer be hidden. This sharpness was about to bloom between this heaven and earth. This. Hongya's pupils shrunk at once. The countless spectators couldn't help but hold their breath. That aura was too sharp. It can't go on like this. Yanghua was startled in his heart and quickly took a step to rush towards Li Mu. He wanted to interrupt Li Mu's condensation momentum. 7 styles of cracking the tablet. 5th style. Open the monument and set up the tomb. Let me bury you. Yanghua's voice had gone a little crazy. The 5th style was already the strongest style he could barely use. Its power, cracking mountains and rocks. He had once used this move to single-handedly kill a class 4 Fey beast. A palm strike fell in a mountain-splitting style. The airflow in the air seemed to have been split in two. 2 powerful auras pressed down first. It had cleared the dust from the field. More so, it has triggered a gust of wind to sweep towards the audience. Some audience members even fell directly from their seats in a sorry state. Just the rest of the wave was so terrifying. The power of its strike was enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Li Mu raised his head in response to the air pressure. Within his dark eyes, the raging flames seemed to burn heaven and earth. Transformed into the course of my martial arts path. The most important cornerstone of it all. Thud. A step on the ground and a turn of the foot. The ground sunk slightly. Li Mu's figure immediately shot up into the sky. His powerless right arm was thrown out of breath and his elbow turned outward to meet the palm blade directly. The 6 great openings, the top heart elbow. Boom. A momentary stalemate. A stalemate between elbow and palm blade. One on top of the other, it actually seemed to be fixed in the air for a moment. Layers of airflow violently overflowed out. The airflow surged, and the sonic boom was long. Who is the final winner? Hongya's eyes were already blazing. Countless people, staring deathly at this scene, did not dare to blink their eyes. The next moment, that palm blade softened and instantly paralyzed away. At the same time, Li Mu's right arm hung down completely and incomparably. Both fell to the ground at the same time. Li Mu, who was at the bottom, was a step faster. With his feet on the ground, between a turn on the side of his heel, he approached with a horizontal step. One of the 3 leans, the Iron Mountain lean. The shoulder on top of the limp arm hit Yanghua's chest hard the moment he landed on the ground. Instantly, Yanghua's figure flew backwards. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out while still in midair. Blood beads were splattered in all directions, just like a rain of blood falling. Li Mu slowly retracted his shoulders and stood up straight. Standing quietly. The right arm was still hanging limply. Blood was still pooling beneath the white mask. But in this moment, an aura like Hong centered on him and rose up to the sky. It suppressed the cacophony of the entire room. Boom! Yanghua fell heavily against the outer wall at the edge of the venue. His body slowly slid down the wall. Again, paralyzed. Ahem. He lifted his head with difficulty. Unwillingly, he looked at Li Mu. Struggling several times in succession. He tried to stand up. The pride of being a martial king's disciple, he wouldn't allow himself to fall down just like that. He already had an extra dent in his chest. His ribs were broken several times, and some of his internal organs were already cracked. 8 Extreme Fist of Iron Mountain Leaning. At one time it was considered the most lethal move in the 8 Extremes Fist. He was still alive simply because he was a rank 4 martial artist, already having his entire body initially muddled together, and his base was relatively deep. Li Mu calmly and scorchingly swept a glance at Yanghua. His blood sizzled and his heart throbbed. Such a feeling was incomparably strong. It fascinated Li Mu beyond measure. Compared to that, what were those pains in various parts of his body? Woo! Li Mu somewhat understood the meaning of the word. On the path of martial arts, those who are courageous and refined, all things may not bend their backs and block their paths. Struggling several times, Yanghua was finally unable to endure the heavy injuries to his body. His eyes went black and he directly fainted. Jing! The whole place is dead silent. No one had expected such a result in the end. Not even the sound of the radio was heard. Because Honya's entire body was also directly frozen. Chapter 42 The Second Legend. The posture of a martial king. The entire room was dead silent. A moment later there was a burst of hysterical cheering. Grave invincible. 8 wins in 8 battles. Who else? Battling across the ranks. Victory over the martial king's disciples. I am the only grave. Grave Biggie is awesome. Even though the broadcast has not yet announced the results. But the result is now clear. The grave has won. Boss, what's wrong with you?
While the entire room was cheering, only Hongya remained stagnant, his face full of disbelief. It wasn't until Su Feng called out to him that he slowly came back to his senses. His eyes were glazed over, and he said almost word for word,
"This person is in the position of a martial king." As the saying goes, those who don't know are not afraid.
Many people, who only knew that Li Mu had won, simply didn't understand what it meant to fight at such an over level.
Hongya was different. As the head of the S-City Black Boxing Arena, he knew more.
As far as he knew, in the entire Chunan region, black boxing of this caliber, level 3 versus level 4, crossed over. Only 2 people had won before Li Mu in these decades. One of them had taken a forbidden medicine before he exploded into a powerful battle to defeat a rank 4 martial artist. But because of the side effects of the forbidden medicine, after that battle, he became a direct invalid. But the generous prize money was enough for him to spend the rest of his life in affluence. And the other, an existence that truly relied on his own strength to defeat a 4th level martial artist at the 3rd level. That was Martial King Shi Zhang.
The martial king who walked out of the black boxing ring. A living legend. And now a third has appeared.
A third existence that had crossed over to defeat a rank 4 martial artist.
Moreover, the one who defeated was still a martial king disciple.
It might be even stronger than that rank 4 martial artist that Martial King Shi Zhang had faced back then.
Quickly declare the grave victorious. Have someone hurry to take Ouyang Hua to heal his wounds. Grave victory.
The radio came on belatedly at that moment.
The arena was still abuzz. Countless spectators were excited.
They weren't clear on what exactly this meant though.
But they also knew that a legend,
alive and well in front of their eyes. In the middle of the field, iron gates rose on either side.
The staff rushed in and moved Ouyang Hua onto a stretcher. This man's identity was not ordinary.
If he dies, the whole ring will suffer. Li Mu closed his eyes, opened his eyes, exhaled, and his complexion was already calm. The surrounding noise was as nothing to him. Only the throbbing of his blood had not yet completely subsided.
The mind awakens again. In this battle, Li Mu had a realization.
Perhaps the opportunity for himself to push open the door to the limit was going to arrive. 10 times 1,200,000, 12 million straight.
And $10 million for winning the 8th game in a row.
The total of $22 million has arrived.
Enough, one more boiling blood scatter.
Just as Li Mu was about to leave the black boxing ring, suddenly a staff member said that the manager wanted to see him.
Manager's office.
Li Mu sat on the parlor couch, still wearing his clean white mask. Beside him was a man with a big backcombed hair, much like the black big brother in Hong Kong movies in his previous life.
Hongya.
Li Mu could sense that this person who called himself Hongya was very strong.
It even felt like it was already similar to Yang Feihong.
It's very likely that this is also a rank 5 martial artist.
Brother, drink or tea? Hongya acted politely. It's not necessary. It wasn't easy to drink anything with the mask on.
It's fine, brother, before much offense, please forgive me, later wanna come at any time, old brother I will certainly arrange opponents for you at the fastest speed.
Li Mu was slightly stunned, that can arrange a stronger opponent than that Ouyang?
This.
Hongya instantly smiled sarcastically, brother.
In this part of our city, there aren't many level 4 martial artists, and even fewer are stronger than Ouyang. Then to say that those who are still willing to fight black fighters, I'm afraid that there are really not many left. Of course, if you really want to, I'll do my best to arrange it for you.
Forget it, I won't come in the future. Li Mu calmly said.
Hongya's eyes lit up, but he didn't move and waved his hand.
A black-clothed henchman immediately delivered an exquisite wooden box.
Hongya received the wooden box and held it with both hands and handed it to Li Mu.
Brother, some of my thoughts, please don't mind. No need.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Hongya smiled faintly, what's the point of being polite, it's just a body condensation pill in some level 4 concentrated nutrient solution.
What? Li Mu instantly narrowed his eyes slightly.
Body condensation pill, a grade 4 pill.
And it was also one of the most precious amongst the grade 4 pills. Simply because the greatest function of the body condensation pill was to help a level 3 martial artist break through to level 4.
And to stabilize the foundation.
The market price starts at millions. Totally rare stuff that has a price without a market.
And grade 4 concentrated nutrient solutions are similarly not cheap.
And one of its greatest effects was also to assist grade 3 martial artists in upgrading. When such two things were placed in front of any third-level martial artist, it would be absolutely difficult to endure its allure. Li Mu, however, calmly swept a glance at Hongya. It looked like this Hongya very much hoped that he would break through as soon as possible. After all, after the breakthrough, the winning streak will need to be recalculated.
In that case, I'll take it.
Li Mu took the wooden box. This gift was worth a lot of money though. But as long as you don't come yourself, the Black Fist Arena will not continue to lose.
If compared to a sale, Hongya wasn't losing out. It was also true that Li Mu wasn't going to come back. Brother, slow down. Don't see me off. Su Feng was puzzled. Boss, why did you give him such a heavy gift? And shouting at him to come back anytime. We've already lost a lot of money because of him this time. You know, a hammer. Hongya slapped him on the head. Look at him, his chi and blood are like a fire. It's almost like he's going to rise up to the sky. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. With his strength, once he breaks through, how will he come back again? Old me will just be polite. Our small temple can't accommodate this big Buddha. Unoccupied alley. Li Mu took off his mask. Looking at the blood-stained clean white mask. The moonlight is like splendor, and the ground is like frost. This mask made of normal material was like jade under the moonlight. The night in the 18th district was quiet. I would have casually crushed the mask and discarded it. But in this instant, Li Mu gave up this idea again. He put away his mask and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking up at the night sky. The white moon is in the sky. The long night is long. The path of martial arts is a long one. Only the color of the moon for company. My martial arts path shall be like a pretty white moon. In the dark night of the human race, illuminate the road ahead. Give the earth light. Getting on the cross-district train. Li Mu gently stroked the mask in his arms. It was no longer a mere mask. It is more of an experience, some memories, a testimony. Prepare a copy of all those herbs I bought last time, including the 9-leaf sword grass. He sent a message to Qing Dai. It's really gone. How can I have a lot of a treasure like the 9-leaf sword grass? Qing Di wrote back. Li Mu frowned slightly, then where should he go to buy the 9-leaf sword grass? Chapter 43 Super Limit. Dual Avatar. Aoki Pharmacy. It was almost 10 o'clock and the colorful lights of the stores around were still shining. Only the lights of the Greenwood Pharmacy were a bit dim, and the door was closed. Li Mu entered through the hidden side door. Behind the counter, Qing Dai was lying on her back on the counter, flinging a pair of short white legs in boredom. If it wasn't for the fact that there hadn't been a guy coming to buy something, she would have been lying on her bed playing a game by this time. Hey! Li Mu voiced out. Qing Dai looked up. Ah! Straight up voice-breaking scream. All at once, he fell off the counter and sat on his butt. It's me. Li Mu was a bit speechless. Although he was in a bit of a mess, he wasn't scared like this. It is just that his clothes are torn and stained with some blood. You want to scare people to death in the middle of the night dressed like this? Ao Dai huffed and stood up. You're the one who's too timid. Li Mu came to the counter and began to check up on the herbs that Qing Dai had already prepared. Hey, are you injured? Qing Dai noticed the blood on Li Mu's body and cautiously came closer. Li Mu ignored it and continued to examine the herbs. Hey, you can't hurt yourself because I won't sell you the 9-leaf sword grass. You still have it? Li Mu raised his head and looked at this little ninny. That? Qing Dai smiled awkwardly, revealing her white shell teeth. No sale, forget it, it's all fine, how much is the total? Li Mu was expressionless. You have internal injuries, don't you? Beaten by someone? Qing Di asked. Li Mu was silent. It looks like he vomited a lot of blood, it's pathetic. Qing Dai took out a small porcelain bottle from behind the counter and handed it to Li Mu. Here, blood-nourishing pill, this doesn't charge you, after all, I often care about my business. After a moment of silence, Li Mu took the porcelain bottle. Well, the 9-leaf sword grass sell you another one, but don't hurt yourself, so grown up, what does this look like? Hurry back and clean it up. Qing Dai took out a box from behind her that had been placed there a long time ago. Thanks. A portion of boiling blood scatter, a few portions of body tempering scatter, this instantly cost out $10 million. It was late at night when I got home. I had thought that the second 9-leaf swordgrass would take some effort. It was a relief to get it so easily. Just the right amount of work. Pushing the limits in one fell swoop. Tonight, Li Mu's premonition of a breakthrough had never been stronger. The door to the limit was right in front of his eyes. First, he swallowed a few of the blood-nourishing pills sent by Qing Dai. Then he took everything to the balcony of the living room. Li Mu began to process the herbs by the light of the moon. There was no need for light, martial artists were inherently blind and deaf. Today the moon is shining brightly. Close to 2 hours later, it was already early in the morning, and everything in boiling blood scatter was finally processed. Then came the body-quenching scatter. The body-quenching powder was taken internally and the boiling blood powder was used externally, and the two were added together for better results. Bathroom. The liquid in the tub was as bright as blood and boiling like lava. There was no hesitation to undress and enter the tub. Li Mu had already rinsed his body first so as not to taint the boiling blood dispersal. After entering the bathtub, a handful of body-quenching loose directly served. Phew! The counting breath technique operated leisurely. The breathing was long and powerful, and the mind was at peace. The 8 extremities sect is in operation. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles.
From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman.
The Tsong clan. The gate of my limit. Li Mu violently opened his eyes.
Before his eyes, there was the magnificent, mysterious, miracle-like gate. This time, it was as real as ever. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. Exhaling leisurely, he squared his arms over the door. The force was fierce.
Limits, shackles again.
Only by breaking the shackles can one achieve supremacy.
Li Mu's ambition was greater than anyone else's. Others hit the limit. He's going to push the limits. The hot blood was boiling.
It was like a great river of magma rushing through his veins. A large amount of violently raging energy rushed straight from outside the body into the body. It was like a silver needle piercing the bones, and like a sword lingering.
This is the characteristic of the nine-leaf sword grass.
Inside his body, it was the pure energy transformed by the body tempering scatter, which was quickly integrated into Li Mu's body, all his limbs and bones. He was immersed in the liquid, his eyes forbiddenly closed, his expression determined. The intense pain in his flesh could only be turned into a whetstone for him to quench his will. The bright, blood-like liquid was slowly fading its color away at a speed visible to the naked eye. From fishy red, to bright red, light red.
Dozens of body-tempering pills had also been swallowed into Li Mu's stomach as many times as possible.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman.
My martial arts path. Unstoppable. Nothing can stand in its way.
With his whole body and mind, he launched himself into a final assault on the portal.
Boom.
Buzz.
Dang.
The muffled thud was followed by a buzz, and then a clear thud. It was like an ancient bell ringing for a long time. The heavens and the earth languish and wash the heart.
Door. Open. Behind the door. It's that, the new world.
It's the vastness of the frontier.
It is the radiant splendor. Is everything. Is all.
It is a supreme martial path to the supreme.
Ah!
A low roar that was suppressed to the extreme came out vaguely from Li Mu's throat.
Unprecedented, unspeakably sharp pain.
As if the whole body was completely shattered by the muscles and then reorganized a little bit. He opened his eyes. The eyes were bright. The liquid in the tub had become transparent. The sharp pain was slowly disappearing. Li Mu could clearly and distinctly feel that his own muscles became more powerful. It was as if they contained thunder, and once they erupted, it would be like the first appearance of a shocking thunder.
Is this the scenery after the limit? Li Mu slowly stood up.
A muscle was not exaggerated, but it was concave and convex, like a sculpture class full of texture and force. He suddenly stroked his forehead. There was suddenly a strange sensation on his brow. It was as if was gestating something. Suddenly, the scene behind the door suddenly brought Li Mu a kind of realization.
When you reach the limit, you will gain it divine power.
However, the ability acquired at that time will not be mastered directly, and will require exploration and research on your own. This should be something that all extreme martial artists get. Not every extreme martial artist gets a different avatar. It was just because extreme martial artists were so rare, and before this Li Mu had never even heard of anything in this regard. And by going beyond the limit, one would gain a second divine ability.
And direct enlightenment. My first ability is the sixth sense. Aptitude similar to that of precognition and perception.
Now, Li Mu had also understood that there had been a change in himself after becoming an extreme martial artist in the first place. It was just that he hadn't perceived it so clearly back then. When he came out of the martial arts school and perceived a threat from young Fei Hong, it was because of his own divine ability. And now, one had an additional divine ability. It was just that this divine ability seemed particularly unusual. It was still in gestation at this time. At this level. It takes a martial king level to gestate and mature? Li Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Perception could not be wrong. It seemed that only when one waited until the martial king level would one be able to know what exactly the divine ability that had been birthed at one's brow was. Chapter 44 4th Level Martial Artist. Being burdened with 20,000 pounds of enormous strength.
Ignore the second unknown divine ability for now.
The first divine ability, while seemingly having no actual combat power, was particularly effective sometimes.
Moreover, it is passive. It doesn't need to be actively consumed.
Li Mu put on his clothes and cleaned up the bathroom again.
Ultra limit. To this extent, Li Mu didn't know if anyone had ever reached it.
But he had never heard of it. At this moment, however, Li Mu didn't have much joy, excitement. His state of mind was calm, not arrogant or impatient. The counting breath technique, one of the most basic breathing techniques in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, its effect and significance was particularly significant. After cleaning up, Li Mu once again came to the balcony. The white moon had reached the sky, and it was almost dawn. Phew! Li Mu casually threw a punch, and it was a powerful wind that broke through the air and whistled. The power increased by 2/10.
A perception that originated from the body, extremely clear. That meant that Li Mu's strength was now 12,000 kilograms. This was the kind of strength that only a 4th level martial artist could have. But Li Mu was still at level 3. At the edge of the sky, a reddish golden light had already appeared. It's time to break through. Li Mu brought over the body condensation pill and level 4 concentrated nutrient solution that Hongya had given himself. Ultra limit was not a level, but a realm. How much beyond that is how much, that is how much. Any further in, it's impossible. Opening the wooden box, and it was a small jade box as well as 10 glass test tubes filled with a light blue liquid. The test tubes were 100 milliliters in volume, totaling 1000 milliliters. It didn't seem like much, but it was grade 4. More critical was the word concentrate. From the color, one could tell that this was definitely a highly concentrated nutrient solution. The price of one could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And there's a price to pay. The concentrated nutrient solution is all speciality. Not a small handful. Li Mu directly took out a test tube and poured it into his mouth. The long-lost heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring immediately operated. The highly concentrated nutrient solution that had just gone down was immediately digested by swallowing the sky and devouring the earth, turning into pure energy that was integrated into Li Mu's body. The second, the third. 2 more nutrient solutions were poured into the mouth together. Feeling that it was almost time, Li Mu took out the body condensing pill. If it was the size of a dragon's eye, its body was turquoise, and under the last touch of moonlighting, it was as crystal clear as an emerald. Li Mu swallowed it in one bite. Its medicinal effects were immediately integrated into Li Mu's body under the influence of swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Skin, flesh, bones, organs. Even hair. Everything in the body was being warmed by this medicinal power, gradually becoming more and more powerful, tough, and solid. 4th level, all in one. Causes the body to undergo an evolution in its entirety. This was one of the most important reasons why level 4 was called a watershed. While his body was evolving, Li Mu swallowed 2 more nutrient solutions as an energy supplement. The evolutionary journey was quick, a rich vitality concurred from Li Mu's body but the deepest part of his body, spreading to every corner of his body. Phew! A breath was leisurely exhaled. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. 4th level, become. Not only was it at the 4th level, but the devouring heaven and devouring earth had also broken through to the 2nd level. The digestion ability would be stronger and faster. The sun is rising. A brilliant golden haze casts down on the earth. It made a high building and a street seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold paint, golden and brilliant. It fell on Li Mu's body and reflected on the teenager's face. Vigorous and radiant. It is like a new star that is rising. My martial way is like the rising sun rising. This has only just begun. Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Li Mu finished the bun he bought on the way and pushed open the door of the 3rd training room. Li Mu, who hadn't slept all night, didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. His eyes were still shining. The temperament was introverted, but the occasional sharpness that came through was alarming. In front of the strength tester, Li Mu grabbed the crossbar and slowly pushed it up. The numbers on the screen slowly jumped. 20,178. 20,000 pounds. Li Mu gently exhaled. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin slightly. Pushing the limits and growing 2,000 pounds of strength. Instead, the upgrade grew 8,000 pounds straight away. It looks like Ultra Limit is completely inferior to Upgrade. But the fact is that the two are inherently causally related. Level 1 Martial Artist, 600 to 1500. Level 2, 1600 4000. Level 3, 5000 to 10,000. Level 4, 11,000 30,000. Level 5 Martial Artist, 3100600000. Level 6 Martial Artist, 6100100000. 3rd level martial artists to 4th level martial artists will reach 11,000 pounds straight away at the very least. The farther away from the limit, the harder it was to break through, or even too far to break through directly, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to rise much in strength. And the closer to the limit, the easier it is to break through. The more power you can grow after the breakthrough. For example, Li Mu's breakthrough didn't feel any obstacles. And it reached 20,000 pounds directly. This was entirely due to the ultra-limit breakthrough. If it was a breakthrough of around 8,000 pounds, it was likely that the breakthrough would be just over 11,000. As for any lower, it would be almost impossible to break through. The meaning of the limit is extraordinary. Limit is the most perfect cornerstone in martial arts. Only the most perfect foundation could forge the strongest martial artist. Many martial artists were stuck at a certain level and couldn't go up because the foundation wasn't laid properly. Before, when they wanted to break through as early as possible, they didn't even get close to the limit, not to mention the limit, and even the half limit was not even close to the limit. That's why the hidden dangers were planted, causing a bottleneck. In front of the attack power tester. Slowly inhale and exhale. A steady state of mind and a stream of chi into the muscles. The pace sinks. Collapsing bows and scurrying arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. This punch is as swift as the wind. As fast as electricity, as powerful as thunder. Boom!
The numbers on the screen jumped wildly.
30,592. 30,592.
It has reached 1.5 times its own power. Some weaker 5th level martial artists might be just like that.
Bursting out with an attack power that exceeded one's own power value was the key to fighting over a level. But bracing hammer is no longer my strongest attack move.
Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. Propping the hammer was only one of the basic 8 styles. The Iron Mountain leaning that Li Mu had used in the battle with Ouyang was one of the real kills of the 8 Extreme Fist.
I don't know what the tolerance limit of this tester is. After thinking about it, Li Mu still didn't continue to try. If he messed up, he couldn't afford to pay for it.
Generally, the testing instruments in this kind of training room wouldn't be too advanced. After all, there were quite a few of these training rooms. And level 4 or 5 martial artists usually didn't come to such places. That's why many places like martial arts halls had testers with a limit of around 4 or 5 levels.
The counting breath technique operated leisurely. Li Mu's body sank down and began practicing the 2 ice pile.
One heavy step after another was stepped out and transformed.
Its momentum is powerful and elusive.
A fist was swung out of thin air.
The wind whistled. 2 eye pile can be practiced with boxing as well. One way of martial arts. No shortcuts. Only water dripping on a stone and perseverance. Only then can we reach the top. Brace the hammer. Subdue the dragon and subdue the tiger. Splitting mountain palm. Dengshan Tanma Quasi.
Circle stops the tiger from hugging and squeezing. Bear crouch hard against the squeeze. Crane step push mountain stable. For a while, the strong wind in the training room was whistling. If there were any bystanders in the room, the strong winds of the punches would make it difficult for people to open their eyes. Li Mu's moves had become more and more swift and powerful. The changes between the moves were smooth and natural, and there was no longer the slightest hint of rustiness. Chapter 45 13 Level Beast King. August 15. After practicing for a few hours, Li Mu hadn't even planned to eat lunch. He was going to practice directly until the afternoon, then eat lunch and dinner together and go home afterward.
But a phone call from Chen Nan disrupted Li Mu's arrangements. Lin Xin Hotel. Not too big, not too small, barely better than a fly shop. Mainly because it's close to the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. Inside the small box, Li Mu and Chen Nan sat opposite each other.
1 beef brisket with potatoes, 1 braised pork, and 1 braised chicken nugget.
After ordering more than 10 dishes in one breath, Li Mu looked at Chen Nan. What else do you want? You ordered so many, that's enough, that's enough. Chen Nan was all excited. Mako, I'm telling you. Winter's fury has been repelled. Oh? Li Mu silently ordered more on the smart menu before putting it down. That's right.
I told you that several great martial kings will strike together.
No matter what beast king he is. Is there any video footage of the battle? That Winter's fury didn't die? No. That guy probably ran away fast.
Officially, they've named that guy Winter White Bear King, a level 13 beast king.
Level 13. Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once. The arrow god could also be rank 13. It was actually seriously injured in the first place.
It caused several martial gods to attack, and actually managed to escape under the siege of several martial gods.
There wasn't even a picture broadcast. With the level of technological advancement in this world, there is no reason whatsoever for not being able to capture the footage.
Normally, when a martial god made a move, there would be a screen broadcast. In particular, the invincible demeanor of a martial god when they struck out, easily killing their opponents in seconds.
The aura was like a dragon.
This kind of image could inspire the populace to cheer.
And if there is no picture, it's actually quite understandable. For example, the last time the arrow god was seriously injured, Shuehua City fell.
Just a simple piece of news had caused a layer of gloom to fall over the hearts of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. If there were still images coming out, there was no telling how many hearts would have to be struck with despair. Simply put, report the good news. And this time, the crowd of martial gods going out to encircle the Winter White Bear King was supposed to be a good thing to avenge a former shame. If it had gone well, it should have been publicized everywhere and even broadcast live across the country.
But now it's just a message, not even a big announcement.
In fact, it wasn't hard to guess that this battle wasn't that easy, I'm afraid. It might have taken a small price to barely expel the Winter White Bear King. After all, it was a level 13 Beast King. A Beast King that even the Arrow God was no match for. Li Mu's heart heaved some more. Generally speaking, Fey beasts would indeed be a bit stronger than humans of the same level. Some special Fey beasts were even able to fight one against several and win the battle. Perhaps the Winter White Bear King was such a beast. However, looking at Chen Nan's giggling appearance, Li Mu hesitated and still didn't say these words out loud. Soon, a large dish was served. Eat quickly, I have to go practice martial arts after eating. Li Mu directly moved his chopsticks. In front of Chen Nan, Li Mu didn't need to care about image. Big mouthfuls of food went straight into his mouth. Mako, as far as you're concerned, starving to death. Chen Nan was speechless. Only when you are full will you have the energy to practice martial arts. Eat more, it's my treat. After eating and practicing martial arts for a few hours, Li Mu went back to the Greenwood Pharmacy. He bought some of the herbs needed for the qi replenishing powder. Spent around $300,000. Again, this is from the chapter on remedies. However, the main function of the qi replenishing scatter was to replenish oneself and raise one's level. Similar to the effect of a nutrient solution. Li Mu was trying to see who was more cost-effective compared to this prescription and the nutrient solution. When he went home, he blended the qi replenishing bulk. In conjunction with swallowing heaven and devouring earth, he began to cultivate. The pure energy quickly integrated into the body, causing it to become stronger and more powerful. The power slowly grew. Sure enough, it's far too cost-effective to dispense your own medicine. Li Mu opened his eyes. Only the money was still not much. Money is something that is really spent like water. On the contrary, there were still a few level 4 concentrated nutrient liquid, which could be used to absorb and cultivate. A few days passed, and Li Mu spent all his time day after day, except for eating and sleeping, on cultivation and martial arts practice. The level 14, Winter White Bear King, brought Li Mu no small amount of pressure. He was close to squeezing himself, wanting to spend all of his time completely on cultivating to become stronger. At level 4, the amount of energy needed to grow in strength was too much. Several concentrated nutrient solutions had already been completely absorbed by Li Mu. Several pairs of qi replenishing bullets had also been dispensed. Li Mu also added just over 2,000 pounds of strength. Money was used instead. It's the 15th. August 15th. There are only 5 days until Chu University starts. But more importantly, if I am not mistaken, this very night I will enter the dream world for the 3rd time myself. It was also the day to verify the guess. There were no other arrangements for today, and Li Mu was not prepared to go out. Except for going downstairs in the morning and buying dozens of cages of buns for breakfast. After eating the buns was to meditate and practice swallowing heaven and devouring earth. After the heaven swallowing and earth devouring entered the 2nd level, it was even able to start absorbing some of the energy in the air. However, the efficiency was definitely far less than eating directly. At least it's better than nothing. One more thing Lemuel can do. This time, he meditated until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing practicing, I cooked dinner and took a bath. Less than 8 o'clock Li Mu laid down on the bed. This time Li Mu purposely got his shooter aimed at the position on the bed where he was lying. He also wanted to figure out whether he had really gone to that mysterious dream world or not. Kind of dozing off. Not usually this early. Lying on the bed, Li Mu soon fell into a deep sleep. The eyes snapped open. Pale sky, pale earth. Tiers of graves arranged like mountains. It's true. Here we go again. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with a ray of joy. This cemetery was a treasure trove that hid countless treasures. The first time he entered for the 2nd time, he obtained the devouring heaven and devouring earth and the 8 extremes of heaven and earth respectively. The 2 feats were practiced by Li Mu in these 2 short months. From being not even a level 1 martial artist, he directly jumped to become a level 4 martial artist. Then this time, yourself. Li Mu looked out into the deeper region, his eyes were a hot light. At level 4, Li Mu felt the need to try to enter the 2nd region again. Li Mu took a step and went around the side of the 1st area. Toward the 2nd area. 1 step. Another step. The steps became heavy. That grave after grave, as if it had awakened, a time when strands of different, but especially terrifying auras appeared. In an instant, Li Mu's body felt like it was carrying 1,000 pounds of invisible weight. Once again, he took a step. The invisible weight on his body grew heavier. In just a few steps, that invisible pressure was already reaching Li Mu's limit. It said that the aura of the Martial King realm can only be initially solidified. But that was only preliminary condensation. Even if it was an ordinary person, as long as he overcame the fear in his heart, it was impossible for him to be unable to get up from the pressure. Of course, it was also almost impossible for an ordinary person to face the Martial King's pressure directly and still overcome their fear. And now, the mighty pressure Li Mu was facing had literally affected reality. Chapter 46 3 Visits to the Dream Realm. Terrifying killing aura. Every step he took left a heavy footprint on the ground. 100 meters to go. Li Mu gazed at the closest grave in the 2nd area. Last time, it seemed to be the one that had been lifted away from more than 100 meters away. This time I will. Surely. Li Mu took a heavy step. His body was on the verge of being somewhat hunched over by that invisible pressure. If converted to weight, 20,000 pounds was more than that. Li Mu's eyes were going a little black. Kill. With one word kill, Li Mu couldn't tell if he heard a voice or saw a word. He only felt an overpowering and incomparable killing intent instantly and completely enveloped his entire body and mind. Kill. 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 The Great Terror. Endless killing intent, raging and incomparable killing intent. At this instant, Li Mu seemed to be in the middle of an ancient battlefield. He was wearing armor and holding a sword. The two armies charge. The ears are full of the sound of killing. All you can see is killing. Kill. 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 Only kill. Naked, bloody killing. The earth seemed to be dyed red, and blood rained down in the air. The corpses are everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed. Li Mu was like a puppet, staring blankly at all this. His mind and consciousness were close to being washed into a void by this surging killing intent. Vaguely, Li Mu saw an armored and sword-wielding military general. That pair of deep eyes looked plain. But within that blandness, afterward, was a more pure killing intent. A pure killing intent that was almost indifferent to everything. Who? Li Mu violently opened his eyes. A long breath was exhaled. At this point, he was clearly still between the first and second areas of the cemetery. Where is the battlefield? Where's the military general? But Li Mu's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He glanced at the tomb in front of him with an incomparable gravity. That was the source of the killing aura. Li Mu has already made some guesses. There are only a handful of characters in history who can have such a heavy killing aura. The pressure on his body is still heavy. Li Mu can't even straighten his waist, but he is unwilling to lower his waist. Ah! He clenched his teeth and took a hard step forward. Before a step even hit the ground, it was met with extremely serious resistance. The next moment, a huge force came violently from the front. Boom! Li Mu was directly lifted off the ground and flew hundreds of meters directly backwards, smashing heavily on top of a Region 1 grave. The entire grave was directly smashed and stepped down by Li Mu. It took a while before Li Mu crawled out of the grave in a sorry state. There was nothing in this grave. It looks like the second area is still not that simple. However, compared to last time, Li Mu had already approached to a range of a few dozen meters this time. And he was directly affected by that aura into a state like an illusion. Li Mu speculated that this was most likely a reaction because he was close to a certain level of grave. The graves in the second region had already been too divinely altered by the first region. After another moment of reprieve, the soreness in Li Mu's body eased a bit. He circled around to the front and got a good look at the owner of this grave that he had accidentally smashed. Yukagong's tomb. Born in 823, died in 1052, 15th grade martial artist. Killing evil spirits, eliminating demons, fighting plague beasts, and subduing the earth. No trace, no shadow, replace it with a picture of the god of doors. So this is the one. Elder, I'm sorry. Li Mu bowed. He didn't understand much about this person's life story, but he expected it to be extraordinary. There was nothing in this grave, and he turned toward the others. Dian Wei's tomb. Born in 260, died in 618, 15th level martial artist. Zhou had the courage to capture bulls and tigers alive. Finger painting kills. Ancient evil. I'm buried here with the ice iron halberds. Ancient evil. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. For this one, just the historical one, Li Mu was quite an admirer. Senior, excuse me. Li Mu clasped his fists and saluted, then immediately came to the side of the grave. This time, he didn't go looking for something to smash. Who? Qi sank into the dantian. Li Mu's body's center of gravity sank. The right fist slowly moved back, like a sharp arrow on a string. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Fast as lightning, swift as the wind, the punch landed on top of the muddy grave. Boom! This punch had an attack power of over 30,000. Amidst the muffled sound, a fine crack appeared directly on the unknown crystalline material on the grave. Under the force, Li Mu slightly retreated half a step. There was also some pain in his hand. Instead, a flash of joy surfaced in his eyes. It was a complete grave. One already has the ability to break a complete grave. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow sharply. Another brace of hammers landed directly on the grave. Boom! The cracks instantly widened a few times and thinned out a bit. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrow sharply. Li Mu landed another brace of hammers on the grave. Layers of cracks opened up on it. It already had a tendency to falter. A few more squeezes of the bracing hammer fell in succession. Li Mu's palms were already somewhat numb from the shock. Boom! The grave collapsed with a bang. The muddy material turned into countless pieces of varying sizes. Li Mu quickly moved these pieces of unknown material to the side. In the tomb was a bronze coffin that had already decayed. Li Mu abruptly frowned slightly. A feeling surfaced in his heart. It's like, there's nothing in here. Is it your own precognition? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He was very dissatisfied with this perception result. He even somewhat hoped that he had misperceived it. There was no point in thinking about it. He directly lifted the lid of the Qingtong coffin. However, he did not expect the coffin lid to break with a direct grab. Inside the coffin, there was only some powder. The bronze interior still had visible signs of black decay.
There really isn't. At least one's perception is pretty accurate. That was some consolation.
Without much hesitation, he immediately exited the tomb and saluted Dianwei's tomb once more before heading directly towards the neighboring graves.
The one fall didn't strike Li Mu.
After all, Li Mu also had experience. The previous 2 times, he had also searched several times before finding heaven swallowing and earth devouring and heaven and earth 8 pull.
Yu Fei's tomb.
Born in 431, died in 549, 15th grade martial artist.
30 years of fame and fortune, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon.
I'll be buried with a manuscript of Yu's Art of War.
General Yu. Li Mu made a bow.
This was another figure he respected quite a bit.
Offended. Bypassing the grave, Li Mu came behind it.
It was another complete and muddled grave.
Phew. The collapsing bough scuttled the arrow sharply. Brace the hammer. A punch landed on the grave. Boom. With just one punch, the entire tomb collapsed.
Li Mu instantly raised his eyebrows slightly.
This isn't quite right, is it? How did it become so easy?
He quickly moved away the materials that had shattered. At once, the premonition in his heart appeared again.
Still the premonition of nothing. This. In the tomb was a wooden coffin that had decayed beyond recognition. It seemed to be a very plain coffin that could not resist the passage of time. A quick glance reveals nothing. Chapter 47 Gain fortunately lost. The last 3 seats. Perhaps. It's because the internal structure was faulty long ago? It just looks intact on the outside. This reasoning seems quite reasonable when you think about it. After all, this was the grave of a 15th level powerhouse. To be opened by a rank 4 martial artist, it couldn't be truly complete by any stretch of the imagination. Heroes are not worth the years. As soon as Li Mu was in a baggage, he traveled to another grave next to the second one. Yuan Chengdu's tomb. Born in 429, died in 604, 15th level martial artist. Killed the demon emperor Thousand Yu with a single stroke. I'll be buried here with the Phoenix Wing Guild Boring and the Red Charcoal Dragon Cult. Another great general. Li Mu couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation. Immediately, with a clasped fist and a salute, he came directly to the side of the grave. The collapsing bough scuttled the arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Boom. The short-range explosive power of the bracing hammer was powerful, just right for something like smashing tombs. And because it was already level 4, Li Mu's body had completely evolved all over again. The strength of his body had increased drastically, and it wouldn't hurt himself too much. At most, it's just a little pain. Li Mu's will had long been as hard as iron. How could he be affected by a little pain? Rumble. After more than 10 punches, the grave collapsed. Quickly cleaning up the broken materials, Li Mu had become somewhat familiar with it. When these materials were cleared to the sides, perception is back. No way. A coffin of unknown material, after lifting it, there was really nothing. It seems that the material of the grave can block one's perception. Li Mu sighed softly. Worthy of being the grave of a 15th level martial artist, it was truly divine and extraordinary. Unfortunately, now it couldn't even block his own fists. Li Mu walked quickly towards the next tomb. Several consecutive graves didn't yield the slightest gain, which made Li Mu slightly anxious in his heart. He didn't know how much longer he could stay here. He didn't want to go home empty-handed. Li Wenshu's tomb. Came to where I was last time. Li Mu didn't turn around. Although Li Wenshu's tomb had been opened, but behind him was Qin Xiong's tomb and Ma Chao's tomb. After Shuirengui's tomb, there are also Luo Cheng's tomb and Long Yi's tomb. Qin Xiong's tomb. Qin Xiong was born in 450, died in 689, 15th level martial artist. He once destroyed a great mountain with a mace, stopping millions of Yin troops, and destroyed thousands of Yin creatures with a spear. He is buried here with his sacred weapons, the gold-loaded 4-pronged copper mace and the tiger's head Burin gold spear. Ma Chao's tomb. Born in 699, died in 820, 15th level martial artist. He led the Ma clan's army to break through the demon kingdom and killed the demon emperor with a single shot. He was buried here with his sacred weapon, the moon lance. Luo Cheng's tomb. Luo Cheng, born in 453, died in 701, 15th level martial artist. He led the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun to break through the 9 evil caves in 32 days. Heroes can't withstand the years, yesterday's greatness, today's yellow, no longer see the suavity. Treading on the Swallow's Lodge is buried here with his mount. Tomb of the Dragon. Dragon, born in 341, died in 399. 15th level martial artist. In his life, he slaughtered 3 beast kings, 18 beast kings, and beheaded hundreds of thousands of beasts. In the last battle, he was surrounded by 4 beast emperors and died without a body, so he set up a grave with his weapon, the dragon flying spear, as a crown mound. 4 tombs. 4 complete tombs. Open them and there's nothing there. What the hell is going on here? Li Mu's face was heavy. Why didn't these intact tombs have anything left? There's something about how this doesn't make sense. I just don't believe it.
He turned directly toward the back. He didn't believe that with so many tombs, he wouldn't be able to find one with something in it. Crossing over the first one he saw this time, Yuqigong's tomb. Changchun's tomb. Born in 1689, died in 1801, 15th grade martial artist. The light of the sword can part the sea and cut down the royal pillars of the sea tribe. The water breaker and the sea splitter are buried here together. Blue Jade's tomb. Born in 1702, died in 1797, 15th level martial artist. To pacify the savage beasts in the south, drive away the northern sea tribes, and stabilize the Ming dynasty. No body, just a skin. Zheng Fei's tomb. Born in 310, died in 482, 15th level martial artist. His voice is like thunder. He scared away millions of beasts with a single shout. Buried here with the sacred weapon, the 8th serpent spear. 3 more graves. All empty. The next one, Zhao Yun's tomb. Still no gain. Jumping out of the tomb, Li Mu's heart ached to no end. These could all be famous figures in history. And they're all 15 levels above the martial god. If these characters had anything left behind, no matter what it was, it must be a supreme treasure. But now, no. Nothing. Li Mu's heart was incredibly hard. There was nothing, even many complete tombs. Even though he had already made some guesses, Li Mu had a hard time accepting this reality. Who? The counting breath technique quietly operated, and Li Mu's somewhat agitated state of mind gradually calmed down. Breathing also began to smooth out. What I gain, I lose. Just do your best, why complain? In a short period of time, Li Mu's mind had cleared. Getting the heaven swallowing and earth devouring and the 8 extremes of heaven and earth was lucky enough, so what was there to be unaware of? One could continue to fight and continue to try. But there is absolutely no need to destabilize one's mind. Li Mu took a step and continued forward. A grave. Or it has been blasted away, if it is still standing. Open a grave. One grave was empty, not even the remains of a corpse were left behind. But this falling short time and time again could no longer affect Li Mu's state of mind. Regrets would definitely be there, but he would no longer feel much self-pity and self-hatred. Without realizing it, Li Mu had already opened the vast majority of graves. Ahead, there were only 3 graves left. Beyond that, there are none. There would have been only a few dozen graves in the first area. A blessing to be gained and a curse to be lost. Li Mu gently spat out a mouthful. Stepping forward, he came to the 3rd tomb. Zhang Daoling's tomb. Enjoying a lifespan of 3,000 years. Double rest in martial arts. They both reached the 15th level. Martial arts are divine. Thunder in the palm of your hand. I once overthrew the 6 demon kings by myself. The 4 ghost emperors. 1,000,000 men. To keep the peace. Now, I'm going to die here. Dual cultivation in martial arts. Li Mu's pupils instantly shrunk. Fa? What's the law? Dharma? Taoist magic? Magic? In this world, Li Mu had never heard of any law. This was clearly a world that belonged to martial arts. But now, Li Mu didn't feel that the record on the tombstone could be wrong. Linking it to the historical faults of the Dragon Kingdom. This could very well be the other way around. A path alongside the martial arts path. Doesn't say what's in it. Li Mu exhaled a breath, having regained a sense of calm from his initial surprise. The too many disappointments in front of him had already numbed Li Mu a bit. He didn't even hesitate much and directly opened the hammer. The tomb seemed much more solid this time. It took dozens of punches before that muddy material collapsed. Some mechanical removal of a piece of broken material. A bronze coffin appeared. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Chapter 48, Chapter 48 Real-Life Essay. God's Tomb. He sensed that there was something inside. And could roughly sense the location. Li Mu immediately lifted the lid of the coffin and casket. A white jade trigger finger was lying quietly on one side inside the coffin. Li Mu instantly brightened up, his heart beat faster, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. His figure flashed and he instantly grabbed the trigger finger. Warm and moist in his hand, the whole body is as white as the finest suet jade. The only pity is that a crack destroys the overall perfection. A relic of Zhang Daoling. Dual cultivation of Dharma and martial arts. Wu Dao Tongshan. Dharma Imperial Thunder. Solo battle against the 6 great demon kings. Zhang Daoling of the 4 great demon emperors. Looking at the tombs in the first region, as far as Li Mu had seen so far. Unique. Everyone else is at level 15 in martial arts. He is a dual cultivator of Dharma and martial arts, both at level 15. His life is equally extraordinary. The things left behind by such a character are bound to be not mortal. But the priority now was not to study this trigger finger. There was no first return after getting the item this time. Then there was no way that Li Mu would give up this opportunity since. He treasured the trigger finger and immediately headed towards the next grave. Li Siyuan Zhao's tomb. 15th level peak martial artist. Ultra limit. The end of the road. It's a pity that I was born at the wrong time, or I would have been a king again. Even so, he's also a great man, a top-notch martial artist. He won the battle with the Bull King of Tsangshan. The Bull King will promise not to kill anyone for 300 years. He fought with the Shark King in the sea and won. The Sea Tribe retreated 1,000 miles. A true hero. It's a pity for the human race that he didn't die well. Crown Mound, 5 Mountains Body Refining Technique. The king is no more than Xiang, and the general is no more than Li. Li Mu's eyes glowed with fire. This time there was much more ink on the tombstone. It is evident that the inscriber of the monument held it in high esteem. From between those words, Li Mu also couldn't help but feel a little hot. General Li. I'm offended. Li Mu heavily clasped his fists. After the grave, dozens of fists fell. Boom! The tomb collapsed and was empty. A coffin had completely decayed. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a little regret. That body refining technique was extraordinary at first glance. It's a pity. Exhaling softly, he came to the outermost layer, the last grave. Just that name caused a hint of surprise to flash through Li Mu's eyes. Zhang Sanfeng's tomb. He lived for 5 years. Martial arts and law. Half step 16. Since the fourth great change in heaven and earth, the only level 16 in martial arts. A pathless realm, and a hard way out. Pity. It's a bad time to be born. The law has been incorporated into the martial arts. The best in the world. I could have entered the 16th level of the martial arts. But for the next generation, he stopped at the half-step realm. Fortunate for the descendants, sad for the real people. Only one volume of handwritten notes remains. Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Jinren. Li Mu couldn't help but let a ray of shock flash through his eyes. The last tomb was not Xiangyu, which surprised him a little. But when he saw the name, he took it for granted. And those biographies are detailed and stirring. It is as if the font of the dragon and phoenix all contain a strand of regret, marveling at the emotion. The reverence of the inscriber of the monument, even far better than Li Tsuanxiao. Zhang Jinren. Offended. Li Mu clasped his fists and bowed. Go around the tombstone. Boom. Punch, after punch, landed on top of the muddy, crystal-clear grave. Dozens of punches later, the grave collapsed. As Li Mu cleared away the broken materials, a premonition appeared in his heart. There's something. Li Mu instantly narrowed his eyes and his eyebrows brightened slightly. It was a yellow wooden coffin, and it was unknown what material it was made of. The coffin actually remained largely intact. Li Mu carefully pushed open the coffin lid. A pale color was the first to catch his eye. Pushing it away completely. In the middle of the coffin, there was a white bone lying upright. Pale, but also vaguely some crystal color, like hiding the beauty of jade. There is actually a complete corpse bone. Is this the divine difference of a 16th level martial artist? Underneath the white bone's right arm bone, there was a threadbare and slightly yellowed book. Handbook? Li Mu reached for it, and the moment he touched it did not disappear. It was physical. The handwritten notes are slightly smooth when you get them in your hand, not like paper, but like some kind of leather. On the cover, there are only 2 large words in Dragon's Flight. Essay. The shape is like a dragon and a phoenix, like the wind scrolling wild grass. The gesture is free and unconstrained. A sense of vastness emerged vaguely at first. Ancient text, can read. Li Mu just wanted to turn it over, but then he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, while his own brain immediately fainted. He hurriedly put away this real person with the pen, and bowed to the white bone salute. Just after bowing down, Li Mu directly lost consciousness. The eyes snapped open. What came into view was the familiar ceiling of the bedroom. Back. The first thing Li Mu did was to immediately check the trigger finger and the real-life essay on his body. They were both there. Got lucky, got 2 things this time. Li Mu also couldn't help but grin slightly at the corners of his mouth. Immediately, he didn't rush to survey his 2 gains this time. Instead, he immediately picked up the shooter. The shooter that was pointed at his bed. A video of just over an hour. Outside the window, it was still dark. How is it possible that it's only been an hour? Although there wasn't much of a reference point in that cemetery. But from the feel of it, one had been there for at least 5 or 6 hours. Time flows differently in dreams? Li Mu clicked on the video with doubt. Watch it from the very beginning. He or she is lying peacefully in bed. It didn't take long for himself to fall asleep. Then, Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once. In the video, his own body actually directly disappeared the moment he completely fell asleep. In a split second, an entire instant disappeared as if it had never appeared at all. Li Mu was somewhat incredulous as he immediately put the video to the end. At the end, his own body suddenly appeared, out of nowhere. Without the slightest sign. Not even the slightest violation. It was exactly the same as when he himself had disappeared at that time. Li Mu watched the video several times over and over again. Finally accepted the reality. It wasn't a dream. Rather, it was a real-life cemetery. A cemetery of mystery and mystery. One's entry into the cemetery is not into a dream.
Rather, for some reason, he suddenly and instantly traveled to that cemetery and then instantly back again. This. Li Mu was still a bit incredulous. Had he traveled through time or space? And traveled completely unconsciously or timed? And just the moment Li Mu was sure that that cemetery was real, a meditative message-like sensation appeared in Li Mu's mind. God's tomb. Name, God's tomb.
The amount of time one can stay in the God's tomb depends on one's strength.
And there was indeed a gap between the flow of time between the divine tomb and reality. Currently it's about 5:1. The info is brief, that's all there is to it. Chapter 49 Tortoise and Serpent Viewing Diagram. Divine Tomb. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash with marvelous shock. That was actually a God's cemetery? But when I think about it, it seems like it should have been.
Level 13 was a martial god, not to mention level 15.
Not to mention the 8 areas of graves at the back of that? Even if there were true gods buried in them, it wouldn't be surprising. A heavenly chance. Li Mu couldn't help but feel some surges in his heart. But he still hadn't figured out exactly how he had gone to the god's tomb and how he had returned instantly. And where was the god's tomb? Is it in this world? Or in some other dimension? Phew.
Li Mu slowly exhaled.
If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It can't be bad anyway.
The heaven swallowing and earth devouring and the 8 poles of heaven and earth that he had obtained from the divine tomb earlier had already explained everything.
The tomb of the gods. Mystery was also inevitable. These things are not something I can explore at the moment.
It's just that I must be careful when I enter the divine tomb in the future.
Li Mu directly deleted the video from the shooter.
After thinking about it, he also directly destroyed the memory card and the shooter separately.
Not the slightest evidence could be left behind. This thing is too involved. Time to see what I got this time.
Li Mu was the first to take out that white jade trigger finger and survey it. After a moment, he helplessly put it down.
The material seems good.
Other than that, Li Mu really couldn't see exactly what this thing was for.
After storing the trigger finger, he took out the book Essays of a Real Person.
The whole body cream color, with some natural yellowish. It was about less than 2 fingers thick, 3 or 4 inches wide, and 4 or 5 inches long.
An essay. 2 large, inky letters.
Vaguely, black and white flowed, and a vast and atmospheric aura filled the air. Vaguely, from between these 2 words, Li Mu saw a mysterious yin and yang tie diagram.
This is
something like the 8 pole of heaven and earth kind of thing, the will between the words. Compared to the rigid and surging overriding temperamental will of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Now these 2 words were not as turbulent and overbearing, but more mysterious and vast.
Li Mu saw the flow of black and white and the balance between yin and yang. For a while.
Only then did Li Mu detach himself from the state of being affected by the vastness of his aura.
Very unusual. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully turned the first page.
The pages were as thin as Zen, yet seemed to be extremely tough.
Today, Green Mountain asks me, what is martial arts? I said, martial arts is hidden in the heart. Aoyama asks again, the size of the word Wu? A certain word, between heaven and earth, the top of the sky. Aoyama said, Wu, not so big. A certain thought. The more I think, the more I realize. The font is still scribbled like matter. Vaguely, that yin and yang taiji diagram surfaced on each font. From the opening paragraph, it really seems like this is just some random writing. Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly as he turned the next page. On the path of martial arts, guard against arrogance and impatience. Perseverance has its own rationale. But everything is too much. Wu, not so big, but not so small. When loosened and relaxed.
The abbot of red eyebrows was so obsessed that he fell into a demonic state.
Take this as a warning. Take the law into martial arts. Who says no? The law? What is the law? Heaven and earth borrow the law.
The Dharma runs out of power.
The change of heaven and earth.
Li Mu quickly turned page after page, roughly scanning through its contents. Soon, Li Mu's expression changed. At first, he was a bit disappointed, but now, his eyes had gradually caught fire.
The accompanying pen. Real-life random essays. It may seem that there is no record of any practice that makes much sense. However, in reality, it contained a great deal of cultivation insights. Zhang Jinran's cultivation insights.
And, there were many elements of Dharma martial fusion in it. This was likewise a precious treasure. It's a pity that I don't have a technique for practicing.
Li Mu sighed slightly in his heart. Continue flipping through this accompanying book.
Between Dharma and martial arts, there is also one thing.
It is the most important thing.
Li Mu had just finished reading one line when suddenly, a page floated out.
A hand caught it. On the snow-white paper was an ink-black drawing. The turtle is like a heavy mountain, with the sea at its back. The snake is entrenched in the turtle's armor and is slender and agile. Tortoise and snake figure.
A few strokes, but a picture of a turtle and a snake came to life. There was only ink color, but you could see the blood color in the eyes of that spirit snake.
The great power pours in sticks, steady as a mountain. The air is like the sky, as if it were floating in the air. A turtle and a snake. All in one. One heavy and one light. A clear and a cloudy. It can even be derived as one yin and one yang. Positive and odd are dependent on each other and coexist. This is Xuanwu. Li Mu's pupils shrunk slightly. The turtle and snake phase, what else could it be besides Xuanwu? Lone yang doesn't grow, and lone yin doesn't grow. Between heaven and earth, there are two qis, clear and turbid, the difference between yin and yang, and the difference between positive and odd. Non-backwardness. The calm voice rang vaguely in Li Mu's ears. One by one, the words on the accompanying pen seemed to flash before Li Mu's eyes. This moment. The white as snow page in Li Mu's hand instantly turned into mustard powder and dissipated. Tortoise and snake visualization. The figure on top of that paper page emerged once again. But it appeared in the deepest part of Li Mu's mind. The phase of the turtle and snake became more and more alive. It seems to be transformed into a living thing. The great tortoise takes a step and the serpent spits out its tongue. Turtle and snake viewing diagram. For a moment, Li Mu had a lot more information in his mind. This was the turtle snake, not the real Xuanwu. But it can also be said to be the prototype of the Xuanwu. This was drawn by Zhang Sanfeng himself. It is not only a painting, but also incorporates Zhang Sanfeng's lifelong feelings. Those who visualize this picture can cultivate their mind power. The power of thought is also called divine thought. It is the most important thing that Zhang Sanfeng said, between Dharma and martial arts. It should be the spiritual power that is said now. Li Mu gazed at the diagram of the tortoise and snake in his mind. Following the information in his mind, he devoted his whole body and mind to observing and visualizing. Under Li Mu's gaze, the tortoise and snake were moving around, either taking steps and stopping, or locking their heads and probing their brains. One of the most crucial things is that the clear and the turbid are in harmony with each other. Vaguely, the turtle and snake seem to have transformed back into a flowing taiji diagram. Turtle is yang water, snake is yin fire. When turtle and snake intersect, it is yin and yang. Yin and yang, tortoise and snake. Unconsciously, Li Mu had sat on the bed with his knees crossed, his eyes forbiddenly closed, his expression peaceful. Within his consciousness, the turtle and snake phase became clearer and clearer, more and more three-dimensional. In a trance, Li Mu's perspective turned into a wide angle. From all sides, he was simultaneously observing every detail of that turtle and snake. The sun was rising. The sunlight slipped into the bedroom from the balcony and fell on Li Mu's face. At this moment, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, a bright color flashed. Mental power. Success. The first time he practiced spiritual power, Li Mu had felt the birth of his spiritual power. It was still just a germ, a seedling. But it had definitively emerged. It exists in one's own mind. Li Mu tried to control the spiritual power to spread out. At once, everything around him was visible in minute detail. There was a feeling of holding a magnifying glass and looking at everything around. And it's more than that. Chapter 50 Space Props. Don't be too tight. Spiritual power is much more than just looking. Or not simply seeing. Li Mu saw an overwhelmingly sharp aura. That's the arrowhead. Shuirengui's sacred arrowhead. This was not something that could be seen with the naked eye, but in front of the power of the spirit, it was equally manifest. In addition, Li Mu also saw another special aura. The source was that trigger finger. Li Mu immediately took out that wrench. He controlled his spiritual power to approach the trigger finger. Suddenly, a special suction force came from the trigger finger, directly sucking Li Mu's spiritual energy completely into the trigger finger. It's a space. A miniature storage space. In the space, there were a few books, volumes, potion bottles, some clothes, and a few items. On one of them, there was still some light vaguely flowing from a copper sword. Li Mu immediately brightened up. He tried to use his spiritual power to touch the copper coin sword. Suddenly, the space collapsed and the items in it passed away like dust. It's that crack. Li Mu was instantly startled, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only watch those things pass by. The space was also constantly collapsing and becoming smaller. Soon, everything disappeared and only a small space of about half a cubic meter remained. Li Mu lightly bit her lip. This was because of the stimulation of his spiritual power? It was what caused the change. No, perhaps those things as well as the space should have dissipated a long time ago. It was just missing a medium, and he himself had now become that medium. It was like the bowl in the cupboard that had fallen behind the door. They're broken, they just look whole. The moment the door was pulled open, Li Mu was acting as a door puller. There's at least half a cubic meter left. Li Mu scrutinized it with his spiritual power. The remaining space had stabilized. It looked like it wouldn't collapse anymore. Not bad for half a cubic meter either. A ray of joy flashed in Li Mu's eyes. This world also had storage props. But storage props are rare. Even if they are half a cubic meter in size, they are worth hundreds of millions at least. There was even a price for it. Martial kings don't even necessarily have storage props. Wait.
Li Mu suddenly felt that his spiritual power seemed to be missing.
The white jade trigger finger was absorbing his spiritual energy? No. Seems to be. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly as he immediately controlled his spiritual power to try. Soon, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Spiritual power could repair this space. That's right. It can be fixed.
Though the progress is small, just a sliver hard to see with the naked eye.
But under the spiritual power, the slightest bit will be seen.
There was no way this could be a misreading. At the same time, the crack in the trigger finger itself healed to a point the size of a mustard seed. This was undoubtedly a great piece of good news. Although the current storage space is small, it has infinite possibilities.
Only, repairing the trigger finger required too much mental energy.
Just for a moment, Li Mu's head was already a bit groggy.
The consumption of spiritual energy was too great. Li Mu stabilized his mind and temporarily put the trigger finger aside.
Once again, he contemplated the turtle and snake contemplation diagram to recover his mental power.
Tortoise and snake intersect with yin and yang. More solid, though a little less voluminous.
Li Mu understood that the process of repairing the trigger finger space was simultaneously exercising his spiritual power.
Trying to repair the trigger finger again.
Spiritual energy surged little by little into that gap. The volume was decreasing, but what was left was becoming more and more solid.
I was right.
After repairing the trigger finger, Li Mu again contemplated the turtle and snake diagram.
But suddenly, he remembered the accompanying essay. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't rush to cultivate again.
And picked up the accompanying pen and watched it carefully.
Earlier, he was still agonizing over what would be a better place to put this accompanying pen. There was also the arrowhead of Schwerengue's divine arrow.
He himself will soon be going to Chude, and it's a bit uneasy to stay at home. But it is not very convenient to bring it with you.
Now it's good to have storage space.
But he wasn't in a hurry. Try again, there were still a few days left. If in case something was put in something was gone, then Li Mu would regret it.
So it was better to play it safe. Zhang Sanfeng's essays are trivial and somewhat disorganized. Many of them seem to be just small things in life. There are even more QI transcripts of the opening kind.
There appears to be no concrete meaning. But every word contains a surge of true meaning. It contains Zhang Sanfeng's sense of martial arts, as well as the cultivation tips and precautions therein.
One of the meanings, Zhang Sanfeng mentioned again and again. Don't be too obsessive, be greatly obsessive.
At first glance, Li Mu was puzzled. But as the true meaning of the martial arts in it leaked out, and the echoes of the questions before and after,
Li Mu somewhat understood.
The way of the martial artist required great perseverance. Yet it also requires the same combination of labor and rest.
If you strain too much, the string will break.
As mentioned in the accompanying article, entering the devil's barrier is one of the greatest dangers in a martial artist's cultivation journey. Especially when they are stuck in a bottleneck, they are too obsessive, and it is even easier to enter the demonic barrier of cultivation.
Recently, am I not also tensing up a bit?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. It had been a long time, since the start of black boxing. He then strained himself a bit. And ever since he knew about that Winter White Bear King, there was even more urgency in his heart.
It's time to relax.
There was no excuse for pursuing martial arts. But you can't just pursue martial arts, you can't lose yourself.
Martial Dao cultivation should also be loosened up.
After packing up a bit, Li Mu fell into a deep thought with his left wrench and right arrow. A few moments later, he put down the arrowhead, took the wrench, and casually picked up a pack of tissues. Mental energy wrapped around the tissue paper before communicating with the space inside the trigger finger. Instantly, the tissue paper disappeared. The next moment, the tissue paper appeared in Li Mu's hand again. Several attempts were made, and something else was tried.
It feels like it shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Li Mu then put the Real People's Essay and Schwerengue's divine arrowhead scissors into the space.
He put the white jade wrench on his left thumb. It's about the same size.
Then Li Mu went straight out the door.
Connect to Chen Nan's light brain. Hey, come out for dinner, my treat. I'll go. What happened to you, Mako? What do you mean, eat or not? No, you, a cultivation fanatic, would actually take the initiative to invite me to dinner? Every time I look for you to have a meal, I have to ask my grandpa to tell my grandma that you would only be willing to reward my face. Come or not. No time, I want to practice. I have to work hard. That's it, I'm hanging up. Then Chen Nan hung up.
Li Mu, who had already gone downstairs, froze in his steps. He knew that this kid was taking revenge on himself. Some time ago, when Chen Nan looked for himself, he was often rejected by the reason that he wanted to cultivate. This wasn't an excuse either, it was a fact. Now it's kind of a chance for that kid to find revenge. If you continue to look for that kid Chen Nan, you will still have to hit the wall a few times, so it's better to let the kid find himself. Li Mu is not in a hurry, the big deal is that he is alone, what to do, but also to relax a bit of body and mind, the combination of fun and leisure a bit. You have a new communication. Li Mu was a bit puzzled, but when he saw that name, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly.
Chapter 51 The last hours before parting. Jiang Wan. This name made Li Mu a little hesitant.
But it was only a moment before he connected.
Hello. Li Mu, are you leaving?
Well, there's still a few days left.
Want to meet up?
Sure, where are you?
Come to Sector 13, Commercial Plaza 7. Li Mu saw the figure under the publicity sign at the entrance at a glance.
A long orange dress, only revealing 2 slender and white ankles. Underneath her feet was a pair of delicate white sandals, with a few kidney bean-like white toes neatly arranged. The upper half of her body only half exposed her delicate collarbone, and her arms were lamb's leg sleeves with lace edges that fit the shape of her arms.
Slim and delicate. Li Mu remembered that she was already partial to warm-colored dresses, just like her personality. Hey, Li Mu.
Jiang Wan also saw Li Mu, and her gentle eyebrows suddenly curved up like a crescent moon. With a wave of her arm, she trotted over with her skirt.
Don't run in a skirt.
Li Mu reached out to falsely support Jiang Wan in front of the somewhat staggering Jiang Wan.
Jiang Wan stopped her footsteps in time and did not fall.
She straightened her hair.
Got it. How come you, a busy man, are free to come out?
Even busy people are free. Have you had lunch yet?
No. Are you going to buy me lunch? Well, let's go and eat then. The two walked side by side, the atmosphere suddenly becoming silent. Jiang Wan wasn't very good at lying, not to mention that it was already 2 o'clock. That guy Chen Nan.
Just after the contact with Chen Nan ended, Jiang Wan came with a communication. How could this not have anything to do with Chen Nan?
News restaurant. One of the more upscale restaurants in Commerce Square. Western style.
Li Mu had never been to a place like this before. But treating a girl to dinner, and it might be the last meal, you can't still go to a fly tavern.
It's expensive here. I didn't bring much money.
They say it's all exotic beast meat. I'd like to try it. I have a scholarship, lots of it. The two men sat opposite each other. Li Mu kept cutting the meat steak and brought it to his mouth somewhat unaccustomedly. Jiang Wan propped her arms on the table, propping up her delicate cheeks, appearing to look at the delicately plated meat steak in front of her, but her remaining light was sizing up Li Mu. After finishing off the third portion of meat steak, Li Mu took the fourth portion and ate at an even pace on the other delicately plated dishes with somewhat touching portions.
What? Raimu looked up.
Jiang Wan immediately lowered her head like a frightened deer, her cheeks somewhat faintly flushed.
A woman's blush is better than a large section of dialogue. A phrase surfaced in Li Mu's mind.
Yet he was expressionless. Outer heaven, I'm leaving on the 19th, Shu University starts earlier.
This? So early? Jiang Wan was a little eager.
Well, if there's anything you have to say, you can just say it.
Hesitation.
Jiang Wan's complexion was tangled and tense, and for the first time, she used that pair of crystalline beautiful eyes to greatly look directly at Li Mu. The eyes were a little trembling.
Li Mu lowered his head and ate in silence. I want to say.
Jiang Wan burst out laughing. Do you want to eat so ugly? That seemingly spontaneous smile, but it vaguely had some bitterness and forced smile.
Sorry, I've been paying attention. Let's say goodbye this time. I have business tomorrow and the day after.
Li Mu wiped his mouth, and the last of the meat steak was finished.
You bought me dinner, let me buy you a trip to the amusement park. I don't think you've ever been there, right?
Jiang Wan handed her share to Li Mu and said with a smile.
I haven't eaten yet. Raimu looked at her.
The sun was approaching the western mountains, and the orange-red evening sunlight colored the sky. The flaming clouds danced with the wind, changing their shape with abandon. It was exceptionally gorgeous.
No need to see me off, goodbye.
The young girl waved her hand heavily, as if to wipe down that last touch of evening sun in the air. She smiled and turned around, running in the direction of home with a silvery laughter. It was only a few steps before that laughter ceased to be crisp. A drop of crystal fell after the young girl's footsteps. Under the last of the evening sun. It is, in all its colors. Drops. But briefly. Falling to the ground. Li Mu withdrew his sight and walked towards the distance without any hesitation. The last rays of the setting sun have been taken away. Night, quietly, has fallen. The young man under the moon is still as cold as iron, cold and hard. Who? The counting breath technique had been running, maintaining the peace of mind. Li Mu used to think that there was nothing fun about the playground, it was just kid stuff. But now it seems. It's not really that boring. But that's just the spice of life. Vu. It was Li Mu's ultimate pursuit in life. 12 p.m. Li Mu arrived in front of the Hongyang Martial Arts Center. I can't sleep, so I'd better come and practice some martial arts. It's a good thing the Hongyang Martial Arts Center is open 24 hours a day. It just so happens that I can still say goodbye to Yang Fei Hung tomorrow morning. When I first presented Yang Fei Hung's love, I was able to get to the third level so quickly. Li Mu cannot forget. Morning, 7 o'clock. Kid, so early? Yang Fei Hong pushed open the door of the training room and walked into it. The door was unlocked, and Li Mu had explained this to the front desk. Who?
Li Mu leisurely exhaled and put away his boxing stance.
I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, so I have to say goodbye to you, Pavilion Master.
Going to Chunan City, right?
Xian Shen has to go as well. Remember to take care of it for me on the way. That girl, she must still be bedridden right now.
Then I'll go back first.
Chunan City was the capital city of the Chunan region, the #1 city.
It was also the location of the Chunan University. Eat dozens of caged buns, then go home and catch up on sleep. Slept through the night.
This night, Li Mu didn't rush to cultivate and practice martial arts anymore. Besides contemplating the tortoise and snake diagram for a while, he then watched a movie and slept for a few more hours until dawn.
Last day. Last day to stay in S-Town.
After all, it was the homeland where he had lived for 18 years. For the sake of martial arts, for the sake of what I seek.
19. 7 o'clock in the morning.
Li Mu pulled open the door and took one last deep look at the room he had lived in for 18 years. Then he righteously closed the door.
Pulling his suitcase, he headed for the elevator. Inside the suitcase were just a few daily necessities and clothes. The really important things were in the wrench and Li Mu's left thumb. Not bad either. An arrow, an accompanying book.
1 mask, 2 medals.
Some leftover drugs, and a handwritten notebook. S-City Intercity Train West. Located in District 10. Leap off the hovercar. Li Mu waved back. Don't send it.
Classmate Li, you have to remember that you're not without family in S-City, there's still us. The one who sent Li Mu to the station was Gao Changhuai, the president of the S-City Martial Arts Association. And it wasn't just him, there was also the principal of the middle school that Li Mu used to go to, and a few teachers.
In fact, if not for Li Mu's reluctance, Gao Changhuai even wanted to pull a few banners and call for 2 more lion dance teams to see him off. Every year, students who could be admitted to Chu University would have a super high-profile send-off. Only this time, Li Mu completely overpowered the others. And Li Mu didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Chapter 52 Farewell. A new journey. Entering the station. Chen Nan had already been waiting on the sidelines. He took Li Mu's suitcase. The two walked side by side toward the waiting hall. There's no need for a ride, either. I'll walk you in and sit with you for a while. Thinking about his usual role of staying in bed until after 10 o'clock on vacation. But today, he waited here so early. Get lost, it's not like I'm not coming back. The always cold and hard-faced Li Mu couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a smile as he patted Chen Nan's shoulder. Well, be careful on the road. Chen Nan didn't retort to the fight as usual. Take it. Li Mu had a notebook with a small box in his hand at some point. Chen Nan subconsciously took it and casually flipped it open for a few moments. At once, his pupils shrunk slightly, and soon, the light in the depths of his eyes grew more and more exuberant. Read it, burn it, and don't tell anyone. Li Mu left his sentence and took the traveling box and walked alone into the station. Looking at Li Mu's back, Chen Nan nodded heavily and murmured in a somewhat trembling voice, "Good." The time came to 8:50. The train entered the station on time. Li Mu boarded the train. Sits down in his seat. Without realizing it, casting through the window, Li Mu seemed to catch a glimpse of a yellow silhouette at the back of the hall. She came, but did not show herself. The train was about to start, and it was impossible for Li Mu to go back down. The only thing he could do was to lightly sigh in his heart, farewell. Left something for Chen Nan, but not for Jiang Wan. Actually, Li Mu wanted to stay. But that day, he vaguely sensed a special aura on Jiang Wan. It seemed like some kind of special gong method. She probably doesn't need it. Zip. The train departs. Speaking of which, this was also the first time Li Mu took a cross-city train. Inside the carriage, the seats were spacious, paired front and back, with a small dining table in the center. Everything in the carriage is also in silver and white color, looks neat and clean. There weren't many people, and only a small half of the dozens of seats were currently occupied. No one had come next to Li Mu or across the street yet. Cross-area trains that could safely travel at speeds of even 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. The 9 o'clock train arrives at 5 in the afternoon. It stops at a number of other cities to pick up and drop off passengers. With the level of technological development in this world, the speed of the train is not that fast. But on the other hand, this world is not safe. Flying transportation was generally only used by those above martial kings who dared to use it. In the airspace of the city is fine. If it is in the wilderness, it may meet some strange beasts. Being in the air, ordinary people do not have the slightest way. And the ground is not absolutely safe. It's just that the train lines are inspected and maintained. The traveling speed is also a safe speed provided that you can stop in time. Look out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but feel some emotion. Unknown road ahead, new journey. After just a moment of looking at it, he withdrew his eyes, closing his eyes to recuperate. In his mind, he was already observing the tortoise and serpent diagram. Are you all going to college in Truman City too? That's right, go early and familiarize yourself with the environment. In our Chunan region, all the good universities are in Chunan City.
In the carriage, there were mostly young people. Someone had already started to strike up a conversation. It was near the beginning of the school year, and the terminal of this train was Chunan City, which was already dominated by students. In fact, cross-city trains are not cheap. It would have been a lot cheaper to have the appropriate admission ticket. Other than that, the world is a dangerous place. People don't normally just travel across cities either. Hey! A hand slapped Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu, who was originally in the middle of his contemplation, abruptly opened his eyes. A favorable aura flashed in his eyes. His left hand probed out like lightning and grabbed the hand that was about to fall on his shoulder. Slender, white, and a green-colored cuff that fit the shape of the arm. What are you doing? Yang Xianxian was instantly startled. Sister, sorry, don't approach me from behind in the future. Only then did Li Mu see it clearly and hastily let go of her hand. Today's Yang Xianxian on the upper body of the cyan thread woven slim long-sleeved, outside a white small vest, as well as a white long pants, plus small white shoes. With her pretty face, valiant Ame, appears both youthful vigor, but also with a few strands of imperial sister style. Yang Xianxian rubbed her wrists and sat down opposite Li Mu, rather gritting her teeth. What the heck, the strength is actually so big. Sorry. Raimu nodded and closed his eyes again. In his mind, the tortoise and snake diagram appeared once again. At the same time, Li Mu was trying to run the swallowing heaven and devouring earth to absorb the free energy between heaven and earth. Only the effect wasn't ideal. It's hard to run both at the same time. The tortoise and serpent viewing diagram requires a great deal of mindfulness, and one must be nearly fully concentrated in order to do so. On the other hand, swallowing heaven and devouring earth was fine for digesting the energy in the body, but it also required quite fine control outside the body. Hey, school brother, so hardworking? But there's no rush to cultivate, right? My father said that cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. Yang Xianxian reached out and waved her hand in front of Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu opened his eyes, mainly because I'm bored and idle. Then you talk to me. Aren't you curious about some specifics of Chude? Well, that's when the train stopped. People started getting on. Move over, my seat's on your side. Yang Xianxian hurriedly got up. Oh. Raimu moved out of the way. Ben was a double seat, and it was spacious. Blacktooth Mountain. Located 100 miles north of Qinghe City. Normally, people are rare, but there aren't many exotic beasts. Because in the belly of its mountain, there is a train tunnel. All along the train route, there are people who regularly clean up the beasts and check for dangers. But here, 2 uniformed road inspectors were already lying on Blacktooth Mountain. The group stood on the edge of the cliff, and below them, the train's tunnel. The man at the head of the group, who was tall, wore a ghostly mask that made his face impossible to see. The others, likewise, everyone a ghost face mask. Only the colors and patterns were different. What did they say over there? How long will it take to arrive? The man at the head of the group calmly inquired. A henchman immediately replied. Chief, the Hungry Ghost side has sent a signal that the train is traveling at the booked time, and it will probably be between 2:40 and 3 o'clock when it reaches us. The chief nodded. Epidemic Ghost 7, go keep an eye on it some more, there can't be any mistakes in this operation. These so-called geniuses will be the best fodder for experimentation, and the adults will be pleased. Yes. The men immediately led the order to retreat. Chief, let's move that genius train, those top martial arts generals on the Chunan side who are responsible for this line. A person with a green hideous ghost face mask came to the chief's side, his voice low and hoarse. The demon ghost has already taken someone to take care of them, and the hungry ghost has taken someone to blend in with the car. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the fish to fall into the net. Go check the setup here again. The chief's tone was calm. Yes. Chapter 53 Archu Das. Carjacking? Hello guys, my name is Su Tian. There was a boy at this stop. The seat was opposite Yang Qianxian and Li Mu. Hello, Yang Qianxian. Yang Qianxian nodded politely. Li Mu, on the other hand, closed his eyes again. You guys are also going to Chunan City for college, right? Su Qian appeared rather self-conscious as he struck up a conversation, not caring that Li Mu was ignoring himself. Yang Qianxian had to respond politely. In no time, there was another stop and some more passengers boarded the bus. This time there was a girl sitting on the seat next to Su Tian. My name is Huang Hui, hello guys. She greeted politely. Hello, Su Tian hurriedly flashed a smile. Although Huang Hui's appearance was much worse than Yang Qianxian's, she could be considered clean-cut, and she still had someone Wen's quiet demeanor. Su Tian is not blind, of course he knows that Yang Qianxian is better looking. But the problem is that Yang Qianxian's attitude has always been too perfunctory, and there's a guy next to her. He had no choice but to shift his target. Maybe it can also play some of its mountain stone can attack jade effect. Huang Hui's character is a bit shy, but under Su Tian's initiative to talk, the two soon also talked a bit. Of course, it was mainly Su Tian who was talking. You guys should be going to Chunan City for the first time, right? My father actually took me there originally. It's where I spent my summer vacations in Truman City. I also participated in a special training class led by a top-level 6 martial general. I'm telling you guys, Shunan City isn't the same as these small cities of ours. Nearly 20 million people. Martial generals that are rare to see in ordinary cities. In Shunan City you might be able to run into a few of them just by walking down the street. And there are even quite a few martial kings. Huang Wei couldn't help but interject and ask, have you ever seen a martial king? Su Tian instantly smiled somewhat awkwardly and said stiffly, of course I've seen it, my dad is on good terms with a martial king. Li Mu and Yang Qianxian subconsciously glanced at each other. Both read the meaning in the other's eyes. It was bragging. Su Tian pulled his punches for a while and changed the subject again. There are dozens of martial arts universities in Shunan City alone. The best of them, that is undoubtedly Chu University. It's also the pride of our Chunan region. Li Mu suddenly asked, are you from Chu University? If Chuda were this kind of goods with poor strength and high eyes, Li Mu would need to think if he was going to the right place. Li Mu could easily tell that this Su genius had just level 2, and his foundation seemed to be a bit unstable. Su Tian immediately shook his head rightfully. Chu University? That's not a place where ordinary people can go. For a city to have 1 or 2 people get into Chu University in a year is a blessing. Some cities don't even have one. Although I'm not from Chu University, I'm from Bianyi University, the 121st ranked Bianyi University in the country. Our train is called the Genius Train. We're from Chu University. Li Mu spoke calmly. What? Su Tian froze. Yang Qianxian could also tell that Li Mu was annoyed by the noise. In fact, she is also quite annoyed, you show on show, but also the key is that you show this thing is really nothing off. Just in the way of politeness she has not said anything. Now that Li Mu had revealed her identity, she naturally had nothing to hide. So, she directly took out her Chu University student ID. We are indeed from Chu University, and please keep your voice down, the compartment is a public place. What? Su Tian was instantly shocked. Huang Wei was also astonished beyond measure as she covered her small mouth and looked at the student ID card in Yang Qianxian's hand. Including the other students in the carriage, many of them couldn't help but put their eyes over. The carriage was suddenly quiet as well. Su Tian scrutinized the student ID card for several seconds, and he didn't react until Yang Qianxian put it away. His face instantly swelled red with shame, so he excused himself to go to the restroom and ran to the washroom. Mighty. Li Mu revealed a wisp of a smile. Yang Qianxian punched Li Mu's shoulder without any good humor. Obviously you said it first, okay? Li Mu asked with a straight face, how many powerful characters are there in Chu University? Usually freshmen will have a 4th level. 4th level? Senior, are you kidding me? Amongst the freshmen, level 3 is a phoenix feather, okay? Really? Suddenly, a ray of sharpness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. In his heart, a premonition appeared abruptly. Li Mu was originally in the position against the window, and Yang Qianxian was on the aisle side. Li Mu suddenly grabbed Yang Qianxian's hand at once and pulled her over. What are you doing? Yang Qianxian was completely unsuspecting and her face was a blush. Li Mu immediately got up and pushed her to the seat by the window, while he himself immediately stood up and walked out of the seat. Both sides of the train. 2 people wearing black sweatshirts and evil ghost masks just stepped out on each side of the train. There were 4 of them, 2 in front and 2 behind. Level 3 martial artist. Li Mu easily sensed their rank. However, they were not ordinary 3rd-level martial artists. These guys had a distinct killing aura on their bodies. As well as a gloomy aura. Who are you? You guys? A teenage ground sitting behind the door of the approaching carriage asked. All be quiet and be honest where there is only death. The 4 ghost-faced men all took out a long folding knife from behind them. Carjackers? These guys should be passengers too, just changed their outfits. Li Mu already had a judgment in his mind. Snap! A figure suddenly collapsed from the carriage toilet there. The crimson blood turned into a pool of blood and immediately spread to the surroundings. It was some unlucky traveler who went to the toilet. Probably just happened to bump into them changing clothes. Aha! A girl let out a horrified scream all of a sudden. Without the slightest hesitation, a ghost-faced man approached with quick steps, and with a wave of the long knife in his hand, a big good head shot up into the sky. Blood, like a fountain, splashed in the carriage. The head in that air still had a horrified and terrified look. Ah! Such a bloody and cruel scene instantly endured several more girls screaming loudly. All quiet. Or die. With a raspy voice, the ghost-faced man strides towards one of the loudest screaming girls. Suddenly, a silhouette swept past, and a punch was as fast as lightning, hitting the ghost-faced man straight in the chest. Boom! Before the ghost-faced man could react at all, he was hit hard by this punch, and his body flew violently backwards. The entire chest is directly completely sunken, large mouth of blood crazy spit out, obviously is not alive. Li Mu slowly withdrew his fist and slightly exhaled. His stern gaze swept over the other 3 ghost-faced men. The 3 ghost-faced men froze for a moment as well. Ahem. This is a tough one. The ghost-faced man who landed on the floor of the carriage, his chest rose and fell fiercely for a few times, leaving a sentence with difficulty and then swallowed directly in one breath. Kill this guy. The other three ghost-faced men instantly reacted, and with swords in hand, they rushed towards Li Mu together. The others in the carriage, one by one, cowered under their seats and shivered. How had they, the students, ever seen these scenes? Chapter 54 10,000 Ghost Society. Kill decisively. Schoolboy, be careful. These guys are from the 10,000 Ghost Society. Yang Qianxian stepped forward. The three ghost-faced men had already rushed over. The one at the front rushed towards Yang Qianxian, while the two at the back rushed towards Li Mu. Be careful. Li Mu immediately took the initiative to meet them. He didn't know how good Yang Qianxian was in actual combat. He had promised Yang Fei Hong to take care of Yang Qianxian. Two stern, cold lights slashed towards Li Mu, one on the left and the other on the right. Li Mu's figure lurched, his feet sank slightly, and his left and right hand simultaneously probed out like lightning bolts. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Hexagrams of the earth. Subdue the dragon and vanquish the tiger. 2 punches, hitting the side of the long blade before it fell. 2 huge forces spread down the long blade. The arms of the two ghost-faced men both shook violently, almost unable to even hold their swords. However, the remaining power of Li Mu's 2 punches had not yet been exhausted. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds in near indistinguishable order. The 2 men's figures flew out of the room, their long knives directly disengaging. Li Mu quickly caught the long knife, reversed his wrist to generate force, and violently threw it towards the back. Shoo! The knife broke through the sky. That last ghost-faced man was forcing Yang Qianxian to dodge left and right with the advantage of having a weapon in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the long knife stabbed directly into his neck position. Seeing that the 2 people who had been hit by their own double fists were also completely unable to get up, already dying from serious injuries, Li Mukai hurriedly ran to Yang Qianxian's side. Senior sister, are you alright? What can I be okay with? If it wasn't for the fact that this guy has a weapon, if it wasn't for the fact that the space here is too small, then you would be needed to help. Yang Qianxian arrogantly hummed lightly. After a pause, her voice lowered a bit and said, or thank you all. It's good that it's okay. Seeing that Yang Qianxian was fine, Li Mu turned around and left. He came to the 2 ghost-faced men who had fallen to the ground and were already breathing in and out. Who are you people? What is the purpose of mixing with the train? Li Mu picked apart their masks with his knife. 2 very ordinary faces, one looked to be in his 20s or 30s, the other in his 40s, and both also had distinctly somber qualities. Ahem. The 2 ghost-faced men didn't answer back and revealed a weird smile, coughing all the time, coughing up tons of blood and pieces of internal organs. Answer me. Li Mu crossed the long knife in his hand in front of a man's neck. Hokage, it's useless. At this time, Yang Qianxian walked over. They're from the 10,000 Ghost Society. The evil ghost mask is the symbol of the 10,000 Ghost Society. This a notorious anti-human cult. The people in it are either brainwashed or insane. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that so? The long knife in his hand pressed down, directly piercing through the man's neck. Then he added another stab to the man next to him. Today, Li Mu killed for the first time, yet he seemed particularly calm. In Li Mu's perception, they didn't look like humans at all. Plus the fact that he had actually made mental preparations for this long ago. When one kills, one should kill decisively. That's why he seemed so calm. Who? Of course, the operation of the counting breath technique was also instrumental. School brother you. Seeing Li Mu take away 2 more lives so gently, Yang Qianxian couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Didn't you say they were a cult? Shouldn't they be killed? Li Mu looked at her calmly. Should be killed is should be killed. Yang Qianxian wanted to say, the key question is why can you be so calm? You should know that you are only 18 years old. If she hadn't gone through Chuda's special training, she definitely wouldn't be much better than the others. When she was in school, the first time she killed someone, she had straight-up nightmares for days. But now the scene, Yang Qianxian hesitated and before she could ask, Li Mu spoke up first. Since you know this organization, senior sister, do you know their purpose? Why they want to hijack the train? I've heard about this 10,000 Ghost Society in some of my classes at school. They believe in ghosts and gods, and to put it bluntly, they're anti-human human scum who depend on foreigners. They sometimes ambush and kill some of the human race's heavenly pride, or capture people to get into something evil, and this time it's likely to be both. Speaking here, Yang Qianxian suddenly became a bit worried. Senior, you're most likely one of their targets too. At 18 years old and at the 3rd level, who else on this vehicle could be more heavenly than Li Mu? Li Mu shook his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. No. They shouldn't know my information yet, otherwise they wouldn't have sent only 4 3rd grade. Right now the stewardesses, the passenger police, and even the radio aren't there. It's likely that the other carriages have been attacked as well. This is a premeditated action. We can't let them go on like this. Once the other carriages were controlled by the 10,000 Ghost Society, the carriage they were in would likewise not be spared.
And I'm afraid it won't be just a few third levels that they'll be facing. Yang Qianxian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. School brother, you want to? Li Mu directly ran quickly to the front of the carriage and pressed the emergency door closing switch. All of you who don't want to die, help guard the door. As long as they don't come from the front, you're safe. Being yelled at by Li Mu like this, some of the people instantly came back to their senses. Trembling, they stood up. Li Mu said, "Senior sister, you lead them to block the door in front, the problem shouldn't be too big in a short time." School brother, I'll accompany you. Yang Qianxian had already guessed what Li Mu wanted to do. No, senior sister, you must stay here, I don't feel comfortable with the others. There aren't many carriages back there, it's the front that matters, you have to help me stay back. And you saw my strength just now, I'll be fine. Li Mu patted Yang Qianxian's shoulder, and then the righteous disciple walked towards the rear carriage. School brother, be careful, run back if you can't beat them, don't try to be strong. Yang Qianxian lightly bit her lips, her eyes trembling a bit. He didn't want Li Mu to go to the back, it was dangerous. But she couldn't stop him from going either. When you meet an unexpected situation, a crisis situation, you must be calm. Never get emotional. That's what my teacher taught me, and Yang Qianxian remembers it well. Don't worry. Li Mu softly left a sentence and stepped into the corridor leading to the next carriage. This train had a total of 20 carriages, and the one Li Mu and Yang Qianxian were in was carriage number 16. Carriages 11 to 20 are the most common second-class seats. Yang Qianxian's family should have bought the higher-class carriages at the front. Li Mu, however, wanted to save some money. In order to accommodate Li Mu, there was no other way, so Yang Qianxian bought the ticket with Li Mu. Just as Li Mu left, someone looked at the open back door of the carriage and said, "Why don't we close this door as well, or what if someone rushes over again later?" The automatic doors between trains had emergency close buttons. And because the trains are made of a special alloy, as long as they are closed it is difficult for an unusual level 4 military general to open them. Of course, this kind of button is just like the emergency hatch on an airplane. The penalty for just opening it can be substantial. And this is clearly the time to use the emergency switch. Yang Qianxian had long been standing by the emergency switch. I'll see who dares. Chapter 55. Why was he the one who saved me? Inside compartment 17. There was a silence. Several headless dead bodies lay in the aisles, on the seats. The silver-white interior of the train was stained with bits of bright red. Puddles of blood had gathered on the ground. A messy bloody footprint was hideous. A young passenger crouched between the gaps in the seats, holding their heads, deeply buried, shivering. In the aisle, a scaly teenager covered the huge wound on his abdomen and stared at the ghost-faced men with incomparable anger. Kid, still want to resist? Kneel down and I'll spare your life. A ghost-faced man let out a gloomy voice. There's no way I'm going to give in like you scum. Zhang Xiaohao clenched his teeth. Even though he was already bruised all over, he was still unwilling to give in. Just like when he chose to come forward before, he had already prepared for it. Martial artist. You cannot surrender without a fight. Even if you die in battle, what's the harm? A martial artist is supposed to fight to the death. Just like those who had just stood out with him. So what if they were facing an invincible and powerful enemy? Stand up to them all the same. Same to launch an attack. Even if it's a moth to a flame. And now it's just his turn, Zhang Xiaohao. Come on. Kill me. Zhang Xiaohao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, directly charging towards a ghost-faced man. No longer covering his wounds, he still let the hot blood spill out. Squeezing his fist, he swung. Some of the passengers who were crouching under their seats watched the scene quietly. Many couldn't help but be a little moved. Going to the dead with generosity is always easy to arouse the admiration of others. But they were completely afraid to come forward to help. Those who dared to come forward were already pretty much dead. The remaining people didn't even dare to make the slightest sound. Some of them had been directly scared to death. Want to die? Then I'll fulfill you. The ghost-faced man kicked over Zhang Xiaohao, who had long since run out of gas. With a foot on his chest, the long sword in his hand was raised high. The other three black-robed men couldn't help but let out a cruel laugh. Z. Suddenly, the sound of opening came from the automatic door in front of car 16. What the hell, are you guys that fast over there? The ghost-faced man who guessed Zhang Xiaohao subconsciously turned around, but what he saw was not the companion he expected. Instead, it was a teenager. A knife-wielding teenager with spots of blood on his body. He took a step into compartment 17. The ghost-faced man who saw Li Mu was slightly stunned. He recognized the knife in Li Mu's hand. A special folding knife, folded up to the size of a flashlight. Unfolded, however, it was more than a meter. They use these knives. Kid. He was just about to question. Li Mu, however, had already taken a step out, his body violently leaning forward, between a sweep and several staggering steps. It was like a stunning approach. The long knife in his hand swept by. Then there was a biting cold light flashing through the carriage.
A flash of crimson rushed up to the sky, accompanied by a big good guy head wearing a ghost face. Baji Quan, there is not only boxing, in which there is also the practice of various weapons. Among them, there are many types, and the 3 types of swords, guns, and swords are the major practices. On weekdays, Li Mu practiced boxing mostly, and occasionally dabbled in knowledge of weapons, but it was enough to deal with these third-grade guys. Li Mu's long knife turned a chop into a thrust and pierced into the neck of another ghost-faced man. It was only then that the 2 cautious ghost masks reacted. They hurriedly drew their swords to parry in front of them. Li Mu's figure leapt up, and the long knives of the 2 dead ghost-faced men were still falling towards the ground in the air. Li Mu pointed his feet on the tip of his toes. The 2 long knives were suddenly shot towards the 2 ghost-faced men like arrows leaving the strings. Shoo! Shoo! A cold light flashed, and the 2 ghost-faced men fell down directly in response. The 2 long knives had already stabbed into their neck positions respectively. A large amount of blood gushed out, and there were also air bubbles churning near the wounds. Li Mu. Zhang Xiaohao, who was lying on the ground, saw everything. He was actually this strong? He was actually saved by him himself? Zhang Xiaohao had some mixed feelings in his heart for a moment. As a person from the same S city, Zhang Xiaohao was the top student of the college entrance examination. And Ming Li Mu is a nobody. But he came out of nowhere and stole all the limelight from him, the top student of the college entrance exam. In previous years, it was the top student of the college entrance examination who was given a warm send-off. And this year, he, the top student of the college entrance examination, was directly ignored. He specifically inquired about it was because of Li Mu. And it was said that Li Mu was still personally invited to enroll by the director of Chu University. Zhang Xiaohao didn't believe it at all. Himself, the top student of the city college entrance examination, was only barely able to reach the admission line of Chu University and was admitted. How could a never heard of Li Mu be personally invited by the director of Chu University? In fact, Zhang Xiaohao was supposed to buy the carriage further ahead as well. But it was because of Li Mu that he bought a ticket for compartment 17. He didn't want to appear in front of Li Mu, but he wanted to sneak a peek at what that Li Mu really was. But he didn't expect a sudden change. I almost died myself. Died at the hands of those 4 ghost-faced men. One is defenseless in the hands of those ghost-faced men. But just now, Li Mu actually killed them so easily? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Xiaohao wouldn't have believed it in any way. But now, saved by a man he had always seen as a potential rival. Zhang Xiaohao really has some difficulty accepting. But he also understood why the director of Chu University would personally invite Li Mu. Himself and him really weren't on the same level. His own unresisting opponents were similarly powerless against him in front of him. The difference between this Zhang Xiaohao no longer dared to think about it. He was even thinking that it would be better to be killed outright. Li Mu didn't recognize this one lying on the ground as the famous Zhang Xiaohao. He had heard of the name, but had not seen him in person. Who knows how to bandage? Come help, this guy still has breath. Li Mu left his sentence and headed directly toward compartment 16. He didn't even look at the man on the ground. The door to compartment 16 was open. Sister, bring someone to compartment 17. Good. Are you okay? No. Simply responding, Li Mu immediately stepped back into compartment 17 and headed for compartment 18. You. Inside the carriage, someone wanted to strike up a conversation with Li Mu, but they were a little stuttered by Li Mu's godly aura. These people, one by one, were either shocked or dumbfounded all before they could react. More people were still dumbfounded and their bodies were still trembling. There were also some who directly vomited. These people might have good talent, but after all, they were too young and had never seen blood at all, let alone such a tragic scene. In the carriage, the smell of an urine, the smell of blood, the smell of food residue that had been digested by stomach acid. These flavors mixed with each other and were simply too sour. Li Mu also couldn't help but frown slightly slowing down his breathing. He glanced at the still rapidly receding scenery outside the car window. Eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that these people hadn't completely taken over the train yet. The first few cars, especially the head of the train, have a security presence that is in no way comparable to that of the cars behind them. But one had to pick up the pace as well. Chapter 56 Saving. The last carriage. The 18th carriage. As in compartment 17. The compartment was already a mess. Dead bodies, blood, broken limbs, and flesh. Anyone in this carriage who dared to resist had become a dead body on the ground. The remaining passengers were like quails, shivering and crouching between the gaps in the seats. Several ghost-faced men were still killing. That long knife was like the scythe of the god of death, waving it over and over again with a splash of biting cold light, harvesting the lives of the passengers. Han Xiaoqi buried her head in her seat, shivering. She'd never been so scared before. Had she known that she would run into these murderous guys on a train ride, she would never have gambled with her father and had to take the train by herself. But now it was too late to regret. Han Xiaoyan could only pray in her heart that these guys wouldn't notice her and that help would arrive as soon as possible. But the prayers didn't seem to produce results as a black-robed man noticed Han Xiaoyan. He came in large strides, the blood-stained long knife in his hand carrying an astonishingly fierce aura.
Don. Kill me.
Han Xiaoyan hastily raised her head, her delicate and innocent face with some crystallized tears, appearing pitiful to me. But the ghost-faced man was not the least bit moved.
As a member of a cult organization, Ghostface would have no mercy. Much less pity.
On the contrary, destroying beautiful things is more pleasurable to them. He raised his long knife, his expression under the mask grim and excited.
No!
Han Xiaoyan hastily shrank to the corner of his seat shivering. But there was nothing she could do to avoid it.
You don't come over.
Her voice trembled a little. There was already despair in her heart.
She glanced in the other direction in the carriage.
How she wished that one of them would stand up and protect her at this moment. But the truth was, the ones who had the courage had been killed long ago.
The remaining ones have long since been scared out of their wits.
The long blade in the ghost-faced man's hand chopped down. The powerful wind had already blown first. Han Xiaoyan's white cheeks were already trembling slightly. In the midst of her beautiful eyes, the long blade gradually approached. At this moment, she was completely desperate and ready to meet her death.
Boom! An explosion sounded steeply. The train's window blew out.
A cold, silver-white light flashed from the window into the train. It flashed, and the next moment there was crimson blood rushing up into the sky.
That ghost-faced man's body directly fell backward.
The long sword in his hand fell to the ground powerlessly. An agile figure grabbed the top edge of the window to swing his body into the carriage. His feet flew and kicked down two ghost-faced men who immediately reacted and came with knives.
Immediately Li Mu an aerial cartwheel smoothly landed on the seat. Looking back at the girl under the window. Well, it wasn't directly misplaced.
Besides, Li Mu felt that he couldn't blame himself for being mistakenly injured in this situation. Han Xiaoyan looked at Li Mu with a dumbfounded expression, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief.
This guy is a rank 4 martial artist. Call for reinforcements. The ghost-faced man who was kicked down by Li Mu let out a horrified voice.
Li Mu's crouching figure on the seat immediately popped out, and his lightning-fast punch landed directly on the head of the ghost-faced man who made the sound.
Boom! It's like an exploding watermelon. A lot of red splashes. A punch that directly blew the guy's head off.
Blood, brain matter, and quite a lot of it landed directly on Li Mu's body. But now he couldn't care about that, his body moved again. The only intact ghost-faced man rushed in with a sword. Li Mu took a big step forward, sidestepped, and threw a downward punch straight at the dragon.
Boom!
A large amount of blood splattered in all directions, and even the broken pieces of internal organs directly exploded out. The light in Li Mu's eyes had become more and more burning, and there was battle intent flowing in his eyes. Another punch resolved the last ghost-faced man. The scene was bloody and wretched, just like a slaughterhouse. Even, the effect Li Mu made with these punches was already more bloody than the entirety of those ghost-faced people before. From the time Li Mu appeared to the time he killed the 4 ghost-masked men, the entire process was only a few seconds.
Many people only reacted at that moment. They were saved? But,
in terms of Li Mu's blood-soaked, murderous appearance,
these passengers still did not dare to breathe a single breath.
Li Mu didn't care about them either, and directly headed towards compartment 19. He had already spoken to Yang Qianshen in advance, and Yang Qianshen would be coming over soon.
Han Xiaoyan reacted at this moment and stood up in a hurry.
Unlike others, she didn't feel that the blood-soaked Li Mu wasn't a good person. He had saved her. In her most desperate hour.
It was like a fairy tale. At the height of the emergency, he just showed up.
It was so sudden, but so reassuring.
Han Xiaoyan wanted to ask Li Mu's name.
But by now, Li Mu had already headed directly to compartment 19.
Carriage number 19. Equally bloody and quiet.
Li Mu had long ago observed from outside the train. There were only 2 black-robed men in compartment 19. But there were many passengers. Li Mu quickly resolved the 2 ghost-faced men in compartment 19, and ignoring the reactions of those passengers in the compartment, he directly climbed out of the window again. He came to the outside of compartment 20 and glanced inside from the corner of the window. Li Mu instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. In the carriage, 2 accompanying martial artists wearing black uniforms were leaning back to back, holding their blades and on full alert. And around them were 7 more ghost-faced men. There were actually 2 of them that were rank 4 existences. The martial arts guards accompanying the vehicle, 1 at level 3 and 1 at level 4. This was what made this train special. It was simply impossible for an ordinary train to have a 4th level martial guard accompanying it.
On the ground, a bloody corpse lined up horizontally left and right.
There were passengers, ghost-faced men, and a few escorting martial artists. As well as some uniformed passenger police, most of them were 1st or 2nd level martial artists, equipped with specialized firearms that were enough to kill 3rd level martial artists. However, when truly facing a level 3 martial artist, or a premeditated sudden outburst, it was difficult for the firearms to be effective. This was ultimately a world that belonged to martial artists. In the carriage, other than the 2 accompanying martial artists and the 7 ghost-faced men, there were no other living people left. The rest of the passengers had been moved to compartment 19. Perhaps it was for the sake of those passengers that the injuries sustained by the passenger police and the escorting martial artists had been so severe. At this point, this great battle in the carriage had already lasted for not a short time. It wasn't that the compartments behind were completely devoid of escorting forces, but they had all been drawn here.
Go! A rank 4 Ghostfacer snapped, and several Ghostfacers immediately drew their swords.
The long knives flashed with biting cold light like a cage formed by dappled light and shadow, shrouding the 2 escorting martial artists in layers. The weapons used by the 2 escorting martial artists were also swords. There wasn't much space in the carriage, and weapons that were too long weren't good for maneuvering. That 4th level martial artist took a step forward first, holding the sword in his right arm, his left hand resting on the back of the sword and raising it high, meeting it straight on. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, one after another, unceasingly. Several long knives successively landed on top of the long knives raised by that rank 4 martial artist. Chapter 57 Avatar, Spiritual Power and Combat Combination. Tink! Several long knives successively landed on top of the body of the long knife held horizontally by rank 4 martial artist Zhao Jigang. That blade was immediately pressed down in layers.
And yet, one ghost-faced man did not follow his companion in attacking the flanks.
As Zhao Jigang raised his sword to parry, he directly struck a side chop to Zhao Jigang's ribs.
Seeing that Zhao Jigang had nowhere to block or avoid,
the 3rd level martial artists behind him immediately drew 2 and up. Ding! The 2 long knives struck each other with a crisp buzzing sound.
Phew!
A cracking sound appeared at this moment.
It was that 4th level Ghostface. His move to attack Zhao Jigang was just a false move.
His real target was this rank 3 martial artist. The 3rd level martial artist who was opposing the longsword of a 3rd level ghost-faced man simply didn't have time to react. Only seeing a flash of cold light, a line of blood appeared directly between the neck of that level 3 martial artist.
Little King!
4th ranked martial artist Zhao Jigang's heart and mind trembled slightly at that moment, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief.
And just in the moment he lost his concentration, a 3rd-grade ghost masked man had already landed a blade on Zhao Jigang's side abdomen position. Immediately afterward, the 4th level ghost masked man followed suit, and his long blade went straight for the back of Zhao Jigang's neck.
An incomparably intense sense of crisis concurred in his heart. Instantly, the shadow of death enveloped Zhao Jigang's body and mind.
Boom! In the nick of time, the glass of the window exploded violently.
A large amount of broken glass skin accompanied the sunlight to swing towards the crowd in dazzling colors. Several level 3 Ghostface subconsciously closed their eyes. However, the speed of the 4th-grade ghost-faced man who chopped down with the sword did not slow down at all.
Shoo! Amidst the dazzling sunlight, there was a flash of cold light.
It was a long blade, as swift and sharp as a dragon rising into the air.
A glint of cold light.
The ghost-faced man had no choice but to change his stance and cut across that cold light with his long sword.
Ding!
In a momentary stalemate, the blade in that cold light flew out backwards. A silhouette just happened to enter the carriage just in time to catch that long blade.
What man?
The group of ghost-faced men stared at once. Zhao Jigang also finally came back to his senses at this moment, and several consecutive battles avoided one of the ghost-faced men, repeatedly covering his wounds and retreating.
Brothers! Thanks a lot.
Zhao Jigang, who had survived the robbery, fiercely gasped for a few large breaths, and suddenly looked slightly stunned.
How? So young?
But now is not the time to dwell on this. Zhao Ji no longer dared to be distracted, and even hold the knife to guard. Soon, one of the 4th-level ghost-faced men snapped. It's also just a rank 4 martial artist.
Go! A few rank 3 martial artists swarmed up.
The long knives in their hands had a cold light. Li Mu had long ago struck first. The long knife in his hand flashed like streams of light. In an instant, a large good man's head rolled down. The headless corpse of a 3rd-grade ghost-faced man instantly collapsed helplessly. A level 4 ghost-faced man approached. Li Mu immediately shortened his body and quickly avoided it, and went straight for another level 3 ghost-faced man.
It's better to hurt his 10 fingers than to break one of them.
The 4th-ranked Ghostface were not that easy to deal with, so it would be better to take care of those 3rd-ranked ones first, and then slowly deal with the 2 4th-ranked martial artists. This guy's sword is so fast. The several people present were slightly startled. The 2 level 4 Ghostface knew that they couldn't still be killed by Li Mu, and they both immediately cooperated to close in on Li Mu. However, at this moment, Zhao Jigang took the initiative to rush up.
He could certainly guess what Li Mu was thinking.
Between martial artists, there was no need to say too much in battle. A single movement and a single look could be understood. At this moment, he and Li Mu were comrades in arms. Of course he had to cooperate with Li Mu as much as possible.
Want to die?
Then I'll fulfill you.
One of the level 4 Ghostface immediately led two level 3 Ghostface to form a closed circle around Zhao Jigang. The other fourth level was leading the remaining two Ghostface to surround and attack Li Mu. 1 against 3, one of the same level and two one level lower. All of them were holding blades, truly fighting to the death. Zhao Jigang and Li Mu were facing the same situation at this time. In just a few rounds, Zhao Jigang was forced to step back, and his body received a few more wounds. On the other hand, Li Mu's figure was incredibly sharp, and he was even able to respond to the next attack in advance as if he had known it beforehand. Li Mu's divine ability could predict attacks to a certain extent. This allowed Li Mu to have an enlightened reaction speed in battle. Only now these three ghost-faced men were cooperating with each other, and for a moment Li Mu couldn't find a chance to attack. Between the sideways movements of his body, he avoided the successive chopping attacks of the two ghost masks, and used the sword in his hand to frontalize the attacks of the fourth-level ghost masks. Li Mu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color. In his mind, the phase of the tortoise and snake emerged. Spiritual energy spread out. It was still thin. But it does exist. Li Mu controlled the spiritual power to split into 3 strands to crash into the 3 ghost-faced people's sea of consciousness respectively. Instantly, the 3 ghost-faced men's gazes fell into stagnation. This effect would not last long. But in the midst of battle, sometimes an instant is enough. Li Mu violently threw out the long knife in his hand, directly piercing through the neck of the ghost-faced man on the left, and his right arm hit the chest of the ghost-faced man on the right with a brace hammer. In almost no particular order. One of the 2 ghost-faced men fell down on his back, while the other had his chest dented and flew out backwards. Spiritual power? The level 4 ghost-faced man had returned to his senses, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of horror. Right answer. Li Mu took a heavy step. In a trance, the entire carriage trembled slightly. Feet like great mountains. Landing on the ground. The 6 great openings. Top heart elbow. The body was like a bowed horse, and the elbow of the right arm was violently pushed upwards. It hit the chest of this 4th-level Ghostface man straight on. Boom! Before the shock in his eyes faded, the color of disbelief filled his eyes again. His chest directly deflated. The ribs broke. The heart exploded straight away. His entire body flew out backwards, his mask falling down as a large amount of blood gushed out. The heart had been destroyed, and there was categorically no reason to live. Li Mu slowly retracted his stance, lightly exhaled a breath, and looked towards the 3 ghost-faced men surrounding Zhao Jigang. Instantly, the 3 of them trembled as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. The blood became hot. The mind became incredibly clear. Li Mu had a brand new realization. Regarding his various abilities, the most reasonable and effective way to use them in battle. Li Mu had initially integrated his various abilities. Although he hadn't tested it, Li Mu could be certain that his combat power had been increased extremely dramatically. Looking at the 3 ghost-faced men. In just an instant, Li Mu's mind formed several ways to attack. He chose the simplest one. 2-year step. Yin Yang led. A long knife actually flew into Li Mu's hand automatically. The light of the knife flashed, and its cold light was like a wandering on, fluttering. In just a split second, 2 heads wearing ghostly faces shot up into the sky. What the hell are you? The only remaining ghost-faced man immediately panicked, and with both hands holding a sword, he charged straight toward Li Mu. Then Zhao Jigang took the opportunity to stab him in the back. This ghost-faced man's figure froze. Li Mu casually connected with another slash, causing the head of this last ghost-face to fall. Chapter 58 Train Disconnect. The beginning of the killing. Since then, the carriages of all the ghost-faced people who died, leaving only corpses all over the place. The only ones still standing were Li Mu and Zhao Jigang. With no more threats, Zhao Jigang immediately let out a long breath. As a breath was let out, a sense of powerlessness immediately spread throughout his body. He carried his long sword upside down and clasped his fists. Little brother. I can't repay you for saving my life. If you need me in the future, let me know and I'll die. Words are too strong, take a breath first. Li Mu nodded, then walked directly towards the front carriage. Within a few steps, he met Yang Qianxian, who was running towards him. Seeing Li Mu covered in blood, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Senior, are you alright? It's fine, what's the situation now? The 10,000 Ghost Society has realized that quite a few of them are dead back there, and already some of the Ghostface are converging on the front door of car 16. What's the situation up front, any intel? Li Mu gently exhaled a breath and immediately walked towards compartment 16, with Yang Qianxian following closely behind. Her willow brows were slightly furrowed, looking quite worried. There was just a broadcast that roughly meant for us to not panic and wait for help. It was short, the murmur was heavy, and the situation up ahead could be worse than us. At least we're safe for now. Li Mu lightly exhaled a breath. He came to the 16th compartment. The passengers in this compartment have been transferred to the back compartment. Apart from a few dead bodies, the whole compartment appeared empty. Through the small window above the emergency door in front of him, Li Mu could see a ghost-faced man standing behind the window.
One by one, huddled behind the door, with ghostly faces and eerie eyes. If it was at night, it would be like a horror movie.
Li Mu withdrew his eyes after just a glance and looked at young Qian on the side.
Her white face had a few wisps of fatigue and worry.
Sister, do you know how to separate this train?
As long as the carriages behind us are disconnected from the ones in front of us, we're at least out of danger for the time being.
Li Mu needed to prioritize young Qian's safety. He promised Yang Fei Hong.
A martial artist's promise is heavier than MT Tai.
I'm not too sure. Yang Qian shook her head. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Have you contacted the authorities or the teachers at the school?
Yang Qian frowned slightly. No, they might have a special signal blocker. There's no need for us to take the initiative to notify. The relevant departments are bound to react in time after this train's signal disappears for a while. A majestic voice with a few wisps of weakness came out.
Only Zhao Jigang was seen slowly walking into the 16th compartment.
The injuries on his body had already been briefly bandaged. About how long it will take to respond and how soon help will arrive. Li Mu's eyes brightened slightly, almost forgetting that there could be a professional here.
Zhang Jigang sat down on a random seat and weakly said,
normally, the signal will be handed over once in half an hour. These guys chose to strike just after the signal had passed, which was a few minutes past 2. Logically, when there was no signal transmitted over from this train of ours during the signal handover at 2:30, the Chunan City side would have immediately troubleshot the fault.
The process would probably be within 10 minutes.
As soon as it is determined that there is a non-headquarters malfunction, a specialized team will be sent to probe for information.
The time is now 14:29. Li Mu frowned slightly. What if someone from the 10,000 Ghosts Society takes control of the train and passes over false signals?
It won't happen. Signal docking requires a secret order that only the train conductor knows about, and every train conductor has gone through layers of screening and would never betray humanity.
Zhang Jigang was categorical and certain.
It's 2:30, so Chunan Shang should already know that we've lost our connection.
Yang Qian couldn't help but feel slightly happy.
Li Mu, however, frowned slightly. He always felt that there was something wrong with the situation. A few carriages back, there were only 4 ghost-faced men in each carriage.
Wouldn't that number be a bit low?
Moreover, the train had been traveling on a trajectory. If it continued like this, could it be that these people from the 10,000 Ghosts Society would still be able to go to Chunan City with the train and throw themselves into the net? According to reason, hijacking the train should make the train stop as soon as possible. Unless hadn't gotten to the point where they thought they should stop. Li Mu's pupils instantly shrank. We might not make it in time. Tell me how to separate the carriages.
What, but?
If you separate it, you need someone in both the front and rear compartments to pull the emergency split locks hidden inside the walls to do it. Tell me where it is. You guys go to compartment 17.
Senior, you. Yang Qian instantly understood what Li Mu meant.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Do as I say.
Emergency separation locks on the interior walls of the compartment.
Under Zhao Jigang's guidance, Li Mu directly removed the outer tin with his bare hands, revealing one of the tie rods. I'll stay, you guys go to compartment 17.
Zhao Jigang said. With your appearance, stay and wait for death?
Li Mu was merciless in his words. Then he looked at young Qian who wanted to speak. Sister, I promised your father to take care of you. Trust me, it'll be fine. Vaguely, the speed of the train seemed to have started to slow down a bit.
Boom! Boom!
Several more loud bangs suddenly came from the door at the front of compartment 16. The forbidding door actually began to deform directly. The people from the 10,000 Ghosts Society had already noticed the abnormality behind them and began to bang on the door.
There's no time to delay. Must we stay here together and wait for death?
Li Mu's voice steepened by several degrees. Immediately, the two no longer hesitated.
Schoolboy, come back alive.
Yang Qian already had some crystals in her beautiful eyes. Brother, old Zhao, owe you 2 lives. The two entered compartment 17. Li Mu gripped the lever and gave it a fierce push. Squeak! A toothsome sound rang out at once. On the other side, Yang Qian also gripped the lever. The two of them looked at each other through the carriage connecting passage. A pair of eyes were filled with perseverance. A pair of eyes that are crystal clear. Yang Qian clenched her shell teeth and violently pulled down the lever. Squeak! Clunk! A crunch followed the toothy sound. Compartment 17 was completely separated from compartment 16. Almost just an instant after the separation, compartment 17 was thrown dozens of meters back. A powerful gust of wind instantly poured into the carriage from the brake. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and watched Yang Qian and the others get farther and farther away from him. Then, it's time to start killing. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the gusty wind and walked towards the carriage rift. Boom! The door of the 16th compartment was slammed open. A tall man with a green-colored ghost face strides into the 17th compartment. Behind him, a single ghost-faced man fishtailed in. In total, more than 10. A level 4 ghost face heads to the train brake to check it out. The back carriages were separated and all ran away.
Damn it, leave them alone. Go to the other carriages and kill them all. The tall and lanky barbarian ghost let out a majestic voice. Yes. Chapter 59 Level 5 Martial Artist. Crazy burning battle intent. PTB. Inside the director's office. The vintage desktop phone on the desk rings. Director Manhwa picked up the phone. Soon, his complexion changed slightly. It was a notification from the technical department. Problems with the 7th special train? Is it hard to believe it's those damn cults again? Hanging up the phone, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately dialed the number of the law enforcement department of Chunan City. Please ask Team Ding to personally go out. Right now, immediately head to support the 7th special train. The communication just hung up. On the outskirts of Chunan City, there was a figure, like a cannonball, that shot up into the sky. Many people could vaguely see the figure rising from the sky. All of them looked reverent, their eyes showing fervor. The power of a single leap, hundreds of meters in the air. The Martial King is traveling. The PTB, after hanging up the communication, Manghai's eyebrows still failed to stretch out. Even if Team Ding personally goes out, it will take some time to arrive. Those passengers waiting so long? After only a moment's hesitation, he dialed a phone again. President Dong has a problem with the 7th special train. I've already asked Team Ding to rush there, but I'm afraid it's a little too late. The 7th special train? Xiao Zhang said that kid seems to be in the 7th special train, right? Which one of these lifeless people has eaten the guts of a bear heart and leopard? Dare to touch my Chu Das people? A voice like a lion's roar came from the other end of the phone. Manghai silently took the receiver away a bit. Principal Dong, it's possible that only that person will step in to minimize the casualties. Sooner or later, we'll uproot those things that don't know how to die. The caller was silent for a moment and added, I'll be in touch. Barbarian Ghost immediately returned to compartment 15 with his men. Time waited for no one. They don't have much time either. The 2 level 4 Ghostface in front of them froze as soon as they entered compartment 15. Only to see that in the middle of compartment 15, a teenager was calmly sitting on a seat against the aisle. An open window drew in a fierce wind. The teenager's blood-stained bangs danced wildly. He sat on his side, his hand braced on his long sword, his feet on the corpses of 2 ghost-faced men. Just calmly looking in the direction of the car door. What are you fuming about? Barbarian Ghost pushed away the several ghost-faced men who were blocking the way. However, when he saw the quietly seated teenager with a leisurely posture, he also couldn't help but freeze slightly. However, he was only a little surprised. The 2 level 3 ghost masks immediately drew their swords forward, all expedited, and chopped horizontally at Li Mu. Li Mu, who was sitting upright. The figure had disappeared from the spot in a flash. A flash of harsh and cold light flashed by. The 2 heads shot up into the sky together. At the same moment, a flash of cold light stabbed straight ahead like an offline arrow. Not only that, Li Mu quickly caught the long knives that the 2 ghost-faced corpses had loosened and threw them one after another. 3 splashes of cold light, in a zigzag pattern, flashed through the space in the middle of the carriage. Instantly, the bodies of the 3 ghost-faced men were directly pierced through. One of them was still a rank 4. In a single glance, 5 ghost-faced men died. The blood caused Li Mu's battle consciousness, his battle instincts, to be soaring at an almost insane level. Level 4. The barbarian ghost's eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Li Mu with a death grip. There was a color of gravity flashing by. Such a young 4th level. And also killed several of his own men so easily. But after all, it's only a 4th level. The other Ghostface no longer came forward to die. The savage ghost took one step. A terrifying aura instantly spread out, with killing intent in it. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breathing was calm and long. This was a rank 5 martial artist. A rank 5 martial artist with a murderous aura that was thick and piercing on his body. If he hadn't already experienced quite a bit and had his mind awakened again by killing some ghost-faced people, Li Mu was afraid that he wouldn't even have the courage to face him. A level 5 martial artist who has killed countless people. Such a character could be on the top of a city's most wanted list. When a 5th level martial artist wanted criminal appeared in S City, it directly caused the nightlife of the entire city to be reduced by a large portion. Not that the name of the wanted criminal was also transformed into a character that could make a child stop crying. At the moment, Li Mu was facing such a character straight on. The power value of a level 5 martial artist was 31 to 60,000. Li Mu didn't know this guy's strength. But at this moment, it wasn't that important. Earlier, Li Mu had guessed that there would be a rank 5 martial artist appearing. However, he still chose to stay. This moment of truly facing a rank 5 martial artist head-on. All concerns had been left behind. Li Mu's blood was boiling madly. Rushing through his veins. Heart beating wildly, outputs rolling hot blood. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was, defeat this 5th level martial artist. Kill him. The invincible intent in his heart was awakening. The path of a martial artist. When rising to the challenge. Battle intent was burning madly in his chest. This kid.
The barbarian ghost's expression under his mask grew more and more grave.
His own aura actually did not suppress this fellow. Even directly actually vaguely felt some threat in this little guy? Go to hell.
The barbarian ghost was unwilling to recognize this threat and directly took a step towards Li Mu, his sandbag-sized iron fist swinging straight at Li Mu's head. He was not good at using weapons, preferring to use his physical body against the enemy. A cold aura appeared. Li Mu had already set up several long knives on the side, all of which were from the hands of the ghost-faced man.
Raising the knife and stabbing out, all in one go.
The knife in his hand had landed on the barbarian ghost's chest.
But in an instant, Li Mu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly.
The blade broke through the clothing on the barbarian ghost's body, but only left a white mark on his skin. The huge iron fist with a strong wind had come roaring, and Li Mu hurriedly ducked short to avoid it. The savage ghost was tall and big, and immediately changed his move into a hammer when his fist missed. Li Mu's hand long knife a turn, a little blade end, long knife immediately went straight to its eyes. The barbarian ghost immediately closed its eyes. He had an adamantine body, so it was difficult for ordinary blades to hurt him, and his eyelids were equally capable of resisting sharp blade attacks.
Ding!
The long knife landed on its eyelids, but it actually made a crunching sound and was directly bounced off. Li Mu, however, also took this opportunity to pull away some distance.
Kid, how can you fight me when your weapon is gone?
The barbarian ghost shook his neck, and his muscles actually swelled a few points again, straining his clothes tightly. He took a step out, the carriage floor sunk slightly, and his powerful punch went straight for Li Mu.
Coincidentally, actually, my best skill is also fist. The 2E pile landed on the ground. The body is like a bowed horse. Fist like a full-stringed arrow. The collapsing bow scuttles the arrow in a hurry. Brace the hammer.
Li Mu actually didn't flash or evade, and the same punch was made to meet the barbarian ghost's powerful punch straight on. Barbarian ghost figure is already tall, at this time expanded a few points, the height has been 2 meters 1 or 2, more muscular body. Li Mu compared to it is simply the difference between an adult and a child.
Boom! The two fists met. Muffled sounds like thunder.
The powerful airflow swept out the strong wind that had poured into the carriage.
Behind the barbarian ghost, those ghost-faced men even staggered backward one after another.
Although their expressions were concealed by the masks, the horror in the eyes of each ghost-faced man was obvious to the extreme.
This guy actually didn't get sent flying out by the barbarian ghost boss's punch?
Chapter 60 Sense of Martial Arts. 100 punches killed the 5th level. Only a momentary stalemate was formed as the two fists clashed. Immediately, Li Mu retreated several steps. On his fist, a sharp pain spread. The chi and blood in his body surged up, and his internal breath was instantly a little out of tune. The gap in strength was indeed not small. This guy's strength was at least 40,000 pounds. It might not be considered strong among rank 5 martial artists, but against an unusual rank 4 martial artist, it had long been a crushing advantage.
This kid. The barbarian ghost was also secretly shocked. A rank 4 martial artist could actually catch his own punch on his raw face? Or a kid so young? He moved his fingers slightly, tingling a bit. Phew.
Slowly inhaling and stabilizing his internal breath, Li Mu took several steps one after another,
taking the initiative to strike. The 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Hexagrams of the earth. Subdue the dragon and vanquish the tiger.
Both fists came out in unison, one fist like a traveling dragon, fluttering and erratic, and the other fist like a fierce tiger, stirring up the mountains and forests.
One of Li Mu's most commonly used stacking moves. Boom!
Barbarian ghost stopped Fuhu with a punch, but was hit straight in the chest by that dragonfall. He immediately took half a step back. With one strike to establish himself, Li Mu had to be reasonable. He immediately changed his stance and approached again.
Tantrum palm. Splitting mountain palm.
A strike split the right arm that the barbarian ghost was just about to raise, and a palm landed on the barbarian ghost's chest again.
The savage ghost took another step back.
A force surged straight into his chest, his chi and blood surged, and the barbarian ghost's complexion changed slightly.
Damned brat.
The barbarian ghost was furious, he had actually been suppressed by a level 4 brat.
This punch really wasn't light.
Barbarian ghost also felt the pain.
Vajra fist.
The barbarian ghost once again took a strong punch, but he also found the opportunity to raise his fist to build up his momentum and blast it out with a punch. Li Mu's body is like a tumbler, suddenly sideways to avoid this punch, and then a whip like fiercely whip in the savage ghost's ear. This time directly to the savage ghost back a few steps. His ears were buzzing, and his brain had a momentary daze.
Sure enough, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy's defense was strong, but it was more against sharpshooters.
Like fists and palms between the internal penetration of the power, as long as the body of this guy is also not good to suffer. Li Mu once again drew closer and landed a punch. The barbarian ghost crossed his arms in front of his body to block.
A punch landed, and barbarian ghost's figure was as steady as a mountain. Li Mu's offense was much more than that.
His two fists smashed down one after another, as if they were raining down in a continuous stream. A moment of pressure of the savage ghost as long as the power to fight, completely without the power to fight back. How is this possible? Those ghost-faced people in the back were completely dumbfounded. The barbarian ghost boss was actually being pressed by a teenager? This is some kind of joke. Where the hell did this demon come from? This guy. Can't be. At this moment, the barbarian ghost was both angry and puzzled. As a 5th-level martial artist, facing a 4th-level martial artist attacking rhythm actually completely fell into the hands of a 4th-level martial artist. This was something that I was afraid would be laughed out of the room. How can you look at it how impossible it is? Taking a few hard punches with his body and enduring the muscle pain in his body, the barbarian ghost once again found a chance to counterattack, only to be dodged by Li Mu once again. The barbarian ghost instantly understood. This guy's reaction was faster than his own. Something like attack rhythm was meant to be mastered by whoever reacted faster and had more experience. And whether it's reaction or experience normally, it should be the high level completely crushing the low level. But now, what the hell is going on here? The barbarian ghost had a strong sense of incomprehension in his heart. This is the wonderful use of spiritual power. Li Mu's heart grew hotter and hotter. In reality, his reaction was absolutely no match for the barbarian ghost. But he had spiritual power. There were also precognitive perception type divine abilities. These two can complement each other. Under the shroud of his spiritual power, Li Mu could perceive any subtle rule of activity of every muscle on the barbarian ghost's body. He was able to completely disrupt the barbarian ghost's offensive rhythm by having an advanced reaction time, allowing the rhythm to be in his hands. Roar! Suddenly, the barbarian ghost erupted into a roar that didn't sound like a human voice. The muscles of his body actually swelled up again by a few points, and wisps of black gas vaguely appeared around him. Kid! Go to hell! The barbarian ghost resisted Li Mu's several punches, his body didn't move at all, and his punches didn't slow down at all. The barbarian ghost's sudden outburst Li Mu did not expect. A moment of slight shock, hastily used both arms across the body. The force of this punch was somewhat beyond Li Mu's imagination. Frozen! Both arms were pressed right down and slammed on top of his own chest. Li Mu's figure immediately flew backwards. It smashed heavily against the inner wall of the carriage before slowly sliding down. Ahem! Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out of Li Mu's mouth. However, his eyes were still so determined, and his battle intent seemed to have turned into substance flowing through them. Only seeing his legs slightly bent, he slowly but firmly fought. Blood converged along the corners of his mouth and dripped downward in succession at his jaws. His figure was also a bit stooped. It was just one blow though. But it was an explosive strike from a rank 5 martial artist. Li Mu had hit the barbarian ghost so many times, and the barbarian ghost didn't have any noticeable problems. And the barbarian ghost had only given Li Mu a single punch, which instantly caused him to be seriously injured. This was the gap between ranks. Higher-ranked martial artists could miss countless times when facing lower-ranked martial artists. And low-ranked martial artists usually only need to miss once to struggle to turn the tables again. Even if Li Mu had a thick base and a tough body, he definitely couldn't withstand a few more hits. But, so what? So what if you can't stand it? My martial arts. No retreat. Do not let. An aura like Hong erupted from around Li Mu. It was just like a supreme divine weapon, displaying its incomparable sharpness at this moment. Cold light that did not exist in substance, but caused even the barbarian ghost to not be able to help but slightly squint his eyes. Tantrum mountaineering. Tigers and bears run together. At this moment, Li Mu no longer stuck to the moves, but moved with his heart, disassembling and assembling the moves at will to play according to his own mind. If there are people who know what they are doing, they will be shocked again. This is something that can only be done with an out-of-this-world level of proficiency. And breaking down and grouping moves is not just a matter of one or two styles of martial arts being perfected. Many masters who have specialized in this path for half a lifetime may not be able to achieve such a level. Roar! Vaguely, a fierce beast growled low. As fast as a shock, both fists came out as if tigers and bears were pouncing together. Powerful and heavy. Boom! The barbarian ghost blocked one punch with his fist, and the other landed on his body, causing him to backpedal. Chi and blood instantly surged in his chest. The dragon rose. Before the momentum dies down, Li Mu hits barbarian ghost with an uppercut to the jaw. This time, the barbarian ghost was confused and his rhythm was completely disrupted. He panicked and shielded his arms in front of him. Li Mu's fist rose and fell again. In a matter of moments, dozens of swiftly changing and powerful punches landed on the savage ghost. He was unable to fight back. Li Mu had completely mastered the rhythm of the attack. Striking hard again and again, blood had begun to spill out along the corners of the barbarian ghost's mouth. One punch was nothing, but with the power of hundreds of punches stacked on top of each other, a rank 5 martial artist would be equally unable to withstand it. Those ghost-faced men also realized that their boss was at a complete disadvantage. They had the intention to come forward to rescue him, but they couldn't get involved in the battle at all. The barbarian ghost can take so many punches, if it were anyone else, one punch would kill him on the spot. I don't know if it was after the hundreds of punches. Clunk! The barbarian ghost's body slammed down heavily and lay on its back. Chapter 61 Heavenly Saint Will. The momentum was unstoppable. Li Mu's punching momentum remained more than that, punch after punch, like a torrential downpour, coming one after the other without leaving the slightest gap. Thud! The train came to a sudden and complete stop. Li Mu's raised fist did not fall again. The barbarian ghost's corpse had long since lost its human form. He was dead for quite a while. He was beaten to death by Li Mu's punches after punches, countless punches stacked on top of each other. Li Mu slowly stood up, his eyes hot and deep. Swept by his sight. Those ghost-faced people trembled, as if they were being stared at by some flooding beast. Even the savage ghosts had been hardened to death, and they had long been scared out of their wits. They panicked and tried to run away. But how could Li Mu give them a chance? Seeing Li Mu's legs slightly curl, the whole person was like an arrow leaving the string. He was almost directly transformed into a residual shadow. Punch after punch. One by one, the ghost-faced men went straight to all fours. Either their heads were blown out by a punch, or they were directly pierced through their bodies by a punch. Even for a level 4 ghostface, Li Mu was likewise just a punch away. A moment later, Li Mu's figure reappeared. He stood quietly in the middle of the carriage. A little hunched over, but still smooth. Blood nearly stained his entire body. The breeze outside the window was gentle, and his eyelids fluttered. By now, the train had come to a smooth stop. Beyond the split in the rear carriages was the track, flanked by hillside greenery. The inside of the carriage was a mess, with many of the seats warped. There weren't many bodies, though they had all fallen out while traveling. Li Mu slowly inhaled and exhaled, and in his mind, the tortoise and snake phase stood still. Countless star and fire points of light vaguely emerged to flow around that tortoise and snake phase. That was Li Mu's sense of martial arts. The sense of martial arts. Originally, Li Mu's martial arts background was still a short distance away from picking moves to turn them into 10,000 moves. But the turtle-snake diagram helped him. This method of visualization was not just about growing spiritual power. It also subconsciously sharpens the mind, makes it more alive, and even increases enlightenment. Silently reviewing the battle just now. It seemed to be a bit easier than when it was level 3 against level 4. But the rewards were not small in the least. Invincible's state of mind grew deeper and deeper, and the sense of martial arts was even more important. This battle has saved me at least a few years of time. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. If not for this battle, his own sense of martial arts would want to reach such a point even if he could get there in a few more years' time. It would be hard to say whether or not he could get there. Stronger people should swing their fists at stronger people. My martial arts deserves to challenge the stronger. Li Mu's power is as strong as ever. It's getting stronger and stronger. Ahem. Suddenly, blood, once again, spilled down the corners of his mouth. Li Mu casually wiped it away and suddenly remembered something. His left hand was hidden in the dark, and when he raised his left hand again, there was already an additional porcelain vase in his hand. Looking at this porcelain bottle, Li Mu was slightly stunned. The blood-nourishing pill given by Qing Dai. It hasn't been eaten yet. Swallowing a few and storing the porcelain bottle, Li Mu directly stepped towards the carriage in front. Blacktooth Mountain. On the edge of the cliffs, a train could be clearly seen coming from the distance, gradually slowing down and eventually stopping just a little bit into the tunnel at the head of the train. Chief, it's coming. The group of ghost-faced men at the end of the mountain lit up. I see it, it all seems to be going well. Hangman, you guys take the men on board. Suddenly, the chief's words hardened to a halt. It was as if a duck had been strangled by fate. His body was trembling slightly. He strained to raise his head, and the long sky was visible. The storm clouds were stirring, and lightning was flashing and thundering. In an instant, there was already a scene of a shocking change in heaven and earth. A great momentum poured down. It was like the sagging of the sky. At the change of the cliff, a group of ghost-faced people suddenly did not dare to breathe a breath. One by one, their bodies trembled with fear in their eyes. Chief, this is... Go! The chief squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, turned around and darted towards the depths of the wilderness. High in the sky, at the center of the gathering of wind and clouds, a vague silhouette emerged. He stood there quietly, but it was as if he was as high as the sky, and seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Chief! Such a mighty pressure. Could it be? Hangman hurriedly chased after their chief with a group of men. Who else could there be in the Chunan region besides that heavenly saint? He actually noticed us minions. Damn! He really isn't far from being a martial god. It's only a mere descent of consciousness. Tian Mai, the #1 powerhouse in the Chunan region. The guardian god of the Chunan region. 12th level peak martial saint. It was even rumored that half a foot had already stepped into the martial god realm. Those who honored it, and those who were terrified of it, called it the heavenly saint.
In the Chunan region, he was synonymous with invincibility. He was the prime of Chunan. Interesting little guy. 4th level, Heart of Invincibility, such a deep martial arts background. No wonder the old man personally came to find me. Car 15, with only a handful of passengers.
Li Mu glanced out the window somewhat strangely. Why had the sky suddenly changed? And how did it change back again in a moment?
Go to the back compartment.
Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu continued forward.
The door connecting the 14th compartment was already closed.
Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu sunk his feet down, pooling all his strength in his shoulders.
Iron Mountain leaning. Boom!
The alloy door, which was difficult to destroy for an ordinary level 4 martial artist, directly broke through the connection and flew into the 14th compartment under Li Mu's single lean. A ghost-faced man standing in the aisle was directly smashed by the door and flew out. Instantly it was more air in and less air out. Ah!
The monster is coming.
A ghost-faced man saw Li Mu, who was drenched in blood, and slowly stepped into the carriage, and was actually frightened and cried out in shock. Then without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran to the front of the carriage.
Li Mu's body crouched and his entire body leaped out like a cheetah.
A blood-colored shadow swept between those passengers, and the corpses of the 2 ghost-faced men lay directly on the ground.
Who is he? Rescue arrived? After a few moments, a few passengers who hadn't been completely scared out of their wits stood up. At what they had just discovered, they only felt that their brains were a bit inadequate. It's not like a rescue either. Li Mu has entered the 10th compartment. Along the way, he was unstoppable. As long as the ghost-faced person appeared in his line of sight, he would not be spared. At this moment, not to mention the 3rd level Ghostface. Even if it was a 4th level, it would similarly not last more than a single move in front of Li Mu. Under the influence of the invincible momentum, an ordinary martial artist of the same level couldn't even raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit when facing Li Mu. Especially since those ghost-faced people had seen Li Mu beat their barbarian ghost boss to death. It was even more so that their livers were scared to death. The battle of martial arts was also a battle of state of mind and aura. If the momentum is weak, 10% of the strength can only be barely exerted 70 to 80%. If one did not even have the heart to face the enemy, it would be difficult to utilize even 30 or 40%. And at this time, Li Mu was in such an invincible state of mind that 10% of his strength could be utilized at least a dozen%. This was the importance of the state of mind. Chapter 62 One Man. Battling Hungry Ghosts. Carriage number 3. Also the dining car. A great battle is breaking out here. In the middle of the carriage was a great battle between 2 rank 5 martial artists. Inside the carriage, those seats had long been completely destroyed by the aftermath. 2 5th level martial artists. One with a hideous ghost face. Obviously a member of the 10,000 Ghosts Society. Hungry Ghost, the person in charge of the carjacking operation at this time, and Barbarian Ghost was just his second in command. And the one who fought with Hungry Ghost, the 5th level martial artist, was the 7th special trained chief accompanying car escort martial artist, Tang Yu. Both of them did not use weapons, but instead exchanged fists and palms. At this point, Deng Yu had already fallen into a clear disadvantage. It wasn't just him, in the carriage, the other warring groups. In the fight between the escorting martial artists and the ghost-faced men, it was also the ghost-faced men who held the absolute advantage. The escort martial artists had suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, it's hard to believe that we really have to explain ourselves here today. Tang Yu's heart was heavy, and blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth. They were both level 5 martial artists, but he really wasn't a match for the Hungry Ghost. After holding out for so long, he was already seriously injured and really couldn't hold out any longer. Each block and strike seemed more and more feeble. On the other side, although the Hungry Ghost had the absolute advantage, pressing Deng Yu in the fight. But the expression under his mask wasn't good. As the person in charge of the carjacking part of this operation, he had been in overall charge and was also the first to take control of the cab. But now it had reached its intended location. Suddenly the chief can't be reached. If he didn't start the next step as soon as possible, when the support from the Chunan city side arrived, so many of his people, including himself, all of them, including himself, are grasshoppers in the fall and won't be able to bounce for much longer. Even the savage ghosts can't be contacted anymore. According to the plan, Barbarian Ghost should have come over to help himself a long time ago. With Barbarian Ghost's help, Teng Yu should have been damned a long time ago as well. Damn it, what went wrong? Suddenly, the automatic doors of the food truck opened. A ghost-faced man quickly stepped into it. Boss, the Barbarian Ghost is dead. What? Hungry Ghost's pupils shrunk at once, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Instead, it was even faster. A straight right to the chest of Deng Yu instantly. Instantly, Deng Yu's figure flew backwards, and a large amount of blood spewed out. Boom! Slammed heavily on top of the car wall before sliding down. This blow immediately made it difficult for Deng Yu to even stand up. It was only after the strike that the Hungry Ghost twisted his head. Who else in this car can kill the savage ghost? Does support? By me. A cold, powerful voice rang out. Only a flash of harsh cold light arrived first. A long knife went straight through the back of the heart of the ghost-faced man who had just run over. That ghost-faced man's body instantly planted itself helplessly. A blood-soaked teenager with a resolute face slowly stepped into the carriage. A momentum like that of a Hong followed and surged into the carriage. It was like a sword with a sharp edge, with a cold light. A crowd of ghost-faced people almost could not help but take half a step back. Although the hungry ghost did not move, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Kid, you can kill the barbarian ghost? The hungry ghost was a bit disbelieving. Although this person's aura was overpowering, he was also clearly only at level 4. As long as support didn't arrive, then there was no threat to him. Don't believe me? Try it and you'll see. Li Mu didn't say much as he took a step forward and leaned forward. At that moment, his entire body was like an arrow that had left the string, almost turning into a residual shadow that flashed by. Before the hungry ghost could make a move, there were 2 level 4 ghost masks with swords intercepting them on the left and right. There were more than a dozen ghost masks in the carriage, and nearly half of them were rank 4. While the escorting martial artists handled Deng Yu, there were only 2 other rank 4s left struggling to hold on. The ghost-faced man had completely enough manpower to surround Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly and his face didn't change. The dragon roars and the tiger whistles. Both fists came out in unison, as fast as lightning. It was also like a dragon leaping and a tiger leaping, and the beast's power was hidden. Before the knife fell, the fist had already arrived first. Boom, boom. 2 muffled sounds in near indistinguishable order. The 2 rank 4 martial artists flew out directly backwards. An exaggerated depression had formed in their abdomen. Obviously they could not survive. The hungry ghost's eyes were suddenly slightly flabbergasted. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Kill 2 people of the same level in one shot? This guy's claim to have killed the barbarian ghost could be true. But so what? Hungry ghost is stronger than barbarian ghost. Go and inform down, kill all the useless people, the situation may change, be ready to evacuate at any time. Hungry ghost softly instructed a ghost-faced man beside him before striding forward. Since you want to seek death, I'll play with you. The hungry ghost's stature was far inferior to the barbarian ghost, only 1 meter 7 or so, with a medium-sized body, looking at the whole person as ordinary. However, the aura on his body, the threat, was quite a bit better than the barbarian ghost. The raging aura was like a hungry ghost that chose to devour people. Amidst the killing intent, there was also a twisted, evil aura. The same 5th level martial artist. But the gap before a martial artist of the same level wasn't small. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. He had just received a punch from the barbarian ghost, and at this moment, his chest was still vaguely aching. But there was no harm done. His momentum was not in any way weaker than that of a hungry ghost. The sense of martial arts was even more realistically improved. There's no need to go. Everywhere I've traveled, your people, they're all dead. Li Mu grinned, took a step sideways and stepped out, and with a punch like a running dragon, he hit a ghost-faced man who wanted to go around himself to the rear compartment. Boom! 1 punch, straight down, no more life. Damn! The hungry ghost was instantly enraged, rushing forward with large strides, and his fist went straight towards Li Mu's face. Propping up the hammer. A punch with a full bow meets hungry ghost's punch straight on. Boom! In a momentary stalemate, the powerful chi energy scattered in all directions, blowing the carriage hunting. Snapping. Li Mu retreated several steps in a row, his pace heavy. Above his right fist, a sharp pain invaded. This guy's power was quite a bit stronger than the barbarian ghost. It might already be at the level of 50,000 pounds. This kid's punching technique. On the other side, the hungry ghost's complexion grew more and more grave. A rank 4 martial artist was far less powerful than himself for sure. But the problem is, this own fist power actually couldn't form a crush on this guy. Dangshan Tanma Quasi. Tanma Palm. A palm slashed another ghost-faced man who tried to head to the rear compartment. Li Mu stood right before the passageway, his stern gaze passing over a group of ghost-faced men. It was like saying again, I'm here and no one's going to get past me. It's like a fierce warrior guarding a gate. A man who holds the pass is invincible. For a moment, those ghost-faced people didn't dare to move again, and some of them even started to retreat uncontrollably. Die! The hungry ghost approached steeply, both fists coming out straight, the strong wind carrying strands of eerie coolness, blowing people's hair and bones. Early premonition of Li Mu's side backside, to avoid a punch, the same double fist it's out, a bear crane double fist open road. Bear mane heavy, powerful. The crane is light and ethereal. The bear's fist meets straight on, the crane's fist strikes sideways. Hungry ghost immediately turned his fist to respond, not slowing down his reaction at all. The fists clashed, and between the flashes of their bodies, each of them retreated a few steps. Fresh blood spilled from the corner of Li Mu's mouth again. The hands hanging down were trembling slightly. On the other side, the color in the hungry ghost's eyes grew more and more intense. Chapter 63 The Hungry Ghost defeated and escaped. Martial King Pro. The next moment, Li Mu took the initiative to approach. A full-string straight punch opened the way. Hungry Ghost immediately connects with a jab. Both of them moved with unparalleled swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the two pairs of arms had already exchanged dozens of rounds with each other. Both of them were in the wrong shape, and Li Mu's lower jaw was once again filled with blood. A large amount of blood was dripping down his jaw to the ground. On the other hand, the Hungry Ghost coughed lightly. His throat was slightly itchy, but he swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat stiffly. The Hungry Ghost's reaction was too much faster than the Savage Ghost. Even if Li Mu had the aid of spiritual power and perception, he could only barely keep up with the Hungry Ghost's reactions, and could not take the lead at all. The assistance of spiritual power and perception also has a limit. But that didn't wear down Li Mu's battle intent. Compared to the previous battle, which was a bit of bullying by virtue of perception, Li Mu preferred the current battle. It's evenly matched. Or even a clear underdog himself. But so what? Pressure, the only thing that creates motivation is strong pressure. The two approached again. Throw a punch, change your stance, block, dodge. Blood, dripping continuously. Shinwu, getting weaker and weaker. All over his body, strands of intense pain spread. It was as if the body would fall apart at any moment. But so what? Li Mu could clearly perceive that his punches, the faster and more powerful they became. Even if it was just a fraction of an inch better each time, it was still progress. Between his fists and palms, his moves changed as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a residual shadow flashing by. Who the hell is this guy? Those remaining ghost-faced people, including those hostages. All of them couldn't help but flash out such a question in their minds. The power of Hungry Ghosts was not only clear to those ghost-faced people. Even those escorting martial artists were equally clear. An ordinary rank 4 martial artist couldn't even block a single move in front of him. Even the chief escort of the special train number 7. The only rank 5 martial artist, Tangyu. None of them were a match for the Hungry Ghost. But at this moment, a 4th-level teenage martial artist was actually able to fight the Hungry Ghost so hard. Tangyu, who was still paralyzed, couldn't believe his eyes. Although that teenager vaguely punching and kicking power is not as good as the Hungry Ghost is somewhat suppressed. However, his aura was not the slightest bit tired. It even grew more and more vigorous. Like a day in the life. This guy does seem a little hard to deal with. Li Mu's internal breath was on the verge of going out of whack. If it wasn't for the existence of the counting breath technique, Li Mu should have been unable to hold on a long time ago. Fighting hard with this guy for a change of moves himself wouldn't give him much of an advantage at all. His own abilities in all aspects of his power were just barely enough to catch up with the Hungry Ghost. However, Li Mu's state of mind remained stable, and bitter battles were the best medicine for martial arts. On the other hand, the Hungry Ghost's mind on the other side had gotten a little out of whack. He became more and more anxious in his mind. He didn't have time to drag it out here. Once Chunan City's support arrived, it would be difficult for him to escape. But the current problem was that it wasn't too realistic to try to solve this guy in a short period of time. It's too difficult to deal with. Obviously, his strength was so much weaker than his own, but his reaction, speed of change of moves, and means of response were not slow at all. At this point, the Hungry Ghost's heart had already begun to retreat a bit. The chief's side has a problem. There is no point in fighting now. Even if you kill this guy, if the time drags on, you might even get yourself hitched. Dragon subduing tiger. Both fists came out in unison, forcing Hungry Ghost to retreat. Li Mu acutely sensed that the Hungry Ghost's battle spirit was decaying. He was decreasing and increasing. Li Mu's battle intent burned more and more violently. The tug of war in terms of momentum gradually began to show an advantage. Li Mu's punches, faster. This guy. Tangyu became more and more alarmed. Even if he fought the Hungry Ghost evenly, he actually fought from a disadvantage to gaining the upper hand? With such a young face, where on earth did the demon come from? Can it be that the barbarian ghost was really killed by this teenager? In the carriage, the other hostages were also shocked. Level 4 fighting level 5. Those who could achieve such a level were especially rare even in Chududu. Hungry Ghost was knocked back again, this time covering his chest as he retreated again and again. At the sight of this, the other ghost-faced men immediately stepped forward with their swords. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately retreated a few steps. He was trying to block the passageway so that no ghost-faced person would take advantage of the opportunity to slip through. These unusual level 3 or 4 ghost-face couldn't even pose the slightest threat to Li Mu. Rushing up was just looking for death. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that Hungry Ghost's eyes were still glancing at the car window now. The guy wanted to run. How could Li Mu allow this guy to run? Yin-yang steps. Using the turtle and snake viewing diagram as a guide, combined with the two instruments pile, the bear squat, and the crane step, Li Mu's self-created steps. The yang. Wide open. Straight line sprinting is the fastest. Yin. Unstable. It's hard to figure out its trajectory by moving side to side.
Li Mu rushed forward with great strides. A ghost-faced man chopped at him with a sword.
Li Muji's fist came first. It instantly landed on his chest.
The chest was instantly pressed down and directly exploded. A few more punches were thrown, and regardless of whether it was a level 3 or level 4, Li Mu resolved it with a single punch.
At this moment, Li Mu, whose mind was invincible. Under one fist, all beings are equal. Li Mu was fast.
But after all, there were 10 or so ghost-faced people in the way, and the hungry ghost was right next to the window. Seeing that the hungry ghost was about to land a punch on the window and was about to break the window to escape, Li Mu was also too late to rush over.
Boom! The window blew out.
But it was not shattered by a hungry ghost. It could only be vaguely seen as a glimpse of a stern thing wrapped in layers of stern air currents. After breaking through the window, it was still going strong. In an instant, it hit the hungry ghost in the chest. He didn't have the slightest chance to react or dodge.
Snap!
The hungry ghost's body flew out backwards, slamming heavily into the interior wall of the carriage before bouncing to the ground. And then bounced to the ground.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a premonition in his heart was warning him frantically. A guy whose threat level far exceeded that of a hungry ghost was coming.
This level of danger is not just far beyond that of a hungry ghost.
There's also Gao Changwei, San Mu, even Zhang Qinshuan.
The existence above the martial generals. Li Mu's heart and mind were slightly in awe, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend.
However, he did not move the slightest bit slowly.
While all the other ghost-faced people were also affected by this aura. Li Mu quickly struck, and within a few moves, there was not a single ghost-faced person left standing.
Boom!
A loud bang came steeply from beyond the carriage. It was like a cannonball falling to the ground. The terrifying shockwave directly caused the car window glass to break and then turn into crumbs and fall. Only to see, outside the carriages, a huge depression appeared on the ground, and the ground cracked in layers. In the middle of the depression stood a middle-aged man with a cold expression, dressed in a black combat uniform. A strong aura, like substance spread out, completely enveloping the hundreds of meters-long train. Instantly, it was as if the gravity in the air had increased steeply. Everyone was pressed a little out of breath. Captain Ding. Ding. Tanya's pupils contracted violently as he spat out a name in a trembling voice. Ding Chi. Chunan Law Enforcement Department, First Law Enforcement Captain. Grade 8 Martial King. As the chief escorting martial artist of the number 7 special train, how could Teng Yu not know the reputation of this one? Chapter 64, 64 seconds 5th level. Law Enforcement Team. Captain Ding. The other two surviving rank 4 martial artists couldn't help but look horrified. Even in the entire Chunan City, Ding Chi was considered to be renowned. Chunan City Law Enforcement Department. In charge of all sorts of high-end battle force crime enforcement. The first law enforcement captain, Ding Chi. That could be called the nightmare of all reactionary organizations. Acting harshly, decisively, and without mercy. His own strength is even more terrifying. Once the 3 great martial kings of the holy demon cult laid in ambush formation, and Ding Chi was caught in the ambush. When all those in the know thought that Ding Chi would surely die, he returned. And carrying the heads of the 2 great martial kings of the sacred demon sect. It was said that that last martial king had also escaped with serious injuries at an extremely heavy cost. From then on, the rampant holy demon sect began to disappear. We have never heard of the holy devil cult stirring up the storm again. A stone? Li Mu didn't recognize this Ding Chi. His gaze had been fully drawn to the hungry ghost corpse. In the position of its chest, there was a stone embedded that had been turned into countless small broken pieces. A stone that shattered a car window and killed another rank 5 martial artist. It leaves it powerless. This is the martial king. And this king of Wushu came down from the sky. I don't know how high he fell, the ground has become like this, but he himself is still unharmed. Even his expression did not change in the slightest. Martial King. A burning, incomparable light flashed through Li Mu's eyes. Martial King. This is the charm of martial arts. You will become a martial king yourself. Martial saint. Martial god. Even beyond martial god. 2 rank 15 legacies and even a rank 16 follower. Li Mu believed that he could definitely do it. Whenever he saw such a strong person, Li Mu will not be hit in the slightest. On the contrary, he would be doubly encouraged. All dead. A ray of surprise couldn't help but flash through Ding Chi's deep eyes as well. On the train, the people of the 10,000 Ghost Society had actually all died cleanly. It even included the corpse of a rank 5 martial artist. Ding Chi's figure moved slightly. The crowd only saw a residual shadow flash by, and he was already standing smoothly in the carriage. With a single glance, he locked onto Li Mu, who was drenched in blood and had an aura like a hone. You killed them all? Except that one. Li Mu casually pointed at the hungry ghost's body and slowly exhaled, his hone-like invincible aura slowly internalizing.
He knew that his fight was over.
I am Ding Chi, the captain of the 1st Detachment of the Law Enforcement Department, and I came to the rescue after receiving the news, but it seems that it is not necessary now. Ding Chi could not help but flash a ray of marvel in the depths of his eyes. Even though he had already seen an unknown number of heavenly prides, and Chunan City was originally a place where heavenly prides gathered, he couldn't help but be a little awestruck.
How big is this? This is a student who hasn't even enrolled in school.
He's already a rank 4 martial artist. And it's definitely not the kind of rank that is piled up with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At the 4th level, he had crossed over and defeated the 5th level.
The foundation must be as solid as a mountain. He must also be a true genius in actual combat.
You are really good. Martial arts needs youngsters like you. He heavily patted Li Mu's shoulder.
Li Mu's stance was as steady as a mountain. Captain Ding, you're too kind. It's still thanks to your timely arrival.
I suspect that these 10,000 Ghost Society people still have accomplices, and there might even be a stronger presence.
It's likely that it was because of Captain Ding's arrival that you scared them off.
There was still blood pooling at the corners of Li Mu's mouth, but there was no trace of fatigue and his eyes were bright.
Scare them away.
I might not have this ability yet, at least not in time. Ding Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there were already some guesses in his heart, but he didn't show them in the slightest. By the way, Top Captain, there are a few carriages in the back that I separated, and inside are all surviving passengers, and now I still don't know where they are. Don't worry, the people in the back should be arriving as well, they'll find them.
Tinky glanced out the no longer glassed window.
There was no sign of the others, and he couldn't help but frown slightly.
Those guys could be really slow. He hadn't thought about it, but those other people, even if they were on a flying machine, how could they compare to a Martial King's full power burst to speed?
Those hostages in the carriage each looked at each other.
Their hearts spat. You guys just talk and leave us tied up like this? At least untie us first.
But Ding Chi's aura was so overwhelming that no one really dared to speak up at this point.
About half an hour later,
the others that Ding Chi had mentioned finally arrived.
This time it was a joint operation between the Traffic Control Bureau and the Law Enforcement Department. Hundreds of people arrived in total.
With the arrival of these professionals, everything became easier. There were people to gather the survivors, set up camps and pacify the passengers. There were people counting the dead, the casualties, not only the passengers, but also the corpses of those from the 10,000 Ghost Society needed to be counted as well.
Ding Chi didn't stay here all the time. He left directly after the following large force arrived.
This place was no longer in danger, and he, a martial king, would not just stay here idly. Originally, he wanted to bring Li Mu directly back to Chunan City, but Li Mu refused. He still had to wait here for news from Yang Shen. He promised Yang Fei Hung. Ding Chi didn't say anything in response to this, but only left a message before leaving. You can join the law enforcement team when you have the chance. To be honest, Li Mu was still a bit curious about that law enforcement team. Only now, he really didn't have the heart to care about that either. He sat alone on the top of the carriage, silently running the counting breath technique to regulate his internal breath. On the ground, there was a busy crowd. In the sky, it was the blood-soaked sun.
Who? Silently reviewing the epiphanies of today's battle. The harvest was great. Big and amazing.
Martial arts epiphanies can be found but not sought. In this battle, compared to before, Li Mu's practical combat ability had nearly doubled.
The momentum of invincibility was even more solid. Commonly used those moves have been completely integrated.
Can even begin to create their own martial arts. Although it was still a bit young and was only the result of piecing together from other martial arts. But the significance was landmark.
Now, my attack power should have increased quite a bit more.
Li Mu clenched his fist and lightly swung it.
Schoolboy, do you want to go change your clothes or check your body? A youth in a black combat uniform leaped onto the roof of the car. No need, thanks for your concern, senior. Did you find the compartment in the back?
Li Mu nodded his head in greeting.
Su Feng, a member of the 1st Detachment of the Law Enforcement Department, was also a senior student from Chu University.
Even before the senior had come to console himself.
But of course Li Mu didn't need any consolation. Found them, someone is already bringing them over. Schoolmate, you seem to be worried about that schoolmate named Yang Qian.
Su Feng was wearing some smiles, but the implication deep in his eyes was more of disbelief. He already knew that almost all of the 10,000 members of the Ghost Society on this train had been killed by this schoolmate in front of him. A schoolmate who had yet to enroll in school had such strength. Su Feng was incredulous, but this was what Ding Chi himself had said.
Chapter 65 Under the Moon Enchantment. First visit to Chu Day.
I just promised her father to take care of her.
Li Mu calmly responded.
Is that so? Su Feng revealed a smile that I understand, then immediately collected his smile and said with a straight face.
School brother, pack up a bit, the Traffic Management Bureau has a leader to come, want to see you.
You are not responsible for killing these people who are members of the infamous 10,000 Ghosts Society.
It's just that there are some processes that should still be followed.
Don't worry, it won't be too much of a hassle, there will be no penalties, and there should be a bonus.
Bonus?
Li Mu immediately brightened up. Spinning around, he immediately went along with this Su Feng to meet some leader. First of all, there was a compliment from the heart. To this, Li Mu was completely indifferent. Can only smile and cooperate, after all, the bonus. But soon Li Mu know the amount of the bonus dumbfounded. A total of $3 million.
And it'll be a few days before it arrives. Supposedly there's a banner. Getting back on the roof. The last of the haze in the sky was already going to be completely hidden.
Thinking about the amount of the prize money, Li Mu still couldn't help but feel a little nagging. $3 million, and that was still the result of counting Hungry Ghost on him as well. 1 million for a level 5, and dozens of other levels 3 and 4 counted together as 1 million.
If the Hungry Ghosts and Barbarian Ghosts didn't die, Li Mu really wanted to pick them up and ask them, "Do you know that you are so worthless? At least you're level 5 martial artists. Anyone who can find a decent job will probably earn more than that. Better than nothing."
Li Mu could only comfort himself with this.
"Hey, schoolmate, what's the bitterness?"
A slender jade hand patted Li Mu's shoulder. Before it landed on his shoulder, Li Mu grabbed it.
"I told you."
"Yes, you said not to approach you from behind, but not too hard this time."
Yang Qianshan walked to Li Mu's side with a faint smile. "That's me because I realized it's you coming, alright? Of course it's fine. Hokage, I heard that you are very concerned about me."
Yang Qianshan sat down next to Li Mu and twisted her head to look at him. Some strange colors flashed vaguely in her beautiful eyes. She had just been brought here when she heard that Li Mu had been concerned about her. Then she immediately looked for her.
Everything that happened this afternoon. It's still fresh in my mind. The teenager who saved everyone, including himself.
Right beside himself. The teenager who told himself to leave, but who resolutely chose to stay. Right beside himself.
The more I think about it, Yang Qianshan's heart couldn't help but flutter and ripple.
Especially when she heard that Li Mu had been worried about herself. Her whole heart felt like a deer in the headlights.
Schoolboy.
Yang Qianshan lightly bit her lips, and in her beautiful eyes, there were a few points less of the valor of the past and a few more points of affection. Because I promised young Pavilion Master to take care of you, well, young Pavilion Master is gracious to me.
Li Mu stood up, seemingly a bit unimpressed.
He still said in his usual calm voice.
"Since you're fine, senior sister, it's time for us to go to Chu University. It's not early."
Li Mu glanced back at young Qianshan, then jumped straight off the roof of the car. A bright moon had already risen and was hanging in the sky.
Finding Su Feng, soon Su Feng arranged for a fighter-like craft to send Li Mu and Yang Qianshan directly to Chu University.
It was worth mentioning that Li Mu's suitcase was also found. It was intact, so at least Li Mu didn't have to worry about not having any clothes to change into.
In the middle of the night,
the streamlined craft pierced through the dark clouds, and under the moonlight, it headed straight for where Chuda was. The speed was fast, and after about only an hour or two, the craft came down. After getting out of the flying machine, in front of him was a wide square filled with all kinds of warplanes and airplanes. "Senior, it's not too early today, so I'd better take you to your place of residence first, and all the other formalities and such can be made up tomorrow." Su Feng looked at Li Mu, and then at Yang Qianshan, obviously seeking the opinion of the duo. "Also, it's quite late, I'd better go back to the dormitory first. I'll take you around Chu University tomorrow, and introduce you again."
Yang Qianshan guffawed and gave Su Feng another stern look.
Thinking to say again, "Don't grab the job."
"Good." Li Mu agreed, so Yang Qianshan could say goodbye and follow Su Feng. Yang Qianshan, however, was in no hurry to go back to her dormitory. She had been standing at the same spot, watching Li Mu's back disappear in the night. It was a long time before she came back to her senses. Somewhat disoriented, she headed for her dormitory. Yang Qianshan is also a veteran sophomore, so naturally, she doesn't need to be led anymore. "Schoolboy, this is your dormitory from now on." Li Mu's eyelids jumped as he looked at the building in front of him. This is clearly an independent small villa. There's even a swimming pool and a nice little lawn. Shouldn't it be a student dormitory? What's with the cottage? Hee, schoolmate, this is actually nothing in Chu University. The better cadets will have it. After all, when we martial artists move, we don't move much, and with traditional dormitory buildings, security is a big problem, and it's also easy to be vandalized. This kind of house is different, in which there are also specialized practice rooms that are sturdier, as well as testing instruments and whatnot, which are also very convenient. Of course, the key is still that we choose to have plenty of money. How many people live there? Li Mu couldn't help but ask. Of course it's you alone, from now on, this place belongs completely to you. Until you graduate or drop out. Su Feng led Li Mu to the main gate to take fingerprints, pupils, irises, and other information. "Alright, schoolmate, go in and take a shower, then get a good night's sleep, you must be tired today as well." After getting everything done in a few minutes, then he patted Li Mu's shoulder and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Li Mu stepped into the villa.
When he entered the enclosure, there was a swimming pool on the left and a catty 100 square feet of lawn on the right. Then there is the main body of the villa. After going inside one of them, Li Mu first went up and down the stairs to familiarize himself with the environment, as well as the various rooms. Perhaps Su Feng wanted Li Mu to experience the joy of exploring on his own, so he didn't take him directly into the villa for a tour. In no time at all, Li Mu had observed the entire building inside and out in every room. The first floor was mainly a practicing room occupying most of the area. A practice room of nearly 100 square feet, the facilities were quite complete. The floor and the surrounding walls had special cushioning materials. Among them, there are also two testing instruments: the strength tester and the attack tester. The most common, yet most practical machinery. On the first floor, besides this training room, there is a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The bedrooms are on the second floor, a master bedroom, a side bedroom, and a study with a couple of utility rooms. On the third floor there is a huge open-air balcony, with elegant wooden chairs and coffee table. Everything is fully furnished. The bedding is freshly prepared and there are unopened toiletries in the bathroom. There were even chilled drinks of all kinds in the refrigerator. Chapter 66 Sleepless Nights. Late night sessions. Such a configuration. It made Li Mu couldn't help but raise a feeling of unreality. Such a small villa, even in S City, would at least cost a few $1 million. If the location is good in those areas, I'm afraid it will cost nearly $10 million. And in Chunan City, the most prosperous capital city in the Chunan region, it is even more directly at least a few tens of millions of dollars to start. Although this is not a direct gift, just living, but this is also very generous. Okay. The various preparations are especially thoughtful. Is this a good college? Li Mu couldn't help but sigh with emotion as well. After the first preliminary observation of the villa, the inspection began. Li Mu began to carefully sweep through place after place with his spiritual power, not letting go of any corner. Checking for listening and surveillance devices. After all, he was carrying a lot of secrets, and it would be a big problem if he was exposed. In the end, Li Mu got a more satisfactory result. There weren't any devices that violated students' privacy. It seems that Chu University still has that much chest. After taking a bath, the blood-stained clothes were simply thrown away. Lying on the big soft bed, Li Mu still had a somewhat unreal feeling. Last night, it was still in that familiar home. Tonight, however, it was already in the legendary Chudi. Today during the day even more things happened. A scene flashed through Li Mu's mind. It was all red. All of it is some blood-stained image. Phew. Li Mu, who was somewhat unable to sleep, directly sat on his knees. Holding God and keeping one, the heart is peaceful and the chi is harmonious. The counting breath technique operated leisurely. At the same time in his mind, he began to visualize the turtle and snake diagram. Tonight, insomniacs are destined to be many. Yang Qianshan was lying on the bed, her cheeks slightly red. Unable to stop thinking about today's scene after scene. A figure had appeared in its heart and could no longer be waved away. My future boyfriend must be stronger than me. Thinking back to the words I put in front of my father when I was young. Yang Qianshan's cheeks are even more flushed. He wasn't exactly better than himself. So powerful. On the other side, Han Xiaoyan was similarly unable to sleep. She could never forget the person who had come down from the sky to save her in the moment of greatest crisis. It's like a fairy tale. When the princess is in distress, there's always Prince Charming. That's my prince. In her mind, she had identified the Prince Charming who had saved her. The hero who saves the day is cliched, but it is especially effective. Not to mention this real life and death crisis. I will find you. On the big pink bed, holding a ragdoll bear, Han Xiaoxian clenched her small fists and secretly made up her mind. Why was it saved by him? Lying in the intensive care unit, Zhang Shouhao still can't figure it out, still hard to accept. It would be better to die. Truman University. Conference Room 1. At the first place in front of the red conference table, sat an old man whose hair was already gray, but whose posture was still upright and not angry. Dong Shanchuan, president of Chunan University. A figure standing at the top of the pyramid in the entire Chunan region. To the left and right of the conference table, there were equally seated one figure after another. Not only the management of Chu University, but also some official figures. Among them were Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the Department of Ancient Martial Arts, and Ding Qi, the first law enforcement captain of the Law Enforcement Department. These two who had contact with Li Mu were also included. On top of that, the two vice-chancellors, a few deans, and the head of Chu University's Special Operations Department, as well as the head of the Traffic Management Bureau, Manhwa. Tonight, all of you are invited here because I want to hear your insights. Dong Shanchuan opened his mouth, his voice as strong and powerful as a bell, and as a lion roaring low, with an appalling might. Dong Hai opened his mouth and said, this time, not only did the number 7 special train meet the attack, but a total of 8 special trains met the attack. Among them, the attack encountered by the 7th Special Train was the largest in scale, and according to the investigation, the 10,000 Ghosts Society may have deployed a third of their forces, only.
Ding Chi picked up the conversation.
This time, it's not only the 10,000 Ghosts Society, but also the Blood Demon sect, and the Shadow of the Holy Spirit sect, of which the Holy Spirit sect might have some relationship with the Holy Demon sect.
Dong Shanchuan said angrily, these crooked sects.
A good person doesn't become a good person, but has to go and become a traitor to a foreign race.
The so-called anti-human organizations, where normal people have nothing to do to fight against humanity and run cults. These organizations are almost always made up of humans who have defected to the alien race. The human race, even if they don't unite against the foreign enemy, they still go to the foreigners as traitors to endanger the human race in turn. How can Dong Shanchuan not be angry? Not only Dong Shanchuan, but whoever is in this conference room is not deeply disgusted by these foreign traitors. It's just that most of them are calmer and won't be as violent as Dong Shanchuan. Speaking of which, to be able to sit in the position of Chu University's president with such a grumpy personality, Dong Shanchuan could be said to be an exception among exceptions. Ding Chi said, we've already expedited the formulation of a plan regarding the purging of anti-human organizations, and if President Dong is willing, we can have your university's operations department join in. Dong Shanchuan agreed without the slightest hesitation. Well, you go directly to interface with Xiao Chen on this matter. On the side, the director of Chu University's Special Operations Department, Chen Junling, nodded slightly in greeting. Ding Chi made eye contact and nodded as well.
The scene was silent for a moment. Zhang Qianxuan suddenly coughed lightly twice.
Little Zhang, say what you have to say.
Yes. Zhang Qianxuan hurriedly said, Specialized Train Number 7, this time, was attacked and encountered the largest number of ambushers. Even if we don't count the portion that hasn't boarded the train yet, it's still quite a lot. 2 rank 5 martial artists, 30 rank 4 martial artists, and over 100 rank 3 martial artists. Such a number, while it may not mean much to everyone seated here, for a train, it's no less than extinction. But this time, the number of casualties on Special Train 7 was not the highest among the attacked trains. I'm sure you all have your own judgment as to what exactly that is. At once, within the conference room, a pair of stern eyes narrowed.
A teenager who had yet to officially enroll in school. It's only been a few months since he turned 18.
He's already a level 4 martial artist. It's not an ordinary level 4 martial artist. He had killed a rank 5 and had not lost any ground when fighting another rank 5. The rest of the 3rd and 4th level 10,000 Ghost Society members, moreover, half of them were killed by him alone. Such news. The people who can sit here are all characters who have seen many storms. However, when they first heard this news, many people's first reaction was still disbelief. It wasn't until Ding Chi said it himself that they had to believe it. Such talent is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Manhwa couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Will the killing intent be a little too heavy? At a young age, the killing intent is so heavy, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. A rather rich old man said. Dong Shanchuan directly slapped the table in anger. Old Jia, what are you pulling? What's wrong with a heavy killing heart? He kills what should be killed. Now in this era, foreign beasts are the scourge. The foreigners are rampant. What my human race needs is this kind of heavenly pride. What's wrong with a heavy killing heart? It's good to kill. Kill all the foreigners. Return a clear sky to our human race. Chapter 67 Chapter 67 The Second Heavenly Saint. Fundamentally with the skin. This. Inside the conference room, the crowd couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It wasn't Dong Shanchuan's attitude that surprised them. Nor were those words. Rather, it's the hidden subliminal meaning of the words. Returning a clear sky to the human race? This height, this evaluation. Surprisingly high? Lao Don overstated it. Old Jia also looked a little more grave. Heavy words? Not at all. Little Zhang, you've done a good job this time. You've really dug up a treasure for me, Chu Di. Dong Shanchuan said firmly. Maybe it's time for my Chu Da's ranking to move again. Whether it's the second Xiao Tian. Who can say? Moment. The conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The conference room had a count of 1, both on campus management and off-campus government departments. Even in Chunan City, they could all be considered big shots. But at this moment, each one of them lost their temper and stared incomparably wide-eyed. The Xiao Tian in Dong Shanchuan's mouth was referring to none other than that legend of the Chunan region. Tian Mai. To say that in the entire Chunan region, the only one who dares to address the heavenly saint in this manner is Dong Shanchuan. Tian Mai has come such a long way from being an orphan. He has no relatives and no parents. Only Dong Shanchuan has the favor of knowing and preaching to him. He is also a teacher and a father, a disciple and a son. This was the relationship between Dong Shanchuan and Tian Mai. It was Dong Shanchuan's discerning eye that recognized the pearl in the first place that led to Tian Mai's achievements today. Dong Shanchuan, this character, can become Chu University president. In addition to seniority and itself, there is no other reason. Those in the know it all.
but its vision, which no one can deny. Tian Mai was the best proof. It's hard not to. For a while, the crowd couldn't help but somewhat feel that their breathing was starting to get a little short. Early morning. The first rays of sunlight enter the spacious bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It spilled onto the cheeks of the teenager on the bed. The teenager sitting on his knees was in a peaceful state. His eyelashes fluttered in the sunlight. Phew! Li Mu opened his eyes. It had been a sleepless night. But not the slightest bit of tiredness, but instead, I was energized. The combination of the concept of visualization and the breathing method can cause the body to reach a state similar to that of meditation. It can even replace sleep to some extent. Get up, wash up, and enter the training room. Li Mu, however, suddenly froze slightly. After he came to the school, why did he seem to be a bit off? I don't think I've even reported on it, and I haven't even met the teachers or anything yet. But it's only frozen for a moment. Someone should be taking themselves through all this today, and there was no rush. Immediately, Li Mu began practicing his fists. One of the paths of martial arts, perseverance is also. Although the martial sense was already deep, it was not a reason to slack off. Punch after punch was handed out, landing in the air, either fast or slow. For a while, the only sound in the training room was the sound of strong winds whistling. If there were other people here, they would have realized that in just a few moments, Li Mu had completely entered the state. His fists were strong, his eyes were firm, and he only had things in front of him in his eyes. Without the slightest pause, he practiced for more than an hour. Li Mu exhaled and withdrew. In front of the strength tester. He grabs the crossbar and starts pushing. Soon the numbers were set. 25,803. 25,800 pounds. In less than half a month's work, more than 5,000 pounds of strength had grown. This could not be dissociated from the large amount of nutrient liquid and chi replenishing scatter that he had devoured before. And, it was also inevitably related to yesterday's battle. In front of the attack power tester. After a slight gestation, Li Mu delivered a fist like a lightning bolt. The bow was broken and the arrow was scattered in a hurry. Still holding up the hammer. Of the countless moves, even with the addition of those self-created moves. Braced hammer. Still number one in short-range explosions. Boom. 48,937. Close to 49,000. Almost twice that. Li Mu's eyes also couldn't help but flash a ray of burning color. Strength was fundamental, the root of a rank. Combat power, on the other hand, was the key to crossing over levels. Without a combat power close to 50,000, it would have been impossible for Li Mu to defeat the barbarian ghost. Even if he perceived and reacted quickly, it was useless. Other pairs of fists, with a lower combat power, it was also impossible to cause damage to the savage ghost, let alone killing it hard. The limit of the bracing hammer is more than that. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized something in his heart. He appeared to have eaten through the basic 8 stances, and even disassembled and combined the basic 8 stances into new stances. But this was a stance created by a 15th level martial god. Even if it was only basic, how could it be only that simple? One had only scratched the surface. Creating moves is too early for me. Creating a move is just one more variation. But without its divinity. It's not undesirable, but you can't put the cart before the horse. Li Mu's heart was suddenly enlightened. Schoolboy, why are you opening the door so late? Outside the gate, Yang Qianxian crossed her arms, her small mouth pouted slightly and her dome wall wrinkled slightly, appearing quite dissatisfied. Today, Yang Qianxian tied a high ponytail. The better face actually seems to be slightly powdered, elegant. The upper body is a pink cable knit sports long-sleeved, but did not take a small vest, although only exposed half of the collarbone. Beautiful body but show undoubtedly. The lower half of the body is to modify the shape of the jeans, a pair of long legs eye-catching, with a pair of pink and white sneakers. A pair of pink and white sneakers. Practiced some boxing, got sweaty, and was just in the shower. Li Mu's simple outfit of shorts and short sleeves, plus the fact that he was still wiping his hair with a towel proved that what he said was true. Okay. Yang Qianxian hummed lightly. I've already applied with the school. Today I'll be the one to take you to familiarize yourself with the campus environment, and help you choose your major and arrange your courses. And tell you about all the arrangements of Chu University. Then I'll trouble senior sister. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes and leave right away. Li Mu nodded. Here, brought you breakfast. It was then that Yang Qianxian brought out her hands that were behind her back. Buns of soy milk. Thanks. Li Mu didn't say the words in his heart after all. Are you going to feed this stuff to the cat? Get changed. Casually throw a Xiaolong bao into his mouth and chew a few bites. Li Mu suddenly looked slightly stiff. It's not so much how good or bad the flavor is. Rather, as soon as the bun entered his stomach, Li Mu instantly felt an abundant amount of energy integrate into his body. This energy was even similar to the blood-strengthening pill that Li Mu had eaten back then. Is what he ate an elixir or a bun? Seemingly satisfied with Li Mu's expression, Yang Qianxian said with a faint smile.
Senior, don't be surprised, a lot of the food in Chu University's cafeteria is not simple. This bun, whether it's the meat, the noodles, or even the condiments, none of them are made of extraordinary materials. This is just the tip of the iceberg of Chu Day. How much? The living environment since childhood made Li Mu always sensitive to money. Even though he earned a lot of money later on by virtue of his own strength, Li Mu has always been able to save money in this aspect.
Don't talk about money, talk about fate.
Yang Qianxian shook her finger, and then walked outside with her hands behind her back.
Li Mu hurriedly followed, seriously.
Yang Qianxian said with a smiling face. I'll be serious too, in Chu University, we don't talk about money, we don't even use money, what we use here are credits, also known as points. First, I'll take you to get your student ID, and we'll talk about it as we walk. Chapter 68, The True Intent of the Martial Tao in the Statue. Chapter 68.
Li Mu followed Yang Qianxian and surveyed the surroundings.
The neighborhood was like a high-class neighborhood, all small independent villas. Points this thing, it's very important, just like this kind of villa that you live in, student brother, you also have to pay rent. I remember the last time I looked it seemed to be 128 points a month, and I don't know if the price has changed recently.
Senior Su didn't seem to tell me. Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly.
And since I didn't tell you, it means that you don't need to pay it for at least a certain period of time. Yang Qianxian walked with a brisk pace, raising her head from time to time, seemingly in a good mood.
The road outside the villa was not asphalt or concrete.
Rather, it is a gravel path between green grass. There were neat little trees and colorful little flowers on both sides. The wind whisked by, the trees squeaked and swayed slightly, and the flowers couldn't help but dance.
This kind of environment is really easy to be refreshed. Li Mu's mind couldn't help but relax a bit as well.
Points and credits are the same thing, the only difference is that points can be used and become less, and credits are the total number of points, which also cannot be used, and normally only increase. Where the credits are in addition to the test evaluations for each subject, the most important thing is that there will be a credit requirement for graduation later on, and of course, it's not just a credit requirement. There's also the grade requirement, you have to be a level 4 martial artist to apply for graduation. Speaking of which, school brother, your rank is all but sufficient.
But you're still early anyway.
Yang Qianxian stated in a crisp voice while focusing on the flowers and grasses on the roadside or the occasional butterfly flying by.
Li Mu followed behind it without any hurry. Let's not talk about credits for now, points are really important anyway. In Chu University, you need to rely on points for clothing, food, housing, and transportation.
And the points can also be exchanged for all sorts of cultivation materials, heavenly treasures, or even any secret books of moves, or any private lessons from powerful people.
Sounds good. Li Mu nodded slightly.
Of course it's good, as for where the points come from, it's actually quite a lot.
Like what exams are, competitions are, some quests are,
but the main source of points is the trial tower. Don't look at it as sounding good, in reality, it's not that simple to earn enough points to spend. In the middle of the conversation, the two had already walked out of the stone path.
In its place was the smooth, level, vast square. Several buildings were situated around it.
Some foot traffic also began to appear on the road, almost always in pairs.
Older students were bringing new students, familiarizing themselves with the environment, going through various procedures and such. This is supposed to be a university tradition.
This way.
Yang Qianxian waved her hand. Aha! Li Mu followed. Sister, what was the trial tower you just mentioned?
Yang Qianxian cocked her head and thought for a while before saying.
How can I put it? It's a fun place anyway. Very important and useful. If you're curious, we'll take you there this afternoon. It would have been on the itinerary. Good.
Li Mu nodded in agreement. In a short while, Yang Qianxian brought Li Mu to receive his student ID card.
There was also a matching optical brain with it. Watch-like, shockproof, drop-proof, waterproof and explosion-proof. It is said to be expensive.
And this light brain, in addition to networking, communication, these basic functions, the more critical, is also able to query the basic information of all aspects of Chu University. Logging into the campus forum, even checking the points redemption list and whatnot. About that points exchange list, Li Mu was quite curious.
Only Yang Qianxian didn't give Li Mu the time to be curious. Just after receiving her student ID card and supporting brain, Yang Qianxian directly pulled Li Mu's clothes and headed out. Sister, what's the rush? Hurry up and come, this is something every Chu University freshman must do. To see the heavenly sacred statue.
The heavenly sacred statue? A statue? Li Mu was a bit puzzled and didn't think there was anything to look up to in a statue. Only according to Yang Qianxian's posture, it was obvious that there was no room for him to refuse. And all said is every Chu University freshman must go through the process, that Li Mu naturally also has no reason to refuse.
The only thing Li Mu didn't expect was, I can't believe it's so far away. Shude is really big. After walking for almost half an hour, we finally arrived at the place
where the main gate of Chu University is.
Behind the incomparably wide double-open school gate was a vast square. and in the square's solemn position was a huge statue. A huge statue nearly 100 meters tall. It was a behemoth from afar. The pure white statue was carved out of an unknown material. There is not the slightest discoloration. On the front of the statue, there are already many students who are observing the statue with solemn expressions. Oops, I'm late, all the good seats are gone, hurry up. In a hurry, young Qian directly grabbed Li Mu's hand and ran towards the front of the statue. Soon she realized that she had lost her temper and her ears turned slightly red. Yet, she still did not let go. I'm just taking my schoolmate to grab a seat. Yang Qian gave herself an excuse in her mind. Li Mu also felt something was wrong, but seeing young Qian so agitated, he still did not speak. Soon, the two came to the front of the statue. There were quite a few people converging under the statue. But this was after all the number one university in the Chunan region. It's also impossible to push and yell like a food market. People are kept at a sufficient distance from each other, and are quiet, at best whispering for the benefit of their companion science. Senior, this is the statue of the Chunan's number one powerhouse, the Chunan region's guardian god, Tian Mai. Yang Qian was also introducing Li Mu. She also lowered her voice, but she still stopped the excitement and pride in her timbre. Tian Mai, the heavenly saint, is from my Chunan University. Although the Chunan University of a few decades ago was also the number one ranked university in the Chunan region. But looking at the entire dragon country is not eye-catching, ranking has always been dozens of outside the wandering. And it was different after Tian Shang entered Chunan University. He solidified Chunan University's ranking in the top 10 in the country by himself. What's more, he's made our once inconspicuous region into one of the most prosperous regions in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yang Qian was still tirelessly recounting the heroic deeds of Tian Mai and Li Mu. The moment he saw the front of the statue, instantly, he froze. It was a man with an upright posture. He was dressed in a trench coat. He stood with his arms folded, eyes staring into the distant sky. In the eyes, there was a disdainful look across the world. There was also a mountain-like calmness. The vastness of an ocean. It was actually a statue, so Li Mu felt a wave of martial will coming straight towards himself. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wu. A word that instantly penetrated deep into Li Mu's head. A martial artist, who can stand on top of the sky and the earth. The statue was infinitely enlarged in Li Mu's eyes. Vaguely, it was as if it had truly been in the middle of this heaven and earth, standing on top of the sky. Wu. Under the wash of this powerful martial will, Li Mu's mind began to tremble. But in this, he again sensed the true meaning of the martial arts in that. A martial artist is a person who stands up to the heavens and the earth. They don't compete with anyone. Only compete with heaven and earth. Is this your martial way? For the first time, Li Mu came into such close contact with the will of a living, breathing martial arts powerhouse. What is a sense of realization? To have a feeling and realize it. My way of martial arts. Chapter 69 I just wanna go my own way. Hokage. Yang Qian did not notice Li Mu's difference. She was still gleefully narrating. Let me tell you, there's still a long-rumored legend about this heavenly sacred statue. Legend. This statue contains a true intent of martial arts. It belongs to that Chunan legend, a living legend. The number one man in the Chunan region. Guardian god of the Chunan region. Countless halos added to that legendary martial arts truth. Within the true intent, there is that person's martial arts realization. Those who can comprehend it will be able to step into the same path of martial arts as the heavenly saint. It's even said that those who can comprehend it may be accepted by the heavenly sage as a disciple. But that's just a vain legend, you shouldn't take it too seriously, school brother. Many people are saying that the guy who spread the rumor is the one who took 1,000 knives. Because every year, many freshmen are compelled by this rumor. Those who just stay in front of this statue and don't leave, and those who observe it for days and nights in a row. There are even, directly in front of the statue, of sitting cross-legged for a month. But without exception, I've never heard of anyone being able to realize the true meaning of martial arts. A lot of people feel like they've been punked by the people who spread the rumors. So yeah, you shouldn't be too fixated on this legend, Hokage. With your talent, senior brother, which needs what true meaning, I believe your future achievements will be very high. Yang Qian's voice vaguely entered Li Mu's ears. He could still vaguely sense everything in the outside world. His body also remained as normal, and he could not see the slightest difference. His consciousness, however, was already completely immersed in the true intent of the martial Tao between his heart and mind. My martial way shall be stepped out by me personally. Between his mind and heart, the huge statue that looked like it was standing on top of the sky collapsed. Li Mu's eyes were clear and resolute. I can learn from your martial arts. It is better to walk your own path. The path of those who have gone before is certainly a good one. But the road will always be remembered only as a trailblazer. One for the road to prosperity. One is a path strewn with thorns, gravel, and full of swampy mud. How much better the well-trodden path is compared to the two. How easy it is to walk up. There were no obstacles, no difficulties. But what? After the walk? Not to say if the path is yours or not, can you remember the path? It never had any trace of you, so what makes you remember it? And the other one, it's thorny, it's gravelly, it's strewn with mud. The walk up to it is destined to be a tough one. The gravel, the thorns will bruise you all over. It will make you bleed. Swampy mud that will sink you deep, making it harder and harder for you to walk. But, as long as you have traveled, the path will leave a mark that is uniquely yours. Bloodstains on thorny gravel. Even rags. Footprints in the mud. These are memories that are uniquely yours. Memories that can never be forgotten. Perhaps traces of you won't be around for long on this road. But if you open it up to a well-trodden path, then the path is blazed. Not only will the road remember you, it belongs only to you. How can future generations dare to forget this pioneer who opened the way? Your martial arts path is very good. It's just that something like Tao is better on its own. When he came into contact with this true intent of martial Tao, Li Mu was indeed shocked by the vastness of this true intent. It was even subdued. Can't help but marvel. But Li Mu's martial artist's heart was too pure. So pure that even this true intent couldn't completely submerge his heart. It wasn't that this true intent harbored malicious intent. It's just that the disparity is so great that it creates a mentality of blind obedience. But something that works for someone else doesn't necessarily work for you. Blindly following is never the best option. In his mind, a mental power condensed and took shape like water. Like a silk ribbon, it began to flow around that turtle and snake phase. Spiritual power, level 1. A ray of brightness flashed in Li Mu's eyes. The spiritual power before was just a fledgling form. And at this moment, his spiritual power was considered to have truly transformed into a seedling. A seedling with infinite possibilities. It was only then that one could be considered to have truly entered the world of Nianli cultivation. The rank of mental power should be benchmarked against the rank of a martial artist. It's because Li Mu opened his eyes, which were already clear. Click. A crunching sound rang out suddenly. A crack appeared at the bottom of that huge statue. Instantly, the scene was silent. Immediately, I don't know who exclaimed in shock. The heavenly sacred statue. Cracked. Instantly, the scene boiled over. How could the heavenly sacred statue crack? What the hell is going on here? Hurry up and notify the teacher. No, notify the principal. Rarely, all of these people are Chu University students, all of them are heavenly prides from all over the world. At this moment, however, they could not help but be a little alarmed. The significance of the heavenly sacred statue to Chu De was too important. It can even be said that it is one of the spiritual symbols of Chu De. Fortunately, the cracks did not continue to spread further. Just a crack appeared so abruptly at the base of the statue. And the one who started it all, Li Mu, has directly pulled Yang Qianchen to sneak away. No one noticed the two of them either. After all, they all saw clearly that no one had touched the heavenly sacred statue at all. Soon, in just over 10 minutes, the school leadership arrived quickly. The operations department directly cordoned off the site and dispersed the cadets. Dong Shanchuan had long since arrived in person, including a group of vice principals, department heads, and department directors. The significance of the heavenly sacred statue for Chu University was indeed too great. It was not just a spiritual symbol, it was a facade, an invisible deterrent. If something went wrong with the heavenly sacred statue, I'm afraid that Chu Da's prestige would instantly become much lower. But what everyone expected was, in the past, the hot-tempered Dong Shanchuan, who cursed at the drop of a hat, Principal Dong today seems to have changed his temper. He just stood quietly under the statue, looking at the crack. Not only did he not get angry, there was an inexplicable curve at the corner of his mouth. Old Dong, this statue cracked for no reason, it can't be the heavenly saint he. Vice Principal, Jia Ronghai carefully opened his mouth. But before he could speak, he was slapped on the head by Dong Shanchuan. You know. Is your surname Dong or mine? Xiao Tian is good. Better than ever. If you keep ing talking nonsense, believe it or not I'll go and snitch on Xiao Tian. I don't mean that. Jia Ronghai hurriedly smiled. A kind of school leader was also helpless. What could they do when they were faced with such a somewhat out-of-tune principal? Nothing at all. It's a good thing the students were evacuated, or the school leader's authority would still be in tatters. As for those members of the Special Operations Department, most of them were actually not surprised. At least they were just a bit out of tune on weekdays, but at least they were reliable in critical moments. Looking at the principal's appearance, it shouldn't be a bad thing, and the group of school leaders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 70 has a little heart. Trial Tower. Chunan Military Region. A middle-aged man with an upright posture opened his eyes. In the eyes, it was like lightning flashed, and out of nowhere, there seemed to be thunderous explosions. He murmured to himself. Chu Da's arrangement of the true intent of the martial Dao has actually been touched. But was not accepted? Kind of interesting. Li Mu pulled Yang Qianxian and ran a long way before stopping.
To be reasonable, he was still a bit flustered. From Yang Qianxian's words, it is not difficult to see the importance that Chu De attaches to that heavenly sacred statue. If he knew that he was the one who messed it up, he would have to be arrested and stripped of his own skin.
Schoolboy. You.
I don't know if it was the running, but Yang Qianxian blushed a little.
Li Mu was silent and didn't say anything.
At the moment, he still hadn't come back to his senses somewhat. Although he hadn't fully accepted the true intent of martial arts, he had taken the essence of it. It was because of the essence in that strand of true intent of martial Tao. It was what caused his spiritual power to break through, completing a milestone leap from 0 to 1.
And
Li Mu vaguely felt something strange between his forehead brow. It was the avatar that was still in gestation. I don't know if it was the essence of the true meaning of the martial Tao in the heavenly sacred statue, or if it was the entry level of spiritual power that catalyzed that divine ability.
It's getting close. Li Mu had clearly perceived it.
With this catalyst, that divine ability should be born a long time earlier.
It just needs some more time. And not long to go.
Regarding that legend, Li Mu also understood it somewhat. I'm afraid it's true that the heavenly sage wants to accept disciples. Only this has little to do with myself. If one could resonate with the heavenly sage's true intent of martial Tao and accept that true intent of martial Tao, then becoming accepted as a disciple by the heavenly sage would naturally be beyond reproach. It was naturally a matter of course. After all, that was taking the same path as the heavenly sage. But the problem was that Li Mu hadn't accepted the true intent of martial Tao at all. Nor did he intend to take that path. Speaking of which, he himself might even be considered to have messed up someone's legacy. Li Mu was still more or less a bit vain. After slowing down for a while, Li Mu suddenly realized that the scene seemed a bit inappropriate. Just now, under the panic, he actually gave Yang Qianxian a direct pull to the grove.
The key is that Li Mu was not familiar with Chu De, not at all on purpose.
At this moment, Yang Qianxian's earlobes were slightly red, her head lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. It looked like she didn't realize that she was the one who had cracked the heavenly sacred statue.
Li Mu hurriedly said, "Senior sister, where are we going next?" "Ha? Ah." Yang Qianxian froze for a moment before reacting. "Then let's go to the trial tower, since you're curious."
Good. Another nearly half hour of traveling. The two finally arrived at the trial tower. It was a large open space. The ground was paved with neatly laid green bricks. Several tall and thick stone pillars stood around. In front, there was a huge stone monument. Even further ahead, there was a pyramid-like building. When he saw the scene, Li Mu had the illusion that he hadn't traveled again. The main reason was that the surroundings were still modern buildings just now. In front of me it suddenly became such a scene again. Senior, don't be surprised so easily. Chu University has quite a few things worth being surprised about.
Yang Qianxian's mouth smiled as she pulled Li Mu's arm and walked forward.
The trial tower, it said that it used to be a secret realm, but then it became semi-manifest for some reason. As for the specifics, it's that there will be a lot of foreign beasts in there. Of course, they're all fake, but once you're in there it's just like the real thing. Entering the trial tower will require you to fight the foreign beasts inside. You can get credits for killing the foreign beasts. Look, senior, this is the ranking of credits in the trial tower. This leaderboard is in real time. But the leaderboard is also set once a month at 12 o'clock on the last day of the month. When the list is finalized, different rankings will also be rewarded with different credits. Anyway, it's rumored that there are a lot of them, and that the longer you stay on the ranking, the more bonus credits you stack. Of course, bonus credits don't count on the leaderboard. The leaderboard here only counts credits received from killing monsters. It can be said that every bit of credits is actually killed. Yang Qianxian pointed at the huge stone tablet. Her complexion was a bit excited, and there was some obvious feelings of admiration and yearning in her beautiful eyes. First place, the winning falcon, 153,706 credits. Second place, Bai Xiu, 128,603 credits. Third place, Nangong Xuejian, 100,683 credits. Fourth place, Zheng Tingfei, 89,203 credits. 100, Su Ruogu, 20,862 credits. On the leaderboard, there were a total of 100 names. Li Mu looked down at a total of another one. Yang Qianxian did not urge her to look at it either. Even though it's been seen many times. Every time I came here, I couldn't help but feel a sense of longing for the names on top of that stone tablet. How are these credits counted? After reading the last name, Li Mu retracted his gaze to look at Yang Qianxian. The highest one, 150,000, was riding high, and the lowest one had more than 20,000, and the middle was biting the dust. Yang Qianxian laughed lightly. Let me put it to you this way, a level 2 monster only has 1 point of credits, so you can understand how hard it is for them to get these credits, right? What about higher levels? Li Mu's face didn't change. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to think that these people were so bored to kill over 100,000 level 2 monsters.
Level 3 10 credits. 100 credits for level 4. 1,000 credits for grade 5. 10,000 credits for level 6.
Of course, the whole number is just the more common ones. There are also some with different strengths inside the same level. How many credits will be different?
It's gone after level 6? Li Mu asked. It should be gone.
Yang Xianxian wasn't too sure, and then said without a trace of humor.
How much higher do you want it to be? Even if it's a level 6 normal monster, can you beat it?
After you go in, your smart brain will all show the corresponding points of the monster. And there will be no danger to your life inside the trial tower. It's just that everyone only has the opportunity to enter for free once a month, and if you want to enter again, you'll have to pay 100 points a time. And you can only enter at most once every 3 days, which means you can enter at most 10 times a month.
Are the battles inside real? Li Mu asked.
Yang Xianxian nodded and chopped her head.
Of course it's real, 100% real. Apart from not dying. There's no difference between it and a real battle.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually caught fire. This place, there was fighting.
Endless battles.
Not to talk about credit points or anything.
This alone had deeply attracted Li Mu.
Seemingly seeing the implication in Li Mu's eyes, Yang Xianxian helplessly laughed. Senior, don't be in a hurry. The trial tower won't be open until a few days after the official start of the school year. Well, after seeing the trial tower as well, I'll take you to other places to have a look around.
Is this okay? Next, Yang Xianxian mainly took Li Mu to the teaching building and a few more teaching grounds to familiarize himself with the environment, as well as introducing some of the Chu University teaching operation modes. Chapter 71 The 4 Majors. Redemption List. After that, Yang Xianxian took Li Mu to many more places. Famous scenic spots, various teaching grounds, places of interest, etc. Anyway, Yang Xianxian had been quite excited. It was a full day's work.
Li Mu did want to treat Yang Xianxian to a meal to show his appreciation. Only because Chude can only use points, in the end, 2 meals a day are still rubbing Yang Xianxian. Returned to the residence, took a shower, and came to the 3rd floor. It was at this time when the slanting sun was setting in the west, and the last of the evening sun was looming in the sky. Brewing himself a pot of tea, he sat on a recliner and leisurely looked at the setting sun and sipped his tea while reviewing everything today. The tea is of course also equipped by Chude. Should not say, on this quality of life, really deserves to be the first university in the Chu South region.
According to Yang Xianxian, Chu University's teaching mode is not strict. It's more on self-motivation. There will be no dotted line answers to it or anything like that. You don't even have to go to one class. Only in that case, it's a dream to get a diploma. Generally, those who can get into Chu University are also bound to be people with extraordinary talent and toughness of heart. After arriving at Chu University, not only will not slacken off, but will instead work harder and harder. The number of people who were completely devoted to studying and practicing without sleep or food was unknown. Graduation isn't just a grade requirement but a credit requirement as well. The credit requirements are divided into many different categories. It's not just a matter of having enough total credits. There are many more detailed requirements. First of all, the credits of major courses are required to meet the standard, and then there are various required courses, elective courses. And it is said that the diploma of Chu University is also divided into many levels. The gold content of them is again very different. However, these are still a bit far away for Li Mu. Other than that, it was Chu University's 4 majors for martial artists. They were the Ancient Martial Arts Department, the Present Martial Arts Department, the Super Martial Arts Department, and the Beast Martial Arts Department. Li Mu was from the Ancient Martial Department. This was something that had been established when Zhang Qinshuan had recruited himself. Only Li Mu remembered that Zhang Qinshuan didn't seem to mention to him what other majors he had to choose at that time. In this regard, Li Mu was quite speechless. However, according to what Yang Qinshuan said, among the 4 departments of martial artists of Chu University, the Ancient Martial Arts Department had always been the strongest one, the specialty that had produced the most great figures, and the choice of most of the true heavenly prides. The day after tomorrow is the orientation party, and classes don't officially start until the day after tomorrow. Li Mu took a sip of tea, his body swaying leisurely with the recliner. However, his eyes had begun to glow with some fire. He had somewhat begun to look forward to it. Shude, what exactly would it look like? In fact, today was supposed to be the orientation party, only because of the attack on the train was delayed for 2 days. The sun was setting, and a few sparse, cold stars hung in the sky. Li Mu turned on a few balcony nightlights. In the woods outside the villa, there were already cicadas chirping gradually. He looked at the student ID on the small table with the light brain equipped by Chude. And then he looked at the old antique on his wrist that had lost some paint and was unknown how many years old. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu took off that light brain on his wrist, replacing it with a new one.
Mechanical watch mold, black and white, full of texture, living a future mechanical style. Its full name should be Intelligent Multifunctional Auxiliary Wrist-Worn Light Brain.
It utilizes dual-channel solar and thermal power renewal. No need to charge or anything at all.
Put it on and the screen lights up immediately.
Welcome, freshman of Chunan University, student Li Mu.
A mechanically synthesized voice rang out at once. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. That old antique of his didn't have this feature and was a bit uncomfortable. He first read through the novice user guide, over directly turning on the silent mode. Martial artists were inherently bright-sighted and deaf. Li Mu also had the presence of spiritual power, and his memory was drastically improved. Just once, Li Mu completely figured it out. Li Mu directly clicked on the points exchange list he was most curious about first. There were two ways to use the small screen here, either to watch it directly or to project a light screen. In normal time, of course, it is convenient to use the light screen to watch. Soon, a light screen appeared directly in front of Li Mu's eyes. It was full of colors and densely packed.
Level 6 Realm Breaking Pill, 100,000 points.
Level 6 Blood Transformation Pill, 80,000 points.
Grade 6 Concentrated Nutrient Solution, 30,000 points 1 bottle. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump.
It was a good thing that this was a level 6 cultivation resource, so this price exaggeration was justifiable. Even 6th level cultivation resources could be put out for public exchange. It was only Chu De, who was ranked number 1 in the Chunan region, who had such a stroke. Luckily, the highest it should be is level 6. Li Mu turned on the screening mode and screened for level 4 resources. Grade 4 Special Concentrated Nutrient Solution, 500 points 1 bottle. Grade 4 Strengthening Pill, 600 points. Grade 4 Blood Quenching Pill, 650 points. Grade 4 Dragon Tiger Pill, 800 points. In addition to the name and belief points, tapping on it will also show you the description of the item. Grade 4 Dragon Tiger Pill, a cultivation elixir made by ancient methods, strengthens the body and chi, greatly beneficial to Grade 4 martial artists' cultivation. The cultivation resources of the 4th level are not cheap either. Even a single nutrient fluid would have to kill 5 ordinary monsters in the trial tower. In addition to the resources, Li Mu casually flipped through the other things. There were indeed a lot of things on the redemption list. In addition to resources, there are also private lessons and point redemptions required for each level of Powerhouse.
The most exaggerated. Heavenly Sage private lessons, 2 million points. This caused Li Mu to be a bit speechless.
The number 1 ranked in that trial tower only had a total of 150,000 points. Even with the points gained from other aspects, I'm afraid it's only a few 100,000 at most.
The figure of 2 million is still far away.
What's more, it's not possible for people to keep using no points at all. I'm afraid this is purely a gimmick when it's put up there. On top of that, there are various weapon exchanges. From the cold weapon sword, spear, sword and halberd, axe and hook and fork.
And then to the hot weapons all kinds of guns, and even laser guns, laser sword, electromagnetic cannon. These are not even the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing was that Li Mu actually saw a mech. Subconsciously, he clicked in. The Hunt, 12,800 points. The picture was of a 5 or 6 meter tall, all black, dazzlingly styled mecha. But when he saw the introduction, Li Mu was somewhat disappointed. Only the battle power of a 4th level martial artist. Even the strength was only over 20,000 pounds, and other than a flying ability with a cooler look, it didn't look as good as a rank 4 martial artist. At least, Li Mu felt that he should be able to just dismantle this thing with his bare hands. And the redemption price was so expensive, it was outrageous. With a few other models of mechs. Handsome, all really quite handsome. Unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like any of them are very practical. The highest battle strength conqueror only has the battle strength of a level 5 martial artist, and it still takes hundreds of thousands of points to redeem them. The martial way is the root.
Li Mu gently exhaled. This was a world where martial artists were fundamental. Although technology was very advanced, it more often than not only served as an aid in daily life. There are also corresponding researchers who have been working on high-intensity technological weapons. Unfortunately, is not ideal. Chapter 72 Shocked. A mysterious man is actually in. Feats, martial arts, clothing, food and shelter. All of these things are also available. There's even some sort of fake hub. Just by looking at this points exchange list, Li Mu again had a feeling of having gained a lot of insight. Suddenly Li Mu noticed the lower right corner of the light screen. Balance, 2,707 points. How do you get points for yourself? Li Mu clicked in and saw an email. A cursory glance quickly revealed what was going on. In view of student Li Mu's excellent performance on the special train number 7, he is hereby rewarded. An unexpected pleasure. Li Mu couldn't help but feel better. Over 2,000 points was quite a lot. If one exchanged it for 4th level cultivation resources, it would be more or less enough for one to use for a while. However, Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to exchange it.
There were also herbs on the redemption list. The raw material should be cheaper than the finished product. Shocked. A mysterious man is actually in front of the heavenly sacred statue. Suddenly, a message push flashed on Li Mu's light brain. It was a message push from the campus forum. Li Mu casually clicked in. The one who posted was a mysterious person without any information. Soon after, Li Mu browsed through the post and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. The general meaning of the post was simple. There is nothing wrong with the cracks in the heavenly icon. Rather, the inheritance of the true meaning of the martial Tao laid down by the heavenly sage in it had been touched. Someone has been recognized by the heavenly sage. Only who exactly the post didn't say. Mystery Man for short. Proper headline party? Li Mu was somewhat speechless. This post was hot because of the push. There were hundreds of replies after a while. First floor, couch. Second floor, title dog. Third floor, any proof? How do you know it's the true meaning of martial arts that's been touched? Isn't that just a legend? 18th floor, I remember. That legend was a post that got out in the first place. Then it was deleted. You're not the one who sent it. I also remember that the vest is also the mystery man. 23rd floor, owner, you really damn When the old man hard to sit under the statue for 3 days Reply, what do you call this? I lived directly under it for a month in the first place with dry food. I didn't even leave when it hailed. And I still didn't get any sense. 40th floor, owner, you dare to explode the vest. I have some souvenirs I want to send you. 50th floor, who, exactly, got the martial arts legacy? If really been obtained, this means that the legend is true? The heavenly sage will really take that person as a disciple? It's me, under the name of Chu de Jade-Faced Lang. Reply, get lost. Watching the growing number of responses. A moment's effort was already directly 999 plus. Li Mu couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. It seems like he still underestimated the value of the significance of the heavenly sacred statue in Chu University. Principal's office. Dong Shanchuan looked at the computer in front of him. Although television was almost obsolete, he had come from that era after all, and had long been accustomed to it. He looked at the post on the screen that was constantly being replied to. The corners of his mouth stifled a smile. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that. The person who posted it would actually be Dong Shanchuan. If those students who made a big deal out of it had known that the person they were threatening was actually the principal, I'm afraid they would have peed themselves on the spot. But for those remarks, Dong Shanchuan didn't care at all. Instead, the harder he was scolded, the more he wanted to laugh. Those who cursed fiercely were almost always the ones who had been punked. Some even missed class outright, which is what rooted under the statue. As a result, they made a mess of themselves, not to mention that they failed the exams, and there was no gain from the farts. Now, when you run into a rumor monger, it's only human nature to scold them. I didn't lie to you guys, who made you all unenlightened yourselves. Dong Shanchuan hummed a little tune in a good mood. Master Dong. A voice rang out abruptly in the office. It was calm, serene, and vaguely ethereal. In this instant, the lights in the room dimmed for a few moments. Behind the doors and windows, there were strands of invisible air currents vaguely converging above the walls. This room, in an instant, formed a boundary-like effect. Dong Shanchuan was not surprised by the sudden change in the room, but instead, the corner of his mouth hung up a smile. Little Tian, it seems like you're really not far from that realm. Well, one step away. The invisible airflow vaguely formed an illusory upright figure. Ha, Xiao Tian, I'm waiting for that day. When that time comes, I'll set up a 3-month banquet for you at Chude. Dong Shanchuan laughed in his old arms with joy and relief. As long as you are happy, Master Dong. He glanced at the computer screen, some helpless laughter in his voice. Master Dong, you're still so mischievous. Anyway, every day is also idle, which is like you, a busy man, cannot even see a face, today to find me. What is the matter? If Master Dong wants to see me, I'll come over in my real body now. That's not necessary, I don't want to be blown off by those people from the military department. And who dares to blow the whistle on you, Master Dong? Ha, they're still not looking at your face. Whoever dares to say that, I'll grab him and beat him up right now. It's not necessary. With a few words, the atmosphere in the room lightened up a lot. This living legend of the Chu-Nan region, the supreme guardian deity. Only in front of Dong Shanchuan would he smile and crack a couple jokes. The relationship between the two had long since stopped needing to rely on too many daily exchanges to maintain their feelings. The true intent of the martial Tao I set up was touched, so I came. You didn't leave a mark? Dong Shanchuan instantly collected his laughter as well. Originally, I would have known who it was, but that little fellow did not directly accept my true intent of martial arts, but rather took the essence and borrowed from his own path. Does Master Dong know who that person is? Oh? Dong Shanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he directly grinned. Then are you still going to accept disciples? Who knows, at least take a look and examine it first. Well, that makes sense. Dong Shanchuan nodded fervently. Does Master Dong know who that person is?
You guess.
Dong Shanchuan grinned. Master Dong doesn't know? You guess again?
And why should Master Dong play dumb with me? He smiled helplessly. What could he do? Even as the number one strongest in the Chunan region, he was equally helpless in the face of Dong Shanchuan. But this helplessness, he didn't hate it. Since you want to test the disciples, I'll test you again as well. You'll have to find him on your own, and you're not allowed to make any noise.
Since that's the case, then I'll take the order.
Well, go. The illusory silhouette bowed, and then in an instant, it dissipated into thin air.
In an instant, the room returned to normal. Dong Shanchuan leaned against the back of his chair in deep thought. He did have a guess in his mind.
Otherwise, it should have been Mystery Man instead of Mystery Man. Definitely not, because Mystery Man is a more eye-catching title.
However, speculation is speculation. Dong Shanchuan is not sure.
In case it wasn't, it wouldn't be embarrassing.
So that's what he came up with.
Chapter 73 The Two Wudao Words.
Welcome Party. Day 3. Early morning. 3rd floor balcony. Li Mu looked out over the rising sun. Purple energy comes from the east.
The morning birth of purple energy is also very beneficial to the method of visualization. Wait for the violet energy to dissipate.
Li Mu then went to the training room on the 1st floor and started practicing boxing. More than an hour of intense training.
Sweating profusely, Li Mu took a shower,
changed his clothes and went to buy breakfast.
Shu University has several cafeterias, of which the 3rd cafeteria is very close to Li Mu's residence. In the cafeteria, Li Mu found the same type of xiaolongbao that young Qian Shen bought for herself yesterday. Refined xiaolongbao, 8 in a cage, 5 points a cage. On the other hand, ordinary buns, 50 for 1 point, each the size of a fist.
Well, there are no decimals in the unit of consumption of Chuda's points, minimum 1 point.
After hesitating for a while, Li Mu bought 2 cages of refined xiaolongbao and 50 ordinary buns.
In total, he spent 11 points. That's not cheap. 11 points for a breakfast.
Li Mu looked at it yesterday, and a 10-year-old dragon's blood herb was only a dozen points.
Return home and make a pot of tea. Still on the 3rd floor.
Li Mu first checked the surroundings with his spiritual power. After entering level 1, Li Mu's spiritual power had taken a qualitative leap. After spreading out, it was almost able to spread more than 20 meters away. This made it unnecessary for him to check his surroundings bit by bit,
getting a result that there was no abnormality.
Li Mu took out the book Real People's Essays in the space of his trigger finger,
drinking tea and eating a bun,
all the while flipping through real-life essays. The word martial arts is not exhausted by martial arts, but the Tao is also heavy. Between the lines, yin and yang flow, which is the true meaning of Tai Chi. This was likewise another martial true intent. It was just that it was much thinner compared to the true intent of martial Tao left behind by the heavenly saint. However, the intention, the essence, was in no way comparable to the heavenly saint martial intent. This is the 16th level martial artist, Zhang Sanfeng's martial way. Li Mu rejected the martial Tao of the heavenly saint. That didn't mean he was going to accept the martial Tao of the higher ranked Zhang Zhenren. Again, this was just a corroboration, a reference. And, the true intent of the real person's martial way was far too detailed and calm to worry about being too affected. And the content of it is even more of a cultivation Bible. After the buns were finished, Li Mu rocked along with the recliner and quietly watched the essays of real people. Such a leisurely life, as well as the content of real people's essays. It caused Li Mu's mind to become more and more calm and serene. Martial artists, when they are quiet, they should be like ninja. No waves, serenity, and nature. When it moves, it should be like a swift wind. Like thunder. The combination of movement and static is the essence of martial arts. Li Mu once again realized something. His own martial arts path should be the same. A combination of movement and static. Late afternoon. Yang Chen reappeared outside the door. This time, Li Mu didn't make her wait much longer. Schoolmate, the orientation party is about to start, let's go.
Aha! Li Mu nodded.
There was little interest in this Li Mu originally. But it was said that this kind of collective activity was fine if you didn't participate. You just have to deduct credits. Well, the credits are not available, but they can be deducted. Once the credits are negative, or 0 for a period of time, you will be dropped from the program.
Li Mu had always been quite sensitive to the money aspect.
It was only when he arrived at Chu University that the monetary system changed from the Longhua coin to credits. Li Mu's sensitivity to money naturally shifted to credits. There was no need to be docked for this trivial matter. The auditorium at Chu University is large, ridiculously large. It was said to be able to hold 100,000 people at once. Chu University, as the number 1 ranked university in the Chunan region, not only did all the students in the entire Chunan region want to sharpen their heads to squeeze inside, it was also a top 10 university in the country. There is no shortage of talent from other regions coming across the region to study. After all, there were dozens of regions in the country, but there were only 10 universities that ranked in the top 10 in the country.
And a couple of them are all in the same region.
The vast majority of regions don't have a university of the caliber of Chuck University. The highest ranking may be a few dozen, and even remote areas, the best universities are outside the 100 is not unheard of. With Chu nature is not the same. It is human nature to strive for better. However, it is said that Chu University's application requirements for students from outside the region are much more difficult than those from the region. Now, Chu University's total number of people plus the faculty and staff these, but also only about 70,000 to 80,000, the auditorium completely accommodated.
Yang Qianshan brought Li Mu to casually find 2 neighboring seats and sat down, chatting idly while waiting for the opening. Sister, you don't have any friends or anything at Chu University? No need to accompany them?
Have some, but they also have someone to accompany. You are not the same, you just one person, still have to take care of some. You,
who let you as my schoolmate?
Yang Qianshan will not say, today is with girlfriends entangled for a long time to get out. She's still a bit afraid of being caught by her best friend, so she won't be able to talk about it. But with at least 10 or 20,000 people present, and so many seats, it was unrealistic to want to meet by chance when there was no contact.
At least Yang Qianshan's luck wasn't that bad today. Soon, the welcome party opened.
First, a rather wealthy old man came on stage to give a speech.
This is our Vice-Chancellor of Chu University, Jia Ronghai, President Jia. Yang Qianshan lowered her voice to introduce Li Mu.
Li Mu nodded his head with less concern. How many levels of martial artist? How can I possibly know that, but at least it's a martial king.
Just as Li Mu expected.
This opening speech was devoid of nutrition. The first is to welcome all new students, and then you choose Chu University is how right or something, and then Chu University's cultural heritage, and so on and so forth. So a talk is half an hour past. Thanks to Yang Qianshan's chatting with her. Otherwise, Li Mu would have observed the tortoise and snake diagram on the spot.
After this vice-chancellor's speech, it was time to perform the program. Compared to a normal university, Chu University's program is much more hardcore. It started with a row of mechs walking in a mech battle. Then the martial artists battle the mechs. And the ones who bring up alien beasts for a walk. To this, Li Mu's comment. Somewhat interesting, but not much.
It wasn't until an energy cannon detonated in the air, transforming into a myriad of sparkling fireworks, that the atmosphere of the scene became heated.
However, the final program was somewhat out of Li Mu's expectations. Playing guzheng, a very ordinary playing.
On the stage was a woman in a white dress. A vintage wide-sleeve long dress, as white as snow.
Its skin is even better than white snow for a few points. Cloud buns and eyebrows, white head and jade neck. Its shape is like a stunning, graceful dragon.
His appearance, the posture of a sinking fish, the appearance of a falling goose. Temperament out of the dust like a fairy, not like a mortal woman. The sound of the guzheng. Crisp as a jade pearl falling on a plate. When it is gentle, it is like the water of a stream, gurgling through.
Tranquil and natural, washing the heart.
As the grand finale, it was a change from the previous fervor and excitement. Only the sound of serenity remains. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It seemed that this arrangement was also quite intentional.
Don't look.
Yang Qianshan didn't have the good sense to reach out and shake her hand in front of Li Mu's eyes.
What do you watch if not the show?
Li Mu didn't say anything, but he still withdrew his eyes.
Chapter 74 Legendary Senior, Winning Falcon.
Yang Qianshan skimmed her lips. Her name is Qiu Wenyao, Cultural Special Enrollment, the first flower of the Faculty of Letters, and also the school flower of Chu University, and she herself is very endowed with a legendary color.
College of Letters? Chu University still has a College of Letters?
Li Mu was slightly stunned. Why not? It's just that compared to the Martial Academy, the number of people in the Literature Academy is much smaller, and it's rumored that the requirements are much higher than the Martial Academy.
How much higher?
It's said that only true geniuses are recruited, 700 points in culture, at least 695 or more, and several layers of extra tests are required.
High indeed. Li Mu couldn't help but nod his head.
It's a pity, a good cultural score is ultimately no match for martial arts. Yang Qianshan said with a light sigh. Her background is mysterious, and it was the principal who forcefully argued for her enrollment in the first place. Because she herself is very special, is not talented in martial arts at all, completely an ordinary person, her strength is even less than 100. No matter what method is used, it won't get the slightest improvement.
Can't get the slightest enhancement?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that the vast majority of people in this world would have little problem reaching first-level martial artists. Even if they couldn't reach the first level, it was normal to have over a few hundred pounds of strength close to the first level. Just like Li Mu before the college entrance examination also have 300 or 400 pounds of strength.
It's usually just really bad talent and hard to grow. But that's not the same as not being able to grow at all.
At least Li Mu hadn't heard of such a person.
So strange? Well, it is that strange. Yang Qianchen nodded. It's said that many powerful people have examined it and there's nothing they can do. But she has absolutely no talent in martial arts though. But the talent in culture classes is unbelievable. It's said that it's as if she can forget everything and that she understands everything at once. In the beginning, her cultural score was a perfect score, and the later rounds of extra exams were even more, likewise a perfect score in every door. Is that so? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation he just nodded without saying anything. At this time, Xiao Wenyao's guzheng performance on the stage had already ended. The final closing ceremony was not a speech by the school leader. Rather, it was a student representative. He wore a white slim-fit suit, and his appearance was handsome, carrying a light and calm demeanor. He held the microphone and smiled lightly. Greetings to all schoolmates, school brothers, this is Bai Xiao, who is ranked second in the trial stage credits. A senior, very powerful, he's already at level 5. Yang Qianxian pointed at the youth on the stage with some excitement. There was no need for Yang Qianxian to say it, Li Mu could hear it. Because at this moment, the whole place was already boiling. Senior Bai Xiao. These kinds of cheers were endless. Even if many are only freshmen. But they had all heard the stories about these legendary veterans of Chu University for who knows how many times earlier. And this was the second-ranked character in the trial tower. One must know that in Chu University, the trial tower ranking was also called the real combat ability ranking. Senior Bai Xiao comes from the Chu Nanbai family. An immense and incomparable family. Members of the White family are all over the military, government, and business worlds. If it weren't for the sudden rise of the heavenly sage, it can be said that half of Chunan City could be named Bai. The Bai family has a martial saint. And legend has it that there may be more than one. Bai Xiao is the leader of the Bai family's younger generation. In response, Li Mu just nodded calmly. Isn't the first winning falcon coming? He won't come to this kind of occasion. Winning falcon has always been very mysterious. Yang Qianxian's tone weakened a bit, and after a pause she said with some caution. Senior, don't think too much. I don't like that Bai Xiao. I just think he is really powerful. You're not bad either, senior. You're at level 4 now, and when you're a senior you'll definitely be able to be at level 5 as well. By the time they all graduate, maybe you'll be the one who ranks first in the trial tower. I didn't think much about it. Li Mu gently shook his head. He looked serene, but there were flames burning in the depths of his eyes. Number 1, he would get it. But never because someone else graduated down the list. What's the point of being number 1 like that? He wants to be square and beat them. Greetings, fellow students. I'm glad to be able to gather with you at Chu University. At this time, another woman walked up to Bai Xiao's side. She had a delicate face and a beautiful figure, wearing a backless red evening gown that was sexy and sensual. She's Nangong Xuejian? Li Mu asked casually. No, senior sister Xuejian doesn't like this kind of occasion either. She's senior sister Wang Manchu, currently ranked 7th on the scoreboard, which is also very impressive. Don't get bad ideas just because she's sexy. She's actually very discerning and hasn't been rumored with anyone. It's rumored that her father is a big shot in the Chunan military region. All of them have backgrounds. Li Mu frowned slightly. That's not true, I'm telling you, senior sister Xuejian can be an ordinary birth. But she's still become so powerful, she's the idol of many of our girls. What about winning falcon? Li Mu's greater focus, as well as curiosity, had always been on that winning falcon. First and second, it seemed like there was only one ranking difference. But one is the highest, only the first. That's the highest pinnacle. The other, however, was only second. When the trial stage credits were first ranked, the huge score gap was still fresh in Li Mu's mind. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the gap during this period was a world of difference. The world always remembers only the best one. Winning Falcon Senior. That's a legend. Seniors, after graduation, the trial tower credit ranking will remove their names and will only seal the file for preservation. So the rankings that the freshmen see at the beginning of the school year are actually all left behind by the seniors who have been at Chu University for 3 years at most. For example, senior Bai Xiao, who was a junior before and is only a senior now, he still has a year left, and it's possible that he has hundreds of thousands of trial tower credits at the final moment of sealing the file. And senior winning Falcon. He was only a sophomore before, he's only a junior now. He still has 2 years left. Many people in the school feel that by the time he graduates and seals his file, his number of trial tower credits will surpass 1 million. And it's said that he's still the only underclassman in the last few years who can still squeeze into the top 10 of the trial tower credits rankings when he's about to graduate from his senior year. It was said during the last semester break. I'm afraid this year's senior class will be crushed by the juniors. That's what senior winning Falcon said. This is rare even in Chu University. And senior winning Falcon's origins are mysterious. Some say he's an orphan. Some say he is the son of a large family from another area. There are even rumors that are so arcane that they even say he's the martial god's heir. It's all outrageous anyway. But it's true that no one has ever met Winning Falcon Sr.'s family. And Winning Falcon Sr. is aloof, used to being alone, and doesn't even have any friends. Chapter 75. First lesson, the essence of ancient martial arts. Winning Falcon. This name was deeply memorized by Li Mu. A name full of legends. 1 year less, yet he was able to overpower Bai Xiu from the Bai family in Chunan. The battle spirit in Li Mu's heart began to race. Winning the Falcon, Xu Da's first goal. A goal to catch up with, to surpass. In the speeches of Wang Manchu and Bai Xiu, the welcome party also completely ushered in the end. Both speeches were not lengthy. Just a few words of motivation. It was enough to get many freshmen fired up and motivated. Early the next morning. Observe the purple energy, practice boxing, eat breakfast, and read the accompanying article. Today is the day of class. But Li Mu didn't panic in the slightest. It was because class didn't start until 10 o'clock. At 9:20, Li Mu headed to the classroom only after putting away the real-life essay. Ancient Martial Arts Department Teaching Building, classroom number 304. Li Mu, Ancient Martial Arts Department, freshman year, class 14. Classes are randomly assigned and can be changed at a later stage to meet special needs. In practice, though, classes don't do much. Specialty classes are held in large classrooms. There are usually a couple hundred people in them together. Today's first class is The Essence of Ancient Martial Arts, which belongs to the category of theory. Li Mu approached the classroom at 9:50 or so, stepping on the spot. There were already quite a few people sitting in the large classroom. After all, this was the first official day of school. The moment Li Mu approached the classroom, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. A pair of eyes were placed on him. Seeing that it wasn't the teacher, a very majority of them pulled their eyes back again. Only one student in the corner of the back row, whose head was still bandaged, still stared at Li Mu with dull eyes. Li Mu, who never cared about the sight of others, looked around. Seeing that many seats were occupied, he walked straight to the back row. Don't come over. Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly got his head down. How could he not have expected that he would actually run into Li Mu again? Ever since being saved by Li Mu, Zhang Xiaohao's heart was incomparably tormented. In order to catch up with that target, he dragged his injured and sick body directly to the classroom for fear of delaying his learning progress. But how could he not expect that he could run into this guy that he was most unwilling to face and did not know how to face? He could only bury his head deeply. As for Li Mu, he casually found an empty seat in the back row and waited serenely without looking at anyone else. Not long after, a somewhat bald middle-aged man slowly walked into the classroom. Accompanying his steps, an invisible momentum spread out, immediately causing the trainees in the classroom to look aghast. Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. This aura was not overbearing, but it was especially vast. This aura was far superior to the savage ghosts and hungry ghosts that he had met before. 6th level martial arts general. A teacher of an ancient martial arts theory class was a top-level 6 martial general. This was the depth of the number 1 university in the Chunan region. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Zhang Jinsong. He turned around and used chalk to write 3 large, powerful words on the blackboard. Since all of you have chosen the Ancient Martial Arts Department, then I would like to ask you all, what is ancient martial arts? Zhang Jinsong propped his hands on the podium and slowly scanned over the people in the classroom. No one responded. Gentlemen, there's no need to be nervous, you can boldly state your opinions. Zhang Jinsong pointed to the corner position of the classroom and said, this student, the one with a bandage on his head. I appreciate your spirit of carrying an injury and still being unwilling to give up the course. Can you please tell me what you think ancient martial arts are? Zhang Xiaohao was stunned and looked around. It seemed like he was really the only one with a bandage on his head. Zhang Jinsong nodded affirmatively. It's you, say it, whatever it is. Me. Zhang Xiaohao stood up somewhat nervously. Can one not be nervous? Now the whole classroom was looking over. I think the ancient martial arts should be the ancient martial arts? How did he know this? He grew up practicing it and that was the end of it. The choice of ancient martial arts is also only because I heard that the ancient martial arts department is the best. Ha ha ha. A few stifled laughs came from the classroom. Right. Zhang Jinsong, however, nodded his head in a serious manner, but it's not all right. Now there were even more people holding back their laughter. Class, sit down. Zhang Jinsong waved his hand, so he turned around and wiped his name, turning to write down a large character of Wu. Just like what that student said, the ancient martial arts, it's right to say so. But there's another important point to this. Heavy gods, ancient martial arts too. He wrote another big god. The essence of ancient martial arts, the root of it, is God. The students should have been exposed to martial arts stances. There are current martial arts, and there are ancient martial arts. And the most important distinction in this is the focus of it. Ancient martial arts emphasize God. The current martial arts emphasize form. What is God? It's also called divine rhythm.
The current martial arts are obsessed with stances and variations. The pursuit of perfect replication, the pursuit of a multitude of moves. Is that wrong? It's not good to say. But it's not ancient martial arts. Martial arts, stances. A stance that has been honed and proven by previous ancestors. Is its essence just what stance and what power generation technique it uses to throw that punch? Is it hard to throw that punch? Is it hard to throw a punch with perfect seniority? Difficult, but not hard if you practice hard. Then what is the gap between you and your former ancestors when you make your moves? At that moment, Li Mu's pupils shrunk. In the depths of his eyes was a hot and incomparable light. He finally understood. Every time he threw a punch, it was clear that he had been in full alignment with the martial intent villain's posture, so why did his punching power still seem to be somewhat inferior? Li Mu absolutely did not believe that elderly Wen Shu could only punch close to twice the value of his own strength with these stances. Before, he thought it was a matter of experience. But now, it wasn't all, at least there was something more than experience. That is God. Zhang Jinsong's powerful voice sounded again. Divinity is the most crucial point of a stance, or even a martial art. If you only get the form but not the divinity, you will never be able to reach the same heights as your predecessors and forefathers. Then some students will have to ask, divinity, how do I get it? It is difficult, but not that difficult. 8 words. Use micro to macro, move to power. First, you need to realize your state of mind. The heart of a martial artist is especially important. Secondly, divinity is rare and unattainable. Take a move as an example. Between moving that one move and that one stance, you need to think, you need to believe that previous ancestor, when handing out that punch, or palm, or leg, what was his state of mind? And what kind of will does this stance of his contain? End of a 2-hour class. In Li Mu's opinion, it was as if it had passed in the blink of an eye. He had long been completely absorbed in Zhang Jinsong's lecture. He had not yet finished. There is much to be gained. This is a summary of the experience of countless sages of Chu University, only spoken through the mouth of Zhang Jinsong. It is a rare and precious cultivation experience. Chapter 76, The First Year of the Martial Way. Father of the Martial Way. There was a 2-hour lunch break at noon. In the course schedule, there is only one mandatory class in the afternoon. The Development and Origins of Ancient Martial Arts. Again, this is a theoretical class. Compared to the Essence of Martial Arts class, which is a course that brings dry knowledge for cultivation, the Essence of Martial Arts class is also a theory class. The Development and Origin of Ancient Martial Arts is purely theoretical, although it is not beneficial to the cultivation of martial arts. But that didn't mean there was no need for lessons. It's just as important to grow your knowledge and broaden your horizons. The key, of course, is that the subject has to be tested as well. Failing the test is a deduction in credits. That's right, not points, but credits, deducted from the total, not the balance. This is the case for all majors who fail a class. In order not to be deducted points, Li Mu still listened very carefully. The history of this world, although somewhat short, was equally dramatic. It is now the year 826 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. The recorded history of the Dragon Kingdom is also only 826 years. And in those 826 years it was divided into 3 eras. The first 300 years of which are the history of mankind's struggle to survive. In that era, the human race was under the threat of foreign beasts and demons, precarious, and struggling to survive between the corners and crevices. Until the 289th year. The first level 13 martial god in history, Li Myungchul, appeared. He led the human race to rise up in revolt. In more than 10 years of conquests, under his leadership, he finally managed to seize a clear land for mankind at the hands of the beasts and demons. Humanity finally had a chance to breathe and develop. Since 312, the Dragon Kingdom has been established. Under the patronage of the god of martial arts, Li Mingzi, the Dragon Kingdom has entered a period of rapid development, with the great promotion of martial arts. In 531, Li Mingzi passed away, his era passed, and so did the era of peaceful development. From the beginning of April 532 to the present, it is the third era. The human race and the foreign race have maintained a great war for hundreds of years, with you and me going back and forth, each winning and losing, but both having a certain amount of peace and quiet. The origins of the ancient martial arts have existed since the Yuan dynasty. Zhen Yan martial arts. This is the origin. But at that time, the martial arts were not systematic, and there weren't too many well-known powerhouses. It wasn't until Li Mingzhi's appearance that the system of martial arts was confirmed, and the progress of martial artists' cultivation was made systematic. That is why Li Myungchul was also called the father of martial arts. He was not only a sage in the martial arts. He was a powerful man who suppressed an era. During his existence, the foreign races no longer dared to invade the human race in the slightest. In the beginning, with his invincibility, he had scared the foreign races and hurt them, letting them know fear. When he existed, it was also the only time when the human race was at peace. After his death, the foreign races made a comeback, even though the human race already had more martial gods.
But there was no one who could suppress an era like him again, guarding the human race in peace for 100 years.
Even now, the 8 martial gods of the Dragon Kingdom survive. But the incursions of the foreign races have never stopped.
No other martial god can be like Lee Myung-chul.
And it is said that the father of martial arts is truly at the limit of the 13th level. It is even possible that half of his foot has already stepped into the 14th level. But there was no official information proving that he was level 14. In the system weight created by Lee Myung-chul himself, it was only level 13. This made Li Mu couldn't help but think of Zhang Sanfeng.
Dramatic changes in heaven and earth. 15 levels is the limit. Could it be that the reason the maximum is now only 13 levels of martial god is because heaven and earth only allows 13 levels? What exactly is the dramatic change in heaven and earth?
Li Mu remembers that in the accompanying book, it seems to have vaguely mentioned this aspect of the content.
Li Mingzi, indeed, was an extraordinary human sage. Li Mu could not deny Li Mingzi's contribution to this world.
However, he knew that the origin of martial arts was never just the first year of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. The history of martial arts was much longer. In the period of time before the Yuan dynasty, the humans of this world prospered. The martial arts flourished. Even though foreign races existed as well. But the human race is still the style of the great race. The tomb of the gods is the best proof. There is a serious problem of historical discontinuity, and some archaeologists are said to have speculated about it, but no substantial evidence has ever been found. Although Li Mu knew that the beginning of martial arts was by no means the year of the first year.
But when answering the questionnaire, he could only answer in this way. Think of the tomb of God, that name after name.
Sooner or later, one day, I will bring history buried by time back to life. Let those sages of the human race be remembered by future generations. Li Mu's heart quietly added another goal.
This lesson was not useless. After class, it was only 4 o'clock. Li Mu has a lot of choices.
He could go straight back to his training, or he could go to an elective class or sit in on another major. But instead, he chose to head to the trial tower. The trial tower, which had been officially opened. Today, the open space outside the trial tower was even more crowded. Underneath that stone monument, many new students were here to look up to the 100 names on top of that monument. Chu University, the place where the true heavenly pride of the Chu-Nan region gathered. Everyone who could enter Chu University was already a top genius in their respective hometowns. And amongst these so many geniuses, only 100 people were qualified to stand out, and only then would their names appear on top of that stone tablet. These 100 people, none of them were amongst the heavenly prides. It was even more of an honor to be on this list. These names, this monument, will all be turned into the greatest motivation for the freshmen to move forward. Li Mu was no longer going to look at the stone monument, thinking that in such a short period of time, there shouldn't be much change. But after just sweeping over it from afar, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. Only the name of the tallest one was visible. First place, Winning Falcon, 164,920 credits. Li Mu remembered it clearly, it was only just over 150,000 when he looked at it a few days ago. And the trial stage was only open today. It went straight up by over 10,000 credits in one day. He either killed a level 6 monster. Either that or he killed 10 level 5. He should only be a level 5 as well. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Thinking about it, but then suddenly relieved. One's own level 4 can beat level 3. Why can't someone else beat level 6 at level 5? Of course, the higher the level, the harder it is to cross over for sure. But only one Winning Falcon has come out of these countless geniuses of Chu University. Last semester, senior year graduation, the Winning Falcon had even been very likely to have been the current number 1 person in Chu University. Other rankings, no changes. But almost all of them are starting to see some growth. But compared to the Winning Falcon's horrifying growth, the little growth of the others was somewhat worthless. Winning Falcon. The name was softly recited in his heart. Li Mu no longer stopped and walked straight toward that pyramid. There was a wide gate at the bottom of the nearly 100-meter-high pyramid. Instead, the door was a hall layout that resembled a modernized way of conducting business. I have to say, the sense of dislocation is really strong. There are more than a dozen windows in the hall, and there are still some people lining up at this hour. Li Mu chose a line with fewer people in it. The efficiency was fast, and the students in front of them all handed their student ID cards into the window, scanned them, and then scanned them in a machine next to them, and then went directly to the deep passage. Soon, it was Li Mu's turn. Chapter 77 Fey Beasts in the Trial Tower and Remarks. Student ID. Behind the counter was a short-haired young girl, looking not too old, with a clean-cut appearance. She should be a student as well. Li Mu handed it over. She took the student ID and scanned it in front of a machine, and information surfaced. She couldn't help but look at Li Mu a few more times. Freshman? Aha! Li Mu nodded. Shu University students, regardless of age, only have one free entry into the trial tower per month, and after the free times are used up, then they need 100 points a time if they want to enter again. Just a friendly reminder, the lowest level monsters in the trial tower are all level 2 monsters, and you may run into quite a few of them at the same time. Although there is no life-threatening danger in the trial tower, if one does not exit in time and is killed in the trial tower, it will also affect the spiritual consciousness of reality. In severe cases, one might have to lie down for a month. And for new students, the opportunity to enter the trial tower is quite rare. If you're not very confident in your own strength, it's better to wait for the practical class to start and go in. Li Mu nodded slightly. Thanks, but I'm confident. Good luck to you then, schoolboy. The young girl behind the counter didn't say anything more and directly returned the student ID to Li Mu. Receiving the student ID, Li Mu nodded and walked towards the passageway on the side. After scanning the iris, the barrier was opened. Li Mu stepped into it. After walking more than 10 meters, the smooth walls transformed into old, large yellow masonry. Soon, an old wooden door came into view. Li Mu reached out and pushed it open. Trial tower detected. Opening trial mode. The light brain on Li Mu's left wrist sounded a voice. Li Mu had known about this and was not surprised. Pushing open the wooden door already represented completely entering the trial tower. The existence of the trial tower was very special, both as an alien space and a special kind of spiritual world. Everything here was sensually indistinguishable from the real one. Moreover, Shuda's special quality light brain had a connection function with the trial tower. Entering the trial tower, the light brain would automatically turn on the auxiliary function. Is a weapon required? No. A light screen appeared directly in front of Li Mu's eyes. Tolerance, 100%. Name Li Mu. Rank, level 4 martial artist. Strength, 26055. Note, the result is based on the human body's chi and blood, heat, and muscle strength, and is not 100% accurate, with an error of between 3% up and down. Attack power, 52021. Note, not 100% accurate, error between 3% up and down. Feats? Editable settings. Martial arts? Editable settings. Looking at this online game-like page, Li Mu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Editable? He raised an eyebrow. Though also the page was somewhat similar to an online game. But it looks quite convenient. If only it worked outside. As for that tolerance, it's something like a blood bar or something. It gets lower when you get attacked, and it's rumored to decrease when you stay longer. Once it goes to 0, it will be forced out. But right now, Li Mu didn't have the time to pay attention to this page. The page was directly put away with a thought. Li Mu directly took big steps towards the interior. Here, there was a wide passageway. Above and below are large yellow blocks of masonry. A candle burned on the walls on both sides, making the passageway not too dark. There were many forks to the left and right of the passage, somewhat similar to a maze. The time scale here is not that different from the outside world. Li Mu also needed to pay attention to the time. He didn't want to miss tomorrow's class. Soon there was a sound of footsteps coming from behind the corner on the left in front of the passage. Li Mu was not surprised but pleased. He directly ran in the direction from which the voice came. As soon as he passed the corner, the guy who made the sound appeared in Li Mu's eyes. It was a dry, thin gray wolf with a mouth full of sharp teeth, but the size of a calf. It was the first time Li Mu had seen a foreign beast so close up. He couldn't help but look twice more. Devil's Tooth Wolf. Grade, Grade 2 Common. Value, 1 credit. Note, the lowest level monsters, if you can't even beat this, get your ass back to training. Before his eyes, information about the gray wolf appeared instantly. It was concise. It's the note that's more or less unsettling. Oh. At the sight of a living person, the Devil's Tooth Wolf immediately let out a hoarse hissing sound, and its dry and thin body suddenly rushed straight over. Taking one step forward, a straight punch came out like an arrow with a full bow. It's as fast as lightning. One punch down. Boom! The Demon Tooth Wolf's head instantly exploded. A small amount of black blood volleyed out, and a few drops landed directly on Li Mu's body. The dry and thin body of the Devil's Tooth Wolf instantly collapsed powerlessly. The light screen popped up again. There was one more entry after the message. Gained from this trip, 1 credit. The blood is also real. Li Mu looked helplessly at the blood staining his chest. At that moment, the corpse of the Devil's Tooth Wolf on the ground dissipated into bits of light. The blood on Li Mu's body just couldn't be gotten rid of. Having no choice, Li Mu continued to move forward. Not long after, another level 2 Devil's Tooth Wolf appeared. Going forward, it was killed with a direct punch. Harvest 1 point again, as well as a few drops of blood. Against this kind of level 2 minion, Li Mu didn't need to bother with any maneuvers at all. Just like what the note said, or if you can't even beat this lowest priced minion, why come to the trial tower and hurry back to cultivate? After resolving the second Devil's Tooth Wolf, Li Mu's pace began to quicken. He was looking for the ladder to enter the second level. The trial tower was divided into several layers.
The first tier monsters are level 2. The second level is level 3. The third level is level 4. The fourth level is level 5. The fifth level is level 6. And Li Mu's goal, of course, was to start at the third level. The fourth layer was also especially not impossible. The monsters on the first and second floors couldn't produce even the slightest trial effect on Li Mu either. Li Mu was too lazy to collect those points. After killing more than a dozen second-level ordinary foreign beasts, Li Mu finally found the ladder leading to the second level. Somewhat out of Li Mu's expectation was. Just walked up to the second level, the front passage 3 yellow ox-sized, tiger-like and leopard-like beasts turned around together, and their bloodthirsty eyes tightly locked onto Li Mu. Tiger striped leopard. Grade 3 common. Strength 6000. Attack power 6000. Ability none. Value 10 credits. Note, level 3 is just a minion, so if you can't beat it, hurry up and reopen it. Don't say you're from Chude when you get out. 3 tiger striped leopards with the same information. Even the notes are identical. As early as the first level, Li Mu realized that all the level 2 exotic beasts also had the same remarks. Which dude had made these remarks to be so malicious? Compared to the second level Fae, there are instead more introductions of strength and attack power. Roar! The 3 tiger striped leopards had taken the initiative to charge up together. Compared to the second level foreign beasts, these third level tiger striped leopards were much too fast. But it made no difference to Li Mu. Several steps were taken one after another, and his body was like a swimming dragon. 3 punches were swung out one after another, and 3 heads exploded one after another. 3 corpses fell. 30 credits scored. Meanwhile, there was more tainted blood. The ladder leading to the third floor wasn't here, so Li Mu began to look deeper into the second floor. Chapter 78 The third floor. If you are enlightened. Third level foreign beasts similarly posed little threat to Li Mu. It was important to know that there were dozens of level 3 martial artists who had died in Li Mu's hands. Not to mention these low-level foreign beasts. After killing a dozen or so third-level alien beasts, he harvested more than 100 credits. Li Mu quickly found another ladder leading to the third level. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped up. Entering the third floor. The scene was still the same, a wide passage of earth-colored color. It's wider. 10 meters out in width and height. Other than that, there wasn't much difference. However, Li Mu keenly sensed that the atmosphere on this floor had quietly become much more condensed. There were guys on this floor who could pose a threat to himself. At that moment, Li Mu's battle intent began to gradually emerge from the depths of his eyes. Killing those foreign beasts on the previous 2 levels could only be considered a warm-up. The real battle had yet to begin. Step forward. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed a change on the page. Tolerance, 99-100. Tolerance is 1% less. Been in for almost half an hour. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. If he calculated the tolerance at 1% less than half an hour, then as soon as he entered the trial tower, he would be able to stay in the trial tower for a maximum of 50 hours. Only the reality shouldn't be that ideal. Injuries, intense battles all affect tolerance. Just glancing at it, Li Mu continued on. Within a few steps, after a corner, he met the first foreign beast of the third floor. Scaled tiger. Level, grade 4 common. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, defense strengthening. Value, 100 credits. Note, being able to meet this guy shows that your kid still has some strength. Don't be a wimp. Directly on. Just do it and be done with it. Li Mu's eyelids jumped. It had nothing to do with the guy's strength, it was purely because of the memo. Roar. In a low roar, this rank 4 scaled tiger had charged straight over. There was an essential difference between a rank 4 and a rank 3. This scaled tiger's body was even larger than a buffalo by 2 circles, and was covered in tiger stripe-colored scales. A single glance at it was already filled with a sense of oppression. His speed was even more incomparable to the second and third levels. A distance of tens of meters, just a blink of an eye, he had rushed to Li Mu's front. The huge tiger's palm swung straight towards Li Mu's head. Boom! A muffled sound. Li Mu's raised right hand directly grabbed the scaled tiger's tiger palm. He took half a step back, but his right arm gripped the tiger's palm as if it were an iron vise and did not move. Finally. Something interesting. Grabbing the tiger's paw, he yanked it back violently. The massive scaled tiger suddenly fell forward with a wave of staggering. Li Mu sidestepped and dodged, and a hook punch instantly hit the scaled tiger's abdomen in an arc in the air. Boom! A depression appeared instantly on the ground where the fist landed. Another punch was thrown, hitting the scaled tiger's head straight on. Boom! This time there was no scene of the head exploding, only slightly sunken. Defense reinforcement? Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The effect of a seemingly bland name was not weak. Moreover, in general, the same level of foreign beasts were far stronger than the defense of a martial artist. Li Mu could kill a level 4 martial artist with one punch, but it was difficult to kill a scaled tiger.
At this moment, the scaled tiger, who had already lost his balance, stabilized his body, stepped on the stone wall, and turned around to pounce towards Li Mu. Li Mu met him with a fist. The backfire was first, and the punch hit the scaled tiger's head straight on. Boom! Airwaves concur. Scaled tiger retreated several steps violently and stumbled. Li Mu did not move at all, but he felt some pain in his fist. This defense reinforcement was indeed extraordinary. But so what? A few steps forward, his right arm pulled back violently. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrow sharply. As the punch was about to be swung, Li Mu's words from Zhang Jinsong suddenly rang in his mind. At the time he handed out this punch, what was his state of mind? And what kind of will does this stance of his contain? If it was Senior Li Wenshu, he swung such a punch, the most basic of the basic 8 styles. Yet the same short-range burst first when bracing the hammer. How was he in his mind? And what kind of will does it contain? Divinity. Li Mu's right arm presented a fist and pulled back, like a bow on a full string, but it was slow to fire. Roar! The scaled tiger, whose shape was completely unsteady and directly fell to the ground, took advantage of this moment to climb up again and hissed as it rushed towards Li Mu. The hissing sound of the forest tiger awakened Li Mu. Divinity, will. No mention of Senior Li Wenshu. I just want to. A fist swung violently. A sharp arrow leaves the string. Boom! Blast! The scaled tiger's head directly exploded. I just want to punch you to death. Li Mu looked calm to complete what he wanted to say. Slowly closing his fist, just glancing at the scaled tiger on the ground that had begun to gradually dissipate, Li Mu took a large step forward. 100 credits arrived. However, it did not cause Li Mu's heart to make any waves. His mind was all in between that punch just now. Vaguely he had come to a realization. Yet it was not so clear. Something is still missing. Suddenly, another bull-shaped level 4 alien beast appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu couldn't help but grin slightly at the corners of his mouth. What's missing is exactly the whetstone. The information panel was no different from the previous one except for the name. It was almost as if it had been carved from the same mold. It also has defense strengthening. He raised his fist again. Senior Li Wenshu, what exactly were you thinking when you swung this fist? Roar! The beast pounced. A fist swings out. Boom! The head explodes. Li Mu didn't look at the foreign beast one more time and continued forward. He was still constantly thinking. What was Senior Li Wenshu thinking when he threw the punch? What kind of will did that punch contain? How did he swing that punch that blew away the 10-winged angel in the first place? Along the way, several foreign beasts appeared one after another. All of them were punched. One punch to settle. Even with defense enhancements it's useless. Li Mu didn't know what Senior Li Wenshu was thinking when he threw that punch. But he knew what he was thinking. He just wanted to punch the guy who appeared in front of him. With just one punch. Without the slightest delay. Maybe. I just need to be clear about how I feel. The clarity in his mind began to gradually open up. But it still fell short. The difference is. Dang. Dang. Heavy footsteps came ahead. Vaguely, the ground trembled slightly, and the fires on the wall swayed. Li Mu stopped in his tracks. He knew that the guy was coming from himself. Dozens of meters away, at the corner of the passage, a big guy strides out. It was at least 3 or 4 meters tall, and under its black fur, its muscles bulged exaggeratedly. A gorilla with a hideous face. And it was holding a huge axe that was over 4 meters long. Wild Scarlet Guard. Grade 4 Special. Strength, 24,000. Attack power, 40,000. Abilities, defense strengthening, attack strengthening. Value, 500 credits. Note, don't be a wimp. Just do it. If you lose your head, it's just a big scar. I'm just kidding. If you run into this guy, you'd better run away. There's no need to be afraid of burning firewood when you're alive. Chapter 79 Chapter 79 The Will Within This Punch. A special foreign beast. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of being surprised, he was pleased. He hadn't stumbled upon any special foreign beasts on the first and second floors, but now he had finally seen one. And it had come in such a timely manner. Roar! With a roar, the wild Scarlet Guard strides forward, his heavy footsteps sounding like war drums. It raised the large axe in its hand and violently fell towards Li Mu with a simple and unadorned, but powerful force splitting Huashan style. A strong wind met his face. Li Mu immediately took a sideways leap. The giant axe fell close to Li Mu's body. Boom! The rubble splattered. The giant axe penetrated deep into the masonry of the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Mu, who had sidestepped to avoid the blow, took a step to close in and directly stepped heavily on top of the back of the axe. Li Mu leapt up and landed an uppercut punch directly on top of the wild Scarlet Guard's large, hideous head. Touch! With the force of a punch, the wild Scarlet Guard's head was thrown back. But that was all. It didn't do much substantial damage. Instead, the back of Li Mu's hand was a bit raw.
This guy's defense was at least a few more levels stronger than that of an unusual level 4 Fey beast. The next moment there was a giant hand grabbing at Li Mu. Being in the air, there was no place to use his strength to dodge, but Li Mu did not prepare to dodge. He just sidestepped his body, and with a brace of hammers, he met the giant hand of the wild Scarlet Guard directly. Boom! A punch landed between its palms, instantly sending them flying. In terms of strength, Li Mu didn't have a big advantage, but there was a clear gap in attack power. The huge axe set into the ground trembled slightly as the wild Scarlet Guard tried to pull it out. At this moment, Li Mu fell heavily and stepped hard on the back of the axe. At once, the giant axe was set into the masonry for another 3 points. Li Mu didn't even have a weapon himself, how could he still make it have one? Stepping on the axe body grip, between one step, Li Mu approached again. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrow sharply. Brace the hammer. Used too many moves. Li Mu, however, loved to use the first, most basic stance of this 8 extreme fist basic 8 stances more and more. At the same time, it was also the punch with the strongest short-range explosive power. It doesn't have as many twists and turns, not as many variations. Only the most direct, the simplest, and at the same time the purest outburst. If a thunderous outburst. I have clarified what I want under this punch. Boom! Boom! The hideous head, which was several times larger than a faceplate, shattered with a loud bang. It turned into countless broken pieces that splattered in all directions. Li Mu landed smoothly, as peaceful as a mountain. His expression was calm and his eyes were hot. The flames in them were monstrous. At this moment, he finally realized. He still didn't know exactly what that senior Li Wenshu felt when he threw his punch. But at this moment, he knew. What is the divine rhythm? I know my own exact thoughts. What I want is that under one punch, there will be no more enemies. The heart of invincibility burned madly at this moment. Invincible intent gushed out. Even though he hadn't tested it, Li Mu was certain. The battle power of the punch he had just thrown had definitely surpassed 60,000. That was a punch that far exceeded the limit of one's usual combat power. That was a punch that possessed the divine flavor. This is the essence of ancient martial arts. Without this divine punch, it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat the wild Scarlet Guard. Although Li Mu was stronger in terms of strength and battle power on the attribute panel. But the wild Scarlet Guard had 2 abilities. And with this terrifying size, it was not impossible for a weaker level 5 martial artist to be directly split in half. Who? Li Mu slowly exhaled and stepped forward. His momentum was spreading madly down the passage. The invincible momentum disturbed many foreign beasts. Oh! Behind each corner, there were hissing sounds coming from near and far. He stopped in his tracks. For it was clear to him that there was no need for him to actively look for it any longer. Come, become the cornerstone of my martial arts path. In just a few moments of effort, more than a dozen foreign beasts converged into this passageway from behind various corners. Black-maned wolf. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, defense strengthening. Value, 100 credits. Note, these guys are a gang. The wolf is coming. Run fast. In the distance, there are more black-maned wolves converging towards here. These black-maned wolves were each the size of a calf, with exuberant hair that looked like steel needles. Ouch! A hissing sound mingled together, noisy and horrifying. One black-maned wolf after another rushed in. Snap! Li Mu took a heavy step forward. His body leaned forward, and the next moment his body was launched like a discharged cannonball. In an instant, he had already fallen into the wolves. Boom! Boom! Ow! All that could be heard was a crunch mingled with a hiss. Only a blurry silhouette was seen flashing through the wolves. Then there was already a flurry of people. A black-maned wolf was sent flying, its head shattered, and its mutilated corpse fell helplessly. As one black-maned wolf died, another one came to join the battlefield. Li Mu was deeply surrounded, but he didn't look the least bit disheveled. Between his eyes, the battle intent burned more and more violently. The blood boiling was already as hot as magma. It was also like a great river rushing through the veins. The chi was like a hong, growing more and more exuberant. I don't know how long has passed. Li Mu also didn't know how many black-maned wolves he had killed. It wasn't easy to tell as the bodies of these guys would dissipate when they died. All he could feel was that his body was getting heavier and his muscles were starting to ache. Bruise after bruise on his body, scaly and bathed in blood, some of his own, but more of the wolf's blood. A single level 4 Fey beast was nothing to Li Mu. However, when faced with too many rank 4 alien beasts surrounding him, Li Mu could hardly manage to keep everything out of the way. Injuries were inevitable. His body was already going to be overwhelmed, but Li Mu's fighting spirit was growing stronger. One punch. A black-maned wolf's head exploded. The body fell down. Li Mu's stern sight swept around. Yet it was already empty. The black-maned wolves had been killed. Who? Li Mu gently exhaled. Compared to martial artists, these foreign beasts were harder to fight.
Although the fighting style might be a bit more rigid than that of a martial artist, the key issue was resistance to punching.
The defense was strong.
Even an ordinary level 4 Fey beast Li Mu would have to go all out with his punches in order to kill it. It even had to use 12% of its strength.
Rest and fight again.
Suddenly, Li Mu noticed his tolerance level.
Degree of tolerance, 1/100. The tolerance level is for the mental consideration of the trainee.
Zeroing is not a true limit, but it is a safe range.
So, zeroing would be forced out.
This battle has yielded quite a lot. The light in Li Mu's eyes remained the same, only more introspective. Taking a look at his panel, Li Mu was suddenly slightly stunned.
Harvest from this trip, 3,826 credits.
So it looks like I'm afraid I've killed about 30 normal level 4 alien beasts, plus one special level 4 alien beast.
During the battle, Li Mu's entire focus was only on his opponents, so naturally he wouldn't pay attention to these minutiae.
He really didn't expect that the credits he harvested this time were actually so many. One had to know that the 100th student on the trial tower rankings only had more than 20,000 points. At this rate of progress, perhaps after entering a 10th time they would be able to ascend to the top 100 of the rankings.
Chapter 80 only. Phantom Slayer.
However, a fight like this is still a bit short of fire. Against opponents weaker than oneself, although the points were good to take, it could also serve as a certain sharpening effect.
But ultimately, it's still missing one of the most important things. Threat.
Li Mu couldn't feel much of a threat to his life. It was only the Wild Scarlet Guard that was really posing some threat to Li Mu. Unfortunately, the Wild Scarlet Guard seemed to be very rare, and he actually only met that one. If only the 3rd floor was just like that. Li Mu would have to consider whether or not to go straight to the 4th floor next time. Even though the credits that might be harvested would become less, it wouldn't matter. What he craved more was a powerful opponent, one that could bring him the threat of death.
Shaking his head, Li Mu chose to withdraw.
At that moment, Li Mu's figure flickered slightly.
And just at the moment when Li Mu's figure was about to disappear,
a figure stepped into this passageway. Li Mu didn't see its figure, but he saw that attribute panel.
Phantom Killer. Grade, level 4 unique. Strength, 30,000. Attack power, 60,000.
Abilities, defense enhancement, strength enhancement, attack enhancement, speed enhancement, combat instincts.
Value, 999 credits, special certificate of honor. Note, if you're a level 4, just stick your neck out and wait to die. If you're an ordinary level 5, run.
Chuda's 5th level was defeated by a 4th level. He couldn't afford to lose this person. If any level 4 can beat this guy to death, I'll give it to him. I'll frame him and hang him on the wall.
Moment.
Li Mu's eyes emitted unrivaled battle intent. Such an attribute panel was luxurious. Especially the word unique was even more remarkable.
Level 4, 30,000 kilograms of strength, this is already the limit.
If it's a martial artist, it's an extreme martial artist. There were actually extreme martial artist level monsters in the trial tower.
That special certificate of honor in the rewards was even unheard of. That note, even more interesting. Unfortunately, Li Mac has dropped out. His eyes went black, and when he opened them again, he was already in the middle of a bright room. Not where it came in. As soon as he appeared, the discomfort of the injuries on Li Mu's body instantly and completely disappeared, including the stains on his clothes.
Li Mu himself did not experience any discomfort. After a routine and simple inspection to make sure there were no hidden dangers, Li Mu simply left. The outside world was already dark.
It's been hours since we went in. Went to the cafeteria first. Afterward, Li Mu didn't rush home, but headed to the school's points exchange office.
After entering the trial tower once, it could be said that Li Mu's family was instantly enriched. Then it was also time to exchange some cultivation resources and level up as soon as possible. Returning to the dormitory with a large bag of things.
Chitonic powder, 32 points. Tangfei San, 172 points. Forging body cream, 216 points. Skeleton pill, 301 points. Pulse clearing powder, 299 points. Lemuel made record after record.
These were all prescriptions from the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. These points are also not points for exchanging medicines.
Chudi also didn't have these medicines at all.
What Li Mu recorded were the points for the materials needed to exchange these medicines. It should be said that the redemption rate of points was really high. If one were to buy medicinal herbs outside, the chi replenishing scatter would have to start at hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair. There are a lot of prescriptions in the Chinese medicine formulas chapter of the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, for those that were suitable for the cultivation of a 4th level martial artist, and that also had to be able to get the ingredients together at Chu University, Li Mu had only found 5. In addition to the materials for these 5 medicinal formulas, Li Mu also redeemed a copy of this world's traditional level 4 cultivation resources as well. This time, more than 6,000 points directly lost most of them. But it was worth it.
Whether it's making money or earning points, there's only one fundamental purpose: getting stronger. Aid yourself in getting stronger and buy resources that will make you stronger. It also takes time to mix these 5 prescriptions. Li Mu was also unwilling to delay tomorrow's classes, plus the battle at the trial tower today. Although there was no substantial damage, he was somewhat mentally exhausted. So after inventorying the herbs and doing the basic categorization work, Li Mu went straight to sleep. Didn't even contemplate the turtle and snake diagram. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These past few days, Li Mu had lived a particularly fulfilling life. Classes during the day and cultivation at night. In these few days, Li Mu also finally dispensed all those herbs from his residence into medicines. Today was the day that Li Mu was going to test the gap between these medicinal formulas and traditional cultivation resources. In fact, Li Mu had already tried it once before in S City. The nutrient solution was not as cost-effective as a self-formulated prescription. However, the cultivation resources Chu De had weren't just nutrient solutions. Other cultivation resources, especially the ones that ranked ahead and had the highest number of people redeeming them, could sell so well in Chu University, so there might be something special about them. First, a rank 4 Dragon Tiger Dan went down. This was one of Chu Da's highest-rated generalized cultivation resources. It was also a type of elixir that had the highest number of redeemers, the highest quantity, and the most favorable reviews. The powerful medicinal effect immediately spread out as the elixir was lowered into the abdomen. Even with the strength of Li Mu's body, he felt some obvious stimulation. Vaguely, the sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's whine rang out. The medicinal effect if transformed into a pale dragon swimming between the muscles. And like a tiger running wild in the blood. Worthy of being Chu University's #1 ranked cultivation elixir. Li Mu instantly brightened slightly. At this rate of progress, it would take an ordinary person at least a few days to digest the medicinal effects of this dragon tiger pill. Moreover, digesting it in the unusual way would easily cause the medicinal effect to remain, as well as create resistance. However, Li Mu was different. The devouring heaven and devouring earth is in operation. At once, the powerful medicinal effect was immediately driven and directly transformed into pure energy into the blood and flesh. A moment later, Li Mu opened his eyes. There seemed to be electric flashes in his eyes. As soon as he clenched his fist, there was an explosion of qi in his palm. Not bad progress. After pausing for a moment, he began to continue swallowing the rest of the medicines. Qi replenishing powder, Tang Fei powder, body forging paste, bone wrecking pill, pulse opening powder. No, it can't be counted purely by the degree of energy transformation. Each medicine has a different focus. In addition to energy, there are special effects on the body. Perhaps it's best to use them in conjunction. Li Mu turned on his light brain. Self panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, Grade 4. Strength, 28,103. Attack power, 56179. Technique, the 2-yard pile, counting breaths technique. Martial arts. Hammer propping gradual improvement. Bucking the dragon out of the blue. Tiger a masterpiece. Mountain splitting palm to enter the palace. Horse palm. Tiger's embrace. Bear crouch. Crane push denjiki. This panel was a function that Li Mu had figured out after exploring the trial tower a few times. If you could have a self-information panel inside the trial tower, you could naturally have one outside as well. Other than the data in the front, the feats and martial arts in the back were all edited by Li Mu himself. Although it was reasonable to say that a light brain's personal information would never be leaked. But to be cautious, Li Mu still only edited a few less important techniques, martial arts. Among them, the 8 extreme fist basic 8 styles. Li Mu had all reached an extremely profound realm. Martial arts stances are categorized according to the degree of their application. Beginner, slightly successful, ascendant, out of the box, gradual improvement. Chapter 81, gradually entering a better realm. Avatar conception. Any kind of stance that could reach the level of ascent was already particularly extraordinary. Normally it would take at least the rank of a general to reach it. It's also basic for attacking over one's own battle power. And the realm of Exodus is usually only comprehended by top martial arts generals. Once comprehended, the moves will gradually come to life. It can be 1.5 to 2 times more powerful. And the gradual improvement would be unbeatable. It's the knockout turn of the martial king. It involves about the true meaning of the stance, the comprehension between the divine rhythms, and it is no longer just about generating power. It's more like melting the mind into the stance. That is to say, the essence of ancient martial arts is only the divine charm. Li Mu has only reached this realm with the hammer style. Come to the training room. In front of the strength tester. Grab the bar and raise it slowly. 28,218. 28,218 pounds. That was the exact strength value. Less than 2,000 from the limit. Li Mu's eyes were on fire. Regarding strength and attack power, the light brain could be tested, but it wasn't particularly accurate. Li Mu called up the light brain edit page and changed his strength value to 28218.
Frequently adjusting the correct and accurate value would cause the light brain's calculation ability to draw on more, and the results of future tests would be closer and closer to the accurate value. In front of the attack power tester. Slightly brewed. A fist is delivered. Boom! 58,391. The deviation in attack power is even greater. However, Li Mu knew that this was by no means his limit. Attacking power, it was more dependent on clinical play. This punch is just a punch in its usual state. If he were to enter his state and fuse his true intent, his combat power would skyrocket quite a bit more. There was still a huge gap between throwing punches normally and actual combat after all. Li Mu was originally a real combatant. In actual combat, it was easy to get into a state of mind and comprehend the divine rhythm under the strain of the whole body and mind, causing the attack power to skyrocket. For example, the punch that killed the wild Scarlet Guard in seconds. That definitely had a value of 60,000 to 70,000 or more. Maybe even much more than that. But by then the exact power of the attack was no longer verifiable. At this time, Li Mu still recorded the current data on the light brain. It was considered the attack power of the usual state, but it was about the same. After debugging the light brain, it was already late at night. Li Mu came to the third floor and admired the night color. And it wasn't just propping up the hammer that was getting better, his martial arts were no different. In this stable and huge platform of Chu University, his martial arts Tao was firmly striding forward and getting better. In the darkness of the night. There were no lights on, but they were clearly visible. He brushed at his forehead. This is? That avatar that was in the midst of conception had awakened. Far earlier than the martial king realm that Li Mu thought at the very beginning. Li Mu's perspective became broader and clearer all of a sudden. It was like an extra eye. A third eye? His hand did not touch anything foreign between his eyebrows. But it felt. A few simple black mysterious lines vaguely formed a pattern in the mold of a vertical eye. Heavenly eye. In an instant, Li Mu had realized this divine ability. Heaven's eye divine ability. In the eye of heaven. His vision was wider, his sight was stronger, and he could see more clearly. Yet it wasn't just that. The breeze whipped by. The turquoise branches sway in the wind. Vaguely, Li Mu seemed to see wind. A formless, colorless, textureless wind. But it was seen by Li Mu. He saw the trajectory of the wind, saw the wind pushing and shoving the branches of those counted trees. Even those branches, leaves, and the points of force clearly appeared in Li Mu's line of sight. He saw the summer cicada on the tree in the night wind. Its body was already decaying. It was all gray dots. That seems to be under subconscious concentration. Li Mu saw something deeper. He saw through the exoskeleton of that summer cicada. The veins, the blood in the veins. Even the internal organs? Everything, all of it, was revealing a sense of impending doom. It's going to die. It's a summer cicada, and it's late summer. Its time is coming to an end. Li Mu's eyes had closed. The only thing that was emanating a shimmering light was the eye pattern formed by the mysterious lines between his eyebrows. He seemed to be seeing something deeper. Vaguely. Among the trees is the wheel of the year, its life. Green, gray. Life and death. Prosperity and decay. And go deeper, much deeper, that underneath is the essence of what lies beneath life and death. Wind, it's invisible. But it is real. Influencing the visible with the invisible. The power of the invisible. The existence, between heaven and earth, of an invisible force which affects everything between heaven and earth. What on earth is this? Li Mu closed his eyes and murmured softly. That invisible force between heaven and earth that affected everything in the world, what exactly was it? Wind? No. The wind is just the tiniest part of it. It seems to be at the root of everything. It's like looking through a tube and finding nothing. Roots, and essence. The essence of wind. The nature of trees. Even the essence of life. Invisible forces. Their roots. Li Mu violently opened his eyes. There was a refined aura flashing in his eyes. It was like a thunderbolt between the darkness of the night, exploding out of nowhere and dissipating in an instant. Between his eyebrows, the mysterious lines gradually faded away until they completely disappeared. There was no longer the slightest difference, nor was there any difference from before. A very special avatar. Heaven's eye, or God's eye. It serves a purpose that is quite extraordinary. By no means is it tight to see farther, wider, and clearer. The true ability is to see through all illusions. To see straight to the essence and root of things. Only. Perhaps it was because the Heaven's Eye avatar was birthed in advance. Li Mu's ability to utilize his direct vision of the origin was still very reluctant. Even if he could see something, it was still somewhat half understood. Even Li Mu himself wasn't sure what the essence and root were. But this was enough to bring Li Mu a deep realization. In addition to that, there are some abilities. Many more. This is not an avatar that is completely devoid of offensive power. But The attack ability contained in this cannot yet be utilized. It has not yet been birthed and matured.
But it's enough.
In terms of the abilities he currently possessed, it wasn't to say how strong or perverse they were, but they were practical enough. More so, it fit in immensely with the abilities that Li Mu currently possessed.
Everything has been getting better.
Li Mu looked serene, only his eyes glittered. Sitting on his knees, the turtle and snake phase emerged in his mind. The great tortoise lay still, and the spirit snake moved well.
One moves and the other is still. One yin and one yang. With a new realization, Li Mu silently observed. Breathing steadily, his demeanor was serene.
The counting breath technique had long since been thoroughly integrated into everything about Li Mu's weekdays. Although it was a very basic breathing technique, its effect and role was absolutely not to be ignored. The devouring heaven and devouring earth also gradually began to operate,
sucking in the aura of heaven and earth to quench his body.
Although the efficiency is not high, this aura of heaven and earth is different from others. More than that, it was an effect similar to washing the body.
What's more, the path of martial arts is only one of perseverance. Chapter 82 The Fundamentals of School. Practical Combat Lessons.
This freshman class has a total of over 14,000 students, and the enrollment rate has increased by 7 out of 10 percentage points compared to previous years.
Inside the principal's office, Luo Chailin, the director of the enrollment office, was reporting to Dong Shanchuan. Dong Shanchuan laughed softly. Yes, it's getting more and more every year, thriving.
Luo Sherlin carefully worded, Principal, isn't it necessary to increase the difficulty of enrollment in our Chu University?
Dong Shanchuan instantly changed his face and grunted coldly. Are you thinking that you're making it too easy as the director of the enrollment office?
Luo Sherlin hurriedly explained, Principal, I don't mean that, it's just.
I understand what you're thinking. That's what a lot of people think, that things are rare.
They all think that with Chuda's facade ranking, it's okay to accept a few hundred people a year, or even just a few dozen, a few will do. Every one of them is a supreme genius, every one of them graduates as a top martial general, and every one of them will achieve martial king and martial saint in the future.
How nice is that to say? Isn't it?
Dong Shanchuan's voice grew lower, suppressing some anger.
Luo Chailin tried to explain.
Dong Shanchuan, however, directly interrupted and chopped his head off.
If the trainees are all geniuses, then what do we need teachers for? What do we need a school for? What's a school for? To preach and teach.
Geniuses, all they need is a platform. We at Chu University can provide such a platform, and we are also supposed to be.
But our foundation is a school. Making geniuses into powerhouses is nothing.
The only thing is for all the scholars to be like dragons. That's the role we should fulfill.
If not for the conditions, I would even want all aspirants to be able to join Chu University. To be able to give more people a chance. That's what the school is all about.
Dong Shanchuan's voice weakened a bit, and he suddenly waved his hand with some disinterest. Tell us the situation, then retire.
Yes.
Roshlin hurriedly nodded his head. There are a total of 14,371 people, of which 14,257 are from the Martial Academy. Of these, there were none who had not been enrolled in the grade before enrollment.
1,327 cadets in the first grade prior to enrollment. 12,926 cadets in pre-entry level 2. 3 cadets in the first 3 levels of enrollment. Cadets in the first 4 levels of enrollment, 1. It is also the second cadet since the founding of Chu University to have level 4 upon enrollment.
The second, Dong Shanchuan said with a look of remembrance on his face. Immediately, he waved his hand, go.
Yes. Roshlin saluted and retreated. It was not long. Invisible chi surged through the office.
If the wind and clouds change,
it seems to be between lightning and thunder, and between a calm.
A silhouette emerged vaguely.
Master Dong, your ambitions are too ambitious.
A serene and ethereal voice rang out.
It's just a delusion. Dong Shanchuan smiled to himself. Master Dong doesn't have to be delusional, who knows what will happen in the future. Dong Shanchuan shook his head helplessly and smiled. You noticed, didn't you?
The only 4th level, it's hard not to notice, and last time, Master Dong, you looked for me for him as well.
4th level, can't mean everything.
In the past, the tone-deaf, big-hearted Dong Shanchuan was expressionless.
Master Dong, it's in the past, I won't let that happen again.
Whether he is or not.
10 o'clock in the morning. Big playground number 3.
4th day of official classes. Today is also the day to kick off the actual class. Chu University and several large playgrounds can be called a large playground naturally occupies a vast, a glance, such as a huge martial arts field. Ground, paved with green stone.
Neat, meritorious. Today it was one class at a time, divided into small squares, standing neatly in the middle of the playground. Li Mu stood quietly, and to his left and right were some completely unknown classmates.
Instead, there was a guy in front of him that Li Mu had an impression of. The guy he saved on the train. In fact, Li Mu noticed it in the first class when he was called on to answer a question. But the guy was all over himself. Now too, with his head buried deep in fear of being recognized by anyone. Only, more or less clumsily. Since people avoided themselves, Li Mu naturally wouldn't come over and just pretend he didn't see it.
Not much time.
A stout man in an undershirt came before a square of students.
My name is Hao Gang.
Your instructor for today's practical combat class.
An ironic momentum spread out. Like a wave, it swept towards the student square.
Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, such a momentum.
Somewhat unlike an unusual teacher.
5th level martial artist.
This is a rank 5 martial artist.
Actual combat, as the name suggests, actual combat, and in the end, it's also the word battle. Those who have experience in actual combat, life and death combat experience step forward. Hao Gang's voice was as loud as a bell, as if a fierce beast was roaring. His voice was horrifying.
Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu took a step out.
Immediately, several more people, one after another, stepped out. With a group of around 100 people, more than 10 people stepped forward. Hao Gang's stern gaze swept over the more than 10 people, including Li Mu. Those who have killed people, take another step forward.
He spoke again. Li Mu stepped forward again. Among the remaining few, 2 more people stepped forward with some hesitation.
Li Mu, Zhang Xiaohao, Yu Tianhe.
Hao Gang read out the 3 people's names. Li Mu couldn't help but subconsciously glance at Zhang Xiaohao. Both came out of S City. Moreover, Li Mu had not heard much about this person's name. He is the top student of the S City College entrance examination and a legend in S City.
Before this, Li Mu had never really thought that this was Zhang Xiaohao. Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly turned his head sideways, not wanting Li Mu to recognize him. At least a little bit of self-deception effect.
Yu Tianhe is also in class 14. A voice suddenly rang out from the students in the back. Jianxian, you know Yu Tianhe?
A girl next to her asked to the girl who had just raised her voice. Of course I know him, he's the top student of our Huayan City's college entrance exam. It's said that he's not far from the 3rd level. I'm afraid he already has more than 3,500 pounds of strength. Luo Chanxian, who was also from Huayan City with Yu Tianhe, looked like she was proud of him. And he comes from the Yu family. That's one of the top big families in Huayan City. He's not like those second graders who take pills and pile on the pills. It's said that he started fighting death row inmates at the age of 15. He has a lot of combat experience. It's said that more than a handful of level 2 martial artists have died at his hands. So powerful, worthy of being Chu Dai. The little girl next to him suddenly seriously sprouted little stars and looked at Yu Tianhe with considerable admiration. The rest of the people couldn't help but flash some color in their eyes when they looked at Yu Tianhe. Although most of these students were already at the 2nd level, not many of them had reached 3,000 kilograms of strength. Above 3,000 kilograms, the more they wanted to progress, the harder it would be. They were all martial artists and naturally knew the difficulty. You should know that the limit of the 2nd level is only 4 kilograms. Do you recognize the other 2? No, but isn't that guy the one who got questioned 2 days ago with a bandage?
There were some muted murmurs in the crowd. Chapter 83. What should be in the eyes of a martial artist?
Hao Gang glanced at the crowd, and without reprimanding, he directly said, everyone else, those who have systematically learned combat moves and those who haven't, are divided into 2 parts. The actual combat class is divided into several steps: mastering the moves, finding the right moves for you, training to familiarize yourself with them, and then actually applying them in real combat. You have arrived at different levels, so you cannot train on a generalized scale. I need to know your strengths before I make separate plans for different practical battles.
Yu Tianhe, Zhang Xiaohao, you guys team up against Li Mu. Li Xiao versus He Qi.
Zhang Yunhe versus
Ha? Zhang Xiaohao was stunned, letting himself go and fight Li Mu?
This was asking himself to rush to his death.
A class of 100 or so people.
There were dozens of special trains leading to Chunan City, and on average there might be 2 or 3 students in each class on the 7th special train.
And the 14th class.
If there were no surprises, it would be Li Mu and Zhang Xiaohao. The others didn't know Li Mu's terror, but Zhang Xiaohao knew it in his heart. That was a ruthless character who could blow up a ghost-faced man with 1 punch.
He doesn't want to be knocked out with 1 punch.
He weakly opened his mouth. Teacher.
That, how about? Hao Gang said in a deep voice, is there a problem?
Although he may indeed be a little more powerful than you guys, but it's just a sparring match.
Do you even have the courage to make a move?
No, I'm just... Zhang Xiaohao tried to explain. His heart was roaring.
A little? Are you kidding me, teacher? Do you want to see what you're talking about?
This is a character who killed a level 5 martial artist with a heart-on. What the hell is this? At this time, Yu Tianhe on the side was glancing at him with disdain. What kind of martial artist is he if he doesn't even have the courage to make a move? Zhang Xiaohao had wanted to talk about Li Mu's horrible battle record. To be reasonable, as a martial artist, he was courageous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up to the ghost-faced man head-on the train in the first place.
But it's not like the situation is the same now as it was then. One is a cut and one is a life and death crisis. If a cut and dried is punched and burst, genuinely die a little bit wrong. Even if you are not beaten by a punch, it is also very embarrassing to be killed by a move in seconds, right?
I'm afraid I'll lose my right to choose a spouse for the next 4 years.
But now, because of Yu Tianhe's eyes, Zhang Xiaohao held back. Fine, if you want to die, go ahead. Level 2. Li Mu could clearly perceive their levels. He really couldn't muster up some interest in such a battle. But since it was arranged by the teacher, it was better to cooperate. 3 people, in groups of 2, occupied one side, and Li Mu stood alone on one side. Li Mu, pay attention, don't hit hard.
How Gang purposely instructed, he seemed to know something about Li Mu's strength.
Well, I'll pay attention. Li Mu nodded slightly. You're a 3rd level martial artist? Yu Tianhe's expression instantly became several points heavier. No. Li Mu calmly spat out 2 words. Then I don't need you to be merciful.
Yu Tian had directly rushed forward with quick steps and delivered a straight fist test, the wind of the fist whistling.
Snap.
With a crunching sound, Li Mu's right hand lifted up at some point and was already grabbing Yu Tianhe's wrist.
SH.
Yu Tianhe was instantly startled, only to feel that his wrist seemed to be clamped by iron pincers, a burst of raw pain, and it was also difficult to struggle the slightest bit. It's too slow, leaving too much excess force will bind you instead.
A calm voice rang out. Yu Tianhe subconsciously raised his head.
The pair of deep eyes just happened to be reflected in his own eyes.
What a pair of eyes they were. If the abyss is like the river and the sea, it is unfathomable. Tranquil, yet seems to harbor endless waves. The wrist was loosened.
There was no further injury other than the raw pain in his wrist.
But Yu Tianhe had completely lost the courage to strike.
It wasn't the huge force in his hand, but the look in his eyes.
Eyes that seemed calm, yet seemed to contain the wild waves of an angry sea.
He didn't dare to strike again, he was afraid that he would invoke that sea of rage, the sea of rage that could easily devour him. Yu Tianhe took a few steps back haphazardly, no longer having the slightest intention to fight in his eyes. There was only deep panic. This was nothing like the battles he had experienced. When he fought against those death row inmates, he was the one with crushing strength. But now, he himself became the party that was crushed.
Ahem.
Zhang Xiaohao stifled his laughter. When he saw Li Mu looking over, he hurriedly raised his hands high. It didn't look like he was going to make a move in the slightest. Even his mind was made up. If the teacher forced him to strike again, he would simply fall to the ground and convulse. Li Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little disappointed, really a little disappointed. It wasn't the strength that disappointed him. Rather, it was the mindset. Even though they were weaker, they shouldn't lose their heart of battle so easily even against a strong enemy. A martial artist is supposed to rise to the occasion. If they are afraid, what kind of martial artist is that? How is this possible? Luo Chanxian looked at this scene incredulously. As one of Yu Tianhe's admirers, she didn't want to believe that Yu Tianhe had lost just like that no matter what. But at this time, Yu Tianhe's state is obviously no longer the slightest heart to fight, the intention to fight, and even in the eyes actually have some fear. How is this possible? Luo Chanxian even some do not want to believe their own eyes. There's nothing impossible. This is Chu University. The gathering place of countless true heavenly prides, demons. An inch-headed boy said with fiery eyes. Which one of us wasn't a genius in our respective hometowns? But here, in Chu University, we are just the most ordinary members. And in this, there will always be some true heavenly pride and demons. Even in Chu University, he can still blossom with the bright luster that belongs to him. Li Mu saw the boy's eyes. There was yearning and wariness in the fire. He was only a first class, the only first class in this class. However, Li Mu saw in his eyes the true implication of what a martial artist should be. Li Mu gave him a slight nod in greeting. This kid. How Gang couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The most obvious implication in his eyes was dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with Yu Tianhe and Zhang Xiaohao. One was scared out of his wits in a single move, and the other didn't even dare to make a move at all. You can't beat them, but you can't even dare to fight. This was Hao Gang's philosophy. But on the other hand, Li Mu's performance didn't stop him from being secretly shocked. It wasn't the strength. In fact, at low levels, strength is never the most important thing. This was because at low levels, there were not a lot of ways for some big clans, big powers, to raise their levels. What really surprised Hao Gang was Li Mu's temperament. Although the aura does not leak out, but vaguely there is a kind of mountain-like calmness, like the ocean-like depths of the bottomless. This kind of temperament, Hao Gang only in some older top generals, or generals above the big man has seen. But now, a teenager could have this kind of aura on him? Hao Gang also couldn't help but slightly doubt himself. After pondering for a moment, he told the others to stay put. Then he walked directly towards the student squares of the other classes. Chapter 84 Chapter 80 for the Bai family. Su. Not much longer. Hao Gang came back. Li Mu, come with me.
Yes.
As Hao Gang walked to the center of the square. There were already 3 teachers like Hao Gang, who had a strong body and wore undershirts, waiting here. Beside them, there was also a student respectively. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a similar aura on these teachers.
Iron-blooded wariness. The military?
Since their respective classes can't find any suitable opponents, let's let them come and try.
Hao Gang grinned. Not a bad idea.
The other Hanyu also nodded and smiled.
Oh? Li Mu somewhat understood.
In a freshman class of more than 10,000 people, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be ordinary characters.
It seems that there are still some noteworthy characters.
Like the 3 students behind the other 3 teachers. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly scanned over the 3.
2 men and 1 woman.
One teenager was slender and the other was a small fat man. The only girl, only about 1 meter 6, was somewhat childlike, with a standard long braid, looking delicate and cute. But she is wearing a loose white practice clothes. Eyes are also all with her appearance does not match the stern and determined. 3rd level martial artist. All 3 are 3rd level martial artists. At the same time that Li Mu was sizing up the 3, they were also sizing him up. Among them, the slender young man and the young girl both had their eyes narrowed slightly and looked grave.
They couldn't see Li Mu's rank.
However, the vague wisps of sharpness coming out from that mountain like heavy momentum were enough to make their hearts tremble. On the contrary, that somewhat chubby teenager, although also looking at Li Mu.
Yet it seemed to feel nothing. Just a somewhat kind smile. Li Mu also couldn't feel the slightest bit of threat in his body.
He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly.
3 against 1. It's decided.
At this time, Hao Gang's side also communicated well with the other 3 teachers. 10 minutes of preparation time, the other students are ready to watch the battle.
Hao Gang roared in a neutral voice. Not much longer.
In the center was an open space tens of meters in diameter. On one side, there was a teenager with a slim figure and deep eyes standing quietly in place. On the other side, there are 3 people, 2 teenagers, 1 tall, 1 fat, a childish girl with stern eyes. Surrounded by, is each direction is neatly stood one after another class of students square.
In front of the square is one teacher after another.
As usual, wearing an undershirt, a strong body, a calm and ironic temperament spread. The military, the so-called practical teacher, was originally a role similar to that of an instructor.
Confrontation, with a pair of 3.
One side is as calm as the earth. The other side of the 2 lines of sight like fire like electricity, the air is almost to have lightning flashes.
Bai Ling. Of the Bai family.
There were some murmurs in the student square. Those practical teachers will not care, just silent war straight, like a statue. That's Bai Xiu's sister. It's said that she's practicing the 72 cloud hands created by the Bai family's martial saint. Speaking of the 72 styles of cloud hand, it is said that Bai Xiu's cloud hand has long been perfected, and that he once fought more than a dozen level 5 foreign beasts alone, and used only 13 styles of cloud hand to kill all of the foreign beasts. I don't know how Bai Ling compares to her brother, and how far her cloud hand has gotten. It's likely no worse than her brother. I heard that when Bai Xiu enrolled in school, he was a 3rd level martial artist with 8,800 pounds of strength. And Bai Ling, there are rumors that her talent is even vaguely stronger than his brother's back then, and I don't know if it's true or not. The Bai family is really something. There are talented people coming out from generation to generation. Perhaps in a few decades, the Bai Xiu Bai Ling siblings will again be the 2 pillars of my Chunan region. Bai Ling is great, but have you guys forgotten about Su Mo1? He's most likely the number 1 in our class. Su?
Haven't heard much about it
Heh, not seen it. The Bai family in Chunan City is very powerful.
But in the last 100 years ago, Su can also not weak.
That's right, I also remember. Back then, before the rise of the Heavenly Sage, the Bai clan was very strong, but the number 1 powerhouse in the Chunan region was Su Chongji.
That's right, I've also heard my grandfather talk about it.
Su Heavy Barrier.
Su Martial Saint.
A peak 12th grade martial saint. That's the guardian god of the older generation of our Chunan region. I've heard of martial saint Su's reputation. He has guarded our Chunan region for nearly 100 years.
That's right.
Unfortunately, I don't know why, but Su Wuxing suddenly disappeared. My Chunan region has lost its patron saint, and in just a short period of time, Shilian City, Morden City, 6 cities have fallen, 6 cities fell.
As soon as my Chunan's sorrow,
Su Wuxing disappeared, the Su clan began to fall. At first, the Su clan and the Bai clan each occupied half of Chunan City, and it was from the moment Su Wuxing disappeared that the Bai clan momentarily gained popularity in Chunan City over the decades, completely laying the foundation for becoming the number 1 clan in Chunan.
Until the later rise of the Heavenly Sage. Now why are you guys suddenly talking about that Su clan? Haven't you not heard much about them in Chunan all these years?
Su Mo Yen.
Su. Did. That's right. Su Moyan is the Su clan's heir. According to the trainees, Su Moyan should be the direct lineage of Su Wuxing's heavy grandson.
Su's fallen over the years, but at least a thin camel is bigger than a horse. There's not much news, mainly because Sue herself has started to lay low.
Then if it's just Sue's heirloom, it shouldn't be as good as the Bai family. How is Sue now inferior to the Bai family? Normally it's inferior, but it's different between Bai Ling and Sue Moyen.
A round-faced boy said rather excitedly. I heard my father say that at the time, Marshal Saint Su was the one who left a legacy in the Su clan, but the descendants of the Su clan have not been able to fulfill the conditions of that legacy until Su Moyen appeared. He obtained that inheritance. A direct descendant of the Su martial sage. The Su clan directly began to raise the entire clan to support Su Moyen's cultivation alone. This matter has already spread in the high-level circles of Chunan City. It's said that Su Moyen already has a strength close to 9,500 pounds. It might even be a half-limit martial artist already. What? This? The crowd beside them was in disbelief. Someone couldn't help but ask, how do you know? You didn't say it was spread in the upper circles. He. The round-faced boy smiled smugly, obviously waiting for this moment for a long time. He cleared his throat and said, My name is Song Haoran. My father, Song Buatao. Well, it's that Song Buatao from the Chunan military region, the one who hangs out with the heavenly sage.
Song Buatao?
The people beside him were startled. This was a general. He was also a direct subordinate of the heavenly sage and was highly valued by him. A big shot who often appeared on the news. Worthy of being Chuda. Many people couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. The son of such a big shot was actually just beside them, and if they didn't say anything, I'm afraid that no one would have known about it yet. Chapter 85 Another legend of the Chunan region. That, you're General Song's son, so how come you're still not at the third level? Someone couldn't help but ask. Song Haoran was immediately embarrassed, and only after a while did he weakly say, really think that the third level is a cabbage, so simple. People are also at the half limit of the second level, what do you think? A girl who apparently knew Song Haoran suddenly spoke up. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was slightly startled. No wonder, so it's because they want to reach the limit. No wonder it doesn't break through. The limit, it's too hard. I don't know how many heavenly heroes have been trapped. Those who can reach the half limit are especially rare. There are over 14,000 freshmen enrolled in Chu University. Among them, there are also more than 1,000 level 1 martial artists. To be able to reach Chude, it was hard to believe that they couldn't even reach the second level? No. Quite the opposite. If they wanted to, the second level simply couldn't be easier. You know that there are far fewer level 1s than level 2s among the enrolled students. Being able to enroll at level 1 just shows that they are much stronger than the normal level 2 in certain aspects. Take Song Haoran for example, he really couldn't break through level 3? No, if he wanted to, he could also get to the third level before enrolling in school. But that doesn't make much sense. These geniuses knew very well that the foundation in the early stages was especially important. Just like those first level cadets, it wasn't that they couldn't break through, but they wanted to get to the limit. No more than half the limit before breaking through. The cadets who could enroll in Chu University, for each level, at least had to be close to half limit before they would break through, and that was just the minimum standard. And those who were truly heavenly prides, if they didn't have a half limit, close to a limit, or even a limit, they wouldn't break through at all. The White family and the Su family, then. That chubby Song brother, do you recognize? Someone couldn't help but ask. Song Haoran said with slight disdain. I don't know, but I've heard of it. Wang Fugui's son, Prince Han, the third level of taking medication. The surrounding crowd immediately shrunk their pupils. Although they were also somewhat unable to look at the third level that was piled up with resources. But Wang Fugui was a name they couldn't ignore or take lightly no matter what. Don't look at this name Earth. Its identity is a bit scary. Wang Fugui. The richest man in Chunan. Chunan neighborhood, Chinan region, Southwest Lu. President of the United Chamber of Commerce of the 5 regions. The richest man in the 5 regions. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom's business industry it was a predator-level figure that could be ranked in the top 10. If one had to find someone in the Chunan region who could rival the status of the Heavenly Sage. There is none, absolutely none. But if we're talking about finding someone who rivals the legendary level of the Heavenly Sage, there is only one. Wang Fugui. Although he was not even worthy of giving the Heavenly Sage a mention in terms of strength. However, his own legendary experience was in no way inferior to the Heavenly Saint. Born a commoner, he started from nothing. It only took 20 or 30 years to get to this position. The industries under its banner include high-tech manufacturing, research and development, pharmaceutical manufacturing, and trade in non-renewable resources. It could be said that as long as it was a lucrative business, Wang Fugui's shadow could be seen in the Chunan region. More than half of them were directly monopolized. It can be said to be sitting on billions of dollars. Wealth is inexhaustible. After a few moments of total shock, someone then couldn't help but ask, but won't there be a test when we enter school? Taking too many drugs will be eliminated straight away, right? Song Haoren smiled helplessly. If you can also donate 3 school buildings, 2 gravity training rooms, and 3 neural simulation training rooms.
What else is not negotiable? Bai Ling, Mao and Su, Prince Han.
Li Mu slowly scanned over the 3. The sound around them was not loud, but Li Mu heard it clearly. After awakening his god's eyes, his 5 senses were stronger.
Admittedly, these 3 came from quite an extraordinary background.
But so what, origin does not mean strength. If necessary, Li Mu had the confidence to make 3 moves and solve the 3. In the middle of the confrontation, the atmosphere grew thicker.
Su Mo Yan and Bai Ling's complexions also grew more and more grave.
The only one who was a bit uncertain was Prince Han, who still waved his hand toward Li Mu from time to time.
Li Mu just stood still like a mountain. Who was that guy? Is that stance going to be 1 against 3? There are more powerful characters than Bai Ling and Su Mo Yan in our freshman class? Many people were equally curious about Li Mu. Unlike Bai Ling, the 3 of them were all well-known local figures in Chunan City. Someone from a small place like Li Mu didn't know anyone at all. Even Song Haoren shook his head, signaling that he didn't know. Don't know anymore.
I'm telling you guys, in front of him, what Bai Ling, what Su Mo Yan, that all counts for nothing.
At this moment, an arrogant laugh suddenly rang out.
Only to see Zhang Xiaohao running directly from class 14 to Song Haoren's side where there were the most people. Originally, they were just watching the battle, and these actual battle teachers wouldn't particularly require discipline.
Oh? You recognize that person? Song Haoren looked over with slight curiosity.
What are you bragging about? I don't believe that there can be a more powerful character than Bai Ling and Su Mo Yan in our session.
That's right, if he's stronger than Bai Ling and Su Mo Yan, unless he's a disciple of the Heavenly Sage is more like it. How could that be?
If the Heavenly Sage had disciples enrolled in school, it would have been spread all over the place long ago. Obviously, the vast majority of people would never believe Zhang Xiaohao's side of the story. Zhang Xiaohao was also too lazy to explain and argue, just wearing a strange smile on his face. You guys just watch.
Go to war. Hao Gang shouted out.
Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mo Yan quickly stepped out. His stance was athletic and his steps were like lightning. He came straight at Li Mu ahead of the others.
Bai Ling was unwilling to lag behind and likewise immediately struck. Before, both Su Mo Yan and Bai Ling had arrogance, pride. They didn't want to join forces against the enemy.
But with the confrontation, with the exchange of qi, even though Li Mu did not take the initiative to use his momentum to suppress others, but occasionally he revealed wisps of his aura. Then they felt the pressure.
Their martial artist intuition was already telling them. This was an extremely powerful opponent. And against a powerful opponent. They no longer hesitated and joined forces when it was time to do so.
Only Prince Han froze, seemingly at a loss as to what to do. Li Mu remained standing still. Silently, he watched the 2 men approach.
Cloud-seeking hands.
Bai Ling was the first to strike afterward, and a hand slash was already heading straight for Li Mu's chest first. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mountain-like aura suddenly changed.
In an instant, it was like the ground shaking.
Just the leakage of qi directly caused Bai Ling to have a momentary swaying of her mind and spirit.
The momentum of the cloud-probing hand instantly weakened by 3 points. Li Mu raised his hand to block, and just a single parting caused Bai Ling's cloud-probing hand to flip outward, and his feet staggered back a few steps. Churning sea.
At this moment, Su Mo Yan's attack also arrived. A straight leg, as fast as thunder. She leaks out, and a strong wind meets the face. A powerful and incomparable blow. Li Mu, however, just calmly raised his left hand. His face did not change, and even his aura had been collected. Boom! A leg landed directly on top of Li Mu's left arm.
His raised left arm didn't move at all, steady as Mount Tai. Chapter 86 A New Legend. His name is Li Mu.
With a strength of 9,500 pounds, this leg might have an attack power of close to 15,000 pounds.
But so what? It was already an absolute suppression in terms of strength, not to mention attack power.
A sharp pain came from his leg, as if he had kicked an iron pillar.
Su Mo Yan immediately endured the pain and drew back.
With just one exchange of blows, the gap between the 2 sides was evident. The horror in Bai Ling's eyes had already faded, and was replaced by a strong sense of wariness and defiance. But the gap in strength had been especially obvious. The 2 men looked at each other. Joining forces was never a bad decision.
They glanced together again at Prince Han in the back.
At this moment, Prince Han looked extremely confused and just stood back and stared with wide eyes. Instantly the 2 of them withdrew their sight again. Forget it, let's just pretend he doesn't exist. Bai Chen once again approached head-on. Cloud hand fiber cloud hand.
Su Mo Yan flanked to meet it. Avalanche mountain.
A sidekick with more speed. Bai Ling's attack happened to arrive as well, a 2-sided attack. But
the gap can't be bridged by 1 more person. 2 hands, each stopping at 1 attack, easily.
Li Mu could settle the fight quickly. The absolute power gap brought about by the level difference was not something that could be compensated by something unusual. But this was just a cut and thrust. Once again, it was easy to stop the two men's attacks. Li Mu was still standing still.
His counterattacks wouldn't use his full strength either, it was more just a skillful cut. Bai Ling and Su Mo Yen kept changing their moves, constantly attacking towards Li Mu from all angles.
Li Mu, on the other hand, was like a mountain. Let the wind blow and the rain beat him, I stand still.
Prince Han purely wanted to intervene but didn't know how to do so. He could only watch from the sidelines. How? Facing the siege of Bai Ling and Su Mo Yen, he was actually able to deal with it so easily and effortlessly?
The crowd of freshmen of the same level watching the battle had trouble being direct.
Sun Haoren also couldn't help but widen his eyes a bit.
The eyes of those lanky and sturdy practical combat teachers around them couldn't help but stare a bit more intensely. The siege of these two third-level martial artists was really nothing for them. But the one facing their siege at the moment was also just a student. With such a relaxed posture, he seemed to be completely free of the slightest pressure.
So relaxed. That guy can't be level 4 already. Sun Haoren narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with an incredibly grave expression. Aside from the 4th level, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Zhang Xiaohao nodded excitedly, that's right. The answer is right. He is a rank 4 martial artist. At one time, he had been struck down by Li Mu so much that he even wanted to die. Although Li Mu had done nothing and even saved him. But he did find it hard to accept that the gap between himself and Li Mu was actually so huge. But it was different at this time. It's hard to get hit directly. But when he saw others being so shocked as well, he actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. Well, I can't be blamed for being weak, this can only be blamed on that guy being too perverted. Even in Chu University, the place where countless heavenly prides converge still seems so perverted. This has nothing to do with yourself. 4th level. Song Haoren couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. Not only him, but countless freshmen of the same level, the crowds of onlookers at this time were already beyond shocked. The 2nd level was a normal standard among the freshmen of Chu University. The most common is the 2nd level. But there is no difference between level 2 and level 2. The range of 2 to 3,000 pounds is normal and average. And above 3,000 pounds, the number of people will plummet for every 100 pounds increase. By the time we get above 3,500 pounds, I'm afraid there will only be 100 or so people in total. This range was already an extremely excellent level amongst the freshmen. Further above that, the standard for the 2nd level and a half limit was 3,800 pounds. Only those who exceeded 3,800 pounds were qualified to be called half-limit martial artists. And there were only a handful of freshmen out of the 10,000 or so who could reach this point. Song Haoren was one of them. He already belonged to the role that stood at the top of so freshmen. Above him, there were only 3 levels of perverts. Not counting Prince Han, there were only 2 in the entire Chu University. With Bai Ling and Su Moyan's origins, status. Song Haoren served. But now, there's actually a 4th level? Everyone else's level 2 hasn't even been solidified yet, and you're all straight up level 4? Is this really a grade level? And it's actually someone who is a nobody. Before this, many other people had never even seen this person at all. But there were also a small number of people, cadets who came to Chunan City on the 7th special train. Vaguely, they recalled that bloody memory that many were unwilling to bring up. Ghost-faced people, one and all who were so ferocious that they would kill anyone they saw. A teenager. A teenager covered in blood. The passengers were lambs. The ghost-faced men are the wolves. While the jackals were hunting frantically, killing lambs. A teenager appeared. The teenager who was covered in blood. It was like a tiger breaking into a pack of wolves. The identity between the prey and the hunter completes the transformation. It's him. I remember. Special Train 7. That god of killing. For a moment, there couldn't help but be a small commotion amongst the observing students. Many of the trainees who didn't know what was going on were explained by the trainees who had come from the number 7 special train on the side. Began to hear the story. Bloody and legendary story. It's time to end it too. Li Mu calmly exhaled. A loose hand and a sidekick came together. One excelled in maneuvers, the 72 styles of the cloud hands that the White family was known for. One person specializes in the leg technique, do not know the heel foot, but its momentum is harsh, change moves quickly. Li Mu was also good at it. Not much. Just punches. The 5 mountains toward heaven cone. The 6 paving the ground with brocade. Subdue the dragon and vanquish the tiger. Double move it's out. The descending dragon met that leg, the dragon's shadow whistling. Ambush tiger meets that hand, and the fierce tiger roars. 2 muffled sounds were heard, and after only a moment of stalemate, Bai Ling and Su Moyan retreated quickly and violently. Both of them were suffering from a loss of internal breath, and their chests were seething with boredom. This move was different. It's a winner and a loser. Although Bai Ling and Su Moyan are unwilling, although they are both arrogant and extraordinary people. But they were not people who did not know what was good or bad.
They knew very well that Li Mu had shown mercy. It had been especially rare and precious to close his hand and cut and change his stance. To continue would be a bit ungrateful.
Thank you, brother, for your mercy. I, Suemo Yen, am convinced.
Suemo Yen was also a character who could take what he could get. He directly arched his hand as a salute, and his voice was not deliberately restrained.
Looking forward to the next battle with brother.
You're great, but I'll catch up with you. Bai Ling bit her lip with a somewhat unconvincing, but not to be convinced, tangled expression. Li Mu nodded slightly, and then, he looked at Prince Han, who had never made a move.
Big brother, I don't know how to fight. Prince Han hastily waved his hand and backed away. What is his name?
Song Haoran looked at Zhang Xiaohao with wide eyes. One pair of eyes after another were placed on him.
10,000 eyes. It was clear to everyone that a new legend was going to appear in Chu University.
Zhang Xiaohao was clear. All of this was because of that teenager who stood still in the field. He said, almost word for word, forcefully.
He is called Li Mu. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. A historic look at each other. 12 o'clock. After eating lunch, Li Mu went straight to the trial tower. It was supposed to be a one-day practical class that would continue at 1 p.m.
But Hao Gang gave Li Mu a direct release. In his words,
do the others still practice when you're here? Every eyeball is dying to stick to you. Get the hell out of here.
In response, although Li Mu was a bit strange, he still obeyed and left.
It just so happened that he was able to enter the trial tower again today.
He had long been a bit impatient. And, Hao Gang had also told Li Mu privately that his practical lessons would be made up later. Strange, but not worth hanging on to. Of course Hao Gang couldn't have said that. He was surprisingly a little unsure of what to teach Li Mu for a moment. From that battle, the fighting ability displayed by Li Mu had been completely no less than a warrior who had truly experienced the refinement of blood and fire. He needed to discuss with the other instructors what exactly to teach this particular cadet.
These things, of course, he couldn't possibly tell the trainee, otherwise, wouldn't that be a defeat of the instructor's majesty? Trial tower. Q. Not too many people, not too few, more than 10 in a row. Perhaps the fact that you can only enter once every 3 days is somewhat of a limitation on the number of people. Otherwise, with the number of people in Chude, the trial tower would have to be a sea of people here every day. Waiting quietly would not have taken long. Soon, there were only 3 people in front of Li Mu, while another 10 or so trainees lined up behind him. Those who came to the trial tower at this point in time were obviously all senior cadets. Each kept some distance to line up quietly. The occasional companion only exchanged a few words in a low voice. The trainees of Chu University were obviously not of low quality. Suddenly, a small commotion suddenly came from the rear. Li Mu did not look away, his eyes calm. He was pondering. The one and only that he saw last time, I wonder if he'll meet again? Originally, Li Mu did not want to care about the commotion in the rear, and did not even bother to look at it. However, a few in front of Li Mu glanced backward and revealed an expression of surprise and admiration. One immediately gave way to the side. Li Mu glanced at them with a raised eyebrow, only to see that the line at the back that had just been neatly lined up was now neatly separated. A youth, he walked slowly. The pace, unhurried and unhurried. The distance of each step, as if it had been carefully measured, was general. He was dressed in a vintage kimono with narrow, fitted cuffs, a power suit for sports and combat. The body is black, with some pale silver cloud patterns on the side profile. In his left hand, he carried a long sword with a sheath. His face was like an iceberg, and his ear-length hair was bound by an ink-colored, gold-patterned hairband. It was pale, the aura was pale. Yet it was especially harsh. It was as if coming face to face was a supreme sword. The sharpness of the sword is intriguing. Winning Falcon. Instantly, a name popped up in Li Mu's mind. Intuition. Intuition told Li Mu that this was him. The Winning Falcon's eyes were calm to the point of flatness. He just took one step forward after another. The rest of them, they pushed away, not daring to approach it in the slightest. In that pair of eyes, there was awe, admiration, and even some fervent worship. In Chude, the Winning Falcon is a legend. A living legend. Him. Winning Falcon. The legend of Chu University, Chu University's current number 1. He stopped in his tracks. Everyone, all of them, stepped back and got out of the way. Except for one. Li Mu, who didn't move. He blocked in front of the Winning Falcon. He was in line, why should he back off? There's no reason to back out. There's also no privilege here of being ranked first to be able to cut in line. Silence. A moment later, the Winning Falcon's line of sight finally met Li Mu's eyes. 2 pairs of eyes. Locking eyes at this moment. Calm. It's all very calm. A freshman? Don't even recognize the Winning Falcon? Make way for those older students who couldn't help but be a little surprised. The freshman actually dared to block in front of him and even locked eyes with him, admirable. Kalman. It's called a newborn calf not being afraid of tigers. It shouldn't be a fight right here. It won't be, it's not like the winning falcon is that guy Zhang Tingfei. 2 pairs of calm eyes. But calm is only the most superficial, the shallowest thing.
Beneath the calm, there are raging waves.
There are burning flames. There is endless battle spirit. As the calm epidermis gradually recedes, the air condensed. The battle intent in Li Mu's eyes began to burn. He never feared strong enemies.
In martial arts, the only way is to rise to the challenge.
For the strong, the gaze should have been set on the stronger. Winning falcon, the calmness in his eyes also faded a bit. In his eyes, there was some meaning, some curiosity, and some faint anticipation. The atmosphere is not right. Winning falcon seems to be a bit interested.
An older student spat out a sentence with a slightly trembling voice. At that moment, one immediately retreated a few more steps. The winning falcon, a very special existence. If he came to be interested, it was not impossible to strike on the spot. The principal's hierarchy had something to say about him. It was a pure martial artist. A sword-wielding martial artist. A pure martial artist with only the sword in his hand and the opponent in front of him in his eyes.
Won't really fight right. Shouldn't.
How could a big brother of the winning falcon be interested in a freshman?
The most available freshmen in this class are the Bai family's sister and Su's heir, right? This is that Su Moyen? No. I've seen Su Moyen before, and it doesn't look like this.
This guy's potential seems to be much stronger than Su Moyen.
Just as the crowd was wondering,
the atmosphere between the 2 pairs of eyes grew more and more stagnant. A clear voice came.
What are you guys doing?
Seeing eye to eye. If you want to enter the trial tower, hurry up, or don't delay the people behind you. The heavy aura, the hidden electric aura between the 2 pairs of eyes, was completely broken at this moment. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and followed the sound. It was a short-haired girl behind the counter.
Kind of rings a bell, seems like the last one.
After a moment of silence, Li Mu glanced at the winning falcon again. Then he walked straight towards the counter.
Well, the halls of the trial tower are hands off.
And there was no rush to fight the winning falcon. Today's goal was the trial tower, the one and only Phantom Slayer.
Winning falcon silently watched Li Mu walk towards the counter.
Calmness had returned to his eyes. Beneath the calm, there was still anticipation.
He had a feeling.
The opponent he had longed for has appeared in front of one's eyes.
It just needs a little more time.
Still need to give him a little time to grow.
Student ID.
Li Mu handed it over. Receiving the student ID card, the short-haired girl behind the counter lowered her voice and said without a trace of kindness.
Why are you so stubborn with him? Haven't you heard of him? Aren't you afraid he'll cut you in half with his sword? Well, Raimu didn't know how to respond.
Hurry up and go in, pay attention in the future. Chu University is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, don't make a fool of yourself.
Lu Yun returned the student ID card to Li Mu without any good humor. Thanks. Li Mu nodded and walked towards the passageway. At least she meant well.
After Li Mu left, winning falcon stayed quiet for a moment. Only when he saw that the bystanders did not move did he step forward. In truth, he had never sought any privilege. It was only the others, spontaneously, who made way for him out of respect and admiration for the strong.
Chapter 88 Chapter 8800 Arrows off the String Armor Breaking Fist. Self-panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, Grade 4. Strength, 28,267. Attack power, 59082. Withstand, 100. This harvest, 0. Kung Fu, 2 Yi Pile Counting Breaths Kung Fu. Martial Arts. Hammer Propping Gradual Improvement. Bucking the Dragon Out of the Blue. Tiger Out of This World. Mountain Splitting Palm to Enter the Palace. Horse Palm. Tiger's Embrace. Bear Crouch. Crane Push Denjiki. Putting away the panel, Li Mu stepped into the first level of the trial tower. On the first level, there certainly wasn't anything worthy of Li Mu's stay. It still took some effort to find the steps and then directly ascended to the second level. Each time you entered the trial tower you would be in a different location. Finding the ladder still takes time. It wasn't long, 20 minutes later. Li Mu once again stepped onto the third floor. It belonged to the fourth level. Roar! A roar sounded just as it came up. A spotted tiger with a body length of more than 5 meters. Glistening tiger. Level, Grade 4 Ordinary. Strength, 18,000. Attack power, 20,000. Ability, Defense Strengthening. Value, 100 credits. Note, being able to meet this guy shows that your kid still has some strength, don't be a wimp. Go straight to him. Just do it and be done with it. As soon as the spotted tiger saw the stranger, it directly hissed and rushed up. Li Mu stood still. The calm look in his eyes gradually faded. In its place was a burning gaze. It was the intent to fight and kill. Roar! The fishy wind met his face. Fists out. As if electric. Boom! The small water tank-sized head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions.
Li Mu didn't change his face and continued to move forward. A 4th level foreign beast, but just one punch.
Under one punch, there is no more former enemy.
13 varying 4th level foreign beasts later.
It was already an hour that had passed.
This time, the density of the foreign beasts had dropped significantly, and they hadn't stumbled upon any special foreign beasts, not to mention the one and only phantom killer.
Luck?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had tried attracting foreign beasts with his breath. To be precise, meeting 13 in an hour was already the result after attraction. Pausing for a moment, Li Mu carefully recalled the scene from last time. That time, his own potential was diffused nearly uncontrollably. It was felt.
Not something that can be controlled at will.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the epiphany he once had. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the passage ahead. A fishy stench spread out in synchronization. Li Mu immediately narrowed his eyes slightly.
A giant python slowly twisted and crawled over. Giant python guard.
Level, grade 4 special.
Strength, 24,000.
Attack power, 40,000.
Abilities, defense enhancement, strength enhancement.
Value,
700 credits. Note, don't be a wimp. Just do it.
If you lose your head, it's just a big scar.
I'm just kidding. If you run into this guy, you'd better run away.
There's no need to be afraid of burning firewood when you're alive. This was a water tank thick, at least 20 meters long python, covered in thick greenish black scales, like a suit of armor. More than 20 meters away, the giant power python raised its head. A head that was several times larger than a water tank.
Hisses. That crimson tongue was almost as thick as a regular person's arm. Finally a decent one.
Li Mu's eyes stared slightly at once. This guy was clearly stronger than the once wild Scarlet Guard.
Being stronger only made Li Mu more excited.
Hiss. The giant power python hissed and had pounced over. The huge head cast a direct shadow.
It was powerful. It was like a giant pillar probing and attacking. Thud.
Li Mu took a heavy step on the ground, and his body immediately leapt sideways.
Boom.
The giant python's head smashed heavily into the ground, and the ancient yellow masonry was directly smashed out of a depression, with debris splattering everywhere. The body flew sideways over the wall, a foot pointing up to lend strength. Li Mu landed directly behind the python.
A fist fell.
Amidst the muffled sounds, the scale armor was slightly dented.
But it only popped back up in an instant.
Pain spread over the back of his hand.
This guy's defense is so much stronger than the wild Scarlet Guard. In the next moment, the python's body flipped sideways and slammed straight into the wall.
Li Mu immediately leapt down, reversed and landed another punch on the python's side. The scale armor sank, only to pop up again.
The python immediately drew back to counterattack. Li Mu avoided it again.
The python was too large, and even though this passageway was already particularly wide, it was still somewhat unforgiving. A large body was sometimes an advantage, but sometimes it could become a weakness.
Li Mu's movements were agile, and his senses were nearly flawless, so this big guy couldn't even touch the corner of Li Mu's clothes.
Between a bout of dodging and counterattacking, the passageway was like the ground shaking, and the movement was great.
When the angry python couldn't touch Li Mu, it would vent its anger on the walls.
On the other hand, on the other side, Li Mu, who seemed to be playing the python with ease, had a very serious problem in front of him.
He couldn't break the defense.
If he was talking about defense alone, Li Mu suspected that this guy was at the level of the 4th level limit. Not the limit of a human, but the level 4 limit of a foreign beast. It was important to know that the defenses of Fey beasts were already far superior to humans.
Maybe it's time to think about getting a weapon.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered the sword in the winning falcon's hand.
Martial artists, they don't fake external objects.
Blades, on the other hand, are not external objects.
A martial artist's weapon is an extension of his body.
The blades of weapons are also the key to human beings rivaling the sharp teeth and claws of the beasts. In the case of blades of war, you also need to learn the appropriate martial arts skills. Li Mu thought of Xuerengui's divine arrowhead.
Phew! A strong wind whistled and met his face, stinging his cheeks.
But for now, we still need to take care of you guys first.
Li Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp aura.
With one step, his body shot up into the sky.
Boom!
The giant tail swept against the wall, dust overflowed and debris splashed everywhere. Li Mu was about to hit his body above the passageway and braced himself on the upper wall with one hand.
The straight upper arm was bent by the powerful impact.
At the moment when his head was about to touch the rock wall, the powerful upward impact was transformed into a terrifying downward fall.
In an instant, the residual shadow flickered away. Boom!
Li Mu directly stepped heavily on top of the python's raised neck.
It directly stepped heavily on the ground.
Taking advantage of its moment of disorientation, Li Mu tensed his arm like an arrow on a full string.
In an instant, it left the string. Boom!
A punch hits the python right in the center of its head.
The next moment, the left fist dropped and the right fist closed and tensed.
Left fist closed, right fist tensed.
Both fists fall alternately.
Again and again, only the remnants of shadows were seen flashing, up and down.
Punch after punch. Straight away, the python that was trying to raise its head couldn't lift its head. Dozens of punches later,
a broken scale splashed out. There was already a break in the flawless defense. As the giant tail swept in, Li Mu directly turned around and met it with a fist with a full bow.
Boom!
With the giant tail compared to the slender and incomparable fist, there was not even the slightest decadence. Chi energy leakage, a moment of stalemate, but also equal strength. The python wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to raise its head, but Li Mu was again instantly turned around, and another punch after another uninterrupted fall. The rhythm of the attack was completely in Li Mu's hands. With the bracing hammer as the base, and 100 fists as the thought. Create your own, 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist.
This was Li Mu's talent in combat.
Under hundreds of punches, blood was splattered and broken scales were splattered.
The python was no longer alive. Chapter 89 The Stairway to the Fourth Floor. Sneak attack. Blood, dripping down Li Mu's fist. It wasn't just the python's blood.
There was also Li Mu's own blood.
100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist. Aurora in combat.
Yet it was never just a variation of moves like before. When hundreds of punches were thrown to kill the barbarian ghost. The essence of which is not hundreds of different punches.
It's in the number 100. Brace the hammer, one of Li Mu's most familiar moves.
100, the epiphany of crossing the level once and beating a rank 5 martial artist to death with a hard blow. The combination of the two, the elite of which is now the 100 arrows off the string broken armor fist. This is an advancement of the stance, not a simple change of stance. The power of its single punch was not inferior to the bracing hammer in its unusual state. When 100 punches are stacked, its power is even better than the hammer. Even if one enters a certain state, it is still not as powerful as the stacking of 100 fists. This was a sublimation of the stance, and was by no means an unusual variation of the stance. This was the only stance that Li Mu had created that was comparable to the 8 Extreme's basic 8 stances, and was even slightly better in some way. There was no need to worry about the lack of divinity, because when the 100 arrows string breaking armor fist was taken apart, each punch was a bracing hammer. This move is very strong, taking the power of 100 punches stacked on top of each other, and taking the meaning of water dripping over a stone.
It is especially effective in breaking armor.
Only, the cost is also a bit heavy.
It was flesh and blood, after all. Blades, still necessary. Li Mu continued to step forward.
Blood was still dripping down Li Mu's palm. The pain could not affect him in the slightest. It only made his will stronger and stronger.
Roar.
Scaled tiger.
Level, grade 4 common. Strength, 18,000.
Attack power, 20,000.
Ability, defense strengthening.
Value, 100 credits.
Note, being able to meet this guy shows that your kid still has some strength. Don't be a wimp. Directly on. Just do it and be done with it. Raimo goes up and lands a punch.
The blood-stained fist carried a harsh wind.
Blood blooms in the air. Like a flower.
The next moment, an even bigger blood flower bloomed.
Li Mu continued forward.
Behind him was the scaled tiger whose head had been shattered.
Continue forward. Unusual level 4 alien beasts. Just one punch.
A punch that carried a bright blood flower, a punch that caused an even bigger blood flower to bloom.
Hours later. Maturity, 31,100.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
There wasn't much tolerance left. There had been no sign of the one and only phantom killer. Not even a second one of the special Fae has been found. Another corner.
A flight of steps suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes, and he instantly narrowed his eyes slightly.
The ladder leading to the 4th floor.
A ladder that belongs to the territory of a 5th-level alien beast. Previously, Li Mu had never encountered it. He had thought that it was because the level was not enough that the corresponding layers of the ladder would not appear, but now it seems that this is not the case.
Just a moment of hesitation.
Li Mu then directly stepped towards that ladder.
5 steps, so what? 1 step on the ladder. Suddenly,
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
A pressure appeared above the body.
Instantly, it was as if thousands of pounds of weight had been added to the body. This kind of weight was still within his tolerance.
He then took another step. The pressure doubles. But still bearable. He stepped forward again. Step after step. Soon, Li Mu's pace became heavy.
Each step also became more and more difficult.
The pressure had reached an extremely terrifying point. It reached the limit of his power, even vaguely exceeding.
There are still 3 steps to go. Victory, it seemed, was at hand. Li Mu had also come to understand the effect of this invisible pressure. This was the test.
If you want to challenge a higher level with a low level, if you can't even get through this test, it's futile to go. He lifted his leg and took a difficult step. Boom!
The invisible pressure instantly erupted. Li Mu's feet had yet to fall. His entire body would directly fly backwards.
Boom!
He hit the stone wall of the third-level passage heavily. Then he slowly slid down to the ground.
I can't believe it's so exaggerated. Li Mu raised his head with some difficulty.
It looked like I'm afraid that this test was set up for level 4 extreme martial artists.
Tolerance, 2100.
This one drops a straight 11 tolerance.
He was just about to stand up holding onto the wall. Suddenly,
a dark shadow flashed.
It was as swift as the wind and as fast as an electric bolt.
Li Mu's heart frantically warned him as he immediately twisted his body, but he was still a step too late.
It was too fast. A sharp claw swept across Li Mu's chest.
The blood and flesh rolled over to the sternum. Suddenly attacked, Li Mu did not panic, nor was he distracted by the sharp pain in his chest. His fist entered the dragon and went straight towards the black shadow in front of him. A fist fell short. That black shadow had long since made a deft leap, and with another point on the wall, it stabilized itself far away in a passageway dozens of meters away.
Phantom Killer. Grade, Level 4 Unique. Strength, 30,000. Attack Power, 60,000.
Abilities, Defense Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Attack Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, Combat Instincts.
Value, 999 credits, Special Certificate of Honor. Note, if you're a level 4, just stick your neck out and wait to die. If you're an ordinary level 5, run.
Juda's 5th level was defeated by a 4th level. He couldn't afford to lose this person. If any level 4 can beat this guy to death, I'll give it to him. I'll frame him and hang him on the wall. The panel appears.
Phantom Slayer, it appears. It chose to sneak attack at the moment when Li Mu was suffering from pressure backlash.
Worthy of being called the Phantom Killer. Li Mu gently exhaled. It wasn't that his warning aptitude had failed. Rather, this guy was too fast. So fast that it arrived just as the avatar had warned it. He himself was in a state of being dumbfounded by the fall and could not react at all. At this moment, his chest was already a piece of blood and flesh rolling around, messy and bloody.
A large amount of blood was constantly overflowing.
I'm afraid that ordinary people will have some psychological shadow when they see it. However, Li Mu didn't even realize it, and just stared quietly at the guy in the passageway. It was shaped like a black panther, not counting the tail, but was more than 2 meters long. The muscles were obvious but not exaggerated, full of streamlined beauty, just like a work of art that had been carefully carved out. Physically, there was nothing unusual. The only thing was a pair of eyes, which were a pure black color if the abyss. This size, this appearance. Not to mention 4th level, it even looks inferior to many 3rd level foreign beasts. However, size and appearance are not indicative of strength. Obviously, this was a guy who was especially good at speed. Such an opponent was more difficult to deal with than some of the big guys. Above the Phantom Killer's right front paw was stained with thick blood.
Blood that belonged to Li Mu. Its pair of pitch black eyes locked onto Li Mu.
Within the eyes, there was only killing intent like facing prey. A moment later, the Phantom Killer slowly moved his limbs, raised his blood-stained right paw, and licked it. Tick! A large amount of blood overflowed and dripped down to the ground masonry. Li Mu's face was already somewhat pale. Tolerance, 10-100. Only 10% left. And because of the constant bleeding, the tolerance level is still decreasing. This guy. Li Mu ignored the rest, and his eyes burned with a blazing fire of wariness and killing intent. He didn't want to wait for the next time. And he suspected this guy had intelligence. It simply wouldn't show itself if it didn't show fatigue itself. Chapter 90 The Might of the God's Eyes. Phantom Honor Certificate. Phew! The confrontation didn't last long. Li Mu's fatigue has been particularly evident. The fatigue of his prey was the very thing that excited the Phantom Slayer. Fast. Too fast. In Li Mu's line of sight, the Phantom Killer had completely transformed into a residual shadow. Just like its name, Phantom. Hexapod puffing ground Jin. A fist is handed out as a guard. Zip! Sharp claws into flesh and blood. The Phantom Killer's athletic form flashed by. Li Mu's punch once again fell short. And a large piece of flesh and blood was already missing above his swinging right arm. Dozens of meters away, the Phantom Killer once again turned around. It looked at Li Mu and licked its mouth, revealing a cruel humanized expression. In the next moment, without stopping any longer, its figure struck again. Withstand, 8-100. In that case, Li Mu slowly exhaled. This guy's speed was too fast for his own vision to catch. Even if one could see, it would be difficult to react. But that didn't mean that Li Mu was going to sit back and wait. Between his smooth eyebrows, mysterious black lines slowly emerged. Seeing the Phantom Killer approaching again, the sharp claws were already about to reach Li Mu's chest. However, he closed his eyes at this moment. With his eyes closed, he yet saw more clearly. The trajectory of the powerful wind whistling. Fishy wind spat from the Phantom Killer's mouth. The cruel killing intent in its dark eyes. The rise and fall of every muscle on its body. The fluttering of fur under rapid motion. Everything was so clear in Li Mu's eyes. Or rather, God's eyes. And, far more than that,
The phantom killer who was once so fast in Li Mu's eyes that he was only a remnant. At this moment, it was as if all of its movements had been slowed down. In the air, it approached Li Mu's body little by little as if in slow motion. Bullet time, dynamic vision. There are many names for this ability. This, however, was only one of the abilities of the God's Eye. As the phantom killer approached, Li Mu moved. In his perception, his own movements weren't considered to be much faster. But compared to the slow-motion phantom killer, it was much better. Fist, out. Boo. A punch lands straight to phantom killer's midsection. For the first time, Li Mu had actually attacked it. Its claws that were about to land on Li Mu suddenly shrunk, and its entire body flew out backwards like a shrimp. Boom. It hit straight on top of the wall dozens of meters away. The phantom killer who landed on the ground again immediately shook his somewhat dazed head. It did not understand why the prey that had obviously been so slow just now actually suddenly exploded into a speed that it could not even react to and attacked itself. In its perspective, everything was as normal, only Li Mu's attack, which was very abnormal. It didn't react at all. That's simply not possible. And just as the Phantom Slayer was still in a daze, a figure had already arrived in front of him. The bow collapsed and the arrow scurried sharply. A punch. A straight shot to the center of Phantom Killer's head. It directly knocked the Phantom Killer's head sideways, and his body was about to lose its balance. Just as Li Mu was about to follow up on his victory, the black lines between his eyebrows that formed the likeness of eyes actually flickered for a moment. A sharp pain appeared vaguely in Li Mu's mind. The ability of the God's Eyes was not infinitely movable, not to mention that at this time, Li Mu's state was already particularly poor. But just the next moment, Li Mu forced down the severe pain and struck again. The Phantom Slayer didn't find an opportunity in the moment Li Mu lost his concentration. It was struck dumb. The Phantom Slayer was clearly one of those fey beasts whose specialties were all ordered on the speed mountain. Extreme speed. And not good at defense, even with defense enhancement that wasn't much better. Unless the Phantom Slayer's body structure was directly changed, it would be possible to obtain stronger defense. But that would definitely affect its speed, and it shouldn't be called a Phantom Killer. The type of beast determines its specialty. From that giant power python, Li Mu already had a deep realization. The Phantom Slayer's defense was nowhere near that giant power python. The wind of the fist whistled. Fast as thunder. Between punches, the Phantom Killer's head was hit again. At this moment, Li Mu had the illusion that he had punched himself in the head. The sharp pain in his brain spread out. But his movements did not slow down at all. Another punch fell. Between his eyebrows, the mysterious black lines were already faintly emitting some shimmering light. In the middle of Li Mu's line of sight, a single gray dot appeared above the Phantom Killer's body. Weaknesses, breaks. One of them was a thick gray spot just to the side of the Phantom Slayer's skull. Without the slightest hesitation. Fist out. The storm clouds move. Instantly, a strong and incomparable threatening omen appeared in the Phantom Slayer's heart. It wanted to dodge, wanted to counterattack. It wanted to show its sharp claws that had once hunted down countless people in the trial tower. But the truth was that it couldn't do anything. It was just like Li Mu when he faced it at the very beginning. Couldn't do anything at all. Fast. Too fast. And too slow yourself. Boom. Amidst the muffled sounds, the Phantom Killer's head deflated. No more direct headshots. Li Mu is in terrible shape right now. It was covered in blood, and this time it could be all its own blood. A hideous wound deep in its chest, half of its arm directly missing flesh. Claw marks on the bones. As well as the internal bleeding from that collision just now. With injuries like these, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were serious injuries that would hasten death. Tolerance, 4/100. This time, Li Mu's blood bar was really going to bottom out. The mysterious pattern between his eyebrows gradually faded away. And at that moment, the Phantom Killer's body had directly paralyzed on the ground. There was no more breath. You're out of luck. Li Mu looked at the Phantom Killer's corpse. There really wasn't a small element of luck this time. There was no doubt about the strength of this Phantom Killer. With his terrifying and incomparable speed, he possessed a near-dominant position inside the 4th level. It was impossible for an ordinary rank 4 to escape, let alone fight. Just like the note said, there's only waiting for death. Just like at the beginning, just 2 shots of staggering effort, Li Mu was directly seriously injured. But it was a pity. His best speed was precisely restrained by Li Mu's divine eyes. If he had been replaced by an extreme beast that specialized in strength or defense, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Gain, 3,629 credits. Phantom Slayer credits are up. This time, the harvest was similar to the last time, but it was actually longer, and there were far fewer alien beasts encountered. Mainly 1 Phantom Slayer and 1 giant python took up a lot of credits. Instead, the main source of credits last time was a beast. The credits are here, and that. Suddenly, the Phantom Killer's body directly dissolved into white light.
In that burst of white light, a card levitated. Li Mu subconsciously reached out and took it.
It was smooth and light, black in color with 5 blue fonts on it. Phantom Certificate of Honor. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat unsure.
But at this point, there was no time to pore over it. The body had weakened to a critical mass. He directly grabbed that Phantom Honor Certificate and chose to exit.
Chapter 91 Limit? The limit has been exceeded. I can't believe I won.
The top of the pyramid-like tower outside the trial tower. Within the void of air, another real figure vaguely emerged. He did not exist. And yet he seems to have always existed. But, no one can notice him who is between existence and non-existence. That ability, something special. It seems to be. Leaving the trial tower, the wounds on his body instantly returned to their original state. The Phantom Honor Certificate was still between Li Mu's hands. The Phantom Certificate of Honor was tumbling between his fingers, playing with it. This thing, Li Mu was still a bit confused.
He didn't know what it was for. It can't just be a souvenir card.
Suddenly, Li Mu paused in his steps and turned to look. The huge trial tower stood silently.
It was lofty and unmoving. No one. At least not in sight. Illusion?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, just now. He vaguely felt a sense of being spied on.
But now the feeling was gone again.
Suddenly, the muscles on Li Mu's cheeks trembled a few times. A pain was spreading in his mind. The injuries on his body were non-existent. But the burden on the mental side of the mind was still partially there. The Tower of Trials was originally somewhat geared towards the spirit.
The magnificent turtle and snake phase appeared in Li Mu's mind.
Suppression. The great turtle steeply opened its eyes. They were deep, like an abyss, and like a cold pool that did not produce waves. Instantly, the pain was suppressed. Li Mu took a deep look in the direction of the trial tower and withdrew his gaze.
An illusion due to mental burden? Or is there really some ridiculously strong big shot spying on you? But what kind of big shot has so much time on his hands? Thoughtfully, he headed towards the points exchange point.
It was just near dusk.
It's still early. Li Mu felt that perhaps it was time to hit the 4th level limit.
The points were also enough to prepare some more cultivation resources.
I can't believe it's so sharp. Really, this kid?
Master Dong also thinks highly of this kid. Returning to the accommodation with a big bag of exchanged things, Li Mu directly and quickly processed the herbs.
More than an hour later. It was already completely dark. Everything was ready. Dragon and tiger Dan lower abdomen. The dragon roars and the tiger whistles.
The muscles and flesh began to be quenched.
This stuff, it's still a bit expensive.
Forging cream, applied to the body.
Skeletal elixir, swallowed into the abdomen. Several unused medications were taken one after the other.
Li Mu didn't have to worry about medicinal properties colliding. The devouring heaven and devouring earth operated rapidly. Various medicines quickly turned into pure energy and integrated into Li Mu's limbs and body. This time, Li Mu was trying to get a head start. A lot of cultivation resources were prepared.
Amidst the constant devouring, Li Mu's mind became more and more focused.
Without realizing it, all the resources had been devoured.
A few moments later. Phew. Slowly exhaling. Li Mu frowned slightly.
So the resources have been digested. But it has not reached its limit.
Even he didn't feel close to the limit.
But it felt like a lot more power had grown. He was a bit confused and tapped on the panel of his intelligence.
Self panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, grade 4. Strength, 30,000. Attack power, 62179. Feats.
Li Mu was even more puzzled. After just a moment's hesitation, he went straight to the training room. In front of the strength tester.
Raise the bar and slowly move it up.
The numbers on the screen began to jump. Soon, it directly exceeded 30,000.
Finally. 31,792. 31,792 pounds? An unexpected, yet reasonable number. The limit for level 4 is 30,000.
This was a figure that should no longer have appeared in a rank 4 martial artist. It was either that or a super limited martial artist. A super limit martial artist that Li Mu had never heard of outside. Available at. The problem was that Li Mu could clearly perceive that he hadn't even reached his limit, let alone any super limit. Could it be that? Li Mu already had a guess in his mind. At the 3rd level, he surpassed the limit himself. Perhaps it is because one has exceeded the limit that the limit for subsequent levels will be higher? Regarding the aspect of overlimits, even Chu De did not have any relevant knowledge. Li Mu could only rely on his own speculations. And this speculation, Li Mu felt, was likely to be the case. Good thing, the only problem is that more resources are needed. Li Mu couldn't help but grin slightly at the corner of his mouth. The eyes brightened. He adjusted the data on his power aspect on the light brain to the correct value.
Normally speaking, the difference between the light brain's detection and the actual situation couldn't be this big.
The main problem was that the level 4 limit recorded by the light brain was 30,000.
The normal level could only be 30,000 at the maximum.
In response, Limu gave it a small setting to adjust just a bit. After leaving the training room, Limu reacted to the fact that he didn't seem to have eaten dinner today. Going out, he strolled along with the night color and walked towards the third cafeteria. Shu University's cafeteria was open 24 hours a day, just like the exchange point. After all, martial arts practitioners sometimes don't have a time to cultivate, and hunger at the end of cultivation is the norm. If you can't find something to eat, you can't go and chew on the bark of a tree. In this regard, Shu Day is still very humane. Packed a few portions of large dishes as well as 10 pounds of special nutritional rice. Li Mu went back to the residence. Third floor. Braised snow rabbit, steamed horn scallop, sautéed black beef. All of them are 3rd or 4th grade exotic beast meat as the main ingredient. This meal directly cost over 100 points. When conditions permitted, Li Mu also wanted to be extravagant once in a while. There was no need to treat himself poorly in the area of food. Shu Da's chef's hands are really good. Li Mu, who was chewing the meat with a big mouthful, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Casually, he opened the query interface of his light brain. Li Mu towards checking what that Phantom Honor Certificate was actually useful for. Just opened it. It is a message push. Shocked. 2 men did this in broad daylight, in front of a crowd of spectators. Familiar flavor. Li Mu was somewhat speechless. He really wanted to block these messages. But there was no way. Can't block it. Totally, purely rogue push. Pick up a piece of smooth and spicy snow rabbit meat and bring it to your mouth. Li Mu had wanted to casually fork this push. As a result, he directly clicked on it. Be outrageous. Li Mu was pretty sure he hadn't misclicked. Simply because the push was so rogue. Shocked. In the halls of the trial tower, 2 men actually went so far as to, in broad daylight, surrounded by so many people. Li Mu had a not so good feeling. Look down. Looking so deeply into each other's eyes. It's so vulgar. It's so vulgar. Next is a photo. A photo of 2 people looking at each other. If there are no bystanders, there is only each other in your eyes. It's a little strange just from the photo. The only thing that can be seen in the photo is that the 2 men are looking at each other in a somewhat complicated way. It does not recover what the scene was really like. At that time, the heavy atmosphere, the complexity in the eyes of the 2 people, the wariness, could not be displayed at all. So at first glance, it does have some base meaning. If it was just such an ordinary photo of a man and a man looking at each other, of course it would not be possible to cause an uproar in Chu University's campus forum. But the key is the main character in the photo. Chapter 92 Forum Storm, Famous Chu University. Winning Falcon. One of the main characters in the photo is the Winning Falcon. Among the Chu University, the most legendary cadet at the moment. The number 1 person on the trial tower ranking. Number 1 in battle power. Can't lift his head from his senior year with a big 3. Even the Bai family's direct line, the leader of this generation, Bai Xiao. He was still unable to raise his head by the Winning Falcon. Winning Falcon, which was a name full of legend in Chu De Ben. Not only was it strength, but its character was cold as ice and solitary. There has never been any gossip rumors. And now, Winning Falcon's scandal emerges, and the subject is still a guy. In an instant, the number of replies under this post became 999 plus. The name Winning Falcon was not the only thing that was hotly discussed. Li Mu. Again, mentioned hundreds of times. First floor, couched to watch the show. Second floor, another unafraid of death dare to Black Wind Falcon. Third floor, Winning Falcon and Li Mu? Ha ha ha. This pair is good, a good match. Fourth floor, Li Mu? That freshman star? The guy who's being hailed as a new legend? Really, blowing so much? See for yourself, afternoon push thread. Li Mu roughly scanned through the reposts. The meat in his mouth forgot to chew. This stance made himself famous? Soon, Li Mu found that post of his. Freshman rising star. Solo battle against Bai Ling of the Bai clan and Su Emoyan of the Su clan. The second freshman in 100 years to enroll in the 4th grade. The Scarlet Train Incident. Train number 7. Level 4 battles level 5. Battle and victory. 100 punches to death. Li Mu. Another legendary name. This. Li Mu was truly a bit confused. What's with all the information about himself? This belongs in the category of being raked over the coals. In this regard, Li Mu did not have too many special feelings. He just felt that it was more or less not too outrageous. Feel free to click into the post. Unsurprisingly, an incredibly clear picture of myself is posted up there in the townhouse. The comments section below has some old student skepticism. There were also bragging rights from those freshmen who had actually seen Li Mu strike.
The forum is semi-real name, and age is displayed after LD.
Among them, there is a freshman nicknamed World Hero is the most exaggerated. Tongue battle, with their own strength to those sophomore, junior and senior students sprayed not to lift their heads. But wherever there was a reply that cast doubt on Li Mu, his shadow could be seen. Li Mu had a hunch that this should probably be that guy Zhang Xiaohao.
No, not probably, it should be definitely.
Casually looking through some more comments, Li Mu became more and more determined in this speculation. In addition to this world hero, there is also a pleasant color. Qian Shan is also helping himself. Only she compared to Zhang Xiaohao is much more subtle, also does not have that kind of tongue fight group posture. Li Mu instantly recognized that this was his senior sister Yang Qianxian.
Well, how could he not recognize her when her avatar is herself? This is a beautiful woman, can take my avatar as a photo.
Didn't read the thread about myself for long either, not interesting.
It's hard not to know what you've done yourself. As for those evaluations, whether they praised and admired or questioned and disbelieved, what did it have to do with Li Mu?
He didn't care about what some others thought. Back to the rumor-mongering post at the beginning.
Li Mu was a bit curious about what the poster was trying to do.
Because there were so many replies, those messages were no longer in order, but by the number of likes.
The highest is a one-word LD called Hayabusa. Falcon, address. 3 words, but tens of thousands of likes. More direct thousands of replies to this one.
Night Days Jr., haha, the dog owner pissed off the Win Big guy. Big 2, it feels like Win Big Brother really wants to kill people, so be careful when you sleep, don't open your eyes and see Win Big Brother's sword. Tyrannosaurus Rex Sr., gimmick, right, eyeballs, that Li Mu no matter how demonic after all is only a freshman, want to win Big Brother before graduation to catch up certainly is not sure. Heavenly Hero, that's not necessarily true, right now Li Mu is level 4, maybe when he's a sophomore he'll be level 5.
It's still unknown who will be stronger by then. Reply, laughing, do you think that Li Mu is the only one who can upgrade?
Winning Big Brother is said to be at the limit of level 5, and when that Li Mu is level 5, I'm afraid that winning Big Brother will already be level 6. No matter what, whether he can catch up with the winning Falcon or not. With his current battle record and strength,
he's a deserving new star of Chunan. He's only just enrolled in school and he's already famous in Chu University. Perhaps the name of the next legend will be Li Mu. A paragraph rushed up the hot comments and quickly ranked second. The name of the person who posted the clip is White. White of White Repair. As Chu University's closest existence to the winning Falcon, ranked as the second strongest person in the senior year. From the Chunan Bai family. His influence was not much less than that of the winning Falcon. These words were the only words that could receive such a high level of recognition if they came from his mouth. The replies under this message had also been detonated. Most of them marveled at the fact that Bai Xiu would actually make such a comment about a freshman. There were also quite a few who complimented Bai Xiu for his extraordinary temperament. After all, his own sister was only beaten. Another one of these replies had quite a high number of likes. Twilight Chow Chow Senior, good thing when our senior 3 necessary, Li Mu became a senior, then I'm afraid that the senior will also have to be pressed. That way we won't be the only term of senior that is inferior to the big 3. There are quite a few big 4s echoing under this comment. Hundreds of people are eyeing a particular punctuation mark. Most of the eiters are sophomores. You can't tell from those words of the etters. What they ate was the strongest in the sophomore class at the moment. Su Ruogu. Even Chu De is not exempt. Li Mu casually watched as he ate. The heated discussions on such forums represented the current wind direction of Chu De. None of the popular figures on the forums were the real popular figures of Chu University. Even Falcon, who never posts, has tens of thousands of followers. And now, Li Mu also directly has several thousand concerns. And the information on Li Mu's account was clearly still a messy code that hadn't even been renamed. Li Mu was also really convinced that these guys could find themselves. After thinking for a moment, he changed his account name to Li Mu. Immediately, he replied under that post. I am not acquainted with the winning Falcon, and our stares are merely those between martial artists when facing an opponent. I desire to challenge a powerful opponent. In less than a minute's work, this message was detonated again. Countless of them replied, all in immense awe. In their eyes, this was like directly placing a letter of war on the winning Falcon. They couldn't help but admire this student's boldness. The replies were still growing frantically, and Li Mu hurriedly turned off his optical brain after casually reading a few of them. There were too many, no need to read them, a waste of time. In fact, he mainly wanted to see how that Su Ruoga would reply. It was a pity that he hadn't sent any message. Shaking his head, he stopped paying attention to that and continued to eat his dinner as the night wore on. While Li Mu was leisurely enjoying his dinner, the rest of Chu University's scholars were all having trouble calming down. This night, the name Li Mu had completely spread throughout Chu University. No one was unaware of it. Chapter 93 People are red, people are right and wrong. This is Li Mu. Good looking A. It's pretty average, isn't it? You're blind. How is this ordinary? Don't you know what aura means? That's right, although it's very introverted, I feel an incomparably special aura. The aura of a strong man. Li Mu was a bit speechless. Being red was really troublesome. I can go to a normal classroom and get mobbed. The only good thing about it is that these guys don't come over and just watch from a distance. The chatter won't be too loud either. Anyway, Li Mu could still hear some of it. He suddenly somewhat understood why Winning Falcon was putting on a frosty face. Otherwise, he would really be annoyed to death. In order to avoid trouble, Li Mu similarly put on a face that was unapproachable. Though normally, his expressions were likewise few and far between. This does have some effect as well. Until Li Mu just walked under the school building. Boss! Brother Mac! A broken voice rang out. Then he saw Zhang Xiaohao darting in. Li Mu stood calmly in place, somewhat puzzled. Hey, Brother Mu, we're both from the same place, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. I'll never go west if you let me go east. I'll never touch a chicken if you let me steal a dog. Zhang Xiaohao's voice was resounding, and he looked like he would die to show his loyalty. The crowd around him couldn't help but stop and watch. Seeing that Li Mu didn't react, he was still expressionless. Zhang Xiaohao immediately lost his momentum and smiled weakly. Brother Mu, after all, we are a place out, just take care of it, there will be a care in the future. Aha! Li Mu nodded and headed towards the school building. Zhang Xiaohao froze, and then he was so happy that he hurriedly caught up. Brother Mu, walk slowly, don't fall. A few people in the surroundings instantly revealed disdainful expressions. Zhang Xiaohao, however, was not the least bit impressed, and instead, he even made a smug face. Before, he was so battered that he had absolutely no idea how to face Li Mu. But yesterday he suddenly figured it out. The gap, if it was 1 point, there was still a chance of catching up. But it was already a gap like the difference between heaven and earth. It was impossible to catch up. No amount of self-love and self-hatred would help, and envy and jealousy would be even more useless. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that you still know each other to make a good relationship and hug your thighs? As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Xiaohao instantly felt himself sublimated. He also gave practical actions. The results were great. Brother Mac, I brought you breakfast. A cute young girl in a pink and flowery white dress held a convenience bag forward with both hands and looked at Li Mu with a look full of tenderness with a surfeit of smiles. Do we know each other? If it wasn't for the fact that this guy was standing right in front of the classroom door, Li Mu would have gone straight around. With the efficiency of that mysterious person. I'm afraid that if this girl does this, I'll be all over campus today. You forgot me well. People have been looking for you for a long time. Han Xiaoyan had a pitiful, tears are going to fall look. Sorry, really don't remember. Li Mu directly sidled into the classroom. Although this girl is really good looking. However, Li Mu had absolutely no thoughts in this regard right now. Hua Zaiwei once said, if the Huns are not yet ba, how can we call them home? Li Mu, on the other hand, said, how can I dare to talk about love and affection before I reach the top of the martial arts? He had always believed in the saying that women would affect the speed of his punches. Entering the classroom, the attention of the whole classroom was nothing anymore. Finding an empty seat in the corner and sitting down. Zhang Xiaohao immediately followed. Smiling, he sat down next to Li Mu. His awareness is not low, and he has long taken the position of pawn. Brother Mu, don't be angry. Han Xiaoyan came again and stood right in front of Li Mu's table, looking at her pitifully. A few strands of hair were plastered next to her large crystal eyes. It was really a shy and pitiful look. Li Mu was truly speechless. Zhang Xiaohao was also a bit unsure of what to do. If it was a man who dared to come and harass, he definitely had to play his part. The key was that it was a soft girl. Who knows if Li Mu's impatient look is some trick of lust? In order not to disturb Li Mu's leisurely mood, Zhang Xiaohao thought that it would be better for him to pretend to be blind. Well, if Li Mu knew what Zhang Xiaohao was thinking, he felt like he would have to swing over with 2 slaps. You can't be in the mood for love. Women, they're a pain in the ass, okay? Brother Mac. Han Xiaoyan's gesture became more and more pitiful, and there seemed to be tears already brewing in his eyes. I think it's better for students to focus on their studies, and I really don't know you. Li Mu was expressionless. Just put away your breakfast and I'll leave you alone, okay? Aha! Mainly, it was almost time for class, and it was a bad influence to have such a girl standing in front of you. Although Li Mu had already eaten breakfast. But as far as his digestive ability was concerned, he wouldn't have any problems eating another meal. After leaving breakfast, Han Xiaozhang really did leave. Li Mu's attitude made her aggrieved and sad. Ming Ming. Prince Charming who fell from the sky actually doesn't remember himself. A class on the nature of ancient martial arts was dismissed. When he went to eat lunch, Zhang Xiaohao was still following his ass. Being followed by a man is better than being followed by a woman, and at least Zhang Xiaohao still has something in mind. On the way to the cafeteria, a youth stopped in front of Li Mu.
He has fine bangs, looks a little white and clean, well-proportioned physique, clothes are also more sophisticated, looks like the family should also be good. Li Mu stopped his steps, looking towards the sky who blocked the way in front of him. Counterpoint. A very calm pair. The other pair's eyes were faintly provocative and warning. Who are you? Get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohao began to fulfill his obligation. At least he thought so himself. Only the young man who had come had completely ignored him. Li Mu, right. Aha! After all, you just got here, don't be too cocky. Problem? Young people should not be too angry. Su Ruogu's eyes narrowed slightly at once, his eyes vaguely revealing a few strands of danger. Li Mu didn't say anything, and was all a bit too lazy to bother with this guy. Not exasperated, that's called a young man? Zhang Xiaohao was the one who fiercely picked up the conversation. Who are you? Get out of the way. Have you never heard of a good dog not getting in the way? My name is Su Ruogu. Su Ruogu's voice grew colder and colder. He looked towards Zhang Xiaohao. The meaning in his eyes grew more and more dangerous. A momentum that went straight to Zhang Xiaohao. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohao's body trembled slightly. No longer could he keep a stiff upper lip. The momentum had all but enveloped him. A sense of fear appeared in his heart. He braced himself and trembled as he retreated behind Li Mu. Instantly, the terrifying aura targeting him disappeared instantly. He immediately let out a long breath. He was only a level 2 martial artist. But he was facing a rank 4 martial artist. And it was by no means an unusual rank 4 martial artist. Currently the number 1 person in Chudidi 2. Su Ruogu. His gaze once again met Li Mu and he said in a cold voice. Mind your dog, others won't be so kind as to do it for you. Chapter 94 A Testament. I begged myself. He's not a dog, he's a human, can't you see that, are you blind? Li Mu supported Zhang Xiaohao's somewhat trembling body. The voice was flat. But the sharpness in it is not inferior to Su Ruogu in the slightest. It is even better. Zhang Xiaohao's slightly trembling body instantly calmed down. He opened his mouth to speak, but he was somewhat at a loss for words. He is a bit interesting, can you dare to make a date with me? Su Ruogu's voice had wisps of anger that had been suppressed to the extreme. War, then. The calmness in Li Mu's eyes instantly faded, and was replaced by a battle intent that raged and burned like a flame. That. Su Ruogu, who had wanted to open his mouth and directly ask for a battle, suddenly stopped his voice. He felt a bit of heartbreak from Li Mu's eyes that were filled with battle intent. This guy really wasn't easy to deal with. Those rumors seemed to be true. He narrowed his eyes, the color in his eyes becoming more and more intense. After a pause, he spoke. I won't bully you either, I'll give you half a month's time, after half a month, we'll make a battlefield appointment. Half a month? Li Mu was slightly stunned. Even if it was now, if it was half a month later, maybe he would already be at the 4th level limit. He could clearly see Su Ruogu's rank. 4th level. Not an unusual level 4, half limit. And not far from the limit, I'm afraid. Half a month is trying to hit the limit? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he suddenly smiled. Alright, half a month is half a month, I'll wait for you. Li Mu's eyes were raging with battle intent. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited he was. He wasn't afraid to give his opponent time. It's me who's waiting for you. Su Ruogu snorted coldly and turned around. Brother Mu, when the time comes, we must teach this fellow a good lesson. Zhang Xiaohao panted heavily and viciously. Well, let's eat. Li Mu nodded calmly. It was as if Su Ruogu's appearance hadn't caused him any waves. Li Mu is up against Su Ruogu. The two have made a date to fight. Between the freshman rising star and the sophomore strongest, Su Ruogu. Many people saw the fight between Li Mu and Su Ruogu. After all, that was right in the middle of the campus, and it was still one of the main roads with a lot of foot traffic. The news quickly spread across campus again. Brother Mac, the word is spreading. Aha! Li Mu nodded, unmoved, and focused on eating. This related post on the forum was already flying around in all sorts of ways. There is an objective analysis of the strength of the two men's record strength speculation winners and losers. There are respective supporters tearing each other apart. Of course, it's mostly freshmen and sophomores. Then there's the speculation as to why the two are facing each other. Most of them thought it was because Su Ruogu really felt threatened. He didn't want to be like Bai Xiu, who had been pressured by a lower grade to raise his head. Bai Xiu, who was lying down, said that he wanted to hit someone. In addition to this subjective speculation, there's also a part of the more cerebral speculation that it's because of relationship disputes. And a picture was attached. A picture of Han Xiaoyan standing in front of Li Mu with teary eyes. Then all sorts of speculations, all sorts of rumors were birthed. There are saying what robbing women are, there are also saying what Li Mu as a negative man spoiled Su Ruogu's white moonlight what? Quite a lot. Zhang Xiaohao gave Li Mu a few glances before silently closing the optical brain. He was truly afraid that Li Mu would do something directly and injure him by mistake.
The killing aura is leaking out.
When the other party, Su Ruogu, saw these posts, he likewise wanted to kill someone a bit.
Fortunately, he was also somewhat familiar with the atmosphere of Chu University and endured.
These posters who were eating melons might have old students who were even stronger than him. Although he thought he was extraordinary, he was also the existence of the force in the sophomore year. But time for martial artists to cultivate was really important. Especially the prime cultivation period between the late teens and early 20s. The difference of 1 or 2 years could sometimes be 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise Su Ruogu, who was the number 1 sophomore, wouldn't be ranked only 100th in the trial tower. The key was that in front of him were all the seniors of the top 4 juniors. Su Ruogu was the only existence among the current freshmen and sophomores who had ascended to the rankings of the trial tower. The root of ancient martial arts is divinity and meaning. The root has its own branches.
Remove the divinity, and the form, too, is not unimportant. Only by breaking the form can we obtain the embodiment.
And the root of breaking form is to have no two in the situation.
Ancient martial lessons class, one of Li Mu's favorite classes.
Every time he was bound to listen very carefully. Even if some of the things applied to myself don't quite fit anymore. Because one has already passed through those stages.
But that doesn't mean it's completely useless.
The stone of another mountain can be used to attack jade.
What you have experienced yourself is not always as insightful.
And the essence summarized by the whole body in the classroom.
At its root, it's still a charisma. Li Mu nodded slightly.
At this time, Zhang Jinsong on the stage also finished explaining this segment of essential dissection. He took a sip of tea, and then his words changed. Ancient martial arts, martial artists, people who practice martial arts. People practicing martial arts, if they walk the path.
Tao, what is Tao? To put it bluntly, a path is the way. A path that you're going to take. Let's not talk about how that path is, whether it's good or not. Just to mention one thing, are you guys sure about the path you want to take?
The way of the martial artist, what a variety, up to the 9 skies to fight the eagle and Luan, down into the 5 seas to capture the dragon.
In the center, you can stand on the earth like a mountain, standing still.
It can also be like the river in the sea, flowing endlessly. The wind whistles and the breeze is fresh. Stars around the sky, mud on the ground. They are, all of them, the Tao.
A different Tao. How many? Too many to count. If you're not sure, how do you go about it? Well, that said, some students may scoff a bit and be a bit confused. Martial artists, upgrade is just that. What is the Tao or not? Listen to Sleepy.
Zhang Jinsong smiled helplessly and slowly swept over the people in the classroom.
These schoolchildren did not scoff as he had said.
Looking focused, many of them could not help but furrow their brows slightly. They were pondering over the Tao that Zhang Jinsong had spoken of.
If you can't even find the path, you're destined to not go far.
When he said this, his complexion was somewhat dark and downcast. Although he was a teacher, he was nothing more than a seeker of the way when it came to the path of martial arts.
6th level, top martial artist. It looks formidable. It's enough to dominate in a small city.
But his ambitions don't stop there.
It was Chu Da.
He saw more and had a thirst for more.
Taking on the role of an ordinary theory class lecturer as a rank 6 martial artist.
This was the advice given to him by Dong Shanchuan himself. When you preach and teach, perhaps you will be able to receive the realization you crave.
But he wasn't sure exactly what he was missing.
Shaking his head, he let out a soft sigh of helplessness and let go of the gloom in his heart.
Having looked around the classroom for a week, he then said, Li Mu, tell me, have you found the Tao? What do you think the Tao is?
This big one middle school's man of the hour, Zhang Jinsong, the teacher, likewise didn't know how many times he had heard it, and he wanted to listen to this teenage heavenly pride's opinion.
Li Mu calmly stood up. I seek my own way.
Zhang Jinsong was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. But soon, his eyes contracted violently. A fiery and incomparable light flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Chapter 95 The hardest to live up to the grace of beauty. 4 points. Get out of class and make your way back to your place.
Li Mu was a little puzzled. His own words seemed to have given that teacher Zhang quite a shock. It looked like he had come to some realization. Mr. Zhang was a little distracted in the back of that class. But there were some rather practical tips mentioned in it.
For example, tips on how to find your own way. 2 aspects. Self-characterization. And good use of moves or weapons. Weapons were mentioned for the first time in class today.
As Li Mu understood it, martial artists were by no means averse to blades. A martial artist's blades are an extension of his or her own body. It is also a continuation of one's own will. Soldiers also have the way of the soldier. The way of the sword, the way of the sword, the way of the gun. Blah, blah, blah. In class Jensen Chang had said,
if one is not yet clear about one's own way,
then one can enter the way with a martial art, with the blade of a weapon.
When one is familiar with a certain blade, one can comprehend its momentum and sense the way. It makes sense. Compared to comprehending the ethereal Tao.
It was obviously far too reliable to let the tender trainees practice some sort of weapon. It is said that there will be a variety of courses to teach practical combat with blades in the future. Blades are not only used to realize their potential, but are also an important part of a martial artist's ability to fight. Of course, it does not mean that martial artists must be equipped with weapons. It's not as if there are no martial artists who fight only by themselves. There were even martial god-level existences. But, in the end, they were a minority. Most martial artists would indeed be somewhat lacking in attack power if they did not have blades. Especially when facing large foreign beasts. If it was me, Li Mu didn't care if he wanted a blade or not. With or without it, he was pragmatic anyway. He's pragmatic. It's just that some of them didn't think about what weapon they should use if they used one. Supposedly there will be a course for that, so let's see what suits you then. Li Mu didn't think too much about it, and returned to his place to clean up a bit before he started practicing. Today, Zhang Xiaohao insisted on accompanying Li Mu back, saying that he wanted to recognize the road. Then he was stunned when he saw Li Mu's small villa. On the spot, he wanted to stay on the spot. Then it was kicked away by Li Mu. What a joke, how could he let someone else live with him with so many secrets? Li Mu never thought that finding his other half had concerns in this regard. He himself, at least before he had reached the top, was still more suited to traveling alone. Sister? Li Mu opened the door. Outside the door was Yang Qianxian, whose expression was a bit off. Today's Yang Qianxian has changed her usual sporty girl's outfit. Rarely wearing a delicate white dress. Her delicate face had light makeup, and her hair was no longer bound and was draped over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind, occasionally bringing gusts of fragrance. Well, hanging Li Mu almost did not recognize. Although it is also quite good looking, the key is that the style changed too much all of a sudden, the sense of contrast is too strong. What's the matter, senior sister? Schoolmate, won't you invite me in? Please. Raimu sidestepped. Something was wrong, something very wrong. Yang Qianxian had walked into the living room on her own, still looking curiously from side to side. I didn't see it, schoolmate, your side is actually still so clean and quite tidy. Well, what would you like to drink, senior sister? No. Yang Qianxian sat down on the sofa in a flash, her pair of long legs swaying. Li Mu immediately averted his eyes. Nonchalance is not to be looked at. Come here, schoolboy, I'll ask you something. Yang Qianxian waved her hand and looked serious. Aha! Raimo took a seat roughly a meter away from her. I can eat people? Yang Qianxian glanced at Li Mu with some grudges, then moved over to his side. Li Mu also moved. Senior sister, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Yang Qianxian hummed, did you find a girlfriend? Or did you do something to apologize to someone's little girl? Don't think you can do bad things just because you're powerful now. Li Mu was slightly stunned. He had thought that Yang Qianxian had come to ask about his appointment with Su Ruogu. As a result, there's something strange about this schoolteacher's focus. I don't know her, not at all, not even by name. Li Mu calmly said. The body is not afraid of the shadow. He hadn't done anything, so naturally he wouldn't be vain. Really? Yang Qianxian instantly brightened up. Really? That's good, I'm telling you, you're still young, don't put your mind on these things, all the women out there could be cheating. Li Mu became more and more speechless. After Yang Qianxian spoke cheerfully for a while, she herself suddenly and violently realized. She seems to be a little self-selling herself. At once, a smear of blush appeared above her cheeks. She glanced at Li Mu somewhat cautiously. Then she realized that Li Mu was staring at the coffee table in fascination. Damn it! Yang Qianxian lightly bit her shell teeth. She was a little confused as to what was going on with her mindset of not wanting to be discovered and wanting to be discovered at the same time. It's getting late, I'm going to practice. Li Mu turned back, the intention of sending off was especially obvious between his words. In the blink of an eye, a few days will have passed. Early September, near the middle of the month. Li Mu had already entered the trial tower 3 times again. The average number of credits harvested each time was roughly 2,000 or so. Didn't run into the only Fae again, so maybe the only really is just the only. Not many special encounters either. Entered 3 times and only met 1 special level 4 alien beast. There weren't many ordinary alien beasts either, so all in all, the harvests of these times were somewhat unsatisfactory. On top of that, what made Li Mu rather speechless was, ever since the first day, after that, Han Xiaoyan came to deliver breakfast every day. If that's all, forget it. The point is that on the 3rd day, Yang Qianxian also came to deliver breakfast. When the 2 first met, they almost didn't do it. Thinking about that scene made Li Mu's brain hurt a little. On the contrary, at the back, Li Mu finally understood why Han Xiaoyan was so persistent. A young girl that he had saved on the train itself. In response, Li Mu was helpless, and anyway, the 2 of them always managed to maintain some balance later on. At least they wouldn't meet and fight. It's just that since then Li Mu has had to charge 2 breakfasts.
Well, Limu has good digestion anyway. Eating more would be considered promoting cultivation. It's hardest to live up to the grace of beauty. Limu is not really a wood, just. He only has martial arts in his heart right now. Other than that being a little bad, it was nothing else. Everything went on as usual, classes, practice.
The forums were still lively, but Limu seldom visited them anymore.
As the day got closer, the incident regarding Limu's date with Su Ruogu continued to ferment. It had become the hottest topic in the forum at the moment. A showdown between a freshman rising star and the strongest sophomore. What this represented wasn't even two individuals anymore. Rather, it's two grades. It's freshmen versus veterans. It is the battle of honor between who suppresses who in Chu University, 2 ages later on. It's like the senior being suppressed by the junior now. Though it actually seems like nothing. But in the forums, the big three now belonged to one of the most arrogant collectives. Who let the senior by show of the senior class still couldn't beat the winning falcon of the junior class. Honor, 2 words that don't seem to serve any real purpose. But for these fresh-blooded students, sometimes these 2 words will be valued more than life. Chapter 96 Beyond the Limit, 40,000 pounds. That should be about right. Residence training room.
Limu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the several medicines in front of him. The strength had reached 38,436 pounds. He had clearly sensed that he was close to the limit. Today, it was time to reach the limit. The harvest from the 3rd level of the trial tower was already somewhat poor. One had to be extreme to enter the 4th level. By the 4th level, ordinary monsters had 1,000 credits, and the harvest would skyrocket. Secondly, the day to enter the God's Tomb, again was near. The test in the 2nd level area was difficult. Only after reaching level 4 extreme martial artist would Limu have the confidence to pass the 2nd level of the test. In any case, it was time to reach the limit. One by one, pills or potions, medicinal dispersions were swallowed into the stomach. The swallowing heaven and devouring earth instantly operated. It transformed into strands of pure energy that merged into the limbs and bones. The muscles were warmed, transformed, and tempered, becoming more powerful and tougher. Gradually, Limu's body began to tremble slightly. The limit wasn't that easy to reach. The first question is whether the body can take in the energy to reach the limit. Limu had no problem with the energy intake aspect of swallowing heaven and devouring earth, of course. And the second problem was whether the body could withstand the extreme transformation of energy. Can it tap into the true limits? That's the hardest bit. The point that has trapped countless prideful people. But it wasn't difficult for Limu, who had already broken through the limits. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. The 8-pole gate is a method of tapping potential and breaking through limits. For this sect, the limits were only the foundation. Borrowing it to reach the limit was not difficult. Just need to bear that often unbearable severe pain. Limu's body was subconsciously trembling. That was the spasmodic reaction instinctively produced by the muscles of the body after the pain had reached a certain level. It's more intense. Limu clenched his teeth. It was said that extreme martial artists became rarer the higher the rank. At higher ranks, it would be much harder to reach the limit. Now it seems that what was said was true. A sharp pain. A sharp pain that goes deep into the marrow of the bones. Limu's willpower had always been strong. It was difficult for ordinary pain to affect him in the slightest. But this kind is different. This was pain at the very source of the body, deep down, almost soul-like. Originally, to reach the limit requires water to grind and water to penetrate the stone. But the 8 extreme doors is strong to the limit. Open the door strongly. Although there was no hidden danger in this way, the pain involved was by no means something an ordinary person could endure. Originally, Limu should have chosen a gentler way and progressed in a gradual manner. This would have been much better too. But, entering the divine tomb was imminent. He didn't want to gain nothing. Limit. Limu clenched his teeth. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. The 8 extremes gate was running wild. The body's load instantly reached a limit point. Consciousness had begun to blur. The turtle and snake appear. The great tortoise strides and settles down like a mountain. The spiritual snake spits out its breath, and is ethereal and ethereal. Suppression. The spirit that was already on the verge of collapse was instantly stabilized. Yin is born and Yang grows. The sky is clear and the earth is turbid. Vu. Limit. Limu violently opened his eyes. A sharp aura flashed in his eyes. It was like a rainbow piercing the sun. It's like a shooting star in the night. Brilliant. The gas is like a rainbow, rising straight up. The limit becomes level 4 limit. Far beyond the unusual limit. 40,000 pounds of enormous strength. Even though he hadn't tested it yet, Limu could already be sure of his strength. With the idea of just in case, Li Mu still went to the training room to test it.
40,000. The whole 40,000. Without the slightest deviation.
The limit of an ordinary third-level martial artist is only 30,000.
A whole 10,000 more.
This was the benefit after surpassing the limit. One must know that the power value of a rank 5 martial artist was only 31 to 60,000. Weaker rank 5 martial artists were afraid that Li Mu's power was not as high as at this moment. Because of that gate of limit, it directly increases the limit power by 1/3. At one time, Li Mu had worried about whether opening the limit gate too early would be unfavorable, whether it would affect his martial arts path afterwards. Now, it seemed that the worries at first were too redundant. The benefits of opening the gate of limits were by no means just momentary, but would affect the entire path of martial arts.
It would constantly increase the limits. It's remarkable. Li Mu couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of relief.
A few moments later, he first practiced boxing in the training room.
Feeling the changes in his body. Fist faster. The strong wind was like a roar. It echoed more than once in the training room.
If we were to face a 5th-level martial artist like Barbarian Ghost again, Li Mu would be able to kill him with a single punch.
Li Mu is sure of it. Next is the second gate of limits.
Having already tasted the benefits and sweetness of breaking through the limit, Li Mu could not easily break through again since
he wanted to break the limit on a level-by-level basis. And a bit of body hardening scatter.
Li Mu directly sent all the remaining body tempering scatter into his mouth. Immediately, he sat down on his knees within the training room. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the east pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment.
The Octomom runs again.
And this time, what Li Mu was going to impact was the second gate of limits. It was called the gate of enlightenment. By the sense of my martial arts. With the foundation of my martial arts.
Slamming the door.
Boom.
Vaguely. Between minds. A portal appears. Magnificent, spectacular, like a miracle. And brilliant. It was hard to see straight. The gates of enlightenment. Li Mu's second gate of limits. Boom. Crash. Slamming doors. The body is in the midst of a frantic state of load.
The muscles of the body were trembling, bearing the grinding and baptizing.
In the process of getting better, one always goes through trials and tribulations.
This is the process that change must take. Sometimes, it may remain unchanged even after the ordeal.
Take for example the current Li Mu.
Time and time again, he suffers but fails to bring about substantial change.
But that doesn't mean it's pointless anymore.
All of the pain, all of the trials and tribulations right now were all paving the way, preparing for the moment of metamorphosis.
Accumulation and change never happen overnight. Everything makes sense. Li Mu opened his eyes. He slowly exhaled a breath. The load on his body had reached its limit.
The medicine had all been digested as well. It was time for this cultivation to come to an end. The cultivation of the 8 extremities sect was to break through the limits, to tighten a string for a longer period of time.
It required always testing the edge of the limit. Push too hard and the string will break. The body might actually collapse.
However, if it did not reach the true limit, it would be difficult to have a honing effect.
The main thing is to master the degree of it.
To put it bluntly, this was a gong method that repeatedly jumped horizontally between life and death.
There aren't many points left again. Gotta make money again.
The cultivation of the 8 extreme sect needed to be complemented with the aid of medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs, on the other hand, obviously could not fall from the sky.
Packed up and went out. Head to the trial tower.
Li Mu purposely saved the number of times just to head there after the limit.
Chapter 97, the 4th floor of the trial tower.
In front of the ladder leading to the 4th floor.
Li Mu exhaled deeply.
The internal breath became more and more stable.
Ego panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, grade 4. Strength, 40,000. Attack power, 89,052. Withstand, 92,100. This harvest, 672. Because the main goal this time was the 4th floor.
Li Mu hadn't delayed too much, so he hadn't gained much at the moment, and his tolerance hadn't been consumed much either.
Come on. The flat meaning in Li Mu's eyes began to fade. In its place was a burning eye light. He took a step up the ladder. An invisible pressure was suddenly exerted.
However, this time, Li Mu's pace did not pause for a moment and continued forward.
One step after another. A firm and strong step. The first half of the steps are easy to write.
The second half, the pace starts to get noticeably heavier. But the pace still hadn't slowed, and he kept his rhythm.
Step after step. 5 more steps.
The 4th floor was already in sight.
He could already see the yellow masonry of the 4th floor.
Another step was taken, and there were 4 steps left. The invisible pressure seemed to turn tangible. In an instant, the view of the fourth floor that had been reflected in his eyes became blurred.
Another step was taken.
The rhythm will not be disturbed. Instantly, a powerful and unrivaled pressure was exerted.
Last time, this was where Li Mu was repelled.
The last 3 steps of the test would go straight up a level.
But this time it's different. A firm step forward.
The step trembled slightly,
Yet still firm.
the pressure was horrible, but compared to the 8-pole door,
Let's just say it's just that. 2 steps. 1 step. Snap.
with the last step, Li Mu stepped out heavily, completely stepping into the 4th layer. A layer that belonged exclusively to 5th-level martial artists.
It's a bit easier than expected. Degree, 88-100. Tolerance is still dropping a bit. What was expected? Li Mu did not mind.
He completely stepped into the 4th layer. The surrounding area was not too different from the 3rd layer.
Above and below, the same earth-colored masonry.
Only the passage was wider. At a glance there were more than 10 meters and nearly 20 meters in width.
Simply does not look like a channel. Looks like there's going to be big guys on this level. Li Mu stepped forward.
There was excitement and wariness in his slightly narrowed eyes. A 5th-level foreign beast, haven't really stumbled upon one yet.
Not much longer.
A sudden sound of footsteps sounded behind the corner ahead. Within a certain range, the foreign beasts in the trial tower would come to the door of their own accord.
Not much longer. A canine alien beast appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes.
It was as big as a horse and was yellow with black spots. The hair on its neck exploded in confusion, and its paws were a little larger in proportion to its body.
Rhinoceros. Grade, level 5 common. Strength, 40,000. Attack power, 60,000. Value, 1,000 credits.
Note, it's barely good enough to make it to this tier, but this tier isn't that good.
This guy is just a minion, come on, face the blast.
Oh.
Li Mu hadn't finished reading the notes. Blast arrived right away.
No, it was a fishy wind that met my face. The Lindog was strangely fast.
It's actually not much inferior to the Phantom Killer.
Good lord, the boss on the 3rd floor is not as good as the minions on this floor. The light in Li Mu's eyes grew hotter. After the limit, his 5 senses were even sharper. Even without using his divine eyes, he could barely make out the movements of the Lindog. He quickly sidestepped to avoid it, but he was still a hair too late.
The broad canine palm skimmed over Li Mu's right arm.
Several hideous blood scars immediately surfaced. Lindog leaped forward, stabilized his body, immediately turned around. Low roar once again will strike again.
This time Li Mu took the initiative to meet it. He still hadn't utilized his divine eyes. Although using the divine eyes could easily resolve the battle.
But that's just the most common minions on the 4th floor. If even this himself needs to use his divine eyes,
then what should happen after that? Punch out. Powerful wind whistles.
On the other side, the fishy wind whistled. The thick canine palm arrived with an uncharacteristic canine-like harshness.
Lindog. Lin. Not scales.
Although this guy looks unusual, his bloodline is by no means unusual.
Level 5. Any foreign beast at this level would no longer be too ordinary. Boom.
Amidst the muffled sounds, fists and palms met. The 2 huge forces impacted each other, crazily pouring towards each other.
Thud. Li Mu took a heavy step back. With the same power, even Li Mu's attack was higher.
But he still didn't have any advantage. That was the advantage of size. Sometimes the data on the panel is a little too rigid after all.
In a real battle, there are so many factors that affect battle power.
There is simply no such thing as a high battle power being a sure win.
A few steps back, the messy footsteps stabilized. Li Mu took a heavy step and took the initiative to draw himself up.
On the other side, the Lindog who took a hard hit was equally bad.
It hadn't even stabilized its body completely yet. The collapsing bow scuttled the arrows in a hurry. Brace the hammer. Intent. Implications. I want me under this punch. There will be no more former enemies. The fist was like running thunder.
Explosion, sudden appearance.
Fist intent erupted. Boom.
Blood, crimson blood swirled in the air.
It was like a demonic flower.
The large, faceted head tilts back.
Blood continued to rush from the huge break in the neck. Boom.
The body smashed to the ground, blood still flowing.
1,000 credits arrived. Level 5.
Li Mu murmured out 2 words. Treading on the blood all over the ground, he took a big step forward. It was only whenever he faced this kind of powerful opponent that Li Mu's heart would beat violently and his intentions would become especially pure. It was only then that the divine flavor between the moves would gush out. It was a talent that could only be truly displayed in battle.
8 pole. There are many moves in Baji. But he's called Baji Quan. But
it was preferred that there was no fist among the 6 killing moves of the 8 extremes fist.
Li Mu had studied those moves. 6 great openings. The 6 killing moves of the 8 pole.
top, hold, single, lift, crossbody, and wrap. The 3 leans and 3 combinations are the main points. And no punches. Boxing, apart from the basic 8 stances, has only the basic stance. Li Mu used to be somewhat incomprehensible. He was used to using his fists. Before digging deeper into the basic 8 stances and practicing the 6 great openings, he focused on the former. He always felt that with 8 extreme fists, the most powerful thing should be the fist. It was like the Tombstone's predecessor Li Wenshu's battle record was also a punch, not the other way around. Then what exactly is this punch? Hiddenly enlightened, but difficult to investigate. Phew. Between breathing in and out, the feeling in Li Mu's heart seemed to become clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Li Mu stopped in his tracks. The ear wings moved slightly. Ahead, some movement. It seems to be combat. Ha! Li Mu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. The Fae were fighting amongst themselves? If it was a real Fae, this would be normal. But this was the trial tower, and Li Mu had never really seen the foreign beasts here fight amongst themselves. Or maybe it was someone else. But Li Mu really hadn't met anyone else in the same way. After just a moment of contemplation, Li Mu walked straight toward the location where the voice came from. No matter what the reason was, at least there are Fae there. There's fighting. For Li Mu this represented credits and sharpening, nothing else mattered. Not long afterward, after stepping around a corner, the battlefield was reflected in Li Mu's eyes. Scorpions. A huge scorpion that was as huge as a bull, that rooted tail was simply longer than a python, and that one tail hook was even flashing with a lingering cold light. Chapter 98 Returning to Nangong Shuejian. Giant Scorpion Guard. Grade, Level 5 Common. Strength, 40,000. Attack Power, 60,000. Abilities, Defense Strengthening, Attack Strengthening. Value, 1,000 credits. Note, you're finished, bad luck, hey, pity. Wait for death. Not 1 or 2, or even more than a dozen. Rather, there were at least 20 or 30 of them. With so many giant scorpion guards that were several times larger than a bull gathered together, Li Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In between these giant scorpions was a woman. A woman with a ponytail, wearing a white power suit holding a blood-stained silver and white spear. Her complexion was ice cold, and her eyes were even more like those of a severe winter, with an endless murderous aura amidst the bitterness. Beside her, there were already several corpses of giant scorpion guards with huge blood holes in their heads. Some of the corpses had already begun to dissipate into white light. Apparently, there were already quite a few giant scorpion guards that she had killed. Only, her condition wasn't very good either. The white lapel was stained with crimson blood. The varying degrees of rise in her chest represented that her internal breath had become somewhat out of balance. The giant scorpion guards around her were still launching attacks. A tail hook attacked from all angles, as well as a pair of huge iron pincers. Every instant she needed to face at least 4 or 5 giant scorpion guards' attacks. But even though her condition was already clearly a bit poor, she still seemed to be able to cope with them with ease. Her posture was agile, and every time the lance in her hand probed out, it would either break the tail hook of the giant scorpion guard or directly take away the life of a giant scorpion guard. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, the colors in his eyes becoming more and more intense. She was strong. If it was just these giant scorpion guards, she shouldn't have gotten hurt. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes glanced at a different giant scorpion. It was bigger, and its shell was more hideous, with barbs everywhere, while its tail hook was much more slender, at least more than 20 meters. Giant Scorpion King. Grade, Level 5 Special. Strength, 55,000. Attack Power, 90,000. Abilities, Defense Enhancement, Attack Enhancement, Battle Intuition, King Summoning. Value, 8,000 credits, Certificate of Honor. Note, this guy is not to be messed with, there is no way, wait for death, if you were lucky enough to survive the siege of the Scorpion Swarm. Remember to capture the thief first. Li Mu's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Good guy, really good guy. This guy is more or less an exaggeration. Special Fae are of varying strengths and weaknesses. One of the most intuitive is the value. The more expensive it is, the stronger it is naturally. This guy actually scored 8,000 points straight away, and there's a certificate of some kind of honor? Seeing this honor certificate, Li Mu remembered that his phantom honor certificate still doesn't know what it's for. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu opened his mouth. Do you need help? No. The woman in the scorpion swarm responded in an icy tone without the slightest hesitation. Li Mu also did not say anything else and turned around. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the 3rd place Nangong Shuejian. I didn't expect a girl's gun to be so powerful and strong. Wait. Just a few steps after Raimu turned around and walked out, she spoke again. Li Mu turned back. Help me stall these giant scorpion guards and count me as owing you a favor. Silence. But it was only a moment before the pretense of calmness was torn away from Li Mu's eyes. Inside his eyes, there was already a burning battle intent. His legs were slightly bent. In the next moment, it fiercely stepped out. Li Mu's figure suddenly flashed away like a stray arrow.
Li Mu did not know why Nangong Shuejian why back to the heart.
Staying and caring is not a nebulous favor. Rather, there are many exotic beasts here. Li Mu, who had already entered many times, had known this for a long time. A herd of foreign beasts was something that could be encountered but not sought. And here, there's a complete pile of credits waiting to be harvested. Though these giant scorpion guards were not to be messed with at first glance, and their defenses should be strong as well. However, it was hard not to specialize in finding weak ones to kill. Martial artists, by nature, should rise to the occasion. Like a lightning bolt, Li Mu was already approaching a giant scorpion guard.
He threw a punch. It's like thunder. Boom!
Before the giant scorpion guard's tail hook reacted, the punch had landed right in the middle of his head.
Instantly, that outer armor was directly dented. But that was all.
The defenses of beasts of the same level could be vastly different from each other, and one of the most crucial points was the construction of the body.
A scaly one will definitely have a stronger defense than a hairy one.
And the defense of this giant scorpion guard directly clad in an exoskeleton was naturally much stronger than the unusual long-scaled ones. This punch was not much worse than the one that killed the Lin dog. However, it did not cause much substantial damage to it. The tail hook attacked.
Li Mu immediately dodged to avoid it.
Before sidestepping, another punch landed in the same spot.
100 arrows off the armor-breaking fist. Self-created armor-breaking fist. Boom! One punch was followed by 100.
If thunder bursts, they rise and fall. In a flash, between the fist shadows whistling.
You are only a 4th level?
The moment Li Mu made his move, his breath leaked out.
Nangong Shuejian instantly saw Li Mu's rank.
She was instantly shocked and began to regret opening her mouth. But in the next moment, all that could be seen was a burst of fist shadows and thunder. The head of a giant scorpion guard directly became dilapidated, no longer alive. The figure flashed past again, heading straight for a nearby giant scorpion guard.
Level 4, killing a giant scorpion guard so quickly? Nangong Shuejian couldn't help but shrink her pupils. When did Chu University produce such a person?
No, for a 4th level to come up to the 4th floor already says a lot.
Just go find that giant scorpion king and leave the rest to me. Li Mu left behind a somewhat maniacal voice.
Behind him, another corpse of a giant scorpion guard was left behind. The 100 arrows offline armor-breaking fist pursued an outburst.
A swiftness. Fast. Good. Just stall.
Nangong Shuejian agreed and immediately emptied his mind, the colors in his eyes once again harsh and cold. Several spears picked off a few giant scorpion guards, his body lightly skimmed over the head of one giant scorpion guard, heading straight towards the giant scorpion king. Li Mu, on the other hand, directly rushed into the densest area of the giant scorpion guards. At this moment, between his eyebrows, black mysterious lines had emerged.
Divine eyes. A scorpion tail swept through the air intersecting left and right.
A tail hook flashed in the air with a stern and incomparable cold light.
Li Mu's figure flashed between one tail hook after another.
Dodging from side to side, seemingly perilously close, one tail hook that shone with a cold light almost directly brushed against Li Mu's body.
But in reality, he was swimming with ease. With the divine eyes, those seemingly powerful tail hooks, the siege of those giant scorpion guards, and the giant pincers that were wielded one by one.
They were so slow in Li Mu's eyes. So slow that he had plenty of time to react and respond. Of course, the actual danger is not the least bit great. A slight mistake could be the result of having one's body directly pierced through. But this feeling of wandering on the edge of death was even more exciting to Li Mu. However, he was also aware that this state couldn't be maintained for long. He had to be quick himself. 100 arrows off the string armor-breaking fist. Between the flashes of fist shadows, another giant scorpion guard fell. It didn't really take 100 punches. An average of 40 or 50 punches would be enough. And with the addition of the god's eyes, he would be able to swing that many dozens of punches directly within a second or two. Chapter 99 Top 100 on the list. Must win. The number of credits harvested kept getting bigger. The number of fallen giant scorpion guards also increased. And Li Mu's fist was already a bloody mess. Even white bones were faintly visible. It's all his own blood. Those giant scorpion guards don't have red blood. The internal breath had also become a bit out of whack. On his body, traces of blood were all over. Even with the boost from the divine eyes, the body's reaction was almost unable to keep up. Not to mention the gusts of excruciating pain in his head had begun to spread. The sustaining time of the god's eyes was about to reach its limit as well. Thud. Another heavy step was taken. Straight towards the last giant scorpion guard that was still standing. There was more than just thunder, and the shadow of the fist flashed. A moment later, the last giant scorpion guard fell. And at that moment, the tolerance on Li Mu's panel was already only 1%. The limit. But one look at the cumulative haul this time around instantly made it all feel worth it. Gain, 27,962 credits. Close to 28,000.
That's the beauty of the beast. High risk, high reward. Zip! The silver white lance pierced into the giant Scorpion King's head. At once,
The hideous figure of the giant Scorpion King stopped moving and slowly paralyzed on the ground. Pulling out his lance, Nangong Shuajin slowly exhaled a breath, bracing himself against the lance before standing up straight. Challenging this giant scorpion swarm this time was a bit of a stretch. A single giant scorpion swarm, or rather a giant Scorpion King, could hardly pose much of a threat to Nangong Shuajin. But the addition of the two created a qualitative change. A large number of giant scorpion guards surrounded, and the giant scorpion guards waited for an opportunity. It was important to realize that she didn't have Li Mu's perverted divine eyes. Facing too many sieges, among which there was also a sinister and powerful giant Scorpion King, there was always a time when she would not be able to fight. It was being dragged out for too long. She was running out of steam. Fortunately, someone appeared to slow down the ordinary giant scorpion guard. Soon, the giant Scorpion King's body dissipated into dots of white light, and a black card levitated. Nangong Shuejian's eyes brightened slightly at once. Hurriedly catching this giant scorpion certificate of honor. If it wasn't for it, Nangong Shuejian wouldn't have been so adventurous in challenging the giant scorpion swarm. It wasn't until the giant scorpion certificate of honor arrived that she looked back. The giant scorpion corpses all over the ground were gradually turning into bits of white light and dissipating. At the same time, there was also Li Mu's figure that was also dissipating. Nangong Shuejian just happened to see the final scene of Li Mu's body dissipating. Actually, killed all of them? Nangong Shuejian's eyes could not help but flash with surprise. Spinning around, it became deeply puzzled and curious. Who in the world is it that a 4th-level martial artist can do this to such an extent? Could it really be that freshman rising star that's been rumored recently? Appeared directly in the trial tower rest hall. Li Mu frowned slightly. It actually failed. The use of the avatar actually failed. After reaching the 4th level limit, he similarly gained a divine ability. Its ability was simple, instantly recovering to full strength. It wasn't as if entering the trial tower was without the idea of trying out this divine ability. However, it failed to use it. It wasn't because this divine ability couldn't be utilized within the trial tower. Rather, it was for its own reasons. The mental power was not enough to support the execution of this divine ability. It wasn't just because the divine eyes consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Its own total amount was not quite enough for this divine ability to be cast. But the difference doesn't seem to be much. It should be. When it's level 5. Walking out of the hall of the trial tower, there were still some paroxysms of pain in his head. The aftermath of too much mental energy consumption. It was a good thing that the turtle and snake diagram could serve as a reprieve. This time, Li Mu didn't rush to leave the trial tower. Instead, he came to the front-facing trial tower leaderboard. If the math was right, after experiencing this great harvest, he should be able to make it to the top of the list, right? In front of the huge stone monument, there were crowds of onlookers no matter what time of the day it was. Regarding this ranking, in the hearts of all the students of Chu University, there was always a mentality of admiration and reverence. The current Li Mu was also considered a celebrity in Chu University. As soon as he arrived, someone immediately took the initiative to give up some seats. Li Mu stood under the stone monument and looked calmly. First place, Winning Falcon, 226,939 credits. Second place, Bai Xiu, 157,107 credits. Third place, Nangong Shuejian, 138,626 credits. Fourth place, Zheng Tingfei, 117,916 credits. Fifth place, Wang Manchu, 100,682 credits. The top 4 remain very stable. And the first place Winning Falcon has been keeping a clean sweep. The gap was already much wider than at the very beginning of enrollment. On top of that is the fact that the 7th Wang Manchu has moved up to 5th place. The rest of the ranked number 1 academic scores have also increased quite a bit. Li Mu looked down one after another. 85th, Money Blade, 48,216 credits. 86th place, Li Mu, 43,962 credits. 87th place, Su Ruogu, 40,691 credits. Number 100, Yuncho, 31,762 credits. On the list. Not too far off from Li Mu's own prediction. Although this stone tablet appeared to be carved, it was nevertheless quite divine. The numerical rankings on it were all updated in real time, and it was possible that 1 second the next would be 2 rankings altogether. The rankings, now, have grown quite a bit in overall credit numbers compared to the beginning of the school year. At first, the last place was still Su Ruogu, with more than 20,000 points. Now he even had 40,000 points as well, and the last place had more than 30,000 points. The existence of this list was the equivalent of reminding the trainees all the time that they couldn't slack off, or else they could be surpassed at any time. It's changed. Li Mu is on the list. At this time, the onlookers in front of the leaderboard also noticed the change in the leaderboard.
How long has it been? Less than a month. Less than a month of enrollment and it's actually on the list.
It seems like the winning Falcon was enrolled in school for several months before he made it to the list in the first place.
This should be a record. The fastest freshman ever to make the list. And also happens to be one place higher than Suruogu. It couldn't be on purpose. You mean score control? It can't be. It's sick enough to be on the list so quickly. If it's still controlling the scores, then what the hell? It's not like you guys don't know about the two of them, whether it is or not, who knows. Soon after, Suruogu received news from his classmates. Li Mu was on the list. It also happened to be one place higher than himself. Damn! How is this possible? How can it be so fast? So many points straight up in one go? Suruogu was instantly annoyed. The time for the appointment was getting closer and closer. It was a period where he had been trying to get closer to the limit. But the results were poor. This has been making him quite irritable and anxious lately. He didn't want to lose. Lose to a freshman. And now this sudden news was like a bolt from the blue. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that it's really impossible for me to win. No. Can't do this. A thought arose in Suruogu's mind. Since he couldn't reach the limit himself, then why not just break through? Half limit and good enough. Level 4 versus level 4 wins are probably low. But what if you're a level 5? That's right. One can still break through. Suruogu instantly strengthened his resolve. This battle, one had to win. Chapter 100 Re-entering the Divine Tomb. The second layer area. Shocked. A new record. Less than a month after enrollment, entered the top 100 of the trial list. Legend. This will be a true legend. The forum is abuzz. Not only the forum, but the entire campus was abuzz. If it was said that Li Mu was famous in Chu University before, it was because of his specialness among the level of freshmen. Then at this moment's entry into the top 100 of the trial ranking, what was illustrated was Li Mu's true strength. You have to know that of the 100 people on the trial list right now, Li Mu was the only one who was a freshman. Sophomore year is also just Suruogu alone. Of the remaining 98 people, more than 60% of them were senior cadets. The remaining ones are not yet juniors either. It could be said that the proportion of junior cadets now far exceeded that of the Hope Session, precisely because of the winning Falcon's presence. With a spiritually perfect role model. And now, it could be said that tens of thousands of veteran students who had studied for several years were actually inferior to a teenager who had only been at the school for less than a month. Strength-wise, he was already able to rank in the top 100 amongst the tens of thousands of students in Chu University. How could this not make people shocked and incredulous? And the parties. Li Mu didn't care about that. False names were just floating clouds. The only thing that is real is one's own strength. So what if you're in the top 100? You know there can still be dozens of people ahead of you. What's the point of not reaching the top? So what if we come in first? Fame is always illusory. Only one's own strength is real. September 15th sunny. Li Mu's mood was as sunny as the weather. A normal day. Go to class, go home from class. The only difference is that Li Mu showered and went to bed early today. Under the pale sky is a vast expanse of graves. Neatly arranged, like a magnificent mountain. It is like a natural work of art, but also like a miracle in the world. Entered for the fourth time. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and between them was a scorching light. And it was especially different this time. He was going to march into the second tier area. Looking at a bombed-out grave on the first level, Li Mu slightly exhaled a breath. Immediately, he took a big step forward, crossing over the first layer of the area. Looking out over the second area of the graves that were even more grand and spectacular in scale. Neatly arranged and situated in an orderly fashion. Take a deep breath. He stepped forward. Pressure began to build. But the current Li Mu was long gone. At the limit of the fourth level, he was carrying a huge strength of 40,000 pounds. This level of pressure could no longer affect him. His pace was firm, step after step. 100 meters, 50 meters. Until 10 meters. Pressure steeply increased, like as stable as a mountain, with a jingoistic aura to meet the impact. Li Mu immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. Taking another step, he landed peacefully. This momentum, compared to the previous one that was filled with a murderous aura, was much weaker. It was completely within Chen Shou's range and such. Last time, the tomb that Li Mu approached that was filled with a murderous aura, that tomb was already at the back end of the second area. And this time, Li Mu was choosing to enter from where the second area began. Maybe the last time was not supposed to be so bad, mainly because of choosing the wrong place. Not much longer. Li Mu finally stood in front of the first tomb in the second area. Li Xian's tomb. Li Xian, character Yuqing, 16th grade martial artist. Leading the Qin army of 3 million. defending the Longxi Great Wall for 300 years. To protect the peace and stability of the earth. So that no foreigners will be allowed to invade. The battle ruined my reputation, and I've been wrong several times, but I'm glad that I've been cleared of my wrongs. In the end, I couldn't see the bones, but I only remembered the handwritten book of war as a burial. 16. Li Mu's pupils shrunk. Although he had long had a guess, when he actually saw the tombstone with 16 levels clearly written on it, he still couldn't help but flip some waves in his heart. Martial Way 13 levels. No. How many levels are there in Budo? Li Mu looked out over the deep graves, and the meaning in his eyes grew hotter and hotter. This road was far longer than he had imagined. Senior, offense. With a clasped fist and a salute, Li Mu marched to the side of the grave. The milky white grave of unknown material was much larger than the grave in the first area. On it, there were cracks that were hard to see with the naked eye. Who? A moment to adjust his breathing. 100 arrows off the armor-breaking fist. The fist is like a thunderous gust. Between the whistling shadows of the fist, it was a thunderous burst. The 100 arrows offline armor-breaking fist was not only for breaking armor. It is equally effective in attacking. Dozens of punches later. The tomb collapsed. No. Kind of expected. Li Mu was not too disappointed. He just walked towards the next grave with a little regret in his heart. The pressure in the air became more intense. Especially when close to the grave, the momentum that erupts from the grave itself is instantly much stronger. Fortunately, it was still within the tolerance range. The 4th level limit is not a breakthrough for nothing. Soon, it reached the second grave. Tian Dan's tomb. Gui's surname, Tian's, list, 16th level martial artist. He subdued the Fire Ox Emperor and made great achievements in battle. He even led the Fire Ox herd to defeat the allied forces of the demon race and is one of the few existences in history to have subdued an alien emperor. He was buried here with the Bull Emperor's flute, the best beasts. There was something familiar about the name, yet something I couldn't recall. I didn't think too much about it and didn't hesitate. Once again he came to the grave. 100 arrows off the armor-breaking fist. Dozens of punches later, the grave shattered. Compared to the bracing hammer, Li Mu's self-created 100 arrows off the string armor-breaking fist was more suitable for attacking. The efficiency was much faster. Still no. Li Mu's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. It was more or less heartbreaking. This was the tomb of a 16th level martial artist. Take a few slow breaths to calm down. He moved forward again. Yogi's tomb. I am a 16th grade martial artist. An arrow is like a star. An arrow pierces through a million armors, causing the demon emperor to flee without a fight. He was buried here with his divine weapon, the Starfall Bow, and his archery skills. Li Mu frowned. He had heard of this one's great name. In his last world, one of the top divine archers in history. But what made him feel strange was why the owners of 3 graves in a row all seemed to be from more or less the same era. Previously in the first area, the dynasties of those grave owners could be quite random. Was it because of coincidence? Or is this side divided by era? Or, Li Mu thought of the last grave he had tried. If he hadn't guessed the owner of that grave correctly, he was also from almost the same era as the owners of these 3 graves. A bold guess appeared in Li Mu's mind. The heavens and the earth had dramatically changed. Dramatic changes in heaven and earth as mentioned in the essays of a true man. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a ray of sharpness. It was necessary for him to take a good look at the content of the accompanying book about the dramatic changes in heaven and earth after he returned this time. Previously, Li Mu had focused more on the cultivation tips. But the priority right now is still this. Without much hesitation, Li Mu immediately stepped forward. The rest could go back and slowly think about it and study it. But time waits for no one in the god's tomb. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Cloth Without a Face. Change in Heaven and Earth. Jing Ke's tomb. Jiang, Qing, Zifei, 16th level martial artist. Especially good at sneaking and assassination method, attacked and killed the foreigner's royal family 13 with a bang. He killed 13 of the foreigner's royal family with a single attack, which made the foreigner's top management fearful. They didn't even dare to go alone. The wind is rustling and the water is cold. Once a brave man goes, he will never return. The 5 styles of the Dark Dragon and No Face and Cloth are left in the grave. It's the 6th tomb. Li Mu gently exhaled. The 6 tombs, without exception, were all famous generals from the Qin dynasty or before. Moreover, nothing was found in the first 5. He could already feel that he could not stay long. Not daring to hesitate or guess any longer. Directly moved to smash the tomb. Under Li Mu's 100 arrows off the string armor-breaking fist, it only took a few moments for the tomb to collapse. The moment the grave collapsed, he had a flash of light. Something. In the tomb, 2 white and ancient books lay quietly in the middle of the coffin. The 5 styles of the Dark Dragon. Cloth Without a Face. Without the slightest hesitation, he probed and grabbed. Ashes to ashes. But not completely obliterated.
Under the perception of spiritual power, the two disappearing books transformed into two strands of pure spiritual power. But these two strands of spiritual energy were also about to shatter. There was not the slightest time to hesitate. Li Mu immediately used his spiritual power to receive the spiritual power that those two ancient books had transformed into. But what Li Mu thought was still a little too ideal. These two strands of spiritual power directly began to collapse. There was no time to think or hesitate. Li Mu's spiritual energy immediately wrapped around and went. It wasn't enough to barely save a book. If you have to do both, you'll only get both. Not enough to think about. Li Mu's spiritual energy then returned to his mind with one of the spiritual forces. And the movement of this spiritual energy caused Li Mu to completely reach his limit. As soon as his eyes went black, he had directly lost consciousness. Open your eyes. The scene is familiar, but not as familiar as it once was. After all, I have left the home where I have lived for 18 years. Suppress that emotion in your heart. The contents of Cloth Without Faces slowly appeared in his mind. Soon, Li Mu's expression couldn't help but flash a ray of surprise. The ability of this gong method was strange. There's no killing power, or any power generation techniques, or anything to hone the body. It has only one ability. A very special one ability. Thousands of people. I am a man of the cloth. 1,000 faces of cloth. Cloth without a face. This. Nor is the ability of the Cloth Without Faces faceless. Rather, it is a very special effect. So that others will not notice themselves at all. It's like a transparent person with zero presence. Visible, but unnoticeable. In an instant, Li Mu understood the strategic significance of this gongfu. Previously, he had some regrets that the Dark Dragon 5 styles, which was obviously a powerful killing move as soon as he heard the name, had not been left behind. But now he was just glad. The 5 styles of the Dark Dragon could have been Jingke's explosive killing move. But Cloth Without Face is definitely the foundation of Jingke's life as a supreme assassin. Assassin, the most important thing is not assassination, but sneaking. Otherwise you'll be discovered before you get close. Can you still call yourself an assassin? Though Li Mu didn't feel like going as an assassin of any kind. However, the appearance of Cloth Without Faces was just the right solution to one of his shortcomings. A shortcoming in sneaking and concealment. And with this, it shouldn't be annoying. The current Li Mu was a true celebrity. Wherever he went, he was bound to be surrounded by crowds. Anyway, Li Mu didn't feel the slightest bit complacent about this aspect. It just feels really annoying. I hope it works. Li Mu began to try running to cultivate this particular gong method. Cloth Without Face was not complicated. After all, its effectiveness is that singular. Soon enough, the initial run was successful. It was like the counting breath technique, a similar semi-passive technique. As long as one was skillful, one could run it unconsciously. Only the degree of proficiency in applying it affects its effectiveness. It was still late at night. Li Mu was also in no hurry to try the effects of this gongfu. After entering the divine tomb, he was already refreshed. There was also no need to continue sleeping. Come to the 3rd floor. Took out the book Real People's Essays and flipped through it in the light of the night and the moon. This time, Li Mu focused on looking through it for something about the dramatic changes in heaven and earth. The martial way has been exhausted, and heaven and earth are incompatible? I don't believe it. The dramatic changes in heaven and earth are like tides, ebbing and flowing. A certain expectation is not unique. There must be a reason. The more he looked through it, the more grave Li Mu's expression became. There wasn't a lot of ink in this area. Zhang Jinwen brought it up many times. Some of it is a passing reference, but some of it seems to go deeper. In this, Zhang Jinwen speculated. The last drastic change in the heavens and earth should have been when an ancient dynasty was coming to an end. That dynasty was called Qin. Since then, the highest level of martial artists has been 15. And according to Zhang Jinwen's speculation, that might not have been the first drastic change in heaven and earth. Moreover, in some of the essays he wrote in his later years, Zheng Sanfeng mentioned the dynasty Yuan. He was a great master of martial arts who straddled the Song and Yuan dynasties. It is mentioned in the accompanying article that since the fall of the Song dynasty and the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, heaven and earth seem to have something different again. It just seems that the sign and beginning of a new round of dramatic changes in heaven and earth. This confirmed that Zhang Jinwen's speculation that there was definitely more than one dramatic change in the heavens and earth. Moreover, the drastic change seemed to be a long process. Yuan, Ming, Qing. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He only felt that this seemed to be hiding some big secret. Other than that, Zhang Jinwen mentioned dynasties. Li Mu had heard of them all. However, what Zhang Jinwen mentioned also seemed a bit different from what Li Mu understood. After Song came Yuan, yes. But the time frame seems much longer. Casual writing, not just casual writing, there's something in this. Li Mu closed the casual writing and looked out at the moon. He exhaled a long breath. The white moon is bright. The night is not dark.
Li Mu only had to have already glimpsed only a fragment of the history.
But just such some information will make Li Mu heart inexplicably some heavy.
The change of heaven and earth. Though it is over. But what if it comes back? Who can stop the power of heaven and earth? Li Mu has also understood.
The reason those martial gods, the reason they were at level 13, was not that they could only reach level 13. Rather, they were only 13 levels.
Then in that case, wouldn't it no longer be possible to surpass the martial god that one had once thought was possible? That he could only be 13 levels at most? Then what about the grandiose promises he had made?
Li Mu clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes looking into the moonlight became more and more gloomy.
The heavier they became. Until, in which the flames rose violently.
The raging and incomparable flames seemed to burn to the heavens.
Heaven and earth have no way? Then come out of the road.
In the era when the highest level was only 15, Zhang Zhenren was able to take half a step to level 16.
Then why couldn't he himself? If heaven doesn't allow it, then we'll go against it. The path of a martial artist is inherently thorny and full of difficulties and obstacles. It's so difficult anyway, so what's the harm in making it harder? The path of a martial artist is to rise to the occasion. Even against the odds.
At this moment, Li Mu's mind was clear.
Chapter 102 already level 5? The day of the appointment. Ancient martial essence classroom.
Zhang Xiaohao approached the classroom and came to sit in the back row where he often sat. Suddenly he noticed that there was actually someone beside him.
He was violently startled. Brother Mac, why are you here? I've been. It worked well,
and Reimu was in a good mood all of a sudden. After going out today, from the residence to the classroom, he was completely like a transparent person.
The other trainees couldn't even notice themselves. If it were usual, it would be a crowd that would be watching and saluting. Brother Mu, how long did you come? I really didn't pay attention.
Zhang Xiaohao had a confused look on his face.
He was already wondering why he didn't see Li Mu today. Class is in session, cut the crap.
At this time the teacher of the class also approached the classroom. It was no longer Zhang Jinsong, it was a substitute teacher named Chao Yu. And Zhang Jinsong has taken a leave of absence.
The classroom is still based on theory. Occasionally, people are drawn to answer questions.
And today's Li Mu finally cleared the air and wasn't named to answer any more questions. You have to know that in the past, the teachers of various subjects were also caught one after another to let Li Mu answer questions. It couldn't be helped, they were also curious about this newborn legend.
2 days passed.
After testing, Li Mu had been able to roughly determine the current effect of cloth without face.
If he didn't open his mouth and didn't do anything noteworthy,
it is almost impossible for others to find themselves.
It's that state of obliviousness.
And even if he had voluntarily exposed himself to Zhang Xiaohao's eyes, as long as he was distracted and stopped paying attention to himself, it would be easy for him to ignore himself again. On the contrary, if someone notices himself and his attention is still on himself all the time, the kind that is particularly focused, it would be difficult for one's cloth without face to work. It wasn't like it was a true stealth technique after all. And in some ways, cloth without face was actually more effective than the method of invisibility.
He was made to be subconsciously ignored, without a trace. Returning to the residence after class in the afternoon. Started practicing directly. How could one slack off if they wanted to reach the peak of martial arts? Level 4 limit. Next up is the level 4 ultra limit. Swallow a large amount of body hardening scatter. The 8 extremities sect immediately operated.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the east pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment.
Gateway to enlightenment. My second gate of limits. Li Mu could see the portal. He could see it clearly. Magnificent and mysterious. Brilliant and eye-catching.
It had the extra characteristic of being radiant compared to the pale gate.
The gate of enlightenment.
The 8 extremities gate is running wildly, and the muscles are being loaded with china.
That door, it didn't move.
Li Mu was not the least bit frustrated. Pushing the door was meant to be a persistent process. As long as there is firm confidence, then it will certainly be able to push it open.
Ding! The doorbell rang abruptly.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
The doorbell rang again.
Unable to do anything else, Li Mu could only temporarily stop his cultivation to open the door.
Schoolboy. Brother Mu. The 2 women outside the door.
One was tall and had long legs, and one was petite and cute.
Something wrong? Li Mu's face was expressionless, no waves in his eyes.
It was as if the 2 beauties in front of him, a royal fan and a lowly style, were just red-pink skeletons in his eyes.
Yang Qianqian's pink eyebrows slightly knit, somewhat worried.
Shui Di, Su Ruogu has already posted an invitation to fight with you. You haven't responded yet. Some people say you're scared, so I wanted to come and see if there's anything wrong with you.
Inviting a battle?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, counting the time. It should be about time.
To be honest, Li Mu hadn't really taken that guy's appointment too seriously. After all, it was only a 4th level. Li Mu was really a bit unappreciative. It wasn't as interesting as going to the 4th floor of the trial tower to fight a random level 5 Fey beast. Brother Mu, I believe in you, you'll definitely be able to beat that guy to death. Han Xiaoyan waved his little fist with a face of adoration. Yang Qianqian's expression, however, was a bit grave. Senior, you shouldn't be too careless, some gossip says that he's already level 5. 5th level? Li Mu was not surprised, but pleased. If it was already level 5, then it shouldn't be too weak. Hopefully, he can take a few punches of his own. Li Mu raised some interest. But only some. He had never set his sights on an opponent of Su Ruogu's caliber. He was looking at the winning falcon. No more than Bai Xiao at this level. Thank you for the reminder, it's getting late, you guys should go back to rest early as well. Leaving behind a sentence, Li Mu directly closed the door. To these two, Li Mu was really a little helpless. Originally, Yang Qianqian was quite normal. Since Han Xiaozhang showed up, I don't know if it's because she's infected or what. It's also more or less abnormal. Li Mu wasn't quite brave enough to be alone with them anymore. The two women outside the door. When their eyes met, they both gave a petulant grunt and turned around to go their separate ways. Shudai No. 1 Drill Hall. It was a stadium-like layout. It is surrounded by a ring of spectator seats that rise in sequence. In the center was a wide ring of 100 meters directly in front of it. The No. 1 Martial Arts Stadium was one of the largest martial arts venues in Chu University, and usually the various competitions organized by the university were mostly held here. There were enough seats for all the students and teachers of Chu University to sit in. Today's martial arts arena is particularly lively. Before 10 o'clock, it was already a bustling scene with a sea of people. Sundays are supposed to be a time to sleep in or relax and play, not to mention fall in love. Even the elite students of WOU need the same time to relax. Combine work and rest. Only today, this Sunday, is different. 70 to 80% of the students have flocked to the martial arts field early. Among them, it was the freshmen and sophomores who were the most numerous. It can be said that the freshmen and sophomores are almost all present. Simply because, today was the day of the appointment between freshman rising star Li Mu and sophomore strongest man Su Ruogu. A battle between the two strongest men of their age. It also represents the face and honor of the two ages. Not only these ordinary students. Some of the more recognizable stormtroopers have also arrived. More than half of the top 100 trainees on the trial tower rankings had also come. Those juniors and seniors were likewise especially curious about this battle. Although they are schoolmates. But there is no seniority in martial arts. The one who reaches the top is the first. Li Mu and Su Ruogu were both already in the top 100 of the trial tower. This was already an existence that could only be looked up to for the vast majority of trainees. Not much time. I don't know who let out a gasp. Su Ruogu is here. In the wide passageway, Su Ruogu walked in slowly. A stern aura manifested itself, like a hurricane meeting its face. It's really level 5. 5th grade in sophomore year. Really deserves to be the No. 1 sophomore. I remember when Bai Xiao was also level 5 in the second half of his sophomore year, right, so wouldn't it be? 5th level is different from 5th level, Bai Xiao's foundation is much stronger than this guy's. In a chorus of surprised and amazed voices, Su Ruogu stepped into the arena with expressionless strides. Chapter 103 All 5 strongest arrive. Su Ruogu slowly swept across the room. The eyes contained a disdainful look. He hasn't come yet? The voice was not loud, but it caused the scene to go silent. No one responded. He did not question again either, and stood silently and proudly on the stage, holding his arms. Silent waiting. After breaking through the 5th level, his mindset had shifted to a certain extent. Level 5, among the students of Chu University, was already a small group of people at the top. There weren't 100 in total. It could be said that he was already on the same starting line as characters like Bai Xiao and Zhang Tingfei. Although there were still some gaps. But he believed that he would be able to catch up with them sooner or later. As for winning Falcon, although the same 5 levels. But Su Ruogu never had any ideas. Not on the same level. That was Chu University's recognized demon, a pervert in the true sense of the word. It was even called the martial god stance. This is not something that some people say casually. It's said to be the opinion of some school leaders. He was held in high hopes by countless people, and was even felt to possibly become a second heavenly saint-like figure. Although he was still only at the 5th level, an ordinary top martial arts general wouldn't even last a single move in his hands. There are even some rumors that he is already at the limit of the 5th level. The reason why he remained at level 5 was just to polish his foundation. There was a saying in Chuda. The 5th grade is divided into 2 kinds. Winning Falcon and others. The others are just level 5. Though some are just as good. For example, Bai Xiao had also fought battles in which he had defeated rank 6 martial artists.
But there was still a qualitative difference from the winning falcon as well. It wasn't level 6, but it was far superior to level 6.
Even during the last college tournament,
the winning falcon was only at the 5th level and had already defeated a 6th level martial artist. Even the most arrogant and proud would not be able to help but lower their heads in front of the winning falcon. It was too strong, so strong that it was despairing. Even if proud as Bai Xiu, as the first son of the Bai family,
he even has an age advantage.
But in front of the winning falcon the same need to lower his lofty head. Winning falcon's perversion was recognized. No matter how inflated Suruoga was, he wouldn't be so inflated as to think that he could be on par with the winning falcon.
And
what he knew in his heart, but was somewhat reluctant to admit, was that his own 4th level foundation failed to be completely stabilized. After defeating that guy, I must stabilize my roots properly, at least level 5 must be polished.
Suruoga secretly made an awakening.
At this moment, within the passageway, a tall, white cultivator wearing a casual slim-fit white suit appeared. Beside him was the better-built and flavorful Wang Manchu. Bai Xiu actually came with Wang Manchu. It's rumored that the two seem to have an unusual relationship, so it seems like it might be true. Although the Bai family has declined a bit over the years, its influence in the political world is still not small, if it is a beat on the military region Wang family.
Everyone's here pretty early.
Bai Xiu revealed a gentle smile in response to the trainees on the seats who greeted or saluted him. In terms of personality, he and Winning Falcon could also be said to be two extremes.
One was solitary and ice like cold iron.
The other is a wide range of socialization, people each charm shining, with whom all are a modest gentleman look, as a natural leader.
Don't get in the way, it's not like you're the main character today, don't be a stinker.
A voice suddenly came from behind Bai Xiu. It was a youth wearing an undershirt, with a lean and sturdy body, hair that stood up like rigid needles, and thunder tattoos on his arms.
Old Zhang, don't be staggering.
Bai Xiu didn't care when he saw the visitor and just smiled helplessly.
Hello Brother Fei. Brother Fei is here too. Brother Fei, come sit over here.
There are quite a few buddies who come to join in the fun, and there are quite a few good-looking ladies. Zhang Tingfei smiled and greeted the crowd around him. His personality was similar to Bai Xiu's, both being the type to make a wide range of friends.
But the two were quite different.
Although Bai Xiu seemed to be easygoing in his interactions with people, he always had a distinct sense of distance. Zhang Tingfei, on the other hand, was different. He was truly able to mingle with anyone, the kind that had no barriers at all. He's got a kind of jungle swagger.
This made many people feel more favorable towards Zhang Tingfei than Bai Xiu. All 5 levels, not bad indeed. Bai Xiu nodded his head to Su Ruogu. Senior is too kind.
In front of Bai Xiu, Su Ruogu still humbly lowered his head.
It's nothing to overrate, it might surpass me at some point.
Bai Xiu smiled faintly.
Zhang Tingfei slapped Bai Xiu's shoulder with an odd expression, exceeding my ass, I see that this kid's aura is a bit off.
Su Ruogu's face immediately became a bit ugly. Because the breakthrough was a bit rushed, yet it had not reached its true limit.
Problems are definitely there. But is this really a good idea to expose scars in public? Stop it.
Bai Xiu hurriedly pulled a hand on Zhang Tingfei and smiled subliminally at Su Ruogu. Old Zhang is a bit tongue-tied, don't mind it.
It's fine.
Su Ruogu smiled reluctantly.
Just then, another person walked out of the passageway. White clothes were snowy and cold as ice.
As soon as she appeared, it was as if the temperature around her dropped a few points. Why is she here?
Doesn't she hate this hilarious scene? Could it be that she senses a sense of crisis? I remember she didn't even come to the last duel between Winning Falcon and Bai Xiu, right? Can't be treating anyone differently? How could it be? What a joke. Nangong Shuejian,
the strange woman who ranked 3rd on the trial list. Without any background, she had come this far by herself alone. Not to mention that she is a role model and idol for all female cadets. Even for male trainees, no one was unconvinced by mentioning the name Nangong Shuejian. His admirers were even more numerous. Unfortunately, Nangong Shuejian's character is too cold. Cold to the point of being like ice and snow. All cadets who presume to get close to her will touch a nose. It is said that at one time Bai Xiu had suffered a considerable defeat. Many people feel that with Nangong Shuejian's vision and Chude can look at only the Winning Falcon, I'm afraid. Only the character of the Winning Falcon. Under the attention of the crowd, Nangong Shui gradually and calmly came to the open space in front of the audience and stood still.
This one actually came as well.
Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly.
What? People can't come? Wang Manchu snorted coldly.
Bai Xiu smiled and wiped his nose. Oh, I don't think there is this meaning, just strange, when Falcon to me all figured out some. Suddenly, his voice stopped.
It wasn't just Bai Xiu. The whole field. Instant silence. Ravenous silence. You can hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was instantly grave. Ta! A footstep sounded. Not light, not heavy. But it seems to tread on everyone's heart.
A black-clothed young man, his head bound with a smudged forehead and holding a long sword, walks slowly into it.
Winning Falcon. He's coming. The legend of Chu University, he's here.
Unlike the boiling live atmosphere of the previous few who came here. At this moment, there was only silence at the scene. The Winning Falcon had actually come as well. So far, the top 5 of the Trial Tower Pi rankings, the 5 most prestigious powerhouses in Chu-di, have all arrived here. Just because. The appointment between freshman rising star Li Mu and sophomore strongest man Su Ruogu. Chapter 104, The Battle in the Spotlight. Why hasn't Li Mu arrived yet? It was only after a long time that someone in the audience of the martial arts arena dared to whisper their doubts.
Yeah. So many people have come, why hasn't Li Mu arrived yet?
Even the Winning Falcon and the others have arrived.
The rightful owner actually hasn't even come yet.
The Winning Falcon was silent and stood still, like a statue. On the other side, Nangong Shuejian was similarly standing still. The face was expressionless, if frosty, and unmoved.
A black and a white, as good as a pair of people.
But the truth is that the two have never had any intercourse.
Bai Xiu and Wang Manchu chatted softly.
Only their eyes were all paying attention to the side of the entrance.
What the hell is wrong with that kid? Sleeping to death? Zhang Tingfei spat out loud.
On stage, Su Ruogu frowned slightly, his heart growing more and more dissatisfied. If it weren't for the presence of the Winning Falcon, a few strong men, Su Ruogu would need to pay some attention.
He would have questioned it long ago.
Only in the audience, there were already some murmurs as well.
Li Mu can't be afraid, right? After all, Su Ruogu is level 5, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come.
A freshman is a freshman, no matter how heaven-defying they are, they should stay honest and open first.
As an old student, seniority old students naturally will have a kind of feint his arrogance.
It was impossible to want to be pushed down by a lower grade student.
Nonsense, how could Mac be afraid?
Zhang Xiaohao immediately retorted.
As the self-professed number 1 junior under Li Mu, how could he wimp out at a moment like this? Yu Tianha also couldn't help but say he won't be afraid.
How could someone like him be afraid?
It should be delayed by something. Su Mo said. That guy can't possibly be afraid. Bai Ling. Nonsense.
Later on, Brother Mu will come and blow that so and so away with one punch.
Don't you guys cry when that happens.
Han Xiaoyan, who looked like a brainwashed fan, completely ignored the murderous gazes of the sophomore trainees.
It's true that he's not someone who would run away from the battlefield, schoolmate. Yang Qianxian, as a sophomore cadet, couldn't say anything more.
She could only anxiously send message after message to Li Mu.
And the moment
Li Mu, one of the main protagonists of today's appointment, was still asleep.
Normally, Li Mu rarely even slept anymore, let alone overslept. Just today,
the sleeping Li Mu did not look peaceful.
The expression was even a bit grim and uneasy.
Wu. Barrier.
Road. Li Mu opened his eyes violently.
A ray of palpitating color flashed in his eyes.
He had dreamed nightmares.
A very strange nightmare.
He couldn't remember it, only that it was strange. It was absurd. There's a road, and on the road, there's a lot of monsters. On the road, there are many small fruits of wood thorns. For the rest, there were so many more that Lemuel couldn't remember them all.
What the hell is this?
He was a little weirded out, it was very wrong.
He hadn't even dreamed in a long time, let alone. Suddenly, he noticed the countless messages and countless unanswered communications on his optical brain.
Today seems to be. He remembered. It's been an hour and there's no point in waiting any longer. Su Ruogu in the arena looked unhappy as he directly walked towards the outside of the arena.
It's over without a fight, the result is already there.
The sophomore cadets were all excited. Winning Falcon and Nangong Shuejian were expressionless as they each stood, waiting quietly.
Bai Xiu and Wang Manchu also did not get up, still chatting, posture leisurely, without the slightest intention to leave. Zhang Tingfei was surrounded by a large group of brothers. From time to time, bursts of laughter would erupt from over there, the atmosphere was warm, and they seemed to be chatting quite vigorously. There was no intention of leaving either. It was the fact that these 5 powerhouses in the top 5 of the rankings had yet to make a move and were in no hurry that caused many people to stay behind. It was just that Su Ruogu had long been impatient. He thought that he had already given quite a bit of face to these 5. Just as he walked off the field, a silhouette vaguely appeared in that backlit passage. The figure was slim and had a firm pace. Light, a little harsh. No, blinding is not light. It's the potential. The momentum of the hidden blade, concurrently. The sharpness of the blade, manifested undoubtedly. Sorry for being a little late. Another step, finally out of that backlit passage. The teenager's resolute face clearly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Brother Mu. Zhang Xiaohao immediately yelled with a broken voice.
Finally.
Bai Xiu's eyes condensed slightly.
Zhang Tingfei looked on with interest.
If the statuesque Winning Falcon and Nangong Shuejian both finally fluctuated as well. Countless people, their eyes locked onto that teenager. Li Mu! Li Mu! Not long after, the freshman immediately erupted into a neat cheer and excitement. The previous depression was swept away. Previously had been told by the sophomore to come all afraid to come, saying something about freshmen having to do it with their tails between their legs. They couldn't have been more pissed off. It's okay now. He's coming. At last. I thought you didn't dare to come. Suruoga's eyes were slightly gloomy. Hurry up and start early and finish early. Li Mu looked calm. It wasn't that he was impatient and looked down on Suruogu. It was only that he seemed to be about to have another epiphany. After waking up from the dream, he vaguely realized that his mind seemed a little clearer. In that case, let's do it. The two men stood tens of meters apart. The field was wide enough for even a top-level 6 martial artist to perform. In the field, excluding Li Mu and Suruogu, there was also a referee teacher. The strength of a top-level 6 martial artist. According to the rules of the Chu Grand Performance Martial Arts, apart from not intentionally injuring or maiming a person, there are no other prohibitions. You can go all out and don't have to hold back. Just in case, the presence of a referee with sufficient strength is naturally required. Moreover, this number 1 martial arts arena was not something that students could use at will. Not to mention, there was also a top-ranked 6 martial general on standby. One move, 1,000 points. Points are given to the loser. This is one of the unspoken rules. Who lightly exhaled a cloudy breath. Li Mu was as peaceful as Tarzan. The momentum around him gradually spread. It was harsh and grandiose. The other side. Suruoga's eyes were slightly narrowed and his expression was grave. The momentum, concurrently, came out. The huge potential belonging to a 5th-level martial artist poured straight towards Li Mu. When a martial artist fights, the potential is the pawn in front of the horse. All of them are tests and potential encounters. Li Mu. Cheer up. Go for it. Go for it. Li Mu. Must win. Brother Mu. Beat that stinking ass. Go Suruogu. Go for it. Teach this kid what it means to have a high heaven. The field. The freshmen and sophomores were in a mass of anger. Each supported the representative of their respective age. Wave after wave of sound echoed through the empty space within the martial arts arena. The atmosphere became more and more heated. This caused many juniors and seniors to join in, chanting names of support. And that one of the Chu University students who had been famous and strong for a long time. Similarly, one after another, their eyes were slightly narrowed and they were fully focused. Some special boxes in the distance could even faintly see the figures of some school leaders. This was a battle that was in the limelight. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. No one dared to believe it. In the midst of a potential encounter, Suruogu, who was a rank 5 martial artist, failed to gain the slightest advantage. Li Mu's momentum was very heavy and stable. No matter how much Suruogu impacted, it stood as if it were Tarzan. Instead, under many active impacts, Suruogu's own momentum had become somewhat unstable. War! The referee shouted sternly and then immediately stepped back quickly. Before the words could fall, Suruogu then moved. In the sight of countless people. In the midst of rising and falling cheers. He took one step. 7 Xian steps. The figure was like an arrow off the string. Another trail of residual shadows appeared. For a time, the shadows were overlapping. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Suruoga's speed was fast. This footwork is also quite subtle, and the residual shadow is even more effective and confusing. Worthy of being a Chu great celestial pride. Worthy of being the number 1 sophomore. In the sight of Li Mu. His figure was somewhat ethereal and blurred. But soon, it gradually became clearer. He had yet to utilize his divine eyes. When he first entered the 4th level not long ago, he was already able to beat a 5th level to death with a hard hand. And now he is at the limit of level 4. Granted, a 5th level like Barbarian Ghost was bound to be inferior to a 5th level like Suruogu, who had an extraordinary birth, extraordinary talent, and came from Chude. But let's not forget that Suruogu had only just broken through. This footwork. Li Mu retreated a few steps, but the color in his eyes gradually gained more and more interest. This pace was extraordinary, just as a reference. Li Mu's steps were created with those feats and martial arts that he possessed. It was not yet mature and was in need of borrowing. A collection of the best, tolerated in their own bodies. 7 Xian steps. Su Mo Yan's expression was slightly condensed. What 7 Xian steps? Zhang Xiaohao hurriedly asked. Su Mo Yan stared. 7 Xian steps, the Su family's 7 Xian steps. In Chunan City, although the Su family isn't as good as the Bai family, it's still a big family that's famous. The Su family's current generation martial king, Sui, is said to be able to break the sound with 3 steps. I've also heard about this Suruogu a long time ago. I'm afraid that his 7 Xian steps have reached the realm of the out of bounds. Once the 7 Shen steps have reached this realm, it is difficult for an ordinary martial artist of the same level to even touch it, let alone.
Not to mention that Li Mu was one level lower. He didn't manage to get that out. But everyone else had understood its meaning.
The freshmen all became a little nervous at once. Although they were confident in Li Mu.
But Su Ruogu really wasn't weak either. The number 1 sophomore. Maybe in a few years it'll be a guy like Bai Xiao. Facing such a character, could he really fight beyond his level? Pair after pair of eyes stared tightly at the two figures in the field. On the other side, the sophomores, however, cheered as if they had already won, and the cheering continued. Yang Xianshan, who was caught in the middle of it, was worried and could only silently cheer for Li Mu in her heart. Even though she was a sophomore, rightly so, but compared to that Su Ruogu, she definitely had to be on her schoolmate's side. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be much divinity. Li Mu sighed slightly in his heart. The pace stopped violently. Immediately, a step was taken. Instantly, his momentum changed. Before, it was like a mountain, standing still and peaceful and natural. And in this moment, a complete change. It was as if a sleeping savage beast had opened its eyes. To choose someone to devour. Fierce aura. Fury. Killing intent. Battle intent. At this moment, they gushed out together. At this moment, countless people were all slightly stunned, intimidated by the aura. Only the winning falcon instantly had his eyes slightly condensed. The eyes that were once as serene as a deep pool became as sharp as a falcon at this moment. In the next moment, Bai Xiao, Nangong Shuajian, and Zhang Tingfei also reacted violently. Without exception, in their eyes, there was only Li Mu's reflection at the moment, as well as a gloomy look. And at this moment, Su Ruogu, who was facing Li Mu. His face was slightly white, and under the intimidation of his aura, his body actually had a momentary freeze. Between heaven and earth, there are 8 poles. An epiphany suddenly flashed through Li Mu's heart. A punch. Hand it out. Wind roaring sonic boom. The airflow dispersed in all directions like a cloud. This punch, in which it seemed like heaven and earth were going to be hidden. It seems to be very slow. Everyone saw the punch. The punch that was delivered to meet Su Ruogu. In their eyes. The eyes watched as the punch gradually approached. But they couldn't do anything. Just like Su Ruogu at this moment. Is this punch slow? Not really. It was a punch beyond the speed of sound. Su Ruogu, who had frantically mobilized his body to react, only had time to cross his arms across his chest. The fist arrived. Boom. At the moment the punch landed. It was as if everything was stilled. The next instant, Su Ruogu's figure instantly flew backwards. While his body was still in the air, a large mouthful of blood spewed out. It was like a mist of blood. What? The referee, who was a top-level 6 martial general, actually failed to react somewhat at this moment. Boom! Su Ruogu's body slammed heavily into the ground. Blood stained his lapel red. In the air, the blood mist was still drifting away. The referee immediately rushed over, hurriedly checking his injuries. A few seconds later, the referee immediately said, "Li Mu wins." Immediately, he greeted the medical personnel who had already been on standby. This punch was too fast. Everything happened too much. His reaction speed as a top-level 6 martial general almost somewhat failed to react. What? Zheng Xiaohao froze for a moment. What did the referee just say? Yu Tianhao was the same reaction. Many people had the same reaction. Not only freshmen, sophomores, but even juniors and seniors, many cadets likewise. Even though the referee had already announced the results. But they were still a bit brain-dead. It's over? Su Ruogu actually lost just like that? How is this possible? It's completely impossible. This is Su Ruogu, the strongest person in sophomore year. If Su Ruogu and Li Mu had a fierce battle, evenly matched, and then ended up losing by half a move, unfortunately, this is still acceptable to many people. But now, Su Ruogu was directly killed by a single move. It didn't even manage to struggle that much. It was directly killed in seconds before it even had a chance to really make a move. Not to mention these unusual trainees. Some of the school leaders watching from the shadows were all equally incredulous. As school leaders, they knew their trainees better. Especially a talented cadet like Su Ruogu. But now, such a talented cadet was actually killed by a 4th level. Xiao, did you see that punch? Wang Manchu's expression was similarly somewhat incredulous. As the 5th strongest person on the trial tower rankings, her strength was by no means comparable to the current Su Ruogu. However, she still vaguely felt some threat between that punch. Seeing some, that was a punch that divine rhythm was nearly coming to life, that was a punch full of will. Bai Xiao's expression was equally grave, and even his voice was a little less natural. But soon, he threw his voice. Perhaps it won't be long before all of our positions are threatened. It's so demonic, it's unbelievable. Maybe the next winning falcon. No, it might even be more than that. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. The sun has the appearance of invincibility. Li Mu. Li Mu. Li Mu. After the silence, the whole crowd cheered. It was too unbelievable. But it also represents how rare and legendary it is. A freshman killing the strongest sophomore in one move. This could even be said to be an unprecedented oddity in Chu University. At this moment, the entire arena was boiling. It wasn't just the freshmen who were with honored freshmen. The juniors and seniors, likewise, were abuzz. Even sophomore. Some of the sophomore cadets were equally excited. They were sophomore cadets, all right. They also have a sense of collective honor. But they are first and foremost cadets of Chu Di. Secondly, the grade level is only sophomore now. The emergence of a demon like Li Mu would most likely lead Chu University to a new glory. Just like the former Heavenly Saint, that first legend of the Chu South region. At one time, many people felt that the next one to lead Chu University to glory would inevitably be the winning Falcon. And now, there was an additional name in the hearts of these countless people. Li Mu. They witnessed another legend. A legend that belongs to Chu University. How could they not be excited? Li Mu. Brother Mu, so handsome. Brother Mac, invincible stance. The arena is still abuzz. But at some point, Li Mu had already disappeared. The winning Falcon didn't stay to be long either. He left with his sword. The posture is calm. Only his eyes, which were vaguely burning with fire, proved that his heart was not calm. He knew that his long-awaited opponent. It had really appeared. He called. Li Mu. It's really him. Nangong Shuejian's heart was equally unsettled. It was hard to imagine and hard to believe. How could such a demonic person exist? The old man's hands are itching to watch. This kid is indeed outrageous. Zhang Tingfei's eyes were also burning with wariness. In Chu University, he, Zhang Tingfei, was also a #1 fighting maniac. It was only after being taught a few lessons by the winning Falcon that he didn't dare to go wild. But it is easy to change the nature of the river and mountain. This battle, a short one. A simple, rough battle that had caused his blood to boil. At least it's already at the level of the top 10, we have to hurry up as well. If we end up being surpassed by a freshman, it would be a disgrace. Bai Xiu smiled at Wang Manchu. There was some helplessness and some faint bitterness in the smile. Office of the Chancellor of Chu University. On the computer, everything that was happening in the #1 martial arts arena was being relayed in real time. Dong Shanchuan couldn't help but put a smile on the corner of his mouth as he watched what was happening on the screen. A somewhat foolishly happy-looking smile. My heart goes out to you. For Chu Di to produce such a talent, that was a rare good thing. Master Dong. The light call rang out in this office that was empty except for Dong Shanchuan. Xiao Tian, you're getting more and more godlike and untraceable. Ah. Dong Shanchuan grinned. How dare I? Master Dong was afraid that he had anticipated this. In the void, the embryonic form of a human figure was like a pen in ink outline. Dong Shanchuan also did not answer, pointing to the computer screen and asked, have you watched this child yet? How does it feel? This child, a certain person has been observing him for a long time. He has the appearance of invincibility. There is the prospect of reaching the top. What? Dong Shanchuan instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Li Mu was extraordinary. However, to be evaluated in such a way by Xiao Tian was still greatly out of his expectation. One must know that Little Sky had never had his eyes set high. No one else. A word that doesn't exactly mean arrogant. Used in martial arts, it was more of a sign of confidence, an extremely high recognition of oneself. A belief in oneself. And he does have such qualifications. The strongest man in the Chunan region. A living legend. Heavenly sage. But how highly he gave a teenager. It's unprecedented. So it is. Back to the residence. Li Mu meditated on his knees on the 3rd floor. I don't know if it was that dream or the battle with Suruogu. Maybe it was both. Li Mu has come to a realization. The 8 extremities fist had no particularly powerful moves, so why was it called fist? Before, Li Mu was puzzled. But now, he had some clarity. Perhaps. So everything. The root of all moves is a punch. This punch, invisible but better than tangible. He can be any form. It can be in any stance as a base, and a punch as a form. As long as it's intrinsic, it's that much of an idea. Then it is. That punch. Only. The reasoning was somewhat understood, but when really applied to practice, Li Mu was still a bit confused. There are some points that are still a bit obscure. The sense of martial arts is never realized overnight. But again, in the twinkling of an eye. He meditated quietly, pondering the sensation carefully. In his mind, the turtle-snake phase vaguely emerged. A turtle and a snake. Their very existence seems to speak the greatest truth in this world. One yin and one yang, one positive and one strange. Everything has opposites. The world, by nature, is divided into 2 sides. My martial way is like the rising sun. It is also like the white moon.
If I want to reach the top, I must first cross the 10,000-mile martial arts path.
The austerity of the fist.
The corroboration of martial arts.
He opened his eyes abruptly.
Still need some battles, as well as sharpening. The limit of 40,000 pounds remains steady as a mountain.
But so what? The big deal is to move mountains.
Beyond the 8 vasts, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment.
The 8-pole door runs.
The muscles trembled madly.
Sharp pain spread all over his body.
Li Mu's expression, however, was resolute.
Only perseverance. Hours of practicing.
It wasn't until his body was at its limit that Li Mu stopped cultivating. The cultivation of the 8 extremities sect was a persistent process that could not be rushed.
After taking a shower, I was just about to go out for dinner.
The doorbell then rang. Outside the door was a well-mannered, mature man with gold-rimmed glasses.
Director Zhang.
Li Mu was slightly surprised as to why this Zhang Qianxuan had come.
Since abducting himself to Chu University, he hadn't shown himself much.
Classmate Li, it's been a long time. Your exploits have really been thunderous during this time.
Overrated.
Go inside and sit down on the couch. After pouring Zhang Qianxuan a cup of plain water, Li Mu asked,
I don't know if Director Zhang is up to something? It's not a big deal. I'm here to care about how you're still accustomed to your studies and life over here.
Zhang Qianxuan smiled extraordinarily kindly.
It's all fine, quite good. Li Mu nodded slightly. Your victory over Su Ruoga today has caused an uproar in Chu University. I don't know how many people were stunned. I don't know how many years it's been since my Chu De has produced such a demonic student. I am precisely more and more glad that I made the decision in the first place. Recruiting you to Chu De. Zhang Qianxuan eagerly patted Li Mu's thigh. This caused Li Mu to be somewhat baffled. Condolences? That doesn't seem like much. Director Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 6th Grade Elixir. Fame shook Chude. What else could there be? Just came to see how you're doing.
Zhang Qianxuan smiled somewhat sardonically. And then there's the fact that in light of your excellent performance during this period of time, the school side has prepared some rewards for you as encouragement. Saying that, he waved his hand on the coffee table, and several porcelain vases appeared. In the glazed bottles is the True Dragon Pill, 2 bottles totaling 6. In the green vase is the Fury Tiger Pill, 3 bottles totaling 9.
How many levels of pills? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly sensing the extraordinary nature of these pills.
As for the storage ring in Zhang Qianxuan's hand, it similarly represented his extraordinary nature. In this world, there were storage props, and it was said that they used some high-tech means. But especially precious and rare. It takes more than money, it takes status. It's difficult for an ordinary martial king to possess. And most of them have less than a cubic meter of space in them. I don't know how Zhang Qianxuan got this.
It's not high, it's only a grade 6 elixir.
A somewhat staged voice instantly attracted all of Li Mu's attention. He no longer cared to focus on any space props.
What a joke. A grade 6 elixir? That's something you can't even buy with money.
You have to know that on this points exchange list, the level 6 pills are measured in tens of thousands. With Li Mu's current speed of earning points, it might take a few times into the trial tower to exchange for a few level 6 pills. But that was just the big roadside elixirs. And now these 2 that Zhang Qianxuan took out were not even on the redemption list. These 2 types of elixirs are, how should I put it, quite extraordinary even amongst the rank 6 elixirs. Zhang Qianxuan smiled and continued. They are both one of Chu University's special elixirs. The True Dragon Elixir condenses blood and strengthens bones, and the Fierce Tiger Elixir refines strength and condenses qi. You can only see them in the special exchange list, and they are worth at least 50,000 points or more.
This handful is not small. Li Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Moreover, it sounded like these 2 elixirs seemed to be of some use to his own cultivation of the 8 extremities sect. Just a reward? For nothing?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Of course, otherwise I would still want your money. Right, and remember the secret realm you were promised? I thought you forgot.
Li Mu was somewhat speechless.
Of course I didn't forget, that secret realm is opening soon. I'll personally come to pick you up then.
Well, whatever purpose you have, enough padding, speak straight.
Hey, it's nothing, it's just.
Zhang Qianxuan carried some embarrassment of being recognized. The university tournament is about to open, by then I hope you can participate as a seeded player from our school.
Wu University League.
Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly at once. He had certainly heard of the great reputation of the Martial University League. Thousands of universities across the country would send their talented students to participate in this competition.
The top-ranked ones would be rewarded handsomely. Both individuals and schools will. And it is said that every year, the Dragon Kingdom targets the allocation of resources for the National Martial Arts University in accordance with the rankings of the Martial Arts University League. This is certainly no problem. Li Mu directly agreed. It didn't matter if it was those rewards or the ability to meet powerful opponents. Both were exactly what Li Mu craved for. Li Mu said, in terms of time, the preliminary rounds are about to start, right?
It is soon, but it has nothing to do with us. Our Chu University has a direct submission to the finals. The top 10 WUs do. Zhang Qianxuan smiled smugly.
The next day. The matter of Li Mu killing Su Ruoga with a single strike had long since spread thoroughly in Chu University.
It had been something that many people had seen with their own eyes. The few remaining participants who were not there have long since heard it over and over again. The heat of the thing has long been number one on the forums.
Su Ruoga was seriously injured by a punch.
According to the physician, a conservative estimate is that he needs to recuperate for more than a month.
He'll probably miss the tournament. Li Mu didn't just win, he also spread his fierce reputation completely.
Some people felt that Li Mu's hand was too heavy. They were all classmates. How could they just want to give people a beating to death? However, more people still feel that Su Ruoga can only be blamed for being too weak. After all, it was normal for a rank 4 martial artist to face a rank 5 martial artist with his full strength. Normally, no one would think that a rank 4 martial artist could beat a rank 5 martial artist to death with a single punch.
In most people's eyes, it was still understandable. Of course, the claim here that Su Ruoga was weak was relative to Li Mu.
As the strongest person in the sophomore year, his strength was still there for all to see.
To say that could only mean that he was too unlucky. He ran into this demon, Li Mu.
On the forums, many people had already compared Li Mu to the winning falcon. They even called him the second winning falcon.
Many people thought that Li Mu might not be as good as winning falcon now.
But in time, catching up with the winning falcon, or even surpassing the winning falcon was not impossible. At this point, Li Mu had been completely pushed to the tip of the storm.
If Li Mu was famous in Chu De before, then now it's famous Chu De.
Those who were famous, not many, but quite a few, the top 10 of the rankings, as well as some special existences were pretty much at this level. Lin Lin totaled down to count down at least dozens of nearly 100 people.
And the famous Chu De. There are only a few. And now, there was going to be one more named Li Mu.
And for all of this, Li Mu didn't care.
Classes went on as usual.
Even today, he didn't utilize the cloth without face. As such, it was only natural that he was surrounded by spectators along the way. Fortunately, Li Mu has also gotten used to it. After that battle yesterday, which spread the fierce reputation, the unusual trainees were even more afraid to casually appear in front of Li Mu. The reason why he didn't use cloth without face wasn't because Li Mu wanted to enjoy any reverent gazes.
Just one reason. Don't use the latent dragon.
Li Mu didn't want to be discovered for his abnormal sense of presence. Obviously, he had become so famous, but he was often invisible and disappeared. This could very well lead to someone guessing that aspect. Just in case, lest they are affected when there is a real emergency to utilize the cloth without faces, that would be a bit of a pitfall.
It's just a matter of sight, so it's fine if you don't have any.
Ancient martial artists, should be like a strong pine, letting the wind blow and the rain beats and standing still. Sometimes, the will of the martial artist, the spirit, is something more important than the stance body. Even more important than talent.
A martial artist, what matters is a heart.
A heart of martial arts. Ancient martial artists, all the more reason to keep this heart pure. Xiao Yu on the podium coughed a few times to moisten his throat, then said,
"Today's lesson will end here first. I see that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow I will arrange a weapon class for you. Your teacher Zhang explained it, and I almost forgot about it. See you all in the next lesson."
After Xiao Yu left, the classroom remained calm for a moment, and it took a while before some murmurs began.
"Brother Mu, how soon do you think Mr. Zhang will be back?" Zhang Xiaohao came over to Li Mu's side and asked. "Isn't it the same?"
Chapter 108 presenting the essence of martial arts.
Actually, I feel as if there really is something different.
Although the lectures are more or less the same, it seems like Mr. Zhang's lectures are a bit more in-depth and better understood.
Brother Mu, I feel the same way.
Han Xiaoyan popped over all of a sudden as well. It was easy to change classrooms for this kind of big class, and Han Xiaoyan had changed over as soon as he was old enough.
Well, it's a little bit, but it's mostly up to you to sense it. Li Mu nodded slightly.
Zhang Jinson was a top level 6 martial general. Looking at his age, I'm afraid he's been stuck at level 6 for quite some time.
The realization therein is something that no one can match.
Xiao Yu, however, is a 5th grade military general, and is also much younger.
Lecturing a class with similar content would indeed be less effective.
The main reason for this is a matter of perception, not rank.
But that's not too important. What was more important was what Li Mu said, his own epiphany. Brother Mu, it's still quite early today, are you going back? No, I'm going to check out a few other departments today. This idea had been in Li Mu's mind for a while.
Although the specialties were all different, but the stone of another mountain could attack Jade.
It's good to learn from them.
At the same time, there is more or less curiosity at work. After coming to Chu University for so long, he had yet to see the other three departments.
The current martial arts department training ground.
In the field, one trainee after another was constantly practicing their moves. Li Mu watched silently from outside the field. Behind him were Han Xiaoyan and Zhang Xiaohao.
These two followers belonged to the category that was hard to get rid of. The current martial arts lineage, to put it bluntly, is more focused on moves.
It was like the moves that those trainees in the field were practicing right now. It seems that they are all very simple, but there are quite a lot of variations that are hard to figure out.
Takedowns, quick strikes, finding weaknesses. The quest is a simple, direct, and clear one.
The simplest and most direct and effective attack with the fastest efficiency.
And, the present martial arts also have strict requirements in terms of power generation techniques.
In general, it is similar to the military's grappling techniques. The cadets practicing in the field were all just freshmen as well. However, their moves were far more powerful than many of their counterparts in the ancient martial arts department. In the early stages, present martial arts might indeed be stronger than ancient martial arts. This is because the present martial arts are better at getting started and don't require too much sense. One word, practice is all that is needed.
There is indeed something to be learned from.
Li Mu nodded slightly in his heart. The directness of the current martial arts, this point alone was worthy of learning from himself.
There is nothing wrong with being more direct in your moves. You're Li Mu, a freshman in the ancient martial arts department?
At this moment, the teacher of the student Square Money suddenly looked back to Li Mu's side and shouted.
That's right. Want to try your hand? See the difference between our current martial arts and your ancient martial arts?
Ha!
Li Mu was a bit puzzled. Sure it's not wrong? Letting himself try his hand?
It wasn't that he was looking down on these trainees, it was just that Li Mu really didn't see that any of the 100 or so trainees were worthy of trying his hand. Although the pre-present martial arts might be a bit more practical than the ancient martial arts.
However, the true Heavenly Pride's choice would only be the ancient martial arts.
For example, in Li Mu's term, besides Li Mu himself, the other few representatives, Su Mo Yen, Bai Ling, and Song Haoren,
all chose ancient martial arts as well.
Of the 3 third-level martial artists, only one, Prince Han, chose to cultivate both beast martial super martial.
As for the current martial arts, this term hadn't heard of any outstanding geniuses.
The only one who was famous was Senior Wang Manchu, who was a student of the current martial arts department. Don't misunderstand, I'm talking about you coming to practice with me and letting those 2 companions of yours practice with these trainees of mine again. The teacher, who looked young and tendon-filled, grinned.
Or not.
Li Mu could tell that this teacher was a rank 5 martial artist.
Not that Li Mu was afraid or disdainful.
It is just that Li Mu does not want to be on the headlines again tomorrow, or to beat the teacher on the. But this teacher, if it is possible to let the 2 of them try it out with your trainees, that would be fine.
That's fine, my name is Huang Tao.
Actually not a few years older than you guys either, just graduated not long ago, almost didn't react to my identity. Huang Tao scratched his head, still somewhat embarrassed. Almost forgot that he is now a teacher, and it is really not good to casually fight with students again. Especially not his own students. Soon after, under Huang Tao's arrangement, there were 2 cadets from the current martial arts department who came out to battle Han Xiaoxian and Zhang Xiaohao respectively. 1 male and 1 female, just female versus female and male versus male. Huang Tao came to Li Mu's side. Classmate, you're famous now, why do you want to come up this way to take a look? Although the battles over there were about to start. But right now, no one's attention was on Zhang Xiaohao's and their side. These trainees of the present martial department were also all staring closely at Li Mu. This was a legendary figure. Just look at their teacher's attitude. Learn from. Li Mu was instead paying attention to Zhang Xiaohao's battle with Han Xiaoyan. The 2 battle groups fought at the same time. Soon Zhang Xiaohao's side directly gained the upper hand. At least he was the first genius of S-City. Although with Li Mu how false this name is only Zhang Xiaohao himself knows. But he did have good roots. His family is also pretty good as far as the S-City is concerned, and he hasn't been nourished since he was a kid. Even in the ancient martial arts department, he was by no means at the level of a hangman. He could be considered a bit above average. And the trainees that Huang Tao picked were only medium trainees in his class.
On the other side, Han Xiaoyan's performance was a bit out of Li Mu's expectation.
This little ninny actually gained the upper hand in a few shots as well.
The moves were quite extraordinary, and the pace was even more agile and athletic.
It seems to have been systematically studied and practiced hard.
Doesn't seem to come from an ordinary family either.
However, Li Mu wasn't concerned about this aspect, so naturally he wouldn't inquire about it.
It looks like my 2 students are about to lose.
Huang Tao hugged his arms without much care.
Li Mu looked careless and said,
if you lose, just replace it with the cadet who's better. I've always felt that martial artists still need to fight in real battles, not just rehearse out of thin air.
Even if you suffer a few minor injuries, that's all minor.
The two of them will stay here, so I'll trouble Mr. Huang to take care of them.
Supermarine Department Plaza. Of the 4 faculties of the Chu-Dim martial artists,
the gap between ancient martial arts and current martial arts was actually not that big, and even many current martial arts would turn to ancient martial arts in the later stages. Beast martial and ultra martial were different. Especially the ultra martial, Li Mu felt that it was more or less outrageous. The concept of the super martial department was simple.
It is simply a sentence. Aid yourself in battle with super technology.
As for how exactly, Li Mu wasn't very clear.
Just heard that.
Within the 4 departments, the one that pulls the crotch the most is the ultra-martial department.
Stepping into the plaza, surrounded by silver-white buildings with some super technological colors.
In the middle of the square, there was a shooting range.
It was a teacher leading a group of students in a class.
Chu University students were free to sit in on classes across majors, as long as they didn't disturb the teacher's lectures. So Li Mu directly came over. Then he saw the lingering weapons on the long table beside that teacher.
Chapter 109 Chapter 109 The beautiful teacher of the Ultra Martial Arts Department.
Guns, all kinds of guns.
Black ones, white ones with all kinds of graffiti.
Big ones, small ones, and ridiculously large ones. And assorted bullets, magazines, substantial, energy magazines. Instead, next to the pile of weapons was a female teacher. She looked to be in her 20s or 30s, with a tall, beautiful figure and long, burgundy red hair cascading behind her. The most special thing was that she was wearing a black and red combat suit that was somewhat similar to a corset, making her look especially sexy.
Yo, another trainee has come to observe.
Su Qing laughed and turned her head to look, but in an instant, the tone of her voice stopped and her complexion changed slightly. Those trainees behind her pretty much all had the same reaction as well.
Li Mu.
There were even people who subconsciously and directly exclaimed in shock. Li Mu had long been accustomed to such reactions.
Just nodded.
At the same time, a ray of surprise flashed in his eyes. This beautiful teacher of the Ultra Martial Department was actually a rank 6 as well.
A top martial artist that was rare to see in the outside world could really be nothing in Chu University. Classmate, are you here to see me, or are you here to see a rarity?
Su Qing quickly returned to her senses and naturally winked at Li Mu.
I was just passing by.
Li Mu immediately dismissed his intention to prepare to take a look at what the Ultra Martial Department really was.
No, I'm just kidding, I wanted to come see these guys, right?
Su Qing patted the long table beside her.
Li Mu stopped walking again. Hey, watch this is the kind of thing I don't believe there's a man who doesn't like.
Su Qing directly picked up a somewhat bloated silver-white firearm in one hand. 100 meters away in front of him was a special metal target. It had a 10 ring and a real-time attack power display on the side.
Silver Blast 3B2, also known as Silver Blast 3-2.
Su Qing raised the silver-white bloated firearm and pulled the trigger at the target. At the muzzle of the gun, brilliant light began to converge. In an instant, a blinding white ball of light crossed the sky and fell straight towards that target.
Boom! A deafening explosion sounded instantly. It also came with an instant blinding effect.
The Silver Blast 3-2 is a more classic small-caliber energy cannon with an effective killing radius of 5 meters.
It can support 3 consecutive shots. The highest kill record is level 4. The blinding effect gradually dissipated amidst Su Qing's explanation.
Li Mu also saw the attack power display on the marker.
14,862. Close to 15,000. That level is still a bit watered down to say it kills level 4. However, on second thought, I'm afraid that a few more rounds would not be a big problem in killing a level 4.
But the seemingly sound strike was actually not as high as the attack that came from Li Mu's random punch.
Seemingly seeing Li Mu's expression, Su Qing immediately hummed.
Don't underestimate ultra martial arts, Silver Blast 3.2 is just a starter model in my case.
Is that so?
Li Mu was slightly stunned.
Teacher, didn't you just say that the cost of the Silver Blast 2-3 is already not expensive? It's already considered medium. A somewhat naive voice rang out.
Li Mu looked and immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually that Prince Han guy.
I'm talking about in my place. Know what it means to be in my place.
Also, this is Silver Burst 3-2 not 2-3. Su Qing instantly acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, catching Prince Han and scolding him.
Oh, Prince Han weakly didn't dare to retort.
Li Mu was already preparing to slip away. If it was just with firearms, it seemed pretty sparse.
Moreover, in actual combat, Li Mu was deeply skeptical about how much power these things could bring out.
Stop right there!
Su Qing abruptly yelled at Li Mu again.
The long face was indeed sexy, but this roar was also truly majestic.
She gave Li Mu a blank stare. Are you looking down on Ultra Martial? No. That kind of talk can't be said explicitly at least. It wasn't like Li Mu had a negative emotional quotient. Give me a good look. Su Qing chanted, picking up another large sniper-like firearm. It was loaded, this time with live rounds, and loaded. Aim, pull the trigger. Boom. It was like a ferocious beast roaring. And nearly a flash. There was then a loud bang at the mark once again. 10 rings. The combat power display screen on the side jumped wildly. 52,073. 52,000. This time, Li Mu's eyes flashed with some interest. Although it's still not as good as punching yourself. Want to give it a try? Actually, all these guns are just for these students to see and play with. The real big guys aren't just sitting here, and there's more to Super Martial than just guns. Su Qing somewhat proudly raised her chin towards Li Mu. Can I try? Sure, but don't try it on someone. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. So Li Mu was not polite. Straightforward. To be fair, the gun thing does have a lot of appeal to people who haven't been exposed to it. Especially since Li Mu's previous life was living in a country where the control of firearms was particularly strict, this caused him to be quite curious. Try this one, it's more friendly to newbies, the ballistics are stable, and even though it's less powerful, it can do near uninterrupted firing. Su Qing handed over a silver-white firearm that looked a bit bloated underneath the grip. Li Mu nodded and took the gun. Does it need to be loaded or have the safety on or anything? It's easy. Su Qing directly went on to instruct, while ordering her own training. The so-called free training was target shooting. And of course, don't even think about Su Qing's pile of high-powered firearms. Instead, the same kind of White Star F2 basic training model in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu tried to shoot a few times. It wasn't difficult, they were all 7 rings or more. A martial artist's control over their body was already powerful, and coupled with the super high stability of this firearm, this achievement wasn't that surprising. It was that the power of this firearm was realistically small. Li Mu even doubted whether the energy bullets of this thing had the power of ordinary pistol bullets or not. After playing for a while, Li Mu felt that it was no longer interesting and was ready to leave. However, I don't know if it was because Li Mu had gotten too famous recently. Su Qing directly and generously gave those treasured firearms of hers to Li Mu to play with. Attracted by the different shaped firearms, Li Mu tried them one by one again. Among them, the one that Li Mu liked the most was the heavy sniper rifle called Beast Hunter 7. It was the one that Su Qing used to hit 52,000 attack power with a single shot. Well, Li Mu liked it simply because it had the highest attack power. He was an unabashed pragmatist. It was said that the bullets he was using now were just normal bullets, and if he used specialty bullets, the power would be even higher. It would even be enough to hunt down a level 6 alien beast. Only, that kind of bullet wasn't cheap, and anyway, Su Qing couldn't afford to bring it to Li Mu to finish the fight. Originally, Li Mu was still prepared to go to the Beast Martial Arts department to take a look. But after such a night in the Super Martial department, it was directly dark. After adding a friend with Su Qing, Li Mu left. The main reason was that Su Qing said that firearms and whatnot were just the tip of the iceberg for the Ultra Martial department. Next time, I'll show him something more powerful. Well, Li Mu was still a little curious. Chapter 110 Entering the Secret Realm. Martial Saint Legacy. Playing with things? Can't be. No, the way of the martial artist also deserves a combination of work and rest. At least shooting a gun is quite relaxing and stress-relieving. Maybe as a relaxing activity too. Returning to his residence, Li Mu didn't think much about it. He took out the True Dragon Pill and the Fierce Tiger Pill and went to the 3rd floor balcony. In any case, the cultivation of the 8 Extreme sect could not be put down. After a moment's hesitation, a True Dragon Pill was swallowed into his abdomen. The pill was like a dragon's eye and melted in the mouth. Strands of pure energy immediately surged into his limbs and bones, deep within his body. Instantly, his body shook. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, the 8 Extreme sect immediately operated. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The high-speed operation of the 8 extremities sect little by little wore down that dense pressure, turning it into pure energy that caused the blood and flesh to metamorphose. Breaking through the limit couldn't be done with swallowing heaven, and devouring earth couldn't quickly digest the energy. The energy digested that way also had nowhere to go. Li Mu wasn't looking to upgrade now, but to break through the limits. Therefore, it was only possible to rely on the operation of the 8 extreme gate to wear out the energy in the elixir a little bit. This time, it was a double whammy of the swelling sensation of a large amount of energy in the body and the sharp pain in the muscles all over the body. It was even harder for Li Mu to endure. But on the other hand, it wasn't without its benefits. At least the swelling made the sharp pain less irritating. This time, the cultivation of the 8 extreme doors directly lasted for close to 2 hours. It was also the case that it took close to 2 hours before the energy of the True Dragon Pill was exhausted. Worthy of being a 6th grade elixir. Li Mu's eyes couldn't help but flash a ray of essence. A single elixir had sustained the cultivation of the 8 extremities sect once. And it lasted longer than usual. It wasn't that there weren't remedies of this level in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. In fact, there are better ones. The key is that Li Mu can't get those herbs either. Early the next morning. But it was just about sunrise. Li Mu then accompanied Zhang Qianxuan to Chu University's forbidden area in the back of the mountain. That's right, the Forbidden Land. It was only by following Zhang Qianxuan that Li Mu was able to travel unhindered all the way.
On the overgrown green hills, there is a dilapidated thatched cottage. Li Mu and Zhang Qianxuan stood side by side outside the thatched hut. Li Mu looked at Zhang Qianxuan.
Zhang Qianxuan looked at Li Mu. Where's the promised secret realm? Isn't that it? So, go inside and sleep, you'll understand. Be more specific, what kind of secret realm is this? A sense-type secret realm.
After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qianxuan patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, when you go in, you have to remember who you really are. You can feel the realization, but definitely don't forget who you are. Also, the dangers you meet, although they won't really jeopardize your life, but if you die, your chances are gone.
This is a secret realm left behind after the fall of a martial saint.
If you have the chance, you will harvest quite a few epiphanies, which will greatly benefit your path of martial arts. Go inside, find a plank bed, and lay down for a nap.
Okay, I got it.
Li Mu nodded, and then walked straight toward the broken-down thatched hut. After more than 10 steps, he pushed open the broken wooden door and entered the thatched hut. Instantly, the surrounding scene became a bit strange. It seemed like there were shadows flickering and whistling. The scene became somewhat less real. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, and in reality, he was still a bit confused. It was just that he believed that Zhang Qianxuan wouldn't harm himself. This was certainly not a blind belief, but rather a precognition that stemmed from the avatar.
Recalling Zhang Qianxuan's words, Li Mu saw the bed in the room. If this thing could be called a bed.
On top of a pile of straw that was damp and already somewhat rotted was a board 1 person high.
The black mold stains on the board were like a painting of unrestrained landscape.
Vaguely there seemed to be another layer of cloth on the board. Only has been completely fused with the board, also long ago cannot see the original color.
Black and sticky. This. Lemuel wanted to tell himself it wasn't this.
But just for the moment in this unobstructed view of the broken straw hut.
Just a plank of wood. Okay.
Li Mu did not hesitate too much. He didn't believe that Zhang Qianxuan was so bored that he tricked himself into coming here just to prank himself. Stepping on the sticky ground, he took big strides.
Laid down on the plank. A coolness came from behind.
The clothes on his back were directly wet. A slimy, disgusting touch spread up his back as well. But these didn't affect Li Mu too much. He placed his head directly on the plank and closed his eyes. It does seem a bit of a test of skill to fall asleep in just such an environment. The turtle and snake phase emerged in his mind. He had wanted to fall asleep by visualizing the turtle-snake picture. But instead, there seemed to be no need for that. He had just closed his eyes as a strong sense of sleep flooded into his mind. The next moment he directly lost consciousness. Zhang Qianxuan remained standing outside the thatched hut, quietly looking at the dilapidated thatched cottage. In his line of sight, the thatched cottage that had been leaking on all sides, as if it might collapse at any time, became illusory. On the periphery, a shadow of a thatched cottage vaguely emerged. That thatched cottage shadow actually has so much similarity with that broken real thatched cottage.
It's like a more complete, updated thatched roof. The two gradually overlap. A white blur flashed by. It was only a moment, and the dilapidated straw house remained a dilapidated straw house. Only through the broken hole of the straw house can be seen, the house is already empty. The teenager who had once been lying on the plank had disappeared. Everything had also returned to peace. Well, a mellow, low voice rang out. At some point, Dong Shanxuan had appeared beside Zhang Qianxuan. Headmaster. Zhang Qianxuan immediately bowed and saluted. Li Mu has safely entered the secret realm left behind by Sage Lu.
Of all these martial saints' secret realms, it seems that Lu Sheng is the most compatible with it. Dong Shanxuan nodded slightly, looking at the broken thatched hut with a deep gaze. I hope it can bring me a surprise. Don't worry, Headmaster, this year, the veterans have Winning Falcon, and the freshmen have Li Mu. This time, the laurel of the Martial Arts University League will definitely be mine, Chu University. Maybe in a few years' time, our Chu University will be able to move forward again in the rankings of the Martial Arts University.
Zhang Qianxuan looked excited and exuberant.
Let's hope, you go down first. The usual staggering Dong Shanxuan was particularly quiet at this time.
Yes. Zhang Qianxuan left.
Soon, an illusory silhouette was constructed out of thin air to Dong Shanxuan's side.
Xiao Tian, is this kid really an extreme martial artist? Not much more than 8 or 9.
The illusory figure gave a calm response.
Level 3 or 4?
It should be level 3, after all, level 4 is still too short. How is it, this kid into your eyes not when you let you take in the Winning Falcon? You said that kid's identity is not simple, then this kid should always be innocent.
Say it. I'm almost to that realm.
What? Dong Shanxuan was instantly startled, his eyes emitted an incomparable color of surprise as he looked at the figure beside him.
Chapter 111 A New Life Experience. Li Mu opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a dilapidated thatched hut. But all in all, seems much better than what I was reading on my own before. And the back isn't sticky. Not true. Li Mu suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. Very wrong. He reached out in front of himself. Instantly, he froze. This dark, thin, small hand was his own? It's a obvious child's hand. And an extremely malnourished child at that. Li Mu could feel his body was weak. He couldn't even sit up. You're finally awake. Oh.
Just then, a dark and rough middle-aged woman rushed in. She rushed to the bed and wrapped her arms around Li Mu.
Li Mu was a bit confused.
No, not a little, but very confused. The woman's hands were rough, with calluses obviously left over from farm work. The clothes were whitened, pulpy clothes, not like modern attire. All this. Suddenly, strands of memories merged into Li Mu's mind. My surname is Liu, I am the second oldest in my family, so I am called Liu Heir. My older brother died young. When he was 3 years old, his father went up the mountain to cut wood and was never seen again. It is said that he was taken away by wild animals. Then it was his own mother who brought him up with the help of the village. It's not like the modern world. It seems like a small mountain village from hundreds of years ago. Very poor and backward. The standard of living is also poor and resources are scarce. My mother farmed a few acres of land to support herself. Because of her ordinary looks, coupled with years of hard work, she has not yet aged, obviously less than 30, but already looks like a 40 or 50-year-old woman. There is no rumor of a widow's door. And himself. Liu Heir. Some time ago, he went to the mountain and fell, and has been lying down for a small half-month. Mother has been very worried about herself. Is this crossing over again? Li Mu was in deep confusion. Suddenly, he reacted. No. One did not cross over. Nor was he or she a Ryuji at all. Himself is Li Mu. Himself is exploring the secret realm. But what is it now? Li Mu was puzzled. However, his body was no longer strong enough to support him to continue thinking. His mother fed him some paste and he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was the next day. Li Mu still couldn't get out of bed and could only stay. It was torturous. Waking up and realizing that your body is no longer even your own. And was covered in injuries and pain, and living conditions as well as diet were so poor. It's really torturous. Even he couldn't pass the time if he wanted to contemplate the tortoise and serpent diagram. The tortoise and serpent diagram also disappeared. All those feats in his mind disappeared. He could only barely remember some relevant memories, but he couldn't move the slightest bit. This was tantamount to a heavy hammer hitting Li Mu in the center of his heart. It was a big blow. He was disheartened for hours. Confused, unknown. But he had not forgotten his part of the martial artist's heart after all. After confusion comes determination. No matter where you are, no matter what you are facing, the heart of a martial artist must not be shaken. Even if one can't do anything. But at least one can think. There is plenty of time to think. So it was that Li Mu began to think. Started thinking about why he was here. Why everything is the way it is. Soon he had some guesses. But guesses need to be confirmed. So he put down those guesses. Started thinking about something else. Things that mattered most to him. The way of the martial arts. He was thinking about Budo. Even though at this moment his body had become frail and no longer had the slightest trace of a martial artist, it didn't even look like his own body at all. However, no one had stipulated that one had to have the body of a martial artist in order to contemplate the martial way. Where the heart is, that is the martial way. Time that passes quickly. Half a month passed. Li Mu was able to get out of bed. He thought it was really a miracle. In such an extremely malnourished condition, without any systematic treatment, he was actually able to recover to a great extent. It can truly be called a not-so-small miracle. Immediately after being able to move, he began to make some attempts. First, he prepared to get out of here. But before he reached a certain range, there would be an invisible force preventing him from leaving. The only range he could move around was that thatched hut and some fixed routes in the village. He also met some other villagers. But too much contact was likewise forbidden. Li Mu tried to tell the mother something realistic. But she didn't hear him. Everything, as if it had a trajectory. This made Li Mu certain. This wasn't some kind of crossover. One is indeed in the secret world. It's just that perhaps the secret realm is rather special. And one is experiencing the life of some predecessor. After determining this matter, Li Mu's heart became more serene. He began to take the initiative to fit the trajectory. To do what needs to be done. Like give my mother help with the farm work. It was exhausting, now that Ryuji was only 6 or 7 years old. Even with his mother's care, it was still exhausting. Because my mother's health is not good either, someone has to take a hand in some things. Time passed quickly. A year has passed in a flash. Li Mu had thoroughly familiarized himself with everything here. There were only about 30 families in this modest mountain village.
In total, there were just over 100 people. Sometimes some outsiders would come over.
But that's just the villagers from the next village. It was as if they were isolated from the world.
This day, a special group of people arrived in the mountain village.
They were dark masters, escorting darts through the area. Because the handyman died on the road, they wanted to find some handymen in the village. Li Mu, or Lu Er, saw the dark master slash through a tiger on his way here.
These people are martial artists. Li Mu wants to be a handyman.
And that, too, was supposed to be the original trajectory. Li Mu, who had stayed for a year, already understood the rules of this secret realm now.
He only needed to follow the trajectory. 3 strips of bacon.
That's what Lemuel is worth. Mother Lu was sad for a long time. But she agreed, and not just because of Li Mu's insistence. On his last night in the mountain village, Li Mu came to a realization. One's own martial arts path seems to be going a little too fast.
Perhaps it's long overdue to stop and think. This happens to be a great opportunity.
As the saying goes, the authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. Li Mu, who was no longer a martial artist, had gained a deeper realization at this time.
The next day, he began a new journey. He was only 8 years old. Can't do much heavy lifting at that age.
However, when a dark master is out in the field, he will not accept adults at will.
Even teenagers who want it will be very discreet. Old enough to have a lot on their minds and maybe a mole somewhere. Take in people on the outside, only the little ones. This is also a rule.
They wanted the handyman to do some errands and miscellaneous things.
They wouldn't ask these little kids to do heavy lifting.
They want handymen who have been raised and can be trusted. Since becoming a handyman, Li Mu's quality of life had instantly improved a lot. But along with it were endless dangers.
The profession of escorting darts is never licking blood on the tip of a knife. Chapter 112 Lu Sheng Tian. Lu Sheng. The Four Seas Dart Bureau, not too big and not too small. The total number of dart masters was just over 20. The underlings, plus the apprentices, totaled more than 100.
And the 20 or so dart masters. All of them are at the level of military generals. The chief bodyguard was even directly a top-level 6 martial general. Time, true to form, passed quickly. Several years passed in a flash. Li Mu has also followed more than 10 dart trips. Speaking of which, within the 10 trips, 9 of the darts were all in treacherous situations. The real thing is that 9 of them are deadly. Each trip is allocated according to the preciousness of the dart and the distance traveled by the dart masters, as few as 7 or 8, as many as nearly 20. While the odd job servants are bound to be more than double the number of dart masters. Every time you bet on a dart, you are bound to take a route that is rarely traveled. Fierce beasts, bandits and horse thieves, and even the environment is difficult and dangerous. Every time you bet on a dart, you are bound to see blood. Even if they didn't run into any wild beasts or bandits, the problem of the road would cause many weak servants to perish. The deaths and injuries of the handymen had been very heavy. Nearly 100 handymen have to be replaced almost every year. There are very few survivors. A few years had passed, and the first group of handymen were few and far between. Li Mu Zheng coincidentally was one of them. In about the 3rd year, there wasn't a single familiar face of a handyman around Li Mu anymore. He had also become a teenager. The dartboard began to teach some shallow martial arts. Li Mu started practicing. Very hard serious. Another 3 years, another experience of more than 10 darts. Wandering on the edge of life and death again and again. With Li Mu's reflexes, calm response, and some luck, he defused crisis after crisis. And during these 3 years, the dartboard began to teach Li Mu to start reading and recognizing words. After 3 years, Li Mu went from being a handyman to a trainee dart master. His talent was good, and he had become a level 3 martial artist. Of course, this was thanks to the trials and tribulations between life and death over and over again. Your name is Ryuji? Yes. The dartboard martial arts arena. A majestic man stood opposite a dark and thin teenager. Not a decent name. How can a dart master walk the rivers and lakes without a decent name? Pick a name yourself. Me. Li Mu was slightly stunned. He didn't really know what to name it. He had wanted to try it out, or just change his last name and call it Li Mu. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a name almost uncontrollably. Ryu Prime. Kan Tian? What an imposing name. This book didn't make you read in vain. The majestic man slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Mu Shi Xiong. Chief of the Four Seas Dart Bureau. A top-level 6 martial artist. In this Mulian city is also a famous big shot. He was quite appreciative of Li Mu, or rather Lu Er, Lu Qing Tian. At this moment, however, Li Mu's expression was frozen. Lu Qing Tian. It's actually Ryu King Tian. He finally realized who left this relic behind. Willow Prime. A legendary martial arts saint from history. Year of birth unknown, around the late 500s.
Fell in 738.
This is a legendary martial arts saint. When the Chunan region was not yet divided.
Before the Dragon Kingdom had entered a new era.
This person's great name had already spread far and wide.
Peak grade 12, martial saint.
It was said to be only half a step away from the martial god realm. Unfortunately, in the end, he unfortunately fell while impacting the martial god realm. This one, too, was a famous figure in history.
His battle power was once overwhelming at the martial saint realm level, defending one side. This is actually the secret realm left behind by Liu Shang.
You're also at the 3rd level, come with me.
It's time to learn a weapon.
In the martial arts arena, there were 2 weapon racks.
Swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, everything was there.
My 4C's Dart Bureau is especially good at 4 types of weapons: swords, axes, guns and sticks. Mu Zhixion's voice was full of vigor, just like thunder shaking the ears.
Weapons.
Li Mu looked slightly stunned. He looked at blade after blade on the weapon rack. Soon, he subconsciously reached out towards one of the blades. Knives, the guts of 100 soldiers. Knife is about as straightforward, wide open. It is the easiest blade to start with among all the weapons. More importantly, Li Mu's previous years of dart escorting. Even as a handyman, he would be equipped with a long knife for backup. For the knife, he was already familiar with it. And it was like some kind of subconscious action. But, as he was about to touch the knife, he hesitated.
A few seconds of contemplation. Turned and gripped the lance. This time, it was Li Mu who went to hold that lance.
This was because Li Mu was clear about the gun that Lu Qingtian, Lu Xingzheng used. And at this point in the trajectory, perhaps Lu Qingtian chose indeed the knife. There were perhaps many reasons and causes for the change of a martial artist's weapon. There may also be a lot of frustration involved. And Li Mu skipped right over those processes in the middle and went straight for the gun.
Chose the right answer at the end.
A moonstick and a year-old knife, a gun for one lifetime. You still have the foundation of a sword.
Are you sure you want to go with the gun?
Mu Zhixiong was a bit surprised.
Okay.
Holding the wooden pole lance, Li Mu nodded heavily.
Good. No matter what you choose, the important thing is that you like it, that it's easy to use, and that you can hold on to it for the rest of your life.
But I'm not good at guns. Old Jiang Tu's gun in the dartboard is the best. Learn from him in the future. It's just that the old man's temper is a bit bad. Pay attention to yourself.
Yes.
Old Jiang Tu, a scruffy-looking little old man in his 60s.
His body was a bit stooped up. Likes to wander around with a bong at all times.
He seldom goes out on a dart.
Even less than the chief dart. Many in the dartboard thought this was just an ordinary old man guarding the dartboard. The current Li Mu also didn't have his magical powers and didn't know his true strength. The only thing he knew was that the old man's temper was really bad. Even when it was the chief bodyguard's explanation, he still looked like he was dealing with it.
When he first met Li Mu, he didn't even take out his weapon, so he let Li Mu take a horse stance and carry 100 pounds of stone locks. He directly left a sentence.
Come back to me when you can go an hour without your body shaking a bit.
Then he simply turned around and left. Li Mu could see old Yang To's impatience with himself. Perhaps this was the price of breaking the trajectory and looking for shortcuts.
There's no other way. Just practice.
I practiced for a year. Spring breeze, summer heat, autumn coolness, winter snow to the bone. During this year, Li Mu rarely went out to bet on darts again. His main task was to practice his gun. Although he hadn't even been able to touch a gun a few times during this year. All he practiced were the basics, staking. He was still at the 3rd level, but his roots were getting more and more solid and deep. Of course, this was by no means something that an ordinary trainee dart master could have. The dart board does not keep idle hands. Not to mention that the recent years have not been peaceful and belong to a year of military chaos. Ordinary trainee dart masters likewise need to escort darts with their teams, and the casualties are not small.
And the reason why Li Mu was treated so well.
It's because Mu Zhixiong's daughter, Mu Qingqing, has her eye on him.
Although the skin of Lu Qingtian is ordinary, definitely not considered handsome.
But also not ugly, the more critical is the character of hard work and hard to advance to impress Mu Qingqing.
And actually the real decisive factor is
Chapter 113 The Way of Wushu, the only way to hold fast to the heart. A very cheesy story. In the 3rd year of Li Mu's arrival at the dartboard, there was a close start.
It was only 100 miles or so. At that time Mu Qingqing was still young and mixed into the dart escorting team. On the way, something went wrong. The dart team got separated.
Li Mu and Mu Qingqing came together by chance. Then met a group of wild wolves. In the end, Li Mu was drenched in blood. Behind him was the crying Mu Qingqing. Until Mu Zhixiong arrived.
Ever since that time,
Mu Zhixiong had been quite appreciative of Li Mu. Otherwise, it would still be a bit whimsical for a handyman to learn martial arts like in 3 years. And this era want to recognize words cannot be easy, also thanks to Mu Qingqing. This year, Li Mu, or rather, Lu Qingtian, was 15 years old. He left home at the age of 8, 3 years as a handyman, 3 years as an apprentice. 1 year practicing martial arts. Li Mu had finally barely reached old Yangto's standard. Not just horse stance, but all kinds of basic skills. Originally, Li Mu thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 more years before he could barely reach old Yangto's standard. But thanks to Mu Qingqing. During this period of time, Mu Qingqing cleared the occasional run to Li Mu to shush him and send some food to Li Mu to improve his diet. Then she more often than not ran to old Yangto's side, serving food and water, buying cigarettes and wine, cooking herself, and even pounding his back and legs. The care is more intimate than that of his own father. This caused both Mu Zhixiong and Li Mu to be a bit tasty. However, neither said anything. The fact that old Yang Tu was willing to give Li Mu a chance in advance was a credit to Mu Qingqing. And Mu Zhixiong didn't have much to say about it. He only has one daughter these days, can find a reliable son-in-law on the line, but also want to be more excellent? Besides, he could see the potential of Li Mu. He had already recognized this son-in-law in his heart. Kid, you're lucky to have met a good girl. If you dare to fail Qingqing in the future, the old man I'm bound to catch me and skin me. Why do you need senior to say more? If I fail, I am willing to cut myself. After spending so much time in the dartboard, how could Li Mu not see that this old Yang Tu was feared to be quite extraordinary? It could be seen from the vague respect and caution in Mu Zhixiong's attitude towards him. He knew in his heart. Perhaps this was Lu Shang's early chance. Whoever was born from the grassroots and achieved something extraordinary didn't have some chance? This is normal. On this day, Li Mu kneeled 3 times to old Yang Tu and performed the salute of worship. The 4C's dartboard also set up 10 or so tables up and down. After this day, Li Mu started practicing his gun in the true sense of the word. His talent wasn't much better or worse, but persistent enough to suffer. In the second half of his 16th year, he had become a rank 4 martial artist. This was somewhat unbelievable in Li Mu's perception. After all, in Chu University, those who could reach the 4th level at the age of 18 were a matter of decades. To be able to level 4 before the age of 20 was also one of a handful. But looking at it another way, it's actually quite normal. How can those greenhouse flowers be compared to Lu Shang? Lu Shang left home when he was less than 8 years old. For 3 years, he wandered on the edge of life and death again and again. During these 3 years, even though he had not formally practiced martial arts, he was still polishing his foundation. Another 3 years, practicing martial arts. Another life and death crisis. Dozens or hundreds of life and death crises, time and time again wandering on the edge of life and death. Coupled with several years of hard training that didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. This is what created a 16-year-old 4th level. It wasn't impossible, and even compared to this, being able to survive dozens of times from a life-threatening situation was even more impossible. This caused Li Mu, who had been around for a while, to begin to wonder if this Lu Shang really had a protagonist's aura. But in fact, he soon realized a truth. It wasn't because he had a protagonist's aura. Rather, it was that this was supposed to be a small probability event. If these small probability events did not converge and superimpose, they would not have created a Lu Shang. It was also because he was Lu Shang that Li Mu had the opportunity to experience his life. After several years of experience, Li Mu was sometimes really confused. There were several times when he almost forgot who he was. Fortunately, his martial artist's heart was tough enough. These experiences have also made his understanding of the word wudao deeper and deeper. Borrowing. A stone from another mountain can polish jade. More importantly, it is important to be able to endure loneliness. Resist the loneliness of time and stay true to your heart. This experience was so. How can it not be so with martial arts? Persistence. Be more persistent. If not, how can we hold on to it? My martial arts path shall be unwavering. Li Mu, who was still in the body of Lu Qingtian, clenched his fist. Then he walked towards the backyard of the dartboard. Today, it was the day he and Mu Qingqing got engaged. Although only he was 16, Mu Qingqing was even only 15. But marriage in this era would have been early. Not to mention just engaged. It was a day that was filled with joy throughout the 4C's dartboard. Li Mu was also in a better mood. In this secret realm, Li Mu's mood would have changed with the scene at that time. A thoroughly immersive experience. On the second day, Li Mu took some of his Dark Master brothers, and more than a dozen able-bodied handymen from his outer family to his old home. He was going to pick up his mother to retire in the city. That's what Mu Zhixiong agreed to. On the way, some people had already called Li Mu young dart leader. Given his age, his strength. Those ordinary Dark Masters were also convinced of him. Especially in those earlier years of experience between life and death. There were quite a few others who had also received favors from Li Mu. Along the way, the atmosphere was light. It was quite a bit like returning home in a coat. It was as if from this moment onwards, Lu Shang's life had completely entered the right track and everything was thriving. But, after about 2 days of traveling, Li Mu returned to the mountain village that was both familiar and unfamiliar. But it was now completely unfamiliar. Where there is still a small mountain village. There are just pieces of broken walls. There are just shortages of houses that have been charred with rotting bones. Destroyed. Everything is destroyed. It looks like it's been at least a couple months. Li Mu rushed into the broken thatched hut like a madman. Finally, he found the already decomposed body of Lu's mother in the middle of the village. This moment was the most severe blow Lu Shang had received in 16 years. The most drastic stimulation. As if he had lost his mind, he sat dumbfounded among the charred wreckage. One by one, the Dark Master persuaded him, but he ignored it. Just like that, he sat hard on the ground for 3 days. A heavy rain fell for 2 days. His companions were worried. Until the heavy rain stopped on the 3rd day. And he finally stood up. Refusing the help of his companions, he spent a few days alone, building a thatched hut and burying his willow mother. At this moment, Li Mu no longer knew whether he was Lu Qingtian or himself. Perhaps it wasn't that important in the first place. In this moment, the emotions of the two men had been completely attuned. Li Mu could understand what Lu Qingtian was thinking at this moment. At this moment, Lu Qingtian's martial heart began to transform. And Li Mu's own heart of martial Dao also had a new realization. Him. Ryu Prime, or Li Mu. He's outta here. But the matter didn't just go away. The destruction of the mountain village and the death of Mother Willow was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. It took him 2 years to finally find the group of horse bandits. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Blades are an extension of a martial artist's will. Prime, do you really not need any help? No. Li Mu rejected Mu Zhixion's good intentions. Apprentice, you've improved quite a bit over the years, but don't be careless, the boss of that group of horse thieves is a rank 5 guy. And, it's your own will, then naturally we won't give any help. I will be careful, master. Li Mu clasped his fists and saluted. Although old Yangto's temper was a bit bad, he had really treated Li Mu as if he was a descendant after all these years. According to Mu Zhixion's words, Li Mu was going to give old Yangto his old age. Only Li Mu can deliver it. Old Yangto had no relatives or descendants, and Li Mu was the only disciple. Lu Lang, be careful. Mu Qingqing grabbed his hand, her demeanor full of worry. I'll be back. He gave an affirmative promise. Spinning around, he turned and mounted his horse. One man, one horse, one gun. The young man steered his horse and carried his spear upside down straight into the distance. Father, go follow Lu Lang, I'm afraid he'll have an accident. As soon as Li Mu left, Mu Qingqing immediately approached Mu Zhixiong. Then aren't you afraid that your father and I will have an accident? It's really true that a woman is not a woman. Mu Zhixiong smiled helplessly. Father, how can you have an accident when you're so powerful? Don't worry about it, old Yangtu has long since chased off. Don't look at old Yangtu, he has a smelly face at all times, but in reality, that old man has long since treated Prime as his son. Dad, is Grandpa Yang powerful? Of course. How awesome is it that it's hard to be as awesome as you, your father? This time Mu Zhixiong didn't manage to get the words out. The wind and water are cold. Lack of moon by the river. There is a campground. A mixture of men and horses. Noisy and clamorous. The words were coarse and the laughter harsh. This is a group of horse bandits. A group of horse bandits who roam around and loot homes. A red date horse that strolled here. On the horse's back was a lean young man with a gun. There was no greeting, much less pleasantries, not even provocation. Hiya! The robust and athletic red jujube horse galloped out. The long spear in the young man's hand was like a spiritual snake probing its head. In an instant, a horse bandit who was guarding the periphery before he could ask for words had a bloody hole directly between his neck and fell straight down. Someone has come to seek death. Soon, the horse bandits reacted. And there were already 7 or 8 horse bandits who fell under the teenager's gun. Tussle. A gruesome and incomparable tussle opened at once. Blood, if flowers, bloom all over the mountains. Li Mu's marksmanship has improved tremendously. 18 years old. Been practicing with a gun for 3 years. The only companion is the spear in my hand, in the summer and the cold, in the sun and in the moon. I don't dare to slack off at all times. Today is the time to prove the 3 years of hard practice. It's only been 10 minutes or so. There were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. On top of the lance, blood was flowing. The young man's body was also covered in blood. The red date horse had turned from bright red to crimson. Finally, the red date horse died. The horse that had been with him for 3 years. Dead. The horse bandits, too, are dead and wounded. There were only 3 horse bandits left out of a group of more than 30. The 3 leaders of the horse bandits. 1 level 5, 2 level 4. And at this moment, Li Mu was also bruised all over. He was only at the 4th level. 16 level 4, 18, still level 4. Not to mention, he had been seriously injured. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. But there is no way back. Kid, you killed so many of my men, you don't want to die too easily.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Flayed. The 3 horse bandits, who had formed an encirclement, surrounded Li Mu. The battle had gotten to this point. There is no way back at all.
There was no way the horse bandit boss would let Li Mu escape either.
It's either you die or I live. If Li Mu knew that he wouldn't really die. But death, represented by the fact that he would lose the opportunity to continue experiencing Willow Sage's life. But that wasn't what mattered. What matters is what Li Mu can't accept is failure. Kill. The gun came out. Like a dragon.
In an instant, the shadow of the gun was like a divine dragon.
A corpse flew out heavily backwards. What? How is this possible? The remaining horse bandits' bosses in seconds were all shocked. Obviously, they were all seriously injured and dying. How could they still suddenly be able to take the oldest 3 for a second? Gun. When if? Li Mu looked serene.
It was as if the injuries all over his body didn't exist.
3 years of hard practice.
But in reality he doesn't know much about guns.
Not even as much as boxing. The fist is a part of itself.
The gun, on the other hand, is an external object. Although it is said that a weapon is an extension of a martial artist's body. But really understand, can really comprehend.
It's not that simple.
But at this moment, Li Mu kind of understood. How to generate power, how to use techniques, he had practiced these a million times long ago. But these were not the most crucial.
What is critical is the extension of the will. The spread of the mind.
To throw a punch is to allow the punch to contain consciousness, to contain essence.
And out of a gun, the same thing. A blade is not an extension of the body. Or not simply an extension of the body. Rather, the blades are an extension of a martial artist's will. It's just a matter of spreading your consciousness into the gun. Good disciple. Finally getting the hang of it.
Old Yang Tu had been hiding in the shadows and observing.
At this moment he was quite old and happy. However, at this moment, some hesitation couldn't help but flash through his eyes. He didn't know whether he should make a move or not.
In the end, he chose to silently observe. Even though there would be no one to give him an old age pension if Lu Qingtian died, he remained unmoved. Only the trials and tribulations between life and death could forge a truly strong man.
He understands this. Time passes. Blood flows. Li Mu stood propping up his snatch.
All the horse bandits had all laid down. Including that 5th level horse bandit leader.
The one who comprehends the true intent. Can cross the level and fight. Lu Qingtian's martial heart metamorphosed once again.
The sense of the martial way grew deeper and deeper.
Li Mu, too.
Blood flowing madly down the wounds all over his body.
One of the stab wounds in the abdomen was deep enough to see the bone. But his consciousness was unbelievably firm. The aura was like a rainbow. Level 5, become. 2 years at level 4. 1 deadly battle, 1 level 5.
At this moment, Li Mu finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. Old Yang Tu in the dark appeared and brought him back. After lying down for a month, Li Mu recovered. Since that battle, Lu Qingtian had unlocked a heart knot in general. When he was 19, Mu Qingqing was 18, and the two were married. At 20, his marksmanship became more and more skillful. At the age of 21, he began to lead a team of darts. From Dart Master, he became the head of the dart. Time and time again, there are darts, there are times when you encounter strong enemies, there are calmer times. In this way, time passes quietly. The year I turned 26. Lu Qingtian and Mu Qingqing had their first child. A little girl. The very day my daughter was born. He broke through to the 6th grade. Becoming the 2nd-ranked 6 martial artist in the 4 Seas Dart Bureau in plain sight. The name of the 4 Seas Dart Bureau once again spread far and wide. Less than 30 to break through the 6th level, in this era is already considered a genius among geniuses. In the surrounding cities, Lu Qingtian's name had gradually spread. In this regard, Mu Zhixian was more than pleased. He began to gradually entrust the dartboard to Lu Qingtian. In response, Lu Qingtian accepted it openly. He is a son-in-law almost. In the future, in addition to the old Yang Tu pension, the same will have to give Mu Zhixian pension. Chapter 115 Chapter 115 was met with drastic changes. Enlightenment in the reign. Time slowly passed again. Everything was moving in a good direction. Ryu was 30 years old. He took over the position of chief bodyguard completely. Mu Zhixian entered a state of semi-retirement. All day long just stay in the dartboard with grandchildren, enjoy the joy of heaven. His temples are also slightly gray. Still a rank 6 martial artist. It had been decades, and according to him, there was no hope of breaking through. And after all these years, old Yang Tu's body and bones were still strong. He just looks a little older. After all these years, Li Mu still hadn't gotten to the bottom of old Yang Tu. He just guessed in his mind that this one should be a martial king. Time slowly passed. 40 years old. In his prime. But he was still at the 6th level and hadn't gotten a breakthrough. This period of time was so peaceful. So calm that Li Mu was getting into this identity. so calm that Ryu Prime was already about to lose his aggressiveness. Until the year he turned 45. A group of people came to the Four Seas dartboard. Killing. No bull, just start killing. These people, the weakest of them, were all rank 5 martial generals. Nearly 100 rank 5 martial generals. The leaders are even 3 martial kings. This is an extermination. One by one, the slaves and handymen, even the dart masters and their families. Slaughtered. Killed. Li Mu stepped forward to meet the enemy. Mu Jixiong also stepped forward. This pair of aunts and husbands had the responsibility and the courage to stand at the forefront. Available. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. This time, Li Mu really couldn't hold out. His 6th level roots were especially deep. More than 10 years of sharpening and polishing. But the problem is, he was facing a martial king. A rank 7 martial king. On the other side, Mu Jixiong was about to be unable to hold on in the first place. Old Yang too appeared. He was carrying a rotten wooden gun. Dragging the gun, he slowly appeared. It was an unbelievably grueling battle. This was a battle that made Lu Qingtian's heart tremble and seemed to shatter. Mu Qingqing, as well as 3 sons and 2 daughters. All of them died before his eyes. The deaths were gruesome, the deaths were incomplete. Mu Jixiong is also dead. Hundreds of people in the dartboard are dead. Old Yang too. He's dead too. He was strong in that last battle. He took one step at a time and his essence climbed. Stepping into the battlefield, the entire person actually seemed to have recovered his prime. His momentum was like a sky and earth. Martial king. The power is like a rainbow. Like the sun. And he was not an unusual martial king. 9th level martial king. A peak martial king. Disciple, haven't you always been curious about Master's strength? Aren't you curious as to why Master doesn't make a move? Watch. This move is called Yellow River Sky Tilting Style. Old Yangto's figure stepped into the air. As if he were a man of God. That shot. What kind of shot was that? It was a shot like a river pouring out of the sky. Where does the Yellow River come from? From the sky. One shot. The 9th level martial king perished. Ah. Willow Prime, who was sleeping under a dead tree, woke up violently. He dreamed of that scene again. The scene where his master tried to kill himself in order to get him out of the way, using the Yellow River heavenly tilting style. What an extraordinary move it was. Under one move, 2 rank 9 martial kings perished. One was the leader of the group. 2, it was old Yang Tu himself. In the entire Four Seas dartboard, only Lu Qingtian had survived. Out of hundreds of people, there was only one survivor. Ryu had a hard time accepting this fact. He was born poor and didn't suffer much, and it was hard for him to have a fulfilling life. But God, as if joking with him, just took away his life. Originally, as a participant, Li Mu should have been calm. He should have pulled himself together in time. But the body was completely silent in grief. It was also a test. This is the 3rd level. The first hurdle was early suffering in time. The second level was a battle with horse bandits. And the 3rd level is now the spiritual test. Lemuel needs to break through this layer of grayness and get back on his feet. But this spiritual test is too difficult. The layer of grayness was too solid. No matter how much Li Mu impacted it. No matter how he tried, it was difficult to break through. I don't know how long. How many years? Li Mu's wool was about to sink. He was already as if he were a vagabond, with ragged clothes and a disheveled face. One day a few years later, or a few decades later. In the middle of nowhere. A heavy rain falls suddenly. If the sky pours like a downpour. An appalling downpour of sound. It was like a river pouring down from the sky. Li Mu stood frozen in place. The rain fell and the sky poured. The wilderness turns into a quagmire. He was oblivious. He murmured to himself. Where does the Yellow River come from? Where does it come from? Master. Father-in-law. Qingqing. Watch this. A voice, a thunderbolt exploded in its heart. Li Mu looked. He looked up at the boundless sky. Looked at the torrential rain that was pouring down like a torrent. The rain hit his body, his cheeks. The eyes. And he wouldn't blink so much as a glance. The Yellow River. He threw his voice. Come from heaven. Instantly. The disheveled aura was swept away. An aura like that of a Hong rises up. Like the sun in the sky. Like a brilliant sun. If a long, long field. In the air, the falling raindrops gradually slowed down. Gradually still. Immediately, it actually swept straight up. Rain, sky to sky. This time it was from heaven to heaven. The power of the martial king. Only the momentum of a martial king can affect the substance. At this moment, the martial king became. What comes from the sky is not just water. Li Mu stepped forward. Stepping forward through the torrential rain. There was no longer the slightest bit of confusion in his eyes. There was only the incomparable sharpness, there was only the unstoppable force.
Enlightenment in the Rain.
This is the greatest chance in the life of Lu Prime, Lu Shang.
Li Mu also stole one or two. Since then, Lu Qingtian's martial arts path was as unstoppable as the sun. He forgot his age. But it didn't matter.
Counting from the day of enlightenment, stepping into the martial king realm. 3 years. He has reached the 9th level of martial king. He found his enemy from back then. The enemy who killed hundreds of people up and down the Four Seas dartboard.
A vast organization.
Even though Lu Qingtian was already a rank 9 martial king, he still seemed somewhat powerless in the face of that organization. He could only turn his revenge into a long process. He had been entangled with that organization for over 10 years. Killed over a dozen martial kings. He broke through to the martial saint realm. The leader of that organization, however, was an 11th level martial saint. But Lu Shang had already broken into that organization single-handedly. He was still a 10th level martial saint.
However, Lu Shang still won the battle, overthrowing this huge organization.
Since then, the name of Lu Shang has spread throughout the world.
11th grade.
He's got the fame, the status, the power.
Had a new family.
Grade 12. He had become a numbered powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom.
He has become the mainstay of defense against the foreigners. The Dragon Kingdom has also entered a new era of development.
Decades. He didn't take that step after all.
Finally, when his lifespan was short, he chose to break through. Failed. Lu Shang fell. A generation of legends fell away. In those last days,
Li Mu could no longer influence much. He could only watch his breakthrough.
He watched it happen. It's a done deal. It's also the end. Chapter 116 Chapter 116 Level 4. Ultra Limit.
Li Mu leisurely opened his eyes. The dilapidated thatched cottage.
Leaky roof. That's reality. For a long time,
Li Mu was still lying dumbfounded on top of that broken wooden board. The look in his eyes was still somewhat dull.
Still somewhat deep and chaotic. In the twinkling of an eye.
It seems that 1,000 years have passed.
It really feels like a lifetime ago. A life, the life of Willow Sage. A life of ups and downs and waves, just like that.
For a while, Li Mu was still a bit hard to return to his senses.
Looking back on that life of his,
he had a difficult early life, a successful youth, and a happy middle age that was marred by dramatic changes. Muddy for a long time, one day to realize, avenge the great revenge, the martial arts road straight road. In his later years, he devoted himself to the cause of resisting foreigners.
Until the final fall. This is the life of Willow Sage. Li Mu silently reviewed it. In the lifetime of his experience. In fact, his choices were not exactly the same as the Willow Sage he once was. For example, it directly chose the lance. Directly accepted the affection of Mu Qingqing, Mu Zhixiong's high hopes.
All of these led to some subsequent changes. The greatest peril of all was those last muddled decades.
It caused Li Mu to almost literally sink into it.
But fortunately, it turned out to be good.
Enlightenment in the Rain. Li Mu squinted his eyes, recalling the scene back then.
The phase of the turtle and snake surfaced in his mind. Mental energy as if it were materialized, like ribbons and star rings.
It slowly revolved around the peacefully immobile turtle and snake phase. Spiritual power, entering a new milestone. Level 2. Not just that. The realization of enlightenment in the Rain is never just that. The way of the warrior.
2 words have been, but Li Mu has a deeper feeling.
The water of the yellow river comes from the sky.
Li Mu murmured to himself. The image of that move was still deeply seared in his mind.
Yellow river sky tilting style. Classmate Li, how does it feel? At some point, Zhang Qianxuan appeared beside Li Mu.
Very good.
Li Mu opened his eyes, and they glittered. That's good. Good is good.
Go back and rest and relax, don't go to class for the next few days, let your brain slow down a bit.
Zhang Qianxuan seemed relieved, his face overflowing with a few wisps of joy. How long has it been? Just most of a day. Aha! This sleep lasted more than 10 hours. Refreshed. The pressure in my head has finally eased a bit. Wash up and come to the training room. Practice boxing. It's been nearly etched into bone memory. An hour of boxing practice and spinning. Sit on your knees. A tiger fury pill was swallowed into his abdomen.
Beyond the 8 vastnesses,
there are the 8 poles.
From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman.
From the east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The 8-pole door runs. This time, everything became especially smooth. Muscles bulged and bodies trembled slightly. Li Mu's expression, however, remained serene. Vaguely,
the gate of enlightenment emerges.
Magnificent, mysterious, ancient, and glorious. It is like a miracle. Look at the door.
Li Mu's eyes were firm and his breathing was serene.
Pushing the door, the only thing that sticks is the ear.
The door of enlightenment is also the door of limit.
The second gate of the limit. Li Mu's second goal.
The door that must be pushed open. If the mountain is in my way, I will move it. If a door stands in my way, I will open it.
Who?
For a long time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged, remained calm and breathed long. The energy of a fatal tiger Dan had been completely worn out.
I don't know if it's an illusion.
The total amount of energy in the fatal tiger pill was a bit less than the true dragon pill though. However, it was more suitable for the cultivation of the 8 extremities sect and more suitable for sharpening the body.
The second fierce tiger pill continued to be swallowed into the abdomen. The 8 extremities sect continued to operate. Time slowly passed, and another true dragon pill and a fierce tiger pill were swallowed into the abdomen.
The time spent cultivating the 8 extreme sect this time had long since surpassed that of the past.
However, he did not feel that his body had a Tao limit.
The senses in his mind had not been exhausted either.
Sensations that are capable of replacing the limits of the body. The light behind the door, I wonder. And so, Raimu's hand rested on the door. Strength, by the limbs, by the waist, the abdomen, together. It's all one. Squeaky.
Vaguely, a scuffling sound seemed to ring out. The door moved. The door to the limit loosened. At this moment, Li Mu felt a change in his body. The blood was rushing madly, and the blood became incomparably scorching hot. The bones, which seemed to creak and rattle, became denser. The flesh and blood were also metamorphosing.
The skin was also becoming tougher. Extreme. The door is open. The door to the limit is open. Ultra limit.
Li Mu fiercely opened his eyes, and in his eyes was a refined aura like an electric bolt.
Over the limit.
This one pushed the limits, this one went over the top. It was much faster than Li Mu had imagined.
It was also true that it was much faster than at the 3rd level limit.
Because of the relics of Willow Sage. But this time, breaking the limit is a little different from the super limit of the 3rd level. At the 3rd level of super limit, because of the solid foundation, because of the long period of precipitation, the breakthrough was a single step.
The 4th level of ultra limit was a bit different.
It does go beyond the limit without reaching that threshold.
Even the scene behind the door of enlightenment is not clear. This time the avatar is.
Li Mu felt his legs burning slightly. There were divine powers being birthed in them. Perhaps it was because this time the super limit had not yet reached the boundary.
Mental strength level 2. Level 4 ultra limit.
These were the 2 biggest gains from this trip to the secret realm. But they were also just the most obvious gains.
The less obvious gain is the realization.
It's the epiphanies that are hard to put into words.
And there are countless moves. And that one move. Yellow River Sky Tilting Style.
This wasn't just the stance of peak level 9 Martial King Old Young too. In the midst of Lu Sheng's enlightenment in the rain, he came to his senses. He had thoroughly integrated this style into his martial Tao. From Martial King to Martial Saint. Even the final peak of Martial Saint, half-step Martial God.
This style was still the root, the core of Lu Sheng. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting Stance.
It doesn't emphasize stances, only in essence. Recalling the stances, Li Mu's eyes had some more color in them.
Those shots, the moves, vaguely still surfaced in its mind.
A gun, perhaps, would be a good choice.
Ancient martial arts weapons elective.
In a large classroom similar to a gymnasium. It is a variety of traditional weapons.
Swords, spears, swords, axes, hooks and forks. Far more than 18 weapons. And there are also many different detailed divisions for each type of weapon. Li Mu picked up one weapon after another.
Danced around casually, then put them back in their places.
Soon, Li Mu arrived in front of the rows of lances.
Guns, too, were a huge classification.
In addition to the main body of guns, there are also spears, gore,
and other small classifications. And the gun as a subject also has a lot of meticulous not to use. For example, the ratio of the gun body to the head, the material of the gun body, the shape of the head.
There are many differences in all of these.
Li Mu casually picked up a lance and tried his hand. What Li Mu felt was more appropriate was this more standardized lance. The body of the gun was almost 10-to-1 in proportion to the head of the gun. In total, it was more than 2 meters long. It took some time, but he finally found a rod that was the smoothest. He then headed straight to the specialized marksmanship training room on the side.
Chapter 117, Yellow River Heavenly Tilting Style.
The marksmanship training room was quite spacious. There were several dummies in different positions in the room. There are also several special machines that test out gun speed and strength and such. Li Mu didn't care about those either, he just juggled a few hands to himself. Not long after, there was a knock on the door.
Enter. Zhang Qianxuan stepped into it. Director Zhang?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Aha! Zhang Qianxuan nodded slightly, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes under his glasses. Classmate Li, do you want to practice shooting?
Just casually practicing and trying it out first. Lu Sheng is to use the gun to prove the Tao. With Lu Sheng's enlightenment, you, Li, will definitely get twice the result with half the effort when practicing the gun. This is a good choice.
Is something wrong?
The auditions for the Martial Arts University League have begun, and in about half a month it will be our turn for Chu University to debut, and at the same time, our school's selection for the participating students will also begin.
How do I participate in the selection?
Li students, you don't have to participate. I belong to the seated candidates, directly inside the quota. After all, your strength is obvious to all. I believe that there will be no one to doubt.
Aha!
I came to find you. May Li want to take you for special training, although the time is not long, may progress a little as a little well. Taking a long spear, Li Mu followed Zhang Qianxuan to the back of the mountain to practice his spear. In fact, Li Mu was no stranger to the basics regarding spear techniques. In the secret realm, he had long since experienced too many times with Lu Sheng practicing the basic skills regarding spear techniques. Even the 8 Extremes Fist had some moves about gun techniques and practicing methods. All Li Mu needed at the moment was to familiarize himself with it. Turn what was memorized into something his body was familiar with.
Holding the lance in your hand, your body moves with the lance. Pick, point, sweep, smash. A basic stance switched rapidly in Li Mu's hands.
At first, he was still a bit unskilled, but after just a few rounds, the movements became more and more skillful, and then more natural and smooth.
Strands of strong wind swept by.
It blew Zhang Qianxuan's flowing sea to the side. If he wasn't wearing glasses, he was afraid that he would have to squint his eyes. In his eyes, the color of amazement became more and more intense before gradually turning into horror.
He was the head of the ancient martial arts department, Zhang Qianxuan.
However, seeing this scene, he still had the feeling of having lived a long time. As far as the current proficiency with the lance was concerned, perhaps it was nothing. At least Chu's mostly proficient long spear instructor teacher's marksmanship was far more superb than Li Mu's. What really surprised Zhang Qianxuan was Li Mu's speed of progress. Obviously at the beginning, Li Mu was still visibly raw, like a novice who had just grasped a gun. But in just a few minutes, the novice had turned into a veteran. And even getting better as time goes by.
This time is definitely not long, just in minutes.
With Zhang Qianxuan's eyesight, it was naturally not difficult to see that this was in no way a deliberate act, but was really just progressing in real time. Moreover, Li Mu had never touched a lance before.
The Willow Sage ruins are actually so extraordinary. Zhang Qianxuan couldn't help but be secretly shocked.
Before Li Mu, it was also true that there were Chuda students who had entered the Willow Saint ruins. But there were no exceptions.
None of them made it to the end. All quit in the middle of the day, either early or late.
They did have some sensory gains as well.
But the gains in marksmanship were few and far between.
Looking at it this way, Zhang Qianxuan even found it a little hard to believe Li Mu's gains in regards to martial sense.
He couldn't help but feel a little envious. Guns. Extension of the body. Extension of will. The color in Li Mu's eyes grew more and more intense.
The movements of his hands grew faster and faster. The athletic figure or rose up in the air and swept up the leaves. Or quickly stepped forward, the long spear in his hand like a dragon exploring the sea. Vaguely, he actually had a feeling of being one with the lance. Li Mu had already forgotten himself somewhat. Seemingly unable to help himself, he took a step out.
The figure soared up. Holding the lance, he grasped the end of the lance, and the lance hung high. Yellow River sky tilting style. Wow!
Vaguely, there was actually the shadow of a great river rushing through that high altitude.
In the flow. Roaring. Where does the Yellow River flow from? From the sky. Yellow River pouring sky style. Li Mu couldn't help but use this move. Lu Xingji's lifelong realization. Melting essence and spirit into one.
The shadow of the great river became more and more raging. If a ferocious beast roars, this is... Zhang Qianxuan actually subconsciously took half a step back.
He actually detected a threat. And this style. Yellow River heavenly tilting style. This was a move that had a hefty reputation in history.
It's long been lost. It turns out that Sage Lu left the inheritance of this style in the secret realm.
Zhang Qianxuan's gaze carried some anticipation and even some reverence and fervor.
This was Lu Sheng's famous stance. I don't know how many powerful opponents have fallen under this move of Lu Sheng.
There was even a rumor. Not long after the Chunan region had just been divided.
A level 13 Beast King led a wave of beasts that launched an incursion into the Chunan region. At that time, Lu Sheng, who had been famous for a long time, was highly respected and sat on the side. Likewise, it was also the twilight of a hero. At the time when that 13th level Beast King appeared, at the time when everyone had despaired,
Lu Sheng stood out. He was still carrying his rotten wood-eye dotting spear upside down, like a drag.
The battle was about to start.
A Yellow River sky tilting style. It's like a heavenly river pouring down. It's like the sky pouring down. One move. Seriously injuring the Beast King, causing him to retreat. In that battle, the name of Lu Sheng completely reached its peak.
It was said that when Lu Sheng failed to become a god, there was a reason why that battle left hidden dangers. In Lu Sheng's later years, Chu Di was first established.
Lu Sheng also picked up some unsettling relationship with Chu Di.
Available. The Yellow River sky tilting style has not been left behind, which is a heartbreak for the successive presidents of Chu University. It was a stance of a peak 12th grade martial saint.
It might even have been a god-level stance.
The person has not yet entered the 13th level, but his moves have already entered the gods. Zhang Qianxuan also heard some rumors. In the early years, the Gunzun of the 8 great martial gods had specially visited Chu University to borrow the Yellow River heavenly tilting style to corroborate his own Gundao. Unfortunately, Chu University did not have any inheritance of the Yellow River heavenly tilting style. For that reason, the Gunfather was slightly displeased at first. He thought that it was Chu Da's own broom.
And now, this legendary move actually appeared in his own eyes. How could Zhang Qianxuan not be excited?
The waves of the great river surged. The dome of the sky seems to have tilted. The momentum has reached its peak. The next moment, it was the Yellow River pouring down. The time of descent to earth. Zhang Qianxuan's certain look of anticipation grew stronger.
Suddenly, click, a crunch. The lance in Li Mu's hand actually snapped directly.
The Yellow River that was hanging high in the sky was just about to pour out, but its momentum was violently stopped. It seems that only those few waves spilled down. Then there was no sound. At the same time, the Yellow River shadow high above the sky directly dissipated.
How is this possible?
Zhang Qianxuan was instantly shocked, his expression filled with difficulty in accepting it.
Yellow River heavenly tilting style. It actually interrupted just like that.
I can't believe it was broken because of the quality of the lance.
Li Mu smoothly fell to the ground.
Compared to Zhang Qianxuan, his expression was particularly calm. It seemed that he did not regret that the Yellow River heavenly tilting style had been interrupted.
Chapter 118 Famous Soldier. Casting Soldier's Office. Classmate Li. Can you still perform that move? You mean the Yellow River sky tilting style?
That's right. Yellow River sky tilting style.
Zhang Qianxuan nodded heavily, his expression still somewhat agitated.
It's possible, but that move, it requires a lot from oneself as well as the weapon. Li Mu casually waved the half-broken lance in his hand.
It's good if you can use it. It's good if you can use it.
Zhang Qianxuan nodded heavily, and then he rubbed his hands together, seemingly a little nervous and a little rushed. Only after a while did he somewhat wriggle and say,
Classmate Li Mu. Can you take the Yellow River pouring sky style and leave it at Chu University?
Stay? Li Mu was slightly stunned. There was something he didn't quite understand.
That's right, leave the Yellow River pouring sky style behind.
Chu Di will definitely not treat you poorly.
But
this style is very special, it's not a normal way to leave it behind. It wasn't that Li Mu was shabby, but it was true. This style was very special, not form-heavy and without a fixed stance.
Nor does it have no unfixed stance techniques. It's not about form, it's about essence.
It is never taught by words and images or whatever.
It needs to be sensed, up close and personal, to sense its chi, meaning, and spirit.
Li Mu had also been a Lu Prime for decades before he learned this trick.
It's really hard to learn for an ordinary person.
Even if Li Mu intended to teach, it was difficult. Perhaps it wasn't because he didn't want to leave behind this move that made him famous in the first place, when Lu Xing didn't leave behind this move. Rather, ordinary means simply cannot stay. Li Mu explained some of the reasons for this to Zhang Qianxuan. Zhang Qianxuan was half believing and half doubting. But he also calmed down a bit. The Yellow River pouring sky style was very significant.
He was not the only ancient martial arts department head who would pay attention to it.
It was absolutely necessary for him to report this matter to the principal. Student Li, your marksmanship has already ascended to the top and has a stable growing foundation. You no longer need an ordinary marksmanship teacher. Just follow this path. I believe that sooner or later, your marksmanship will become one of the top existences in Chu University. But unusual lances are really not suitable for your hands either, while the better ones are even famous soldiers. Each one is worth a lot of money, either that or the famous weapon has an owner. It's not that simple to find a weapon that's in good hands. But if you can leave behind the Yellow River pouring sky style, then I can guarantee that Chu Di will definitely find a suitable famous weapon for you. Zhang Qianxuan still held some expectations that Li Mu was unwilling to hand it over rather than unable to keep it.
Famous soldiers? Li Mu's pupils shrunk at once.
In this world, no weapon that could be called a famous weapon was simple. If divided into grades, at least a weapon of grade 7 or above could be called a famous weapon. In other words, a martial king would normally be qualified to hold a famous soldier. Each famous soldier couldn't help but be indestructible, but it would also have some characteristics. Extremely rare and even valuable. And above the famous soldiers, there were also holy soldiers and divine soldiers. Corresponding to martial saints and martial gods respectively. Not to mention sacred soldiers and divine soldiers, it is already hard to find a single soldier for a famous soldier. Their value could not even be measured in Dragon Kingdom coins. It far exceeded pills of the same level. It had to be said that Zhang Qianxuan's condition was already very enticing. Available at. Li Mu was truly unable to leave behind the Yellow River sky tilting style. Speaking of weapons, Li Mu remembered another thing.
Teacher Zhang, can you build weapons? Build weapons? You want to build it? Do you have the raw materials?
There is.
But not much, but I think it should work. Of course there's one at the army casting place, only. Where are your materials?
Bring it, I'll go with you to the army casting place to have a look.
Good.
Li Mu deliberately went back to his residence and pretended to take out that Xuerengui's divine arrowhead from his trigger finger. Again, he directly held it in his hand and found Zhang Qianxuan.
He didn't want to expose the storage space yet. Chude casting soldier service.
It was a box-like building with several large chimneys, and from time to time, bulging hot air rose up. With Zhang Qianxuan leading the way, everything was very convenient.
Soon he was leading Li Mu inside.
Find a man who resembled the man in charge. This was a strong man with a big waist and a cross-faced face. Zhang Qianxuan was quite familiar with him and said, "Old Zhao, a student with raw materials wants to cast a weapon, help me take a look." Zhao Boom nodded with a smile. "Of course there's no problem if Director Zhang gives the word, I'll take a look at the raw materials."
Aha!
Li Mu didn't hesitate and directly handed out the Xuerengui divine arrowhead that he had wrapped in a handkerchief.
So small?
The moment he saw this volume, Zhao Boom was the one who raised his eyebrows slightly. He had just taken it into his hands, but a ray of interest flashed through his eyes.
The weight is not light.
The handkerchief was lifted and the arrowheads in it were revealed. It was no more than 5 centimeters in length, silver white with some rust, and looked ancient and worn. But its tip seemed to have an incomparably sharp cold light. What kind of cold light is that? It was a cold light that seemed to pierce through everything in the world. It seemed that none of it could get in front of it and stop it for a single moment. It took a while for Zhao Boom to turn back some. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, carefully holding up the arrowhead and examining it carefully. Soon, his expression became confused. He touched it with his hand, carefully stroking it, feeling its temperature carefully. But what he got in return was a look of growing confusion.
I actually haven't seen this kind of material at all.
Zhao Boom's expression became somewhat incredulous. Zhang Qianxuan also narrowed his eyes. "It is very special." Zhao Boom asked with some excitement.
"Old Zhang, where did this come from? The age must not be long. Can't it be that it's the relic of a certain martial saint's holy weapon?"
Zhang Qianxuan glanced at Li Mu but didn't ask, so he laughed. "Don't ask so many questions. If you can't recognize it, hurry up and test to try to see if it can be cast."
Okay.
Zhao Bo nodded and touched the arrow directly to a large machine on the inside of the room,
feeding the arrow into the depression in the center of the machinery.
Soon the instrument lights up.
Gusts of running sound were heard.
The screen on the side changed rapidly, and soon turned directly into a red screen with 4 large black letters.
Unknown substance. Even the object detector can't stick out?
Zhao Boom's face became visibly surprised. He was a bit uneasy and let the machinery self-check for faults, and after displaying no faults, he pressed the test button again.
Unknown substance. It still shows up like this. This can't be possible.
This is the latest type of object detector. Even all saint-level materials are included. How can it not be detected?
Could it be that? Maybe it is just more special. Don't try it. Take it out and test it. Can your side melt it and make it into a weapon?
Zhang Qianxuan's expression became a bit more grave.
Zhao Bo was slightly stunned, then immediately nodded his head. Fine.
Taking out the arrowhead remained intact and unaccounted for. Even the rust on it seemed to be a little less due to the laser inspection. That sharpness became even more overwhelming. It even made people somewhat afraid to look directly at it. It seemed that one more look would cause pain in the eyes. Chapter 119 looks like it's necessary to take first place. First things first, just based on the fact that even the materials can't be detected. And the size, the weight. There's not much hope that our side can cast it. With that, Zhao Boom led the arrow into the deep passage.
Zhang Qianxuan followed with Li Mu. Cutting attempts first.
Specialty machines, laser cutting, physical cutting.
None of them work.
Then there was the melting attempt. It took a full 10 minutes for the arrow to begin to gradually glow red. But that was when Zhao Boom took the initiative to stop. It can't be melted. At this rate, even if it's barely melted, it can't be cast.
Is there no way? Li Mu frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel some regret.
Zhao Boom said, "It's not completely out of the question. The martial god casting workshop in Dragon City can definitely cast them. It's just that it's not that simple to get that place to cast a weapon."
Dragon City, martial god casting workshop? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon City, of course he knew. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The first major city. Population of nearly 100 million.
Several of the 8 martial gods are based in Dragon City. And the Martial God Casting Workshop can be heard from its name. It was the most top-notch armament casting workshop in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The few divine weapons in modern times all came from the Martial God's Armor Casting Workshop. And the blades produced by the God of Wushu Soldier Casting Workshop are all at least famous soldiers. This is the only way to deserve the name God of War Warrior Casting Workshop. If you think about it with your toes, you will know what a horrible price it would take to get the Martial God Casting Workshop to cast soldiers. It wasn't something that could be measured in terms of money. It's not entirely out of the question. Zhang Qianxuan suddenly said, one of the rewards for the single first place in the Martial Arts University League is a wish within a reasonable range. And utilizing the Martial God Soldier Casting Workshop is completely within the reasonable range of that wish.
Is that so? Li Mu's eyes instantly emitted a burning light.
In that case, it seemed that this first place had to be taken by himself.
Go for it. Zhang Qianxuan patted Li Mu's shoulder.
Although he felt it was unlikely. But it was always right to encourage.
And Li Mu is only a freshman now.
If he waited until he reached his senior year, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take first place in the WUAA League at that time. But Zhang Qianxuan didn't realize that Li Mu never attributed his shortcomings to time. Much less would he wait for any number of years. He's only fighting for the night. His mind was made up. Just this time, he would take first place. The great thing about it is that it's just an opponent 3 or 4 years older than him.
What's the big deal? A martial artist should rise to the occasion. Once the arrowheads had cooled down, Zhang Qianxuan personally retrieved them and handed them over to Li Mu.
He also had Xiao Boom find a box for it. It was indeed his own arrowhead, and the flash of biting cold light could not be faked. That's why it wasn't just put into a box and given to Li Mu. Confirm it yourself. Before leaving, Zhang Qianxuan whispered a few more secret words to Xiao Boom before leading Li Mu away. All of this was in Li Mu's eyes.
Zhang Qianxuan, the head of the ancient martial arts department. He's really nice.
At least never had any bad thoughts from start to finish.
In front of the villa that sent Li Mu back,
Zhang Qianxuan casually asked, where did it come from?
Li Mu blinked innocently and didn't say anything.
Still afraid of me coveting? Since you got it, this is your chance. This Chudu will never appear anything of robbing secretly by force. Since you don't want to say even if, go.
Aha!
Li Mu nodded and bowed before walking towards the villa.
This kid really isn't simple. Chance isn't small.
Looking at Li Mu's back, Zhang Qianxuan grinned.
There wasn't much meaning in the smile.
It was just a moody, simple smile. The more powerful the students of Chu University were, the happier he, as the director, would naturally be. Not to mention that this was still a talented student that he had unearthed himself.
That's pretty much it. Principal's office.
Zhang Qianxuan reported everything to Dong Shanchuan. From Li Mu's knowledge of the Yellow River heavenly tilting style to Li Mu's words. As well as that miraculous arrow.
Well, little Zhang, well done, go down first. Dong Shanchuan nodded. Yes. Zhang Qianxuan retreated. Bring the door. Within a few moments, the air in the room surged and the wind shifted. An upright figure emerged vaguely. Seeing this, Dong Shanchuan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Tian, after having that kid you're willing to come often. Master Dong is joking.
Dong Shanchuan smiled, then his words changed. The Yellow River sky tilting style is now out in the world, what do you think?
Yellow River sky tilting style?
The heavenly saint murmured to himself. The essence of Lu Shang's martial arts, the foundation of martial arts, the basic of martial arts.
Dong Shanchuan laughed.
That kid's luck is really good. Just now Xiao Zhang said that kid had a not so small chance before, and now he has obtained the most valuable thing of the Willow Sage's relic. Each person has his own fate, there is no need to look deeply into it. As for that Yellow River heavenly tilting style, it should be true, it's not an unusual method to leave behind. At that level, the essence and spirit have even reached that realm of moves, how could it be unusual? Dong Shanchuan nodded his head and laughed. Xiao Tian, after all, will you accept this disciple? I'm all heartened. If you don't take it again, I'll take it. At that time, you'll have one more senior disciple anyway.
In the end, it's still you who teaches. Tian Mai was somewhat speechless and helpless. But what could he do? He could only be helpless. The one who touched my true intent of that martial arts path in the first place should be him. Wait for the end of the Martial Arts University League. Wouldn't it be better if it's a double blessing? Dong Shanchuan immediately brightened up. Beyond the 8 vasts are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the gate of enlightenment. The 8-pole sect operated slowly but surely. This super limit still needed to be sharpened, and it would take time. What Li Mu pursued was always perfection. He couldn't tolerate the slightest break in his foundation. This was fundamental to ascending to the top of the martial arts path. If you can't even do this well, what is there to talk about ascending to the top of the martial way? What more to talk about going against the heavens? And talk about getting out of the way in the middle of nowhere. Gateway to enlightenment. Each impact always made the gap in that portal a tiny bit bigger. Even if it was just a minuscule sliver, it was substantial progress. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, only one step at a time. Li Mu exhaled deeply. The body was at its limit. Fortunately, there was the counting breaths kung fu running leisurely. That breath gradually smoothed out the soreness on the muscles of his body. One of the most basic techniques in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. However, it had become one of the most important foundations of Li Mu's current strength. The breathing technique. It appears to have no offensive defense and cannot be cultivated to become stronger. However, the role he played was particularly crucial. Guarding the heart and calming the mind. Not much elixir left. There were only 2 true dragon pills and 2 fierce tiger pills left. If one were to cultivate at full strength, once a day, the 8 extreme doors. Counting on it, it would only last for 3 or 4 days at most. Perhaps it's time to take a look at the level 5 remedies in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Embodied Body Pill. The Heavenly River poured in. Self Panel. Name, Li Mu. Level, Grade 4. Power, 43,219. Attack Power, 100628. Technique, the 2-yard pile, counting breath technique. Martial Arts. Marksmanship gradual improvement. Yellow River sky tilting style? 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist gradual improvement. Bracing hammer getting better. Bucking the dragon out of the blue. Tiger out of this world. Mountain splitting palm to enter the palace. Horse palm. Tiger's embrace. Bear crouch. Crane push denjiki. Li Mu first glanced at his current panel. He had just obtained the gun technique, but it had already caught up with his once proud 100 arrows off the string armor breaking fist as well as the bracing hammer. This was one of the great gains from the trip to the secret realm. As for that Yellow River heavenly tilting style, Li Mu was currently really bad at judging how skilled he was at it. He only knew. If he wanted to use it, then he could use it. Other than that, the increase in power isn't much. However, this power value had long since completely ceased to belong to a rank 4 martial artist. Nor could it possibly appear in a rank 4 martial artist. Even if it was placed in a rank 5 martial artist, it still had a medium level. And the attack power is even more exaggerated. 100,000 straight. Some ordinary level 6 martial artists were just like that. Even worse. Nice. Li Mu gave himself a rating. Then he directly closed the self panel. Immediately, he began to flip through the rank 5 medicinal formulas in the 8 extremes of heaven and earth in his mind. 1000 forging cream, 1 snow mountain velvet flower above 80 years old, 100 milliliters of grade 5 Ning snake venom. Meteorite star pill, 100 years of bitter cotton flowers, 5 earth dragon eggs. Broken wall pill. Cyclone powder. Embodied body pill. Li Mu steeply brightened up slightly. Embodied body pill, 1 30-year portion of black scorpion grass, 1 30-year portion of red snake grass, 10 pounds of young genus level 5 Fey beast blood, 10 pounds of Yin genus level 5 Fey beast blood. This elixir polishes the body with the extremes of positive and negative, yin and yang. The medicinal effect weighs on a gradual progression. Moreover, this elixir originally had the effect of gradually breaking the limit. It was precisely the most suitable elixir for Li Mu. Li Mu, who had tried a level 6 elixir, was no longer satisfied with medicines of the same level. The efficiency was really a bit low. And while the 5th grade elixir in the Heaven and Earth 8 Extremes herbal formula might not be as good as the 6th grade, it would never be much worse. 708 points for a 30-year portion of black scorpion grass. Red snake grass 707 points. Li Mu looked at the redemption list. Good luck. Need to be able to find it all. With a total of 12 main flavors, plus some ingredients, one ingredient would cost about 10,000 points. And an ordinary grade 5 cultivation elixir was only 3 to 8,000 points. Only the account couldn't be calculated like that. A single ingredient could certainly formulate more than one elixir. With 10,000 points, as long as you can produce 5 of them, you've earned it. Not to mention that with the characteristic nature of the pill prescription chapter, the grade 5 pills in this were bound to be uncommon. It might be possible to earn 2 or 3 of them. And according to Li Mu's experience, usually a single serving of herbs could get at least 10 or more pills. We can try. Just so we can enter the trial tower as well. Enter the Tower of Trials again. The difference this time was that Li Mu had an additional lance in his hand. When entering the trial tower, one was able to choose a weapon. The weapons in here didn't have any characteristics, but they were superior in that they were sturdy enough not to be damaged. Li Mu had already made an attempt. It looks like I can try the Yellow River sky tilting style. Carrying his lance, Li Mu went straight up one level after another. He didn't have the slightest delay on the first 2 floors. Unusual 2nd and 3rd level monsters were already having trouble even breaking Li Mu's skin. The path of a martial artist was originally the path of transcendence. It was also a path of constant evolution of the body. Although it was difficult to compare the human body structure to that of the Fae anymore. But as long as the level is high, facing a low level is still a crushing advantage in all aspects. Not only is the skin tougher, but the bones will also be stronger and the muscles more powerful. Even the blood, to the higher depths, can become even hotter than magma. Hot. On the third level, the foreign beasts that Li Mu faced were already all at the same level as him. But in front of the current Li Mu, these foreign beasts of the same level were no different from low-level minions. They were all killed with a single shot. It took some effort to find the steps to the fourth floor. This time, it was much easier for Li Mu to ascend the ladder. Fourth floor. It belongs to the level of a fifth-level exotic beast. However, it was still difficult for an ordinary fifth-level foreign beast to hinder Li Mu in the slightest. His gun was as fast as lightning. Fierce as a dragon coming out of the sea. Floating like a ghostly shadow. Ordinary level 5 alien beasts in front of him were still killed in seconds with a single shot. In the midst of killing again and again, Li Mu also became more and more skillful with the gun. In a trance, the gun really turned into a part of his body. It was as convenient as an arm. Just a slight movement of the mind. More than a dozen level 5 ordinary alien beasts fell under Li Mu's gun. There weren't many degrees of tolerance left. I don't know if it's because of the level mismatch or not. At the fourth level, even if Li Mu wasn't injured, his tolerance still dropped much faster than at the third level. He was somewhat regretful. Seeing that the maturity level is only 8/100. Still haven't found a suitable target to use the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style. Well, to be honest, using the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style to deal with an ordinary level 5 beast was a bit like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. But the degree of tolerance waits for no one. Li Mu was tempted to try out a random ordinary alien beast. But it was such a coincidence. A special foreign beast appeared in front of him. Stormfist Ape. Rank, level 5 special. Strength, 50,000. Attack power, 70,000. Abilities, defense enhancement, strength enhancement, deadly punch. Value, 6,000 credits. Note, this is a mindless upset, and not very grumpy anyway. A robust brown ape over 3 meters tall. Arms over the knee, fists have a large somewhat disproportionate, as 2 face basin. Obviously, although it was not as good as the last Scorpion King, it was definitely not a guy to be messed with. The Stormfist ape immediately roared and rushed over as soon as it saw a living person. Good coming. Li Mu was instantly delighted. Taking a few steps, Li Mu's figure steeply rose into the sky. It was like a rainbow, rising through the sun. If the great sun is in the middle of the sky, hanging high in the sky, where do the waters of the Yellow River come from? From the sky. Yellow River sky tilt style. Raging waves appeared high in the sky. A shot fell. The raging river that seemed to be roaring poured down. For a moment, waves rose in all directions. The gun in Li Mu's hand seemed to have truly transformed into a large river. The sound was horrifying. Under the impact of the raging river, the Stormfist ape's berserk figure stopped. Under the rush of the river. In a few moments, it was full of holes. In a split second, the great river was reduced to nothing. Li Mu landed smoothly. The Stormfist ape's figure fell heavily backward. There was no more breath. Instantly, 6,000 credits came in. This hit. Li Mu gently exhaled. The power of this strike even somewhat exceeded his own imagination. Not to mention the 5th level, I'm afraid that an ordinary 6th level would not be able to block this strike. Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style. The name is true. Of course, it wasn't that the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style left behind by Lu Shang was any stronger than Li Mu's 15th ranked fist technique, 8 Extreme Fist. The point was that Li Mu had experienced Lu Shang's life, and his understanding of the Yellow River Heavenly Tilting style had reached a profound level. He didn't dare to mention the word proficient in the 8 Extremes Fist. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The only thing a martial artist can't live without is an opponent. After resolving the Stormfist ape, he didn't meet any more foreign beasts. Li Mu, who had zero tolerance, directly exited the trial tower. The harvest this time was similar to the last time. It was all over $20,000. But compared to last time's wretched and difficult appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this time it was easy and relaxed. After a trip to the secret realm, Li Mu's strength had changed almost radically. If that Xuerengue's divine arrowhead could be cast into a gun, Li Mu's strength would be transformed once again. Only, there was a prerequisite for this. You have to get the single first place in the WJU tournament. Leaving the trial tower, Li Mu subconsciously glanced in the direction of the leaderboard. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. Only to see that underneath the huge stone monument, there was a great deal of human voices. It was normal for there to be people under that leaderboard. There are people all the time. Even at 12 a.m. you might run into a few cadets who are using the rankings to spur themselves on. But today is different. The atmosphere under the monolith was too warm. Usually this only happens when something not so small is going on. Li Mu walked over. As soon as the crowd saw that it was him, they immediately parted a wide channel, and a pair of eyes moved from that stone tablet to Li Mu. Fame was not without its benefits. At least everywhere you go, someone will offer to get out of the way. Without having to get much closer, Li Mu could already see that unmistakable number. First place, Winning Falcon, 359,292 credits. Last time it was still over 200,000. And this time it went straight to 360,000. One time, it went straight up by about $100,000. Even if you were to kill an ordinary level 6 alien beast, you would have to kill at least 10 of them. And level 6, this level. It's already the top power in many modest cities. It's completely enough to dominate a party and act as an authority. It looked like these people were just boiling over because of Winning Falcon's skyrocketing credits. Vaguely, Li Mu heard some people say whether or not Winning Falcon had become the 5th level limit. Or perhaps it had become a rank 6. And Li Mu, looking at the name and number at the top. In his eyes, a touch of battle intent hidden in the depths grew more and more intense. Opponents, the stronger the better. At this moment, Li Mu was even celebrating from the bottom of his heart. He was glad that Chu De had the existence of the Winning Falcon. Otherwise, how bored should he be? How uninteresting. A martial artist can have no friends, no lovers, no family. But just can't have no opponents. The journey of a martial artist, if there is no opponent, then how lonely it would be. Aside from the Winning Falcon, the rest of the people, even the second place by Xiao, Li Mu did not consider him as an opponent. It's still a bit unqualified. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. Since one has the heart of invincibility, how can one not have the intention of invincibility? He didn't stay for too long and soon turned around to leave. After Li Mu left, those trainees under the stone monument once again opened a new round of discussion. More than 20,000 points, Li Mu has risen by more than 20,000 points again. Isn't that guy only level 4? Is he level 5? Or is the level 4 limit? That's right, if it's not the limit, how could he defeat Tsuruogu so easily? It's still early. Li Mu then strolled around the campus. A random walk without purpose. Even now, Li Mu occasionally remembered everything in the secret realm. Everything, there was still a sense of disorganization. Reality and memory were sometimes a little indistinguishable to him. It's not about whether the mind is firm or not. Li Mu had only lived in this real world for 18 years. Whereas in that secret realm was experiencing hundreds of years of life. Some of the senses are somewhat involuntarily recalling everything over there. This is part of the aftermath, the reason for not being able to completely get rid of those experiences yet. It's not something that will always be there, though. Looking around the campus, looking at the obviously modern scenery, and feeling the youthfulness of it all. It would give Li Mu a feeling of authenticity. This is reality. The aftermath about the trip to the secret realm will fade away, eventually leaving only pure epiphanies. Before long, Li Mu walked to where the Beast Martial Department was. Although the number of people in the Beast Martial Department was far less than the ancient Martial Department, it covered the largest area of the 4 departments of Chu University. It was only because the Beast Martial Department needed to raise exotic beasts. The so-called beast martial arts is actually very simple. Beasts and martial arts. It's like humans being able to tame poultry and livestock. Fae also have the possibility of being tamed. They can even be trained as war beasts. The beast martial art is based on the cultivation of war beasts. Cultivating war beasts while honing their own martial arts. The role that a war beast that shares the same mind can play with its master in battle can be absolutely not small. Some ferocious beasts can be much more powerful than ordinary martial artists of the same level. Even when competing with other departments, the trainees of the Beast Martial Department were directly 2 against 1. At first glance, the Beast Martial Arts Department was very good. But in reality, cultivating war beasts requires energy, and so does practicing martial arts. With both ends juggling, it was sometimes easy to do both poorly. At least Li Mu felt that. In the path of a martial artist, the only way is to be single-minded and fully concentrated. Putting all of one's will, all of one's mind and heart into the martial way. Only in this way could one hope to reach the top. Li Mu came here, more than anything else, to take a break. Getting used to reality. The Beast Martial System's territory was deep if a vast pasture-like layout. The ground was emerald green grass. The grass swayed in the breeze. Quite a sense of euphoria. Without walking for a while, after the wind blew the grass low, a foreign beast appeared in Li Mu's eyes. A white sheep-like beast with a pair of twisted disc horns on its head. A level 2 disc horn sheep. Li Mu looked twice. I don't know whether the disc sheep had cheated or the sheep had split. Anyway, it's called the Discordian sheep. A very common exotic beast, and considered one of the main sources of exotic beast meat. As soon as this disc horn sheep saw Li Mu, it immediately scattered its legs and ran. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept by in the distance. The discordant sheep that had just run away was pounced on the ground at once. A black canine alien beast had already bitten its neck. Step Black Wolf, it should be almost level 3. Li Mu watched with interest. Tsunami, good job.
At this moment, a teenager trotted over.
Woo. The Step Black Wolf loosened its mouth and gave 2 more low growls in Li Mu's direction. The teenager also noticed Li Mu. Li Mu. This is the influence of fame, don't even need to be introduced, directly recognized.
His voice was trembling a little, and he whirled around and hurriedly went over to embrace the prairie black wolf in the back.
Another reluctant smile was flashed at Li Mu.
He was truly a little afraid of offending this legend.
Li Mu nodded slightly and turned to walk in the other direction.
It was said that there were some free-ranging exotic beasts here, specifically used for the trainees' war beast training hunts.
In this place, there were really a lot of foreign beasts.
Li Mu couldn't tell if they were free-range or other trainees' war beasts. Anyway, as long as they didn't attack him, he would just look at them. It was a place where one could often be seen galloping or hunting alone with a war beast. It is said that the trainees of the Beast Marshal Department are either rich or noble. It couldn't be an ordinary family anyway, or they wouldn't be able to afford to raise a war beast.
Chapter 122 Black Terror. Special Species.
After strolling around for a while, apart from some somewhat rare-looking exotic beasts,
there wasn't much that was special.
Li Mu was ready to leave. Although he hadn't seen the scene when the Beast Marshal Department students were actually fighting. But from the fact that the top 5 of the trial rankings were completely devoid of Beast Marshal Department trainees, one could tell a thing or two.
It wasn't worth paying too much attention to.
But just as Li Mu was about to leave, he bumped into another acquaintance.
Brother Mac. Mac. Prince Han immediately brightened up and quickly greeted him.
Beside him, there was a black tiger. The length of the body was about 2 meters or more, and it seemed to be undeveloped, but the tiger's eyes already had a clear fury and murderous aura in them.
Black like ink body, a block of muscle is especially clear.
The sharp teeth at the edge of his mouth vaguely transmitted some amazingly horrifying killing intent. Other than that, its body is very unusual, unlike some beasts that have more organs, or more sharp teeth and claws. It looked like a very ordinary black tiger.
But Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. This tiger. Not like an unusual black tiger.
The level should be 3rd grade, but vaguely, the sense of threat it brought to Li Mu was much stronger than that of an unusual 4th grade alien beast.
Brother Mu, I'm running into you again, we're really destined to meet again.
Prince Han revealed a somewhat naive smile.
Aha! Li Mu nodded. Seemingly seeing Li Mu's curiosity about that black tiger, Prince Han was excited and said, Big Brother Mu, you're curious about Little Black, right? I'll tell you, Little Black is very powerful. I don't know where my father found him, he can even beat a level 4 beast. My dad even said that he'll at least be a Martial Saint level warrior when he's raised in the future. Martial Saint? Li Mu's eyelids jumped, what family is this?
But think about some of the rumors about Prince Han's old man.
Li Mu could understand again. Well, the family was quite reasonable.
Not bad for a beast martial arts family, not bad for something that only the rich can play.
Black Tiger's figure tightened a bit.
While Li Mu was sizing it up, it was also observing Li Mu.
Threat. A very strong sense of threat.
It causes it to be very tense. Its body was already crouched down and its muscles were tense, as if it was ready to launch a thunderous attack at any moment.
But Little Black is definitely still inferior compared to you, Big Brother Mu. Why don't you instruct me twice sometime, Big Brother Mu?
Wang Zhan was oblivious to the fact that he only smiled sarcastically and accosted Li Mu.
This thing, martial arts, is not simple and requires suffering.
Li Mu gently shook his head and patted Prince Han's shoulder. Although I'm not sure about the beast martial system, I think that at the very least, you should pay attention to the emotions of some of your own war beasts first.
Ha! Prince Han was slightly stunned before he realized Black Tiger's nervousness, and he hastily wrapped an arm around him.
Little Black good boy, Big Brother Mu is not a bad guy, don't be nervous. It took a while for Black Tiger to stabilize his emotions. Strange, Blackie usually doesn't get nervous that easily. Wang Zhan had just breathed a sigh of relief and looked up, but he saw that Li Mu had already walked away.
Black Tiger's relaxation was originally due to Li Mu's departure. The intuition of beasts was so much stronger than humans.
Li Mu brought it too strong a pressure. Prince Han seemed to react as if he had reacted and shouted in a hurry.
Big Brother Mu, he's called Black Terror. But you seem to be even more terrifying. Black Terror? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, that war beast of Prince Han's was extraordinary.
To use a more accurate term, it was a special species. If the Phantom Slayer was a real beast, it would also be a special species. The so-called special species, as the name suggests, is particularly special among the beasts. Not only are special species rare, they are also particularly powerful. Almost all of them are able to fight beyond their level. The Winter's Wrath in the news, the Winter White Bear King, should also be a special species. Special species, especially rare, originally Chu University's Beast Martial Arts Department should not have. Otherwise the top 5 in the trial rankings wouldn't necessarily be the current 5. It was worth mentioning that the trainees of the Beast Martial Department were able to bring their own battle beasts into the trial tower. Even the Martial Grand Tournament had relevant regulations to be able to bring their war beasts to participate. If it was a war beast with a similar mind, it was also a part of strength. Li Mu didn't have too many special ideas about war beasts. In his opinion, it was still truer to his own strength. More important. Only. In the Willow Sage mysterious realm, Willow Sage had had some mounts. The lance seemed to work well with the mounts. Of course, Li Mu hadn't thought too much about it for the time being. Right now, he didn't even have a gun yet. He first went to the lay exchange to exchange the herbs related to the embodied body pill. When he returned to his residence, it was already dark. First, the medicine was dispensed. The current Li Mu had quite a bit of experience in this area. Not to say that it was easy to use, but it was also quite skillful. Black scorpion grass and red snake grass are ground into a powder mix. The blood of the yin and yang exotic beasts was gradually added to it in batches. Just over an hour of work. 1 ingredient and 17 embodied body pills were freshly baked. Not bad. A single ingredient could produce 17 embodied body pills. Obviously, this was already cost-effective. Time to try the efficacy. Arriving at the training room, an embracing body pill was swallowed into his stomach. Beyond the 8 vastnesses, there are the 8 poles. From the northeast is said to be the mountain of the square earth, and is said to be the Kangman. From the east is said to be the mountain of the East Pole, and is said to be the Gate of Enlightenment. The 8 Extremities sect was once again in operation. The Gate of Enlightenment. The energy in his body was quickly worn down, turning into point after point, slowly integrating between the limbs and bones of his body. Flesh, bones, skin, and even hair. All of them were undergoing metamorphosis little by little. The medicinal effect of the embodied body pill was a bit worse than the true dragon pill and the fierce tiger pill. After all, there was an absolute difference in rank, like a rift in the sky. The gap, however, was not as big as one would expect. About 4 embodied body pills would be able to compare to 1 breaking tiger pill. 5 embodied body Dan would be almost as good as 1 true dragon Dan. All in all, the embracing body pills were indeed very suitable for Li Mu's current stage of cultivation. When he reached the limit of his body, he stopped the operation of the 8 extreme gate. He simply reached out with an imaginary grip. A sound like a thunderous explosion of chi sounded between his palms. Stronger. It's just a little bit, but it's real progress. Progress that can be clearly perceived. This is the meaning of martial arts cultivation. Take a break, take a shower, go up to the 3rd floor. Sat in the recliner and started flipping through real-life essays. Martial artists, constant their hearts, set their minds, sharpen their bodies, and forge their wills. Every time I look through it, there is always some new insight. This was even accelerating Li Mu's feelings about the trip to the secret realm. Although the essential writings of the true man had no substantial feats or moves. However, it is a solid Kuei treasure. Contained within it was the will of a half-step 16th level martial artist, his martial senses, and the foundation of his martial arts. Martial. Putting down the accompanying pen, he looked out at the bright moon in the night sky. Li Mu's mind and soul were at peace, peaceful. This night, he did not visualize the tortoise and snake phase. It was just a quiet sleep under the night colors. In his own body, in the name of Li Mu. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Internal Selection of Chu University. The following morning. The rising sun had not yet risen. The distant sky was just a wisp of gold when it appeared. Li Mu opened his eyes. The gods were in full bloom. The heart and mind are especially at peace. The world in front of him was so real to him at the moment. Looking out at the rising sun, the purple energy comes from the east. The phase of the turtle and the serpent emerges in his mind. Formless, but like air currents surging, the spiritual energy revolved around the majestic and unmoving turtle and snake phase. A hidden danger, or the aftermath of entering the secret realm. It had completely disappeared at this moment. Those many memories Li Mu remained clear. But it will not be substituted again. It will just be like a movie-like scene in picture. The sensations have also been gradually collected for themselves. When the purple chi dissipated and the sunrise was high in the sky, Li Mu stopped his cultivation. He practiced boxing, took a shower, went out for breakfast, and then went home again. There were no classes today, and it seemed to be the day the tryouts opened for Chudacheng. Selection of cadets to represent Chu Dai in the Wudai League. This is not something that Li Mu is very interested in. If nothing else, just relax for a day. But Zhang Jinren has all but said that martial arts should be a combination of work and rest. Originally, he wanted to go to the Super Martial Arts Department to play with guns. However, he thought that there should be a selection for the Super Martial Department today, so he should forget about it. Sat down for a while and read the real-life essay again. He then opened the campus forum and flipped through it. These days, the forum was nothing but 2 things that were the most lively. Chu University's selection contest, and the matter of winning Falcons entering the trial stage once with credits skyrocketing by 100,000. Many of them were speculating that winning Falcon would at least be able to get a top 5 ranking in the Martial University League. There were even people who felt that they could top 3, or even directly ascend to number 1. On top of that, Lee Moo himself had been notoriously hot in the forums. These, Lee Moo didn't really care about. Unintentionally he saw his private message. Well, a lot. So many that Lemuel would never order it. Are you kidding? He's not that idle. Today, though, she noticed a dialogue box at the top. It was a private message from someone named Snow. The avatar is white. Instantly, Lee Moo thought of Nangong Shuejian. It was said that this kind of private message chat box for strangers was arranged up and down according to the total number of credits. To be ranked first in so many chat boxes, naturally it couldn't be an unusual character. This chat box showed only 3 messages, the outermost one being, "Didn't come to watch the fight?" Lee Moo clicked in to take a look. The first 2 articles were, "Thank you. Congratulations." The timing was after that time when they bumped into her at the trial stage, and after the battle with Su Ruogu respectively. Lee Moo hadn't wanted to reply. He didn't want to get too involved with women. But then suddenly he thought of his Phantom Certificate of Honor. After all this time, he hadn't had the chance to figure out what exactly that Phantom Honor Certificate was for. And Nangong Shuejian should have gotten a Giant Scorpion Honor Certificate as well. Maybe it's possible that she knows. Without too much hesitation, he sent a direct message. "Do you know what the honor certificate obtained from the trial tower is for?" A few minutes later, there was a reply. "Open the hidden redemption list. You can redeem some very special things. Depending on the level and specialness of the honor certificate, the things that can be redeemed are different." How do I open it? Exchange office. Find the person in charge and show your honor card. Thanks. Why don't you come watch the fight? No point, it's not like I need to participate anyway. Lee Moo casually replied back and then directly closed the chat interface. He flipped through the forums again. He saw an official campus posting about the selection rules. It mentioned something about the Wushu University League, and Lee Moo couldn't help but look at it a few times. First of all, the number of participants for a school in the Wuda League was 20. The 20 are further divided into 2 teams. One team was called the school team. The second team is called the school's potential team. One of the first teams is a group of 10 chosen between sophomores and seniors. The second team, on the other hand, is 10 people selected from the freshman class. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. The first team represents the top pillar stone, the backbone of a Wu University now. And the second team represents the potential of a school's freshmen, the future of the school. 18 spots needed to be selected for this session of Chu University's intramural tryouts. 9 for the first team and 9 for the second team. This is because both teams 1 and 2 have a direct seating exemption. The second team is Lee Moo. Team 1 is Winning Falcon. This was also announced right out of the gate. There was no one who was upset about this. Strength is something that can be seen for all to see. There's quite a bit of discussion going on under this official post. Among them are speculations on who the final 20 are. There's also guessing the final ranking of the Winning Falcon, as well as Lee Moo's WUF freshman ranking and overall ranking. It's worth noting that there will be a number of different final rankings for the Wufu tournament. The most golden of these is undoubtedly the single ranking. And in addition to the single rankings, there will be a separate newcomer list. Only members of each school's second team will be included. After all, members of the second team are usually 3 or 4 years younger than those of the first team, and it is more or less unfair to put them together again. Among them, the gold content of the rookie list ranking was also definitely not low. If you become the newcomer king, the attention you get will never be less than the number 1 spot on the overall list. When he realized that the first and second teams of the WUDL were like this, Lee Moo didn't have any happy feelings. He didn't know if there was anyone among his peers who was qualified enough to be his opponent or not. It was hard for him to take much interest in a victory that came easily. Luckily for him, as he flipped through the pages, he realized that members of the second team were still able to compete with members of the first team from other schools. This was good news for Lee Moo. One day, Lee Moo did not use all of it to lie flat. He was really a bit uncomfortable without practicing. He takes pleasure in cultivating, exercising, and practicing martial arts. Therefore, practicing boxing, cultivating the 8 extremities gait, and visualizing the tortoise and snake diagram, he still didn't put one down. And the other side. The auditions for the Chu Grand Martial Artists' 4 lineages were also in full swing. The first mode of selection was the simplest elimination system. Each department will first hold an elimination round, and after a certain number of people have been reached, then the remaining trainees from the 4 departments will be selected and eliminated together. Among them, the freshman year is separated. The other sophomore through senior years are blended together. 9 were selected from the 3 ages. Undoubtedly, the selection of the first team will take longer because of the number of people. It will also be harder to get into the first team. This audition took place for a total of 3 days before the second team's audition came to an end first.
During this time, Li Mu had already entered the trial tower once more. The harvest of more than 20,000 at a time caused his ranking to rise a bit more. In response, the sound of discussion in the Chu University forum grew more and more intense. On this day, Li Mu still arrived at the #1 martial arts arena where the auditions were taking place. Today would be the day that the other 9 spots for the second team would be directly finalized. There are still 18 people left, and only one more round of elimination is needed, and the winner will become a member of the second team representing Chu University in the Wushu University League. Chapter 124 Second Team Quota, People Who Shouldn't Appear. Of the 18 people still remaining in the second team selection, a number of them were more familiar faces. Su Moyan, Bai Ling, and Wang Zhan, these 3 need not be mentioned. Especially Prince Han. Li Mu suspected that among the current freshmen, other than himself, the strongest might be the most harmless-looking Prince Han. Although a bit of a mouthful in person. But that Black Terror is really scary too. With a rank of 3 and a strength of 4, it was definitely already enough to crown the freshman. And a big part of the reason why Li Mu came today was because he wanted to see that Black Terror. It was said that all of Prince Han's previous battles had ended with the Black Terror's near second kills. In addition to the 3 Su Mo Yen trio who were already directly level 3 when they first enrolled in school. The other 15 were not of the same caliber. Moreover, among them, there is actually another 3 levels. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. He actually level 3? Zhang Xiaohao actually level 3? How is this possible? Li Mu saw Zhang Xiaohao on the reserve bench. He also clearly perceived his rank through his divine ability. 3rd level. That's right, level 3. But with Zhang Xiaohao's progress, how could it be that he shouldn't have reached level 3 at this point in time? There was still a lot of room to sharpen his level 2 book. Sometimes it's never good to force a grade. In the early stages, roots are more important. Li Mu could clearly perceive that Zhang Xiaohao's 3rd level was a bit weak. The foundation was obviously still a bit unstable. At the 2nd level, he left no small amount of hidden danger. Instead of following the normal situation and sharpening to his limit before breaking through, he directly forced a breakthrough. This guy. Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. Was it really worth it for a single spot? It's at the cost of a lifetime of martial arts. A moment later, Li Mu's expression returned to calm. Among the 18 people in the preparation seat, there were a few familiar faces. Han Xiaoyan was among them. She fell still in the 2nd level, but her roots were getting deeper and deeper. There was also the inch-haired teenager who Li Mu had once seen in his eyes what a martial artist should mean. When he was a level 1, he was now a level 2. And the roots are deep and the foundation is solid. Its temperament also had the flavor that a martial artist should have. Not bad. Li Mu glanced at the random match that had just been made on the light screen. It was discovered that the youth was called Xieping. At the same time, the results of the match came out. Match 1, Prince Han vs Su Mo Yen. In an instant, the entire arena boiled over a bit. In everyone's opinion, the strongest 2 of the freshmen, except for Li Mu, the 2 who were bound to advance actually met in advance. Su Mo Yen needs no introduction. That is, this session out of the Li Mu this demon, or else is bound to lead a grade-like figure. And Prince Han. It's a bit of a dish and the rank is a bit false though. But the key is to have a good father. A good father who has so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. Ever since this juvenile Black Terror was delivered, Prince Han began to join the Beast Martial Department's course of study. He had directly jumped from what everyone had previously considered the most crotch-pulling 3rd level to the strongest 3rd level. In the previous battle, Black Terror had already proven his strength. There was even a level 3 student who had risen up from behind who was similarly killed by Black Terror in direct seconds. Now that Wang Zhan and Su Mo Yen had met, it could truly be described as a serious duel between the strongest and the strongest. Soon, in an expectant line of sight, both sides took the field. Su Moyan is alone. Prince Han, on the other hand, was followed by a black tiger that was no more than 2 meters long and no more than a meter tall at the shoulder. Its color was like ink. There is not the slightest hint of color in its body. Pure black. Especially the pair of black eyes were vaguely revealing a terrifying fury and murderous aura. Unlike its naive owner, this Black Terror still had a terrifying ferocity even after being tamed. Or in other words, war beasts were supposed to be ferocious. Go to war. At the referee's command, Su Mo Yen and Black Terror charged out at the same time. In a pair of eyes, the reflections of the 2 grew closer and closer. It's indeed a cut above an unusual 4th level foreign beast. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. The outcome of this battle was already predictable. Su Mo Yen was not weak. But compared to the Black Terror, he was still inferior. Especially since the beasts themselves would have a hunting nature and fighting instincts. If Su Mo Yen could reach the 3rd level of extreme martial artist, I'm afraid that only then would he be able to defeat the Black Terror. But he was now a hair's breadth away from even half limit. With his talent, the half limit would definitely be fine, it would just take some time. The battle, which lasted only a few minutes, The final result did not exceed Li Mu's expectations. The Black Terror directly pounced on Su Moyen and directly went for a throat lock with its sharp teeth. If it wasn't for Prince Han stopping in time, Su Moyen as a person might have to be lost. In the early stages, martial artists of the same level were not supposed to be in a favorable position when facing Fey beasts. What's more, Su Moyen was still facing a special species with his bare hands. Prince Han won, he had already won by standing there without moving. Since then, he became the first person fixed in the remaining 9 places of the second team. And naturally, Su Moyen wouldn't just be eliminated outright. After the last 9 spots were finalized, there was still the challenge round. Eliminated players can challenge any of the advancing 9. This is to avoid the strongest meeting being eliminated too early. This rule is very humane. After the battle between Prince Han and Su Moyen ended, the following 8 battles also unfolded one after another. With the pearl in front of them, the remaining 8 battles didn't seem so attractive. Finally, the challenge opened. There will be a total of 3 hours of time, after which the spots will be completely determined and no further challenges can be made. In reality, not many people will actually challenge. Many people were self-aware of their own strength. It was only those similar to Su Moyen, who had really lost rather unjustly, who would take the initiative to challenge. In the end, Chu University's second team's 10-person quota was completely finalized. Li Mu, Prince Han, Su Moyen, Bai Ling, Song Haoran, Xie Ping, Chung Shu Ho, Han Xiaodai, Shang Wan Qi, Qian Lingyun. 10 people, 7 of them from the ancient martial arts department. Prince Han was super martial and practiced both beast and martial arts. Shang Wan Qi is now in the martial arts department. Qian Lingyun super martial arts. The weight of Chu University's ancient martial arts department is visible. Of the 10 people, a 4th level Li Mu, 5 level 3, Su Moyen, Bai Ling, Prince Han, Zhang Xiaohao, Shang Wan Qi. The remaining 4 were all level 2. For this finalized list, Li Mu was somewhat surprised. That Han Xiaoyan would be on the list was unexpected, yet reasonable. Her family lineage was clearly not simple either, with its strong roots and extraordinary martial arts. Coupled with the fact that she had gotten into a fight with Yang Qian some time ago, the two of them cultivated as if they were competing. It wasn't particularly surprising that she appeared in this list. What really surprised Li Mu was Zhang Xiaohao. He could only be considered to be of medium to high caliber in his freshman year. Yet, he also appeared in this list. There is only one reason. He traded his roots and future for a brief moment of power. Could it be that there was no one who could break through to the 3rd level amongst so many second-level scholars at Chu University? No, on the contrary, many. But even more are unwilling to break through when they can. They understand what's important. Roots are far more important than momentary strength. But Zhang Xiaohao didn't understand in general. Chapter 125 Winning Falcon and Li Mu are going to fight. Zhang Xiaohao walked out of the martial arts arena with an expressionless face. The sky was already somewhat dark. Most of the trainees watching the battle had also dispersed. His mood was like the color of the sky. Became a participating member of the second team of Chu University. But he wasn't much happier. Including those other trainees of the same level, the senior trainees wouldn't think highly of him for that. Even in the eyes of many, his win was not honorable. Chu Da's philosophy had always been to never upgrade easily until it was absolutely necessary. In fact, the key is still the root problem. If your foundation is solid enough, there is no problem with upgrading even faster. However, if you upgraded without a solid foundation, this would have a particularly serious impact on the martial arts path. Like Zhang Xiaohao, who had forcibly upgraded just for the sake of a spot, many trainees would be somewhat displeased with him. Even some teachers would be displeased with him, afraid that he would bring down the other trainees. The power value of the 3rd level is 5,000 to 10,000. Zhang Xiaohao hadn't upgraded long ago, and his foundation wasn't too stable, so he was currently only 5,000 or so, close to 6,000. It didn't seem very high. However, the strength value of a level 2 martial artist was only 16 to 4,000. 6,000 strength was already enough to create a crushing situation against the vast majority of second-level martial artists. The limit of the second level was only 4,000. This was the absolute difference between levels. It's not really hard to choose between a momentary rank and a higher rank later. Some teachers were afraid that Zhang Xiaohao would make such a mess and bring down other students. At that time, if someone followed Zhang Xiaohao's example, they would only care about the momentary foundation and not polish it. Then some good seedlings would probably just give out. In fact, from the way that referee looked at himself earlier, Zhang Xiaohao understood very well. It was also clear how others were actually looking at him right now. He wondered if he was really wrong. He just didn't want to be completely thrown off. Didn't want to be completely thrown off by Li Mu. He just barely wants to catch up with him. That's why he wants to be part of the second team. So he chose to force a breakthrough. But now he didn't feel good.
It was clear that he had gotten what he wanted, but he seemed to have lost something more important. He was even a little ashamed to meet people, not wanting to see the contemptuous gaze in other people's eyes. So he deliberately waited until the last people had finished before walking out of the martial arts arena.
Am I wrong?
Zhang Xiaohao was a little disoriented.
He didn't even notice.
A figure was standing right in front of him.
He didn't react until he was about to collide, stopping in his tracks and looking up.
The slim figure, the firm face, still expressionless.
The sun set in the west.
The last rays of the setting sun are just lining its shoulders.
It left a dark silhouette. Mac! Mac!
Zhang Xiaohao lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. Are you
here to blame me too? A voice as calm as a ghostly spring rang out. Why should I blame you? You took me by surprise.
Very good. It's your choice.
No one has the right to interfere with anyone's choice. I want to tell you only. Since it's your own choice, the choice you make, then don't regret it.
And don't feel sorry for yourself. It's your choice.
You need to take responsibility for it. Besides, who says it's necessarily wrong?
Zhang Xiaohao didn't dare to raise his head, his body trembling slightly. After a while, he clenched his teeth and violently raised his head. But he only saw that Li Mu had already left. His back was hidden in the distance.
The last glimmer of sunlight on those shoulders had also faded.
The great sun is setting in the west, hidden in the western mountains. It was as if he had taken away the last of the sunlight in this world. The earth was plunged into darkness. But at that moment, another fire burns and rises. That fire, burning in Zhang Xiaohao's heart. Gradually, it burned to its eyes. This was the flame belonging to the fighting spirit. Li Mu's words were not so profound or philosophical. But this was what Zhang Xiaohao needed right now. All he needed was an affirmation.
An encouragement. Mac, thank you.
He clenched his fists and murmured to himself.
The evening of the second day. Chu University's first team spot was also finally finalized.
First of all, none of the top 5 in the trial rankings were left behind.
Winning Falcon, Bai Xiao, Nangon Xuejin, Zheng Tingfei, and Wang Manchu.
Trial rankings were originally a proof of strength.
These names did not surprise anyone.
Level 5 martial artist. All 5 were rank 5 martial artists. And the other 5 were also rank 5 martial artists. This was the depth of Chu Da. And of those 5 people, 4 of them were also at the top of the trial rankings. The only one that was more special was a dark horse that rarely went to the trial tower kind of thing, but it didn't cause too many waves. The other 5 were all juniors and seniors. There were no sophomores. Originally, if Suruoga was not seriously injured, there was still a glimmer of hope. In fact, the hope is not very big. Generally, except for freshman year when you can participate in the Budo League as a freshman. After that, you usually have to be a junior in 4th.
Time is indeed a point that cannot be ignored in the martial arts path.
Right now, everyone in Chu University's attention was drawn to the upcoming martial arts tournament.
The names Li Mu and Winning Falcon were still the hot topics of discussion for everyone. Many people were already certain that this year's newcomer king was bound to be Li Mu. The first team spot was just finalized shortly after. Later that evening, the school authorities called the members of the first and second teams. The third training hall. 18 people, standing in 2 rows. In front of the 18 people was Zheng Qianxuan as well as a somewhat rich old man. Jia Ronghai,
one of the 2 vice-chancellors of Chu University.
At this moment, he frowned slightly with some displeasure. Which 2 didn't come?
The 18 people just stood quietly well. That, Principal Jia, it's Winning Falcon and Li Mu who didn't show up. Zheng Qianxuan was somewhat helpless.
You can't see who's not here yourself, can you?
I just can't say that. What did they go for?
The 2 guaranteed seeded players actually didn't arrive?
Jia Ronghai's face sank.
That might have been delayed because of something I've already notified.
Zheng Qianxuan was actually a bit puzzled. Winning Falcon couldn't say. Anyway, he had sent dozens of messages to Li Mu, but there hadn't been the slightest reply. This was somewhat abnormal.
These 2 guys. Shouldn't they think that just because they bailed out, they'll be able to ignore their honor? I was going to give them a lecture on the rules and precautions of the Martial Arts University League today, and they actually didn't show up? What's the meaning of this? Or do you think you're really all invincible? Don't need to hear anything?
Jia Ronghai grew more and more displeased. Zhang Xiaohao weakly said that Principal Jia, Brother Mu is not such a person, he should really have something delayed.
Something's wrong? Then what kind of thing did you say it was? Can you give me a 1, 2, 3?
Suddenly, a shriek came from outside.
Winning Falcon and Li Mu are going to fight. What? The crowd in the training room was shocked.
Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, one by one, they directly ran outside.
What a joke, who would want to miss such a great event? As for Principal Jia, he's the fastest runner. Chapter 126 Prey and Hunter, One Punch kills a level 6. The time went back to 2 hours ago.
Li Mu was on his way back to his place when he spotted a guy following him. A few dozen meters behind himself. Wearing a hood and a set of baggy sweats. The face and body were completely covered. His stalking skills are really good. Li Mu didn't spot him for a long time. Until he approached to within 100 meters. Li Mu's premonition kicked in steeply. It was like an especially obvious killing intent. And it was pointed straight at himself, without the slightest deviation at all. It was coming at himself. It's all about you. And his strength. Level 6. A top level 6 martial artist. This rank 6 martial general wants to kill himself. It was obvious that he was looking for an unusual opportunity. In an instant, many thoughts went through Li Mu's mind. Why would a rank 6 martial general want to come and kill himself? Who had he offended? Or to such an extent that it would directly kill you? Soon, some speculations surfaced. Though the person who was following him behind him had been spotted, Li Mu did not move. Without revealing the slightest difference, he continued to move forward. Yang Jiwen silently followed his target. He was confident in his disguise. The target was just a rank 4 martial artist. Although I've heard of defeating a rank 5 martial artist. But so what? Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. Military General Grade 3. Levels are qualitatively different. It's already 1 in a million to be able to beat a rank 5 martial artist by fluke. It's also a stroke of luck. Is it possible to cross 2 levels? Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention that Yang Jiwen was good at attacking and ambushing. Otherwise this job wouldn't have come to him. He had killed even top martial arts generals of the same level 6. Not to mention a 4th level little guy. If he was willing, he would have had hundreds of chances to kill Li Mu in seconds. At least that's how he felt himself. The reason for the delay was simply because this was Chu De. He needed to find a secluded place with fewer people and needed to think of a way back. It was just a 4th level little guy, not worth risking his life. Speaking of which, this order was indeed a risky one. Assassinating a talented student of Chu University. A bad one would not only die without a burial place, but perhaps even the organization would be uprooted. But it was still hard for Yang Jiwen to refuse the reward for this mission. So he still took the risk and took it. At the end of the day, it was only a 4th level. If it was a level 5, he would naturally have discretion. The probability was that it would not be picked up. Chidari's anticlimactic level 5s can be countered to kill level SAXS. Ha! Yang Jiwen steeply had been startled. Just now, just in front of the target, how suddenly disappeared. It was a complete turn of the head, and it seemed to have just crossed paths with a passerby and disappeared completely. Even Yang Jiwen didn't blink, he just disappeared. How is it possible? Yang Jiwen was in complete disbelief. He hurriedly scanned over his surroundings. There were a few sporadic cadets passing by and strolling around. But there was just no sign of that target of his. Damn, how did this happen? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Jiwen immediately chased forward. In such a moment he didn't believe that it would really disappear. But he searched for a few hundred meters and there was still no figure. There was also absolutely no sign of it left or right. Damn it, has it been discovered and alerted? Yang Jiwen's complexion was a bit ugly. As soon as he thought of this possibility he didn't dare to stay any longer, much less hesitate, and immediately turned around to leave. It would be a big problem if he startled the strong men of Chu De. Only, he did not notice that there was a figure just following 100 meters behind him. A very normal figure. And it was the same figure he was actively looking for. But he just couldn't notice it. Thousands of people. Cloth has no face. Soon, Yang Jiwen walked out of the center area of the Chu University campus. At this time, the sky had also darkened. He came to the falling maple forest. A maple forest at the southernmost edge of the Chu University campus only. This is also one of Chu University's sacred places for viewing. Only because it was not yet time for the fall of the maple in the fall. There are hardly any people to be seen here. Who? Yang Jiwen gently exhaled. As long as we pass through this maple forest, we will be able to leave Chu University. Nor did he know why, nor did he know when a sense of urgency spread in his heart. Perhaps it's because this is Chu Di, there are unknown numbers of strong people, and it's always still too risky to take on a mission here. Yang Jiwen had already walked to the middle of the falling maple forest. Here the trees were overgrown with shadows, and there was no sign of people. Wait, human tracks. Yang Jiwen's sudden shock. A silhouette? Why was there a silhouette beside himself? Isn't that the shadow of a tree? How could I have completely missed it? He had been violently alarmed, but it was too late. The figure had appeared beside him at some point. A punch. It's out. It's like thunder shaking heaven and earth. It's like the 9 ghosts turning the earth's dragons. The sound is horrifying. The trajectory of the fist. Electricity flashes and thunder. There were actually layers of watery existence stirring in the air. Between heaven and earth, there are 8 poles.
8 pulls. Fist. Yang Jiwen could only watch that punch approaching him, watching it get closer and closer to him. A seemingly slow punch. But its actual speed had long since far exceeded Yang Jiwen's expectations. Spray. Among the muffled sounds, the fist fell to the ground like a thunderbolt. Deep into its body. A punch. Hits its chest, breaks its chest, and goes straight into its chest cavity. Above the punch, an endless amount of power concurred, spreading to its entire body. The heart and veins were broken by inches. Put. A large mouthful of blood mist spewed out from Yang Jiwen's mouth. His eyes began to become lifeless. His body became weak. The next moment, his body fell backwards. Boom! A large amount of blood continued to gush out from the piercing wound in the corpse's chest. The crimson blood dipped straight towards the land. Li Mu slowly withdrew his blood-stained right fist. His face was expressionless. But there was a flame burning in his eyes. 8 Extreme Fist. This is the 8 Extremes Fist. So what if it's a level 6 martial artist? One punch. One punch kills level 6. Although it was a sneak attack, without a terrifying explosive power, how could it be possible to kill a person with one punch? As an assassin, one should have been prepared to be assassinated long ago. The identity of the prey and the hunter in the great jungle of the world is never fixed. The moment he set his sights on Li Mu, when he presented himself as the hunter, he was then already moving towards the abyss of death. As it turns out, you are the prey. Li Mu withdrew his gaze after sweeping the corpse of the unknown rank 6 martial general. It didn't matter what reason he had set his sights on him. But when he moved against himself with murderous intent and was ready to make a move against himself, then it's long past time to prepare for death. Dead people, no need to pay too much attention anymore. Tick. Blood dripped down Li Mu's right fist. He still stood beside that corpse, unmoved. Only the drops of scarlet blood on his arm continued to drip down until a small puddle formed on the ground. It was all the blood of that corpse. People, dead. However, Li Mu's momentum did not dissipate but instead became more and more agitated and solidified. It rose up like a pike. He turned his head violently. The face was expressionless, only the flame in his eyes burned. After watching for so long, it's time to show yourself, isn't it? Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Martial Artists discussing martial arts. Taoist Discourse. It is not yet autumn. The maple leaves are still green too. There are just so many offbeat shades of red. A few green leaves drifted away, floating without wind. Crunch! A foot stepping on top of a green leaf that had just fallen. Black clothes and a long sword, a smudged head, and a face like frost. Crunch! He took one step. A green maple leaf drifted. Without wind. Its momentum is more than a hurricane. He appeared stepping on a green leaf. A sharp aura rose up. It seemed to pierce the sky. It seems to be like a shocking light that crosses the sky and rushes straight at Li Mu. Blood, still dripping. A green leaf drifts down to the blood puddle. If a small boat, it floats. Blood falls on green leaves, spreading along its veins, invading. The green leaves became crimson. The next moment. Boom! It was like the first appearance of thunder. A wave of momentum rushed out, charging straight at the incoming person. The momentum was like heavenly thunder. The hurricane meets the face. Heavenly thunder at first sight. No wind. Hair dancing wildly. Two equally expressionless, statue-like faces. Only the eyes were alive. The pretense of calm has long since been torn. The same was true of the endless battle intent rising. If butter is in the fire. Flames that are rising. The exchange of potentials, however, regained its calm at this moment. The winning falcon took another step forward. His figure, his steps were all firm. Li Mu was unmoved. If he stood still like a heavy mountain. Lines of sight met. No words, no need for words. No need to communicate. At this moment, both had understood each other's thoughts. The battle intent was completely undisguised. Nor did it have to be. From the beginning. That very first glance at each other. Both had known it by heart. There will be a battle between them. Martial arts needs opponents. This battle has nothing to do with anything else. No grudges, no disputes. And even less for fame and fortune. Just because, the way of the martial arts. All of them needed an opponent to validate their martial arts. To prove it. To sharpen. Winning Falcon's left hand that held the sword moved abruptly. Several knuckles slowly opened. Rhythmically again, one after the other tapped on top of the scabbard. A crisp tapping sound, not too light and not too heavy. Yet it was as powerful as a war drum. And like a heartbeat of excitement. He had wanted to give Raimu some time. He had thought that the battle wouldn't come so quickly. But he saw it. Maple would gnosis, but he saw the punch. That punch, a punch that I don't know how to describe. His mind was tugged. Being completely drawn. His entire mind was invested in that punch. In that moment, he knew. He couldn't wait. He needed an opponent. His own martial arts needed an opponent. This battle. That punch. One must face that punch head on. One's martial arts will be transformed. This was exactly what one needed. It came. Just in time. Li Mu's heart was burning. It was throbbing. Hot blood rushed out of the heart. He, likewise, yearned for it. Longing for this battle. These two little guys, they're finally facing each other. Each other's whetstone, each other's martial arts cornerstone. This battle, no matter what, will be of great benefit. Tian Mai's voice was soft, but it was as if he was stating a fact. The two topmost heavenly prides of my Chu University are finally going to face each other. How can such a great event be carried out so quietly? Wait for me, Xiao Tian. Dong Shanchuan tapped the silhouette on the shoulder, and his figure simply flickered away. Li Mu and Winning Falcon are going to fight. Not long after, a voice that was clearly pinching its throat resounded from all around the Chu University campus. Master Dong, with the best of intentions. Tian Mai looked at the residual shadow that only he could see. It was clear to him that this was by no means just because of bad taste. It was a privilege to be able to watch the battle of the powerful, the battle of the martial arts. This was also an opportunity for the ordinary trainees. If there is a realization, it is a great opportunity. He didn't want people to go along for the ride, but he didn't want the rest of the scholars to miss out on this opportunity. Even if the behavior would be a bit of a disgrace to the model. What is your woo? This was the first time Li Mu had heard the Winning Falcon's voice. It wasn't as cold as he appeared. The voice was serene. It's calm. If a brook is babbling. The way of the martial arts. A martial artist discusses martial arts. Taoists on Tao. At this moment, they weren't just martial artists, they were Taoist friends. Friends who were also walking on the martial path. Those who are on the same path, discussing the same path, learning from each other and confirming each other. Li Mu did not reply. There was just no need to answer with words. His momentum rose again. Like a rainbow. Like a great sun. It's all in the air. Ascent. Invincible. With one punch, there is no one in front of you. Winning Falcon instantly sensed Li Mu's answer. The next moment he responded with his own answer. The momentum, rising. If a divine soldier comes out of his body, if a ferocious beast awakens. If a natural catastrophe is born. Li Mu also felt it. In the falling maple forest. Hurry up, it'll be too late if you don't go. This news somehow spread throughout Chu University at an astonishing speed. One by one, the school leaders reacted the fastest and immediately rushed towards the fallen maple forest. Don't look at these school leaders who were usually calm and unhurried. But they don't want to miss this kind of big event. Perhaps many of them they were of a higher level than Winning Falcon and Li Mu. But they still didn't want to miss this battle. This battle was equally likely to bring them enlightenment. The current rank is higher simply because of age. They knew very well that both the Winning Falcon and Li Mu were both demons that were hard to come by in decades. The battle of the demons. Among the cadets, the fastest ones were a few cadets from the Ultra Martial Department who had portable flying machines. As well as cadets from the Beast Martial Department who had mounts. But at the very front of the cadets' ranks, Bai Xiu's figure led the way. Even with just his own speed, he was still not inferior to the cadets who had flying machines and mounts. Bai Xiu, the heir to the white family of Chunan. In Chude, his luster was overshadowed by the Winning Falcon. However, his strength was something that no one other than Winning Falcon was qualified to deny. Level 5 had killed level 6. He has carefully studied the 72 Cloud Hands, the Bai family's best technique, and is said to be close to reaching a level of excellence. An ordinary level 6 wouldn't last long under him. After Bai Xiu, Nangong Shuajin, Zhang Tingfei, and Wang Manchu followed closely behind. Xiu, why are they suddenly about to fight? How can Li Mu be a match for that pervert Winning Falcon right now? Wang Manchu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Tingfei laughed out loud. No matter what, daring to fight with the Winning Falcon, I'm convinced by that kid. Winning Falcon won't take interest in opponents that are too weak. Maybe I looked away, he might really be at least on your level. Bai Xiu swept a glance at Zhang Tingfei seemingly without thinking. Zhang Tingfei's smile stopped. Behind Bai Xiu's few people were the personnel of the second team. Han Xiaoyan was worried. How did Brother Mu fight with the Winning Falcon? What should we do? Suemo Yen, Bai Ling, Prince Han. They were silent. As Li Mu's classmates, they knew very well how powerful Li Mu was. But at this moment, he was facing the Winning Falcon. That living legend of Chude. Only Zhang Xiaohao clenched his fist and said with great certainty, I believe Brother Mu. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Li Mu battle Winning Falcon. Each retreated a few steps. A green leaf was tinted with the color of withering red. They detached from the branches and gradually drifted away. Fluttering in the air, like butterflies, light and breezy. Gradually, there are more dead leaves on the ground. The earth-brown ground was gradually covered by a yellow-red color.
The season when leaves shouldn't fall has also begun to gradually fall. There was no wind, no clouds. At this moment, above this falling maple forest, the wind and clouds were stirring. Two potentials, almost transformed into a substantial chi. Not only did the wind and clouds stir, but even the sky and earth seemed to change color. In the midst of these two evenly matched auras, it contains too much. The will of two pure martial artists. Faith. The word for each other. The perceived woo. They were competing, but more than that, they were arguing in a particular way. Until the two men's paths were ultimately divergent. Li Mu took one step. The blood on his right arm had dried up. Pieces of blood scabs fell off with his slight movements. The flames burning deep within his eyes were close to materializing. It seemed to be about to spurt out. On the other side, the winning falcon took a step out. The left hand raised the long sword in his hand. To show my respect, I can do without the black dragon sword. The long sword came out of his hand. The sheathed long sword was thrust diagonally into the ground. His voice was calm, his face expressionless. Another step was taken, and the sheathed black dragon sword was already behind him. No need. Li Mu took a step forward, and the blood scabs drifted and shattered as if they were dust. Buzz. That black dragon sword actually emitted a humming sound on its own at this moment. Vaguely, there seemed to be sword chi rushing out from between the cracks of that scabbard. It was harsh and piercing. This sword, by no means extraordinary. Once, when Winning Falcon first entered the 5th level, he won the battle against the 6th level. This sword is a credit to him. But then it was at the WJU tournament. He needs to try to get a better ranking for Chu. And it was different now. This is purely a martial arts battle. The battle of the martial arts. It should not be faked with external objects. Thud. Another step, and both of them fell at the same time. In the next moment, the two figures flashed past as if they were transformed into residual shadows. Boom! The two figures that were as fast as lightning crossed paths. Fists and fists had already met. Touch and go. The figures are intertwined. In the next moment, Li Mu's figure abruptly stopped. The blood scab on top of his right fist had completely shattered and floated down after this collision. His right fist was lightly trembling. The power of the Winning Falcon was strong. On the other hand, Winning Falcon's fist, too, lightly trembled a few times. Li Mu's fist was completely unlike that of a rank 4 martial artist. Even if it's the 4th level limit. It doesn't seem like it should be this outrageous. A momentary pause to adjust his internal breath. The next moment the two were once again approaching instantly. Fist shadows overlapped. For a while, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the wind whistling through the air. Fist and fist intersected, and then divided, and then intersected again. In a few seconds, the two men's fists collided directly and hard hundreds of times. Li Mu's fist was already trembling, and a strand of strength seemed to have penetrated into his arm bones through his fist. The power spread above the arm bones. Pain deep into the bone marrow. It vaguely seemed as if the bones were about to crack. Even though Li Mu's bone strength had long exceeded that of ordinary gold and iron. But the one who collided with him was the Winning Falcon. The strongest man in this Chu University. A living legend. He's even known as the god of martial arts. But so what? Even though the arm bone was in severe pain. But Li Mu's fist was still powerful. He punched without the slightest hesitation. It was still as fast as a lightning bolt. He, who does not retreat. There wasn't even the slightest idea in his mind to hold off. Since you want to play hardball, then I will play hardball with you. This was Li Mu's martial arts path. Z. A strange sound suddenly came from the air. It was like a long rainbow being pulled out by the Winning Falcon's fist. Li Mu looked slightly shocked. The fast fist stance that was about to be handed out changed abruptly. The fist is like an arrow on a full string. At this moment, the tacit understanding between the two reappeared. Fist and fist were handed out together. Boom! Amidst the muffled sounds, it seemed like two invisible forces were intersecting and colliding. Waves of air overflowed in all directions. Berserk, raging waves of air overflowed in all directions. It was like a hurricane. At this moment, with the point of intersection of fist and fist as the center, waves of air exploded, and a large amount of fallen leaves were swept up. The green leaves on a maple tree began to sway, seeming to detach from the trunk and float down. In the midst of this air wave filled with intention and will, smears of withered red color surfaced. Green leaves, no longer green, gradually turned into red and yellow colors, like autumn has come early in general. This, leaves have fallen? Bai Xiao and his group, who had just not stepped into the falling maple forest, couldn't help but be a little surprised. This isn't the season when the maple should fall. Wang Manchu. What a strong aura fluctuation. Bai Xiao looked at the depths of the fallen maple forest with a grave expression. He even directly ignored Wang Manchu's voice. In the next moment, he headed straight for the place where the aura was concurrent. Green leaves turn red and yellow. The battle of martial arts. The battle of red and yellow. The Battle of the Martial Arts. Such a great battle scene was not something Bai Xiu was willing to miss no matter what.
Stalemate. Momentary stalemate. Both maintained the same movement as they did when they threw their punches.
In this instant, it was like two sculptures filled with the true intent of a martial artist.
This scene.
It happened to be seen in the eyes of Bai Xiu's few people who had just arrived.
Bai Xiu's expression was a bit dull.
Such a martial will.
Such a martial will.
The battle between red and yellow.
Battle of wills.
The battle of martial arts. What Bai Xiu saw was not the surface.
He saw something deeper.
Just for a moment, he saw something deeper. He ranked second in this trial, and the gold content was high. In previous sessions, a caliber like his was already number 1. Bai Xiu's enlightenment, strength, was no worse than anyone else.
However, it was ultimately a lot worse than the winning falcon. Boom! In the next moment, if shocking thunder appeared out of thin air,
taking the center point where that fist meets the fist. The figures of the winning falcon and Li Mu stormed back several steps at the same time. The winning falcon retreated 4 steps and stabilized his figure. Li Mu retreated 5.5 steps and managed to stabilize. The gap in strength did exist. It actually managed to make the winning falcon retreat.
Many of the onlookers had already shrunk their pupils.
At this time, there were already nearly 100 trainees arriving. They were either strong martial artists or trainees from the Beast Martial Department of the Ultra Martial Department who possessed a special way of catching up. But there was no doubt that it was possible to arrive at this time. They were all good enough to be called elite trainees. Like, Bai Xiu was the first one to arrive. But in reality, long before Bai Xiu, there were some people who had arrived even earlier.
Shu University's school leader. Top-level 6 martial arts generals abound.
There were even quite a few martial king-level existences.
As for higher levels, who could say?
Long gone Jia Ronghai actually stood in the canopy of a tree and watched silently. His expression was calm, but the depths of that calm eyes had strands of gravity, and even the color of dark alarm. He had also been sitting in the position of Vice-Chancellor of Chu University for more than 20 years. He had once thought that he had seen too many demonic students. It wasn't until the appearance of the winning falcon that made his perception of the word demon a little deeper. But winning falcon was not the end.
Li Mu, a freshman who has just enrolled in school for a short time, can actually compete with the winning falcon.
To actually be able to contend with that winning falcon that had once caused Jia Ronghai to be somewhat incredulous.
In this battle, the result actually didn't matter anymore.
At least in Jia Ronghai's opinion, it had long since ceased to matter. To be able to compete with the winning falcon already said too much.
Chapter 129. Chapter 129 is more demonic than a demon. Li Mu's arm was trembling slightly. His body remained as steady as a mountain.
Only the chest, which seemed to have war drums roaring in it. The internal breath was already somewhat unstable.
He was quickly regulating his internal breath. The counting breath technique operated leisurely.
On the other hand, winning falcon's face, which was always like 10,000 years of ice, had also changed.
Excitement, gravity, wariness.
His breathing was also a few moments sharper.
He also needed to adjust his internal breath. Li Mu's strength was inferior.
But the difference in explosive power was not that big. A fact that he was somewhat unwilling to admit surfaced in the winning falcon's mind.
If he was at the same level, he would most likely not be Li Mu's opponent.
This was a fact that was indeed a bit hard to accept for him.
2 breaths were exhaled at the same time.
One breath was long and leisurely.
One breath is as exciting as gold and jade.
The two figures once again had a tacit understanding to approach each other.
Nearly instantly, close.
Fists and palms met, leaving only residual shadows. It seems that in the blink of an eye, there have been an unknown number of encounters. Powerful winds, sonic booms, crunching sounds, muffled sounds, more than one source. Li Mu was actually able to fight the winning falcon to this extent. Countless people, all of them were incredulous. These elite scholars were mostly juniors and seniors. They were most aware of the extent of winning falcon's demonic nature.
One could say so. The 2 words, winning falcon, were synonymous with invincibility in Chu University.
2 years earlier, the winning falcon hadn't completely grown up yet, and there were still upperclassmen who could fight with it.
And since winning falcon's sophomore year,
only Bai Xiu could barely get through a few moves with him in his entire junior year. It was also only that senior year's number 1 talent who could barely hold down the winning falcon. And after winning falcon's junior year, even Bai Xiu has been completely distanced by him. Soon after school started, someone urged Bai Xiu to challenge the winning falcon. However, the winning falcon had never responded.
Until that time, the winning falcon's trial points skyrocketed by 100,000 points.
Zhang Tingfei, the one who was watching the event, directly in the forum again ate Bai Xiu, let him go to challenge the winning falcon, to re-shock the majesty of the 4th year of college. That time, Bai Xiu directly responded positively.
I'm afraid I can't even catch one of his swords anymore.
A short sentence, but it was not difficult to see the despondency, the self-deprecation. Bai Xiu was by no means a person who spoke rashly. What he said, even if it had a few moments of modesty, could not be too false. Even Bai Xiu had difficulty fighting against the winning falcon. But at this moment, Li Mu, this freshman, was actually able to fight with the winning falcon with some difficulty in general.
Is this hard to say that Li Mu is already stronger than Bai Xiu? Someone couldn't help but spit out a sentence.
Immediately a companion next to him pulled at him to warn him. Bai Xiu was still right here. Only at this moment, Bai Xiu didn't have the time to care about this. His mind had already been completely attracted by the two figures that were constantly crossing paths between that maple forest.
Fists clashed with fists, staggering between figures.
It was as if the two characters were being perfectly interpreted in front of him. Vaguely, the two characters were gradually overlapping.
It seems to be merging into one. Two Wu. That's the Wu of winning falcon and Li Mu.
But if they could be reunited, those two Wu would be transformed into the Wu that belonged to Bai Xiu alone. At this moment, he was already in a state of near epiphany. The one who observes martial arts realizes his own martial arts. He who watches realizes. It's different. Bai Xiu is talking about the sword. Winning Falcon's black dragon sword can be extraordinary. Now Winning Falcon can't have not used the sword. That's right, what Winning Falcon is best at is originally a sword. Winning Falcon's sword Dao was hailed as sharp as attack by Principal Jia.
No one at the same level has ever heard of anyone being able to catch one of his swords. Some voices rang out from the people watching the battle. People had begun to gather more and more.
The chatter naturally began to stop. However, as a person of Chude, there was still a sense of proportion. Even the nearest Bai Xiu was still more than 100 meters away from where the battle broke out.
The rest of the people were even further behind.
Don't bull, just now, the winning falcon has completely failed to hold back except for not moving his sword.
Zhang Tingfei let out a low growl with a grave expression.
After a pause, while watching the battle, he continued.
These two guys, they really are both demons.
Perverts.
Winning Falcon is even better, after all, they're both juniors. But that Li Mu.
His strength, his punches. To be able to fight the winning falcon to such an extent. You all only know of the winning falcon's sword, but you don't know the winning falcon's martial. Li Mu, at least, is already stronger than me. As soon as his words fell, the entire room fell silent.
Zhang Tingfei, the fourth strongest person in the trial rankings. Senior cadet.
Once had several great battles with the winning falcon, Bai Xiu, all of them. Although he was only ranked 4th, he had once had the same battle record of killing a rank 6 martial general hard. In Chu University, he was likewise one of the several people who stood at the top. The top 10 in the trial rankings was a level. The top 5, or more commonly known as the top 4, is another level.
And finally, the only thing that is a separate level is the winning falcon.
Only now, a new name appeared in their hearts.
Li Mu, which level should it be categorized as?
At least the level of Zhang Tingfei, Bai Xiu, and a few others, or
higher. They all already knew that Li Mu was strong, demonic, and amazingly talented.
It was even on par with the winning falcon. But before that, no one had expected Li Mu to actually be able to compete with the winning falcon in terms of strength so quickly as well.
More demonic than a demon.
More perverse than a pervert.
At this moment,
fist shadows are stacked.
Powerful winds.
The figure is drifting. After several exchanges, the battlefield between the two was actually directly switched from the ground to above the tree canopy.
On top of the falling red and yellow maple leaves, two figures battled like swimming dragons. The ordinary trainees could no longer see the two figures. Why did they fight? Jia Ronghai calmly inquired.
Beside him, Zhang Qianshuan had also stood still to watch the battle. It's unknown at the moment, but there is a corpse that seems to be a member of the assassin organization, the Sealed Sky Society. The current identification should be a rank 6 martial general. The cause of death was killed by a punch through the chest.
It should be Li Mu.
The corpse on the ground had long disappeared at some point. In Chu University, where strong people are like clouds, the school leadership wants to take away a corpse not too simple.
Li Mu? Killing an assassination organization's rank 6 martial general with one punch?
Jia Ronghai's eyes narrowed slightly.
That should be right. Zhang Qianshuan nodded slightly and looked at the two figures above the canopy.
There were also more than a few colors of awe in his eyes. Why the fight is still unclear, however, this battle is greatly beneficial to either of the two. Their martial sense is no longer inferior to that of an unusual top-rank 6 martial general. This battle may allow both sides to be transformed. But in the end, no matter what the outcome is, the title of Chu University's #1 demon will have to change hands.
Zhang Qianshuan looked at Li Mu's figure with fiery eyes. No matter what, he certainly hoped that Li Mu would win. This was a heavenly pride that he had personally unearthed. Demon. Perhaps many teenagers later, one's own name, because of him, would leave a colorful mark in history. At this moment, Zhang Qianshuan was even a little afraid to imagine Li Mu's future achievements. Chapter 130.